The harmless little milk dog in front of you is actually the ninth order beast king after the apocalypse. And when everyone treated him as a stray dog, I directly spent a lot of money to buy him, just because my system arrived 6 months early. This allowed me to see the identity information of people when the end of the world arrived 6 months later. A sweet school flower turned into a ninth order corpse king. A watchdog husky turned into a two-headed hellhound. And even a health-conscious expert turned into a corpse. In order to survive in the apocalypse, I must prepare in advance. The first thing I need to do is to find and tame a mutant beast. Just as I was wondering where to find it, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, ding, warning, a tier 3 mutant beast has been detected within 10 meters of the host. With the host's current strength, it may be difficult to match. Please quickly move away. I looked up and saw that what appeared in front of me was just a Samoyed. Seeing this, I directly greeted the snowy white Samoyed. Snowy, come here quickly. Upon hearing my voice, the Samoyed immediately rushed towards me as if seeing a loved one. Excitedly, warning, a tier 3 exotic beast is attacking the host. Please evacuate quickly. Hearing this, I was speechless, and directly reached out to hug the rushing Samoyed, my hand caressing its body. At this moment, the Samoyed stuck out its tongue and licked me frantically, making me unable to avoid it. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding, the host actually tamed a third-order alien beast with 0-order strength. As a reward, the host was given 3,000 points, 1 beast advancement pill. Feeding the beast with this pill can enhance its order. The higher the order of the beast, the more advancement pills it needs to consume. System prompt. The host has been detected to have tamed an alien beast, meeting the requirements of the main task. Would you like to submit this alien beast? If the host intends to tame a higher order beast, the submission can be postponed. Upon hearing the system prompt, the little white beast is only a third order alien beast. To survive in the apocalypse, a higher level pet is needed. Just as I was taking the little white beast to find a higher order beast, I suddenly encountered an acquaintance nearby. Mrs. Lee came out with her own little dog, but when I bumped into them, there was no system prompt at all. Why didn't Mrs. Lee and her dog have any warnings? At this moment, Mrs. Lee's grandson walked by, and the system prompt immediately sounded a strong warning. Ding, detected a 5th order Esper appearing nearby, with a kill value of up to 500 points. Please be more careful. What is the kill value? The system prompt. The kill value is the number of similar creatures killed by the unit itself. Among similar creatures? Doesn't that mean this kid killed 500 people after becoming a superpower? So cruel? I carefully looked at the appearance of Grandma Lee's grandson at this time, and when I saw this kid, he even greeted me warmly. Brother M.O. brought Xiaobai out for a walk again, and he ran over and started petting Xiaobai along the way. This child is called Ding Xiaoyu. I am quite familiar with him, but I can't see this kid's courage at all. After saying goodbye to Ding Xiaoyu, I took the dog for a walk to the nearby park. Before I even entered, the system started barking wildly. Warning, a large number of zombies and alien creatures have been detected ahead. There may be a terrible zombie wave and creature wave. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Ignoring the system warning, I walked straight into the park, despite the system prompt ringing in my ears. At this moment in the park, many people are exercising, and many pet owners are walking their cats and dogs nearby. It looks peaceful and harmonious. In the eyes of the system, it is a dangerous place, with various warning prompts every step I take. After the system went crazy with reminders for a long time, I finally finished my walk with Xiaozi and left the park. Just as I was leaving the park, unexpectedly, the system rewarded me. Ding, detected that the host was brave and fearless, ventured into the Dragon Pool Tiger's den where a large number of corpse monsters and exotic beasts gathered, and returned safely without any harm, even achieving no injuries. Therefore, the host is rewarded with 5,000 survival points and an A-level gift package. Good lord! The reward for returning unharmed from being surrounded by a large number of corpse monsters and alien beasts is only comparable to the reward for war-tired Xin-Ru. Just how strong is Xin-Ru after this end of the world? Although marveling at Lin Xinru's strength, considering her strength was a 9th order corpse king, it was clearly not on par with Ding Xiaoyu's alien title. It was evident that Lin Xinru was only afraid that she had suffered some kind of transformation into a monster after the end of the world had descended. This kind of thing was obviously best not to let it happen. Although Chen Mo and Lin Xinru were not boyfriend and girlfriend, but just an intimate relationship to solve each other's needs. But how to say that they were also acquaintances? Chen Mo naturally could not just sit back and watch her turn into a monster. He had already decided that he would look after Lin Xinru after the end came. Otherwise, she would most likely be alienated into a corpse monster. After whoring out a notable reward, Chen Mo was naturally happy, and on his way back, he directly chose to open the Grade A gift pack. System prompt, opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the A-rank skill, Shadow Step. Dark Shadow Steps. Losing a little mental energy puts one into a state of invisibility, eliminating all probing effects except for the sense of touch, including vision, smell, and other senses, including but not limited to thermal imaging, X-ray machines, and other technologies. However, one cannot avoid damage in a state of invisibility, so please also be careful not to be attacked by others unintentionally, or else it will result in the disengagement of the state of invisibility. When the stealth state is actively lifted, it will trigger a breaking stealth strike, which will deal twice its own power damage to the target. Good lord, the stealth ability is out. Looking at this ability, Shenmo's mind instantly flashed with numerous uses. If this ability was in the island next door, it should be able to be of no small use in the romance action movie world. Stealth ability is an ability that many people have fantasized about, and when it is actually possessed, Shenmo didn't really know where to use it for a while, but this ability he valued. It was definitely a good ability. Even if there were only 5 skill positions at the moment, he didn't hesitate at all to give one position to Shadow Step. After learning Shadow Step, Shenmo immediately took Little White to a remote corner and prepared to experiment with Little White. Little White at this time do not know Shenmo brought it to the corner to do. It is just happy to spit out the big pink tongue backwards and forwards, as it walks to the front. Suddenly it felt the resistance on the neck of a loose. It immediately turned its head curiously, but found that Shenmo actually disappeared into thin air. It immediately looked left and sniffed right, wanting to find Shenmo, but sniffed and sniffed. Shenmo's clearest flavor was the one that stayed in the vicinity of these few steps. Sniffing towards the back, the smell became fainter and fainter, which proved that the person should not have gone far from this side just now. Little White was a bit unable to understand. It looked left and right in confusion. Then it turned back to look for a few more steps, and after failing to see Shenmo in any way, it couldn't help but get a little anxious. Woo woo wong. It couldn't help but chirp lowly, as if it wanted to draw the attention of Shenmo, who didn't know where it was. This was the reason why Shenmo had intentionally brought it to this one area where it usually didn't travel much. If it was a familiar place, it might have simply run home on its own if it couldn't find anyone. In this kind of unfamiliar place, a normally timid dog like Little White still didn't dare to wander around. Just as Little White was whimpering, it suddenly felt a familiar touch on its head, and when it looked up, it only saw that Shenmo had unexpectedly appeared by its side at an unknown time. Immediately, it jumped up excitedly, whimpering while about to pounce on Shenmo. It seemed to be complaining about not being able to find him just now. Shenmo laughed and hugged it and stroked its back properly to reassure it before Little White was able to calm down. Let's go. Go home. Seeing that even such a sensitive sense as a dog's nose couldn't sense him, Shenmo was sure that what the system said was basically correct. The stealth ability of this Shadow Step was indeed very impressive. When Shenmo brought Little White back to Sister Zhao's house, Sister Zhao was chatting about something in the courtyard with a very young-looking girl. Sister Zhao was wearing a slim black long skirt with a simple and generous design that aptly outlined her delicate figure. The split design on one side of the skirt slightly revealed her slender legs, adding a touch of sexiness to the overall look. Paired with a pair of high heels, it made her look more upright and elegant. A string of delicate jewelry necklaces adorned her neck, highlighting her noble temperament even more. Sister Zhao's delicate features, combined with her slightly skillful makeup, made her full of mature female charm, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders, slightly curled, emitting a light fragrance. The young girl who was conversing with Sister Zhao was just as striking. Her face was clear and her skin was fair, radiating a healthy glow. Her long, soft, slightly brown hair fell over her shoulders, exuding youthful vigor. Those big bright eyes flashed with a spiritual light, giving off a feeling of innocence and wit. The young girl's dress was obviously more casual than Sister Zhao's. She wore a white short shirt with a black jacket draped over it and a pair of denim shorts underneath, looking very youthful. Her feet stepped on a pair of comfortable flat shoes, exuding youthful vigor. She was smiling slightly at this moment, obviously having a very pleasant chat with Sister Zhao. Mo. You took Little White out for a walk so early today. Seeing Shenmo holding Little White back, Sister Zhao immediately greeted him with a smile. Formerly known as Zhao Yu, Sister Zhao was a woman who was only in her early 30s and had already gotten out of her lowly ways to own dozens of properties. Well, got up early today. Shenmo smiled. This one is? The girl beside Sister Zhao asked curiously when she saw Shenmo. This little handsome guy is called Shenmo, a tenant on my side, a sophomore studying at our Magic City University. Zhao Yu introduced with a smile. After saying this, Zhao Yu looked at Shenmo and said, "Let me introduce you to my sister, Lu Qinlan." "Hello Ms. Lu." Shenmo smiled. "There's no need to call me so formally. I really don't sound used to it. Just call me Qinlan." Lu Qinlan laughed graciously. Mo. You came just in time. I was just talking about you to Qinlan." Zhao Yu said with a smile on her face. Ah, talking about me? Is there something going on? Chen Mo asked curiously. It's not a big deal. Qinlan's family is the pearl of a famous top 100 enterprise in Magic City, Yang Lu Xian, but their Lu family is a bit old-fashioned, still clinging to the old idea of pairing up families and letting their children get married in exchange for business interests. Recently, her parents introduced her to Tang San, the son of one of the top 100 companies in the Magic City, and Qinlan was disgusted by this, so she wanted to ask me to help her find a high-quality boy to block it. I remembered you at once. Block how? Chen Mo said unexpectedly. It's very simple. Just pretend to be Qinlan's boyfriend. I heard that this guy has a serious emotional cleanliness to a woman's innocence is still more important. If he finds out that his match has a boyfriend, he should take the initiative to push off this marriage. Zhao Yu laughed. I see. If that's the case, it's quite simple. Isn't this just finding anyone to make the other party give up? Chen Mo thought about it and said. That's what I said. But this guy is obviously not a fool. It's definitely not easy to find a random crooked date to try to trick him. One with a few looks like your brat would work better. Zhao Yu said with a smile. What do you mean by having a few moments of beauty? Chen Mo rolled his eyes. That is quite poised. No. Is quite handsome. Brat. Complimenting you still flies to the sky. Zhao Yu pulled Chen Mo's cheek and scolded. The two of them had a good relationship on weekdays. Zhao Yu was like a kissing sister to Chen Mo all the time. So this kind of jostling action was still rather unusual. Hearing Chen Mo's jocular words, Lu Qinlan on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. I don't have any problems. It's just that Miss Lu's side of the family knows about it. Don't have any trouble behind Miss Lu. After making some jokes, Chen Mo said with a straight face. It's okay. I'm not afraid of them blaming me. I'm just afraid that they'll keep annoying me. Lu Qinlan said with a careless smile. That's good. What do you want me to do? This is simple. Tomorrow at noon. That Tang Gongzi invited Qinlan to dine with him. When you go with Qinlan on the line, on his character, see the original object of his own has long had a man. It is estimated that the nose a twist of the head of the person will walk away. Zhao Yu said. Then I'll rely on you all. Chen Mo laughed. While talking, Chen Mo suddenly remembered that he was in such close contact with the two girls this time, but the system didn't even scream. As a result, he remembered that he had changed the sound reminder to a text reminder and hadn't switched it back yet. The system had already frantically reminded him when he had just gotten close to the two girls. System alert, warning, a third-order alien has been found beside the host. The host's current strength is 0 order. The strength gap is too large. Please pay more attention. System alert, warning, a fifth-order demon has been found by the host's side. The host's current strength is difficult to match. Please quickly move away from it. Chen Mo took a closer look at the prompts and realized that Zhao Yu was a third-order alien, while the fifth-order demonic person was Lu Qinlan. In his mind, he immediately asked curiously, System, what exactly is the difference between this devil and Corpse King? System tip, devils generally refer to humans who have retained part of their will, but have been infused with negative energy bursts by demonic energy. Corpse King, on the other hand, is evolved from humans infected by necrotic venom, and generally such characters do not have normal self-will and will only engage in indiscriminate hunting. I see. It seems that this demon is much more dangerous than the Corpse King. After all, the Corpse King only follows the hunting will to fight by instinct, while the Demon Man has its own will. Only the Demon Man is bursting with negative energy, which means that the Demon Man is a special monster that will do bad things with a high IQ, so the level of danger can be imagined. After reading the very first hint, Chen Mo realized that there were interesting hints at the back. System tip, detected that the host has actually reached an intent to interact with a fifth-order Demon Man. The host's charisma is simply astonishing, hereby rewarding the host with 500 survival points, a grade B gift pack, and 10 points of charisma value. Good guy. Just fake boyfriend and girlfriend. This can be done. System, you're not sick, right? Chen Mo was completely speechless to this brain-paralyzed system. At first, he just thought that the system was running at the wrong point in time, and his brain was a little bad, but now it seems that the system's brain is not a little bad. The system is simply like a retard. However, the more retarded the system was, the more Chen Mo liked it. This means that he can easily whore out a lot of rewards. Who wouldn't welcome this with both hands? However, seeing that the system's rewards actually had a charm value, Chen Mo couldn't help but freeze for a moment. There was no charm attribute in his regular attributes? Could this be a hidden attribute? He wasn't allowed to take survival points and add them, but he could obtain them by triggering various rewards? As Chen Mo's charisma value increased by 10 points, Zhao Yu and Lu Qinlan, who were already looking at Chen Mo very favorably, did not know why. But the more they looked at Chen Mo, the more they liked him. They only felt that this person, whether it was his appearance and temperament, Made them feel comfortable to the core of their hearts. Then it's a deal. You guys add each other's contact information. It's also convenient to contact tomorrow. When she saw Lu Qinlan looking at Chen Mo with a look of really scrutinizing her boyfriend, Zhao Yu immediately said with a smile. Since he agreed, Chen Mo also did not make any pretense, directly adding a WeChat friend with Lu Qinlan to each other, and also saved the other party's phone number. Then let's see you tomorrow. I still have to go out to buy some things, so I'll say goodbye first. After adding his friends, Chen Mo smiled and bid farewell to the two of them, preparing to go to the supermarket to buy some things to complete today's daily tasks. Wait a minute. Although we may only pretend to be friends for one day tomorrow, but this pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend isn't an easy task, so naturally, we'll start cultivating it from the daily routine. Since you are going to buy something, let's go together. Qinlan is a little rich woman. Asking you to help naturally needs to be paid. Today your consumption will be Wind and Rain Literature Road. In response to what Zhao Yu said, Lu Qinlan laughed. Sister, you is right. Since I asked you to help me, naturally I have to thank you properly. Whatever you want to buy, let me pay for it all today. How is this good? Chen Mo laughed bitterly. This is not a soft-eating little white boy anymore? What's there to be embarrassed about? You should eat and drink. Don't save money for the little rich girl. Today you guys just cultivate the habit of addressing and getting along with each other, so that tomorrow that brat from the Tang family won't see something wrong. Zhao Yu laughed. Then dear, let's go. Lu Qinlan wrapped her arm around Chen Mo's arm extremely naturally and smiled. Watching the two of them leave, Zhao Yu instead revealed an anti-smile, saying pretend on her lips. In her heart, she was playing the idea of matchmaking. Walking out of the neighborhood, Lu Qinlan smiled and said, Honey, what did you just say you wanted to buy? Although he knew it was to practice for tomorrow's performance, Chen Mo obviously didn't have this kind of actor's self-cultivation and couldn't get into the role fast enough. Seeing that Lu Qinlan was so skillful, he curiously said, You wouldn't have majored in acting, would you? I forgot to tell you, I'm attending the Magic City Theater Academy, aiming to be a professional actor. Oh. The corner of Lu Qinlan's mouth lifted slightly and said with a smile. The Imperial City's Film Academy and the Magic City's Drama Academy had delivered a large number of film and television talents for China, and many of the famous stars active in the film and television industry today had come out from these two academies. No wonder it's so professional. Chen Mo instantly realized why she could enter the scene so easily. I didn't really have anything special to buy when I went out today. Just some snacks. Chen Mo said with a smile. After saying this, Chen Mo remembered that for his mainline survival quest, he still had to get a pet of extremely high grade. Right. I've recently wanted to get a pet, and I'm going to stop by the pet store. Then this thing you find me on the right. This if you go to a pet store that doesn't know the bottom line. People may take a sick pet to slaughter you. Buy it home not long before it dies. I have a friend's family is opening a pet store. I'll take you to take a look. Lu Qinlan immediately said with a smile. This is naturally the best. Chen Mo did not refuse. Although Chen Mo could judge whether or not these pets would be able to live until the end of the world descended through their future accomplishments. But someone's friend's family owned a pet store, so there was no harm in going to take a look. Do you have a car? Lu Qinlan inquired Chen Mo at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yes. Then take your car and go. I can't. I don't have a back seat on this bike. Chen Mo laughed. Put. Hearing that Chen Mo's car turned out to be a bicycle, Lu Qinlan immediately laughed. Then it's better to go in my car. Lu Qinlan then pulled Chen Mo to a pink Porsche sports car. This was Chen Mo's first time sitting in a sports car, and as he sat in the co-pilot's seat, he had the feeling that he had become a little white boy more and more. Lu Qinlan looked quiet and lovely appearance, but drove the car that is not at all drag, all the way wildly. Less than half an hour, the two came to the door of a large pet store. It had to be said that this pet store was much bigger than the average pet store. A normal pet store might only sell some regular pets like cats and dogs and rats and mice. And this pet store had a special reptile section in addition to those. Spiders, snakes, lizards, frogs and the like were all for sale. The exterior of this pet store looks unique, attracting the attention of passers-by with brightly colored signs and animal designs on the windows. The exterior walls are painted in bright colors with colorful flower beds and greenery, giving the whole pet store a vibrant look. An eye-catching pet store sign hanging at the front door vividly displays a variety of small animals, foreshadowing the abundance of pets to choose from in the store. This is the place. I don't know what kind of pets you like. Anyway, this pet store of my friend's family sells all kinds of pets, so you can take your pick. Casually parking her car in the parking space at the entrance, Lu Qinlan pulled Chen Mo into the store. As soon as he stepped into the pet store, Chen Mo was surrounded by the cozy and fresh decoration of the pet store. The walls of the store were in light tones with wooden decorations, creating a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. The lighting is moderate, making the entire space appear bright but not harsh. enabling customers to better observe and appreciate their pets. Walking into the store, the first thing that catches your eyes is a bustling area of cats and dogs. Each animal cage is arranged in a warm and cozy way, providing a peaceful and beneficial environment for small animals. The melodious purring of cats and the playful sounds of lively dogs intertwine together, making the whole area full of joy and vitality. Following the signs, Chen-mo saw the eye-catching reptile area at a glance. The area over there was dominated by glass windows, displaying all kinds of snakes, lizards, spiders and other reptiles. Each window was vividly and interestingly designed, and under the professional lighting, the cold-blooded animals displayed brilliant colors and unique shapes. The entire interior of the pet store is well laid out, making it easy for customers to linger and enjoy the wide variety of pets. At this moment, there were several people browsing in the store. The clerks were wearing uniforms, enthusiastically and professionally providing one-on-one introductory services to the customers. Chen-mo and Lu Qinlan had just entered, and were immediately greeted by a store clerk. "Good day to you too. You can consult me if you have any needs or questions. I'm always at your service." The sales clerk displayed a signature smile that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. "It's fine, don't mind us. We'll just pick it out ourselves first." Lu Qinlan took out a golden card and said. Seeing this card, the shopkeeper immediately realized. "So it's the boss's friend. Then the two of you feel free to look around. Just call me directly when you have a need." Since the other party didn't need his services, the clerk also stood aside with a sense of humor. At this time, Lu Qinlan put her arm around Chen-mo and smiled. "Honey, let's go to the cat and dog area first, right?" While Lu Qinlan was talking, Chen-mo was looking at the system prompts at this time. He had only just arrived at the pet store and was immediately warned by the system. System tip, warning that the host has arrived at an extremely dangerous monster lair, in which a large number of monsters have gathered. And there is even a ninth order beast king. With the host's strength, there is no chance of survival if he enters it. Please leave immediately. Seeing this system prompt, Chen-mo immediately smiled. This is not a coincidence. I was worried that there is no place to find a ninth order beast, but the system prompted me to come up here. As the saying goes, you can't find it anywhere without a lot of effort. He immediately started searching for the so-called ninth rank beast king. System, can you directly label these animals' heads with their rank? Otherwise how am I supposed to know which is which? How dangerous. As Chen-mo spat in his heart, the system actually gave a response. System tip, the class marking display function needs to be opened at the cost of 1,000 survival points. Is it opened? It's just a logo. And you want me to get 1,000 points? Why don't you go grab it? It's $100,000. Chen-mo was a bit speechless. But although expensive, this function was really convenient, allowing him to quickly find the most valuable targets in the crowd. It was still worth opening. Chen-mo also spat out a sentence, and then directly shelled out 1,000 survival points to turn on the equivalent rank marking function. System prompt, survival points deducted. Level marking function activated. Current remaining survival points 14,819 points. With the instant that this level marking function was turned on, the entire pet store, whether it was a person or a beast, on everyone's head, there was a box marking that only Chen-mo could see. The vast majority of these characters were also not very high in rank, and there were even some people and animals whose rank markings on their heads were dead corpses. It was evident that they had all died half a year after the end of the world had descended upon them. Chen-mo did not care about what happened to the strangers, but instead swept his gaze towards the various pets in the pet area. Lu Qinlan had originally accompanied Chen-mo over to pick out a pet, but as a result, when she herself saw these fluffy and cute little things, she fell into them first with her eyes bubbling with love. "Yeah, this puppy is so cute." She hugged a Chennai and teased it. Chen-mo swept a glance at the markings on the Shinari's head. A first-order fey beast. Too much of a dish to be interested in at a glance. He swept another glance at the other pets around him. It turned out that the markings on the heads of large pets were not even as good as those of small animals. It seemed that after the outbreak of this post-apocalyptic world, the larger the size, the easier it was to get into trouble. Several large pets had dead body markings on their heads, so it was evident that they were all dead. Chen-mo swept a glance at the other cats and dogs around him, and the highest rank among them was only the 6th rank. The 9th rank Beast King actually isn't in the ranks of cats and dogs? Could it be in the ranks of climbing pets? Seeing that Chen-mo circled around and didn't seem to fancy one, Lu Qinlan curiously said, "Not even one?" Chen-mo nodded and said, "It doesn't feel like any of them are particularly to my liking. I'm going to take a look at the climbing pet area over there. Then I'll wait for you over here," Lu Qinlan said resentfully. Chen-mo immediately smiled and saw that she was afraid of climbing pets. He immediately smiled and said, "Good." As Chen-mo entered the reptile area and scanned all the reptile pets in a circle, he had to say that the reptile pets in the reptile pet area looked easy to die. But he didn't realize that their overall strength was actually a level higher than the pets in the next door furry child area. The highest crawling pet was actually as high as the 7th rank. But even so, it still wasn't enough. Chen Mo was a little curious. When he had just entered, the system prompts had clearly warned him that there was a 9th order beast king inside. How come after strolling around, he didn't encounter a single 9th order beast king? He immediately called the attendant curiously and asked, "May I ask if all of your pets here are displayed outside?" "Yes, all the pets we sell to the outside are here." The attendant nodded his head and replied back, "All the pets for sale to the public are here? That means there are still pets that aren't sold to the public?" Chen Mo immediately asked as his eyes lit up. Seeing that Chen Mo was a friend of his boss's friend, the attendant was also very enthusiastic and replied, "Well, the pets that we normally sell in our pet store are all raised from a young age with a regular history. In addition to that, we also do pet rescue and adoption services. We will rescue some stray cats and dogs from time to time, and find owners for them who are willing to adopt them. These pets are free, so they are not in the current sale area." "I see. Then can you show me around?" Chen Mo didn't expect that a 9th order beast king was actually hidden amongst stray cats and dogs. This thing is quite capable of hiding. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't want the pets that were properly for sale and actually wanted to adopt a pet, the attendant was also quite surprised. But considering that he was a friend of his boss's friend, he didn't dare to offend him and immediately said, "Of course you can. Please follow me." "What's the matter, dear? You want to adopt a stray cat or dog?" Lu Qinlan was also quite surprised by Chen Mo's determination. "Just looking at them all first," Chen Mo said with a smile, "stray cats and dogs can be much harder to raise than outside pets." Lu Qinlan reminded, "It's fine. I have nothing else but a lot of patience." Soon the attendant brought the two to the backyard area of the stray cats and dogs. There were quite a few rescued stray cats and dogs here. Many of their bodies were even crippled and looked quite pitiful. Coming to this side, Chen Mo realized that this stray cats and dogs were much more bullish than the cats and dogs in the pet area in front of them. There were 2 of the 6th order and 1 of the 7th order among them. It seems that having had the experience of wandering is also much more adaptable to the end of the world. After Chen Mo swept these stray cats and dogs around, he suddenly saw a small yellow-colored milk dog with a 9th order beast king logo on its head. Chen Mo froze for a moment. "How old is this puppy?" he hurriedly asked to the attendant beside him. "If this puppy, according to the time count, the stray dog mom gave birth to it should be 3 months old. It could have been not counted as a stray dog to be sold in front of it, but the store manager said that it is still as a stray dog free for adoption." "I see. Can I adopt it?" Chen Mo said immediately. At this time, Lu Qinlan also couldn't help but love this kind of small thing when she saw it, and reached out to touch the puppy and said, "Although this puppy looks like a dirt dog, it's not at all worse than those named breeds of dogs out there. It's so cute. Since you two like it, since this young lady is the store's gold card customer, so you two only need to register your identity. You can directly lead the dog away. We can also have an explanation to the store manager," the attendant immediately said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, strangers coming here to adopt a pet is to sign an adoption agreement, but seeing that Lu Qinlan was a friend of the owner, the attendant simplified the process a bit. "Well, honey, want to adopt this puppy? It's the one. Smash and grab." Chen Mo laughed. "By the way, help me match a set of pet supplies and puppy food." "Alright, I'll arrange it for you right away." Soon the attendant picked out a pet kennel, food bowl, dog food, pet snacks and other things for Chen Mo. Lu Qinlan was very generous and directly paid by credit card, causing the attendant to look at Chen Mo a few more times. It was as if they were treating him as a little white boy. "Right, what time are you open until?" "Our pet store is usually open until 9 o'clock at night. We have to go buy something else next. It's not appropriate to put the puppy in the car for a long time, so I'll put it here first. I'll come pick it up at night and take it home." "Yes, don't worry. We will take good care of it for you. If you have something you can't get away from in the future and don't have time to take care of your pet, you can also send your pet to the trustees at any time. We promise we'll take care of them just as well as if they were at home." Although the little earth dog that would grow into a 9th order beast king after 1 year of adoption, Chen Mo did not receive a direct reward prompt from the system. "It seems that this puppy has to understand that I am its master before it counts." Chen Mo wasn't in a hurry about this. Taking it back and raising it a little, the puppy would still recognize its owner relatively quickly, at least better than a wild stray animal. If it was really a purely wild animal, trying to get the other party to recognize themselves as the master, the difficulty would not be comparable to what it is now. The puppy has been adopted. Where to next? I'll be your full-time driver today. Order me at any time, Lu Qinlan said with a smile. Then let's go eat something expensive. I don't know any high-end dining establishments. Feel free to find one. My treat. Chen Mo laughed. Chen Mo remembered that the third item of the daily quest was to enjoy a sumptuous and beautiful meal in the end times. I've said that I'm treating today. No one is allowed to steal from me. So let's go to the purple jade cuisine under our Yang Lu Xian's name, Lu Qinlan said with a careless smile. Then listen to the rich woman, Chen Mo joked. As the two of them walked out of the pet store, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Chen Mo's ears. System tip: congratulations to the host for successfully escaping unharmed from a nest full of alien beasts. And in the middle of the journey, he came into close contact with more than 90% of them. Your courage and luck is shocking. Hereby rewarding the host with 2,000 survival points and a C-grade gift pack. At this time, Chen Mo had a B-ranked gift pack and a C-ranked gift pack unopened respectively. Sitting in Lu Qinlan's car, Chen Mo chatted with Lu Qinlan while pretending to play with his cell phone, but in reality, he was clicking on the gift packs in the translucent screen of the system in front of him. He first clicked on the B-grade gift pack that he had previously obtained because he had reached a false relationship with Lu Qinlan. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the B-grade item, perspective glasses. Perspective glasses, after putting it on, you can freely adjust the magnitude of your perspective with a single movement of your mind, and you can easily see through various walls and blockages to observe whether your surroundings are safe or not. You can wear this item in an invisible state. After reading the introduction of the perspective glasses, Chen Mo couldn't help but flash a strange look on his face. Why does this system always feel like something is wrong? Having just given an invisibility ability in the front, and now a perspective ability, it looks like these two abilities are indeed useful when it comes to surviving in the end times. But in this current world, it always feels like their regular usage is strange. Chen Mo directly chose to wear the see-through glasses in an invisible state. At this time, although he had already put on the see-through glasses, on the surface it was completely invisible. With the perspective glasses on, Chen Mo immediately intentionally debugged the degree of perspective. Soon the crossbar of the car in front of him gradually became transparent, slowly showing the engine and other things in front of the car. These things originally normal situation is impossible to sit directly in the car to see. The utility of the see-through glasses was obvious. Confirming the effect of the stuff, Chen Mo subconsciously turned his head to look at Lu Qinlan. This glance almost didn't give him a jolt of fear, because the perspective was set too high. He only saw a skeleton and internal organs sitting on his left side when he took this glance. He hurriedly reset his perspective. At this moment, when Lu Qinlan saw Chen Mo keep looking at himself, she asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did I get something on my face?" "Yes." "Ah, what did you get on it?" Lu Qinlan immediately asked. "Stained a bit to look good." Chen Mo laughed. "But your earthy love language can be too earthy." Lu Qinlan thought that she had really dipped something, but it turned out that she didn't realize that Chen Mo was speaking earthy love words. After resetting his perspective, Chen Mo didn't look around anymore. However, recalling the scene just now, Chen Mo realized that Lu Qinlan's cervical vertebrae had a little problem. This perspective glasses of mine seems to be quite useful, being able to detect danger while also seemingly being able to see the doctor. This B rank reward is quite good. Chen Mo was very satisfied with the gift pack reward he had just received, and he immediately opened the remaining C rank gift pack in his backpack. System alert: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining a C rank item, ring blade. Ring blade, normally, you can wear it as a jewelry ring on your middle finger, and at critical moments, you can stimulate the sharp edge within the ring blade, and you can freely adjust the length and width of the sharp edge, and the sharp edge can extend up to half a meter in length, and the width of the blade is flush with the back of your hand. Please do not wear it on other fingers, or it may affect its use. Wow, a high-tech weapon. Ah, a freely retractable blade? Chen Mo directly took out the ring and wore it on his right middle finger. Lu Qinlan was concentrating on driving, so he didn't see what Chen Mo was doing, and even if he did, he would only see that he was wearing a ring. Chen Mo's left hand slightly blocked his right hand. As long as the edge of the ring on his middle finger did not stretch too long, Lu Qinlan could not see it. Chen Mo had only slightly experimented. This ring blade could indeed be freely adjusted with his mind, and between his mind's movements, the area in the center of the ring on his middle finger that appeared to be a gemstone, suddenly extended a small sword. And the material of the ring blade was tough. The surface was smooth. It looked extremely sharp, and even the surface of the ring blade was emitting a faint energy fluctuation. Can this ring blade still be enchanted with energy? After fusing his werewolf physique, Chen Mo now had a special perception of energy. Although he was still unable to perfectly call upon the energy within his body for application, he could at least sense that there was a special kind of energy present within the human body. Chen Mo temporarily referred to this energy as internal energy. After confirming the sharpness of the ring blade, Chen Mo also attempted some rapid stretching and retracting maneuvers to test the response speed of the ring blade in emergency situations. The expansion and contraction changes of the ring blade could be said to have almost no delay, which was very important and could even be an integral part of some tactics. During the entire process, Lu Qinlan still didn't realize that Chen Mo was performing any special experiments, and only felt his hands making some tiny movements. After the experiment was completed, Chen Mo retracted the ring blade back into his ring, restoring its usual decorative nature. He smiled faintly, silently expecting to utilize it in future adventures. Soon enough, Lu Qinlan had driven Chen Mo to their own high-end restaurant, Purple Jade Cuisine. After parking the car in a familiar manner, she immediately led Chen Mo towards the main entrance of the restaurant. If you bring me to your own property to eat, will it be discovered and reported to your elders? Chen Mo suddenly thought of this possibility. It won't. None of them know me. They only know the Supreme VIP card. Lu Qinlan took out a purple gold-colored card and said with a smile, "That's good." As they spoke, the two of them had already walked to the entrance of the restaurant, and just as they came over, Chen Mo's ears immediately rang with a familiar system beep. System alert, detecting a large number of aberrants as well as a large number of monsters gathering in front, guessing it to be an intense battlefield. Please be careful traveling through it. Oh, this time the hint has turned into a large number of altered beings? Good lord. Rich people are more adaptable than ordinary people even in the end times. Their influence was still there when the social order first started to crumble. Could it be that they used this to build shelters and such to preserve themselves? Chen Mo couldn't help but speculate. After all, there were many people in the park before, but there wasn't a reminder of a large number of exalts like this. Instead, the vast majority were monsters. Chen Mo did not care about the system prompts, but instead looked towards this Michelin 3-star Chinese restaurant in front of him. The architectural style of this restaurant was elegant and magnificent. The building's appearance fused traditional Chinese elements and modern design, displaying a unique flavor. There was a golden signboard hanging above the main door, on which were written the three big words Purple Jade Xian. The font was inlaid with gorgeous purple jade, glittering. Following Lu Qinlan into the restaurant, the first thing Chen Mo could smell was a faint aroma of tea that greeted him. Looking at the surroundings again, the decor was elegant, the interior space was well laid out, and the traditional mahogany furniture and modern design elements were skillfully matched to create a serene and honorable atmosphere for the entire space. Exquisite porcelain and silver tableware are placed on each table, showing the restaurant's ultimate pursuit of quality. As a 3-star Michelin Chinese restaurant, Ziyuan is internationally renowned for its culinary excellence and unique Chinese cuisine. The entire dining area is well lit, and the atrium garden can be seen through the windows, adding a sense of natural freshness. The waiters in the store were dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, and immediately after Chen Mo and his two men came in, the waiters courteously walked over, ready to guide the guests to their seats. Good day to you too. This store is a reservation membership system. May I ask how many tables you two have reserved? Lu Qinlan casually took out the purple golden card and said, "No reservation. Is there anyone using the 95 private room?" As soon as he saw the Supreme Member card, the waiter immediately looked respectable and said, "Dear Supreme Member, welcome to our restaurant. No one is using the No. 95 private room at this time. It's empty. Please follow me." Hearing this, Lu Qinlan smiled and signaled Chen Mo to follow the waiter. The two of them were then led into the depths of the restaurant. Along the way, the waiter methodically led the way for them. Professional and considerate. 95 private room? Is there anything special about this private room? Chen Mo asked curiously as he looked towards Lu Qinlan, who was naturally wrapping her arm around him like a real girlfriend. What is the ancient emperor called the dignity of? Lu Qinlan asked with a slight smile. The honor of the 9 to 5? Chen Mo immediately reacted and laughed. So that's what it means. It's still you rich people who can play word games. Soon the two were brought to the most luxurious private room in the store. Entering the No. 95 private room, Chen Mo couldn't help but look around curiously. The private room was lavishly decorated, with exquisite vases placed on the mahogany carved round table, and the flowers emitting a faint fragrance. The emerald-colored curtains swayed gently, and through the windows, one could see the scenery of the courtyard outside. The decoration style of the private room is a blend of classical and modern elements, and there are some ancient paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, which can be the authentic works of famous masters, showing the deep heritage of traditional Chinese culture. The whole private room is bright and spacious, and the chandelier at the top embellishes the high ceiling with exquisite design. In the quiet atmosphere, Lu Qinlan smiled and introduced. The decoration here is inspired by the ancient palace. Every place is carefully designed and contains many valuable art treasures. Even a piece of porcelain casually placed on the table is a valuable antique. Oh, this word out. Chen Mo laughed bitterly. Then I have to be careful with this action. If I accidentally break something, I'm afraid I can't afford to lose all my money. It's okay, you can still sell your body to pay off your debt, Lu Qinlan said with a teasing smile. Between the two joking, the waiter had already fetched the menu over. Good day to you too. Our No. 95 private room has a total of 9 sets of supreme set meals. I don't know if you two are prepared to directly choose one of the set meal orders, or order on your own. What do you say, dear? Lu Qinlan handed the menu to Chen Mo, wanting him to choose for himself. Chen Mo looked at the names of the dishes on the menu that had been changed to be extremely extraordinary and said, these dishes are named with such style that I don't even know what they are. It's better for you to order them. Alright then, is there anything you don't like to eat? I'm not a picky eater. Just pick what you like. Chen Mo smiled. At this time, the waitress beside her listened to the conversation between the two, and had already treated Chen Mo as the same as the waitress at the pet store before, as a little white boy who had fallen for a rich lady. She didn't pay too much attention to Chen Mo, but focused on serving Lu Qinlan. Just the third set. By the way, add a special dish that is limited today. By the way, order the master. There are only 2 of us to avoid waste. Please make the amount of each dish less. Lu Qinlan said sophisticatedly. Okay, both of you please wait. The dishes will come up soon. The waiter smiled and accepted the order before quickly leaving the private room. In a short while, an exquisite dish was brought onto the table one after another. The exquisite plating and materials used for the 9 to 5 set meal were still very elaborate. Whether it was the color and shape of the dishes, or the taste, it was all first class. The special dishes are even more unique. From the presentation to the flavor fully highlights the chef's creativity and cooking skills. Eat without words, sleep without words. After the dishes were served, Lu Qinlan and Chen Mo quietly savored each dish together, deeply immersed in the flavor of the food. After the two finished their meal, the waiter came forward and respectfully said, are you two still enjoying your dining experience? Our Purple Jade Pavilion will do a simple research after the guests' meal, in order to better serve the guests in the future. Can you two say what dishes you are most satisfied with and what you are dissatisfied with in today's meal? There are no dissatisfied places. For the satisfied dishes, the roasted pigeon just now was really delicious. With crispy skin and tender meat, the aroma was great. Chen Mo smiled. Lu Qinlan also nodded and said to another dish, braised 9 turns immortal eel is also a masterpiece. Tender in the mouth and full of aroma. This dish is good and can be recommended more often. Seeing that the two didn't have any bad reviews, the waiter smiled and recorded the two's recommendations before sending them out the door. As Chen Mo ate and drank his fill of this meal, the system prompts also immediately rang in his ears. System prompt, congratulations, you have successfully completed the daily task. 3. Even this meal was a little too sumptuous for the end of the world. You have over-completed the daily task. This reward is doubled. You have gained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. When checking out at the door, Chen Mo finally saw how expensive this so-called supreme set meal was. I didn't feel it when I ate it, but I was scared to death when I saw the price. This supreme set meal is actually calculated by head count, and the per capita price is as high as $100,000. 2 people is 200,000. Counting the service fee and so on, all of a sudden is more than 200,000. Chen Mo originally thought that although the cost of using the meal might be more expensive, it should be taken care of in $10,000. He had really never thought that a meal could cost $200,000 at once. This supreme set meal is also too expensive. Walking out of the restaurant, Chen Mo couldn't help but say, that private room is generally used to entertain special status guests. The package price is an imaginary number no one will care. Lu Qinlan laughed lightly. This is eating people's mouths short. How can I feel good about eating $100,000 at once? Chen Mo laughed. It's called consume first and serve later. Since I asked you to help out, this will be a thank you gift in the early stages. What is there to be embarrassed about? Lu Qinlan smiled carelessly and said, honey, where to go next? There's not much left to do. I'll just buy some necessities and go home next. I'll accompany you wherever you want to go. Chen Mo said with a light smile. Then you accompany me. Lu Qinlan had just gotten halfway through her sentence when the phone in her hand suddenly rang. Hey, well, I'm at the Purple Jade Xian. What's wrong? Good. No, I'll come right away. Hanging up the phone, Lu Qinlan glanced apologetically at Chen Mo and said, sorry, my dad suddenly called me back. I don't know what's going on. Let's see you tomorrow. It can't be because uncle knows about you eating here with me. Chen Mo guessed. It shouldn't be possible. The people in this store don't know me. It's impossible to know. When I go back to take a look I'll know. How about I send you back first? No, I'll just take a taxi back later. It just so happens that there's a supermarket nearby. I'll go buy something. Chen Mo refused. That's good. Then I'll leave first. See you later. Saying goodbye to Lu Qinlan, Chen Mo walked towards the nearby supermarket. He was prepared to buy some daily supplies to go back and get today's daily quest, done. He had just approached the supermarket when he immediately received a system prompt. System alert, detected a large amount of daily necessities ahead, but there is an army of alien beasts led by a ninth-order mutant rat king inside. Detected an incomparably huge gap in strength between the host and the other party. Please stay away from it as soon as possible. Who is more powerful, the ninth order mutant rat king or the ninth order beast king from before? Chen Mo curiously asked the system. System tip, generally speaking, for the same type of foreign beast, the mutant will be stronger than the non-mutant, but non-similar types of foreign beasts can't be simply compared. I see. Then will the final reward I submit for subjugating a ninth order beast king and a ninth order mutant beast king be the same? System prompt, the main quest, taming fey beasts requires only rank, so rewards will only be given out according to rank. As long as the rank is the same, the rewards for that fey beast's mutation or not will be the same. That's good. If the rewards for mutants were higher than normal ones, Chen Mo would only have to search for another 9th rank mutant pet to return. Ignoring the system's warning, Chen Mo slowly stepped inside the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, Chen Mo directly activated his perspective glasses. He wanted to see where the so-called 9th order mutant Mouse King was located in this supermarket. If he could kill this future 9th order mutant Mouse King, he might be able to brush up a wave of big rewards. The business of this supermarket was still relatively good, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going inside. So much so that after Chen Mo adjusted the perspective of his perspective glasses, his eyes were filled with skeletons, which was comparable to 100 ghosts walking at night. Luckily, he had already learned about it before through Lu Qinlan, so he was quite adapted to it. He didn't care about the skeletal people around him, but swept his gaze to the ceiling, the floor under his feet, and the surrounding walls. In broad daylight, these rats were most likely hiding inside these shelters. However, the supermarket was too big, and Chen Mo just strolled around with his perspective for quite a while without seeing a single rat. Just when he was about to doubt whether the system's hints were reliable or not, he finally swept up a rat. At this moment, this rat was hiding behind the wall in the passageway that they had dug out themselves. However, the rat's head didn't display the 9th order mutant rat king title, so it was obvious that this rat was just an ordinary minion. Chen Mo didn't care about it. Instead he swept his gaze to the neighborhood. Since he saw the rat, the other rats around should not be far away. Sure enough, soon Chen Mo saw quite a few rats gathering behind the nearby wall. However, there was still no that so-called 9th order mutant rat king within this group of rats. For such a big supermarket, it seems that the food is indeed good enough to fatten up so many rats. Under Chen Mo's perspective, the rats behind the wall were all long and fat. After checking this nest of rats and confirming that there was no mutant rat king, Chen Mo could only continue his search. However, if someone paid attention to his behavior at this moment, they would find it very strange, because ever since he entered the supermarket, apart from looking at the ceiling and the ground, he was staring at the surrounding walls, completely unlike this normal person entering the supermarket. It was good that this supermarket was big enough, with so many monitors, and no one was paying special attention to his behavior. It was only after Chen Mo had almost strolled around the supermarket that he finally spotted the 9th order mutant rat king. It had to be said that a rat king was a rat king, and Chen Mo admired its bullishness, because it wasn't hiding behind any walls at all. This kid actually dared to directly drill into the surrounding meter area in broad daylight. As this area is piled up with many bags of rice, this kid drilled in the middle of a large pile of stacked rice bags, and if you don't move the rice bags away, you can't really see it. At this moment, it had already gnawed through the bottom bag of rice bags and was stealing rice. Good lord, there's actually such a big rat? Chen Mo was shocked at the sight of this rat, because this rat had actually grown to be almost as big as a cat. No wonder it was able to evolve into a mutant rat king. It really does have some capital. Although he found the rat king, at this time it was hiding in the middle of a large pile of rice bags. Chen Mo was not able to do it directly, and still needed to move the rice bags away some. However, the act of moving the rice bags away would most likely startle the mutant rat king below to scare it away. Chen Mo decided to boost his attributes some more to ensure that this guy could not escape from under his nose. After all, although his attributes were already high for a human at this point, the focus of an animal's attributes was different. Killing this kind of rat should be a casual stomp with my current strength, so let's just specialize in agility. Otherwise I might not be able to keep up with its speed. As Chen Mo clicked to raise his agility attribute, the system prompt also immediately rang out. System tip, you are adding the agility attribute. The current agility base attribute of 2 points has reached the gene cap. It was detected that you have fused the werewolf bloodline. Your attribute ceiling has been raised to 5 points. Will you proceed to raise it? This werewolf bloodline wasn't drawn in vain before. Not only did it raise the attribute ceiling, it also gave 4 super strong abilities. Just now Chun Mo was able to discover this mutant rat king in the middle of the rice bag. It was because of his super perception ability. His keen sense of smell directly smelled something wrong. He turned his head to look at the rice bag area and used his perspective glasses to see this mutant rat king. However, although the upper limit of attributes was raised, the selling price of this attribute point was a thump in Chen Mo's heart, because according to the previous attribute enhancement selling price, this time the selling price should be 200 points, but this time it became 400 points. If the price doubled for every 1 point of attribute enhancement, who could afford to enhance this attribute point? It was important to realize that if the multiplier was doubled infinitely, it would only take a very small number of times to turn the number up significantly. Although the price of attributes was a bit of a slur in his heart, he still had to spend it. Chen Mo tearfully shelled out for 900 survival points to raise his agility attribute from 2 points to 3 points. According to 1 point to 2 points, the selling price should continue to increase after 3 points. I hope it's not an infinite doubling. Chen Mo decided to see how this attribute selling price was actually calculated. Only from the selling price after 2 points. It was temporarily impossible to determine the increase in selling price for the subsequent points, but if the selling price continued to change after 3 points, the pattern could be seen completely. As Chen Mo chose to continue raising his attributes, the system prompt also sounded again. System prompt, you are adding the agility attribute. The current agility base attribute of 3 points has reached the gene cap. Detecting that you have fused the werewolf bloodline, your attribute cap has increased to 5 points. Do you want to proceed with the enhancement? Oh, 900 points. Okay, it's not an infinite doubling boost, but rather boosting according to the number of attribute base points as a multiplier. This way, the selling price boost is still within the acceptable range. Chen Mo was afraid that the selling price would be 100 points for 1 point attribute, 200 points for 2 points attribute x 2 times, 300 points for 3 points attribute x 4 times, and 400 points for 4 points attribute x 8 times. If the doubling continues like this, the following is 16 times. 32 times will be a very horrible doubling. This point earning until death is not enough. However, the current doubling pattern was much more acceptable as it was just linear growth. Chen Mo immediately continued to consume survival points to raise his agility attribute. Raising the agility attribute from 3 to 4 points cost Chen Mo another 350 points. Just raising the attribute points from 2 to 4 had cost Chen Mo a total of 250 points. The survival points that had just accumulated to 819 points were consumed by Chen Mo in a flash, leaving him with only 569 points. However, after doubling his agility, Chen Mo felt that his reflexes had become incredibly sharp, and he could feel all the changes around him clearly. Although he didn't test his speed at this time, Chen Mo knew very well that his current speed was definitely far more than the mouse in the bag of rice. Attributes had been added, so it was time to startle the rat. Chen Mo tried to knock on the rice bag next to him, wanting to scare the rat out by knocking on the mountain. However, although his action of knocking on the rice bag startled the rat was very cunning. It directly stayed in place and did not move, as if it wanted to use this to completely hide its breath. The ghost thing is still quite resourceful. Seeing that the future 9th order mutant Mouse King refused to come out, Chen Mo could only move his hands to open the rice bag. At this time, the supermarket attendant saw Chen Mo's behavior and immediately came over curiously and said, "Sir, every bag of these rice is the same. I just saw a big rat burrowing into this. If we don't deal with it, I'm afraid that the rice you have here will be stolen and eaten by rats." "Ah, old rats? Where are the rats?" As soon as Chen Mo's words came out, the supermarket attendant immediately hid behind Chen Mo's back in shock and looked around. Seeing this 5 big and thick male waiter beside him suddenly turned into a small woman's posture hiding behind himself, Chen Mo was speechless for a while and said, "It's right here. You quickly call someone to help move the rice bags away." Just now this male waiter was originally afraid of the rats wanting to flee in a hurry. Getting this statement from Chen Mo, just in time to have an excuse to leave, he immediately nodded his head and said, "That's fine. Please stand guard here. I'll call someone right away." As he left, Chen Mo then utilized his agility and strength to carry the rice bags at a very fast speed. As Chen Mo quickly moved away the rice bags, the Rat King hiding in the middle of a large pile of rice bags also changed his position in time, always hiding himself in the center of the remaining rice bags. However, he could not hide from the first day but not the 15th. With Chen Mo's handling speed, the waiter just called for people. Chen Mo has already emptied the rice bags enough to see the huge rat. At this time, the other supermarket personnel around them came over and saw the large amount of rice that Chen Mo had carried to the neighborhood as well as the large rat in the middle of the 2 piles of rice bags that were still remaining in the middle area at a glance. "Ah, what a big rat! As soon as the male waiter who had just returned saw such a large rat, he immediately stomped his feet in a scream of terror. Even his tenor soared out. Around the other supermarket personnel to see such a big rat is also shocked. Did not expect the supermarket actually hid such a thing? This bird thing grows so fat. This is to steal food. How many things in the supermarket? As the male waiter screamed, the huge rat was also startled. As a future ninth order mutant rat king, this guy, even if it was just an ordinary rat, it was still not lacking in rat king demeanor. Seeing that there were so many people around and it was not good for him to run away, he immediately bared his teeth fiercely and threateningly at Chen Mo, and then prepared to run away in his direction. After all, there was only one person in Chen Mo's direction, plus the fact that Chen Mo's back was closer to the security door. It could run away quickly. It naturally chose the easiest escape route, but unfortunately, it chose the wrong target. It was possible for it to use its terrifying figure and speed to scare the crowd into escaping from any other side, but on Chen Mo's side, it wouldn't work. Seeing the huge rat launching its explosive charge, the people around them were in a panic. After all, most people were still relatively afraid of this thing. Some might not be afraid, but they would instinctively feel nauseous towards this kind of thing and would also choose to avoid it. However, after they saw that the direction of the big rat's explosive charge was Chen Mo's side, a person in charge immediately exclaimed, "Guests, be careful. Dodge straight away. Don't get bitten by it." After all, Chen Mo was a guest. If he was bitten by a rat inside their supermarket, they might have to take responsibility for it. He was naturally concerned about Chen Mo's safety. Chen Mo saw so many people around. If a foot stomped on the rat, more or less a little bad influence. He pretended to dodge to the back of the security door, which makes this big rat can also follow him smoothly directly to the back of the security door in a puff of smoke. Escaped from the supermarket, to the safe passage behind the security door. The rat thought he was already safe, but the next moment it only felt a darkness in front of its eyes. There is no longer any consciousness, because at this moment, its head had already been stomped on by Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not choose to use the ring blade, because this would result in leaving an obvious sharp cutting damage. It would not be easy to explain if the rat's corpse was seen in a while. He chose the most primitive way of killing. However, he originally just wanted to stomp it to death and forget about it, but in the end, he didn't collect the force and directly stomped the rat's head. After this body's strength was increased, it still needed some time to adapt to the use of strength. Looking at the shoes that were stained with the rat's meat foam, Chen Mo smiled bitterly. It seems like I can't have these shoes anymore. The moment Chen Mo's side stepped on the rat, the system prompt immediately followed. System prompt detected that the host has killed the ninth order mutant rat king with zero order combat power. Your divine might is extraordinary. Your martial valor is unfathomable. You can truly be called the god of war of the world. This is the host's first time to kill a ninth order enemy, and it is also the first time to kill an enemy. So this reward is greatly increased. Hereby rewarding the host with a SSS grade gift pack. How come there's only gift packs? Where are the points? System tip: SSS grade gift packs are not normally rewarded directly, and can only be purchased through points. The system selling price is worth 100 million points, so this points reward has actually been included in the SSS grade gift pack. And the more times the SSS grade grand gift pack is purchased, the more expensive it is. This rewarded SSS grade grand gift pack will not affect the selling price of the SSS grade grand gift pack to be purchased in the future. 100 million points? So expensive? Receiving the system's answer, Chen Mo did not dwell on the lack of point rewards. Rewarding 1 million or 800,000 points, how could it not be as valuable as 100 million points? At this time, he didn't rush to open the gift pack, because the people around him had already chased after him. After coming to the security door, the crowd only saw the corpse of the rat whose head had been stomped on and Chen Mo who was unharmed. The person in charge of the supermarket immediately looked at Chen Mo and said, "I'm really sorry, I guessed. It's our supermarket check is not in place. Actually ran out, such a big rat disturbed you. You see how much your pair of shoes. We compensate according to the price." How? Chen Mo was a bit surprised. Did not expect the person in charge of the supermarket actually so on the road. They have not said anything. He proposed to compensate. At this time, the other party continued, "I just hope that today's matter can be so passed. Guests go out and please do not go around to publicize. Do you see? We can press the original price of many times compensation to you." After listening to the second half of the other party's sentence, Chen Mo realized, the original is not mainly a matter of compensation, but a matter of closure. Although it was normal for a rat or something to appear in a supermarket, after all, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be a rat in their home? This thing is still possible to appear even if it is cleaned again. Just this time the rat is too big. Spread out more or less is a bit of bad influence. So the supermarket responsible person is thinking of shutting up. Chen Mo didn't care. This time he was able to come over here to pick up a 9th order mutant rat king's kill reward for nothing. He had already earned hemp, so he waved his hand and said, "No need for any compensation. Such a big place. There are still some fast food restaurants around. It's normal for a rat to appear. I believe in the hygiene conditions of your supermarket, and I won't go out and say anything about what happened today. I believe in the hygiene of your supermarket, and I won't go out and say anything about today's incident. Please rest assured." This sentence is directly to the supermarket responsible person's heart. It should be said, the rat is certainly the nearby fast food restaurants to provoke the fertilization. Not their supermarket health is not in place. See what they want to say directly by Chin Mo said. The supermarket is also a person in charge of shrewd people. Where people say no compensation directly say no compensation. He immediately said, how to say is also dirty your shoes. If you do not want to compensate, or so, guests today in our supermarket inside the consumption of all by our supermarket to pay the bill. You look at the choice on the line. Hear each other say so. Chen Mo thought feasible. They do not need to buy too many things. The other side also do not have to eat too much loss. They do not take away something. The other side, on the contrary, but also have to worry about their own mouth is not strict. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't push back any further. He smiled and said, alright then, that's going to knock you guys down quite a bit. Where's the word? Disturbing the guests is something we should compensate for, the person in charge of the supermarket said with a smile. From Chen Mo's talk just now, he was also able to tell what kind of person Chen Mo was. If you really want to knock on the door, isn't it good to ask for money directly? Who would care about the value of buying something at the supermarket? So Chen Mo's mouth said knocking. In the other side heard that is not care. Soon the person in charge got 2 towels, one to put on the ground for Chen Mo to wipe the soles of his shoes, and one to wipe the stains splattered on the top of Chen Mo's shoes. Then he asked someone to push a shopping cart and let Chen Mo shop for the items in the supermarket. Chen Mo didn't choose anything too much. He just followed the system's requirements and chose some living supplies to come back. The system requirement was for 3 days, so Chen Mo bought some more in order to continue to brush up on the multiple rewards. Chen Mo chose 2 boxes of instant noodles and 2 boxes of mineral water. Nothing else was bought. These 2 cases of instant noodles plus 2 cases of mineral water were almost able to eat for half a month. Chen Mo was mainly testing to see if the rewards of the daily quests would have multiple rewards in addition to double. Guest, this is too little. You take some more? No need. It's already enough to eat. Chen Mo smiled and shrugged it off. Seeing that Chen Mo can obviously whore for nothing and still choose such a cheap thing, the person in charge of the supermarket instead felt that it was less. After all, people are preoccupied. He is also preoccupied. That can't be. These plus more are more or less the same. He sent Chen Mo 2 additional boxes of self-heating pots and 2 boxes of drinks, which were much more expensive than what Chen Mo chose on his own. In this way, a month's worth of meals were already available. Under the hospitality of the person in charge of the supermarket, Chen Mo could only accept these things. Due to the fact that he had bought a bit too many things, the person in charge of the supermarket was even willing to take the initiative to help him deliver the goods to his door. This sealing behavior was just like doing a very good job. The person who caused Chen Mo to be speechless was also speechless. Guest, I happen to be going out for a trip. Take you back on the way. Where is your home? Looking at the capable middle-aged man in front of him, Chen Mo smiled. That would be too much trouble for you. No way. It's all just by the way. But I still have to make a trip to the do quite good pet shop to pick up the puppy, so it wouldn't be good to trouble you. Chen Mo refused. It doesn't matter. I know that pet store. My family's puppy was bought at their house. It just so happens that I'm also going to buy some dog food to go back. By the way, Chen Mo listened but did not refuse anymore. After all, people are so passing by. The person in charge of the supermarket found a bunch of things to help Chen Mo to move on the car, then carried Chen Mo towards the pet store quite good to drive. After chatting in the car, Chen Mo learned that the person in charge of the supermarket named Zhao Hai, 40 years old this year. The family has 2 children. The family in the magic city of this inch of land. Life is still not easy. Of course the specific is really not easy. Or hope to win Chen Mo's sympathy, do not go out and talk nonsense. Chen Mo does not know, but listening to the other party's sincerity, there is nothing that seems like a lie. Hearing the other party say that his usual routine was very irregular, Chen Mo immediately activated his perspective glasses to check Zhao Hai's physical condition. Sure enough, he saw that his liver and stomach were not very good. Staying up late hurt the liver, and irregular work and rest hurt the stomach. Chen Mo kindly reminded the other party of a few things. Soon the 2 arrived at the do quite good pet shop. After Chen Mo retrieved the puppy and a bunch of pet supplies, Zhao Hai simply bought a bag of dog food and some pet snacks. Carrying Chen Mo back to the famous garden neighborhood, Zhao Hai marveled. The prices in this neighborhood aren't cheap. I know a very good sister. She gave me a very cheap rent so I can live here. Chen Mo smiled and said back. So that's how it is. It shouldn't be convenient for outside cars to enter this neighborhood. Let me help you move your stuff in together. How can that be a good idea? I'll just do it myself. It's already sent you to your doorstep. It's not that bad, Zhao Hai said with a smile as he lifted the 2 boxes. Seeing that this big brother was so enthusiastic, Chen Mo didn't refuse anymore. He picked up several boxes of stuff in one breath and walked ahead. Seeing Chen Mo carrying 4 boxes of drinks and still walking as if flying, Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. The weight of these 4 boxes of drinks was not small. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Chen Mo didn't look very strong, but unexpectedly had some innate godly strength in his body. 2 trips back and forth. Soon all of Chen Mo's things were moved to his doorstep. After the stuff is moved, then little brother, I'll leave first, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Tough on you big brother Zhao. I'll see you off. Chen Mo's perspective glasses saw that Zhao Hai's waist actually had some lumbar muscle strain, and he had actually purposely tried to pick the heavy things to move just now, wanting to leave the light ones for Chen Mo. Based on this, Chen Mo felt that this big brother Zhao was still very honest. It was no wonder that he had behaved the way he did before. If he was a cunning person, he wouldn't have done all this himself. As the saying goes, return the favor by throwing in the towel. Chen Mo was also a man of honor. When he sent Zhao Hai out the door, while reaching out and touching him, he had already activated his healing light skill. He began to treat his back injuries as well as the damage to his 5 organs and 6 bowels. However, treating so many injuries, the amount of spiritual energy consumed wasn't as little as what he had consumed when treating Lin Xinru earlier. Zhao Hai, who had just walked to his car, suddenly felt an incomparably comfortable warm current coming from Chen Mo's palm that covered his back, and this warm current flowed through his entire body at an extremely fast speed. And not only did the hidden pains of lumbar and back pains on his entire body disappear in this instant, but also his liver qi depression, stomach pains disappeared. Even the feeling of liver qi stagnation and stomach discomfort also disappeared. Just as he turned his head in surprise, he only saw that Chen Mo's face was not looking too good at the moment. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Are you alright? Looking at Chen Mo suddenly weakening so much from his lively appearance just now, Zhao Hai hurriedly asked with concern. It's fine. Big brother Zhao, take your time, Chen Mo said with a smile as he braced his tired spirit. But your appearance? Zhao Hai looked at Chen Mo with concern. Probably tired from moving a large pile of stuff just now, Chen Mo said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhao Hai revealed a bitter smile. Just now you were walking as fast as you could with your breath not even messed up a bit. How did this suddenly tire you out like this? Thinking of the warmth coming from his back just now, and the incomparable pain in his whole body at this time, Zhao Hai, who especially loved watching Star Chow's Gambling Saints series of movies, suddenly flashed a thought in his head that he found unbelievable. Does this little brother have supernormal capabilities? Is he the one who cured me? After carefully feeling his entire body, he really couldn't feel any of the hard places anymore. This feeling of his body's sickness instantly disappearing was just too clear and obvious, and it was hard to want to feel like it was an illusion. He immediately pulled Chen Mo to the side and whispered, Little brother, you do not think I speak strange, huh? You will not be what supernormal capabilities it? How do I feel that the sickness on my body disappeared just now when your palm was hot? How can that be? Big brother, you must be mistaken. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go home first. I'll see you in the future. Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand. Looking at Chen Mo's departing figure, Zhao Hai pondered in his heart, but didn't ask any further questions. Since people didn't want to say, they naturally had their reasons. Moreover, there wasn't any actual evidence that proved that his sudden feeling of being soothed all over was caused by someone else's hand. Zhao Hai couldn't help but secretly wonder why he was still godly when he was in his 40s. Watching Zhao Hai leave, Chen Mo secretly said in his heart that the fact that he had cured someone seemed to be something extremely difficult to hide. The other party would have obvious feelings. As Chen Mo returned to his home and moved all the supplies back to his home, the system prompt also finally rang out. System prompt, congratulations on successfully completing the daily mission, and bringing back far more than 3 days worth of survival supplies. You have over-completed the daily mission and this reward has been doubled. You have gained 2,000 survival points and 2 copies of the daily gift pack. At this point, Chen Mo already had 4 daily gift packs and 1 SSS grade gift pack inside his backpack. What kind of extraordinary rewards did this so-called SSS grade gift pack worth 100 million survival points have? Chen Mo was really very curious. He first looked at Lin Xinru's situation in the bedroom at the moment, and after seeing that she was still sleeping lazily, Chen Mo directly took out the SSS grade gift pack and chose to open it. As Chen Mo opened the SSS grade gift pack, the system prompt immediately followed suit. System prompt, opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade superpower, Spacetime Imprisonment. Temporal confinement. When launching this superpower, you will be able to confine an area of spacetime. Within this area, time will stop running. Only you and your recognized targets will be able to move freely. According to your alien ability level affects the speed of alien energy consumption when launching this superpower. At the same time, the larger the range of the area of confinement of spacetime, the longer the confinement time, the more units within the confinement area, and the more the unit's strengths exceed yours, the faster the rate of alien energy consumption. Host's current alien energy level, 0 level. Host's current alien energy, 65 points. Seeing the information prompted by the system, Chenmo's entire speechlessness took hold. At the moment, he was wondering if this system was really a doomsday survival system. It couldn't be the golden finger of the next door ribbon world retiring and re-employing, could it? This system's rewards. First the invisibility ability, then the perspective ability, and now the time suspension. Chenmo seriously suspected that this system had worked as the golden finger of the ribbon world before. These abilities are all the kingly abilities of the ribbon world. Chenmo spat out a sentence before returning his attention to the ability itself. Regardless of where this ability was usually more common, it didn't prevent the strength of this ability from being extremely perverse. Time and space confinement. The entire world could only move by itself. What was the difference between this and forced invincibility? It was definitely a top-notch ability. Reaching the SSS level was also nothing to sneeze at. It's just that the skills that were opened before only required the consumption of mental energy to be activated, but the superpower that was open now required the use of some kind of foreign energy. What exactly was this foreign energy? Chenmo hadn't even figured out. He immediately asked the system, what does this supernatural ability level and foreign energy mean? System tip. The system mall has books on the introduction of foreign energy. The host can buy and flip through them on their own. This all costs money? Chenmo immediately clicked on the system mall to take a look. Luckily, things weren't too expensive, and the basic introduction book was only priced at 10 survival points. Chenmo immediately bought the book and then flipped through its contents. Soon Chenmo understood what this foreign energy was all about. This foreign energy is similar to the internal force of the martial arts world, the spiritual force of the Xiaoxian world, the chi of the Dragon Ball world, the chakra of the Naruto world, and the Nianli of the Hunter world, which is a pure special energy substance. Inside the human body, there is originally foreign energy present, but the stock is very small. Normal human beings in general, the number of foreign energy present in the body is between 1 and 5 points. This special energy, everyone will be unconsciously applied to the weekdays. For example, a father can lift a car to save his own child in a situation of extreme forgetfulness, but afterwards will immediately feel exhausted. No matter how to go back to try to not be able to shake the car again by the slightest bit. In the middle of this is because he unconsciously used the body's heterogeneous energy to strengthen itself. There are many other incidents like this, all of which are stories of forgetfulness and the use of foreign energy to break through the limits of the human body. It's just that people don't know that it's because of the use of foreign energy, only that it's an outbreak of unknown potential in the body. Chenmo now had 65 points of foreign energy, mainly because he had completed the werewolf bloodline fusion combined with his own attribute enhancement to be able to reach this level. When one's attributes reached 2 points, it corresponded to 5 points of ectoplasmic energy. When it reached 3 points, the ectoplasmic energy would be boosted by an additional 10 points. And when the attributes reached 4 points, the ectoplasmic energy would be boosted by an additional 15 points. Chenmo now had 2 points of physique, 2 points of strength, 4 points of agility, and 2 points of spirituality. So the ectoplasmic energy was 5 plus 5 plus 30 plus 5, totaling 45 points. And the werewolf bloodline could increase the ectoplasmic energy by another 20 points. At this point, Chenmo's total amount of ectoplasmic energy was as high as 65 points. But this was still a relatively beginner-level alien energy strength. Only after the alien energy reached 100 points would the level of the alien break through to the first level. The higher the level of the alien energy, the stronger the control of the alien energy would be, and the more perverse the combat power would naturally be. Only after reaching the first level will a normal alien awaken his supernatural abilities. Although Chenmo was only at the 0 rank at this time, because he had awakened his extraordinary superpower in advance through the system gift package, he could already control the alien energy in his body in advance to use it. Previously, Chenmo felt that the power in his body named as internal power was foreign energy. After roughly understanding what the foreign energy was, Chenmo looked up the cultivation method of foreign energy. The result was that the introduction was basically an answer to quenching oneself to enhance all of one's attributes in order to raise the foreign energy. Wasn't this the same as having no shortcuts? You have to work out like crazy? Thinking carefully, Chenmo felt that something was wrong, because according to the system's introduction, half a year after the outbreak of the end of the world, a year after the system descended, The information of all the people he encountered now was the information detected after the system descended a year later. That meant that these 5th order demons, 9th order corpse kings, and 9th order beast kings had all completed their super jumps in rank in just half a year after the outbreak of the end times. This kind of growth speed is obviously not something that can be achieved purely through exercise, right? After looking through the entire book, Chen Mo got the answer. It turns out that in addition to regular exercise, foreign energy can also be strengthened through external things. It's just that although there are many ways to replenish it, many of them have relatively large side effects. Cultivating step by step was the most stable way to enhance it. Of course, even if Chen Mo didn't work hard on his body, his enhancement method was still very secure because he relied on the system to enhance his attributes. As long as he earned enough survival points, wouldn't his attributes be increased as much as he wanted? Putting away the books about foreign energy, Chen Mo decided to try out the temporal confinement superpower that he had just obtained. According to the internal observation method that he had just learned from the books, after he subconsciously perceived his body, he indeed perceived the presence of foreign energy. Almost all of the locations where this foreign energy existed converged at the Dantian. As Chen Mo's mind moved, the foreign energy began to gush out from his Dantian and instantly traveled into his brain area, where there was a source nucleus between the real and the imaginary, which was the key to unleashing his foreign ability. The moment the foreign energy entered the source core, it immediately stimulated the foreign ability contained within. In a split second, the spacetime within 10 meters around Chen Mo was imprisoned. However, at this time, nothing had changed around him, so naturally, the effect of the confinement could not be seen. Chen Mo immediately picked up a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed it, then poured it down, only to find out that even though the cap of the bottle had been unscrewed, the water in the bottle was still sealed as if it had been sealed, and not a single drop was spilled out. Only when Chen Mo sucked at the mouth of the bottle was he able to suck the water out of it. Does this spacetime confinement feel so magical? Although temporal confinement was fun, the loss was also incredibly high. Chen Mo had a total of 65 points of foreign energy, but if he only confined the surrounding 10 meters, the foreign energy consumption per second would be as high as 5 points. In other words, even if he only confined the surrounding 10 meters, his total amount of foreign energy would only be enough to confine him for 10 seconds, which was really not enough time. Of course, this may also have something to do with his current zero-order alien energy cultivation. After all, according to the system's introduction of the temporal confinement ability, the higher Chen Mo's own strength level is, the less energy will be consumed. After testing this so-called SSS grade ability, Chen Mo felt that it was still worthy of its value. Even if it was just the current 10 seconds of confinement, it was equivalent to a 10 seconds of invincibility, which was incredibly useful at critical moments. This ability was very crucial whether it was used for offense or defense or escape. For example, when someone attacked you, you didn't need to be imprisoned for too long at all. You only need to be imprisoned for 1 second, and then you can immediately learn the other party's attack movements and make evasive maneuvers. So don't look at the total confinement time, but if you divide it up into smaller confinement time points, it can have a very strong strategic effect. After confirming the effects of his superpower, Chen Mo took out the 4 daily gift packs he obtained today. With the opening of the 4 daily gift packs, Chen Mo obtained 3 daily supplies and unexpectedly opened a special function card. System tip: opening the packs was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the function card Transport Card X1. Teleportation card: you can record a location in advance. After the card is excited, it will be consumed at the cost of consuming this card, and will teleport you directly to the previously recorded location. Please note that this item has a 3-second excitation time, during which time, once you are attacked, it will result in an interruption of the teleportation. However, the consumption of the card is irreversible. Oh, I thought that the daily gift packs would only give some useless survival supplies, but they would actually give this kind of practical and functional little card? Although it's a disposable prop, it's really useful at critical moments. Holding this kind of card, first record a point in a safe location. Once any danger is found, directly activate the card. You can quickly teleport. This functional utility is excellent, especially when the old king next door. It was most applicable. Chen Mo put away the card and returned to the bedroom. Little lazybones, it's already big afternoon, time to get up. Looking at Lin Shinru, who was sleeping more and more soundly, Chen Mo smiled and poked her little face. Hate it, brother Mo, stop it. System tip: warning, warning, it has been detected that the host is provoking a 9th order corpse king for no apparent reason. Please do not continue this behavior. Otherwise, with the host's current cultivation, the consequences of angering the other party will be incredibly serious. Good fellow, did you forget about the matter that I just defeated the 9th rank mutant Mouse King? Chen Mo was a bit speechless. He had just praised himself for his extraordinary power and unfathomable martial valor. He could really be called the god of war of the world. And then he turned around and distrusted himself so much. Seeing that this girl was still so sleepy, Chen Mo didn't call her again. Now that he has the ability to heal himself, even if this girl starves out her stomach, it can be easily cured. So it doesn't matter. Just let her go a little bit is no big deal. With nothing else to do next, Chen Mo began his daily exercise routine. His previous high base attribute was because he insisted on daily exercise. Now that his attributes were even higher, he needed to adapt to his strength, speed, and perception as soon as possible. Just like today, because he didn't collect his force, he directly stomped on that rat's head, causing him to not even want the shoes he was wearing today. He was now doing the workout not to continue strengthening his body, but to better control his current body strength. Chen Mo tried lifting the dumbbells that were usually used to practice arm strength. As a result, without thinking about it, with his current strength, lifting this dumbbell almost didn't feel any lifting sensation anymore. It was as if he had grabbed a sponge from the ground and easily lifted it. It could simply be described as effortless. My strength is so strong now? Chen Mo tried to do the folding run again. For a 50-meter toss and run, under normal circumstances taking around 7 seconds would be considered qualified. 6 to 7 seconds would be considered good, and around 6 seconds would be great. But when Chen Mo finished his 50-meter run, his total time was actually less than 3 seconds. His speed today was so fast that he himself was a bit unbelievable. This was close to 60 kilometers per hour. The speed of human power was comparable to driving a car, but even at this speed, it still didn't surpass the extreme speed of the animals on Earth. It is important to know that the cheetah's maximum speed can reach 120 kilometers per hour. But the cheetah can reach such a fast speed as not really can do an hour run full 120 kilometers. After all, animals are animals. It is impossible to run so fast and still have such a high endurance. Its short burst speed could reach 120 kilometers per hour, but the durability was not enough. It was obviously not comparable to Chen Mo. Chen Mo had a werewolf bloodline that activated the super physique and had nearly unlimited stamina, so he was able to manage to run for a long time at a high burst speed. In other words, Chen Mo could really manage to run a full 60 kilometers in 1 hour. This was an extremely perverse speed of action for a living creature. After feeling his current speed, Chen Mo felt amazed himself and really wanted to go out directly for a high-speed rampage to feel the thrill of human-powered drag racing. After testing his speed, Chen Mo decided to measure how much power he had now. However, there were no tools readily available at the moment, so Chen Mo directly exchanged a fist power tester from the system mall. Although it was just a testing instrument, the system's selling price was not cheap. Chen Mo spent 100 points to buy it. This meant that it was equivalent to spending $10,000. However, at this point in time, he was so wealthy that he didn't care about this expense. As the fist power testing machine landed on the ground, Chen Mo immediately couldn't wait to start testing. He first tested the power of his left fist, which was not commonly used. As Chen Mo swung his left fist like a spring towards the target of the fist strength tester with a loud hoo, the word 600 kilograms immediately appeared on the fist strength tester. As Chen Mo used his right hand to swing his right hand towards the target again, this blow directly hit a whole 800 kilograms of punching power. This kind of punching power has far exceeded the world's first-class boxers. Boxing champion Tyson has been rumored to be 800 kilograms of punching power is actually 800 pounds. That is to say, almost 360 kilograms of punching power. This kind of punching power has been reported and touted. Chen Mo now left hand 600 kilograms, right hand 800 kilograms punching power. Compared to ordinary people, his punching power has been completely strong. As long as he was willing, his current strength could completely smash a person's head with a single punch. This extraordinary speed and power was still Chen Mo's speed and power without using his foreign energy to enhance it, which showed how amazing his fighting power was at this time. After roughly understanding his current strength, Chen Mo returned inside the living room. At this time, the puppy that had been adopted from the Do Quite Good pet shop had already gradually adapted to its surroundings. Only after its vigilance had dropped a bit did Chen Mo begin to contact it with food, and in accordance with the previous clerk explained, before feeding to give it a name. This way before feeding called its name can be convenient for it to remember. As Chen Mo fed it some small snacks little by little, the puppy's vigilance towards Chen Mo lowered a lot. At first when Chen Mo stroked it, it would still be a bit scared and shrink back, but now it could basically touch it at will. However, Chen Mo hadn't raised any small animals before, and didn't know how to get along with them in order to make them completely recognize their owners. Logically speaking, this kind of puppy should be able to recognize its owner naturally after raising it for a period of time. But Chen Mo wanted to progress slightly faster. He considered that since he had superpowers after Doomsday, Did he have the ability to communicate with animals? Wouldn't it become very convenient to try to tell it to recognize its owner if it could communicate directly? Chen Mo tried asking the system. Does the system mall have any abilities about communicating with animals for sale? System tip: this ability belongs to superpowers. The system does not have a direct sales channel. It needs to be opened by the host through a gift package. So pitiful? This gift pack is all random. How can I open it? System prompt: the system suggests that the host redeem the skill intentional communication. Using this skill can basically serve the purpose of communicating with animals as well. Good lord. I told you earlier. Isn't this idea communication the perfect communication ability? It feels more powerful than even the superpower of communicating with animals. System tip: not really. This idea communication skill is only capable of conveying the host's thoughts to the other party in its entirety through mental power. Similar to a one-way expression communication. Unable to allow both parties to engage in direct mutual communication. I see. That means after I redeem this skill, I'll be able to make the puppy clearly understand what I mean by what I say, but the puppy won't be able to reply to me with its thoughts. System prompt: yes. Then how much does this skill sell for? System prompt: system skills can't be sold directly like superpowers, but the skill can be rewarded by perfectly reaching rewards through daily tasks to get a special reward opportunity. This reward opportunity will have a chance to extract the skill. At the same time, the host can also use this reward opportunity plus enough points to designate to exchange for the needed skill. That means the original reward is gone, and I still have to ride the money to be able to exchange the designated skill? System prompt: yes. It's really dark. Chen Mo suddenly kind of didn't want to change it. He stroked the little yellow dog's head and said, "Little Yellow, from now on, I'll be your master, okay?" Obviously, Little Yellow didn't know, and it lifted its confused little head to look at Chen Mo before sticking out its tongue and licking his palm. Chen Mo smiled and stroked its head, then let it play on the side. He himself took out his cell phone and inquired about the puppy recognizing its owner. The result was that after checking around, he found that puppies recognizing their masters all needed a long time of cultivation before they could do so. Chen Mo was somewhat speechless, so it seems that in the end, it would be faster to exchange the communication of ideas. There was nothing to do for the rest of the day. Chen Mo cooked 2 bowls of noodles by himself. Before cooking the noodles, he woke up Lin Shinru, and after some washing up, Lin Shinru, who had slept for a day, finally felt hungry. Looking at the table placed a poached egg and a sausage, is smoking hot fragrant instant noodles, she immediately came over to beautifully eat up. "Are you staying over here at night?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. "No, there are still things to do tomorrow. I'm afraid I'll be overtired at night and have no spirit tomorrow." Lin Shinru laughed. "You still have things to do? I thought you were idle every day." "What do you mean? We art students, but we still have to pick up the wind and go to the folklore exhibition with our friends tomorrow. Art students are just elegant." Chen Mo laughed lightly. "Brother Mo, do you want to go together? You're not afraid of people asking what our relationship is?" Chen Mo joked. "What are you afraid of? Just say it's my good brother." Lin Shinru also purposely emphasized the word good. "I have other things to take care of tomorrow. I can't go." Doing any part-time jobs again? Chen Mo had done all sorts of temporary part-time jobs and work-study when he was idle before, so Lin Shinru subconsciously thought that Chen Mo was doing some part-time job again. "You could say that. It's kind of a part-time job. The earnings are not bad." Chen Mo laughed. "Pretend one day Lu Qinlan's boyfriend is indeed considered a part-time job. Like today's collection of pre-revenue is worth 100,000 yuan a meal. But also, what bicycle is it? That make money to invite me to eat delicious oh." Lin Shinru laughed. "You cannot heartache brother. Please brother, eat a good meal. That people this has not yet started to make money well. And so my painting is worth money. Every day to invite you to eat good. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I'm 70 or 80 years old. Blah, 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 blah. Where is the need for such a long time? I want to be at the peak right after my debut. Then I'll be waiting to dip into your favor in the future." After jokingly chatting for a while, Lin Shinru had also finished her noodles. She packed up her clothes and was ready to leave. "I'll send you back." "No need. My dormitory is not far away. Let's see you next week. During this period you need to raise more energy." Lin Shinru flirtatiously flew a kiss at Chen Mo before leaving. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Other than that, I have the most energy right now." Indeed, after fusing the werewolf bloodline, he had a super strong physique, and even after a day of activity nowadays, his body wouldn't feel the slightest bit tired. After sending Lin Shinru away, Chen Mo went home, teased Xiao Huang for a while, and played the game for a while before going out again. There was still a part-time job to do at night. Although he was now rich and powerful, the part-time job that he had already taken before, naturally there was no reason to skip work directly. This part-time job was actually relatively easy. It was to help clean up inside the tea house. This tea house was located in a commercial street near Magic City University. It was relatively close to where Chen Mo went to school. There were quite a few students from Magic City University who came to hang out here, so the flow of people was still good. Chen Mo came to the store as promised, and it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Just after entering the store, Chen Mo saw a familiar face. The girl in front of him had a simple ponytail tied behind her head. Her skin was fair, and her face had thin pink lips, a small nose, and a pair of big watery eyes that looked exceptionally bright. Although her body shape looks a little thin, but the body or the convex place convex, the warped place warped. It could be seen that her own bone structure was very good, and her body proportion was also very good. However, although this girl's body appearance wasn't bad, her clothes looked a bit rustic and old-fashioned, and the clothes all over her body looked very old at first glance. "Ha, Xiao Yu, why are you here too?" Chen Mo asked unexpectedly with a smile on his face. Mu Shiryu was a friend that Chen Mo had met before when he was working as a temp, and since we were all classmates at the Magic City University, we became familiar with each other over time. I didn't expect to actually meet again over here. I heard that Sister Suya's side is recruiting people to help with cleaning, so I came. Seeing Chen Mo appear, Mu Shiryu clearly had a flash of imperceptible joy on her face. Although the two of them hadn't known each other for a long time, the fact that Chen Mo would often help and take care of her during their previous part-time jobs still made her feel good about Chen Mo. "Yes?" Chen Mo immediately turned his head to the boss's wife who was currently playing with her cell phone behind the counter. "Sister Suya, you're still recruiting 2 hygienists for this small tea house?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. "One is a standby type and one is disposable," Suya said with a smile. "Mo, you are responsible for the one-time cleaning, and Xiaoyu will stand guard here and clean up once when a guest has consumed money in the tea house. You really know how to use people." Chen Mo laughed breathlessly. This was obviously enough to spend one share of money, but she wanted to spend 2, so it was evident that this boss lady was purposely taking care of them, the young people who were working and studying. As Chen Mo spoke, he had already swept his gaze over the heads of Suya and Mu Shiryu. He unexpectedly saw that Mu Shiryu's head was actually topped with the 9th Order Demon's equivalent rank title. Can't be? How did Xiaoyu turn into a 9th Order Demon? Chen Mo felt that Mu Shiryu belonged to the type of girl who was particularly rebellious and obedient, and seemed to be able to overcome any difficulties she encountered on her own, and that such a girl would actually be drenched in demonic chi, and have her negative energy explode to the point where she would grow up to become a 9th Order Demon man? This really surprised Chen Mo. System prompt, detected a 9th Order Demon in the host's vicinity. Abnormal warning, detected that even though the unit has been demonized, it still retains absolute goodwill towards you, and can be contacted, but the demon man is a unit impregnated with demonic chi, so please be more careful during the contact process, and don't do anything to stimulate the other party's negative emotions. Devils were different from corpse monsters. Corpse kings were completely out of their minds. So Lin Shinru couldn't be judged by the system that she wouldn't be hostile even if she was on good terms with Chen Mo. But devils were rational. It was only because they were soaked in negative energy from the demonic energy that they were bursting at the seams. So basically they were also killing people when they saw them and killing gods when they encountered them. But the Mu Shiryu in front of him made Chen Mo incomparably surprised. The system actually detected that even after she became a 9th rank demon, she still retained absolute goodwill towards herself. Why was that? Chen Mo unexpectedly looked at Mu Shiryu a few more times, but the other party lowered her head shyly. Noticing that it wasn't very polite to stare at someone, Chen Mo immediately caught up with Mu Shiryu for a few moments, and after not realizing anything unusual about her, he immediately began to do his own work. During this time Chen Mo did not forget to sweep his gaze over the passers-by coming and going on the street, observing the information on everyone's heads that only he could see. If he was able to spot a 9th Order target, he might be able to socialize with the other party and mix up some more benefits, but this 9th Order unit wasn't really that easy to appear. There were so many pedestrians on the street, but he didn't see a single 9th Order one. The only 9th rank was Mu Shiryu who was standing nearby, this special 9th rank demon who had goodwill towards himself. Chen Mo did not know what to do to be able to turn this identity of Mu Shiryu into an advantageous tool for earning survival points. The good thing was that we were already familiar with each other, and there would be many more opportunities for contact in the future. So there was no need to rush things, or else it might backfire. During the cleaning process, Chen Mo accidentally saw a backpack. Originally he thought it was something left behind by some guest, so he opened it and checked it. It turned out that the contents were all girls' clothing. As his keen sense of smell came into play, he realized that the scent staining this backpack was almost identical to the one on Mu Shiryu. He immediately looked curiously at Mu Shiryu and said, "Xiao Yu, is this bag yours?" Seeing Chen Mo picking up his backpack, Mushiryu hurriedly came forward to receive the backpack with a trace of panic flashing across her face, nodded with a red face, and said in a voice like a mosquito, "Aha." Chen Mo did not notice anything strange and continued to start cleaning. Soon he cleaned up and down the tea house. "Boss lady, I'm done with my work." "Very good. Very good. Here's your wages." Suya just raised her head and swept a glance. Without even double-checking, she pulled out $100 and gave it to Chen Mo. "Aren't you going to check it? It's not your first time here. I can't be worried about you." Suya continued to play the game without lifting her head. This in turn caused Chen Mo to laugh helplessly. Just as Chen Mo collected the labor money given by Suya, the system prompt suddenly rang out. System alert. The host was detected to have penetrated deep into the nest of a fifth-order monster and raised the cleanliness of the monster's nest to 90%. Deeply appreciated by the weirdo. Hereby rewarded with 1000 survival points and a D-grade gift pack. The system you hand out rewards is really spontaneous. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh after hearing the system prompt. This can even have a reward? Wouldn't it be a better reward to clean up the streets all by yourself? However, in addition to the demon, corpse monster, and alien, there was another title of weirdo. Chen Mo immediately curiously probed. System tip: weirdos are special humans who have taken the alienation fruit. Their bodies will be monstrous but still retain human emotions, belonging to the type of half-human, half-demon. Deeply monstrous weirdos will gradually lose the consciousness of being a human. That means a deepened monsterization will become similar to a corpse monster, becoming a pure monster. Chen Mo nodded in understanding. The work outside today was also done, so Chen Mo was ready to say goodbye and leave. Before leaving, Mushiryu suddenly pulled him back. "Chen Mo. What's wrong, little moon?" "That. I have a cell phone." Mushiryu said halfway through her sentence. Chen Mo realized. He immediately said with a smile, "What's your cell phone number? Let's add it to make it easier to contact in the future when there's something going on." Upon hearing this, Mushiryu immediately reported her cell phone number process, as if she had been preparing for this section for a long time. Chen Mo smiled and dialed over. After showing his number on the other cell phone, Chen Mo then hung up and said, "We'll make a note, right?" Well, learned. Previously when he was working part-time, Chen Mo had looked for Mushiryu to add her phone number, but learned that the other party didn't even have a cell phone, which still made Chen Mo more surprised, because it was already 2023. There were still young people who actually didn't have cell phones. However, after learning about Mushiryu's family situation, Chen Mo also realized it and didn't care too much about it. "I didn't expect Mushiryu to get a cell phone now, so it was just right to add the phone number for future contact." Ninth Order Demon. And still a Ninth Order Demon who was not hostile to himself. This was simply a walking reward bank. Just don't know how to brush it. After adding the phone number, Chen Mo then returned home. The busy day was finally coming to an end. He was just waiting for the second of the daily tasks, one-day injury-free task, to settle so that he could collect the special rewards for all of the daily tasks. After pacifying Little Yellow, Chen Mo washed up and lay down on the bed to play with his cell phone. It wasn't until the arrival of midnight that the system prompt finally rang. System prompt: congratulations on successfully completing daily mission 2. It was detected that you had a big battle with a strong enemy today, yet you were still able to make it through today unscathed. You have over-completed the daily mission. This reward is doubled. You have gained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. Originally, Chen Mo was still thinking that this daily mission 2 might be the only one of his 4 daily missions that he couldn't overcomplete today. As a result, he didn't expect that there would be this kind of determination. As long as he remained unharmed after the battle, he would be able to exceed the quota. In this case, all 4 daily quests for the day had been completed in excess. Chen Mo couldn't help but think that if this was the case, he didn't know if there would be additional special rewards. At this time, the system prompts continued. System prompt: as you have successfully completed all of today's daily tasks, the daily task completion degree has reached 100%. You can obtain an additional 10,000 survival point reward, and you can obtain a special reward drawing opportunity. Special reward: this reward has a chance to extract any reward other than superpowers. System prompt: detected that you have completed all of your daily tasks in excess today. You can obtain an additional 10,000 points of survival points, and you can obtain an additional special reward extraction opportunity. As the system prompts ended, Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little overjoyed. All the tasks were overfulfilled and there were really extra rewards. His survival points had increased by 22,000 points. At this point, his survival points were already as high as 28,459 points. Looking at the huge reward of points, Chen Mo did not rush to spend, but first opened the daily gift packs. As the 2 daily gift packs opened, one of the daily gift packs opened a useless survival material. while the other daily gift pack opens something nice. Dan of Residing Face. Taking this Dan will allow you to keep your appearance forever. No longer aging. Oh, there is also this good treasure. But soon the end of the world. Living is a problem. Who still cares about the face forever? If the end of the world does not come, this thing can be mass-produced, then directly sold all over the world. Chen Mo spat out a sentence and casually ate the face residing pill. As the face residing Dan entered his stomach, Chen Mo only felt that the face residing Dan transformed into a special energy that was integrated into his entire body. Although it was called the face residing Dan, it seemed to have the efficacy of preventing the aging of the entire body. Chen Mo felt that it might be more apt to call this item the Ageless Dan. There are quite a few good things that can be opened out of the daily gift pack. It seems like I really underestimated the value of the daily gift pack. After taking the agelessness pill, Chen Mo began to look at the special reward extraction opportunity that the system rewarded him with. Previously, when he inquired about the ability to communicate with animals, he had already learned here in the system that he could use this special reward extraction opportunity to designate the exchange of the skill he wanted. The good thing about it was that you could designate it to exchange for the skill you wanted. The downside was that he would lose a drawing opportunity for nothing and would have to put back survival points. Chen Mo considered the possibility that letting the puppy recognize its owner earlier and opening the subsequent mainline survival quests earlier might be more beneficial in terms of obtaining the benefits. He decided that it would be better to have a bit of luxury. However, before he did so, Chen Mo decided to ask if there were any other ways to make an animal recognize its owner. After all, he had read some novels in the past that had some kind of charm that could force a pet to recognize its owner. This system looked so omnipotent, so maybe there would be similar props. System, in addition to superpowers and skills in your mall, are there any props or other things that can directly make foreign animals recognize their masters? System prompt, for the host's request, besides superpowers and skills, the host can also realize it by acquiring a contract talisman. This item allows the host to force a foreign beast in a weakened state and with a realm not higher than yours to be adopted as a pet. Realm lower than me. At this time Little Yellow has not yet awakened to become a ninth order beast king. It is logical that the realm should be lower than me. But if this pitiful contract talisman of the system is effective according to Little Yellow being a ninth order beast king's rank, wouldn't it still be unable to take effect? In order to be on the safe side, Chen Mo once again added a little extra condition and asked, is there any props that can directly allow the realm higher than mine to recognize the owner of the beast? System tip, I'm sorry. The soul strength of the unit whose realm is higher than the host's is bound to be higher than the host's, so it can't be forced to recognize the host with the help of external means. And the system doesn't have this kind of item for sale. What a pit. Then what's the price of this contract talisman? System tip, the pack talisman is a special item, and needs to be extracted using a special reward extraction opportunity, or exchanged using a special reward extraction opportunity designation, and paying an additional 1,000 survival points to redeem it. Then how many survival points do I need to consume if I use a special reward extraction opportunity to specify redemption for idea communication? System prompt, using a special reward extraction opportunity to specify the redemption of the idea communication skill requires the host to pay an additional 5,000 survival points for redemption. Really expensive. And this thing has to take up valuable skill grids. It's a bit of a waste to give it only 5 grids in the first place. Thinking about this, Chen Mo felt that it was not cost effective. He was going to exchange the contract talisman first to try the effect. If the contract talisman could force Little Yellow to be contracted as a pet while it was still a normal pet in reality, then he wouldn't have to waste another 4,000 survival points. Although if it didn't work, it would be a waste of one more special reward extraction opportunity plus 1,000 survival points. This experiment was still worth a try, because according to Chen Mo's estimation, Little Yellow's realm was evaluated by the system according to the point in time 1 year later. But in reality, Little Yellow was just an ordinary pet, so there was no reason for this talisman to be ineffective. Chen Mo directly allocated the special reward extraction opportunity and 1,000 survival points to exchange down the contract talisman. Then he ran out of the bedroom and came into the living room. At this time, Little Yellow was curled up in the warm kennel that Chen Mo had prepared and was sleeping sweetly. System, how do I use this contract divine symbol? System tip, the host only needs to reach out and touch towards the target foreign beast, and the intention to stimulate the contract divine talisman in his hand will allow him to carry out a forcible host recognition contract. Rather simple. Chen Mo immediately stretched out his left hand and gently covered Little Yellow's soft and warm body, and in a single movement of his mind, he managed to activate the contract divine symbol in his right hand. With the instant the contract divine symbol was activated, Chen Mo only felt that a thin line that seemed to be detached from the soul had inexplicably spread out from within Little Yellow's body and directly attached itself to his own body, which was an extremely marvelous feeling. Is this the success of recognizing the master? While Chen Mo was hesitant in his mind, the system prompts had already sounded immediately afterward. System tip: the host has managed to make the ninth order Beast King recognize you as his master with his 0 order strength, and your charm is unparalleled in the world. The host is hereby rewarded with 100,000 survival points, an S-grade gift pack, and 10 points of charm. How much? Looking at the system reward, Chen Mo was dumbfounded. In addition to killing the 9th rank mutant Mouse King before and completing the first kill of the 9th rank to obtain an SSS grade gift pack worth 100 million, this was the first time he had seen a 6-digit point reward. A whole 100,000 point reward. And in addition to that, there was also an S-grade gift pack reward. Was this the gold content of defeating or taming a 9th rank unit under regular circumstances? This reward, even if it wasn't as perverse as the SSS ranked prize pack, was already very fierce. But the rewards didn't end here. The rewards above were just simply the rewards for Chen Mo taming the 9th order Beast King, and the rewards for being the main survival mission hadn't been sent out yet. System prompt: detected that the host has tamed a 9th order Beast King, reaching the requirements of the mainline mission, and this beast has reached the highest reward level of this mission, and can be submitted directly. Whether or not to submit this beast, since the 9th rank is already able to trigger the highest reward, there is no need to look for any 10th rank or higher. Chen Mo naturally chose to submit it directly. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mainline survival quest 1, and for completing the quest at the top level, hereby rewarding the host with an SSS grade mainline gift pack. SSS grade mainline gift pack? What's the difference between that and an SSS grade gift pack? Chen Mo asked curiously. System tip: SSS grade mainline gift packs are even rarer than SSS grade gift packs. SSS grade mainline gift packs can open up unique mainline quest rewards, which have many rewards that even SSS grade gift packs can't open up. So good luck to you. I see. Then it seems like it's still important to complete the mainline survival quest at the top level. System prompt: detected that the host has completed the mainline survival mission I. Please work hard to improve the host's attributes. After the host's full attributes reaches 3 points and the alien rank reaches the first rank, the mainline survival mission 2 will be released for the host. After reading the system prompts, at this time Chen Mo looked at his current possessions displayed on the system interface. At this time, he possessed 127,459 points, 1 deranked gift pack obtained from the previous tea house, 1 special reward extraction opportunity from the daily mission rewards, 1 S-ranked gift pack, and 1 SSS-ranked mainline gift pack. With so many gains, Chen Mo decided to open the D-grade gift pack first. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining a D-rank item, Capsule Motorcycle. Capsule Motorcycle? What the hell? Chen Mo immediately looked at the so-called Capsule Motorcycle in the system backpack. As a result, he only saw a capsule-shaped thing. However, this thing was all too familiar to Chen Mo because this thing was extremely similar to an item from a comic book he had read. This comic was Dragon Ball, and this capsule was extremely similar to the capsule that was used when Bulma, the only designated female lead in the pre-Dragon Ball world, used the Capsule Motorcycle. Back then, reading the comic, Chen Mo was quite looking forward to Earth's future to have such a product come out. However, after learning how difficult the principles that might be involved in the middle were, Chen Mo did not have such thoughts. I didn't expect that something like this could actually be opened in the system. Chen Mo immediately took out the Capsule Motorcycle from the system warehouse. As he pressed the capsule, he threw it to the ground, only to hear a bang sound. A brand new white motorcycle appeared in front of Chen Mo. This motorcycle had no wheels, only a flat chassis. In fact, this motorcycle had wheels, but now it was in a stowed state and needed to press a specific button before it would come out. According to Chen Mo's memories, this thing actually didn't need any wheels. It had a special set of operating principles just like a magnetic levitation, which directly levitated on the ground and traveled. Chen Mo inspected this capsule motorcycle up and down, and still felt very novel about this high-tech product. He couldn't help but think that if he contributed this motorcycle to the Academy of Sciences, would it help analyze the manufacturing methods of such items? If this thing could be mass-produced, it would be too easy to set the world on fire. However, thinking about it, it was unlikely. After all, the end of the world would come in half a year. Research plus manufacturing, no matter how he thought about it, he didn't think it was possible to make it in time. Chen Mo was also too lazy to do much, usually use it by himself on the line. He pressed the capsule button, and after turning the item back into a capsule, he retrieved it to the system warehouse. I didn't expect that a D-grade gift pack was also able to open something quite good. Originally, Chen Mo was actually not too hopeful about the things within this so-called D-grade gift pack, but being able to open a capsule product still made him rather surprised. After putting away the capsule motorcycle, Chen Mo immediately looked towards the S-grade gift pack. As for the remaining special reward extraction opportunity, Chen Mo decided to keep it first, in case there was something he suddenly wanted to designate for redemption afterward. He couldn't change it without the special reward extraction opportunity, so he still had to keep this opportunity at least once for backup. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank skill, Sacred Purification. Sacred Purification, use it on any target with a small amount of mental energy loss to dispel all anomalies and diseases. The heavier the anomaly or disease, the more mental energy loss is required. Purification? The moment he saw Purification, Chen Mo immediately remembered his other A-rank skill, Healing Light. At first glance these two skills had somewhat similar effects, but fundamentally, they were actually different. Healing Light could only treat injuries, such as cervical wear and tear, internal organ damage, etc. But for pathological problems can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. For example, viral infection. Chen Mo's Healing Light can cure the other side of viral infection necrotic area, but cured does not mean that the elimination of those areas of the virus. Those viruses will continue to eat and destroy. This is the so-called treatment of the symptoms but not the root cause of the other side of the condition will be infinite recurrence. Similarly, for poisoning and other cases, the light of healing can only temporarily cure the part of the poisonous wound, but cannot neutralize or dispel the poison, still only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. But divine purification is different. Its effect is to dispel all abnormalities and diseases of the target, so no matter if it is poisoned or infected with any kind of weird problems, they will all be dispelled together. However, the divine purification is not labeled as a healing ability. That is to say, although the divine purification can remove the root cause, but it cannot directly help to recover and reverse the damage that has already occurred. However, if sacred purification was paired with healing light, it would be the perfect solution to the problem. After utilizing sacred purification to completely cure the problem, and then using healing light to carry out a thorough repair of the damage, then basically any more serious diseases, as long as the other party is not dead and still has a breath, Chen Mo can rely on this set of clever little moves to reverse the situation. Just this set of moves down, during the period of his spiritual power loss intensity will be how big is not known. After getting rid of the two appetizer gift packs, Chen Mo then immediately put his eyes on the main event, the SSS grade mainline gift pack. According to the system introduction, this will open up some rewards that even the SSS grade gift pack can't open up, so I don't know what will be opened up. With an excited mood, Chen Mo clicked on Open Gift Pack. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade special item, Super Energy God Fruit. Super Energy Divine Fruit. After taking it, it allows you to obtain an additional source core again. Gaining another additional source core? What does the system mean by the effects of this Super Power God Fruit? System tip: generally speaking, each unit has only one source core, and each source core can awaken at most one superpower of its own. While the efficacy of the Superpower God Fruit is that after taking it, it can allow you to gain an additional source core, which means you will be able to possess two different superpowers at the same time. On top of that, your total amount of supernatural energy and strength will also be a bit stronger due to the fact that you have one more source core than others. So that's it. Then this thing is really a divine item. Is this Superpower God Fruit only obtainable through the SSS grade mainline gift pack? Is there any other way to obtain it? System prompt: the host has one designated opportunity to redeem the Super Energy God Fruit. Other than that, it can only be obtained through the opening of the SSS grade mainline gift package. Oh, how much is the redemption price? System prompt: the redemption price is one SSS grade gift pack plus one special reward extraction opportunity. So expensive? Chen Mo was speechless after hearing this. Although the Superpower God Fruit sounded strong, this redemption demand was likewise not low. Even if there was only one redemption opportunity, it was still very difficult for people to be ruthless in redeeming it. After all, the SSS grade gift package was worth 100 million survival points. After opening the Superpower God Fruit, Chen Mo also asked if there were any side effects of taking the fruit. After the system made it clear that there were no side effects from taking it, Chen Mo then directly swallowed the Superpower God Fruit that looked like it was only the size of a virgin fruit. As the Super Energy Divine Fruit transformed into sweet juice was swallowed into Chen Mo's abdomen. In an instant, the energy of the Super Energy God Fruit was transformed into a special energy between the real and the imaginary that went straight to Chen Mo's mind. At the same time, Chen Mo only felt a splitting headache in his head, so painful that he directly held his head and sat on his knees. I'm afraid that Sun Wukong was only like this when he was under the tight band incantation recited by the Tang monk. Chen Mo tried hard to rely on deep breathing to reduce the pain, and only after this pain, which was like the inside of his brain being viciously torn apart, lasted for one whole minute, Did the pain finally disappear completely? But even if it was only 1 minute, for Chen Mo, it was comparable to 1 hour of suffering. Even if the actual pain had disappeared by the end of the 1 minute, he still felt a burst of phantom pain in his head. It took him several minutes to finally get over it. The moment he slowed down, he immediately looked for the system to settle the score. System, didn't you damn well say that there were no side effects? Just now, my head was about to split open. System tip, the additional birth of a source core is going to have some physiological involvement, but it won't cause any wear and tear on the body, so there aren't any side effects. Chen Mo organized his language for a while, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Theorizing with a dead thing was still more or less a waste of words. This making one's headache was already considered a not-so-small side effect, and in case it kicked in during wartime, it was a direct loss of combat power. But the side effects judged by the system seem to be judged from the overall muscle to determine whether there is any damage, so obviously both of them have different sides of understanding, and there's nothing to gripe about. Chen Mo cleaned up his mood and rechecked his alien ability attributes. Host's current alien ability, temporal confinement plus not yet opened. Host's current alien energy level, 0 level. Host's current alien energy, 65 points plus 65 points. Although Chen Mo possessed 2 source cores, and the combined alien energy of the 2 source cores had actually reached the level of a first-order alien, the system didn't seem to judge it as such, but instead judged the source cores individually. However, regardless of the system's judgment, Chen Mo's current realm of 0 rank already possessed a quasi-first rank combat power. Since the special ability would be awakened at the first rank, Chen Mo's second source core did not awaken its own special ability at this time. The temporal confinement was an ability that Chen Mo had obtained from the rewards he had received before, and only then was he able to activate it in advance. Chen Mo only needed to raise his attributes so that his single source core's foreign energy reached 100 points, and then he would be able to awaken his own foreign energy. The gift packs had all been opened, and Chen Mo did not intend to use the remaining special reward extraction opportunity, so he could naturally start raising his attribute value. With 127,459 survival points, he was able to raise a lot of attribute values. The mainline survival mission, 2, which requires all attributes to reach 3 points and the alien level to reach the first level to open, is actually relatively simple. Chen Mo's agility was already at 4 points at this point, and he estimated that he only needed to supplement his physique, strength, and mental strength attributes from 2 points to about 3 points, which should be about right. After calculating, Chen Mo immediately began to pull out points for enhancement. For each attribute, a total of 900 survival points would be spent on each attribute from 2 to 3, and the 3 attributes combined would be 700 points. As Chen Mo finished spending tens of thousands of points to upgrade his attributes without blinking, his full attributes became 3 points of physique, 3 points of strength, 4 points of agility, and 3 points of spirit. With such attributes, Chen Mo's ectoplasmic energy became 15 plus 15 plus 30 plus 15 is equal to 75 points. With the 20 points from his werewolf bloodline, it was only 95 points, which was still 5 points short of the 100 ectoplasmic energy requirement to reach the level of the first level of ectoplasmic ability. Since this was the case, and since he had enough survival points now anyway, Chen Mo simply pulled all of his attributes to 4 attribute points. From 3 attributes to 4 attributes, each attribute would cost 10,350 survival points. 3 attributes was 31,050 survival points, which showed that the demand for attribute enhancement points was not small. As Chen Mo's attributes were added, the system prompts were followed by a constant drip 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 drip. Chen Mo first swept a glance at the main survival mission 2 that was triggered after the full attributes reached 3 points and the alien ability level reached the first order. Mainline survival mission 2. Task name, Seeing True Love in the End Times. Mission description, as the saying goes, at home rely on your parents, go out and rely on friends. In this kind of apocalyptic world, there is no friends and relatives care. A person alone against the demons and monsters will always feel physically and mentally distressed. Try to make friends with a few units outside of the 3-generation blood relations, and its relationship can be called friends and relatives. Special reminder, the higher the level of the target, the better the relationship with the host, and the more the number of targets to befriend in this mission, the better the final reward. Mission requirements. Please make friends with at least 3 units that are not related to you by blood for 3 generations and can be reached with you as friends and family. Mission period, 30 days. If you fail to complete the mission beyond the time limit, the mission time will be doubled and the reward will be reduced by half. Special tips because the host mainline survival mission I has obtained the top level reward. This special tips the top level reward acquisition conditions. Top reward acquisition condition. The number of people who have become 65 points of goodwill or more with people who are not related by blood within 3 generations has reached 10. All of the targets are above the 5th rank, and no less than 5 of them have reached 90 points of goodwill or more towards the host's relationship with the host, in order to complete the top reward acquisition condition. After reading the system prompts for the mainline survival mission, 2, Shenmo's face flashed a hint of speechlessness. The last mission also said that the hearts of people in the post-apocalyptic world were in turmoil, and this one advocates making a few friends and family members who are not related by blood. However, this mission didn't seem too difficult. In terms of the people Chen Mo was currently familiar with, there were several people who had good relationships and were above the 5th rank. Lin Xinru is a 9th order corpse king, Lu Qinlan is a 5th order demon, Suya is a 5th order monster, and Mu Shiryu is a 9th order demon. That makes 4. The next step is to find 6 more targets that meet the requirements, but the friendliness and intimacy of 5 of them to reach more than 90 points. This is slightly troublesome. Need to find a way to raise the goodwill of the goodwill. After glancing at the main survival mission 2, Chen Mo then immediately looked at the subsequent system prompts. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the realm to reach the first order alien realm, hereby rewarding the host with 1,000 survival points and a copy of the randomized alien energy scroll. Randomized abnormal scroll? What is it for? System prompt: using this scroll, you can randomize a new psychic ability for you. The psychic ability may be of low or high grade. After randomizing to a new psychic ability, you can freely choose whether or not to use this psychic ability to replace your existing psychic ability. I see. My current abnormal ability is a SSS grade temporal confinement. How can I randomize it any better than it is? It's better to put it away for now. Chen Mo immediately continued to look at the subsequent system prompts. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the realm to reach the realm of the first order alien. Your lifespan has increased. Detected that the host has a dual source nucleus. Your first source nucleus has awakened its own alien ability. You have gained the alien ability control of fire. The alien ability rank evaluation for the A level. Special tips: due to your first source nucleus has already possessed the SSS level alien ability time and space imprisonment, please select whether to replace it or not. Your second source core has awakened an ability of its own. You have obtained the ability objectivity. The ability's rank is evaluated at grade S. Looking at the system's prompt, Chen Mo immediately scrutinized the description of the newly acquired ability. According to the description of the fire control ability, as long as there was fire present, he could control it, with the degree of controllability depending on his realm. The ability to control objects was even better, as long as it was something he could control it from space. But it was ineffective on living things and could only control dead things. Even so, this ability was very powerful. After all, the ability to control objects could control much more than simply controlling fire. Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the image of an immortal cultivator's flying sword. The feeling of a flying sword decapitating the enemy and collecting heads from thousands of miles away was actually quite cool. However, the ability to control things as if they were at one's fingertips, and to be able to move them over a wide range, still required a long time of practicing and controlling. After taking a look at the ability to control fire, Chen Mo naturally gave up on this supernatural ability. The fire control ability couldn't possibly be more powerful than spatial and temporal confinement. As long as spacetime was confined, even if you had a monstrous skill, you would still be nothing more than a wooden man. As Chen Mo finished his selection, the abilities of his 2 source cores were completely finalized. Source Core 1 possessed the ability, Temporal Confinement. Source Core 2's ability was, Sentinel. However, according to the experience of this time, Chen Mo also understood that this ability can actually be replaced. It wasn't like what it was now could only be what it would be later, and it could be replaced by obtaining a new ability. But after all, it was still not as convenient as taking the Super Energy God Fruit to add an additional source core. Not only can you raise the upper limit of your alien energy, but you are also able to have more than one alien energy at the same time, which is also much more enjoyable to use. With Chen Mo's leveling up, his attributes at this point were: Host, Chen Mo, Age, 20, Longevity 200, Eternal Face. The lifespan of a first-ranked psychic was 100 years old, and the 2 source cores gave Chen Mo an additional doubling of his lifespan boost. Superpower, SSS rank Temporal Confinement plus S rank Sentience. Skills, 3/5, Healing Light Grade A, Shadow Step Grade A, Divine Purification Grade S. Basic attributes, Physique 4, Strength 4, Agility 4, Mental Power 4. Host's current alien energy level first level. Host's current alien energy, 140 points plus 140 points. At 2 attribute points, the alien energy is 5 points. At 3 points it is increased by an additional 10 points. And at 4 points it is increased by an additional 15 points. In other words, 4 points of a single attribute corresponded to 30 points of ESP, and 4 points of all 4 attributes was 120 points of ESP, And with the 20 points of ESP added by the werewolf bloodline, Chen Mo's ESP was as high as 140 points. Under the combined effect of the two source cores, the alien energy was even higher at 280 points. The alien energy strength of a first-order alienist was only 100 points, while the alien energy strength of a second-order alienist was 300 points. Chen Mo had only just broken through to the first-order level, and already had an alien energy strength close to that of a second-order alienist. It could be said that he had easily crossed over. However, Chen Mo's attributes were not his limit at this point. He still had quite a few survival points that he hadn't used yet. Just now, raising the 3 attributes from 2 points to 4 points cost Chen Mo a total of 45,750 survival points. After all, he had just gained more than 100,000 survival points. So even after spending more than 40,000 survival points, he still had a full 82,709 survival points left at this point. It was just that with so many survival points, Chen Mo was not prepared to continue using them, because according to the experience he had learned earlier, the evaluation of the enemy would be better the higher his rank was. The higher his rank was, the systems marveling at his various performances would definitely drop as a result. He only needed to keep his equal rank maintained within the range required for the mainline survival mission. If it wasn't for the fact that the requirements for the opening of the mainline mission 2 required that in addition to reaching 3 points in all attributes, it also required that the ultra energetic rank reach the first rank. Chen Mo would have preferred to keep his attributes at 95 points of ultra energetic strength and get stuck at the 0 rank. However, even if the level is raised from 0 to 1, the difference in the system's judgment will not be too big. After all, no matter if it was 0 or 1 rank, being able to deal with a 9th rank unit that far exceeded one's own rank was enough to trigger the system's shock and obtain a high reward for the rank difference. So Chen Mo wasn't too concerned about the current rank advancement. After taking a look at his current supernatural ability, Chen Mo immediately tried to activate his supernatural energy to perform the Sentinel. The supernatural ability of Imperial objects was still relatively useful. Each time it was run, if the object was relatively light, the loss of foreign energy would be very slow. Chen Mo tried it out. For every 1 kilogram of the Imperial unit, the amount of foreign energy he needed to consume per second would increase by 1 point. That is to say, if he were to use a 10 kilogram stone to hit someone, the amount of foreign energy he needed to consume per second would be as high as 10 points. So if the thing he was using was too heavy, the rate of loss of foreign energy would still be quite fierce. This was still his current level at the first rank. Otherwise, according to the level of the 0 rank, he would need to consume 1 point of energy per second to control a 1 kilogram item. After Chen Mo gained the ability to move objects, he thought about the possibility of moving mountains, but now it seemed basically unlikely, unless his alien level was raised high enough. Although it was not possible to use heavier things, but when using something like a blade, which was quite lethal but light, the alien energy loss was quite low. Only Chen Mo realized that when using something, if you wanted to make it move faster, it would increase the alien energy consumption just the same. That is to say, if you want to use a blade as a flying knife to hurt someone by shooting it out at a very high speed, even if the blade is very light, the amount of foreign energy loss will still be raised by quite a bit. Basically, by raising an object's flying speed by 1 meter per second, the alien energy consumption would be doubled. If you want to make something shoot 100 meters a second, the foreign energy loss will be increased by 100 times. The shooting speed is amazingly fast, but the foreign energy loss is also very exaggerated. Of course, if you want to use the blade to kill a unit very quickly, you don't need to be as fast as 100 meters per second. A flying speed of 10 meters per second would already be enough to make it difficult for ordinary people to react. But compared to the monsters after the end of the world, such speed might still not be enough. Therefore, although this ability of the Imperial object was evaluated as S-grade because of its high potential, if one wanted to use this ability to bring about a strong combat effect in the early stages, it was still not easy, and one needed to practice controlling it more in order to activate one's own Imperial object ability to unleash a surefire blow at a critical moment. This way, while saving the loss of foreign energy, it can also play a very good effect. After trying out the Sentinel ability that he had just obtained, Chen Mo was still quite satisfied with the development prospects of this ability, so he did not use the randomized ability scroll that he had obtained earlier to try to randomize a new ability to replace it. He was going to keep this thing for now, and it wouldn't be too late to use that scroll when he was dissatisfied with the unlocked abnormal ability after he found a chance to exchange it for the supernatural godfruit to open the third source core. After doing the experiments with his supernatural abilities, he looked at the time and saw that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. And he still had a part-time job as a little rich girl to do tomorrow. So Chen Mo washed up and prepared to go to sleep. Although he had a werewolf bloodline with unrivaled physical strength, but the mental wear and tear, or need to replenish, In addition to replenishing his physical strength, sleep was actually more effective in recovering his spirit. Chen Mo's treatment of Lin Xinru and Zhao Hai today had added up to a lot of mental energy. Because his own attributes were strong enough, he was able to act as if nothing had happened. But the loss of mental energy was real. He still needed to rely on sleep to replenish it. This sleep still smelled good until 8 o'clock the next morning, when the sound of the system prompting for the daily quest rang out. And only then did he wake up from his sweet slumber. System prompt, 8 a.m. Daily quests are released. Daily task, I try to defeat an opponent whose rank is no less than 2 ranks below yours. Daily task, to explore actively. Go out and explore a distance of at least 1,000 meters. Daily task, 3, 1-star difficulty task, be rich and famous. And act within the power area of a unit of at least 5 ranks or higher for more than an hour. If you are able to complete all of the daily tasks, you will be able to receive additional rewards. How come there are only 3 daily quests today? System tip. Daily quests will be randomly released from 1 to 5, in which difficult quests may appear. When difficult quests appear, the number of daily quests released will remain within 3. I see. After understanding the system's rules for releasing daily quests, Chen Mo didn't care too much. He looked at today's daily quests and they were all still considered relatively simple daily quests. Although the first daily quest was asking to defeat one that was not lower than his own 2 ranks, it was obvious that defeating a target that was higher than his own rank would be rated better. At this point in time, regardless of whether the other party was of the 1st or 9th rank, to Chen Mo there wasn't much of a difference in their combat strength. To defeat them was easy. The second daily quest was even simpler. It could simply be done together with the third daily quest. Strolling for an hour in the sphere of influence of a certain 5th order or higher unit was not the same as doing the quest of going out and exploring a distance of 1,000 meters. Of course it would be best to stroll around for 2 hours and explore 2,000 meters if you wanted to receive double rewards. After receiving the daily quests and his spirit was restored to fullness, Chen Mo no longer stayed in bed and directly got up to wash and dress up. He then prepared to get something to eat for Little Yellow first. However, as soon as he left the bedroom, it was as if he heard something, rather than a sound. It was more like a sense of consciousness. He sensed a weak consciousness shouting that it was hungry. After feeling it carefully, Chen Mo realized. It turned out that it was because after he forced Little Yellow to recognize his master yesterday, Little Yellow's soul pulled a trace of it to himself. So much so that now he was able to fully understand Little Yellow's thoughts. After a night had passed, it was normal for the little thing to feel hungry. Chen Mo immediately smiled and went over to touch its little head and said, "Little Yellow, be good. I'll get you something to eat right away." As Chen Mo spoke, Little Yellow actually waited obediently as if it understood. Is it so convenient for people to communicate with their pets after recognizing the owner? It seems to be able to fully understand what I want to express. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a bit magical. He soon made some goat's milk and a little bit of puppy staple food for Little Yellow to eat. After fixing Little Yellow's food, Chen Mo then went back to the kitchen to wash his hands and started to make food for himself. After casually cooking himself a bowl of instant noodles and simply enjoying some breakfast, Chen Mo went out to Zhao Yu's house as usual. The Little Yellow at home was still too small, so Chen Mo didn't plan to take it out for a walk. So he followed his old habit and came over to Zhao Yu's house first in the morning to take a walk with Little White. As usual, Little White was playing with a ball in the yard before Chen Mo came over. As soon as he saw Chen Mo, he immediately happily moved his 4 paws on the ground, seemingly saying, "Take me out to play." Looking at its anxious appearance, Chen Mo smiled and touched its head and said, "Don't be so anxious every time." Taking Little White all the way out to the nearby park, Chen Mo saw some stray cats and dogs of not too low a level over here. There was a task today to defeat an opponent that was not lower than 2 ranks below him, and this stray cat dog seemed like it could be a target. Chen Mo vaguely remembered that there was a big black dog inside this stray dog that was very arrogant. This guy likes to attack other cats and dogs, and if a small child is left alone, he will also be chased by it. Someone has long proposed to deal with it, but was stopped by some dog lovers, and often come to the park to feed these stray animals. As a result, more and more stray animals keep gathering here, making the environment of the park much more dangerous than before. Adults were fine to act in it. Small and medium-sized dogs didn't dare to do anything to adults. But once a small child was left alone to walk in the park, it was still very dangerous. Chen Mo searched for the fellow after he entered the park with Little White. When he came over yesterday, he hadn't turned on the rank display function, so he didn't notice what rank the big black dog was. Today, he had the intention to come over and find trouble with this guy, so he carefully searched. If this guy's rank met the requirements of his mission, Chen Mo would be prepared to teach it a lesson. After taking Little White around the park for half a circle, Chen Mo finally saw this big black dog, only to see that this big black dog was eating a meat bun that he didn't know who dropped. When Chen Mo looked ahead and saw a girl running away quickly in panic, He understood. Good guy. The meat bun in the big black dog's mouth was obviously snatched from the hands of the girl in front of him. What a deadbeat. Chen Mo glanced at the equal rank display on the big black dog's head. Worthy of being a bully in this park? No wonder it was able to be a bully over here. And was actually able to evolve into a 7th order alien beast after arriving at the end of the world. With this fellow's rank already being enough to overshoot his own task, Chen Mo did not hesitate to immediately start moving. Possessing the sentinel ability, he didn't even need to leave any traces of his own actions in order to teach this big black dog a lesson. In a single movement of his mind, a fist-sized pebble on the ground nearby was moved by Chen Mo with his mind. And in the next instant, the pebble was smashed towards the back of the big black dog's neck at a speed of 3 meters per second. Chen Mo didn't have the idea of killing it, and the system task was just to defeat it. He was just preparing to smash this guy down. With this kind of speed, as long as it wasn't smashed against the brain, it basically wouldn't be smashed to death. With the pebbles whistling and smashing, the big black dog that was enjoying the meat buns immediately realized that something was wrong. When it glanced at its afterglow, it only saw a stone flying over. Woof woof! Before it could avoid it, the stone hit the back of its neck with a heavy poof. The heavy force smashed it to the ground in an instant. At this moment, when it looked up, it could only see Chen Mo in little white, and it instantly felt that Chen Mo had thrown it with the stone, and it angrily stood up and started barking at Chen Mo. Woof woof woof! Still dare to be fierce? Looks like I'm still too soft-handed. Chen Mo immediately laughed. This time he directly controlled the stone to chase the big black dog all over his body and smashed it. Each force was not heavy but painful enough. This bizarre scene really scared the normally arrogant and domineering big black dog. It immediately pulled its legs and ran. But even so, the pebble still chased and beat it for a long time. Chen Mo followed it all the way to chase and beat it out of the park before giving up. Being chased and beaten like this guy is afraid that he won't dare to enter the park in the future. Indeed, as Chen Mo guessed, although it is said that animals don't know what demons and ghosts are, but animals also know that they tend to avoid evil. Encountering this kind of incomparably bizarre situation, the big black dog is also the only one in his life. Before figuring out what's going on, it temporarily doesn't dare to set foot inside the park. As Chen Mo controlled the pebbles to smash away the big black dog, the system prompts in his ear also immediately followed and sounded. System tip. Detected that the host has repelled a 7th order alien beast with a 1st order cultivation overstep. Although it was not killed, it still highlights the host's divine might, and hereby rewards the host with 2,000 survival points. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing the daily task, even defeating a strong enemy of the 7th order by crossing the 6th order. Over completing the daily task, this reward is doubled. You have gained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. As expected, the difficulty of completing this daily quest one was still quite low, and it was instantly over-completed. Satisfied, Chen Mo brought Little White to continue strolling around the park for a while before bringing it back home. At this time, it was already 9 o'clock. Zhao Yu was wearing a black muslin pajamas and was standing in front of her home. The material of her pajamas was transparent and soft, slightly revealing the delicate luster of her skin. Although the style of the nightgown was loose, it could still reveal her exquisite figure. Her long hair hung casually on her shoulders, with a few strands of hair gently fluttering, with a bit of lazy sexiness. Her eyes revealed a faint tiredness. Her makeup looked rather light at this point in time, with only a bit of light red on her lips, making her look a bit more pure and lovely. Her fingers gently fiddled with her hair. Her movements were natural, yet they made people feel an inexplicable allure. Sister Yu, looking at you, did you stay up late again yesterday? Just slightly livered the game for a few hours. Zhao Yu yawned with sleepiness still lingering. Then why don't you sleep more? You don't have much to do all day long. Chen Mo laughed. It's still not about Qinlan's matter. What is it? Didn't we already agree on it yesterday? Is said. But I think up your kids' clothes are cheap goods. Where so a past obviously will fall a little wind. So I find people to get a few sets of expensive customized clothing. They do a good job overnight after washing has just been sent. You come to try which set of good looking a little bit. Where which set to go? How do you know my body size? Did you forget that I customized a set of evening dress for you before when I took you to the game party? Zhao Yu said this. Chen Mo remembered. Indeed. A week ago, Zhao Yu said that she was going to participate in some game party for fear of getting drunk and being taken advantage of. So she forced Chen Mo to go with her. And at that time, she helped Chen Mo customize a set of evening gowns. After Zhao Yu finished speaking, she directly grabbed Chen Mo into the house. At this time just woke up wearing pajamas inside a completely vacuum state of her. That is really not take Chen Mo as an outsider. Springlight do not know how much has been leaked. She did not care. On the contrary, she brought the ball greatly shaking people's action caused Chen Mo did not dare to see more. Zhao Yu's home. Chen Mo had been in several times, and was quite familiar with it. He took a look at several sets of customized clothes that Xiaoyu had thrown on the living room sofa and said, "Are these the legendary expensive clothes? How come it doesn't look like there's a big difference between them and ordinary clothes?" Chen Mo didn't see what was so valuable about these expensive clothes at all. Ordinary people naturally can't tell. Connoisseurs are very particular about fabrics, needlework, and so on, and can tell the difference at a glance. So don't worry about that, just try on which set looks better and more handsome. After saying that, Xiaoyu stood with her hands clasping her chest and looked at Chen Mo. After Chen Mo was silent for 3 seconds without any action, she immediately said, "What is the silly boy froze for? Quickly change into it, let sister see which set is better. Change directly here." Chen Mo looked around and said, "Why? Are you afraid that sister I will take advantage of you? You won't be wearing no bottoms." "That's not so." Chen Mo laughed bitterly. "Then it's a done deal. My sister wore a nightgown and wasn't afraid of you looking at it. What are you afraid of as a big guy? My sister can still eat you." Xiaoyu looked Chen Mo up and down and said. Chen Mo laughed. "It's very possible. Beautiful you." Xiaoyu immediately poked Chen Mo's forehead and gave him a blank look. "Hurry up and change." After getting along with Xiaoyu, Chen Mo felt that there was no difference between getting along with his own sister, so he didn't care too much about it, and after joking around for a while, he changed out of the clothes he was wearing, and tried on the 5 sets of clothes that Xiaoyu had customized in front of her. "Brat, you usually look like a thin dog, but you didn't expect to have a body with so much material?" When Chen Mo was changing clothes, Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo's well-proportioned and tight body, and didn't forget to tease. In the past, although Chen Mo's body was maintained okay, it definitely didn't look as perfect as it does now, and the reason why his body turned into this perfect physique now was mainly due to the fact that he enhanced his attributes and strengthened his body yesterday. After Chen Mo changed all the 5 sets of clothes, Xiaoyu smiled and said, "With your body shape, no matter which of these 5 sets can be worn in a unique style. It's not easy for me to pick for a while. Which set are you satisfied with?" Chen Mo originally thought that there was no difference between these 5 sets of clothes and what he usually wore, but after really wearing them on his body, he realized that the fabric material of these clothes was really outstanding, especially now that his sense of touch was sharper than before after his attribute value became higher. So he was able to feel the different sensations of different fabrics covering his skin. It really was a case of you get what you pay for. Like you said, these 5 sets of costumes all feel okay. I don't know which one is better. Then let Qinlan pick a set. Xiaoyu took photos of the 5 sets of costumes that Chen Mo had just tried on, and sent them to Lu Qinlan in one go. Soon after, Lu Qinlan replied, and she chose one of the most casual black outfits. According to Lu Qinlan's choice, Chen Mo changed into the expensive black casual clothes. The design of this set of clothes was simple and tasteful. The tailoring was decent, perfectly fitting Chen Mo's figure. The black fabric had a delicate texture and was characterized by low-key luxury. The neckline of the dress was slightly open, showing off his neckline, making him look elegant and confident. The design of the cuffs was also just right, looking a bit more formal without being too constrictive. The cut of the pants was very fitted, emphasizing Chen Mo's leg lines, which appeared long and strong. At the same time, the texture of the pants was also very good, making them look light and stylish when walking. Well, not bad. This set is the most everyday set is indeed suitable for today's atmosphere. You are accompanying your girlfriend to an appointment rather than attending some large banquet. You should indeed be more casual, Xiaoyu said with a smile while organizing Chen Mo's attire, condescendingly looking at Xiaoyu who was exposing her fair view under the black pajamas in front of her. Chen Mo lightly coughed and said, "I'll just organize it myself. What's there to see with your sister?" Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Chen Mo, helped him organize his clothes, patted his chest with satisfaction and said, "Just this essence is enough to suppress the Tang family boy." Xiaoyu's side helped Chen Mo finish organizing his clothes not long after. Lu Qinlan had already driven over. The reason why she came over before noon was just to check some more details with Chen Mo, so as not to have any cracks in the conversation afterward. After all, she left in a hurry yesterday, and hadn't had time to practice in this area. After spending 2 hours to add details, everything is considered ready. At this time the time has reached 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Qinlan's cell phone rang at this time, and it was her father who urged her to go to the Tang family's appointment with that Tang San Gongzi. Looks like uncle is quite anxious. Watching Lu Qinlan hang up the phone in exasperation, Chen Mo said with a faint smile, "Recently, our family has a big business to talk about with the Tang family, but the Tang family's side has been hanging around, and it seems like they just want to wait for things to settle down between me and Tang San." Lu Qinlan huffed. "Then if we do this today, won't it cost the Lu family a big business deal? This is all because they forced me to, but it's actually not much of a loss. Besides the Tang family, we could have chosen the Magic City's upstart Su group as a partner. but the elders nonetheless refused to listen to me, and I'm very optimistic about this newly emerging enterprise. Sue's group. Seems like I've heard of it. It seems to be doing something in artificial intelligence? Well, Tang's group is the earliest in our country to research on artificial intelligence, and its technology is also the most mature, and it also has deep ties with quite a few tech companies over in Birdland. But Sue's group is actually not bad either. They are closer to the Bear Country's technology companies. Although the Bear Country has appeared to be stagnant in technological development in recent years, in actuality it's still not that bad. Their own R&D products have already caught up with Tang's group, but the elders of our family are still more optimistic about Tang's group's partnership with the Bird Country side. They feel that they are more guaranteed and have a better outlook. If both sides are of similar caliber, it's understandable how your elders think. One is an established company with heritage and potential for development, and although one is a newcomer, it doesn't have enough heritage coupled with a future that's difficult to control, and those who seek stability will definitely choose the former. The words are so right. Just I can't get used to the Tang group's high and mighty look. Obviously there are already strong competitors in the country, or an attitude that we can't do without them. Our elders are even able to tolerate this. I can't stand it, Lu Qinlan said in displeasure. Chen Mo also felt that indeed. This Tang clan group was really a bit self-important. Since Lu Qinlan was Zhao Yu's friend, he would naturally do his best to help. Then let's see how they react after today. Chen Mo smiled lightly. Actually, I was still more afraid of involving you before. Just that Sister Yu said that she can protect you. Then I'm still more assured. Sister Yu's background is first class in the underground world of Magic City. With her protecting you, no one can secretly move you. Lu Qinlan smiled. Hearing Lu Qinlan say this, Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Although he knew that Zhao Yu had inherited so many properties at such a young age, and lived a simple and boring decadent life early on, she definitely had a notable ancestor's legacy in Magic City. However, Chen Mo did not expect Zhao Yu to actually have such hard relationships in the Magic City underground world. However, with Chen Mo's strength nowadays, he was not afraid of offending anyone. If others didn't want to deal with him, it was just that. If they really dared to deal with him, it was purely asking for trouble. Once again, to understand the situation of the Lu family, Chen Mo also acted more assured. Anyway, to find the Su family cooperation is also a good choice. Offend the Tang family on the Lu family is no loss. At most is Lu Qinlan home to be scolded a few words. Sitting on Lu Qinlan's Porsche sports car, the two quickly rushed to the Magic City Hotel. Tang Group's eldest son, Tang San, has already booked a private room here. The Magic City Hotel was considered an important hotel that could rank in the top 10 in Magic City. Its full name was the Magic City International Hotel, and even the leaders of Magic City would use this hotel as the main location to meet with important people. Tang San invited Lu Qinlan here. It was also considered to have given her enough face. Of course, more than that, it was still to show off his own identity as the eldest son of the Tang clan. Some people might wonder why he was obviously the grandson of the Tang clan, but why he had to call himself Tang San, a name that didn't seem to have much of an upper-class flavor, and even appeared to be a bit rustic. In fact, the main reason is because Tang San's front has actually already died 2 male children prematurely. Tang family, look at this, look is not a thing. I heard that the folk countryside people feel that the name is rough and good to feed. Simply directly to Tang 3 named Tang 3. Did not expect to be really effective, before and after 3 people, on his healthy growth. Even from a young age almost never had any disease. This makes the Tang family think that this name is really wonderful, and then called accustomed to. Also did not feel that this name is how earthy. Everyone also adapted. Just the outside world does not know the things of the Tang family. Once they hear this name, will inevitably inquire about the reason. Chen Mo went home yesterday to lie in bed and play with his cell phone when bored. In fact, also gossiped about the check, was informed of everything. Through the hustle and bustle of the city, Lu Qinlan drove Chen Mo to the area where the Magic City International Hotel is located. The environment around here has been wrapped up by the Grand Hotel purposely made garden scenery, so it appears to be a quiet. The skyscrapers on both sides of the street gave way to a lush green surrounding. Small flower beds and bright green trees dot the edge of the parking lot into a picture-perfect scene. As Lu Qinlan drove into the hotel parking lot, all kinds of high-end cars immediately reflected in Chen Mo's eyes. These cars, even Chen Mo, this kind of people do not know the car, but also be able to see at a glance that the price is certainly not expensive. Came to the parking lot door. Lu Qinlan directly parked the car in front of the gate. Lightly and familiarly get out of the car, keys handed over to the door of the parking small brother hand. When the little brother parked the car, Chen Mo looked to the side of the Magic City International Hotel. Magic City International Hotel is not high, only 5-story high. At the same time, look is not how gorgeous. Even the whole building design style is also extremely simple. The overall appearance of its smooth and low-key lines as the architectural style, looks both solemn and not lose the sense of modernity. But don't look at its appearance as inconspicuous. It uses the building materials are not cheap. Magic International Hotel exterior wall selection of dark-colored expensive stone is a kind of precious jade, each piece of special selection of pattern, with its support, but for the original appearance of the simple building added a layer of aristocratic atmosphere. After the parking boy handed the car keys back to Lu Qinlan's hands, Lu Qinlan then led Chen Mo towards the Magic City International Hotel. I've always heard about this place. I haven't actually been here yet, Chen Mo said with a smile. However, while he was talking, the system prompt was suddenly dripping and ringing. System alert, warning, warning, a large number of high-level units have been detected in the building ahead. System alert, serious warning, at least 3 or more ninth-order units have been detected in the building ahead. System alert, serious warning, there are a large number of high-level alienated units in the building, and the system predicts a 100% mortality rate. Please move away quickly. Please move away quickly. What the hell? Could it be that people with money, power and authority are really able to make some difference in the end times? Otherwise, how could so many high ranks and ninth ranks appear in this region? A piece of information flashed through Chen Mo's mind and he seemed to have gained some insight. Chen Mo thought about the event record he saw at the very beginning when the system was activated. According to the event record, the biochemical crisis had swept across the globe, coinciding with the descent of the heavenly demon star and the opening of the end times. If this external accident of the descent of the heavenly demon star was ruled out for the time being, this local crisis of the biochemical crisis was bound to happen. Then this means that there must be some forces on Earth that are researching some special biotechnology. Could it be that these so-called rich, powerful and entitled people have been exposed to this biotechnology in advance at the next point in time? How else could one explain that they were able to collectively become high-level units? Once he had this conjecture, Chen Mo had to think more deeply about some issues. If it was said that a biochemical crisis would break out in half a year, then it meant that there was already a certain force secretly researching it at this stage. Otherwise, how would it have spread around the world overnight? It must have been spread in advance before it could have broken out overnight due to the descent of the heavenly devil star. Then can he or she find this power in advance, and thus take control of the biotechnology they researched? If so, wouldn't that be the same as having a way to get a chance to quickly transform into a high-ranking powerhouse for one's friends and family? However, after taking a closer look at the contents of the system warning, Chen Mo was not too worried about this biotechnology. It was true that a large number of these rich, powerful, and entitled people had become high-ranking powerhouses, but it seemed that the vast majority of them were alienated, and instead of turning into high-ranking aliens, they had turned into all sorts of high-ranking monsters. If this was the case, then this biotechnology definitely had huge drawbacks and couldn't be used directly at all. However, what the specifics were, Chen Mo still had a question mark in his mind. He decided to make a note of this matter first, and then find a way to explore where this mysterious force was afterward. However, Chen Mo was also clear that with his current identity and status, it was obviously impossible to come into contact with a power at this level. Since this was the case, it was necessary to create his own persona as much as possible and elevate his status, so that he could also be among the ranks of the rich and powerful. In this way, only then would one be able to obtain a knock on the door to contact this mysterious power. Or perhaps this mysterious power might take the initiative to come to the door. After all, according to the high-level alienation performance of so many rich, powerful and entitled people, it was hard not to let people associate this mysterious force with various high-ranking people who were in active contact. I'm afraid that they hadn't even studied this biotechnology themselves before they had already figured out how to extort benefits from the upper echelons of society. While Chen Mo was looking at the system prompts, Lu Qinlan had already brought him to the entrance of the Magic City International Hotel. Honey, what are you gawking at? You're about to enter. Be more spirited. Seeing that Chen Mo was a bit distracted, Lu Qinlan immediately reminded him in a low voice. Chen Mo immediately came back to his senses, putting the system's prompts aside for the time being, and looked towards the hotel hall in front of him. Through the revolving door at the entrance, stepping into the hotel's foyer, Chen Mo instantly felt a light luxurious atmosphere. The entire floor of the foyer was paved with smooth and cool jade tiles, bringing a sense of calm comfort with every step. And the revolving door slowly closed behind him, complementing the cozy lights in the lobby. Walking into the lobby, the nobility of the special jade continues into the interior, opening up a path to luxury for guests. Hanging on the wall were abstract paintings and flowers painted by an artist from who knows where, infusing the whole space with the flavor of modern art. The service staff walks through the lobby with a smile on their faces in exquisite uniforms, and every guest can feel their professionalism and warmth. The furniture in the lobby lounge area is made of high-grade leather, and the various kinds of chandeliers are unique and exquisite, adding color to the whole space. This was not only a transitional area, but more like entering a unique world full of taste and comfort. Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan had just entered this place and were immediately greeted by a service staff. Welcome, two honored guests. How may I help you? My friend made a reservation for the heavenly character private room number 520. Lu Qinlan said with a faint smile. This private room is on the east side of the 5th floor. The two of you follow me. Hearing the room number that Lu Qinlan reported out, the waiter obviously froze for a moment, glancing at Chen Mo beside her. In most cases, this private room was used by young ladies from upper-class families for dating. It was the first time she had seen a girl bring a man along for a date, so she found it very strange. The reason why she didn't directly think that it was Lu Qinlan and Chen Mo who wanted to use this private room was because it was the Tang family's eldest son who had chartered the current private room 520, which she was definitely aware of. So naturally she wouldn't think that it was Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan who wanted to use it. She had subconsciously sensed that there might be a good show to watch in a while. She immediately personally led Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan into the elevator that went straight to the heavenly character area. Once Chen Mo entered, he scanned his way past the labels on the heads of the various people. The waiters here all still had relatively normal equal rank labels on their heads, with the realm heights being extremely random, but once it was some rich and powerful people, the labels on their heads were a bit strange, basically not seeing much below the 5th rank. This was already very indicative of what was going on. Soon the three of them took the elevator and reached the 5th floor. After arriving at the 5th floor, there was immediately a new attendant at the door to replace the young lady who had just greeted Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan. After the young lady from earlier explained that the two of them were heading to private room 520, the service staff who had been waiting on the 5th floor to serve the next group of guests clearly froze. She looked at the waitress coming up from downstairs in front of her with a questioning look, as if to say, "Are you sure you're not joking?" Until the waiter downstairs came up to confirm again. This waiter is also immediately felt that today this 520th private room is afraid of peace. In the downstairs up waiter left to look a moment, have gossip to share with me expression left. The 5th floor of this replacement waiter immediately cleaned up the mood, put on the sign of the welcoming smile, leading Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan toward the 520th private room. Although private room 520 was not very far from where the elevator had just been, this waitress lady was obviously walking very slowly, as she seemed to be mulling over the possible next episodes. It wasn't until she brought Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan to the front of private room 520 that she took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the private room before opening it and respectfully saying to the big son of the Tang family inside, "Mr. Tang, Miss Lu has arrived. Invite her in." Inside the room, the Tang family's Grand Duke didn't seem to notice the situation at the door and casually responded from inside. However, at this time, the waitress at the door had already begun to have her heart pounding inwardly, and she even wanted to know with some anticipation how the great master of the Tang family would react when this Ms. Lu entered the room with a boy who had an extraordinary temperament. "Both of you, inside please." After receiving Tang San's reply, the waitress deliberately raised her tone a bit to invite Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan into the room. The two words inside this sentence, but she purposely emphasized her voice, in order to facilitate the Tang San inside to understand the situation in advance. Sure enough, hearing the waitress lady's words, Tang San, who was still calmly sitting inside the house, immediately looked over towards the door with a puzzled look. After all, today was supposedly a date for the two to spend time alone. How come the other party came with two people? At first, Tang San hadn't felt that Lu Qinlan would bring a man over. He only thought that Lu Qinlan wasn't too nice, and might have pulled a bosom friend over with him. As a result, what he saw was Lu Qinlan entering the room with a young handsome guy. This couldn't help but make his pupils shrink, and he felt some displeasure. However, for the time being, he hadn't figured out the identity of the boy that Lu Qinlan had brought along, so he didn't rush to have an attack. After all, people may bring a cousin or something, although it is also considered to destroy the date alone together. But if people were shy to bring a family member over to support, the scene is quite acceptable. He immediately stepped forward to greet the door, openly said, "Qinlan, you really pinched the time to come. This brother some face I do not know is." After greeting, he immediately inquired about Chen Mo's identity. "This is my boyfriend, Chen Mo. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Tang Dazhou. I've always heard of your name in this magic city, but it's really the first time I've seen my honors with my own eyes, and I'm really a talented person." Chen Mo smiled lightly and spoke in a casual manner. He, Brother Chen, overpraise? Your Excellency's looks are also quite not bad." Tang San teased. It seemed to be mocking Chen Mo for looking like a gigolo. "Come have a seat." Seeing that Tang San was actually able to keep his composure after hearing such an introduction from Lu Qinlan, the waitress lady couldn't help but admire his temperament. She immediately said, "Then the three of you take your time to chat. I'll be right at the door. Just call me directly if there's anything you need to serve." As the waitress exited the room and brought the door with her. At this time, Shenmo's trio had already taken their seats. Shenmo's side of the system prompt had already issued a strict warning to him. System alert, special warning, detected a high-level unit full of great hostility towards the host is in the vicinity. Please quickly stay away from the host. Shenmo swept a glance at the rank label on Tang San's head. Tang San, 9th order freak. 9th order weirdo. Not bad strength. Weirdos seem to have their own intelligence. No wonder he's filled with tremendous hostility towards me. It seems that my appearance today has completely angered him. With the three of them seated, Tang San forcefully held back his anger and looked towards Lu Qinlan with a leathery smile. Qinlan, what's the significance of today's invitation? I'm sure you're well aware of it. You've invited Brother Chen to come along. I wonder how much you mean by that. At this time, Tang San's words were obviously filled with displeasure. But at least they didn't completely tear his face off, and were still speaking properly. Lu Qinlan smiled lightly. It's the surface meaning. I already have a boyfriend. Although my family may not recognize him, but I recognize him. They choose to hide it from you, but I don't want to lie to you. I brought my boyfriend to come also because I hope we can all open up the sky window and speak the truth, so as not to waste young Master Tang's time for nothing. This matter can be made clear directly inside the phone, can't it? Tang San's tone was already somewhat angry when he said this. The meaning of his passage was very simple. It was clear that the matter could have been made clear over the phone. Why did he have to make it so ugly in the open? This was clearly putting him on the spot. This was refuting his face. I think I've already said it on the phone a few times before. But you insisted on meeting, didn't you? Lu Qinlan still smiled back with a bland expression. She had indeed refused a few times before. But after Tang San investigated, he found that Lu Qinlan didn't have a boyfriend. Plus the Tang family felt that the Lu family was considered a good marriage partner. So he allowed him to continue to make contact. As a result, he didn't expect that Lu Qinlan would play for real, actually really turned out to be a boyfriend. And this boyfriend is not only not bad, the body is also very good. This dress is also a famous workmanship. Absolutely not ordinary goods. When did the Magic City have such a son appear? He did not even know. Seeing Lu Qinlan saying this, Tang San turned his head to Chen Mo and said, I wonder which son of Magic City's family brother Chen is. Chen Mo was just about to say that he was 18 not reliable, but Lu Qinlan was the one who grabbed the lead and said, my boyfriend is not a son of any family. Oh, then he can actually know a great lady like you. Qinlan, it's really some strange fate. Tang San sneered. It's not much of a strange fate. You also know that I'm a good sister with Sister Yu, and my boyfriend is Sister Yu's recognized righteous brother. So naturally I've come to know each other over and over again. Lu Qinlan said with a flat expression. The moment these words came out, Tang San immediately fell into silence. The Sister Yu in Lu Qinlan's mouth. He was naturally very clear. Zhao Yu's identity. There was no one with a bit of status in the entire Magic City who didn't recognize her. The Yellow Robe Society. As the top-ranked big society in the Magic City underground, their power in the Magic City was no joke. A lot of celebrities and nobles have interactions with them. There are a lot of things that can't be done on the surface, but also to the Yellow Robe will deal with. Everyone was going to give each other face. Big Sister Zhao actually recognized such a righteous brother. I really haven't heard of it. This matter I'll have to inquire with the Yellow Robe Society. I don't know if those uncles in the Yellow Robe Society know about this matter. Tang San said, then got up and said, since the two of you are a match made in heaven, then this private room is my treat today. Two of you please enjoy your meal. I still have a few things to do so I'll leave first. After Tang San finished speaking, without waiting for Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan to speak, he directly left. From start to finish he didn't ask about any details of the two's relationship, because in his opinion these were no longer important. From the moment Lu Qinlan brought Chen Mo into this private room, the nature of things had already changed. The first time he left the house, he immediately had people start investigating Chen Mo's identity. If Zhao Yu really recognized this kid as her righteous brother, and his name had already entered the Yellow Robe Society's upper echelon directory, then this matter could only be put to rest for the time being. Otherwise, the face of his Tang family's great young master could not be erased with a few words. Seeing Tang San leave in a huff without saying a few words, Lu Qinlan couldn't help but frown. It seems like he's quite angry, and I don't know if Sister Yu's identity can suppress him. I'd better talk to Sister Yu about his reaction first. At this moment, Chen Mo didn't care about offending Tang San. On the contrary, he was still happy in his heart, because he hadn't thought that pissing off Tang San could actually trigger quite a notable reward as well. System prompt, detected the host to the first level of cultivation, strong gas away from the 9th level of strange people, in the other side of the anger value of the state, but did not dare to take action against the host. The hosts might really shock the world. The host is hereby rewarded with 5,000 survival points and an A-grade gift package. Good lord. So being angry can trigger such a good reward? Chen Mo's eyes were open today. This was really discovering a new path to becoming rich. This world is complicated with various forces, and relationships are even more complicated with various gangs. So in order to climb all the way up the ladder, no matter which faction you rely on, you will offend another wave of groups with conflicting interests. Since you can't avoid offending people, it's better to offend a little bit. You can use this opportunity to offend people while brushing rewards. It's simply beautiful. At this moment, on Lu Qinlan's side, Zhao Yu replied with a message. I've already made arrangements, so don't worry. Seeing Zhao Yu's message, Lu Qinlan felt much more at ease. In the beginning, it was only because Zhao Yu had guaranteed that she wouldn't let her matter involve others that she had agreed to use the people Zhao Yu had found. She was afraid of harming innocent people because of her own affairs. Let's go as well. It's more or less embarrassing to use the private room booked by others after pissing them off. Lu Qinlan laughed bitterly. Come all the way. Don't leave. I'll treat this time. Chen Mo, however, still had a daily quest to spend an hour in an area where high-level powerhouses existed. This area was just quite good, so he wasn't prepared to leave so soon. Seeing Chen Mo say this, Lu Qinlan did not object. How can I let you invite? You've already taken a big risk by coming over today. It's better for me to invite you. The two stayed over here to dine. Tang San's side was furious. He had only said the scene before, saying that private room was for them to use. Originally, he felt that any normal person should have left right after him. As a result, he didn't expect that these two people would really use it. Deceitful. He angrily urged the people under his hand to investigate Chen Mo's information earlier. Soon the people under his hand passed over Chen Mo's general information. Although the Yellow Robe Society's top management doesn't have this person's name, Zhao Yu attended the meeting yesterday after a long time, and especially emphasized the need to keep this person in Magic City. She seldom interfered in the Yellow Robe Society's affairs on weekdays, giving the uncles in the society a lot of freedom. This time she appeared only mentioned this is not a request. Yellow Robe will wanna protect a person in the Magic City just. This cannot meet the words. That is really to say out to lose their Yellow Robe will senior people's face. After all, the Yellow Robe will be loyal and righteous. Loyal to the president of the Missy is loyal. Will not be responsible for the brothers and sisters entrusted is righteous. This person, the Yellow Cloak Society has explicitly guaranteed that no one in the Magic City can move lightly. Young master, I'm afraid this person is not easy to deal with. If we have to deal with him, we'll have to call the Bird Kingdom's mercenary organization to deal with him. They don't care much about the local forces in Magic City. This kid is a tenant in Zhao Yu's famous court neighborhood. I don't know how he got acquainted with Zhao Yu. I also don't know why Zhao Yu is taking care of him so much. Looking at this kid with a few looks, I'm afraid that he is Zhao Yu's privately raised face. So it's like this. Then things are simple. Zhao Yu maintains him so well. It seems he is serving Zhao Yu very comfortably. She actually shares a thing with Lu Qinlan? It's really interesting. I did think of a good way to find a woman with something on her body to seduce him. On the contrary, this kind of person doesn't care if he sleeps with one or two. It's very easy for him to get infected. Young master, this is a wonderful move. If it comes to fruition, it directly kills 3 birds with 1 stone. In the future there is no need to care about them. Then let's do it. Let them know that offending me Tang San won't have a good ending even if their background isn't bad. Of course things are done covertly. Don't be found out that it's someone we arranged. Then what about the Lu family side? This Miss Lu acting like this is really not putting the young master's face in his eyes. The Lu family was originally somewhat utilized. Since they raised such a daughter, then it's fine if this Lu family doesn't want it. And it's time to dig through some of the gaps in the Lu family that they held before. Then it will completely force them to the Su group. So what? A Liujia that is as good as new plus a Su group is indeed troublesome, but a Liujia that is riddled with holes, even if it is connected to the Su group, what can it do? What's more, the Su group's popularity and stability in AI is not as loud as our Tang family in the country. A little bad news put out at that time would be enough to influence them. Alright, just as young master said, while Tang San's side was secretly making plans against Chen Mo and the Lu family, Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan were still comfortably enjoying the scenery outside while having their meal. Whether the Lu family cooperated with the Tang family or not was actually already taken. Lu Qinlan had only accelerated and pushed for this step, while at the same time exempting the Lu family from the stage of being a dowry for the Tang family. The two of them finished their meal comfortably, enjoying the dessert in the private room. Lu Qinlan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was none other than her father calling. Originally, Lu Qinlan thought it was her father calling to reprimand her for what she did today, so she didn't answer the phone. But after the other party made several calls in a row, Lu Qinlan knew that she couldn't avoid it, so she answered it. As it turned out that her father had called not for the Tang family's matter, but to talk about yesterday's events. Yesterday, Lu Qinlan was called home because her grandfather had gotten a little better and wanted to see her. Today, his father knew that Lu Qinlan had a date with Tang San and still called him because her grandfather was completely sick. Although Lu Qinlan didn't turn on the speakerphone, Chen Mo, whose strength had greatly improved nowadays, was already deaf and clear, and still heard the relevant information from Lu Qinlan's cell phone. I'm sorry Chen Mo, my grandfather is seriously ill. I have to go back to see him immediately, so I'll stop here for today. The drama with Chen Mo was over, and Lu Qinlan's address to Chen Mo returned to normal. Speaking of her grandfather, Lu Qinlan had already involuntarily shed tears. When I was a child, my grandfather loved me the most. If it wasn't for the fact that he has been gradually getting seriously ill over the past half year and couldn't preside over the big picture, he would have listened to me and looked for a union with the Su group rather than looking for the Tang family. Grandpa had previously said that this Tang family wasn't a good character. Learned that Lu Qinlan grandfather is seriously ill news. Chen Mo was also from the phone to hear out a priority. This is not seriously ill but critically ill. This person is going to hang up. Looking at Lu Qinlan's sad appearance, Chen Mo hesitated. Finally decided to go out. After all, the main task, 2 of the dating target, Lu Qinlan is Chen Mo locked to target. Pull up her goodwill is also considered to complete the task of a ring. She had such a deep relationship with her grandfather. If she could save her grandfather, she would surely have to pull up this wave of favorability. Thinking of this, Chen Mo spoke. Then I'll go with you. Ah, Lu Qinlan looked at Chen Mo with some surprise. You're going with me? I won't hide it from you. Don't look at my ordinary appearance. In fact, I have once received the Tai Divine Needle inheritance from a divine doctor. According to my master, this set of mastery is able to cure all the terminal illnesses. Although it is said that I may not be able to really help if I don't learn the art very well, but with Grandpa's condition, any means that may be successful should be tried, shouldn't it? Chen Mo blurted out, although she didn't know what Tai Divine Needle was, but listening to Chen Mo's seriousness, Lu Qinlan didn't doubt it. Plus, her grandfather was already critically ill, so regardless of what Chen Mo said, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she should try it at this time. She immediately said, "That's great. Let's hurry back." At this time, it was already more than 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This 520 couples private room was originally meant to be used for people to enhance their relationship while dining, so the process of serving the meal was very long-lasting, and the amount was very small each time. After the 2 of them finished their meal and finished their dessert, 2 hours had already passed from the time they just came in. As the time arrived, the system prompt in Chen Mo's ear also followed closely. In fact, at the 1-hour mark, the system prompt had already sounded once. Because of this kind of timed daily task, the system would ask the host if he wanted to settle the task with the initial time reached. Chen Mo definitely chose no. He wanted to settle for double rewards. That's why it had dragged on for more than 2 hours now. If it wasn't for the urgent call from Lu Qinlan's father, this private room of theirs could even be used into the night. In the time it took for the 2 of them to go downstairs, Chen Mo had already submitted the task. System tip: congratulations on successfully completing the daily task, 3, difficulty task, and even stayed for an extra hour. Over completing the daily task, this reward is doubled. You have gained 6,000 survival points and 2 copies of the Super Daily Gift Pack. Looking at the settlement rewards of the daily difficulty mission, Chen Mo was instantly delighted. He originally thought that this difficulty mission could at most be considered double the rewards of a normal mission, but he didn't expect it to actually be triple the rewards of a normal mission. If a normal mission was overachieved, it would be at most a 2,000 point survival points reward, but the difficulty of daily tasks is 6,000 points of survival point reward. In addition, even the daily gift packs were different. The daily gift packs given by the difficulty daily missions were called Super Daily Gift Packs. It is unknown what can be opened out that is better than the daily gift packs. Anyway, Chen Mo only knows that this thing is definitely good stuff. At this moment, Chen Mo's system storage had 2 normal packs that he had obtained from completing the daily mission, 1, and 2 super daily packs that he had obtained from completing the daily mission, 3. After sitting in Lu Qinlan's car, he started pretending to play with his cell phone and opened the daily gift packs. The 2 normal daily gift packs were quite pitiful, only opening 2 living supplies. To Chen Mo, who lived in a peaceful era, these things were definitely useless. He immediately looked at the 2 super daily gift packs. However, before he could open these 2 super daily gift packs, the system prompt rang out once again. System tip: it was detected that the length of the different areas you currently went out and explored has reached 2,000 meters, and has submitted the daily task with double rewards. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully completed the daily task, 2, and even explored an additional 1,000 meters of distance. Over completing the daily task, this reward has been doubled. You have gained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. Now, Chen Mo's 3 daily quests for today had all been over-completed, and he only needed to wait for the system to settle the account at 12 p.m., and then he would be able to obtain 2 more special reward extraction opportunities. Looking at the 2 ordinary daily gift packs he had just obtained, Chen Mo immediately opened them all. The result was still very unlucky. The ordinary daily gift packs that were opened still contained living materials. It was just that this time, the 2 living goods that were opened were considered luxuries. They were a plate of hairy crabs, and a can of Buddha jumping wall. These 2 things, to be able to eat them in the last days, it could really be considered a blessing. It was just that Chen Mo had just eaten all sorts of delicacies in a high-class hotel, and now he was obviously not a fan of these 2 things. He directly placed them in the system warehouse and didn't bother. He once again returned his gaze to the Super Daily Gift Pack. System, this Super Daily Gift Pack of yours, what's the difference between it and an ordinary daily gift pack? He couldn't help but be curious and asked in his mind. System tip, ordinary daily gift packs have a higher probability of opening a variety of living materials, but Super Daily Gift Packs are bound to open a prop plus a living material. So that's it. Chen Mo then immediately chose to open the Super Daily Gift Pack. As the first Super Daily Gift Pack opened, Chen Mo obtained a living material, 7 pairs of shorts of various colors in one package, as well as a system prop, Life Extension Pill. Life Extension Pill, after taking it for the first time, it can enhance your life expectancy by an additional 10 years, and if you continue to take it in the following years, the utility will be halved once for each additional pill, but it can at least enhance your life expectancy by 1 year. There's also this kind of elixir, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. After I broke through to the first rank, my lifespan directly broke through to 200 years old. This thing seems to be a bit redundant for an alien. Chen Mo ignored the life extension pill that was opened and continued to look at the second Super Daily Gift Pack. As Chen Mo opened the second Super Daily Gift Pack, the system actually opened a pack of bras for him. I'm a male. You're opening this kind of survival material for me? System tip, survival supplies are opened randomly and will not be limited to gender. Chen Mo ignored the system and swept a glance at the bra style opened by the system. It was actually still erotic. He couldn't help but think that giving it back to Lin Shinru to use seemed good. After looking at the living materials, Chen Mo immediately looked at the props that were opened along with the living materials. The second Super Daily Gift Pack was actually a signal shield. Super Signal Shield when activated. It can learn of and shield all signals within 100 meters of your surroundings in addition to the electronic products on you. It's the end of the world. What's the use of this thing? Although it felt as if it wasn't useful. But thinking about the fact that after the end of the world there might also be situations that would require some contact by signals, having this thing would be able to block the interaction of some forces and individuals. For example, if you invade a certain stronghold and block the signal of that stronghold, it would still be relatively convenient to stop the other side from calling for reinforcements. After taking a look at this special system prop, Chen Mo temporarily threw it away in the system warehouse. After all, in reality, he hadn't thought of any place where he would need to use it for the time being. After Chen Mo finished opening the gift bag, he took the time to look at Lu Qinlan beside him, only to see that at this time her eyes were covered with tear stains. Thought that she was thinking of the fact that she was about to see her grandfather for the last time, and her heart was sentimental. He immediately comforted, Qinlan, you don't worry. My set of techniques is not learned for nothing. Even if I can't cure your grandfather, I can guarantee that at least temporarily can save his life. It was easy to say too much, so Chen Mo used this kind of semi-guaranteed words to pacify Lu Qinlan. These words did have some effect. Lu Qinlan said with a sobbing voice, Thank you Chen Mo. If you are really able to help Grandpa, I will repay you even if I am an ox or a horse. If you are sister Yu's friend, then you are also my friend. If you can help with a show of hands, you don't have to say it in such an outward manner. Chen Mo lightly smiled. With Chen Mo's comfort, Lu Qinlan's mind was calmed down a bit, but the strength of her accelerator pedal did not decrease at all. Soon, she drove Chen Mo back to the Lu family. At this time, because of the old man's matter, the Lu family had already been in a mess, and for the time being, they didn't know about the matter of Lu Qinlan and Tang San breaking up. The entire Lu family compound was already filled with many people. Just off the car, Lu Qinlan immediately pulled over a young man and asked, How is Grandpa? I'm only afraid that it's starting to come back to life. He has just suddenly been able to sit up and speak normally. It's estimated that he doesn't have much time left. He just talked about you. You which didn't come back. He has been chanting. You quickly go in and take a look at it. At this time no one cared about Lu Qinlan bringing Chen Mo back. After all, everyone was concerned about the old man and had no time to care. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinlan hurriedly pulled Chen Mo up and rushed towards the house. This was a large detached villa. In addition to the yard are people. Villa living room is also everywhere sitting people. Lu Qinlan came in and did not have time to greet the 7 aunts and so on. Directly ran upstairs to Grandpa's room. Quickly run to. Arriving upstairs, Lu Qinlan saw his parents and uncles gathered at the door. Qinlan, you finally came back. Hurry up, the old man is still reading about you. Can't let him not see your best side. Quickly go in. Yesterday Grandpa was still improving. Today why the sudden sharp turn? Lu Qinlan was puzzled. Although she was puzzled, she still pulled Chen Mo and rushed towards the bedroom. It was only at this point that the surrounding people noticed this young man. Grandpa! I'm back, Grandpa! As soon as the person entered the house, Lu Qinlan immediately pounced in front of her grandfather, Lu Yuanzong. At this moment, Lu Yuanzong clearly looked as if he was sick and withered, just as if he was already in a state where he would not live for much longer. The moment he saw Lu Qinlan, he struggled to squeeze out a smile and looked at his favorite little granddaughter and said, Qinlan, you've come back to see Grandpa one last time. The moment these words came out, Lu Qinlan instantly burst into tears. Grandpa, don't say that. I brought a friend back for you. He has learned some Tai Divine Needle. He will definitely be able to help you. The moment Lu Qinlan's words came out, the surrounding people all turned their heads to look at Chen Mo. Many people had heard of the term Tai Divine Needle, but the name of this thing was called God. But in fact, it was just an ordinary acupuncture technique. So no one believed that this thing could cure a terminal illness. No one believes that this thing can pull back a patient who has run out of gas from the ghost gate. Just at the moment the old man has gone on the end of the road, Lu Qinlan is also a piece of goodwill. Everyone did not speak out to combat. Let this girl do her best to fulfill this last useless filial piety. Is that so? The young man is actually so capable? Lu Yuanzong naturally didn't believe it either. He was just trying to match Lu Qinlan's performance, pretending to be relaxed and squeezing out a smile to look at Chen Mo. Don't worry, Grandpa. Whether or not I can cure your disease, I don't know, but keeping your breath, I can still do it. Originally, the crowd only thought that Chen Mo was a friend of Lu Qinlan's who had pulled back a bit of medical skill in a hurry and casually performed one or two of his performances and went through the motions. As a result, he actually dared to say such big words after seeing the patient in such a state. Immediately, many people felt that Chen Mo's purpose was not pure. This kid couldn't have come for his own good girl, right? With Lu Qinlan's poise, it was only natural to provoke these youngsters. Gentlemen, a healer treating a patient is concerned about a clean and undisturbed environment. Please exit the room first for your convenience. It will only take 5 minutes for me to finish. When Chen Mo said this, although several people in the room felt that Chen Mo was making a show of it, but the old man was already like this. Seeing that he was on his last breath, the people were too lazy to waste more time with this kid, letting him do his work on this side. The only ones present with hope in their hearts were Lu Qinlan and her grandmother. At this point, they had already reached the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living horse. As long as someone said there was a way, they were willing to believe it. Chen Mo, please. Before Lu Qinlan left, she directly knelt down in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately helped her up and patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, I will absolutely try my best. No need to be so. You keep a good watch at the door and don't let anyone disturb me. After Lu Qinlan exited the room and closed the door, Lu Yuanzong looked at Chen Mo and said breathlessly, Young man, it's really hard work. This prodigal still has to accompany my family's stupid child in this drama. Grandpa, I really didn't act. Looking at Chen Mei's genuine expression, Lu Yuanzong suddenly felt a flutter in his heart. Originally, with his experience, he shouldn't have believed that his terminally ill state could still be saved. However, the extraordinary air of confidence revealed by this youth had truly infected him. So much so, that he unconsciously revived his hope under complete despair, at this time outside the door. Not that I'm saying, Dad is already like this. You guys are still really big-hearted. At this last minute, you still have to let a brat give him the sin. At this kid's age when his hair hasn't even grown back. Not to mention whether he has learned medicine or not. Even if he has really learned, how much medical skill can he have? How good can he be? You guys are so willing to let Dad suffer again before he dies. Speaking is Lu Qinlan's second uncle. Lu Qinlan uncle after the accident, with Lu Qinlan's grandfather Lu Yuanzong successively fell ill. The whole Lu family just liked to become his one word. At this time he is very dissatisfied with Lu Qinlan with a look on the not capable of the young man back to toss his father, is outside the door to splash, but with Lu Qinlan and Lu Qinlan's grandmother stopping him, he couldn't directly enter the house to interrupt Chen Mo's treatment. For this second uncle, Lu Qinlan did not have a good face. The biggest beneficiary of his uncle's accident and his grandfather's illness is him. And Lu Qinlan always feels that the things that happen in the family are inextricably linked to this second uncle. But she doesn't have the evidence and doesn't dare to speak out. Now see Grandpa to the last step. The whole family feel that Chen Mo out of the treatment is certainly no chance. So they did not say a word more. But he jumped feet. This more and more made Lu Qinlan suspect that there was something wrong with this second uncle. Everyone is willing to treat a dead horse as a living horse at this last minute, just hoping for that impossible miracle, but only this second uncle, who speaks in a grandiose manner, but actually refuses to even try this last ray of hope. It is no wonder that Lu Qinlan suspects him. Inside the room, Lu Yuanzong looked at Chen Mo and said breathlessly and extremely weakly, "Young man, since you have confidence, then my old bones you can just toss them. Anyway, I'm also on this last breath. Any worse won't be as bad as it could be." "Good. Then I'll start." Chen Mo casually took out the needles for acupuncture that he had exchanged from the system mall with 5 points, and he started to falsely apply the needles. This kind of needle was so thin that nothing would actually happen when it was gently pierced into the skin. Chen Mo was just acting with it, as he haphazardly stabbed 9 needles on the scalp and some locations on the chest that were clearly not acupuncture points. He immediately said, "This hand of mine will stimulate the efficacy of the Tai Divine Needle, so get ready." After the play was done, Chen Mo suddenly reached out and stuck his hand on the old man's heart and simultaneously unleashed his healing light and divine purification skills with a thought. As Chen Mo's palm was placed on Lu Yuanzong's heart, the moment the skill was activated, he violently felt his spiritual energy start to leak out as crazily as if it had broken the dike. He knew that Lu Yuanzong's condition was serious and his state was in a slump, so if he wanted to treat him, he would definitely need to lose a lot of mental energy, but he didn't expect that the loss would actually be so severe. Almost in just a few seconds of effort, he felt a wave of dizziness. With his current physical strength, to still be able to feel this way was already enough to show that his mental loss was severe. My up to 4 points of mental strength can't even withstand the exertion? It seems that rescuing people who are critically ill isn't really as simple as I thought. In fact, although Chen Mo was quite confident in his own ability, but all the way over his words were not full every time, just said that he could temporarily save his life. The reason why he didn't dare to say that he would surely be cured, in fact, was that there was a trace of uncertainty in his heart. Now this hint of uncertainty was realized, but even if he can't cure it at once, this time he spent so much mental energy. It is enough to cure Lu Yuanzong's condition. As long as Chen Mo is given a little time to rest and recover his spirit once again, it is not difficult to cure it. However, Chen Mo didn't want to do one thing multiple times. It was naturally best to be able to do it all at once. He immediately took out his points to enhance his spiritual power. After fusing the werewolf bloodline, the maximum value of his full attributes could reach 5 points. He then brainlessly added his spirit directly from 4 points to 5 points. However, the cost of adding this attribute point lived up to its name as it became more and more expensive the further back he went, and adding it all the way from 4 points to 5 points cost Chen Mo a total of 17,800 survival points. As the attribute value increased, Chen Mo's foreign energy followed suit. For attribute points to 5, attribute points directly gave Chen Missouri 20 more foreign energy points. At this point, his total amount of alien energy was 320 points, which had already surpassed the alien energy of an early second stage alien, and he was actually still only in the middle of the first rank at this point. With the increase in attributes, Chen Mo's mental state was also immediately much better. However, soon after the spiritual energy that had just been added up, it was followed closely by being consumed again. It wasn't until Chen Mo became mentally depressed again that Lu Yuanzong's illness was finally completely eradicated by Chen Mo. At this time, Chen Mo held his forehead in a depressed state of mind, and after pulling out all the silver needles from Lu Yuanzong's body with strong support, he sat down on his but on the companion chair beside Lu Yuanzong's bed with incomparable fatigue, and he almost didn't even have the spirit to speak anymore. On the contrary, at this moment, Lu Yuanzong, simply with Chen Mo as a polar opposite. He has long since lost the previous ailing as if withered decaying breath, but instead, the whole person has become red-faced, high spirits. At this moment, his face was full of incredulity. He obviously felt that all the uncomfortable illnesses on his body had disappeared. Even the lung disease that had fallen from choking on water when he was a child had actually disappeared as well. He had never seen such extraordinary and overwhelming medical skills before. So much so, that for a moment, he had some difficulty imagining that this was true. It wasn't until Chen Mo painstakingly took out the life extension pill that had just been prescribed on the road from his system and handed it to him that he reacted. "Grandpa, I have completely cured your disease for you. It's just that being sick for too long is detrimental to your longevity. This medicine is what my master used to refine. Using a lot of good herbs, it has the efficacy of fixing the root and cultivating the vitality. After you take it, it can help you prolong your life. According to my master, people who haven't eaten this medicine in general, there is nothing wrong with living for 10 more years if you eat it for the first time." As Chen Mo's words fell, he no longer had the strength to say much, and directly closed his eyes and rested. At this time, he was not completely asleep. He was just tired and did not want to move anymore. However, once he finished his words, the way he suddenly closed his eyes and didn't move. But Lu Yuanzong was startled and thought that this young man had hiccuped in order to save himself. He jumped off the bed in fear and probed Shen Mo's nose and pulse. And only after determining that he was probably just tired and passed out did he look towards the blackish elixir in Chen Mo's hand with a sigh of relief. Oh, Chen Mo has such medical skills at such a young age. Wouldn't his master be even more impressive? The medicine he refined, saying that you can live for 10 more years if you take it. That shouldn't be wrong. Lu Yuanzong couldn't help but marvel at Chen Mo's master's bullishness, teaching such a powerful disciple, who would also refine this kind of medicine with such powerful effects. Originally, if an ordinary person suddenly took a blackish pill and told him that eating it would strengthen his body and cultivate his energy to live for a few more years, Lu Yuanzong would directly treat the other party as a liar. However, after experiencing Chen Mo's extraordinary and wonderful medical treatment just now, he himself was just like a living miracle. Based on this, he wouldn't doubt anything Chen Mo said. The world is full of strange people and strange things, not to mention Lu Yuanzong, even the once richest man in China, as well as some of the most famous movie stars in China, have all been fooled by a Qigong master who didn't know what was going on in the north and what was going on in the south. Among the more famous such as a Kung Fu superstar, an Oscar Lifetime Achievement Award winner, a Hong Kong's richest man, a Macau gambling king, all with a fake Qigong master close contact friendship. This can be the reality of the actual appearance. These people can be said to be successful people in the successful people, even they will be deceived. Not to mention Lu Yuanzong, this level of people for the supernatural power, even if the surface does not believe, but the heart is still yearning. Lu Yuanzong is no exception. He at this time, but not the slightest doubt that Chen Mo has a fairy-like medical skills. After all, he was different from those celebrities above who just heard about it and worshipped the master by name, but he had already felt himself being cured on the ground, knowing that he was just about to take the last breath and go straight away. He was equivalent to being pulled back from the ghost gate by Chen Mo, so he naturally trusted Chen Mo wholeheartedly. Looking at the black pill in Chen Mo's hand, he didn't even hesitate for a moment before directly picking it up and swallowing it into his abdomen. As the pill entered his abdomen, Lu Yuanzong could only feel an incomparably warm current spreading out from within his abdomen and eventually flowing throughout his entire body, so much so that it was as if his entire body was infused with a brand new strength. He truly had the feeling of being 10 years younger in an instant. Really, it really is true. The effects of Master Chen Mo's refined elixir are so obvious. There really is such a miraculous medicine in the world. Lu Yuanzong was already so excited that he didn't even know what to say. Just based on the medicinal effects of this pill, if it was taken to the rich and powerful people around the globe for auction, tens of billions of dollars wouldn't necessarily be able to be taken down. How many rich people had already reached the point of only pursuing a long life? Money is only a number to them. Life is the most important thing. Now, this young man had not only cured himself with his extraordinary medical skills, he had even given himself such a miraculous medicine for nothing. Lu Yuanzong himself could not help but feel a moment of confusion. How could he be so virtuous as to be able to enjoy such treatment? In an instant, he thought of his precious granddaughter. But even so, it was still unbelievable to him. How good did this young man and his own precious granddaughter have to be able to save himself so unconditionally? Although he wasn't very clear about Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan's relationship, at this time he was very pleased that his good granddaughter had made such a transcendent good friend back. After adapting to the healed body, Lu Yuanzong heard a loud noise outside. He was afraid that this group of people would disturb Chen Mo. He immediately found a clean blanket and gently covered Chen Mo's body, then gently opened the door of the room and walked out. The healer is inside treating the patient. What is the decency for you as family members to be making noise outside? Just as the people outside were talking because Lu Qinlan's second uncle, Lu Chongfeng, was making noise outside, Lu Yuanzong had already opened the door and walked out, scolding the crowd. At the very beginning, the crowd didn't even react to the fact that it was Lu Yuanzong's voice, until Lu Yuanzong once again chimed in with a low voice. Don't shut up yet. This low shout was steady and powerful, carrying a familiar and long-lost majesty, and it was only then that the crowd instantly directed their gazes at him in unison. At the sight of Lu Yuanzong's red-faced and imposing appearance appearing in front of everyone, all of them could not help but feel a trance-like sense of unreality. On the contrary, it was Lu Qinlan who was the first to react first. She ran to Lu Yuanzong's body in surprise and looked up and down before finally saying excitedly, "Grandpa, you're alright?" Lu Yuanzong turned around with a faint smile and said, "Already fully recovered." When these words came out, for a moment, it drew an instantaneous absence of all sound around them, and all of them were shocked beyond belief as they looked at Lu Yuanzong. They really couldn't believe that Lu Yuanzong, who had just clearly appeared to have returned to the light and only had his last breath left, was as sick as a withered man. How did he manage to instantly recover as much as a middle-aged man? Really? Although Lu Qinlan's heart is incomparably happy, but still incredulous. You pull my face. Let me know I'm not dreaming. Lu Yuanzong touched Lu Qinlan's head with a doting smile and said, "It's true. Thanks to your friend." At this time, Lu Qinlan only reacted to the fact that Chen Mo hadn't come out yet. She immediately asked, "By the way, where is Chen Mo? How come you're the only one who came out? Divine Dr. Chen has spent quite a bit of energy in order to save me. A guy who already has half a foot in the gates of hell. At this time he has fallen asleep from exhaustion. I didn't dare to disturb him, so I let him sleep for a while. Qinlan, you go in to take care of it." As soon as Lu Yuanzong said this, Lu Qinlan immediately became a little worried about Chen Mo's well-being. What state her grandfather was in just now? She knew best. Even though she didn't want to accept it, she knew that just now, her grandfather was definitely breathing in less than he was breathing out, just like he was hopeless. But now, he was actually able to be cured of 100 diseases and appeared in front of himself alive and well. In the middle of this, it was really hard to imagine just how much energy Chen Mo had put in to be able to restore a terminally ill person to such a state. She hurriedly said, "Then I'll go in first to take a look at him." "Well, Grandpa is a very healthy man now, so you don't need to worry about me. But it's Divine Dr. Chen's current state that I don't know how he is, and I don't dare to move him around freely, so you should take good care of him." Getting these words from her grandfather, Lu Qinlan immediately opened the door and rushed into the room, only to see that Chen Mo was sitting paralyzed on the escort chair with a blanket on his body, his eyes closed, breathing steadily, visible to the naked eye. Chen Mo's color was not very good, and his mental state was quite depressed. This made Lu Qinlan look at it and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache and guilt. It was all because of his grandfather's matter that he was so tired. Just now, because her grandfather was critically ill, she could only be sick. And now, looking back, she felt that her previous actions had really given Chen Mo too much pressure. She apologetically walked to Chen Mo's side, and after pulling the blanket upright, she just quietly looked at Chen Mo's sleeping face and guarded it. At this moment, Chen Mo was just resting with his eyes closed, and everything that was happening around him was clearly perceivable to him. It was just that he was too lazy to force himself to deal with it if it wasn't necessary. After all, at this time, his spirit was indeed quite tired, and he was too lazy to move when he could rest. Regarding the system prompts that had sounded several times in his mind, Chen Mo directly let the system read the prompts to himself in the order of the reminders at the beginning. System prompt, detected that the host is using a skill on a dead person. This behavior will flat out waste spirit. Please stop immediately. This was the first prompt that sounded from the system when Chen Mo stepped in to heal Lu Yuanzong. At this moment, Chen Mo also reacted immediately. According to the labels on each person's head displayed by the system, there were quite a few of them whose labels on their heads were dead people. That meant that these people were not alive half a year after the end of the world. Previously, Chen Mo had been focused on going to swipe the rewards of high-level powerhouses, and had ignored all of these targets that were labeled dead on their heads. Now he was a bit curious. What would happen if he crossed paths with these so-called dead and saved them? He immediately asked the system to continue broadcasting. System alert, detected that the host is conducting a meaningless rescue of a dead body. Please stop such behavior immediately. System alert, warning warning, detection of an anomaly has occurred. Detected that the dead body has been resurrected. Data error, character data is being repaired. The repair is complete. The target information has been corrected to 7th order freak. System alert, summarizing data error character information summarized. Detected that the dead body unit was brought back to life because of the host's miraculous means. The host has the uncanny ability to bring the dead back to life. The host's godly power is astonishing to the world. Such a feat is unheard of, and a special reward is hereby issued for the host's creative performance. You have been awarded the SS grade gift pack. This works? Chen Mo was also a bit surprised. He came to save Lu Yuanzong by brushing Lu Qinlan's favorability, and as a result, he didn't expect to almost give the system's CPU a dry burn, and the system after some corrections, actually also for their own release of special rewards, and this special rewards actually directly is the value of 100 million survival points of the SSS level gift package. This is also too cool? He immediately asked the system in his mind. Will there be such a reward if I continue to save dead bodies? System tip, special rewards are system rewards triggered by some unthinkable behaviors triggered by the host. Only the first time such behaviors are carried out will the special rewards be released, and subsequent similar behaviors will not continue to trigger the relevant rewards. So that's how it is, but it doesn't matter. Having already hoarded out an SSS grade prize pack, it's already earned hemp. Come on, continue broadcasting the subsequent tips you just received. System tip, due to the fact that you have successfully saved the grandfather of the 5th ranked demonic person Lu Qinlan, Lu Yuanzong. The 5th-ranked demonic person Lu Qinlan's goodwill towards you has increased significantly. Currently her goodwill towards you is 95 points, and that goodwill has already reached the adoration level. Please note that the character's favorability is the system's empirical assessment. People are fickle animals, and alienated people are even more fickle. The current favorability is only for the host's reference. This system is interesting. It even added a special disclaimer right. Chen Mo ignored the system's warning. He only cared about whether or not the goodwill was up to standard right now. As long as the other party's goodwill was able to meet the top requirement of the main survival mission -2, then whether the other party's goodwill was true or false or not, he wasn't too concerned about it at all. System prompt detected that the host was actually able to raise the favorability of the negative energy exploding 5th-order demon from friendly to adoring. The host's amazing charm is truly the best in the world, hereby rewarding the host with 2,000 survival points, a C-grade gift bag, and 10 points of charisma. As the system finished broadcasting all the gains it had just made, Chen Mo felt that this trip today was really the right one. Not only did he complete one of the required slots for the mainline survival quest, but he also gained an additional SSS grade gift pack, and at the same time was able to brush up on some small rewards. So this spirit really wasn't lost in vain. At this moment, Chen Mo's backpack contained a C-ranked gift pack, as well as an A-ranked gift pack obtained by pissing off Tang San, and an SSS ranked gift pack obtained by just saving Lu Yuanzong. If it wasn't for his temporary lack of spirit, he couldn't wait to prepare to open them one by one. At this time outside the house, everyone within the confines of the entire villa had already learned of Lu Yuanzong's miraculous recovery, and the speed at which such news spread was even more astonishing. It could be said that in just a few minutes' time, this matter had already spread to the entire Magic City's upper circles, and Chen Mo had already become famous in Magic City. In the Magic City's military department, a man wearing a straight Chinese mountain suit stood up directly after receiving a phone call in excitement. Are you serious? 1,000 times true. Now the entire Magic City is spread all over. Lu Yuanzong has definitely been sick to the point of only having his last breath left, but was just so miraculously saved, and is now still alive and well inside his villa, teaching his families and profitable sons and daughters one by one. Surprisingly, there will be this kind of miracle. Find out who the person who saved him is? It's clear. It's a young man called Chen Mo. His background is very clean, but I don't know what's going on. He seems to have an illicit relationship with Zhao Yu of the Yellow Robe Society. According to the investigation report that just came in, Zhao Yu specially attended a meeting of the Yellow Cloak Society's top management yesterday for him, threatening to ask the Yellow Cloak Society to contribute their efforts to protect Chen Mo's safety in Magic City. Oh, this is not much of a problem. The background itself is clean on the line. The old head of the year for the country to charge into battle fell into the roots of a disease, and now in his old age, the pain in his body is unbearable. The real torment. Looking for the best doctor to see, can only treat the symptoms, cannot cure the root cause. In addition to the use of painkillers, cannot do anything. The more the drug is used, the worse the effect. I really cannot bear to see him now this look. You find a chance to contact this young man called Chen Mo. No matter what conditions he can mention, as long as he can step in to help the old head remove the root of this disease, even if it's just to slow down his pain. Yes, I'll immediately send someone from my side to the Lu family. Remember, we are asking for help. Don't forget the proper etiquette in your behavior. Understood. Don't worry about me. Well, if he doesn't agree, then we can't force him. At that time, I will personally go over to beg him. It's a bit inappropriate for you to personally come out and beg a little guy. It's all for the sake of the old head. What is my face worth, without the old chief? I still don't know where I'm fooling around now. I never cared about these false names. It's just that I'm not good at leaving the military department at will is all. I can only trust you to do it first. I will try my best to get it done. On this side, there were people who had their eyes on Chen Mo's talents, and on the other side, there were also people who were saying similar things. In the underground forces of Magic City, the Yellow Robe Society could only be ranked in the top 3, and the first was the Green Gang. At this time, inside the headquarters of the Green Gang, a young man was waiting at the side of a middle-aged man and said, "Dad, there is good news coming from outside." Good news? Every day is nothing but medicine. There is no news that can be called good news for me nowadays. On the couch, a country-faced man who was still in his middle age, but completely devoid of the essence of a man in his prime, said as he looked at the wall in front of him with his eyes devoid of light. At this time for him, he did not want to care about any news from the outside. Back then did not have a son or daughter, only adopted 5 righteous children. Du Runyuan cannot help but think, he now have such a disease. No next of kin bone marrow mating is not because God knew him in advance of this fruit. Will be in the past to give him a good set cannot have children. Now every day in addition to chemotherapy, he has no other way to save. The only thing he has to live for is immense pain. So how can he care about anything else? However, the 5 righteous children are also unexpected filial piety. Then the biological children are concerned. Not that they are acting, but they really care about their foster father. Without this adoptive father, the 5 of them wouldn't have been able to live the life of a human being from the bottom of the human body. And they have always kept this favor in mind. If not for the fact that they are not biological, bone marrow and Durunyuan mismatch. Asked any one of them to donate bone marrow, they will not hesitate to nod yes, looking at his righteous father's appearance that although he was alive, his essence had died long ago. Du Zihong looked quite distressed. He immediately said, "Dad, this good news is definitely related to you. Oh, tell me." Durunyuan barely squeezed out a smile and said, he really wanted to know what good news could be related to him when he was in this state. You still remember the news of Yang Lu Xin Group's old boss, Lu Yuanzong, being critically ill that I mentioned to you before, right? Well, that disease of his, it's quite good. He doesn't have to suffer from this like me. There's no cure, just wait for death directly. Durunyuan laughed bitterly. Dad, if I tell you, he suddenly got well today. Not even the kind of long illness, but directly good, extremely sharp and thorough, directly able to stand up and train people. Do you believe it? Du Zihong immediately said with a mysterious smile. Impossible. That disease. Terminal disease. Could it be that some pharmaceutical technology company has suddenly researched a special effect medicine? But that wouldn't be enough for him to be able to immediately get well enough to stand up and train people. I've seen him in the hospital before. Even if he was cured, I'm only afraid that he's already been consumed without a few years to live. Durunyuan recalled the scene when he met Lu Yuanzong in the hospital. Indeed, throughout the entire magic capital today, everyone finds it unbelievable, and the person who cured him is even a little-known character. Before today, no one had even heard of him except for the Yellow Robe Society. Yellow Robe Society? Hearing these 3 words, Durunyuan's pupils shrunk and his eyes unconsciously narrowed slightly. Seeing him in this state, Du Zihong knew that his father's suspicious heart was guilty again. He quickly said, "You can rest assured. It's not like he has a deep involvement with the Yellow Robe Society. He just has a bit of a shady relationship with Zhao Yu. His own background is very clean. I've checked on this point, and I'd like to ask him to come back and diagnose and treat you. Are you sure that you have investigated carefully and that this person is not released by the Yellow Robe Society to probe me?" Durunyuan felt that things were a bit strange. Unparalleled certainty. Whether or not it is the Yellow Cloak Society who released him, at least he saved the life of Lu Yuanzong is the exact thing that happened in full view of everyone. This is something that the entire upper circle of Devil's Capital has already confirmed. There can be no mistake. If that's really the case, then there is indeed a possibility of giving it a try. Durunyuan also came to be interested. Dad, now it's not a matter of whether we harbor doubts about him or not, but a matter of whether we can invite him or not. Since ancient times, those with great abilities can always have some eccentric temperament and rules on them. Du Zihong said with a helpless smile. Try it. If the time is not favorable, it is also your father's and my destiny. In a short span of more than 10 minutes, the topic of conversation of the entire upper-class circle of Magic City almost all came down to unity. A miracle doctor who could make flesh and bones from the dead had appeared in the Magic City. I don't know how many dignitaries wanted to socialize with him immediately. What do these rich and powerful people care most about? Naturally, it's their own lives. They have money, power and influence, but they can't control their own flesh and blood. Once born, what terminal disease? That even if it is again rich, powerful, but also ultimately is not against the body of the 5 valleys. But today, they got a chance to change. They naturally want to cherish it. At a time, outside the Lu family mansion, suddenly like locusts gathered, drove a large number of luxury cars. Many celebrities and noblemen successively gathered to the Lu family. It was said that they heard that the old man of the Lu family had recovered from his illness and came to congratulate him. But in reality, everyone knew what they were thinking. Just at this time, Chen Mo is still in the recovery spirit. Even if they come, but also have no time to see them. Lu Yuanzong is even more direct and sophisticated to block everyone. Directly said to set up a banquet to celebrate. Will be all forcibly gathered to a nearby Yang Lu Xin group name of the Grand Hotel. At home, only Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan, who took care of Chen Mo, were left behind. Before leaving, Lu Yuanzong quietly opened the door and said, "Qinlan, I've called 2 people to help send Dr. Chen to your bedroom to sleep. He's done us such a great favor. It's a bit rude to leave him to sleep in this escort chair." Within this large villa of Lu Yuanzong, there was a room purposely set aside for this precious granddaughter of his. It was just that Lu Qinlan seldom came to live over here, but even so, her grandmother would often clean it up, waiting for the day when her granddaughter would come to live over here. Hearing her grandfather say this, Lu Qinlan also felt that putting Chen Mo on the chair regardless wasn't very good. She nodded her head and said, "Well, this time it's really hard on him. I didn't even know before that it would be so mentally draining for him to go out and cure the disease. It's really a hard work for him this time. When Divine Dr. Chen wakes up, it's not too late for us to thank him properly. Just let him rest first." Soon the two subordinates called by Lu Yuanzong came in and prepared to assist Chen Mo to Lu Qinlan's bedroom. At this time, Chen Mo tiredly opened his eyes and said, "No need. I just took a nap, and have recovered some of my spirit. I'll just go home and sleep." Upon hearing this, where was Lu Yuanzong willing to do that? Not to mention how much benefit there is in making good friends with Chen Mo. Even if there is no benefit, he just pulled himself back from the ghost gate. As a result, he didn't offer any thank you gift, and then he sent others home to sleep. He said that he, Lu Yuanzong, would be poked in the spine by people. "Don't, Dr. Chen. Since you are friends with our family Qinlan, then you treat this place as your own home. You see, you are so tired now. In case you go home without anyone to take care of something, how can I feel at ease? You just rest here in us for half a day first. If by the evening you feel that your spirit has recovered, then it's not too late to go home." Lu Yuanzong's words were not unreasonable. Chen Mo at this time was also still feeling groggy in the head, and indeed did not really want to move around. One more step. He felt that it was costing him spirit. Seeing this, he also no longer refused. In Lu Qinlan's assistance, he directly slept in Lu Qinlan's bedroom. Seeing Chen Mo sleeping peacefully in Lu Qinlan's attentive care at the side, Lu Yuanzong revealed a hint of meaningful smile and said, "Qinlan, there are a lot of guests today. Grandpa has to be in charge of going to deal with them. Divine Dr. Chen is asking you to take care of them. The vast majority of these people are rushing to Divine Dr. Chen. I have to get in the way." Lu Qinlan naturally wasn't stupid, and knew very well what all the people coming outside were really for. Chen Mo's outburst today was more than simply curing a person. The impact of his outburst today was a huge one. Of course, for this impact, Chen Mo had expected it. From the time he approached the Magic City International Hotel, he received a prompt from the system, reacting to the reality that there might exist a certain mysterious biotechnology company that would trigger a global biochemical crisis. He had already prepared the idea of elevating his status and position to be amongst the ranks of the rich, powerful and entitled. The first reason for rescuing Lu Yuanzong this time was because of Lu Qinlan and Zhao Yu's friendship. The second was for the main survival mission. And the third was because he wanted to make a name for himself. In this way, in the future, when he came into contact with the key figures of various forces, he could also be more fluid. The more one started from nothing, the more one needed to accumulate a large number of contacts in order to make it. After all, Chen Mo wanted to make sure that he made it big and strong in the remaining half a year. And making a name for himself in such a short period of time was no easy task. This was when a large number of connections played a crucial role in it. Now, his first step has been successfully taken. Today can be said to be a save fame. Fame throughout the Magic City has reached the Magic City high-level circle inside the degree of no one knows. This is a very good start. However, this behavior of Chen Mo also caught the attention of a certain power in the dark. Lu Yuanzong's case has already been collected. This kind of terminal disease, there is simply no medical capability on the market that can save him, and he was actually able to make a miraculous recovery. Is this mysterious kid sent out by a certain company that is also secretly researching super new drugs like us to find someone to test the drug? We have gathered so many cutting-edge scholars to research for so long and spent so much financial and material resources, but we haven't completely developed this super new drug. How could someone from the outside world be able to make a drug that is even more effective than our super new drug? As far as this super new drug of ours is concerned, although it can cure Lu Yuanzong's terminal illness, the side effects of this are also huge, and it's impossible that after using the drug, he can live and breathe like he does now. If it is really a certain drug that cured Lu Yuanzong, then this drug can really be more powerful than our half-finished super new drug. Then I'm really interested in meeting this kid from China. It is still unknown how exactly Lu Yuanzong was cured, or if he took medicine or was treated in some other way. After all, he was treated behind closed doors. But what can be known is that the healing process was very short. Within just a few minutes, Lu Yuanzong was cured as if he was fine. To achieve this kind of effect, in addition to the use of medicine, I think there is no other way. Without the action of medicine, how can the muscles recover? Curing a disease can be more than just removing the root of the disease to instantly turn a person back to normal. That's true. I'll immediately send someone to investigate clearly. If it's really medication, then we'll properly investigate out the pharmaceutical formula behind him. Wait, before investigating him, I think it's more important to investigate within our organization first. That meteorite, but it only fell into our bird country's territory. The H country simply doesn't have the biological materials from this meteorite. With only the existing biological knowledge and biotechnology on Earth, it's simply impossible to research a medicine that powerful. Are you saying that someone might have leaked the special biological samples? If Lu Yuanzong's illness was cured because of the medicine, then I can only think so. This matter needs to be notified to the headquarters side. Inside the branch of a certain mysterious organization agency in country H, there were doubts about the internal stability at this time because of Chen Mo's rescue of Lu Yuanzong. It could be said that Chen Mo's act of saving his life was causing all sorts of undercurrents for a while. Soon, a military jeep drove up in front of Lu Yuanzong's villa. A young man with an extremely straight body jumped down from the vehicle and walked towards Lu Yuanzong's villa with great strides. As a result, just as he approached, he was stopped by the Lu family's family guards. "Hello, sir. The master's family is not at home right now, and is unable to receive guests for the time being." "Not at home? Didn't Elder Lu just recover? Where did the person go?" A lot of people came to congratulate Elder Lu right after he recovered. So Elder Lu decided to hold a celebratory banquet at the nearby Chui Yun Xian Hotel. And all the guests have already gone over there. "I see. That divine doctor who cured Elder Lu has also gone over there?" The youth immediately continued to ask. "The divine doctor lost too much energy after saving our old master, and is now recuperating at home under the care of the young lady." The housekeeper saw the other party's extraordinary status, but did not dare to offend. "Too much energy loss?" The youth hesitated for a moment and said, "I see." After saying that, he turned around and left, but he only returned to his car and did not drive away. It seemed that he was prepared to just stay here until that divine doctor finished recuperating. Seeing this, the Lu family's housekeeper wasn't someone who didn't know better, and he hurriedly passed the news to the higher-ups. Soon the butler came out from the room. This butler is much more knowledgeable than the housekeeper. He saw who this young man was at a glance. He immediately walked quickly towards the car and said, "Aya, isn't this Major Ling? What brings you here?" "I heard that Elder Lu has recovered, so I came to take a look. Our old man is entertaining various guests at the nearby hotel. Shall I take you there?" "No need. Coming to say congratulations is just one thing. The second thing is that I'm mainly here to look for that divine doctor who cured Elder Lu. I just heard from the house guest that he is recuperating at this time." "Yes, after divine Dr. Chen cured our family's old master, he fell unconscious from exhaustion, and now he hasn't even slowed down yet. At this time he is resting in the young lady's room." "So serious?" Hearing the news of Chen Mo's coma, Ling Feng immediately tensed. "This, you guys don't invite someone to take a look and just let him rest in his room?" Major Ling misunderstood. "It's not that we are deliberately slacking off. It was divine Dr. Chen himself who said that he only needed to rest for a while. Just now he was even ready to go home and sleep. It was still our master who was afraid that something would happen to him halfway through the day, so he forced him to stay and rest. So that's how it is. I hope that divine Dr. Chen will recover earlier already. When he recovers, please come and let me know." Ling Feng said rather politely. "Then you'd better go into the house and wait. If our old master knows that you've come, and we're so slow to let you wait in front of the house, he will definitely reprimand us." The butler didn't dare to neglect this person in front of him. Although this person in front of him did not hold a very high position, he was definitely a very important person in the military department. It was because he was a student of the current hand of the military department, often on behalf of that person to do things outside, so he often appeared on behalf of the one behind the appearance. Naturally everyone on him is quite important. Where would the Lu family's butler dare to neglect this person? After all, his appearance this time might be for the one behind him, so if he was neglected, wouldn't it be the same as neglecting the one behind him? With the caliber of the Lu family, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After inviting Ling Feng into the house, the butler immediately ordered someone to prepare tea for Ling Feng and then went to inform Lu Qinlan. "Miss, Major Ling specially came. I'm afraid that the name of divine Dr. Chen has already spread to the military department. He's a person who doesn't have anything to do, and often appears just to be a talker for the person behind him. He only came here because of divine Dr. Chen, and I don't dare to neglect him, so I'll invite him into the house first, and after that what to do can only be done by you. Actually even he has come? This person can't be neglected. You take care of it for me here. I'll go and greet him." Soon Lu Qinlan came downstairs. After seeing Ling Feng, he immediately revealed a warm smile and said, "I don't know what kind of wind is blowing Major Ling to our home. Look at my grandfather which has just recovered. The whole family is busy at a time. There's nothing to entertain you. It's really sudden. Miss Lu don't need to be polite. I'm not here to be a guest either. I'm mainly here to see divine Dr. Chen. In a moment when he wakes up, if it's convenient, please let me just chat with him for a couple of minutes. Don't worry, we never do things by force. We definitely won't let divine Dr. Chen have a hard time. Can I hear what's going on first? Chen Mo is my friend after all. He has just treated my grandfather's energy loss quite severely, and I don't know if there will be any special effects. and I don't want him to be more damaged. Seeing Lu Qinlan said so, Ling Feng did not hide. After all, the old head of things who know, and he is for the country's injuries, the roots of the disease. This is the honorable thing. There is nothing to hide. Hearing as Ling Feng is for the old head, Lu Qinlan look has also become respect a lot. If so, I will certainly convey to the old head of a group of them, for this country to bow and scrape. I and other descendants are also in mind. It's just that Chen Mo's treatment for people seems to have a small impact on himself. Whether he can agree to it or not still depends on his own situation. This is natural. I only came this time to inquire about Divine Dr. Chen's wishes, and if he has any inconveniences, we will never do anything to force his hand. After confirming that Ling Feng did not have any other purpose for coming over this time, Lu Qinlan felt relieved and left him to drink tea downstairs, while he himself returned upstairs to look after Chen Mo. Soon enough, however, there were other guests in the house. The housekeeper at the door had just welcomed Ling Feng into the house not long ago when he saw another heavyweight appear. He hurriedly went home again to ask the butler to come out and respond. Young Du, the Green Gang is busy with business. Why do you have the money to come to your humble abode? What I came for? You should know very well. My father's condition. I'm afraid there's only no one here who doesn't know about it. Du Zihong looked at the Lu family's housekeeper with a faint smile and said, I'm sorry, Divine Dr. Chen just passed out from exhaustion after healing our old man. He won't be able to see you for a while. Oh, there is actually this matter. It seems that Divine Dr. Chen's treatment is quite exhausting for himself. Du Zihong couldn't help but think about it. If that's the case, I'm afraid it's not easy to ask him to save his father. A stranger. It's like this. He's all still in a coma right now. Then I'll go back to the car and wait for him. Let me know when he wakes up. Du Zihong finished speaking and prepared to go back to his car. This made the Lu family's housekeeper laugh bitterly. You all come over one by one as big shots, and then you want to go back to your own car after saying that. How can I afford to do this? He hurriedly said. Du Xiao, this is out of place. You came to our Lu family. How can I let you go back to your car and wait? Please come inside. Just that if you want to wait for Divine Dr. Chen, there is already one in front of you who is waiting, and I don't know if Divine Dr. Chen is still free to see you after seeing him. Oh, who else is coming? Du Zihong was curious. Major Ling. The butler simply said 3 words. These 3 words did make Du Zihong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. If this one was in the front of the line, then he really didn't have much capital to compete with others. However, for the sake of his father, he still decided to go inside and wait. Soon the butler invited Du Zihong into the house as well. As soon as he entered the house, Du Zihong immediately greeted Ling Feng warmly, but it was Ling Feng who was rather nonchalant towards him. This was also normal. Ling Feng comes from the orthodox. Behavior is also very decent. And Du Zihong, this kind of magic dark side of the people are obviously not a trigram. Usually rarely have any interactions. He naturally do not care about Du Zihong. Spare the Green Gang again how to rank first. In front of the Ministry of the Army, that also have to obediently clamp the tail to do people. Seeing that Ling Feng is not warm to himself, Du Zihong naturally did not bother himself too much, but simply said hello, and then quietly waited on the sidelines. The news of Lu Yuanzong's recovery was a good thing for some, insignificant for some, but for some it was a bad thing. For example, the Tang family at this time. Tang San was shocked to the point of speechlessness when he received this news. Today, he had only set out to find someone to look for Chen Mo's trouble, but Chen Mo had turned into the flavorful bun that the entire senior management was staring at and wanted to be close to. This really made him feel extraordinarily unhappy. And even more upsetting to him and the entire Tang family is Lu Yuanzong's recovery. They have already laid out a good. Only waiting for Lu Yuanzong cannot. Lu Chongfeng on the throne to further start all the previous arrangements, completely take over the Lu family. As a result, once Lu Yuanzong recovered from his illness, most of the previous arrangements would be ineffective. Lu Chongfeng, but they deliberately raised, whether he killed his own brother, or drug poisoning their own father. These are the Tang family hand control of the extremely important handle. These handles held in the hands of the Tang family. They will have the capital to swallow the Lu family after Lu Chongfeng took over the Lu family. Unfortunately, now that Lu Yuanzong had been miraculously revived, then all the previous arrangements would have been in vain. Instead, he might have to wait for Lu Yuanzong's side to settle the score. After all, after Lu Yuanzong recovered, with his ability, he would definitely quickly find out what Lu Chongfeng had done in private, and the Tang family had played an important assistant role in it. Although the Tang family wasn't afraid of the Lu family, it wasn't easy to face the full force of a top 100 company's retaliation. After all, at this time, they still had a Su clan in their sights. This made the Tang family feel very annoyed for a while. However, the Tang family's heritage was still deep, plus their Tang family was somewhat intertwined with the first 3 of the 3 major organizations of the dark side. especially with the second-ranked Hongmen who had a rather close relationship, so it wasn't so easy to shake. Young master, this kid has caused such a stir. Do we still need to continue with our original plan? Continue. Looking at the information coming from his men, Tang San viciously said, still continue? Isn't he a divine doctor? Would he still be afraid of us giving him a disease? Withdrawing my previous words, this time the continuation is to directly get him killed. But he's so famous now. I'm afraid that many eyes are staring at him. It's not easy to get him. Humph. The more we have to continue. The more famous he is, the more emboldened he will be. And the more emboldened he is, the more the defense forces around him will let down their guard. This is instead a good opportunity for us to deal with him. Understood. Bird Country's mercenaries have already been gathered, and will be looking for an opportunity to strike in the next few days. But I'm afraid that doing so will only enrage the Yellow Robe Society. It won't. At most it will just anger Zhao Yu. Give enough benefits to the Yellow Robe Society's top management. She is just a name in the Yellow Robe Society now. She doesn't have any real power. I don't believe that those uncles in the Yellow Robe Society will fight against their own interests just for the sake of a little bit of fame. It's just that killing this kid doesn't seem to have much benefit for us. Who said that? Since this kid saved the life of a huge obstacle to our layout, he is the enemy's most powerful aide, and his death means a lot. If I didn't have a beef with him before, it would have been fine. Maybe I could still keep him to use when we need him. But since we have a conflict with him now, a capable person who can't be used for our own use should never be kept for our enemies. Tang San was actually right. The fault he was talking about wasn't something as trivial as pretending to be a boyfriend and ruining a date. The transgression he was talking about was that once their Tang family's plan to secretly deal with the Lu family was exposed. According to Chen Mo and Lu Qinlan's relationship, Tang San believed that Chen Mo would definitely stand against him at that time. A divine doctor who couldn't be used for himself. It would be better to accept. For a while, the underground had already been in a state of darkness, and at this time, Chen Mo had finally recovered some of his spirit and no longer had a headache. The attribute value of 5 points of spiritual power could not only just add to his spiritual power ceiling, it also improved his spiritual power recovery speed. As soon as he regained his spirit, Chen Mo saw that Lu Qinlan was lying on his side. A pair of big watery eyes unblinking were gazing at him. Chen Mo, you're awake. Seeing that Chen Mo's face had improved a lot, Lu Qinlan immediately said happily, well, it's been half an hour since I slept. I think I've recovered about as much as I can. Chen Mo took out his cell phone and looked at the time and said, it was only at this time that he took a good look at the situation in the room. He had almost forgotten that he had left Lu Yuanzong's room midway and entered Lu Qinlan's bedroom. Looking at the pink quilt on his body, he immediately prepared to sit up, only to be held down by Lu Qinlan. You have just recovered. First sit and lean for a while to slow down. Don't be in a hurry to get up. I let someone give you chicken soup stew. Would have liked to stew for a while longer. Since you woke up, I'll let someone shang a bowl over. Chen Mo laughed. I'm not a patient. I just spent a little bit of my mental energy. What chicken soup? Ah? Where did you just use up a little bit of your spirit in that state? I think you are greatly injured. You don't want to talk to me. Lie down obediently. I'll go get you chicken soup. After Lu Qinlan pressed Chen Mo without saying a word, she got up and went to look at the chicken soup. This caused Chen Mo to laugh bitterly. The spiritual power Chen Mo was talking about was real spiritual power, but in Lu Qinlan's perception, the spiritual power he was talking about was the so-called damaged Yuan Qi, and to save a serious illness like her grandfather's, it was bound to be a great loss of vital energy, which could not be recovered by sleeping for half an hour. She only thought that Chen Mo was bracing himself. Seeing this, Chen Mo was in no hurry to get up. It was just the right time to open a system gift pack. He called out the system interface and started to open the system gift pack. He first opened the C-rank gift pack reward brought about by Lu Qinlan's favorability increase. System prompt, opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the C-grade item, Precipient Ring. Energy Storage Treasure Ring Grade C item. Every second it will draw energy from nature for storage. It can accumulate and store up to 100 points of energy. When you need to replenish your energy, you can draw energy from within the Energy Storage Treasure Ring to replenish it. The energy of the Energy Storage Treasure Ring can replenish any energy loss, whether it be xenomorphic energy, physical energy, spiritual energy, etc. Oh, a ring that stores energy. And the stored energy can also be converted into any energy. This thing is good. Seeing the effect of the energy storing treasure ring, Chen Mo's eyes immediately lit up. He was worried that he often lost too much energy and had no way to replenish it quickly. If there was such an energy storage treasure ring, wouldn't it be possible to replenish energy quickly? At this moment, Chen Mo's spirit had only recovered to a state where he could act normally, but it was far from being fully restored. He immediately tried to draw out the energy in the energy storage treasure ring to replenish his spiritual energy. The energy storage treasure ring that he had just obtained had a full amount of energy stored in it. As Chen Mo extracted the energy from it to replenish his spiritual power, he soon felt a surge of energy from the energy storage ring enter his body, and his spirit gradually became fuller as a result. However, this energy just worked for a short while before it was empty. After carefully feeling his current state of spiritual recovery, Chen Mo realized that the 100 points of energy was simply not enough to replenish his total spiritual power of 5 points. With 100 points of energy, it probably only helped him recover about 6% of his spiritual energy, but even so it was already enough. A normal 1-point spirit person's spiritual energy was only 100 points of total spiritual energy. The higher the spiritual attribute, the greater the increase in the total amount of spiritual energy would be. Chen Mo was now 5 points of spirit, and his total amount of spiritual power had already gone through several increases. 1 point of spirit was 100 points of total spirit. 2 points of spirit would raise the total amount of spirit by 200 points on top of 1 point of spirit, which meant that 100 plus 200 became 300 points of total spirit. Chen Mo was now at 5 points of spirit, and his total amount of spirit power at this point was equivalent to 100 plus 200 plus 300 plus 400 plus 500 totaling 1,500 points. The recovery of 100 points of spiritual energy was naturally only about 6% for Chen Mo, who had 1,500 points of total spiritual energy. However, for a normal person, having 100 points of spirit was already enough to be in high spirits. Chen Mo was the same at this moment, even though his spirit was not fully restored. After half an hour of recovery just now, coupled with this 100 points of spirit replenishment, his spiritual state at this moment had already recovered better than any normal person. After all, an ordinary person's full value was only about 100 points of spirit. After using up the energy within the energy storage ring, Chen Mo immediately sensed the speed of the energy storage ring's energy recovery. At this time, the energy storage ring was slowly accumulating energy. According to Chen Mo's estimation, although it was absorbing energy every second, it basically took at least a minute for it to accumulate 1 unit of energy. This speed wasn't really fast. This thing could only be used as a temporary supply. It would not be easy to replenish it while fighting in battle. Without bothering about the energy storing treasure ring, Chen Mo turned his head to look at the next gift pack. This gift pack was the A-ranked gift pack that he had gotten from running away from Tang San. According to Chen Mo's experience in opening packs over the past 2 days, generally, large gift packs below A rank were some items, while above A rank gift packs were more likely to have some skills. I also don't know if this gift pack is also a skill when opened. If so, more useful skills. Chen Mo muttered in his mind and had already reached out and clicked to open the gift pack, which turned out to be a high-level item. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining an A-rank item, Omnipotent Shield. Omnipotent Shield? What the hell? Chen Mo looked at the item that looked like a pendant growing inside the system warehouse in the translucent floating window in front of him and curiously clicked on the item description. Omnipotent Shield, Grade A item. Normally, it can be worn as a pendant for decoration, and when you are about to be attacked, the shield will automatically turn on, generating an invisible energy protection field that will block any type of attack for you. The shield's protection level is Grade A. It can withstand the full force of a 9th-ranked powerhouse at least 3 times, and even if you suffer from a nuclear bombing, it can leave you unharmed and eliminate radiation intrusion. So perverted? Can't even be bombed by a nuclear bomb? This is actually only the ability of an A-class item? Although it was said that the living environment determined one's eyesight, at least in the eyes of Earthlings, nuclear bombs were already the highest level of lethal weapons. As a result, the system's output of A-rank item protection abilities had the ability to withstand nuclear bombs. It was also too fierce. However, this thing blocked the full force attack of a 9th-ranked powerhouse only 3 times. So wouldn't that mean that the battle power of a 9th-ranked powerhouse was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb? What kind of perverted combat power was this? No wonder his own zero-order kill a 9th order. The system was so astonished. Until now, with a clear comparison, Chen Mo finally understood how powerful the so-called 9th order strongman that the system often exclaimed was. After reading the introduction of the Omnipotent Shield, Chen Mo was still satisfied. This thing could automatically detect attacks and turn on the defense. This way he wouldn't have to worry about being sneak attacked. Although Chen Mo was confident enough in his current attributes, if he was targeted and shot in the head with a sniper rifle, he wasn't sure if he would be able to withstand it. But with this baby that can even block nuclear bombs, then there is no need to worry about all kinds of sneak attacks. And this thing, in addition to automatic protection function, but also able to actively open. The most critical or open is invisible force field. Even if it was activated in this peaceful world, it wouldn't be intuitively discovered. It was still very good. After opening the C-grade gift pack and the A-grade gift pack, Chen Mo then looked towards the unexpected SSS grade gift pack that Whitehore had gotten. He had just prepared to open the SSS grade gift pack when he suddenly remembered something. That was that the SSS grade gift pack seemed to be something that could be used to designate the redemption of a superpower god fruit. Obtaining one more source core didn't just mean obtaining one more superpower. It also meant one more share of source core energy. This would give a huge boost to combat power. That's why the superpower god fruit is definitely the most valuable treasure to obtain. Instead of opening the SSS grade gift pack and betting that something good comes out of it that satisfies you, it would be more prudent to directly exchange it for the superpower god fruit. A definite extremely valuable treasure. After all, this thing, even if you want to exchange, the system will only give you a total of one active exchange opportunity. Subsequently, even if you have more SSS grade gift packs, the system is not willing to change to you. Want to get this thing again? Can only be opened through the SSS grade mainline mission gift pack is possible to obtain. After considering it clearly, Chen Mo immediately chose to exchange it. System tip: the exchange price is an SSS level gift package plus a special reward extraction opportunity. Is it okay? It just so happened that the special reward extraction opportunity that Chen Mo had obtained from settling the rewards yesterday still had one more unused. So Chen Mo decided to use it here. Okay. System prompt: redemption successful. You lost an SSS grade gift package. You lost a special reward extraction opportunity. You have obtained a superpower divine fruit. Please pay attention to it. The moment he saw the super energy god fruit, Chen Mo originally reached out to take it out and eat it. But once he thought of the pain he felt when he ate the super energy god fruit to open his source core earlier, he stopped moving again. Now, he was in someone else's home, not his own, so if he ate the superpower god fruit and wailed in someone else's home with his head in his hands, it would be a bit uncharacteristic. Although Chen Mo felt that he should have a higher tolerance for pain now that his attributes had greatly increased. But the pain of the birth of the source core is not the traditional meaning of pain at all. This kind of pain is as if in the soul to tear out an additional wound, forcibly growing new tissue from within the wound. This was definitely not something that could be easily endured with much of an attribute boost. The moment he thought of this horrifying source core birth scene, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel phantom pain in his head once again. After experiencing this kind of pain once, he didn't want to come back for a second time at all. However, he couldn't help that opening multiple source cores was too fragrant. One more source core was equal to one more supernatural ability and one more share of foreign energy, which was not a little bit of enhancement. Even if it hurt, he had to endure it. While Chen Mo was recalling the pain of taking the superpower god fruit, Lu Qinlan had already returned with a plate. On the plate was a bowl of fragrantly stewed chicken soup. It's only been stewed for half an hour, but it's not bad. Come and taste it. Saying this, Lu Qinlan brought the plate to the bed and used a spoon to pull up the bowl of chicken soup, gently blowing on it to cool it before feeding it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and took the spoon and said, "I'm not disabled. I'll do it myself." Seeing that Chen Mo was embarrassed, Lu Qinlan did not force herself. After tasting a mouthful of chicken soup, Chen Mo's keen sense of taste immediately tasted a large amount of medicinal tonic substances in it. This chicken soup puts in a lot of ingredients. Your chicken soup is also too tonic. You'll get a nosebleed after drinking it. Chen Mo laughed. You've got a big injury to your vital energy. You must replenish it more. Drink it quickly. I'll give you more if it's not enough. No need. I'm full of blood after you go down with this bowl. If I drink another bowl, I'm afraid my energy will burst. Chen Mo laughed. I'll help you release it if it bursts. Lu Qinlan joked. Then I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it. Chen Mo shook his head and laughed. After drinking the chicken soup, Chen Mo immediately got up and said, "It's time to get up. If I lie down any longer my body bones are going to lie crispy. I've already recovered. Thanks to your chicken soup, your grandfather should have fully recovered. Well, he's alive and well now. He's already gone to the nearby hotel to greet the guests. That's good. Then I can retire on merit. I still have class tomorrow. I'll go home first." Chen Mo had an unprecedentedly fulfilling weekend. Upon hearing that Chen Mo was going to leave, thinking that there were two more waiting downstairs, Lu Qinlan immediately said, "Chen Mo, wait a minute. There are two admirers downstairs who want to ask for your help. One is Major Ling from the military department, and the other one is the righteous son of the leader of the Qin gang. Neither of them is a simple character, and they can't be easily offended. If you think it will be difficult for you to run into them, I'll send you to sneak out through the back door." Saying this, Lu Qinlan said one more sentence for Ling Feng. Major Ling came here for the old head's illness. The old head's injuries were all suffered for our country. He also came here because he wanted to help the old-timer alleviate some of his pain, and didn't ask for a definite cure. Is that so? That is something we should go and see. Without the old generation who sacrificed their lives in the war years, where would we have such a peaceful life now? It's better to go through the front door. Chen Mo laughed. As Lu Qinlan brought Chen Mo along to the downstairs, the two people who had already been waiting downstairs also immediately stood up with a prancing motion. However, Du Zihong was still more courteous and knew his place. After all, it was Ling Feng who came first, so how could he let Ling Feng make contact first? Not even needing to be introduced by Lu Qinlan, just by looking at Chen Mo's appearance and temperament, Ling Feng felt that Chen Mo was an extraordinary person, so he immediately stepped forward and said courteously, "I guess this is Divine Physician Chen. I'm Ling Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. Brother Ling, don't need to be so polite, just call me Chen Mo, but you're really literal in your speech." Chen Mo laughed. "Sorry, I'm used to talking like this, please don't be offended," Ling Feng said with an embarrassed smile. "No matter, it's quite fun to talk like this. I don't mind anyway." Chen Mo laughed. Seeing that Chen Mo seemed to be very good at talking, Ling Feng didn't bother with pleasantries. He opened the door and said, "I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be blunt. I came here this time to ask you for something. I know, Qinlan has told me about your matter," Chen Mo said with a faint smile. "Really? Then I don't need to bother with more words. I just don't know if your body is still convenient right now?" Ling Feng immediately asked with concern. Ling Feng still knew the art of talking. He did not ask Chen Mo if he agreed to go. Instead, he took the perspective of caring for the other party and asked if it was physically convenient for the other party. This was tantamount to giving each side a step down. Whether Chen Mo agreed or not, it was reasonable. If he didn't agree, it was because he was physically inconvenienced. It didn't mean that he wouldn't give face to the military department and refuse to go, in which case everyone's face would definitely pass. Although he did not agree with the potential meaning of refusing to give this face, but the surface of the face is still stable. Everyone is not too ugly. It would be best if Chen Mo agreed, and it would also emphasize Chen Mo's great righteousness because of Ling Feng's question. It seemed that Chen Mo was in a physically inconvenient situation, and still had to say it was convenient just to give the old head a medical treatment, side by side highlighting Chen Mo's righteousness as a person. So his question was really not a casual one. Everyone present was human. Naturally they knew the caliber of Ling Feng's question. Chen Mo laughed. "Just now Qinlan sent a bowl of chicken soup over. After drinking it all over, my body has also recovered quite a bit. There is nothing inconvenient, but my body has not yet recovered to a complete state. I can go and take a look at Senior's situation first. Whether or not my current state can have enough residual power to help root him out, it still depends on the situation." When Chen Mo said this, the crowd misunderstood. They were used to speaking outside the box, and thought that Chen Mo said this just to leave a way out, in case the old head's condition was not his specialty, and if he couldn't cure it, he could say that his body hadn't recovered. In this way, he could not damage his newly established fame, which was a perfect excuse. But in fact, Chen Mo really didn't have that many tricks up his sleeve when he said that. He just felt that his body hadn't recovered, and when he encountered a serious illness, he didn't have enough spiritual power and might not be able to cure it all at once. Ling Feng hadn't come here with absolute hope, and what his teacher said was just to try. As long as Chen Mo was willing to try, everything would be enough for them. It's okay. It's not easy to cure old injuries and illnesses. It's not like we haven't looked for someone to look at them, but we've looked for all the doctors we can, no matter how good they are. But basically, they're helpless in the face of old illnesses. So whenever you feel that there is something bad about the situation, you can speak straight out without any harm. Ling Feng also went along with Chen Mo's words, paving the way for Chen Mo in advance to cut off his worries. Seeing the two chatting so smoothly, Du Zihong on the side was listening anxiously. "Then take me forward to take a look." Chen Mo did not say any more and immediately prepared to move. Seeing that Chen Mo was about to leave, at this moment, Du Zihong, who was on the side, could not care less about the etiquette and immediately shouted, "Divine Dr. Chen, please stay first." As he shouted this, Ling Feng immediately turned his head to glare at him. This made him choke on his words. He didn't dare offend Ling Feng. Only then did Chen Mo remember that there was another person waiting for him. He stopped and looked at Du Zihong. "This brother is also looking for me for something?" Du Zihong didn't dare to speak again, but instead glanced at Ling Feng. Ling Feng snorted coldly and stopped looking at him, obviously giving him the chance to speak. Seeing this, Du Zihong hurriedly stepped forward and said, "My name is Du Zihong. My father is Du Renyuan." Heard something about it. Just now Lu Qinlan had already said his identity. Chen Mo already knew. He immediately asked, "I wonder what is it that you are looking for me?" "My father is suffering from a terminal illness, and is looking for famous doctors to save him. Today I heard that you saved Master Lu." Thinking that Master Lu was also suffering from a terminal illness but was able to be restored to life by your wonderful hands. "I think that Chen's medical skills are superb, and the world has gone extinct. I don't want my father to continue to suffer from the disease, so I have to come to disturb you. I hope you can help save my father." As long as you are willing to make a move, you can open whatever conditions you want. You can mention them, as long as it's something we can do. We are absolutely obliged to do it. Du Runyuan is suffering from a terminal illness? This was something Chen Mo had not heard of. Du Runyuan, as the leader of the Green Gang, Chen Mo had often traveled around in this Magic City territory, so naturally he had heard of it. However, the fact that he was sick and what he was suffering from was not something that anyone would dare to rumor on the streets. Chen Mo was really unclear about this. Thinking about Du Runyuan's identity, Chen Mo thought that it wouldn't hurt to save him. After all, he was the leading force in the underground of Magic City. Making good friends with them would definitely be a huge help to his future rise to power. But whether to help him or not, there was a very important precondition. That was that Chen Mo had to first know what kind of relationship this Green Gang had with the Yellow Robe Society. Before he did not know that Zhao Yu had a relationship with the Yellow Robe Society. But now that he knew, he would naturally put Zhao Yu first. If the other party was Zhao Yu's enemy, then he definitely couldn't save them. If it wasn't for Zhao Yu's constant care, where would he find such a cheap and comfortable house to live in? And if it wasn't for Zhao Yu giving him a head start when he was bullied before, it wouldn't have been easy for him to stand up for himself. After all, even the strongest dragons can't suppress the snakes in the land. And when an outsider like Chen Mo is bullied by the forces in the land in a place like Mordor, it's not something that can be recovered by having a bloodlust. In addition, Zhao Yu is usually like a sister to her, often cooking good food and inviting him home for dinner, taking him to buy new clothes to help him improve his wardrobe and so on. Chen Mo remembered all these unrequited care in his heart. Now that he had extraordinary abilities, he would not forget those who had been kind to him. Regardless of what kind of interests he was looking for, he would always prioritize Zhao Yu's interests before acting. Befriending the Green Gang could certainly gain their support in Magic City, but compared to Zhao Yu, this powerful force was something Chen Mo could completely give up. Therefore, he immediately said, I understand your father's matter, but I just saved Xinlan's grandfather today, and I have already lost a lot of energy, and now I have to go and check on the situation of the old-timer, so I am afraid that I don't have the strength to save your father for the time being. So let me recuperate for some time before saying it again. Chen Mo didn't say too much. He had to go back and ask Sister Yu about the situation of the Green Gang. If Sister Yu didn't want to save herself, then she wouldn't save herself. If Sister Yu felt she could save herself, then making friends with the Green Gang would obviously be excellent. Multiple friends have more paths, not to mention such a powerful friend. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't say anything, Du Zihong also brought some hope in his heart. He immediately said, good, then Dr. Chen, first recuperate well. When you feel that your vitality has recovered, you can inform me again. This is my name card. Du Zihong was very sensible and did not ask for Chen Mo's contact information. Instead, he only gave Chen Mo his own contact information, apparently also expressing that he did not continuously harass him. Seeing this, Chen Mo also accepted the business card and nodded his head in satisfaction. I'll take my leave then. After exiting the Lu family courtyard gate, Ling Feng was considerate enough to walk next to the passenger side and open the car door, blocking the roof eaves with one hand while inviting Chen Mo to get into the car. Divine Dr. Chen, I'm sorry that the car I'm driving may not have such a comfortable seat, so I can only ask you to make do with what you have for now. I'm not an old man. Don't care about that. Chen Mo laughed. One could not subconsciously treat himself as an old man just because he had high medical skills. Ling Feng immediately smiled and said, it's me who is being abrupt. As Chen Mo left in Ling Feng's car, Du Zihan then followed closely to say goodbye and leave. Since Chen Mo's words hadn't been said to death today, he felt that he had achieved at least half of his goal. Sitting in the car, Ling Feng chatted with Chen Mo. He said rather curiously, Divine Dr. Chen, can you allow me to take the liberty of asking a question? But there's no harm in saying it. I see that you seem to be a bit younger than me. How many years have you studied medicine? From elementary school to college. Your family doesn't seem to be a medical family. It seems that you had some strange encounters when you were young. Well, I met an old physician who traveled in the clouds, and he taught me some medical skills. Just by passing on some of your medical skills, you have such a level of medical skill. Then what level must your master be? I don't know. I haven't seen him for a long time either. I don't know if he's still alive. I see. Ling Feng had long thought that Chen Mo should have been instructed by some famous master. Otherwise it would be impossible to have such a level at such a young age. If Chen Mo was also at his wit's end with the old chief's condition, he would have wanted to use Chen Mo to contact a senior with higher medical skills to come and treat him. As a result, he never thought that Chen Mo's master was a traveling doctor, and now he didn't know whether he was still alive or not. This really made him feel quite regretful. As he spoke, Chen Mo swept a glance at the rank marking on Ling Feng's head. His rank was third order alien. Chen Mo realized that as long as he had seen any targets that were Alterans, almost none of them were of a particularly high rank. From this, it could also be seen that there was no way for an alter egoist to ascend to a particularly high rank in a short period of time. However, high-ranked monsters were easier to appear. Whether it was a ninth-order demon, a ninth-order corpse king, or a ninth-order alien beast, Chen Mo had seen them all. But a high-ranked alien, not even a seventh-ranked one, had ever been seen. With Ling Feng's physical quality and identity, Chen Mo felt that if it came to the end of the world, it should be relatively easy to raise Ling Feng's rank. If his rank was also relatively low, then it would mean that the difficulty of raising the rank of this aberration is extremely difficult even in the end of the age when there is a large amount of special energy to be obtained from the world's aberrations. However, Chen Mo had expected this. After all, he himself was in a state of enlightenment, but he still felt that the level of the alien rank was very slow to rise, and would even be stuck in a bottleneck. A decent ordinary person who wants to quickly break through the alien level in the last days obviously needs to have a lot of strange encounters. For example, certain encounters that could break through the upper limit of physical attributes. He was relying on the fusion of the werewolf bloodline to raise his attribute ceiling. Otherwise, if his full attributes could only go up to a maximum of 2 points, it would be impossible for him to break through to the first-order shifter rank. However, he had seen all sorts of supernaturals, many of which were above the first order, which could be seen that once the end of the world had arrived, everyone's physical qualities had changed further along with it. Whether it was caused by the infection of the biochemical crisis outbreak or by the descent of the heavenly demon star that changed the chi of heaven and earth, it was unknown. While Chen Mo was still thinking about the development of the exalted, Ling Feng had already driven to his destination. The old head's residence was not very far from the Lu family residence. The old chief lived in a military compound, and the entire residential area was protected by a very tight defense force around it. Ling Feng's car was only allowed to be released into it after being inspected. Outsiders like Chen Mo even needed to register clearly before they could enter. I'm sorry Dr. Chen. I'm really slacking off. I can't help it. The rules here are a bit strict. The security guards don't dare to just let them in. It's fine. This is all people's due diligence. We should also cooperate with the work. Chen Mo was unconcerned about this. After registering his information and getting confirmation, Chen Mo was let in. As Ling Feng's car entered the compound, he soon brought Chen Mo to a plain-looking villa building. Divine Dr. Chen, ahead is the old head's home. Let's go in. Chen Mo looked at the surroundings. This so-called military compound was not luxurious. Instead, it was extremely plain, and did not look at all like it housed an important person. As Ling Feng entered the villa, he immediately greeted a middle-aged woman. Auntie Wang, this is the Divine Dr. Chen that I called ahead and mentioned to you, and when I heard about the old chief, Divine Dr. Chen didn't even care about his own health, so he decided to come over to take a look first. I wonder where the old chief is now. He's in the living room watching the Yellow Plum Opera. You guys quickly come in. As she welcomed Ling Feng and Chen Mo into the house, she also made a point to give Chen Mo a respectful salute and said, Divine Dr. Chen, it's really hard on you. No need to say that. As he spoke, Chen Mo also saw the man who was sitting upright on the living room sofa. At this time, although he already had gray hair, he still revealed a competent soldier's demeanor. At a glance, he was a real hard-blooded soldier. Hearing the movement behind him, he also turned his head at this time. Although the old man was not young, his face did not look how old, and his expression was still exceptionally resolute. Little Feng, why are you free to come see me today? Seeing Ling Feng, he immediately revealed a warm smile and said, Good day old chief. I came today because I was entrusted by my teacher to invite a divine doctor to come. His medical skills are extremely superior. I wanted to ask him to take a look at your body. Another divine doctor? Hearing the words divine doctor, Wei Changfeng was obviously a little less than impressed. He skimmed his mouth, not caring too much. This is a real divine doctor, not those that can be compared to the previous ones. Lu Yuanzong suffered from a terminal illness that was cured by him. You meet him first. Seeing Wei Changfeng's indifferent attitude, Ling Feng hurriedly said, fearing that he would offend Chen Mo and piss him off. Hearing Ling Feng say this, Wei Changfeng rose a hint of interest. He turned his head to look behind him, only to see that there was no divine doctor behind him, only an extremely young youth walking slowly. In his impression, those who could be called divine doctors were more or less veterans who had practiced medicine for decades, and he had never seen such a young divine doctor. This is the Chen Mo I just mentioned to you, Divine Dr. Chen, Ling Feng hurriedly introduced, while saying to Chen Mo, Divine Dr. Chen, this is the old head. Do you think the old head's physical condition can be adjusted? Chen Mo took a look at Wei Changfeng's essence and laughed. The old head looks so healthy. It really doesn't look like a body that has been sick for a long time. This is a very comforting thing to hear. Wei Changfeng. A smile floated on his face and said, after all, I insist on exercising every day. And although I am old, I can't serve old age myself, can I? With the foundation you have laid on weekdays, I think it is not difficult for this body to be well adjusted, and allow me to cut the pulse. Chen Mo said that he was cutting the pulse, but in reality, he was actually coming to feel the other person's sick body condition. In fact, Chen Mo had the ability to see the patient across the space. He was just delaying for a while. His perspective glasses were activated, and he soon looked at the illness on Wei Changfeng's body pretty much. System, can you directly help me estimate how much spiritual energy is needed to treat a person? Otherwise, how can I stand it if I drain my spiritual energy every time? System tip. The consumption estimation of energy is something that requires the host to improve their judgment based on their accumulated experience of using it. If the host wants the system to provide a judgment service on their behalf, please pay an additional 1,000 survival points, and the system can turn on the consumption estimation for the host for any energy depletion action. Falling out of the money IU, here you go, hurry up and open it. Although the system was right about cultivating his experience in estimating energy consumption, this did not conflict with the system giving this function. He could completely rely on this function to more accurately and clearly understand his energy consumption each time, and better memorize and feel it. As the system finished turning on the function, it immediately calculated the amount of spiritual energy that would need to be consumed in order to completely heal Wei Changfeng's injuries all over his body. System prompt, based on the other party's injuries, you want to completely heal them. This use of healing light will consume 100 points of spiritual energy, and the use of sacred purification will consume 100 points of spiritual energy, for a total of 200 points of spiritual energy consumed. 200 points? Chen Mo swept a glance at his attributes displayed within the system interface, among the total amount of spiritual energy line. At this point, he had already recovered to 205 points, but it was only just a little over 200 points. If he used it all up in one go, he would have to be weak again. However, at this time, inside the energy storage ring, there were already more than 10 points of energy stored. If he replenished it, he would still have no problem moving. Chen Mo decided to treat it directly. He even felt that his current total amount of spiritual energy was the most appropriate. If he were to treat Wei Changfeng in his full state, he would certainly cure him and the other party would definitely be grateful. But the effect would definitely not be as shocking or as heartwarming as if he had used up all his strength to help heal him, causing himself to fall into a coma. He immediately spoke. There is no problem. It can be cured. After Chen Mo began to cut his pulse, whether it was Ling Feng or Wei Changfeng, or Wei Changfeng's daughter-in-law Wang Wan, all three of them looked expectant as their gazes fell on Chen Mo's face. After Chen Mo finally spoke, and said something like he could be cured, the three of them clearly showed different degrees of joy. Wei Changfeng was the most subtle, and could only see some extremely subtle changes in his expression, while his daughter-in-law Wang Wan on the side was so happy and excited that she was on the verge of jumping up and down, and Ling Feng was revealing a smile of celebration and joy. Finally, he had found a divine doctor who was able to have a good understanding of the old head's condition. He couldn't wait to call and inform his teacher. At this moment, it was Wei Changfeng who was the most calm as he asked Chen Mo, I wonder how divine Dr. Chen intends to cure him. It's very simple. I will perform the Tai divine needle to activate the potential of the cells in your entire body. In fact, the human body itself is the most powerful healing device. As long as the cells in your body are able to properly utilize their power, they will be able to help you heal any injury. Imagine, we usually cut some fingers. Whether it is easy to heal and recover completely, doesn't it even leave a scar? This is the cellular repair function in the play effect. But have you ever wondered why once encountered a large wound will not work? This is actually mainly because the human body itself has a certain limit when it naturally operates. And my maneuver is to enhance this limit so that the body reaches the ability to heal large injuries on its own. Chen Mo's half-truths and half-falsehoods were a bunch of nonsense, and the Ling Feng and Wei Changfeng trio who were listening to him were unsure of what was going on. They even felt that it made perfect sense. Originally it was why could a cut on the fingertip easily heal itself? Why can't a bigger wound heal itself? Isn't it because one's ability has reached a certain upper limit? As long as this upper limit can be broken, then it is not strange that larger wounds can also heal themselves. So Chen Mo's nonsense theory sounds very reasonable. The key is still almost no possibility of realization, because just by relying on external forces and not relying on internal ability enhancement, it was very difficult to evolve one's own cells to the point where they could heal large wounds. However, this matter seemed difficult to normal people, but when a person with the title of divine doctor appeared in front of them, then all the impossibilities would be naturally rationalized into possibilities by them. Seeing that the three of them all believed his words, Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "It's not too late. Let's start the treatment." "But divine Dr. Chen, can your body handle it?" Ling Feng immediately asked with concern. What's wrong with Divine Dr. Chen's body? Wei Changfeng immediately asked in confusion. Divine Dr. Chen only spent a huge amount of yuan qi today to cure Lu Yuanzong's terminal illness, and he even fell asleep for quite some time afterward. I'm afraid that Divine Dr. Chen's body hasn't recovered well yet, and he'll have to lose a lot of yuan qi again, Ling Feng said in a hurry. As soon as he heard Ling Feng say this, although Wei Changfeng also wished that his illness would disappear sooner, but he had been sick for so long, and didn't care about so many days or two, he immediately said, Divine Dr. Chen mustn't force himself. It doesn't make any difference if my old bones are cured one day sooner or one day later. It's still your body that's a bit more important. It doesn't matter. I can still hold up. The old chief only suffered these injuries when he was young, when he bowed and scrapped for our country. Those of us who enjoy your glory to have peaceful and joyful days to live nowadays as juniors. Since we know about your situation, there's no reason to let you suffer for one more day. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he had already taken out the silver needles used for acupuncture, and after having Ling Feng fetch alcohol to sterilize it, he began to save the patient. Seeing Chen Mo began to apply needles, Ling Feng, who had slightly learned the human body acupuncture point diagram, was a little surprised to see Chen Mo's silver needles simply like a messy stabbing a few on the old head, but he didn't dare to raise questions. After all, he was a miracle doctor, so he naturally had his own reasoning. As Chen Mo finished applying the needles, the next moment he reached out to Wei Changfeng's heart and said, This hand of mine will stimulate the needle power of the Tai Divine Needle and activate the cells of your entire body. So please pay attention. As Chen Mo's skill was unleashed, Wei Changfeng immediately invisibly felt a warm power instantly flow through his entire body, and the injuries and pains on his entire body unexpectedly faded away at an astonishing speed, and some of the internal organ lesions caused by old injuries were also improved as a result. In just a few seconds, his face became incomparably rosy, and a majestic and powerful essence unconsciously emerged from his body. Seeing Wei Changfeng in this state, Ling Feng and Wei Changfeng's daughter-in-law were both filled with incredulity. They had already heard of Chen Mo's reputation as a miracle doctor, but they had not expected at all that Chen Mo's healing was actually so simple, and even more so, they had not expected that Chen Mo would be able to recover so quickly under such simple means of healing. Old senior, how is it recovered? 10 seconds later, Chen Mo withdrew his palm, and after pulling out all the silver needles with the fastest technique, he collapsed on the sofa next to him with a black eye. Wei Changfeng didn't even have time to answer Chen Mo's words before he saw Chen Mo fall into a coma. For a moment, the three of them were all terrified. After all, at this moment, Chen Mo's mental state was extremely depressed as seen by the naked eye. Wei Changfeng reached out and took his pulse at the first time. After confirming that Chen Mo's pulse was normal, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Divine Dr. Chen should have lost too much of his vital energy and passed out. Divine Dr. Chen is also pushing himself too hard. I just said that his body hasn't recovered well yet. He has to hold on strongly. If this tires out his body, then we will become sinners instead. Ling Feng laughed bitterly. Divine Dr. Chen is a person with medical skills as well as medical ethics. Learning of his father's condition, he was mindful of his father's accomplishments, and clearly preferred to be in a coma himself once more, and did not want his father to endure the pain and suffering for one more day. It's really a high moral character that deserves the word divine doctor, possessing such medical skills at such a young age, as well as having such a noble demeanor. Divine Dr. Chen is truly one of the rare young talents in this world. Wei Changfeng also couldn't help but say with admiration. At this time, Chen Mo was not unconscious. He was just too tired and resting with his eyes closed. He heard all the words spoken by the bystanders clearly. Listening to their comments, Chen Mo was a little less than kind, but it was clear that everything was under his control. Xiao Wan, quickly go fetch a blanket over. Don't let Divine Dr. Chen get cold. He doesn't know how long it will take him to recover from this sudden loss of vitality. When Wan heard her father say this, she also reacted immediately and quickly fetched a warm blanket to cover Chen Mo's body. By the way, when you invited Divine Dr. Chen over, did you say how the consultation fee would be paid? Wei Changfeng looked at Ling Feng and said. When he asked this, it gave Ling Feng a question. He hurriedly said, Oh no, I forgot to mention the consultation fee. Divine Dr. Chen didn't care about the consultation fee at all and just agreed to come over. This is something I'm not as good as Du Zihang of the Qin gang. That kid just opens his mouth and says that if Divine Dr. Chen is willing to make a move, he can agree to any conditions. Du Zihang? Well, Divine Dr. Chen cured Lu Yuanzong. Naturally the entire upper echelon of the Magic City was attracted to know about it. Didn't Du Runyuan also suffer from a terminal illness? And now he has been undergoing chemotherapy and waiting to die? Du Zihang for this adoptive father is also considered to do their best. Learned of the matter of Chen Shin doctor. He also ran to seek medical treatment. It's just that I cut him off first. So that's how it is. I was just about to tell you that a talent like Divine Dr. Chin should be watched over more when he walks around on the ground in our magic city. But I didn't realize that even the Green Gang has their eyes on him. If he is able to save Du Renyuan, with us and the Green Gang's protection, he can really go anywhere in the entire magic city. For Divine Dr. Chan to be able to cure you, whether it's for the teacher or for me, it's a great favor. We will absolutely look after him. It's just that in terms of consultation fees, what should we pay him? I see that Divine Dr. Chin should still be in school at his age, right? Well, if he wants to eat public food, we can also pave some roads for him in advance, Ling Feng said. At this moment, Wang Wan, who was on the side, laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? With Divine Dr. Chen's medical skills, he can travel and eat all over the 4 seas. These painless thanks are just not enough. With these words, Ling Feng felt that this was indeed the case. What need was there for an iron rice bowl with this kind of medical skill? He himself was an iron rice bowl. With Divine Dr. Chen's medical skills, eating and drinking is definitely not a worry. So there really isn't anything he can look at as his thank you gift. Let's listen to his own thoughts tomorrow. The only thing we can give is the shelter for his safety, Wei Changfeng said with a helpless smile. While Divine Dr. Chen is sleeping, let's do some nourishing soup to consolidate the old head's newly healed body. And at the same time, we can also wait for Divine Dr. Chen to wake up and replenish his body. After discussing how to express his gratitude to Chen Mo, Ling Feng immediately said, well, I'll get it. I'm good at stew. Wang Wan smiled and got up to leave. Only Ling Feng and Wei Changfeng were left to chat about the recent situation in Magic City. Recently, the bird country has been making constant moves. I don't know what's brewing. Humph, the bird country is still the same. I heard that someone from the bird country just made secret contact with the Tang group again? Well, it's a scientific research group in bird country called what's called GPP. There seems to be some kind of special cooperation project between them recently. This group is still quite large and famous in bird country. I heard that this group's people are not very clean. Remember to investigate clearly their true purpose of coming to Magic City. Understand. Although this Tang's group has a close relationship with some of the scientific research enterprises in bird country, but the bottom is still quite clean. For the time being, I didn't find any wrong behavior from them. By the way, recently Tang's group seems to have secretly called some people from abroad to Mordor. I don't know what they want to do. If they really have something to deal with in Mordor, they look for the local underground forces in Mordor to be enough to solve it. Oh, so it seems that the target they want to deal with is not good enough to use the local underground forces in Mordor. They are as close as family to the Hong family in Mordor. So what kind of trouble has the Tang family encountered that the Hong family couldn't deal with? Do such people still exist in this magic city? Ling Feng's sentence wasn't really saying that the Tang clan did whatever they wanted. The subtext of his sentence was actually saying that within the people who could become enemies of the Tang clan, were there such people? Some people that the Tang clan obviously couldn't afford to mess with. Ling Feng automatically helped the Tang clan to ignore. Don't care what they think, but any factors that are not conducive to stability should be closely observed. Understood. I'll have someone keep a close eye on it. Tang San called this group of people over. Obviously it couldn't just be for Chun Mo alone either, but there were other uses. It's just that he couldn't anticipate that the talent he found had just come in, and had already been staked out by Ling Feng and the others long ago. He had underestimated Ling Feng's group of people's intelligence network. Wei Changfeng was only physically sick, not a lack of longevity, but Chen Mo still saw the sign that he was a dead body, so much so that even after reviving him, he did not receive any rewards. This was because the system was only willing to give an exceptional reward for saving a dead person once. This point still left Chen Mo rather speechless, but after completely curing Wei Changfeng, the system reminded him of a few more data errors after a few more reminders. It suddenly sent Chen Mo the reward again. This caused Chen Mo to be very puzzled. He immediately asked the system to broadcast the reward content carefully. System alert, a dead corpse that was saved by the host was detected to have advanced to become a 9th order corpse king, which is equivalent to the host personally creating a 9th order powerhouse. And the host has reached the special achievement Super Powerhouse Maker. As this is the first time the host has achieved this achievement, a special reward is hereby awarded to the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one SSS grade gift pack. What about playing? Listening to the system's beep in his head, Chen Mo Ren was a bit confused. Was this SSS grade gift pack really sold for 100 million survival points apiece? How could it be given so hastily? Although spitting was spitting, Chen Mo realized with a little bit of thought how difficult it was to create a 9th order powerhouse with his own hands. He normally walks outside. His eyes are full of other people's heads on the rank marking, but even if he goes out to look for it, it's not easy to come across a 9th ranked powerhouse. It was evident that this 9th ranked powerhouses didn't appear that easily either. Some of them relied purely on luck. For example, Lin Shinru. and the little yellow dog that Chen Mo had retrieved. Their own strength was not strong, and they did not have any background, so it was reasonable to say that they were the most likely to die under the end of the world. But they had grown to become ninth-order powerhouses, which was obviously the luck factor at work. As for those like Tang San who became a ninth-ranked freak, this had to take into account his own power boost. It gave him more chances to try mutating. But even so, Chen Mo saw a few rich and powerful people, but also did not see a large number of ninth-order strongmen. It can be seen, even if the rich and powerful people in the end of the world before the advent of the mysterious biotechnology companies' biochemical potions in advance to support. It is not to say that you can be 100% of the advancement or mutation into a ninth-order strongman. Since it was so difficult for a ninth-order strongman to appear, Chen Mo casually saved a person who should have been in a state of death after the end of the world, but suddenly turned around and changed the timeline, and was modeled by the system as a new way out, evolving into a ninth-order strongman. This kind of chance was too low, too low, too low. It was no wonder that the system would thus give him another special exception reward and reward him with an SSS grade gift package. However, Chen Mo didn't look deeper into this issue. Anyway, as long as the system was willing to give rewards, it was an absolute good thing for him. It didn't matter what logic the system was based on to give it. As long as he was able to benefit from it, he was done. So what was the point of thinking so much? Chen Mo was also optimistic and continued to let the system broadcast other hints down the line. System tip: due to your behavior of saving Wei Changfeng, you have gained 20 points of goodwill boost from third-order alien Lingfeng, and your current goodwill is 80 points, reaching respect. And you have gained 20 points of goodwill from third-order alien Wang Wan, boosting to reach respect. You have gained the ninth-order corpse king Wei Changfeng 20 points of goodwill enhancement, to reach respect. Due to the fact that the ninth-order corpse king has completely lost his humanity and has no emotional receptors, so all of his goodwill towards you is considered null and void. Hearing the system prompt about the ninth-order corpse king's favorability rating, Chen Mo had expected it. According to his previous intimate relationship with Lin Xinru, the system didn't even give a little reward regarding their feelings. On the contrary, he had acted out a fake boyfriend/girlfriend relationship with the fifth-order demon, Lu Qinlan, but the system had taken it seriously and issued a reward. It was evident that it was basically impossible to reap any emotional benefits from the ninth-order corpse king. Although he had made some guesses before, Chen Mo was originally prepared to find Lin Xinru for another good experiment, but now there was no need for it. Wei Changfeng's ineffective change in favorability was already enough to speak for itself. After resting for about 30 minutes, Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he had recovered some of his spirit and no longer had a headache. Originally, Wei Changfeng was still chatting with Ling Feng. As soon as he realized that there was a subtle movement on Chen Mo's side, the two of them were keenly aware of it almost at the same time, and both of them looked over towards Chen Mo's direction in unison. "Divine Dr. Chen, you're awake?" the two men said with joy. They were afraid that Chen Mo would be exhausted. Seeing that he woke up so quickly, the two of them were also relieved, and the sense of guilt in their hearts was also a lot less. After all, Chen Mo had put himself in a coma in order to save Wei Changfeng, and it was very likely that he had overdrawn his body to do so. So Chen Mo's behavior made the two of them extraordinarily apologetic. "Senior's face is rosy. It seems to be completely well, so I am relieved." The first thing Chen Mo did when he woke up was to care about Wei Changfeng's state of health, an act that in turn earned him extra favor with Wei Changfeng and Ling Feng. Immediately in his ears, the system beep sounded again, indicating that the favorability of the two had increased again. Seeing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile in his heart. He woke up and asked this sentence just as a scene to ask, not realizing that this could even move people. "Divine Dr. Chen, now it's not a matter of how my body is, but rather your body should be taken care of. And in the future, such reckless behavior like today should not be done again. If you overdraw your good body in order to save my old bones, wouldn't I be committing a great sin? How will you let this old man of mine live with himself in the future?" Wei Changfeng ranted. Senior's lesson is correct. Junior just saw Senior's injuries, really couldn't bear to see Senior suffer for one more day, and forgot to care about his state for a moment. Chen Mo laughed. "This child of yours is also too honest for his own good. He will have to suffer in the future when he goes out into society. In the future, let Ling Feng bring you into contact with some key people in Magic City. Let them take care of you more in Magic City. In the future in this Magic City, as long as the old man I still have a breath in me, I will not let you suffer." Wei Changfeng patted his chest and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your care. It's just that I'm afraid that I can't come into contact with those dignitaries. After all, there are too many rules." Chen Mo laughed. At this time Ling Feng, who was on the side, laughed. "It's okay, Divine Dr. Chen, you don't need to care about those so-called rules that you don't need to care about. Since the old chief is willing to be the representative behind you, then only they are the only ones who will abide by the rules with you. Just feel free to be yourself. Although they didn't give Chen Mo any substantial consultation fee for saving Wei Changfeng this time, this promise alone was already worth an infinite amount. It was equal to giving Chen Mo the right to walk sideways in Magic City, which was not something that could be exchanged with money. And with this sentence, Chen Mo's purpose for this trip had been accomplished. 41 chapters are finally released. Those who haven't read it can take a look at it. Although Chen Mo's current strength basically did not fear others deliberately targeting him. However, if you want to make a name for yourself, become a member of the upper class, and become a person with money, power and influence, it is definitely essential to accumulate a strong network of people. So making friends with these people with powerful backgrounds was definitely an excellent gain. After chatting intimately for a few moments, Chen Mo was ready to get up and take his leave. It's already a bit late today. Plus Elder Wei, you just recovered, you should also take an early rest. I still have classes tomorrow, so I'll take my leave first. Upon hearing this, Wang Wan immediately poked her head out of the kitchen and said, "Wait a minute, Divine Dr. Chen. I have stewed soup on my side. It's not too late to finish the soup before you leave." Chen Mo smiled bitterly and said, "No need. I have eaten a lot of nourishing things today. I will be able to recover after I go back to sleep and digest. If I drink more tonic soup, I am afraid that I will overdo it and it will not be good." Because Chen Mo's status as a former miracle doctor said such words as overcompensating, Wang Wan did not know whether to continue to stay or not. After all, she didn't know medical skills. She could only look at Ling Feng and Wei Changfeng on the side. "Divine Dr. Chen, you are in this state but you look quite tired. This treatment must have been a huge loss for you. You'd better drink some tonic soup before you leave. You don't have to be polite with us," Ling Feng immediately said. Wei Changfeng was also good at observing people. Seeing Chen Mo in this state, it was definitely a state of mental exhaustion. If a normal person was in this state, it wasn't just to go back and sleep for a while to be able to get better. He is also out of words to retain. Seeing that if he didn't drink a bowl, he wouldn't be able to leave today, Chen Mo could only have no choice but to drink another bowl of tonic soup. Fortunately, his current body had an extremely strong digestion ability for food. All the tonic soup he drank was converted into foreign energy to supplement himself. It wouldn't really turn into energy that couldn't be vented. Only after Chen Mo obediently finished his soup did Wei Changfeng feel relieved to let him go. By the time Ling Feng sent Chen Mo back to the famous garden neighborhood, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. Today's day had been busy enough. From the time he left the house in the morning until he came back at this hour, there were things to do. Chen Mo had only recovered a dozen or so points in his spirit at this point, and was still quite tired. He just wanted to hurry home and sleep. As soon as he returned home, Chen Mo immediately sensed a consciousness crying out for hunger. Chen Mo couldn't help but slap his head and laugh. "I almost forgot about Little Yellow." As Chen Mo closed the door to his room, the sound of an animal rapidly approaching immediately came over. Naturally, it was Little Yellow who heard that Chen Mo had returned and rushed over to greet him, at the same time complaining to him about being hungry. Chen Mo picked him up and stroked his head. "Good boy. It's my negligence. Forgetting that you're still at home without food. Next time I go out, if I can't come back, I'll find someone to take care of you." Chen Mo will be small Yellow hugged back to the kennel next to get some goat's milk and puppy snacks to it, which came back to their own bedroom, removed a clothing, strong spirit to the bathroom to take a shower, but also do not have time to care about today's gains of the rewards, will immediately lie down on the bed, fell into a deep sleep. At 10 p.m., in the famous garden neighborhood, Zhao Yu's villa. At this time, she was on a video call with a few people. These few people were the uncles and uncles of the Yellow Robe Society who were currently in power. "Everyone, have you been bribed by the Tang family today?" One of the men with a rough beard said with a smile. "How could there not be? They still want to tell me to receive money and put Little You on the shelf, saying that they are preparing to deal with the kid Little You talked about yesterday, as well as also dealing with some of the Lu family's matters, and asking me to convince you all to stay out of it as much as possible. I received it as well. The price is really good. This Tang family has a hand in this. It's a pity that they don't know that our usual discord and infighting is just an act. It's still Little Yu's trick that's brilliant. Anyone who wants to annex our Yellow Robe Society and split it up can't defend against this trick, and they all lose in Little Yu's layout. Recently, there should be some rumors in everyone's ears about people who want to compel us to set up our own families, and according to my investigation, there are a few people from the Hong family. I've long known what they're thinking. Du Runyuan is seriously ill, and without him in charge within the Qing gang, it's bound to be torn apart, and at that time, once we split up the Yellow Robe Society, their Hong family will still be able to sit on the throne easily. Little Yu, what do you think we should do recently? Within the video, everyone looked at Zhao Yu in unison. At this moment, Zhao Yu just didn't have the soft and charming aura of a royal sister that she had when she was with Chun Mo before. She was holding a cup of coffee in her left hand, gently stirring with a spoon in her right hand, and the expression on her face was a domineering look of a superior that Chen Mo had never thought of. Her posture at this moment was like a queen who could take charge of people's lives and deaths with a single word, every move revealing a majesty that was not angry. This kind of look was hard to see on a beauty, not to mention in a beauty that was born with charming bones. Normally, when she was with Chen Mo, Zhao Yu's knitted brows and smile, and every move she made was like a spring breeze revealing a different kind of gentle temperament as well as a powerful seductive power that tugged at a man's heartstrings. However, at this moment, she did not have this state at all. Instead, she had changed into a superior person's lofty temperament. Humph, the Tang family and the Hong family have been making frequent moves lately, and they're also flying off the handle with that group of people from the Bird Kingdom. So let's just wait and see what they're trying to get up to. I heard that the Tang family even transferred a group of outsiders today. Are they not even trusting the Hong family anymore? Zhao Yu sneered. Maybe they're just looking to deal with some people that the Hong family isn't convenient to come out and deal with. No matter what they do, keep a close eye on them. Right now is not the time for us to be exposed. Besides the Tang family, there are also a few hands that shouldn't have been inserted into us to deal with on the imperial capital side. These hands have already stirred into our yellow robe society. When the time comes, we will remove them all together. Yes, everything will be arranged by the president. Although they called little you with their mouths, when Zhao Yu gave orders, they could all respectfully call president. Well, let's adjourn the meeting today. You guys will pretend to agree to the Tang family's request on the surface. After all, it's good to have money without earning it. Just send some experts to secretly protect Chen Mo. Understood. As the meeting ended, Zhao Yu carried her coffee to the window and looked into the distance, a sneer surfacing on her face. The world knew that she, the eldest miss of the Yellow Robe Society, was a shirker, delegating authority to her uncles, and there was no longer anyone who had her in their eyes. At the same time, these uncles also is the infighting constantly. The Yellow Robe will just like a seemingly united god, to be scattered appearance. In reality, everything was under Zhao Yu's control and plan. She was deliberately integrating the Yellow Robe Society executives together to act out this drama. The purpose of this drama was to easily distinguish between the forces that were genuinely close to each other and those with ulterior motives. It proved to be extremely effective, and they now had an extremely clear list of people. She dared to tell Chen Mo to do things that offended Tang San. Naturally, she had already had absolute confidence in protecting him, and also already had a plan to get rid of the Tang family. This time, she deliberately provoked Tang San. Zhao Yu wanted to see how Tang San would react and what people he would use. The things that the Tang family had secretly done to the Lu family, Zhao Yu was very clear about. Lu Qinlan is her best friend. She naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. Just now the enemy has not been exposed completely. The time is not mature enough. She temporarily can't be easily exposed. If she was in a hurry, she would not be able to strike a fatal blow and would only give the enemy a chance to react in vain, and she would waste her previous hard work and disguise, and she would need to continue to operate in a patient manner, and cut off the hidden hands of all parties. Before going to sleep, Chen Mo purposely turned off the system's beeps and tuned them to resume at 8 a.m. the next morning. This caused him to be completely undisturbed when the early morning settlement reward notification arrived. He slept until 8 a.m. the next morning after a very refreshing sleep. It wasn't until the daily quest beep sounded the next morning that Chun Mo woke up from his sweet slumber. System alert, 8 a.m., daily tasks are released. Daily task, revisit the old places. Although the end times are devastated and things are different, you can still find some traces of the life you once lived in, and stay in the area where you used to be active for 30 minutes to revisit the scenes of the past. Daily task, 2 defense alert. Find at least one possible threatening monster nest. If you can't find a nest within 1,000 meters of the area, you will be considered as having completed the task. Daily task, 3 exercise regularly. Do at least 30 minutes of strength training. Daily task, forget a balanced diet. Don't forget to get some fruits and vegetables to replenish your dietary fiber even in the end of the world, and get at least 1 pound of fruits or vegetables to take home. If you are able to complete all of the daily tasks, you will be able to receive additional rewards. Unfortunately, there are no difficult quests today. Chen Mo swept a glance at the 4 quests displayed by the system on the translucent floating window in front of him and casually turned it off. With that, he pulled up the description of the rewards that were settled in the early hours of last night. System tip: since you have successfully completed all of today's daily tasks, and the completion degree of the daily tasks has reached 100%, you can obtain an additional 10,000 points of survival point rewards, and you can obtain 1 special reward extraction opportunity. Due to the existence of difficult tasks in today's daily tasks, Being able to complete the difficult tasks as well belongs to outstanding performance. You have obtained an additional 10,000 points of survival point rewards. System prompt detected. All of your daily tasks today have been completed in excess. You can obtain an additional 10,000 points of survival points. And you have obtained an additional special reward extraction opportunity. Due to the existence of difficult tasks in today's daily tasks, being able to overcomplete the difficult tasks is an outstanding performance. You have been awarded an additional 10,000 survival points, as well as a super special reward extraction opportunity. Super special reward extraction opportunity. What the heck is this? Chen Mo immediately asked the system curiously. System note, after using the super special reward extraction opportunity, you will have a higher probability of extracting a good reward. While the super special reward extraction opportunity is able to extract bloodlines that are difficult to obtain with usual rewards. I see. My current attributes are all about to stack up to 5 points, so it's about time to get a new bloodline fusion. I just don't know if I'll be able to draw it this time. After looking at the rewards, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. This daily with a difficult task was not even a fraction of a point higher than a daily without a difficult task. The rewards were not even a fraction of a point higher. He couldn't help but ask, System, can I take the initiative to increase the difficulty of the daily tasks? These daily tasks are too simple. System tip, the system will open the daily task difficulty increase function based on the host's daily task performance. Currently, the host has completed all the daily tasks at an overcompletion level for 2 consecutive days. If the host is still able to complete today's daily tasks at an overcompletion level, tomorrow's daily tasks will allow the host to choose a daily task for a difficulty increase. It can really be upgraded. I was just asking for fun. It seems that this system is still quite humanized. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction and then asked, by the way, ordinary special reward extraction opportunities can either increase points or use a special thing like an SSS ranked gift pack to specify the exchange of the desired thing. Then the super special reward extraction opportunity of yours, can't it also be used to specify the exchange of something? System prompt, yes. If you use a super special reward extraction opportunity for redemption, you can reduce the extra consumption by half compared to using a special reward extraction opportunity for designated redemption. Just this? After hearing the system prompt, Chen Mo was a bit speechless. If that was all it was, then it was obviously not cost effective. For example, if an item is not exchanged for a special reward extraction opportunity plus 10,000 survival points, then this item can be exchanged for only 5,000 survival points if it is exchanged for a super special reward extraction opportunity. In this way, it seems that the super special reward extraction opportunity only adds 5,000 survival points to the special reward extraction opportunity. No matter how you think about it, it would be better to use the super special reward drawing opportunity normally. If he had drawn a pedigree, not to mention 5,000 survival points, even 50,000 survival points wouldn't be enough to buy it. After resweeping the rewards he had now, inside the backpack, there was still an SSS ranked gift pack that hadn't been opened, a super power fruit that hadn't been eaten, a super special reward extraction opportunity, and 2 normal special reward extraction opportunities that hadn't been used. Chen Mo decided to keep these 2 ordinary special reward extraction opportunities and use them when he might need to specify what to redeem at that time. The remaining 3 rewards could be used first. Chen Mo first took out the super power god fruit. Although he knew that the benefits of eating this thing were huge, it took a great deal of courage to eat it when it was right next to his mouth. Without the experience of taking it for the first time, it was just a matter of having the experience of taking it for the first time. Chen Mo was now PTSD at the sight of this thing, and his brain had unconsciously felt a throbbing pain. Long pain is better than short pain. Chen Mo's heart was hardened, and he directly threw the fruit into his mouth, chewing fiercely for a few mouthfuls before swallowing it. Soon, the super energy god fruit began to utilize its effects. The energy of the super energy god fruit turned into a special energy between reality and reality the moment it entered Chen Mo's abdomen. And after this energy emerged, it rushed straight to Chen Mo's head at an extremely fast speed. In the instant that this energy rushed into his head, Chen Mo immediately felt the familiar tearing sensation of a splitting headache. And this pain was really the same as Chen Mo's previous description when he first took the fruit of the supernatural god. It was really a pain that the great sage Sun Wukong, who had great powers and copper head and iron arms, would have to roll around in pain. Taking this thing was not at all worse than suffering from a complete tightrope curse. No matter how many times the Monkey King suffered from the tight band incantation, all the same can't adapt to the pain of rolling around. Chen Mo was the same. Whether it was the first time he took the super power god fruit or the second time, he was unable to adapt to this horrific pain at all. And he even felt that the tearing pain caused by taking this second super power god fruit was even more horrific than the first. This pain almost tortured him to the point where he could not wait to directly crack his own brain and pull out the root cause of the pain in it. Terrifying pain continuously radiated out from within Chen Mo's brain, so much so that the pain caused Chen Mo to roll around on the bed. His pain was also made known to his pet Little Yellow because of his soul contract with his pet. Little Yellow, who had originally woken up early in the morning, was still casually playing in the living room when it suddenly sensed that its master was in incomparably great pain. It hurriedly ran into Chen Mo's bedroom with quick steps, jumped onto his bed in a flash, whimpered with concern, and stuck out its little tongue to lick Chen Mo's cheeks. Chen Mo sensed Little Yellow's worry. He forced a smile and touched Little Yellow's head. "I'm fine." It was a good thing that the generation of the source nucleus would only take a minute, and it would only take a minute for it to be painful again. As the generation of the source nucleus was completed, Chen Mo had been tortured to the point where he was lying on the bed without the strength to move a bit, leaving him with only deep breaths that were repeated over and over again. After Little Yellow felt the end of Chen Mo's pain, it immediately wagged its tail happily. Although it wasn't sure what exactly happened, it was happy that its master was fine. Looking at the little guy's humane appearance, Chen Mo, who had recovered some of his state over, couldn't help but laugh. "You really do have a bit of a spirit beast look." Looking at Little Yellow's appearance, Chen Mo suddenly remembered that he still had a Fey Beast advancement Dan that he hadn't used. After all, now that the end times hadn't arrived yet, he hadn't encountered a single Fey Beast. They were all just ordinary animals. So he had neglected this thing. He couldn't help but ask the system. "System, can this Fey advancement Dan be given to an animal that hasn't become a Fey yet?" System prompt: "Yes." The initial mutation energy gained from the biochemical virus infestation plus the heavenly demonic gas infestation suffered by an ordinary animal evolving into a Fey Beast is actually equivalent to taking a Fey Beast advancement Dan. However, affected by the post-apocalyptic environment, they can naturally evolve into Fey Beasts, and if they are artificially provided with an advancement elixir for the animal to evolve, it is equivalent to the first Fey Beast elixir being wasted. After all, giving a unit that has already become a Fey Beast and Fey Beast elixir will allow it to directly elevate itself to the second order on top of the first order. This elixir is so strong, can that person take it? System prompt: "I'm sorry, this item is only suitable for beast creatures. It's ineffective for humans and plant creatures to take it. Humans need to take the deliverance elixir, and plants need to be doused with spirit plant evolution liquid." Are these things sold by the system? System prompt: "Yes. But all of them are incrementally priced items that will raise in price with the number of times you purchase them. The base selling price of a degeneration pill is 50,000 survival points." "I see. That's better." Chen Mo asked this mainly because he was thinking about whether he could exchange some back in the future to raise the realms of the people he cared about. If it was cheap, it would naturally be great to raise it for himself as well. But right now, things weren't cheap, and he had the system's survival points to directly enhance his attributes. So there was no need to exchange such things that got more and more expensive to enhance himself. As Chen Mo's third source core coalesced, the third source core also automatically awakened its powers because his level had reached the level of a first-order alien. After Chen Mo pacified Little Yellow, he called out the system interface to check out his newly awakened psychic ability. Of course, this psychic ability was already his own. He only needed to sense it to know what his psychic ability was. Just looking at the system's introduction would be a bit more clear and concise. System prompt: "Congratulations. Your third source core awakened successfully. As your alien rank has reached the first rank, your third source core awakened an alien ability of its own. You have obtained the alien ability Voiding. The alien ability rank evaluation is C grade. Voiding, you can make your body vaporize and penetrate any entity. The duration of the vaporization is related to the level of your ability. Although this state will not be harmed by solid matter, but will still be attacked by some non-solid nature of the energy. Also please pay attention." Well, another riposte skill. This time the old king next door is better. Chen Mo could not help but laugh. However, after laughing and joking, this ability seems to be a virtualization of oneself, as if it's not very useful, but in reality, it's not small, and it's actually only C-rated? Chen Mo was a bit surprised. This was a divine skill for dodging attacks. When Chen Mo saw this ability, he remembered an anime called Memory Ninja, in which a character was able to vaporize his body, thus switching between real and imaginary states at will, so that the rhythm of the battle was controlled by himself. When the right to attack and defend is all in your own hands, it is still very powerful. However, after carefully reading the introduction of the ability of virtualization, Chen Mo also found that this ability is not as good as he expected. This voiding was a bit different from that person's voiding in Recollection Ninja. This voiding ability was not subject to physical damage anymore, but there were still abilities of a non-physical nature that could be attacked. There might be very few of these abilities in reality. But once the end times came and all sorts of supernatural abilities came out of nowhere, this type of ability would only be unusual. Then this voiding ability wouldn't be that useful. There was another point that Chen Mo cared about, and that was the fact that the tissue part of his body was in some entity at the time of the vaporization. And what would happen if he suddenly materialized at this point in time? If one's body would remain in the area where it had previously overlapped with the entity when it materialized, then it could be used wonderfully as an assassination technique. For example, reaching into the opponent's heart in a vaporized state, and then materializing to crush the opponent's heart with one hand. Of course, their own virtualized body suddenly overlap with other entities in the state of materialization. Whether it will also cause their own body dim extinction damage is also to do experiments first. After all, there was also the possibility that the process of materializing one's palm after vaporizing it would fuse with the other person's body. With this in mind, Chen Mo immediately picked up the doll that he had previously bought to give to Lin Shinru. This thing would not do any harm even if his own hand materialized and fell into it. Thinking of this, Chen Mo immediately began to try to vaporize his hand and reach into it. After opening the ability of vaporization, the experience was still very wonderful. When the entire vaporized right hand reached forward, no matter if it touched any entity, it would feel the same as if it touched the air. It was extremely void. As Chen Mo's right hand penetrated deep into the belly of the doll, Chen Mo then immediately rematerialized his right hand with a thought. As a result, any collision that Chen Mo guessed might occur between his palm and the cotton inside the doll didn't happen. As he materialized his palm actually hit an air wall and was directly ejected out of the doll's body, and only after plunging into the air did his palm completely complete its materialization. It actually pops right out of the entity and doesn't completely materialize until it encounters an empty space? Then, this vaporization state is actually not that useful when used as a means of attack, and can only be used to evade damage and counterattack when faced with a unit that does not have the ability to attack with energy. After carefully dissecting the strength of this voiding ability, a hint of disappointment appeared on Chen Mo's face. Now he finally did understand why such a seemingly powerful ability at first glance was only C-rated in the system's evaluation. This thing couldn't completely evade any attacks and wasn't good as a perfect surprise attack. Could it really be used as a next door king? That wouldn't be a C-rank rating. Chen Mo was a bit unsatisfied with this ability. He remembered that he still had a randomized ability scroll that he hadn't used. Rather, he could randomize a new ability to see if there was a better one. After carefully thinking about how little use voiding had, Chen Mo decided to replace it with a random ability scroll. He immediately clicked on the randomized ability scroll in the system warehouse and chose to use it. System prompt: you are using a randomized abnormal ability scroll, and it has been detected that you have 3 source cores. Please select the source core that you would like to have the scroll cover your abnormal ability. Third source core. System prompt: it has been detected that your third source core corresponds to the Class C ability voiding. Do you want to use the random ability scroll on that source core? Yes. System prompt: randomized ability scroll is used. Congratulations, you have randomized to the S-Class ability Gravity Manipulation. Gravity Manipulation: you can randomly change the gravity of an area, depending on the range of the area to be changed. The magnitude of the gravity change. There will be a different degree of loss of alien energy. The higher the rank of the alien, the less the base loss, the higher the upper limit of manipulability. Oh, this alien energy seems a bit interesting. Actually able to control gravity? Chen Mo immediately replaced the ability without even hesitating for a moment, as he tried to reduce the gravity in the room with a thought. At first there was no change. As he gradually increased the reduced gravity, some of the lighter things immediately floated up. As soon as he thought of using this superpower too much, the room would be a mess. Chen Mo immediately contracted the scope of action to himself. In this way, the gravity reduction would only affect him. As the source nucleus inside his brain was activated and the foreign energy began to flow, his gravity-reducing supernatural ability was also successfully activated. Even Chen Mo, an adult, easily floated up under the gravity reduction. Chen Mo, who floated up out of thin air, only felt like he was floating in a soft cotton package, and the whole person was very comfortable floating lightly. Fun! After he increased the gravity reduction, he even floated directly to the ceiling. When this ability is used properly, won't I be able to fly in the air at will? This is equivalent to opening up to an additional flight ability, right? Chen Mo excitedly flew around the room. Humans always had a dream of flying, and Chen Mo was no exception. This feeling of being able to fly around freely could be too much fun. However, after playing for a while, he landed back on the ground. He checked the situation of his foreign energy at this moment. At this moment, Chen Mo had 160 points of foreign energy per source core, and the 3 source cores added up to a whopping 480 points of foreign energy, which was close to the 3rd stage level. If Chen Mo's alien energy wanted to change the gravity so that he could fly up to the ceiling, the amount of alien energy consumed per second would only be 5 points. If he flew higher, the consumption would also increase. For the application of the gravity reduction effect, Chen Mo also had a little bit of experience and could basically use it instead of the flying ability. At the same time, he also tried a combination technique. That was gravity mitigation, combined with his sentinel ability. With the combination of the two, Chen Mo found that originally something that looked heavy would require quite a bit of extra alien energy to be consumed using the sentinel. But once the gravity reduction effect was used on that object, and then the sentinel ability was used to manipulate it, the amount of alien energy consumed by the sentinel ability would be reduced by a lot as well. In other words, these two abilities could completely complement each other, multiplying the applicability of each. At the same time, Chen Mo also tried the effect of enhancing gravity. Originally, a relatively thin blade that was thrown out by the sentinel ability at a speed of 3 meters per second and chopped into a wooden board could only create a cut of about 3 centimeters. However, if the moment the blade was about to hit the target, the gravity on the blade was suddenly increased. In that instant, the strength of the blade cutting into the target would follow, directly doubling the depth of cut. This is still Chen Mo's experimental application of a small portion of foreign energy to achieve the effect. If he was to go all out to unleash these two abilities, in the case of a perfect match, just a small blade would be enough to slice a person's head off. Even if it was a hard human bone, it would be difficult to stop. Having obtained such a brand new perfect superpower, Chen Mo was still very satisfied. This kind of superpower that could be mixed with other abilities to raise the ceiling was something he loved too much. Only after testing the matching of his super abilities was Chen Mo satisfied and began to look at the other two rewards in the warehouse. At this moment, he was still immersed in the joys of floating, his entire body clicking through the things within the system's warehouse in a floating mid-air stance. He first clicked on the super special reward extraction opportunity. He was going to draw to see if he could get a pedigree or something. If he could draw a pedigree, then his attribute cap would be opened up, which would save him a lot of money on pedigrees. Moreover, good bloodlines are expensive, not something that a few survival points can buy. Even if he was willing to shell out the points, Chen Mo's current 100,000 survival points would be enough to buy a little bit of trash bloodlines. He could only hope that this super special reward extraction opportunity would be powerful. As Chen Mo clicked on Start Extraction, a large number of reward names immediately began to scroll through the system interface. Chen Mo even saw many notable rewards among them. Some of them are familiar to Chen Mo's ability, especially the mind-reading skills. Chen Mo still quite want. After all, as the saying goes, know the face of the people, do not know the heart. Unfortunately, the rewards rolled too fast. Even if he stared at the desired rewards want to click, the rewards are already flying away. But in fact, the rewards turn away not turn away are the same. Chen Mo clicked to stop. The system will continue to crazy turn more than 10 seconds, will not stop immediately, so staring is also staring in vain. After Chen Mo casually clicked to stop scrolling, the system rolled for a full 15 seconds before finally stopping. Seeing the scrolling of the Lucky Draw interface stop, Chen Mo immediately looked at the rewards in the Lucky Draw box with great anticipation. There seemed to be a skill book lying inside the reward box at this moment. System note: congratulations on passing this super special reward extraction opportunity and extracting the special reward Super Speed Recovery S-Rank skill book. Overdrive Recovery? Another healing class thingy? Chen Mo tapped on the description with curiosity. Overdrive Recovery: when casting this skill, you will enter a state of ultra-high speed recovery, which allows you to quickly recover a large amount of energy. And the more mental energy you consume, the faster you will recover other energies besides mental energy. If you need to recover mental energy, when you perform this skill, you will no longer be able to act at will, and will only accelerate the recovery of mental energy alone, and will no longer work on the recovery of other energies. If you act at will during the performance of the skill, it will interrupt the recovery of mental energy. So it's an energy recovery skill. Good stuff. After reading the introduction of the skill in front of him, Chen Mo, who originally thought that it was just a healing skill, felt that this skill was quite good. The accelerated recovery of other energies that was boosted when using this skill was something that could be recovered while moving, and at the same time, the more mental energy was lost, the faster the recovery of other energies would be. And this skill can accelerate the recovery speed of other energies in addition to accelerating the recovery speed of spiritual energy, which is also very crucial. Spiritual energy is the main consumable energy for using skills. Chen Mo originally had a high demand for this thing and a lack of means to replenish it. Now with the existence of this skill, it was possible to make up for this shortcoming. Just to use the skill to recover mental energy, there are still not small limitations. At the very least, cannot move around at will, can only be fixed to accelerate their own recovery. If you need to replenish your mental energy in a pinch, it's better to always have some treasures like the energy storing treasure ring. With Chen Mo learning the overdrive recovery skill, He had already mastered 4 skills. The system prompt also immediately rang out. System prompt, the number of skills you currently master has reached 4. 1 more will reach the skill bar limit. You can choose to purchase the skill bar limit to expand the number of skill bars. Now that there was still an empty space, Chen Mo didn't rush to purchase a skill bar and directly ignored the system's prompt. This time when he drew the super special reward, Chen Mo had intended to get a bloodline, but unfortunately his luck wasn't good and he didn't get it. However, after all, he had drawn an S-rank skill, so he couldn't really say that he was unlucky. He could only say that his luck didn't go to the right place. After learning the overdrive recovery skill, Chen Mo immediately took out the SSS grade gift pack. This thing was definitely capable of opening something good. He immediately chose to open it. System prompt, opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS grade passive skill Perfect Replication. SSS grade passive skill? What the heck? Chen Mo curiously clicked on the skill description. Perfect reproduction. Those who possess this skill will possess extraordinary memory abilities, can memorize all perceived information, and can instantly and perfectly acquire all acquired accessible skills that they perceive. What kind of heaven-defying passive skill? This skill is too strong? Chen Mo felt that this skill was heaven-defyingly strong the moment he saw it. Just the extraordinary memory ability of Unforgettable is already a very useful effect. And this skill, in addition to giving the ability similar to Unforgettable, actually gives the ability to quickly master all the skills that can be acquired later on. This could be too strong against the heavens. Doesn't that mean, just by taking a look at how a chef cooks, one can immediately acquire his cooking skills perfectly? One look at a martial artist's moves, and one could immediately and perfectly learn the martial arts performed by the other side? One look at a game master's maneuvers and you can instantly master his superior gaming skills? Although this ability could only instantly and perfectly acquire skills that could be acquired later in life, its utility and value to Chen Mo was almost no worse than that of conventional superpowers. If this thing was really hard to say, it was actually equivalent to a superpower. Just this superpower's ability effect to give ordinary people enough time can achieve the same effect, but this has to be countless times more time. Each thing is dedicated to learning and immersed in 10,000 hours. A normal person can become an expert in this line, but the precious brilliance of perfect reproduction's ability is that it reduces those 10,000 hours to 1 second. Just by looking at it, you can perfectly reproduce the technique. That was what allowed it to be evaluated as comparable to superpowers. Of course, at the end of the day, it wasn't a superpower. It was just an extraordinary skill, or physique. That's why the system just categorized it as a SSS rank passive skill. He had just said that he still had a skill bar available, but it turned out that the system had sent him another skill, and all of a sudden, the skill bar was filled up. This skill Chen Mo was saying that he had to learn anything. As Chen Mo learned perfect reproduction, the system prompt rang out again. System tip, it has been detected that your current number of skills has reached the upper limit of the number of skill bars. Subsequently, if you wish to continue learning skills, you will need to forget one of the existing skills, or you can purchase additional skill bars to expand the skill bars. What about the selling price of skill bars? System prompt, the more skill bars there are, the more expensive the selling price is. The first expanded skill bar sells for 100,000 survival points. So expensive. Chen Mo was somewhat speechless. He originally thought that 10,000 survival points were considered expensive, but he didn't expect the system to ask for 100,000. System tip, if you compare it to the superpower godfruit that you need to take to gain an additional superpower, the host will understand that the price for the expansion of the skill bar is quite reasonable. Upon hearing this from the system, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel that there was nothing wrong with what this guy said. The superpower godfruit, even if the system was willing to exchange it, it would have to cost $100 million worth of SSS grade gift packs, plus a special reward extraction opportunity to exchange it. And when it is not given to exchange, it can only complete the mainline survival mission in the way of top completion as much as possible, and obtain the mainline survival mission SSS grade gift pack betting on the face in order to open out the skill bar. On the other hand, as far as the current number was concerned, only needed 100,000 survival points to immediately open an additional frame. Comparing the two, it really was an instantaneous feeling that the cost of an additional skill was simply as good as nothing compared to the cost of obtaining an additional superpower. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Normally, I thought you were dull, but I didn't realize that you were quite shrewd when it came to settling accounts. This system often made some silly rewarding judgments, but once it came to the place of settling accounts, it was shrewd again. After opening all the rewards and saving up 2 special reward extraction opportunities that he wasn't going to use, Chen Mo immediately got up and washed up. Then after getting Xiao Huang some food, he prepared to go out. Although today was Monday, with Chen Mo's current ability, it didn't really matter if he went to school or not. Not to mention that in half a year it would be the end of the world, so he didn't have to care about going to school even more. Plus, he now had the ability of perfect replication, and he could learn anything by listening and watching it once, so he didn't even need to listen to classes anymore. He just didn't need to go to school anymore, and could quickly learn everything on his own. Just the usual habit. He still decided to go to school. Moreover, there was still the hometown revisited quest within today's quest, and going to the school to take a stroll was obviously able to complete this quest very easily. The most important thing was that the main quest, too, needed to find the right target to raise goodwill. The students in the school were also relatively good at getting close to each other, and when they went to the school to take a stroll, they were also able to see if they could find a good target for the quest in the meantime. After the goodwill reward obtained after saving Wei Changfeng yesterday, Chen Mo was also enlightened. If one only gained favorability through the means of saving someone's life, one would basically reach the point of respect at most. That is, around 85 points of goodwill. If one wanted to reach the 90 points of favorability required by the system's main quest, too, it was obviously not something that could be achieved by just messing around. Don't look at the difference of only 5 points of favorability. But these 5 points of favorability is the dividing line of a person's attitude towards you. The vast majority of strangers who are not your friends, suddenly by your grace, the most you can do is to respect, worship, admiration and so on and so on. This kind of emotion, even if the performance of the obsessive, will not get the system further recognition. As if someone chasing stars crazy, this crazy on their idols can even appear on the emotional performance beyond the side of affection, friendship, love state. However, this seemingly incomparable fervent emotional outpouring is a rather vain emotion. Such was the case with Chen Mo's goodwill towards others skyrocketing after he saved someone's life. Yesterday, Chen Mo had actually received quite a few goodwill boosting messages. Saving Lu Yuanzong and Wei Changfeng had indirectly affected many people's favorable views of him. However, among them, only Lu Qinlan's favorability surge towards him broke through the norm, directly soaring to 95 points. It could be seen that she was not just grateful for Chen Mo's saving behavior, but really had a good feeling about Chen Mo. And after this incident, the emotional love was even greater. So far, just Lu Qinlan had reached this one goal. Chen Mo still needed to accumulate 4 more goals above the 5th rank to reach 90 points of favorability in order to complete the top target. Actually, it was still a bit difficult. If Zhao Yu's rank wasn't a third-order alien, she would be a more suitable target for Chen Mo. After finishing breakfast, rinsing his mouth and organizing his clothes, Chen Mo left Little Yellow behind to look after the house while he prepared to go out for class. On school days, he wouldn't have time to sneak Little White. These days Zhao Yu would sneak on her own. On weekends she knew Chen Mo would sneak, so she would intentionally be lazy and not get up. But on days when she knew Chen Mo would be attending classes, she would get up earlier. Chen Mo's side had only just left the house when she met Zhao Yu, who was leading Little White out the door. Mo, I heard that you were famous yesterday. Zhao Yu immediately joked when she saw Chen Mo. Not so much, just a small leak. Chen Mo lightly laughed. I didn't even know that this brat of yours has such profound medical skills. My sister recently had some back pain from playing games. Will you help me cure it? Zhao Yu seductively smiled and said. Hearing her say this, Chen Mo did not feel that it was really so. Zhao Yu's grooming was very good. It was not like she had a different body shape, and on weekdays, she often did yoga and other sports to exercise her body. With Chen Mo's perspective glasses activated, he soon saw through Zhao Yu's entire body. According to his visualization, Zhao Yu's entire body could basically be said to be quite healthy. It was extremely difficult for a person to maintain such a healthy body, which could be seen by how self-disciplined Zhao Yu usually was. After his visualization, Chen Mo accidentally discovered that Zhao Yu had a valuable part that was still there. He usually saw that Zhao Yu always had a seductive air. Her hands and feet gave people an irresistible temptation, and he thought that Zhao Yu was not a virgin anymore. As a result, when he looked through the lens now, he found that the other party's key thing was actually still intact, which still made Chen Mo somewhat surprised. On weekdays, Zhao Yu had never failed to intentionally molest and tempt him. Teasing him, Chen Mo is still able to cope with girls younger than himself, but he can't cope with the older imperial sisters, and every time he was teased by her, she fled with a red face. Every time, Zhao Yu looked like she was enjoying herself, and seemed to be enjoying this kind of molestation game. As a result, it turned out that Zhao Yu appeared to have a big smile, but in reality, she was not as good as one, and she was as good as a jade. Although he discovered the secret of Zhao Yu, Chen Mo still didn't change his senses towards Zhao Yu. After all, he was often molested, and the old impression was already left. When he saw this sister, Chen Mo still subconsciously stayed away from her by one body position. After carefully scanning up and down Zhao Yu's entire body without any major problems, Chen Mo also couldn't help but admire Zhao Yu's self-discipline on weekdays. Often seeing her as if she lived her life casually, it never occurred to her that she could be so self-disciplined towards herself. This was the impression that Zhao Yu gave off. Even people like Chen Mo, who lived in Zhao Yu's neighborhood and were relatively close to her, had difficulty seeing through her, so her disguise was very successful. Even those close to her couldn't see through her, and outsiders and enemies wouldn't even want to see through her. In terms of acting skills, Lu Qinlan, who studied at the Magic City Drama Academy, was a complete beginner compared to Zhao Yu, and a veteran acting teacher. Sweeping a glance and realizing that although Zhao Yu didn't have any special problems in her entire body, but she recently had an aunt coming, her body should still be a bit uncomfortable due to this factor, so it could indeed be appropriate to help her alleviate a bit. Of course, whether or not one's skills could be effective in this kind of discomfort caused by physiological reasons was still a doubtful question. Chen Mo was also a bit curious to see the results. He immediately smiled and said, "Just say the word. You can directly call me whenever you want a treat. Then my sister will wait for you to come in the evening. It just so happens that I have recently learned some new dishes. Make something delicious for you to eat." Okay. After saying this, Chen Mo turned his words around and said, "Right, sister Yu, I have something I want to ask you about." Seeing that Chen Mo's complexion was correct, Zhao Yu's expression also became slightly more serious and said, "What is it? That is, does that Yellow Robe Club of yours have any conflicts with the Green Gang?" Hearing Chen Mo ask about the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Gang, Zhao Yu was a bit surprised and said, "Why did you remember to ask this? Yesterday, I met Du Zihang at the Lu family, and he asked me to go save his father, Du Ran Yuan. So I wanted to ask what kind of relationship you guys are considered to have, and if they have a problem with you, I won't go," Chen Mo said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu immediately smiled and said, "Good boy is righteous enough. For sister even dared to offend the Qing gang? Come over to sister to reward you with a kiss," said Zhao Yu immediately came over, causing Chen Mo to immediately take a step back and said, "Pay attention to the influence outside. Afraid that I affect you to pick up girls?" Zhao Yu solemnized some laughs. "We in the Green Gang is not anything against weekdays, although cannot be counted as good friends, but there is no bad blood. We are usually considered to be on guard against each other. Well, water does not offend the river water stated. Then do you think I want to save him? If you let me look at it, I think it is better to save than not to save. If you save him, you will get Du Ringyuan's favor. It is also considered to be in the Magic City some more survival guarantee. At the same time, it is also considered to help me to draw closer to some of the relationship with the Qing Gang. In the future, perhaps there is still a chance to find them to work together. Recently, the Magic City of the Turbulent, Du Ran Yuan, if you can stand up again, absolutely will give this altar of muddy water and then add a bucket of color. And after he gets back on his feet, it will mostly be beneficial to us," Zhao Yu analyzed. Listening to Zhao Yu's analysis, Chen Mo noticed that her entire aura seemed to have changed a bit as she analyzed the situation. However, soon after, she returned to her usual roguish imperial sister look and laughed. "Just see for yourself how to choose. Anyway, there is no influence from my side. I just heard that Du Ran Yuan has a righteous daughter who is very pretty. If you save Du Ran Yuan, she is afraid that she will give her body to her, and I'm afraid that my Momo will be abducted right away." Chen Mo laughed breathlessly. "Who is your Mimi? Brat, you are planning to forget your sister once you have a daughter-in-law, right?" Zhao Yu immediately pulled Chen Mo's face. "I was wrong. Let go." Chen Mo hurriedly begged for mercy. At this time, an aunt who lived nearby walked by and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. The two of them are flirting so well early in the morning. Zhao Yu immediately loosened her hand and smiled. "My younger brother is not saving. Teach him a lesson." Chen Mo swept past Aunt Lu, who was walking by, and realized that her head was displaying the word dead body. It was evident that there were still quite a lot of dead people when the end of the world descended. The older and weaker they were, the more prone they were to the sign of dead body. Chen Mo also did not have that much energy to save everyone. He was only prepared to protect some of his most important people. The lives and deaths of others, he couldn't care about, and didn't have the ability to care for the time being. "Alright, go to class now. Don't be late." After greeting Aunt Lu, Zhao Yu patted Chen Mo's back with a straight face and said, "Well, then I'll leave first." As he spoke, Chen Mo suddenly choked on his words, keenly sensing something wrong in his surroundings. He was able to clearly feel that there were people around him staring at his side. Not only were they staring at themselves, but there was also someone staring at Zhao Yu. Chen Mo, who had fused his werewolf bloodline and awakened his super perception ability, still had a very sharp perception of sight. He immediately closed his eyes and started searching, quickly locking onto his target. There were 5 people staring at him. and there were a full 10 staring at Zhao Yu. However, it was not yet known specifically whether they were enemies or friends. Seeing that Chen Mo was halfway through his sentence and suddenly stopped with his eyes closed, Zhao Yu immediately remembered that last night, Lu Qinlan had told her about Chen Mo's great loss of Yuan Qi after treating Lu Yuanzong. She hurriedly stepped forward with concern and said, Mo, are you alright? If you're not feeling well, take today off. After determining where all the targets were, Chen Mo then opened his eyes and smiled. It's fine. Just now suddenly sand got into my eyes. Are you sure? You don't want to be strong with something wrong with your body. Zhao Yu said uneasily. It's fine. Sister Yu, if I had something wrong, I would be so energetic. Look. Chen Mo revealed a sunny smile and said. Seeing that Chen Mo looked really good, Zhao Yu couldn't find any faults and could only say, it's good that you're fine. If you don't have a good rest and are not feeling well, pay attention to resting more. Don't force yourself, okay? I know. Then I'm leaving. Aha. While Zhao Yu watched Chen Mo leave, her gaze shifted to another place, where a few people were following Chen Mo's pace at this time. Leaving the famous court neighborhood, Chen Mo did not take the usual main road, but instead walked into a small road and started to make 7 turns between the alleys of the nearby buildings. Right after he walked through an alleyway again, his figure unexpectedly disappeared all of a sudden. 5 people soon appeared at the entrance of the alley. These 5 people were all wearing very ordinary clothing, and at a glance, they looked like 5 ordinary passers-by. However, from their movements, it was possible to tell that these 5 people were all practicing athletes. One by one, their body muscle lines were outstanding, not to mention whether they could do martial arts techniques or not. Just this body of tendon flesh was enough to knock out an ordinary person with one punch. The moment the 5 people arrived at the entrance of the alley, they all looked at each other incredulously. Ha, where is everyone? What's going on? Didn't he just turn into this alley? Why is he gone? All the way over here he is alone. We do not lose him. He is walking this alley. This alley is less than 50 meters long. He walked in less than 2 seconds. We came over. It is impossible to not see people. The 5 people immediately curiously walked the alleyway to the bottom. In the middle also pressed to see what can leave the channel. This alleyway is full of building walls on both sides. There is no possibility of leaving in the middle. How could this person disappear out of thin air? Damn. So simple to follow the person lost. Say out all shame. Think back. Where was there any omission just now? Just now old son walked at the front right. Old son, are you sure you just saw him enter this alley? It's not the first time I've done this job. Can I lose my target? It's just such an ordinary alley. Just one person. How could I miss it? This is the alleyway that he entered. Absolutely no mistake. But just 2 seconds. How he disappeared from this alleyway? You ask me. I don't know. What should we do now? We were told to look at the person, and the person was lost. Hurry up and go out to look for him. Go back and talk to the higher-ups. Send more people. This kid is really evil. There is a big road not to go but to take the small road. Halfway to the person is still missing. Not to add, some people simply cannot see. At the moment when old son finished his sentence, a silhouette actually appeared out of thin air behind them. Gentlemen, are you looking for me? Just as the 5 were exasperated with their behavior with the disgraced, a young voice suddenly sounded behind the 5. This voice that suddenly appeared behind them like a ghost was really a big jump for the 5 people. They immediately turned around in terror, and before they could even see the person behind them, they subconsciously and quickly launched an attack on the person behind them. After all, the 5 of them had actually been sneakily approached to this position without realizing the person coming. So how strong must the strength of the person coming be? They naturally subconsciously decided that the person coming was an extremely dangerous enemy. However, even though the 5 of them had struck out together, the person behind them was still able to easily dodge and avoid the attacks of the 5 of them. The moment they finished striking, all 5 of them looked with shock at Chen Mo, who was wearing a light smile at the corners of his mouth. How is it you? Where did you come from? The leader of the group, the man called Old Son, couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, it seems like I asked you guys the question first. After saying that, Chen Mo flung his right hand and the incomparably sharp ring blade was immediately sheathed. Then he looked at the 5 men with an unfavorable expression. What exactly are the 5 following me behind my back? Please also tell us, or else you might not even have a chance to speak later. The future rank of these 5 people were not low. Chen Mo swept a glance over the markings on the heads of the 5 people. Within the 5 people, there were actually 3 third-ranked adepts and 2 fourth-ranked adepts, which meant that even within such an environment as the end of the world, these 5 people still maintained their personhood and their realm was not low. Half a year's time to reach the 4th order. This really made Chen Mo admire them. But admiration was admiration. If these 5 people were the enemy, then damnation still had to die. Although he was a person living in a peaceful era, Chen Mo didn't have that kind of soft mind. He grew up with an extremely dull sense of death and corpses, so he wasn't afraid to handily kill his enemies. These 5 people were also considered to have often crawled and fought in the underground world, and they were still able to clearly feel the killing intent. At this moment, Chen Mo seemed to be an ordinary college student, but even if he was just standing there, the aura that was revealed all over his body was already enough to shock them. It was as if they were being locked by a tiger tightly around their necks, and if there was even a hint of movement, they were afraid that their heads would have to move immediately. How could a young man have such ferocious intent and might on his body? It was really a bit unbelievable to these 5 people. Seeing that there was a misunderstanding, the old son who was in the lead hurriedly said, "Little brother, don't be in a hurry to make a move. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Chen Mo laughed coldly. "Then let me hear it. What is the misunderstanding?" "We are members of the Yellow Robe Society. We came to secretly protect you on the orders of the boss. The boss said that recently there might be a group of people who will be unfavorable to you, so we were asked to take care of you. And that's why we came to follow you. If we had known that little brother you had this kind of skill, we wouldn't have needed to be so redundant." Hearing old son say this, Chen Mo's hostility was temporarily reduced by half. Of course, it was possible that the other party was deliberately making things up, so Chen Mo had to check first. He put away his ring blade with a thought and pulled out his cell phone in front of the 5 people, deliberately showing his enemy that he was weak. At this point, Chen Mo was covered in cracks, so if the other party was really a bad guy, he would inevitably be unable to resist striking. The ring blade was just a weapon that Chen Mo deliberately displayed. In fact, his current fighting strength, without relying on the ring blade, his unarmed hand was already ferocious. However, the 5 people saw Chen Mo revealing a broken body but did not take any action at all, so it was evident that they still had a few credible points. Soon Chen Mo made a video call to Zhao Yu. "What's wrong with Mo? You've just left and you're calling your sister? So reluctant to part with your sister?" Zhao Yu just picked up the phone and flirted with Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled helplessly and said, "I wanted to ask if you have found brothers from the Yellow Robe Society to secretly protect me?" "Yes. Why? Are you afraid that the Tang Clan kid will find you in trouble?" "Don't worry. The people I've found are all professionals and will definitely protect you." "No. I want you to see if it's these guys." Chen Mo finished speaking and turned the camera to the 5 people in front of him. For a moment, the 5 people immediately looked at Zhao Yu and the cell phone with smiles all over their faces. "Hello, Missy." Seeing these 5 people, Zhao Yu, who was still not looking too serious, couldn't help but look aghast and said strangely, "Letting you guys protect in secret. What are you 5 doing?" "Eldest miss, it's not that we didn't secretly protect, it's that this little brother is too sharp. We were discovered by him." Old son, who was in the lead, cried out with a bitter smile. "Ah?" Zhao Yu couldn't help but be a little confused after hearing old son's words. These 5 people were indeed professionals, and had already experienced several times of protection work against the president in the guild. They were quite experienced, and were also very capable of troubleshooting dangers. How could such 5 people, secretly following the protection, be detected by a brat like Chen Mo, and caught on the spot? This really made Zhao Yu somewhat speechless. She had just said that these 5 people were professionals, but now, the 5 people's behavior seemed less than professional. "It's not their fault. It was me who happened to find them. Since I confirmed that they are my own people, then it's fine." Chen Mo immediately hung up the phone after saying that, not even giving Zhao Yu a chance to continue speaking. Wait, Zhao Yu's side hadn't even finished speaking when she realized that Chen Mo had hung up, so she didn't call back again, preparing to turn around and ask what was going on with these 5 guys. How could tracking a brat be able to track themselves to the collective exposure? At this time, Chen Mo knew that the 5 people were his own people. The fierce aura on his body just instantly dissolved into nothing, and put on a harmless smile on his face and said, "The original 5 big brothers are here to secretly protect me. That's really hard for all of you, but I have the ability to protect myself. The 5 big brothers or go back to the bar. I previously found that there are 10 people lurking around near Sister Yu, and those 10 people are also your yellow robes, so they are not the same as you." 10 people are also from your Yellow Robe Society? Yes, those 10 people are the top experts within the guild who specialize in protecting president-level personnel. That's good. I was worried that it was someone with some ulterior motive. Chen Mo was originally prepared to lure out 5 people over here and then ask about those 10 people. It turned out that they were all his own people, so that was fine. "Then we now?" Old son's 5 people looked at each other awkwardly at Chen Mo. "It's better for all of you to go back and resume your orders. I really don't need protection on my side. You all saw just now that I was able to spot you all ahead of time and hide silently, appearing behind your back. This tactic should be enough to convince you, right? Speaking of which, old son, I am really curious. What just turned a corner and disappeared?" Little brother? Old Sun asked suspiciously. Seeing Old Sun ask about this, Chunmo smiled mysteriously and said, "This is a secret. It's not convenient to reveal. Then I won't be able to sleep at night." Old Sun said with a helpless smile, "It's fine. I'll tell you in another half a year." "Ah, for what?" Old Sun was puzzled. "The time has not yet come." "Well, a few big brothers, I still have classes to attend, so I'll take my leave first," Chunmo said and left quickly. "Ha, there are still experts." Just as he was leaving, Chunmo suddenly perceived and realized that besides these 5 people, there was actually someone secretly following him. Only this time, there were only 3 people who were secretly following him, and they were hidden very deeply. It was almost impossible to perceive it if one's perception was not particularly sharp. These 3 guys shouldn't be from the Yellow Robe Society anymore, so let me meet you. At this moment, the 5 people from the Yellow Robe Society were still discussing in place. Are we really not going to continue following? It's useless to follow. He was able to discover us the first time and he can discover us the second time. Since he doesn't want us to follow, it's better to forget about it. This little brother has a bit of ability in him. He doesn't look like an ordinary student. Then we can't really leave it alone. Even if he does have good hands. Once those guys with ulterior motives play with firearms, it's not something that can be easily avoided with good hands. With the Hong family's means, it's still very easy to get these things, right? Indeed. But I heard that the Hong family is not involved. The Tang family is transferring in people from the outside. The people coming in from the outside surely can't carry these on their bodies, and it is estimated that they will only carry some cold weapon type of concealed weapons. Then we still need to be careful too. It's still a bit dangerous for us to just leave him alone out there. But this little brother doesn't want us to follow, and there's no way we can hide it from him to follow him. It's still broad daylight. The Tang family shouldn't dare to make a blatant move. We'd better go back and report this matter first and see what the higher-ups say. That's fine. Then I'll stay behind and follow him alone. Old Sun spoke up. We can't really all go away and leave it alone. Well, a person with a small target. He may not really be able to notice you again. You will follow first. What is the situation? Immediately contact. Good. As several people finished their deliberations, Old Sun then immediately quickly followed Chunmo, while the others left in separate directions. On Chunmo's side, he also clearly sensed that Old Sun had followed him, already knowing the scent of these 5 people. With Chunmo's sharp perception after the fusion of his werewolf bloodline, he was still able to instantly memorize the scent of the people he had come into contact with. Knowing that it was Old Sun who followed, Chunmo didn't care about him. It was assumed that the other party was still uneasy, so they left someone behind. Chunmo didn't care about him for the time being. What he was paying attention to now was the other 3 guys. The tracking skills of these 3 guys were really superb. They were not that kind of compact tracking at all, but a triangular structured tracking method, locking the target in the center of the triangle to ensure that they did not lose the target. And they were much more stealthy with this kind of tracking method. But of course it would be so, because the secret protection force of the Yellow Robe Society was generally used to protect the president as well as the various elders of the society. There was basically no point in hiding from the people being protected. And the sneakiness that they were trained to do was just to sneak in a position where they wouldn't be detected by the enemy. They didn't need to hide from their protectors. It was one of the few people they needed to protect was the one they needed to sneak and hide, not letting their protectors know that someone was following their actions. But even so, if it wasn't for the fact that Chunmo himself was different from the norm, it would have been very difficult to realize that he was being followed by Old Sun and the others. After all, Old Sun's 5 people looked like very ordinary passers-by at first glance, and it was very difficult to arouse suspicion wherever they went. It was evident that their daily disguises were still outstanding. It was just that certain professionalism was still almost there. Chunmo didn't think that these 3 people were necessarily better than Old Sun's gang in terms of overall standard, but just in terms of tracking techniques alone, these 3 people were better. Soon Chunmo locked onto one of them. This person was wearing a concealed headset on his ear, answering his companion's report. He's gone into the alley in the direction of number 1. I'm staring near the entrance on this side. If he doesn't turn back, he should come out at the alley entrance on number 1 side. Roger 1. I'm watching over here. What are you observing? Just as number 1's words fell, a young voice actually strangely emerged from behind him. In this instant, the frightened this number 1 tracker was directly shocked out of a cold sweat. When he turned around to see Chunmo, his reaction was almost the same as Old Sun's, only to see him saying with a shocked look of seeing a living ghost, when did you run behind me? Right when you were staring at the front. Chunmo said with a faint smile. But shouldn't you have walked into that alleyway in front of you? Number 1 had a confused look on his face, and at this point, he could only pretend that number 2 had misread the situation. Chunmo looked at tracker number 1 with a smirk and said, Tell me, why are you tracking me? Seeing that he was recognized, Tracker number 1 didn't hide it. I was ordered by the leader to come and protect your classmate Chen Mo. Leader? Chen Mo was first puzzled for a moment. Then it occurred to him, so these 3 people were from the military department. Is it an order from Elder Wei? Yes, number 1 said as he stood in a very proper military posture. Even if Wei Changfeng wasn't standing in front of him, he still didn't forget to honor him with a standard military salute when he mentioned Wei Changfeng. Once he saw this standard posture, Chen Mo didn't have too many doubts. Moreover, he had heard everything that this no one had said to the person on the intercom just now. This style of communication was also indeed a bit like the military department. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "Old senior is too caring. In fact, I don't need protection. It's better for all 3 brothers to go back." Ah, you even found out how many we are? Tracker number 1 looked at Chen Mo with a shocked face, and at the same time deeply doubted his professionalism. He was a talented person in tracking and protection who had performed extremely well on weekdays, and this time the leader had released him to protect Chen Mo, and secondly, to serve as a practical training to enhance the practical application of his abilities in this area. As a result, he didn't expect to be recognized so easily. Not only that, even the 2 seniors who brought him along were also recognized together, which really made him a bit surprised. I'm still a bit keenly observant. If there are really bad people targeting me, I'll find out. The 3 of you don't have to work hard to follow. Most of all, I don't really like to be stared at. Please go back and tell Elder Wei, and thank him for his kind words for me. It's fine. Just say that I insisted on it. I really am not used to being followed. Please. Alright then. The other party had come here to carry out orders after all, and this sudden giving up halfway through was indeed a bit unorthodox, but under Chen Mo's insistence, the other party could only nod his head in agreement. After all, Elder Wei's arrangement for them also had a key instruction within it, which was to try to be as stealthy as possible and not to interfere with the other party's life to cause the other party's distress. Now that they have been discovered, the other party has also expressed their distress, so naturally they can't stay any longer. Chen Mo had purposely branched out these protective forces because he was afraid that they would be discovered by the enemy and scare the enemy away. He really wanted to see exactly how Tang San would deal with him, and incidentally find some powerful people to practice on. Having power with nowhere to utilize it was still a bit of an itchy hand. It had to be said that one's own people were always more attentive than the bad guys. The outsiders Tang San called on his side had only just entered the Magic City not long ago, and were still adjusting their work and rest, adjusting their state, as well as looking over the intelligence Tang San had prepared to familiarize themselves with what they were going to do next before formulating a plan of action based on the current situation and circumstances. It simply wouldn't come to Chen Mo's trouble so soon. On the other hand, on the side of his own people, it was a matter of ordering at night and immediately arranging for it the next day. After persuading all of the defense forces around himself to leave with kind words, Chen Mo then walked towards the school in a relaxed manner, although Old Sun was still following, but he was the only one, and this time he was quite far away, so Chen Mo didn't care too much about him. Chen Mo's side had just entered the school when the system prompt immediately ghosted. System prompt, warning, warning, widespread necrotic tide as well as demonic and weirdo groups have been detected ahead. Please leave quickly. It seems that the students inside the school have mutated quite evenly. Another necrotic tide, another demonic group and another weirdo group. System alert, warning, warning, a 9th order tree king has been detected in front of us. Each root of the 9th order tree king has a strong killing power. 100-meter radius has been occupied by its roots. Once you step into any part of its circumference, you will be killed immediately. Please stay away from it. Tree Emperor? Chen Mo saw the ancient tree in the center of the school entrance at a glance. This tree had been heard to be hundreds of years old. I didn't expect that it had actually evolved into a 9th order powerhouse after the end times came. This was somewhat interesting. Just want to take him to brush the rewards is obviously impossible. This thing in the present is the key protection of plants. If you dare to destroy, no less than a meal in jail to eat. Chen Mo just casually circled around the ancient tree and was ready to leave. But it is so around a circle and then leave. Chen Mo has accidentally triggered the system rewards. System tip, the host's courage is amazing. He dared to walk in a circle around the 9th order tree emperor within his dominion with his 1st order cultivation, and was even able to shock him into not daring to move a single bit. The host's divine might is astounding, and the host's courage and martial arts are the best in the world. Ha, you can do this. You're sick, aren't you? Chen Mo rolled his eyes. People are just an ordinary tree. They can really move. As a result, because the person originally couldn't move at all, it somehow became a credit to his own shock. This is really to Chen Mo amused. He said that this system would always become less intelligent at times. Already accustomed to the system's amusing attributes, Chen Mo was also too lazy to spit out more, and instead looked directly at the reward. System tip, This is the first time that the host has been able to deter a half-step 10th order enemy without bloodshed, and is hereby rewarded with an SSS ranked gift package. Half-step 10th rank? Isn't it 9th rank? System, have you gone crazy again? System tip, the enemy is a plant-type powerhouse that is the most difficult to give birth to a 9th order powerhouse, and the battle power of this clan's powerhouses tends to be stronger than that of other clans of the same order. And the 9th order powerhouses of this clan are comparable to the battle power of half-step 10th order powerhouses of unusual clans. Therefore, the rewards associated with that clan's powerhouses will all be evaluated at their actual level of battle power. So that's how it is. It's kind of interesting, but half-step 10th rank is only SSS rank. Shouldn't it give something like Super SSS rank or something? System prompt, this time the host just shocked that strong person. Originally the most that could be rewarded was an S-grade gift pack, but considering that the host is a first order strength, shocking a half-step 10th order strong person by crossing multiple large realms, and this is the first time that this achievement has been reached. It has been upgraded to an SSS grade gift pack. Well, according to you, I still have to thank you. Chunemo smiled helplessly, but after thinking about it, his first time killing a 9th order mutant Mouse King was only an SSS ranked gift pack, and then taming Little Yellow only triggered an S ranked gift pack. It was reasonable to say that taming must be harder than killing, so it could be seen that this 9th order regular kill reward should be around an S rank gift pack. It was understandable to only be able to obtain an SSS rank gift pack by just shocking a half-step 10th step, rather than killing a half-step 10th step. After receiving the rewards, Chen-Mo glanced at the large tree in front of him and thought to himself, let's just keep it for now, and when the end of the world is about to come, it won't be too late to come back and kill it again. Maybe the more you raise it, the more powerful it will become. After all, a half-step 10th order powerhouse, not so easy to die. Currently, the system has made a mistake, and the timeline of the perceived world is half a year after the end of the world. When the timeline of Chen-Mo's current world really reaches the node where the end of the world opens up, the system's corresponding timeline should change to the equivalent of 1 year after the end of the world. And in such a small amount of time, as long as 9th order powerhouses don't fight each other, they can basically roam around their respective regions. They might even be stronger. After inexplicably whoring out an SSS grade gift package for nothing, Chen-Mo was also in a better mood all around. He slowly entered the campus and soon arrived at the classroom. There were already quite a few students in the classroom at this time. System alert, warning warning, detected a large number of monsters crowding the room in front of you. Please do not approach. Please do not approach. All day long praising me for my extraordinary bravery and godly might is amazing. A little bit of what little danger or madly reminding me to back off. This system really isn't too smart. Although Chen-Mo was spitting on his lips, he liked this kind of unintelligent system. If the system had intelligence, then Chen-Mo would have to pay more attention to whether or not this thing would have any purpose, and whether or not it would pit itself in the future. This kind of dull system wouldn't at first glance. Chen-Mo ignored the system's warning and stepped straight into the classroom. Chen-Mo's major course was the discipline of finance, mainly because he thought that if he could understand this area of knowledge, he would be able to make some money in the future. However, nowadays, he no longer had this need, so coming to class was just incidental. He just came to see if there were any suitable targets he could contact. As Chen-Mo stepped into the classroom, the first thing he did was to sweep his eyes over the equal order markings on the heads of all the students in the classroom. Only half of the students within the classroom were dead corpses, half had become monsters, and only a smattering or two were exalts. The classmates who had become monsters were not very high in rank. Seeing this, Chen-Mo instantly had little interest in staying. Originally, he had come to class to find a target to talk to, so that he could take the opportunity to get closer. Now that there wasn't a suitable target, Chen-Mo naturally lost interest. However, just as he was about to leave, Mr. Yu, who taught finance, walked in. Chen-Mo saw the logo on Teacher Yu's head at a glance, 9th order evolutionary. What the hell? Evolver? System, come out and explain. What type of race is this? Chen-Mo had watched hundreds of people in the past 3 days without 1,000. And it was the first time he had seen this Evolver logo. System tip, evolutionary is one of the very few special physical units that can become a type of unit. This type of unit will not be subject to biochemical virus infestation mutation, not subject to heavenly demonic gas infestation mutation, can be absorbed by all the external alienation energy for the quenching of the strength of their own body energy. The evolved person possesses a normal sanity that is completely unchanged from that of an ordinary human, but possesses an upper limit that is higher than that of an ordinary human, and possesses the possibility of infinitely enhancing the strength of one's own fleshly body and breaking through to evolution. There are still such people. This very few seems to be really very few. I've seen so many people in the past 3 days and I've only seen this one of her. According to you, evolvers have no bottlenecks and can break through at will? System tip, not so. The evolutionist's promotion breakthrough for the external power demand is great. Need to have enough external power supply. Also need to self-mixing absorption. In order to stimulate the strength of the self-flesh body to complete the evolution. The type of community evolution when there is not a small risk. If the operation is not appropriate, maybe burst and die. However, those who cultivate extremely smoothly will be able to ascend the realm relatively quickly. I see. Chen Mo had sort of realized what type of unit the so-called evolver was. He immediately asked curiously, "System, can you detect if I have an evolver physique?" System prompt, after testing, the host is currently not an evolver physique, but the host has the ability to fuse multiple bloodlines rewarded by the system, so it is possible to obtain an evolver-like physique in the future. If I obtain an evolver physique, will it affect my rank advancement as an alien? System tip, mere evolvers are unable to become xenos because their bodies actively reject mutations, but the host will not be affected if he or she acquires an evolver physique through bloodline fusion. Just as the system explained when the host started fusing bloodlines at the very beginning, the host's fused bloodline will not change the host's own racial characteristics, and will only additionally attach the corresponding bloodline's ability, so it will not have any negative impact on the host. That's good. Then I can look forward to the benefits of bloodline fusion in the future. After asking the system about evolvers, Chen Mo, who had originally gotten up, immediately sat back down again. This was the first time he had seen an evolver, and as a result, he saw that it was of the 9th level. So naturally, there was no reason not to get close to it. Teacher Yu was familiar with Chen Mo. After all, before he awakened his supernatural ability, Chen Mo was a high achiever who got into Mordor University with his own efforts, and he was still a very good student. For the knowledge of the draw side, is also more eager. So he some do not understand the place will ask the teacher. After all, this aspect of finance, do not understand the place is a lot to go, even if the teacher of the famous school himself, but also just some theory, really deep plowing this road in which there is what profound experience can be taught. In fact, really not much, but MS. U is different. MS. U still has a lot of involvement in the financial industry, so Chen Mo with her to teach, is also learned a lot. The two of them naturally became very familiar with each other, so it wasn't hard to get closer to MS. U. It was just how to pull her favorability above 90, which wasn't easy. You can't raise the degree of affection, right? After all, it was a teacher-student relationship, but for the opposite sex. Boosting this was obviously easier than simply boosting the friendship value to 90 points or more for a life and death relationship. Thinking about this issue, Chen Mo immediately asked the system, "System, is the teacher-student relationship considered as the relationship of becoming friends and family with people who are not related by blood within 3 generations as expressed in the mainline survival task 2? System tip, if it is a regular gateway master-disciple relationship such as master and apprentice, this kind of also master and father relationship is possible. But if it is the relationship between the school teacher and the student, I'm afraid it is very difficult to determine the relationship as also master and father. In the event that you consider the other party as a parent. If the other party is willing to regard you as a flesh and blood, then it is possible to set up a relationship of the task conditions demanded." Chen Mo swept a glance at Mr. Yu on the stage. The fact that Ms. Yu was young and promising, and had left society early to be able to serve as a teacher at a prestigious school, did not mean that she was old. She was only 35 years old at this time. From the appearance is more like a young girl in her 20s. Her face is full of collagen, pink and tender, can't see her age at all. She has not even talked about her boyfriend until now, not to mention the children. Chen Mo is 20 years old. Want her to suddenly recognize such a big son? That's not easy. Chen Mo laughed bitterly. Master and disciple relationship to reach more than 90 points of goodwill is afraid to be extremely difficult, or to become a close friend of the direction to try it. After all, also a teacher and a friend is also such a statement. Chen Mo thought so, but in his heart, he still felt that the difficulty was not small. Although there was already some emotional foundation with Ms. Yu, and we were all very familiar with each other, wanting to raise her favorability to 90 points was difficult. If it didn't work, he would have to give up on this goal. While Chen Mo was thinking about the mission in his mind, Yu was giving a lesson to everyone on stage with a smile on her face, and soon she noticed Chen Mo's absent-minded appearance, only to see her walk over to Chen Mo's side while lecturing, gently patting his shoulder, not moving to remind him to shift his attention back. This was Yu's usual gentleness. She didn't like the fact that when she reminded a certain classmate, it drew all the students to look at that classmate sideways, bringing pressure to that classmate, so she would basically remind without moving. Chen Mo also understood immediately, and he began to listen to the class carefully with an apologetic smile. Ever since he had the perfect reproduction ability, Chen Mo realized that whatever he heard and saw, any information would be memorized with perfect ease. In the past, although he was able to memorize some of the content in class, he had to take notes for a lot of it. But now, he didn't need to do that at all. Even if he had just been dazed and thinking about something else, as long as his ears heard what the teacher had said, it was still perfectly reproduced and memorized, so he could completely daze while listening to the class, and also memorize all the contents of the class along the way. This skill was simply a kingly ability that any scholar could only dream of. With this ability, even if you sleep on your stomach in class, you can easily remember all the content of the class, a class to sleep over, but instead remembered the details that others may not have remembered even if they were listening carefully. You said that this can be more angry. With the end of a class soon, you immediately walked to the side of Chen Mo. A gentle smile said, Chen Mo students, you can be very serious in class on weekdays. How did today's class net desertion? Chen Mo smiled and said, thinking about something. Thinking about what things? Is it recently fell in love? What troubles did you encounter in love? You can share it with teacher. Teacher lovely to listen to these gossips now. You laughed. After all, Chen Mo usually didn't look like someone who would encounter any troubling things, so the only thing you could think of was the troubles that boys of this age were most likely to encounter. Chen Mo just wanted to say that he didn't have any, but on second thought, he thought that he could use this topic to chat with you some more, so he didn't say anything and said, we'll talk more slowly when you're free, teacher. Just in time to ask the teacher about her feelings. It is also considered to have gossip to talk about. Good. Teacher is usually free at night. Your emotional counseling is always welcome. You smiled then turned around and left. At this time Chen Mo suddenly wanted to obtain a mind reading technique. This way to communicate with others that is too convenient. Otherwise do not know what the other party likes to talk about. Which words are easy to touch the line, or more difficult to enhance the feelings between the two faster, and can easily know what the other side of the thoughts, will be able to more easily overcome the other side of the heart defense, enhance the degree of goodwill. Speaking of mind reading, Chen Mo immediately remembered that he had just obtained an SSS grade gift pack that he hadn't opened. He immediately asked the system, can I use the SSS grade gift pack plus a special reward extraction opportunity to designate in exchange for an ability similar to mind reading? System note, you can redeem the SSS rank skill Secret Art of Reading Minds. After acquiring this skill, you will be able to have the ability to read the voices of other units. But please note that the more the number of targets you can read at the same time, and the stronger the target's spirit, the more mental power you will need to consume when you perform the Secret Art of Reading Minds. As you perform this skill, your mental energy will continue to be depleted. The exchange price for the SSS rank skill Secret Art of Mind Reading is an SSS rank gift pack plus a chance to draw a special reward. Detected that the host's skill bar has reached its upper limit. Please purchase an additional skill bar first. Otherwise you will need to replace the skills you already have on your body after redeeming the skill. It's really possible to exchange it for mind reading. Then, looking at his more than 100,000 survival points at this point, Chen Mo directly chose to consume 100,000 survival points to exchange a skill bar. System prompt, points deducted successfully. Your skill bar changed to 5 to 6. I want to exchange for mind reading mystic art. System prompt, the exchange was successful. You lost an SSS ranked gift pack, and you lost a special reward extraction opportunity. You have obtained the SSS ranked skill mind reading secret art. Please check. Mind reading secret technique. After activating this skill, it will be in a constant state of being on, and you can freely choose the range or number of minds to read, depending on the range of your mind reading, the number of minds read, and the target that is being read. The rate of your mental power loss will also vary. If you only read the mind of one unit, and the mental strength of that unit does not exceed yours, you will be able to continuously read the other unit's mind without consuming mental energy. Oh, reading only one person can keep reading without loss? This is too good to use. Being able to rate it at SSS level seems like it's still something. Chen Mo closed the skill interface in front of him with satisfaction and waited for Yusiyu to come back to read in the next class to see what she usually thinks about. Soon the class time arrived. Yusiyu returned to the classroom to start the lesson. However, Yusiyu who entered the classroom state did not have any distractions in her heart. She was still concentrating on the lecture, and at the same time, she was also paying attention to which students were not listening carefully. Although all the people here were college students, she was still more responsible as a teacher. Chen Mo's mind reading was basically just some voices that she noticed that a certain person wasn't listening attentively and spat on them. There was nothing else. Bored, Chen Mo began to eavesdrop on the voices of the other students around her, while also wanting to test out the mental wear and tear of expanding her mind reading range to read a large number of targets. As Chen Mo expanded from reading Yusiyu's heartfelt voice alone to two people, his mental power started to drop at a rate of 1 point every 10 seconds. The more the number of people continued to increase, the more the mental power loss increased, but it was basically a deduction of 10 seconds. Chen Mo also tested that if he closed the skill after less than 10 seconds of mind reading, the mental power would still be deducted at the moment of closing the skill. After doing the experiment, Chen Mo basically understood the deduction of mental power when using the mind reading secret skill. It was a pity that there were no units with higher mental power than him. Otherwise he could have tested how much mental power would be consumed to read units with higher mental power. On Chen Mo's side, while he was deserting to eavesdrop on the bored thoughts in other people's minds, he was perfectly memorizing all of the knowledge points that the teacher was talking about. A total of 4 classes in the morning were all UCUs, and after listening to all 4 classes, Chen Mo had memorized quite a few points of knowledge in his head. There was no class in the afternoon, so there was no need for Chen Mo to continue staying at school. After staying for such a long time in the morning, he had already successfully completed daily task 1. After all, the school was also considered an area where Chen Mo had lived before. Staying here for 30 minutes would be enough to complete the task. Chen Mo on the other hand had stayed for the whole morning and had already completed it multiple times. Not only that, Chen Mo wandered around the next few classrooms in between classes, and then successfully completed the daily task 2, Defense Warning, which required searching for monster nests. Each classroom was equivalent to a monster's lair, so it was not too easy to find. Just by casually strolling around, he found a whole bunch of them. With the 2 daily quests all completed in excess, Chen Mo naturally and easily received the daily double reward. He gained 4,000 survival points, as well as 4 daily gift packs. After opening all 4 daily gift packs, the results were all living supplies that were of no use to Chen Mo, so he directly threw them in the system warehouse and didn't bother with them. Afternoon no class. Daily tasks remain a strength training for 30 minutes and a search for a pound of fruit or vegetables to go home. These 2 daily tasks to go home to buy 2 pounds of fruit, and then go home to do an hour of strength training will be finished. There is no rush to do it. Walking out of the campus, Chen Mo thought about Du Renyuan's matter. He took out the business card that Du Zihong had given him earlier from his pants pocket, and dialed the phone number on it. At this time, Du family, Du Zihong as well as his little sister Du Zishi are being taken care of in front of his father. Currently several siblings. One is developing in the imperial capital, one is developing abroad, and one is on the contrary also in the magic city. But the Green Gang affairs are complicated. Du Renyuan a fall, must be someone always watch. The 3 children's ability is not bad, but compared to the old man in the time of the operation is still a lot worse. After all, the bottom of the uncles and uncles are also have their own mind. The yellow robe will be able to ring a rope. That or Xiaoyu holds some of their life-threatening handles. Plus Xiaoyu himself also has the means, grace and authority to be able to do so. Only then could he carry out such a scheme. But the Green Gang was different. They were not like this. When Du Renyuan was in power, he constantly adopted some centralized power tactics, which had long triggered some people's dissatisfaction. But due to Du Renyuan's power, they could not have an attack. But now, Du Renyuan inexplicably retired to the background for some time. Many people have rumored that he is sick, but even so, he has not come forward to clarify. Then the possibility that he is sick is very high. But before Du Renyuan had played this kind of tactic that he seemed to be suddenly unable to do so. At that time, he had fooled several anxious executives, and as a result, when they jumped out and wanted to make things happen, Du Renyuan suddenly appeared strongly and easily suppressed them. So now Du Renyuan is really sick, but the people are already afraid to believe falsehoods and falsehoods. Before being completely sure, no one dared to act rashly again, but their private actions were obviously not less. After all, in case Du Renyuan really couldn't make it, they also had to plan early, didn't they? Because of these reasons, the 3 siblings, Du Zihong, Du Zishi, and Du Zitung, were subjected to considerable resistance when they took over their father's functions, and these people were constantly putting up obstacles against these 3, in order to force out the Du Renyuan behind the scenes as much as possible, and to find out the truth. Just as Du Zihong was feeding brown sugar water to Du Renyuan to replenish some of his physical energy, suddenly his cell phone rang. He handed the bowl to Du Zishi next to him and said, "I'll take a call." Du Zishi took the bowl of soup, carefully pulled a spoonful and handed it to Du Renyuan's mouth. Looking at the filial children in front of him, Du Renyuan had a complicated heart for a while. These children have not been raised in vain. All of them are promising, and all of them know filial piety. Although there are still 2 outside, but that is also he deliberately sent out. A time is not good to come back. Otherwise in the outside of the operation may be affected. So he strictly prohibit them to come back. It wasn't that they were unfilial. Children's filial piety is a good thing, but the more so, the more Du Renyuan's heart is sad. Even if the righteous children are more filial, it is still difficult to help him recover. when he drank a mouthful of brown sugar water with a complicated mind. Du Zihong had already taken out his cell phone. The call was originally unfamiliar to him, but he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity the moment he saw the number. He immediately remembered. Wasn't this the number of Divine Dr. Chen that his men had investigated yesterday? Although Du Zihong knew the rules well enough to only leave his business card for Chen Mo and didn't ask Chen Mo for his phone number. In reality, with their means, it was simply not too easy to get Chen Mo's number. The people under him, after Chen Mo's matter broke out yesterday, already wanted to fight for their performance, and quickly collected Chen Mo's relevant information in advance. As soon as Du Zihong came back, he basically understood the first half of Chen Mo's life. Naturally, it also included his phone number. It's just that Du Zihong really didn't have the idea of asking Chen Mo for a phone call to bother him before, so he just casually glanced at Chen Mo's number. It was only now that he suddenly saw this number light up on his cell phone screen that he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, and incidentally remembered why this number was so familiar. He immediately said excitedly, "Dad, Divine Dr. Chen called." After saying that, he immediately picked up the phone. As for Du Renyuan, whose breath was originally atrophied on the side, he was also instantly energized, and with unconcealed excitement in his eyes, he cast his gaze towards Du Zihong's cell phone. Du Zihong knowingly opened the speakerphone. "Hello." Du Zihong did not directly call out Chen Mo's name, as he was afraid that Chen Mo would mistakenly think that he was deliberately investigating his number. "Hello, this is Chen Mo. You said yesterday that your father needs to see a doctor. I don't have classes in the afternoon. I happen to be free. Should you come and pick me up? Or will you give me an address and I'll go there myself? Where are you? Surely we will pick you up. How can we let you come over by yourself?" Du Zihong hurriedly said excitedly. The eyes of Du Renyuan and Du Zishi on the side were also bubbling with joy. "I didn't expect this Divine Dr. Chen to be so good at talking. After just begging him yesterday, he immediately gave a reply today. Alright then, I'll wait for you guys at the entrance of Magic City University." "Alright, I'll be right there. I'm really thankful to you." "Don't say that first, the patient hasn't been seen yet. It's hard to say if he can be cured." No, it's already a great favor for you to agree to come and take a look. I'll come over to pick you up." Hanging up the phone, Chen Mo felt that this guy Du Zihong was quite knowledgeable about kindness and etiquette. Every word to himself was honorific, and he thanked him before he even looked at the person. "Father, your disease, this is definitely a chance. I heard that Elder Wei, after Divine Dr. Chen went there, the whole body injuries and illnesses have also been removed. Now everyone is marveling at the incredible medical skills of Divine Dr. Chen. Normal medical practitioners treat illnesses, even if they can recover, but not so fast to restore a person's vitality. But Divine Dr. Chen's treatment is exceptionally different. Let's not talk about it for now. I'll go and welcome him back immediately." After Du Zihong finished speaking excitedly, he quickly prepared to run out the door. In fact, he could have just asked his men to pick up Chen Mo, but in order to show that he was sincere enough, he naturally decided to go in person. However, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Du Zishi. "Brother, I'll go. I heard that Divine Dr. Chen is about the same age as me, and we're still alumni, so it's good to talk on the way." Upon hearing this, Du Zihong glanced at Du Zishi. Du Zishi was indeed a very pretty girl, as Zhao Yu said. Her face is clear, her features are delicate and exquisite, her clear and bright eyes are watery and moving, while her long eyelashes under her thin willow eyebrows are like a small fan, slightly fluttering, adding a few points of cuteness and spirituality to her beauty. Her skin was fair and flawless, as smooth and delicate as porcelain, making people unable to resist wanting to caress it. Her body shape is also excellent, slender figure with a slender waist, wearing a close-fitting white dress. She showed her graceful physique. Her long hair was as smooth as silk, and she had a colorful earring hanging from her ear, making her look quite spiritual. With Du Zishi's beauty, it wouldn't be a bad thing to get in touch with Chen Mo. If the Du family could have such a virtuous son-in-law in the family, it would be a blessing for the Du family. Du Zihong could see yesterday that there was still a bit of politeness between Chen Mo and Lu Qinlun, so it was evident that they were not boyfriend and girlfriend, so their Du family still had a chance. Good. Xiao Shi, you know what Divine Dr. Chen looks like, right? How could I not know? Yesterday's incident was so sensational. It's hard for me not to know, Du Zishi said with a bright smile. That's fine. I'll leave it to you to go. Make sure you pay attention to the politeness towards people. Don't offend him. Brother, are you still not assured of my work? I have the measure. Du Zishi finished and said to Du Ranyuan, Dad, then I'll go over first. Well, be safe on the road. Du Ranyuan admonished, but in his heart, he could not suppress the excitement already. Finally, it was finally good news. He had once wanted to give up amidst the pain of chemotherapy. But Du Zihong, Du Zishi and the others had cried and urged their father not to give up, and they were still trying to figure out what to do. Du Runyuan saw that his righteous children were so filial and unwilling to give up, and he was not heartless enough to leave them directly. Unexpectedly, his long perseverance was finally rewarded. God sent him a divine doctor to save him. Zihong, these days have been hard on you. Du Runyuan grabbed his righteous son's hand and said with a feeling in his heart, after he collapsed, these righteous children originally did not want to take over things within the gang, but really had no choice but to take the plunge. Originally, Du Runyuan adopted them back then, did not run to want them to take over the idea, has not been a son and a half of his knees, he just suddenly moved to do a good deed, but also want to experience some of the feelings of being a father. Before adopting their siblings 5, the future children have any ideas and goals, just let them go. I had no idea that the children have all grown up very well, but in the end because of his father cannot be forced to come back to take over the mess. Now the days are finally coming to an end. Sometime later, at the entrance of Magic City University, Chen Mo was quietly waiting for Du Zihong to come over, only to suddenly smell a familiar odor. He immediately turned his head. He only saw Mu Shiyu, who was dressed in pink, walking towards him. Little you have class this morning too? Chen Mo greeted with a smile. Well, there's a law class in the morning. Mu Shiyu smiled and asked, what are you standing at the school entrance for? Not going to eat? I have an appointment with someone. There should be a meal package over there. Chen Mo laughed. Oh, hearing that Chen Mo had a place to eat, a look of disappointment flashed across Mu Shiryu's face. Then I'll leave first. As he spoke, Chen Mo saw that Mu Shiryu was carrying the bag from last time again. This made Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little curious. This bag last time contained some old girl's clothes. He didn't know what Mu Shiryu was carrying these for. He immediately activated his perspective glasses and looked into Mu Shiryu's backpack, only to see that at this time, Mu Shiryu's bag was still carrying the same things. Not only that, this time, even toothbrushes, cups, towels and other daily items were carried in the backpack, which made Chen Mo a little confused. He immediately activated his mind-reading technique and looked at Mu Shiryu. Xiao Yu, is it convenient for Fong to ask you a question? Hearing Chen Mo take the initiative to find himself a conversation, Mu Shiryu still acted very happy as she smiled and said, what question? That. Chen Mo was trying to think of wording for fear of asking the wrong question, but thought about it or could only ask directly. It is that you this bag I saw last time with some daily clothes inside. You this time again with this bag. Is there any reason why you want to bring these things with you at all times? Chen Mo sensed that things were a bit off. As Chen Mo asked about this, the joyful color that had just surfaced on Mu Shiryu's face immediately dimmed, and for a moment, she didn't know how to open her mouth. But Chen Mo already knew the general picture of what was going on through his mind-reading technique. What to do? What should I tell Chen Mo? Meng Yao and their family are all powerful. If I let Chen Mo know about their usual bullying of me, he is so warm-hearted. If he cares about me as much as he did in the past, will he go to Meng Yao and their family to argue about it? And if that happens, won't it drag Chen Mo into it? After all, he is a child of an ordinary family just like me. How can he possibly fight against these famous families? It's better to forget about it. It's better not to tell him about this matter. Can't let him be implicated by me. Mu Shiryu had a thought struggle in her mind that seemed to have a lot of content, but her thoughts were sorted out in almost an instant. She immediately squeezed out a smile and said, I'm fine. I just like to carry things around with me. Then you didn't see you like this when you were working before? Chen Mo said with a flat expression. When this came out, Mu Shiryu's words were stifled, and after a few seconds of pause, she said, when I was at work it was the boss who didn't allow me to bring these. Seeing that it was impossible for Mu Shiryu to say, Chen Mo didn't press the matter any further, but since this matter was known to him, it was naturally impossible for him to sit back and do nothing. Are you still living in school now? Why don't you rent a house off campus to live in? There's a very good landlord where I'm living right now. And if the house is rented to a college student, the charges are very cheap. Do you want to go and take a look? Upon hearing this, Mu Shiryu bitterly smiled and shook her head. I don't have the money to go outside to rent a house. Before my family was all supported by my mother to earn money, but recently my mother collapsed from exhaustion. The family no longer has a source of income, but also for my mother to see a doctor. I work part-time, but also have to send a part of the money back. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo remembered that he had heard Mu Shiryu say it before when they chatted about their respective families at the workplace. Her father in a project because of the engineering party to give the protection device has a problem, causing him to have an accident, directly fell dead. But the engineering party has the power and influence. Dragged for a long time, did not give due compensation. Poor people to take them also have no good way, and finally can only take them to give the $30,000 of hush money to finish. If they don't take the 30,000, then they may not even give the 30,000. 000. Mu Shiryu's mother is also no way. The family has a daughter, a son are in school, the most important labor force and accidentally died, the funeral to be done, the children's lives to be resolved. They simply do not have the time and energy to fight with such a large organization to drag the time of the lawsuit. They have no time and energy to fight with this kind of big organizations to drag out the lawsuit. But this 30,000 yuan pressure simply cannot support for a long time. Only by Mu Shiryu mother alone to carry the banner of supporting the family. So much so that she is now exhausted and sick. Directly collapsed. Now, the money earned by Mu Shiryu and her brother from working and studying together is not enough to treat her mother. Not to mention renting an apartment outside the school. They were now relying on the work meals provided by their workplace for every meal of the day. The vermilion door stinks of wine and meat, and the road has frozen bones. Chen Mo thought about the heavenly meal worth $100,000 that he and Lu Qinlan had eaten the day before. This gap in life between people was sometimes really a world of difference. It would be fine if he didn't know about Mu Shiryu's family situation, but now that he did, Chen Mo was naturally prepared to take care of it. Not to mention that Mu Shiryu was a 9th-ranked demon. Chen Mo needed to find her to brush up on her rewards. Even if Mu Shiryu was just an ordinary identity, based on the friendship we already had, Chen Mo wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. When faced with strangers, Chen Mo could sometimes show more indifference, but when faced with familiar people, he was still more caring. Otherwise, Mu Shiryu wouldn't have internally said that Chen Mo was a warm-hearted person when she thought of him. I'll take care of the rent for you. The main thing is, do you want to move out? Mu Shiryu naturally wanted to in her heart, but she didn't want to add to Chen Mo's burdens. After all, in her impression, Chen Mo was also a hard-working student, and he didn't have much money. How could one take advantage of him? So she immediately shook her head and said, "No, I live quite well in the school dormitory." She said this on her lips, but as soon as she mentioned the school dormitory, her heart couldn't help but recall the sight of being bullied by Chu Mengyao and the others in the school dormitory. If it was just a physical attack, she was actually able to withstand it, and at most it would just hurt for a few days. However, Chu Mengyao's gang seemed to have recognized her weakness, and knowing that physical attacks could not have a bullying effect on her, they started destroying her belongings. Mu Shiryu, who was originally broke, would never exchange every item unless it was used to the point where it could not be used. However, Chu Mengyao and the others destroyed her things twice a day, and even cut up her clothes, just to disgust her. Watching her cry for these damaged things, they simply felt more comfortable and happy than beating Mu Shiryu directly. Mu Shiryu couldn't figure out one thing in her mind, why they were so much happier than herself, yet they still had to come and torment herself. Someone who was so unfortunate in her life, with her simple values, she just couldn't figure out the reason for this even if she thought through her head. This paragraph plot is the main female unreasonable behavior and the key reason for turning into a 9th-order demonic plot. The plot logic, characterization are very important, cannot be casually deleted. Please review, don't delete and change. Okay, please. Thinking back to the days in the dormitory, Mu Shiryu's heart was flooded with infinite painful memories. So much so that Chen Mo, who was a mind reader, was also deeply empathetic. That gang broke Mu Shiryu's toothbrush, tooth cup, towel and such. Mu Shiryu was able to tolerate it despite the pain, but they even cut and destroyed the clothes that Mu Shiryu's mother had worked so hard to make for her. At that moment, Mu Shiryu was truly grief-stricken and went crazy to fight with those people. That was the first time Chu Mengyao and the others saw the crazy Mu Shiryu was also stunned. After that time, these people finally did not dare to destroy her things in front of her, but behind her back. As long as she left the dormitory and gave them the chance to catch her, they would still go crazy and destroy it, because there are so many people in the dormitory. Without evidence, Mu Shiryu can't just grab someone and accuse her of vandalism, so much so that when she comes back to unleash the destruction of her things, she can't find the culprit to theorize. In the end, she was forced to do nothing, and from then on, she lived a life of carrying all her necessities with her. As long as she went out, she would bring all her necessities with her. In this way, it was only then that she was able to put an end to the gang's continued destructive behavior. But even so, it still didn't stop the gang's bullying behavior. Can you take all your clothes and necessities with you? Can you take all your beds and quilts with you? If they couldn't, then they had the means. Just yesterday, when Mu Shiryu returned to the dormitory, she found that her bed was all watery and damp, making it impossible to sleep. As long as they were not human, they had countless ways to deal with Mu Shiryu. That's why today, Mu Shiryu's spirit looks like it's actually obviously a bit sleepless. Just by reading her mind, it had already made Chen Mo furious at the gang's behavior. And when he thought of Mu Shiryu personally experiencing the gang's bullying and hazing over and over again, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Such a good girl. Even if she was unfortunate in her own life, she was still full of sunshine towards life. treating people with gentleness. Such a person. Why should she still be mercilessly bullied by these psychopaths? The more Chen Mo thought about it, the more angry he became. He also finally understood why Mu Shiryu, who was so gentle and honest, had turned into a ninth-order demon with explosive negative energy. Xiao Yu, I still have some things to do this afternoon. Come back and I'll look for you. Don't worry about renting a room. There's me. Chen Mo's side was still talking to Mu Shiryu, when two girls suddenly came over on the side. Yo, Xiao Yu, got a boyfriend? Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, a hint of displeasure immediately flashed through the eyes of those two girls. Originally thought that Mu Shiryu's identity to find a boyfriend should also be not good appearance. The results did not think that his body looks extremely good. The appearance is also particularly handsome boys. And this boy body reveals a peculiar temperament. Always feel particularly attractive like. Hearing the roommate beside him misunderstand his relationship with Chen Mo, Mu Shiryu was afraid that Chen Mo would get angry, and quickly shook her head and said, "We are just ordinary friends." "Oh, so it's just ordinary friends? Then you don't mind if we get close to your ordinary friends?" After saying that, one of the girls immediately turned her head to Chen Mo and said, "Handsome guy, have you eaten yet? Together at noon?" It wasn't that they really couldn't take a step when they saw a handsome guy, but they deliberately didn't want Mu Shiryu to befriend this kind of quality boy. They couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Seeing the attitude of these two, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at Mu Shiryu. "These two are your roommates?" Seeing that Chen Mo ignored the two of them, but instead focused on communicating with Mu Shiryu, a flash of displeasure clearly flashed across these two's faces. However, they couldn't snap at Chen Mo either. After all, they still had to seduce Chen Mo in order to achieve the goal of making Mu Shiryu angry. With their vision as girls, they were still able to instantly see that Mu Shiryu was very interested in the boy in front of her. If they were able to hook this boy in front of them, it would definitely cause great harm to Mu Shiryu. This way they would feel a lot of pain. Hearing Chen Mo ask about the identity of the two of them, Mu Shiryu's face was expressionless and she just nodded lightly. Informed of this, Chen Mo said in realization, "Which one of you is Chu Mengyao?" "Mengyao? What are you looking for Mengyao for?" "Neither of us. She was picked up by Kong Xiao early at noon. The two of us should have gone to some luxurious restaurant for a big meal." "Is that so? And who is this Kong Xiao?" Chen Mo asked with a light smile. "Why are you asking this? Handsome, you haven't said if you want to go to dinner with us. If you go to dinner with us, then we will talk to you slowly about these gossips." A girl with a slimmer figure among the two girls interjected. Although she temporarily interjected, Chen Mo already knew who Kong Xiao was through the secret art of mind reading. He also roughly knew the background of this Chu Mengyao. Both Chu Mengyao and this Kong Xiao's families were considered good, and were able to rank in the top 20 of the top 100 forces in Magic City. If the two were united, they were considered extremely powerful. In general, they really want a bully, and after bullying you, you still have no way to take them. Informed of this, Chen Mo had already made a note of these two in his heart. "Sorry, I still have an appointment at noon, so I won't go. You guys go ahead." After saying that, Chen Mo looked at Mu Shiryu who was on the side and said, "I'll contact you after I'm done with my business in the afternoon, and I'll rent you an apartment outside then." "There's really no need." Mu Shiryu hastily refused. "It has to be. I'm going to get angry if you refuse again." Once Chen Mo said this, Mu Shiryu didn't dare to refuse anymore. She couldn't afford to make Chen Mo angry. "Yo, is Xiaoyu getting on the rich second generation? Handsome. What is your family's background? It's not that we are pouring cold water on you. Sometimes some women are blessed to marry back, and some women are unlucky to marry back. You have to keep your eyes open," the girl next to her said in a conspiratorial manner. "Indeed, to bright eyes. Make friends is also. Some friends to make his blessing, some friends to make his bad luck. Two eyes also need to go back to wipe well again is." Chen Mo is also an old yin and yang master. I've been kind enough to advise you, but you don't know what's good for you. Handsome guy, I'm telling you, this woman has offended someone who can't be offended, and you're only hurting yourself by getting close to her. One of the girls said in annoyance. "Is that so? Then I'll also tell you. This person you say can't be offended has also offended someone she shouldn't have offended. You will only harm yourselves if you continue to get close to her," Chen Mo said with a faint smile. Being disliked by him, the two girls next to him just wanted to bring out Chu Mengyao and Kong Xiao's background to scare Chen Mo, but in the corner of their eyes, they saw a girl with a stunningly beautiful appearance and extraordinary temperament walking slowly over. This person they all recognize. The person is Du Ringyuan's Pearl. Du Zishi is also a student of Magic City University. Chu Mengyao had once shown them a picture, mainly because she was afraid that they would get used to being arrogant and accidentally offend someone they shouldn't have offended. As Du Zishi approached, the aura that came with a stranger does not enter aura directly drew Mu Shiryu as well as her two roommates to subconsciously take a step away. Are you Chen Mo's classmate? I didn't realize that we are still alumni, Du Zishi said with a smile as she looked towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded and said suspiciously, and you are? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. First time meeting, my name is Du Zishi. My brother is Du Zihong. I came to pick you up on his behalf. Du Zishi revealed a bright smile and extended her slender white palm to Chen Mo. Chen Mo reached out and shook the other party's hand, only to feel that Du Zishi's palm was soft as if it was boneless, and it was the first time he had encountered such a tender girl's hand. I don't know how the other party maintains. Soak milk every day? Chen Mo couldn't help but think wildly in his mind. So it's MS. Du, nice to meet you. Let's go then. Then these three students? Du Zishi looked at the three Mushiryu on the side. Chen Mo smiled and said, they were planning to ask me to have dinner with them, but I thought that the Du family should have already covered my meal, so I declined. Upon hearing this, Du Zishi laughed. That's natural. My car is over there. As Du Zishi turned to leave, Chen Mo looked at Mushiryu and said, I'll come back to you in the evening and take you to see the house. Now I have a job to ask you to do. You go to the famous garden neighborhood. The room number is 444. That's my house. I'm going out quite a bit of time today, and there's a puppy in the house with no one to take care of it. So please, can you wait and eat lunch and then go and take care of the puppy for me? I'll pay you according to the hourly rate we usually pay for part-time jobs. Saying that, Chen Mo handed a key to Mushiryu. This made Mushiryu couldn't help but be a little surprised. She actually got the key to Chen Mo's house and could even go to his house? For a moment Mushiryu's small face was flushed. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited inside. After all, it was the home of her favorite boy, and she was really quite curious about what Chen Mo's home layout style was like. She immediately took the key, revealing a sweet smile, and said, I'm fine in the afternoon anyway. It's no problem at all if I help you take care of the puppy. It's not much of a job. No need to count the wages for me. How can that be? Don't I know you? You will definitely be picking up temporary work in the afternoon. If I ask you to take care of my family's puppy, it's the same as wasting your time, and the wages still need to be counted as it is, Chen Mo said with a smile. After saying that, he didn't give Mushiryu the chance to speak again, but turned his head to look at the two beside Mushiryu. You two should not have been involved in it before. I'll just pretend that you didn't dare to offend Shu Mangyao and were forced to go down, but since you've already gone down, if you don't thank the sin properly, then the liquidation should still be liquidated. Specifically, what to do you guys think for yourselves, otherwise in the future, don't say that you haven't been given a chance. Chen Mo turned around and left after he finished speaking, leaving the two of them with a look of shock on their faces. If Du Zishi hadn't come, and Chen Mo said something like this, even if these two girls took it seriously, they would have to investigate what Chen Mo's identity was first, see if his status was higher or Chu Mengyao's before making a decision. But after seeing Du Zishi's rather respectful behavior towards Chen Mo just now, they were completely scared. What kind of status must this be to make Du Renyuan's pearl, the Qing Gang's princess Du Zishi, treat him with such a respectful and low profile? It was simply unimaginable for them. For a while they also did not dare to offend. Chen Mo immediately turned to Mushiryu and said, Xiao Yu, before is our bad not know how to do, but you also know that Mengyao that way to do. We also have no way to disobey her. Otherwise we also have to suffer. Please you forgive us. Near the school recently opened a nice tea restaurant. It just so happens that you didn't eat at noon either. Why don't we go there together and eat our treat? These two suddenly said so with a pandering face, which made Mushiryu a bit at a loss for a moment. These two knew Du Zishi, but Mushiryu didn't, and didn't know what was at stake. So she didn't understand for a moment why these two people suddenly had a 180-degree change in attitude towards her. She was afraid that there was a trap, and immediately said, no need. I still have temp work to do at noon. Lunch is included over there. Don't Xiao Yu. If you say that, you are refusing to accept our apology. We really know our mistakes for our previous behavior. Please just give us a chance to forgive our sins. Yes, 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 Xiao Yu begs you. But Mushiryu was still scared and eventually refused, leaving the two of them dazed in place, not knowing what to do. What to do? If she doesn't forgive us, that handsome guy just now, I'm afraid he's really going to stand up for her. Even Du Zishi looks at him with respect. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find a few of these young men in the Magic City. What else can we do? Go after him and apologize. Didn't Xiao Yu say that she has some work at noon? Can't we help her do it together? If we finish helping her earlier, she can also go take care of that handsome guy's puppy earlier. As long as we seriously help her with her work, she will always be able to see our sincerity. Otherwise, what else can we do? When this handsome guy starts to liquidate, who of us can run away? It can only be this way. Watching the two run off right after Mushiryu, Chen Mo had already been informed of what was on their minds. Although these two had shown remorse, From their behavior just now when they took the initiative to come over to taunt and try to make Mu sure you look bad, Chen Mo had already determined that they weren't good characters either. And even if Chu Mengyao wasn't around, they were used to doing evil, and wanted to come up and bully when they saw a weak person. Chen Mo said he was giving them a chance, just to see what kind of behavior they would have. In reality, none of them would be able to escape. However, if they really repented and behaved well enough, it would be fine to reduce the punishment a bit. After making sure that Mu Shiryu's side was fine, Chen Mo then got into the red Primera car driven by Du Zishi. I'm sorry Dr. Chen. Just now I didn't address you as such seeing as I was surrounded by classmates. Mainly because I was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble for you. After getting into the car, Du Zishi said with an apologetic smile. For Du Zishi's attentiveness, Chen Mo was a bit surprised. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm still more accustomed to you guys directly calling me by my name. The title of Divine Doctor always sounds quite old-fashioned. Alright, then I will call you Chen Mo. Just call me Zishi." As he spoke, Chen Mo swept a glance at the rank marking on Du Zishi's head. Oh, a 5th-ranked freak? It seems like Du Zishi is also a good person to befriend. Chen Mo was still quite concerned about mainline Quest 2 right now, and compared to same-sex targets, in his opinion it was still easier for opposite-sex targets to be raised above 90 points of goodwill. That was why he was more concerned about the targets above the 5th rank within the females. It would be great if there were targets that were better to contact. Right now, Du Zishi, a 5th-order freak, was a good target in Chen Mo's opinion. If he cured her father, he should be able to bring her closer. After a few words of familiarity, Du Zishi began to start the car and drove away from Magic City University. As the car just left the entrance of Magic City University, Chen Mo's ear system prompts also immediately followed. System tip: congratulations to the host for successfully escaping from the horrific place full of monster nests. And while the host was deep in the horrific place, he also had close contact with the 9th Order Tree Emperor, as well as multiple monster nests, and was able to successfully escape from this place in an unharmed state. The host can truly be said to be both wise and brave, and hereby rewards the host with 10,000 survival points and an S-ranked gift pack. Oh, not bad. It actually gave 10,000 survival points and an S-ranked gift pack reward. It seems like we still need to go to some crowded places to turn around a bit more, so we can brush up on some more rewards. Previously, when Chen Mo came out of the park for the first time, he received 5,000 points and an A-ranked gift bag reward. And this time, the danger level of the Magic City University campus was clearly much higher than the previous park in the system's evaluation. The rewards given were naturally excellent. It was directly a reward that was comparable to dealing with a strong 9th Order enemy. Through the system's logic of releasing the rewards, Chen Mo was also able to rationalize it roughly. In an environment surrounded by a large number of monsters, the rewards he could swipe were actually better than the rewards of facing a single top-tier powerhouse. Just the rewards gained from being in close proximity to a large number of monster nests and 9th rank tree emperors within range were comparable to the rewards Chen Mo would receive if he tamed the 9th rank foreign beast, Little Yellow. This reward was also too good to brush. However, Chen Mo thought a little bit about the system's logic for releasing rewards, and was able to understand why he was able to obtain rewards comparable to defeating a high-ranked powerhouse just by turning around peacefully in a large number of areas where monsters were active. The main reason was because his original rank was low enough. And with his low rank, not to mention facing the 9th rank, even the lower 5th and 6th ranks were enough to easily kill him, so he didn't even mention defeating the 9th rank. At this stage of his life, even if he just defeated a 5th or 6th rank, it would be no different from defeating the 9th rank, as it would be an impossible difficulty to accomplish. That's why the system's evaluation that Chen Mo had been in close contact with a large number of monsters near their lairs and was still able to return safely was nothing short of a miracle. A miracle that was no different from defeating a 9th ranked powerhouse. That was why the rewards were released at about the same level. If Chen Mo's rank continued to climb, then the earnings from the non-kill rewards at the back would definitely continue to shrink. Having hoard out another not-so-great reward, Chen Mo naturally started opening the big gift packages immediately. Anyway, other people couldn't see it. He pretended to be playing with his cell phone and directly clicked on the S-Class gift package in the translucent floating window of the system in front of him. System tip: opening the gift package was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Class item Infinite Combat Suit. Seeing this black rubberized combat suit in the translucent floating window in front of him, Chen Mo immediately knew the origin of this thing. Isn't this the same reinforced suit that appeared in a certain comic called Infinite City where you die, enter a small room, and accept a black ball mission to kill aliens? Chen Mo immediately checked the description of the battle suit. If this battle suit was really that reinforced suit, it was indeed still good. But Chen Mo remembered that the protection of this thing was still rather limited. It shouldn't be so much that it could be evaluated to S grade. After all, The previous all-powerful shield was only a grade were already able to block the power of a nuclear bomb. Infinite combat suit, according to a certain alien technology production of reinforced clothing special improvement. The function of the combat suit compared to the original version of the enhancement of a lot. Not only can for the host to significantly weaken the damage of the attacks endured, and also able to provide the host with a very strong combat power. Stimulate the increase of the function of the combat suit. You can allow the host to erupt into a much stronger power. It's really been improved by the system. I told you that according to the original strength it shouldn't be able to reach S rank. However, Chen-Mo took a look at this black tight gel coat like combat suit and said somewhat helplessly, "System, can't this combat suit turn into the look of everyday clothing? It's very strange to wear this out of the house." System prompt, although it is already the end of the world, but the host is still so concerned about their daily image. Visible host in the end of the world also has a good survival mentality, worthy of commendation, hereby rewarding the host 1000 points of survival points. You sister. Hearing this outrageous reward reason from the system, Chen-Mo was directly rendered speechless by it. Let's not talk about the reward. Answer my question first. He resisted the urge to spit on the system and communicated with his consciousness. System tip, the host can purchase the shape-changing ball. Using this object you will be able to change your appearance at will. No matter what your body's appearance looks like, others will only see the appearance of the shape-changing ball change. Of course, the host can also obtain the illusionary shape ability, which allows the host to ignore their own state and transform into any target or image. Alternatively, by acquiring the disguise skill, the host can transform into any target or image at will. The host can also obtain the ability to change appearance by acquiring the chameleon bloodline. That's quite a lot of methods. Chen-Mo swept a glance at the 4 methods. Other than the first method, the other 3 methods were somewhat extravagant. Not to mention illusory shape. It was a supernatural ability that required a source core to carry it. Chen-Mo only had a total of 3 source cores, and even if he had a 4th, it was unlikely that he would be willing to give up a place for this kind of supernormal ability. This option, obviously, was not in Chen-Mo's scope of consideration. And cross-dressing skills are the same. This skill is flashy, but also occupy a skill bar position. Originally the skill bar position is tight, and now has opened an expansion skill bar. The second expansion skill bar position selling price is as high as 200,000 survival points. Who would like to give a vase skill with? As for the third skill, that is even more unattainable. Pedigree of this kind of thing. Chen-Mo until now only the first time the attributes of the standard when the system to give him the opportunity to specify the extraction. Only is considered to draw a pedigree. He has never seen the word pedigree before. This thing designated exchange are expensive and trash. Can only rely on open gift packs. And open the gift package so many things can open. Where is the luck so good to open the pedigree? So this chameleon pedigree here in Chen-Mo is also directly ignored. In the end, it seems that there are 4 programs. In front of Chen-Mo is only the first program is feasible. The good thing is that this thing is sold directly in the system store, so you don't have to rely on special reward extraction opportunities to actively exchange. Chen-Mo swept a glance at the selling price in the mall. This kind of fancy stuff was quite cheap. Only 100 points of survival points. No pressure to exchange at all. However, before redeeming it, he still asked the system, by the way, your shape-shifting ball won't be detected by the various inspection instruments on Earth, right? System prompt, please rest assured. The operating principle of the shape-changing orb is similar to the shadow step skill that you have mastered, and cannot be broken by technological abilities. But if the other party possesses insight-type abilities, they will be able to see through the disguise of your shape-changing orb. I see. Then I can change it without worry. After changing this thing, is it possible to go out with any shape even without clothes? System tip, it's completely possible. How do you feel that you are still a little excited? Chen-Mo felt that the system said that it was fine, and this sentence, it's totally fine, was a bit more affirmative than it should have been. After determining that the effect of the shape-shifting ball would not be surveyed by technology, Chen-Mo directly exchanged one. System, you this battle suit, can I wear it on my body with one click? System prompt, yes. The host can put it on and take it off with one click, but only if the host is not wearing any other clothing on his body. That's really convenient. Then I can really go out naked on weekdays. I only need to put on my battle suit with one click, and then I don't need to wear anything else. Chen-Mo decided that starting today, from now on, he would wear a battle suit out when he went out, and as for his appearance, he would just use the appearance change orb to change it. While Chen-Mo was drumming up rewards, Du Zishi was having a chat with him. In the process of chatting, Du Zishi found that although Chen-Mo was famous, he was not at all standoffish, and chatted with him as easily as ordinary boys of his age, which made Du Zishi's original attitude of reverence towards Chen-Mo loosen up a bit. After all, Chen-Mo's ability is here. She can be deeply afraid of what they have to say or do not write offended or said slow Chen Mo. However, after seeing Chen Mo being so easy to get along with, her mood also relaxed quite a bit. Chatting was also more relaxed and pleasant. During the chatting process, Chen Mo learned that Du Zishi was the same age as himself and was also a sophomore at Magic City University, only that she was studying management. Regarding her major, Chen Mo also had some idea. After all, the Green Gang was so big that it was still useful to learn a bit of management. Although Du Zishi did not have the idea of inheriting the family business, but considering that in the future there might be something that the family would need their help with, learning this line of work was also considered to be an advanced preparation. Du Zishi was surprised to learn that Chen Mo was enrolled in the finance department. She thought that Chen Mo, a miracle doctor, would be more interested in medicine or research and science. Unexpectedly, he actually wanted to join the finance industry? Du Zishi said unexpectedly, I think with your medical skills, you should have absolutely no worries about your income in the future. Why are you thinking of engaging in finance? It's not difficult to cure people to make money, but it's not necessarily easy to become the richest man. After understanding finance and figuring out the doorway, you might be able to become the richest man in the world in the future. Chen Mo joked. Half a year later will be the end of the world. It's useless to learn anything now. What do you care what you learn? I didn't realize that your ambition is really not small. Then if you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to us. We will definitely help if we can. Definitely. The two of them had just chatted and familiarized themselves with each other, and the car had already driven to the Du family. In front is my Du family's residential area. This area is all owned by your family? Chen Mo unexpectedly glanced at this piece of neighborhood. At least a dozen luxury villas. Well, we have chartered this area. All the houses here are owned by our family. My father lives in the most central villa. Our 5 children's houses are around him, and those on the periphery are for entertaining guests, worthy of being the Du family. What a stroke of genius. Just entertaining guests actually directly preparing so many villas waiting. I'm sorry, come this way please. After parking the car, Du Zishi immediately went forward to personally lead the way for Chen Mo. Just after getting out of the car, Chen Mo immediately noticed the many defense forces patrolling back and forth throughout the Du family's sphere of influence. However, this was only what could be seen on the surface, and there were also many hidden defense forces in the shadows. Feeling this double defense of the Du family in both the light and dark, Chen Mo couldn't help but admire the defense mind of these big shots of theirs. In this way, even if they can avoid the defense force on the surface, for the defense force in the dark, those who come to offend the enemy is afraid that it is not easy to avoid. Unless they all had such a sharp perception as Chen Mo. Not caring about the Du family's defense array, Chen Mo followed behind Du Zishi and walked straight towards the middle of the villa that covered an extremely wide area. The villa's appearance was luxurious and atmospheric, and at a glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. The walls of the villa were made of precious stone, carefully carved and smooth as a mirror. The roof was made of glazed tiles, glittering with a charming luster under the sunlight. On both sides of the gate stood 2 huge alabaster statues, majestic and noble. The eaves above the porch were raised high, like a rock with wings ready to fly, symbolizing the family's glory and great prospects. Walking into the villa, the first thing Chen Mo saw was a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center of the hall, which was inlaid with thousands of rare gemstones. Dazzling. The surrounding walls were bordered by mahogany, and the carpet was woven with the finest wool, making it soft and gentle to walk on, as if he was in the clouds. Inside the villa, there are several spacious and bright rooms. Each room is richly decorated. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one could enjoy the beautiful garden outside and the picturesque view of the lake and mountains in the distance. This villa not only displayed the Du family's wealth and status, but also the owner's taste and pursuit. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. This was the real life of a luxury family. As Du Zishi walked all the way to the second floor of the villa, Chen Mo was soon brought to a relatively plainly decorated room by her. Unexpectedly, this plainest room was instead Du Renyuan's residence. In front is my father's room. Divine Dr. Chen, please go inside, Du Zishi said with a salute to Chen Mo, although the two chatted okay as equals on the road. When they returned home, in front of his father and elder brother, Du Zishi still continued to show respect for Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded and stepped inside the room. As soon as he saw Chen Mo, Du Zihan immediately stood up with a smile on his face and walked over with a salute. Divine Dr. Chen, you've just come here and haven't had time to pass you a cup of tea yet. Shall she quickly go and pour a cup of tea for Divine Dr. Chen? No need. See the doctor first. I haven't eaten yet. Tea is not necessary. After seeing the doctor treat me for a meal on the line. Chen Mo laughed. Hearing Chen Mo's joking words, the 3 members of the family immediately revealed a relaxed smile. They also saw that Chen Mo was not a bully and was a very communicative person. That's yes, definitely. Just tell me what you would like to eat in a while. I'll take a lot of trouble from you for my father's illness. Du Zihong stepped aside and invited Chen Mo inside. Chen Mo took a look at Du Renyuan's state. He was indeed seriously ill, and was definitely someone whose days were numbered as well. However, he did not expect that he would actually be able to live through these half a year. No, it should be said that he had lived for a year. Of course, the reason why he was able to live for a year, Chen Mo guessed that it was still related to the end of the world coming in half a year. Or maybe he came into contact with some mysterious biotechnology output of a mysterious biochemical drug in advance. Or else he shouldn't have been able to live until a year after the end of the world. The logo on Du Renyuan's head at this time is a Ninth Order Corpse King. If the other Ninth Order units were lucky or for other reasons, this Du Renyuan was able to become a Ninth Order Corpse King. Chen Mo always felt that it had something to do with a few of the Du family's children, and that if they were interested in feeding Du Renyuan, there was a real possibility that he could be fed into a Ninth Order Corpse King. Although this Du family's siblings were all claimed to be righteous children, their filial piety was well known. Many people think that they are acting, but only they themselves know how good Du Renyuan is to them, and all of them are truly filial. If that was really the case, then after seeing their father's mutation after the end of the world, they were only afraid that they would be in a more defensive mood. At the same time, Chen Mo suddenly remembered Wei Changfeng. His body looked rather tougher than Du Renyuan's, yet he hung up before the opening of the end times, which was also a bit strange. Could it be that he died directly after taking the biochemical drug from the mysterious technology company? After he saved him himself and the timeline was corrected, Wei Changfeng became a Ninth Order Corpse King. His and Du Renyuan's status within their own domains were similar, and as a result, the Fei and rank they changed into were also the same. Chen Mo always felt that these two being able to become Ninth Order Corpse Kings and Lin Xinru, a Ninth Order Corpse King, were completely different concepts. Wei Changfeng and Du Renyuan were more likely to have been artificially raised as Ninth Order Corpse Kings. Lin Xinru was a Ninth Order Corpse King evolved by pure luck. Seeing Du Renyuan's status as a Ninth Order Corpse King, Chen Mo was still a bit sad. After all, according to the system evaluation, Corpse King, this thing has no emotional receiver. Treating them even better is all for nothing. It's hard to brush up any good rewards by improving goodwill. However, saving a Ninth Order Corpse King should be considered a means of being able to mix rewards. Chen Mo looked at Du Renyuan pondering about his Ninth Order Corpse King title, but in the eyes of Du Renyuan, Du Zihong, and Du Zishi, Chen Mo was at this point in the looking stage of the four major lines of medical practitioners. Divine Dr. Chen, how is it? Are there any difficulties? When Du Zihong saw Chen Mo looking at Du Renyuan and not speaking, he was a little anxious, so he asked out loud. At this moment, Chen Mo came back to his senses and smiled. Nope, not a big problem. It can be cured. As soon as Chen Mo said this, the three people in the room all looked relieved. This was what they wanted to hear from Chen Mo the most. It's good that it can be cured. It's good that it can be cured, but if there's anything that we need to cooperate in preparing, you can just say it, Du Zihong said excitedly. No need. I've already prepared my own. You only need to fetch alcohol over to sterilize it. Upon hearing this, Du Zishi immediately ran quickly to find out the medicine box and took out the alcohol therein and handed it to Chen Mo. Originally, Du Renyuan, Du Zihong, and Du Zishi were still curious about how Chen Mo would probably heal them, but they ended up seeing Chen Mo pull out an acupuncture bag, took out a long thin needle from it, and sterilized it by wiping it with alcohol cotton and said, I'll activate the self-repairing ability of the cells of your whole body with the power of the Tai Divine Needle, to help you repair yourself, and all you need to do is just relax during the process. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Du Renyuan, Du Zihong, and Du Zishi were all shocked. They had heard of Chen Mo's miraculous diagnosis and treatment deeds, but had never been informed of Chen Mo's complete healing process. This was because the first time at the Lu family, Chen Mo was healed behind closed doors. The second time at the Wei family, there was only one Ling Feng and Wang Wan who saw it. They also kept their mouths shut and didn't talk nonsense when Wei Changfeng prohibited them from spreading the matter out casually. If it wasn't for Wei Changfeng himself showing up on the second day all healthy and unrivaled, everyone still didn't know that it was Chen Mo who had stepped in to treat him. So we only know that Chen Mo has a very strong medical skills. He was cured by the person, not only the old disease is removed, more perverted or able to immediately get down to the ground alive and well. This is what makes people wonder. That's why everyone has always been very curious about how he actually did it. Even that mysterious biotech company could only guess if Chen Mo had used some sort of secret medicine to achieve this level of success. No one had ever imagined that Chen Mo had accomplished the most difficult and unbelievable treatment just by relying on an acupuncture kit. Under the unbelievable gazes of the three, Chen Mo sterilized one silver needle and then stabbed one into Du Renyuan. After sticking 7 needles in his scalp and chest respectively, Chen Mo then reached out to Du Renyuan's heart and said, This hand of mine will completely activate the efficacy of the Tai Divine Needle. The cells of your body will be directly activated, healing yourself at the fastest possible speed. Get ready. The moment Chen Mo's words fell, he had already launched the healing light as well as the sacred purification skills at the same time. As the skills were unleashed, Chen Mo's spiritual energy also immediately poured out of his body as crazily as if he had encountered a black hole. Du Renyuan's condition was no different from Lu Yuanzong's. Both of them were terminal illnesses that would lead to death. If he wanted to cure it, with Chen Mo's 5 points of full spiritual energy, he still needed to drain his spirit to do so. With the huge depletion of his spiritual energy, his spirit had clearly become depressed. This change was extremely obvious. Just now, Chen Mo was in high spirits and radiant, but in a short moment, the vigor was gone from him, and with the eyesight of Du Ziheng, Du Zishi, and Du Ranyuan, they were still able to see the difference in his state at once. Divine Dr. Chen, are you alright? You must not force yourself, Du Ranyuan was the first to say nervously. He was terrified that Chen Mo hadn't cured him yet and had first screwed himself up. Du Ziheng and Du Zishi also looked at Chen Mo with a worried face. Such a good doctor who was not bullying and easy to communicate and make friends with was a guarantee for the health of the family personnel. They didn't want anything to happen to Chen Mo at all. It's fine, Mr. Du's condition is too heavy. In order to treat him, it's a bit heavy on my yuan qi loss. I'll be fine after some rest. Zaishi, help your father remove the needles. He's already cured. I'll close my eyes and rest for a minute. Chen Mo finished speaking to Du Zishi. Then he directly closed his eyes and rested. In fact, he had turned on his overdrive recovery skill and started to quickly recover his spiritual energy for himself. Seeing Chen Mo resting with his eyes closed, Du Zishi and Du Ziheng didn't dare to disturb him. Du Zishi could only pull out all the silver needles from Du Renyuan's body according to what Chen Mo had just explained. And after decontaminating them, he gave them back to Chen Mo to be put back into the acupuncture bag. Will Divine Dr. Chen be alright? Du Zishi said with some worry. He also rested for quite some time after he finished curing Lu Yuanzong yesterday with a great loss of vital energy. I was waiting at the Lu family yesterday, and I saw with my own eyes that it was only after some time that Divine Dr. Chen came out slightly recovered. When he came out, he was still in low spirits, so it's obvious that if he wanted to cure a seriously ill patient, Dr. Chen must have suffered a huge loss of vitality. Du Ziheng recalled and said, Zaishi, go fetch a blanket and cover Divine Dr. Chen. A person with a huge loss of vital energy has a weak body. I'm afraid he'll catch a cold if he's allowed to rest like this. Du Ranyuan and Lu Yuanzong still knew how to take care of people. Yesterday, Lu Yuanzong also directly found a blanket to cover Chen Mo for fear of him catching a cold. Du Zishi understood and immediately prepared to get the blanket, but her small hand was suddenly pulled by someone. She immediately turned her head, only to see that it was Chen Mo who had opened his eyes. No need. I can recover after a little rest for a minute. Seeing this, the three of them did not say anything else. They only had to quietly stand by the side. After Du Zishi and Du Ziheng saw that Chen Mo was fine, they both immediately turned their gazes to Du Renyuan, seemingly inquiring about his physical condition. Du Renyuan smiled knowingly and directly stood up from the hospital bed, showing the two of them. Seeing that Du Renyuan's entire person had gone from being sick and depressed to being in high spirits now being turned upside down by Chen Mo in only a short period of time, Du Ziheng and Du Zishi both looked at Chen Mo with shocked looks on their faces. Before, they had only heard about it, but now they had witnessed Chen Mo's medical skills with their own eyes, which were too shocking. Treating a terminally ill patient could actually be so simple and efficient? It even has the effect of strengthening the body and cultivating the vitality, letting a seriously ill patient come to life directly? This was really unbelievable to the two of them, but they were naturally happy that their father was able to recover from a serious illness, while the three members of the Du family were happy for Du Renyuan's recovery. Chen Mo, who was in rest, was listening to the system's broadcast at this time. System alert, detected that the host actually dared to risk his life to cure the Ninth Order Corpse King, with amazing vigor, and is hereby rewarded with 1,000 survival points. System alert, it has been detected that the Ninth Order Corpse King is suffering from a terminal illness, which could have caused the Ninth Order Corpse King's combat power to be utilized at a 50% higher level. But after being cured by you, the Ninth Order Corpse King's combat power has slipped back to the normal level as a result. The host has successfully weakened the strengthened Ninth Order Corpse King without any bloodshed, returning it to its original form. The extraordinary means of the host is shocking, hereby awarding the host with a special case reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SS grade gift pack. Ha! Chen Mo had previously expected that curing the Ninth Order Corpse King would bring him a certain amount of reward, but never thought that he would also be able to obtain an exceptional reward in such a way. The feeling was that the terminal disease in this Du Renyuan's body, as long as it lasted until the end times descended and turned into a corpse monster, would instead also become a booster for him, turning into the main reason for the increase in his battle power, allowing him to eventually evolve into a strengthened version of the Ninth Order Corpse King. As a result, now that he was so rooted out, the strengthening effect was directly cleared out, turning back into an ordinary Corpse King. This was something that Chen Mo really never expected. However, being able to whittle down the SSS grade gift package reward, Chen Mo was naturally happy. After all, according to the conversion of the survival points reward, if he bought so many copies of this SSS grade gift pack, he didn't know how many billions of survival points he would have to spend. Now he had bought so many for nothing. And in addition to triggering the special rewards, Chen Mo also reaped the favorability boosts of Du Runyuan, Du Zihong, and Du Zishi. Of course, Du Runyuan was a corpse king, so his goodwill was of little use. Du Zihong was a low-ranked alien, so his favorability wasn't too useful either. It was mainly Du Zishi's favorability that was more useful. She was a fifth-order oddball, and oddballs were alienated people with human sanity, and it was only after deep alienation that they could lose their sanity, so their good sense was still useful. System prompt: due to your act of saving Du Runyuan, you have gained 20 points of goodwill boost from the third-order alienator Du Zihong, and your current goodwill is 80 points, reaching respect. And you have gained 20 points of goodwill from the fifth-order weirdo Du Zishi, reaching respect. You have gained 20 points of favoritism from the fifth-order weirdo Du Zishi, and her favoritism towards you has been raised to favorable. You have gained 20 points of favoritism from the ninth-order Corpse King Du Runyuan raised to reach respect. And since the ninth-order Corpse King has completely lost his human nature and does not have emotional receptors, therefore all of his favorability towards you is considered null and void. This is still the current boost. When the news of Du Runyuan's recovery spreads out, Chen Mo will also reap the favorability of Du Runyuan's other 3 children, as well as the favorability of those who have befriended Du Runyuan. It was just like after Wei Changfeng was saved. But again, this kind of goodwill boosted by virtue of saving someone's life was only a kind of goodwill under a favor, and could not reach the depths of a life and death friendship. Chen Mo didn't care about other people's goodwill. Du Zishi's goodwill was raised just fine, since the favorability was only raised to the neutral level, not to the point of reaching the adoration level. The system did not immediately release a reward to Chen Mo. It seems like it's hard to swipe a reward with less than 90 points or more of favorability. Chen Mo didn't really care. The favored level had already reached 80 points. A slight boost to raise it would be it. The time it took to check the rewards was also enough for Chen Mo to cast Overdrive Recovery to recover his spirit. After confirming that he had recovered his spirit, Chen Mo then got up and made a fake move to collect his power and said, "After running my power for a while, I've recovered quite a bit." After he finished speaking, he looked at Du Runyuan and said, "How is it, Mr. Du? How is the recovery, Mr. Du?" Runyuan excitedly held Chen Mo's hand and said, "Dr. Chen really lives up to his name. He can truly be called the world's #1 miracle doctor. After being treated by you, not to mention that my serious illness has recovered. Even some of the old injuries that I had suffered in the past have all healed. Now my whole body feels energized and alive. It's simply too good to be true." "That's good." Chen Mo smiled and nodded. At this moment, Du Runyuan immediately glanced at Du Zihong, who hastily understood and handed out a check to Chen Mo. "Divine Dr. Chen, this is a check for 100 million yuan. Please accept it as a small token of our gratitude." $100 million. Would it be a bit too much? Chen Mo knew that Qing society was doing well in Magic City, but he didn't know that Qing society was so rich. This was $100 million, given directly. Chen Mo had originally thought that it would be too much for them to give a few million. Not much, not much. Not much at all. $100 million is nothing compared to my father's life. You saved his life. This $100 million payment is just a gesture. In the future, as long as you have any orders in the Magic City, we will definitely do whatever you want to do, and all of our properties will be sold to the public, and all the properties of our Green Society are free to you. This is the supreme gold card of our Green Society. Please keep it. Holding this card to enter any of the properties of our Green Society is equivalent to my father arriving in person, and they will surely provide you with the best service. After saying that, Du Zihong handed Chen Mo a gold card that looked like it was made of pure gold. The gold was very nice to look at. "Then I'll accept them all without ceremony." Chen Mo took the check and the gold card and said, "Money does not earn, son of a bitch. Money given for nothing. Do not want for nothing. We are really afraid that you are polite. You can accept it. That is giving us the greatest face." Du Runyuan laughed on the side. "But seriously, let alone 100 million, even a million. Chen Mo didn't know what a concept was. Anyway, money nowadays, to him already simply represents a string of numbers. The end times will come in half a year. It's just useless to save more money. Accumulating money now is just as a capital to climb up the ladder. At the same time, Chen Mo had also considered the matter of building survival fortresses before the end of the world. These also required money accumulation. Wanting to build survival fortresses that weren't afraid of nuclear bombs wasn't something that could be done with $1 or $200 million. However, before doing this, he was now more interested in obtaining information about the mysterious biotech company that had triggered the global biochemical crisis. After Chen Mo accepted the money, Du Runyuan immediately said, "It's noon and you're in such a hurry to make a trip. Since you haven't eaten lunch yet, it's just right that the Du Yuan restaurant under my name has a former national banquet chef serving there, and his cooking skills are still quite good. Why don't you have a meal over there at noon first? I'll organize another appreciation banquet for you in the future to thank you properly." "Don't. I'm not a sociable person, and my least favorite thing is crowded occasions. Just go to a nearby restaurant and make do with a meal." Chen Mo refused the appreciation banquet later. Although it was said that attending this kind of banquet could increase one's socializing surface, Chen Mo did not want to display himself too cheaply. The reason why he agreed to go out on all three occasions. The first time, Lu Yuanzong is Lu Qinlan's grandfather. Everyone is considered a friend. A friend's grandfather is seriously ill or hanging. Chen Mo naturally is not good not to make a move to save the day. The second way, old man was once for the country blood-wounded heroes. Now the country can be stable. Not without the sacrifice of those martyrs. Chen Mo naturally will not forget the martyrs of the kindness. So way old man things since begged to his head. It is naturally incumbent. The third time is Du Runyuan. Du Runyuan's identity is special. Chen Mo has the intention to take this relationship, coupled with Du Zihang, is also considered to be begging to the head. And Zhao Yu can be because of his this time out to get Du Runyuan's proximity. Is considered to be a direct magic, two forces to the direct spell together. The impact of this can be big. And the road to Chen Mo's continuous rise to power in the future is also considered to have been paved in advance. So these three, he was not negotiating any conditions. He first shot to save, but then those dignitaries want to call him out again. It's not easy. Do not sit on the ground to rise a price. The people still think he is on call medical baggage. He had to be made to understand how precious he was before people would cherish him even more. Therefore, Chen Mo didn't want to participate in this kind of banquet. He didn't want to put himself in front of these people too early and socialize casually. If he wanted to socialize with him, he would have to make some connections. Seeing that although Chen Mo refused the banquet, he still agreed to go to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Du Runyuan immediately smiled and took out his phone, dialed the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant and asked him to hurry up and prepare a table of sumptuous dishes. He wanted to entertain his honored guest. Du Runyuan has not been in front of the stage for quite some time, and many people say that he has a terminal illness and is dying. The general manager of Du Yuan restaurant suddenly received a phone call from Du Runyuan saying that he wanted to prepare sumptuous dishes to entertain his guests, which was really a moment for him to dry a little confused. Previously, there were rumors that Mr. Du was deliberately pretending to be sick, preparing to liquidate some disobedient people within the society. Could it be that he has already locked up his target, so now he is directly not pretending and is going to come out? Thinking of this possibility, this general manager naturally didn't dare to slack off. And he was also quite curious at this time as to who the honored guest in Du Runyuan's mouth would be. Generally speaking, even if Du Runyuan wanted to entertain someone, it was basically Du Zihang and his children who would call and ask him to prepare the boxes and dishes. Few Du Runyuan himself took the initiative to call over, let alone Du Runyuan himself personally saying the word honored guest in a respectful tone. The general manager really can't imagine what kind of person can be valued so much by Du Runyuan. Could it be someone from the imperial capital? If that was the case, then he really couldn't be slowed down. He immediately responded, and then quickly rushed to the VIP level kitchen and said, "Immediately, there will be a guest coming. Everyone mobilize, and make the dishes according to the highest guest's banquet in this store." The VIP level kitchen was rarely used on weekdays, as only when Du Runyuan and his several children needed to entertain people would this kitchen be utilized to focus on producing dishes. This kitchen would make preparations for some kung fu dishes on weekdays, and serve them directly when needed. If it is not used that day, all the ingredients will be replaced to the inferior kitchen. This kitchen must always maintain the highest specification and the freshest supply of ingredients every day. Inside Du Runyuan's bedroom, Du Runyuan smiled immediately after making the phone call. "Dr. Chen, the restaurant side has already been ordered. When we drive over, we should be able to eat." "That's pretty fast. I'm hungry. I'm really sorry for making you come over to see the doctor on a hungry stomach. Wasn't it me who called you? It's not like you guys told me to come at this time. It's not your fault." Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. After finishing the polite words, Du Runyuan immediately said to Chen Mo with a straight face, "Divine Dr. Chen, I heard that recently there is not a small amount of movement in the Tang group. The Hong family's side has split up quite a number of people out to keep an eye on us, the Qing Society and the Yellow Robe Society, to make sure that we don't have any movement, and it seems that they are making some kind of move towards Yang Liuxin to do something about it, and also called in a group of people outside. Recently they are also in close contact with the Imperial Capital side. Some of the Imperial Capital's forces' hands have been restlessly inserted into Mordor. These families in groups, with quite a few family groups on this side of the Mordor side of the disjointed, linked up, is really able to cause not a small amount of trouble. Du Runyuan first mentioned Yang Liuxin's crisis, then continued, I received news that this Tang family kid seems to have the idea of dealing with you, although it is said that Zhao Yu has nominated to bail you out. But nowadays this Yellow Robe Society Zhao Yu has no real power at all, and the entire Yellow Robe Society looks like they are in sync with each other, so I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for them to put Zhao Yu's request into place. Our Green Gang does have quite a few experts in protecting people. I can send you a team of presidential-level bodyguards to protect you at all times, and in the shadows, we will additionally arrange for a group of not-so-good bodyguard corps to protect your safety. What do you think? It had to be said that Zhao Yu acted brilliantly. Even Du Runyuan and the others were all fooled. Chen Mo was a bit surprised to hear what Du Runyuan said. He was not too clear about the Yellow Robe Society's situation. Since Du Runyuan said so, Zhao Yu's status within the society was a bit awkward. Chen Mo could not help but think about whether or not he should use his own ability to help her take control of the society's power back. As for Du Runyuan's bodyguard group, Chen Mo immediately said, Mr. Du is so caring, it's a bit flattering to me, but no need. Since the Tang family has such an idea, let them try it out. It just so happens that I still have a bit of an arrangement on my side waiting for them. If you protect me without a drop of water, it's not good for them to get their hands on me, and they might not even show their hand instead, which would not be good. Oh, you already have a thorough arrangement? Well, absolutely thorough. So Mr. Du doesn't need to worry about my safety. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Du Zihan suddenly looked at Du Runyuan with realization. Father, have you forgotten that Divine Dr. Chen just cured Elder Wei yesterday? With such a feat, do you think that the military department side? As soon as these words came out, Du Runyuan immediately realized, I forgot about this. I think the protection force around Divine Dr. Chen is indeed quite adequate. Compared to protection and counter-reconnaissance, our people are naturally not comparable to the military department. It's rather redundant of me. Although Du Runyuan misunderstood, Chen Mo did not have anything he wanted to explain about it. Anyway, it was quite good that they were willing to misunderstand so much. It was better to have no protection force around himself so that he could catch fish. It was also a good time to try out his own skills. With the three of them leaving the villa between jokes, Du Runyuan glanced at Du Zishi and said, Xiao Shi, your brother's sports car has just 2 seats. I'll take your brother's car. You drive Divine Dr. Chen to the restaurant. Du Zishi understood and said, Okay, Divine Dr. Chen. Let's go then. Coming to the car, Du Zishi said gratefully to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, thank you for this time. We all thought it was hard to have hope for our father's illness, but we didn't expect that you cured him so easily. This favor, I will definitely repay it. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, How can I repay? How do you want to repay? Du Zishi stretched out her small hand to pull her hair around her ears and looked at Chen Mo with a smiling face and said, That depends on yourself. Chen Mo laughed. You can repay however you want. Du Zishi once again threw the words back to Chen Mo. If you say that, aren't you afraid that I'll make an indecent request? Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, After all, Ms. Du's looks are something that men can't control. Then do you want to have a non-consensual request for me? Du Zishi exhaled her breath like an orchid and came up to Chen Mo's ear and said, I wouldn't dare even if I wanted to. After all, you're the big miss of the Qing gang. I'm scared to death. Chen Mo pretended to be afraid and said. It caused Du Zishi to laugh and said, You are the big benefactor of our Qing gang. Even the Qing gang's big miss wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Chen Mo laughed. If you say so, I'm relieved. Du Zishi smiled and said, If you are relieved, then hurry up and take action. If the Du family can have a son-in-law like you, it would be a good thing. Worthy of being the Qing gang's eldest lady. Her speech is just more direct than us ordinary people. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Then does Divine Dr. Chen mean this or not? Du Zishi looked at Chen Mo with an expectant expression. If I were to get close to Miss Qing gang, I would still have this intention. Who told you that Miss Qing gang is so unattractive? A normal man can't help but want to get close to her. But to be the Du family's son-in-law, I haven't thought about this matter yet. Want to take advantage but don't want to be responsible. I didn't expect you to be so bad. Dr. Chen. Du Zishi pretended to give Chen Mo a blank look, but I'm usually very bad and direct. Zhang Tai going fishing for those who want to be hooked. Chen Mo laughed lightly. As soon as these words came out, Du Zishi laughed and said, then let this fish think about whether or not to bite this hook. Say hook not say. Cough. Then I will wait for the good news. Chen Mo lightly coughed and said, seeing the habit of the internet bad terrain, Chen Mo subconsciously said half a sentence, but after thinking about the fact that the other Missy does not understand this, he hurriedly stopped his mouth. As a result, other people's Missy was also an internet user. She bitterly smiled and repeated, then let this fish think about whether to bite this hook. She added an accent to the last word and gave Chen Mo a blank look. Chen Mo instantly smiled and said, so Missy also likes to surf the internet. Do you think that Missy is all like what they play in the movies? Too busy hooking up with others in reality? Du Zishi laughed. I do think so instead. My lord, times have long changed. Du Zishi shook his head and laughed. While the two of them were joking, Chen Mo also learned from Du Zishi about some of the ways in which the conflicts between various forces were resolved nowadays. Forceful solutions are very few. Most of them are still mediated by the forces of each side, and economic warfare is the main focus. For example, the old society fights to grab territory, now long gone, are to see who can spend more money, more can gather some key relationships. Only in rare cases will force be used. After inadvertently understanding some of the behavioral logic, Chen Mo also understands why the Magic City so many forces mediate, still so peaceful. Feelings of everyone within to the Cold War period as in each other under the control of living in a stable day. If you can use your brain, you will never use your hands, but where this era is still moving on the hands, basically are some of the low end on the stage. Between the small talk, Chen Mo also understood more about the temperament of this Miss Qing society. He felt that she was a person who was quite easy to get along with and worth befriending. Chen Mo had originally come to brush Du Zishi's favorability, but did not expect to be given a wave of reverse favorability by her. Between joking and laughing, the two soon arrived at Du Yuan restaurant. Chen Mo and Du Zishi just got off the bus, and someone immediately came over to take over the car keys and parked the bus for Du Zishi. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit with a big back hair immediately walked over with small steps and said, Missy, Mr. Du and young Master Zihan have already explained that if you guys arrive first, you will be taken up first. No need to wait for them. Hearing the manager say this, Chen Mo glanced at Du Zishi and said, it won't turn into a meal for two. Du Zishi smiled and said, I don't think so. My father would have notified me in advance if he meant to do so. This is his thank you banquet to you. He won't get anything else in mind. That's good. Chen Mo nodded. Listening to you, it seems like you don't really want to have a meal for two with me. Du Zishi pretended to have an angry expression and said, after getting acquainted with Chen Mo, her respect for Chen Mo was still there, but there was no longer that bondage of having to be curt and polite to get along to seem a bit raw and distant. So she just got along with her friends as if she was usually with them, and occasionally joked with Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and said, how can that be? The opportunity to get close to a beauty. Can I not want to? I'm just afraid that you guys are installing surveillance or something here. So wouldn't I be screwed if I behaved vulgarly and was photographed for a souvenir? But you are careful. Although Chen Mo said careful, but it sounded like he was joking. Du Zishi and the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant beside her also didn't take it seriously at all. They just both laughed and laughed on the sidelines. At this time, Du Yuan restaurant's general manager already knows Chen Mo's identity. Just Du Run Yuan once again came to a phone call ahead of time with him. Is afraid of his attitude is not good to slow down Chen Mo, since he knew Chen Mo's identity, and found that his own Missy was very close to this divine doctor. The general manager of Du Yuan restaurant naturally didn't dare to be slow. At this time, he had already viewed Chen Mo as the Du family's aunt, and it was still the kind of aunt that had a lot of prestige, not the kind of door-to-door son-in-law that was an ordinary climber. So he was also very respectful to Chen Mo. As Chen Mo entered the hotel, this time the system prompts did not scream. It can be seen that at this time there should not be a lot of people in the hotel. At the same time inside the high-level units should also be very few. In this regard, Chen Mo was not too concerned. Soon, the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant led Chen Mo to the designated exclusive private room. This private room was one that would only be opened when the Du family was in attendance. The interior of the private room was decorated in a typical Chinese style, elegant and solemn. Landscape paintings and calligraphic works were hung on the four walls, revealing a strong cultural heritage between the brush strokes. The mahogany furniture is finely carved and looks simple and atmospheric. The whole private room is filled with the light fragrance of wood and ink, a natural aroma that is refreshing. A huge mahogany dining table was placed in the center of the room, covered with delicate porcelain and silver chopsticks. Flowers and incense burners were placed on the table, adding a touch of zen. The entire private room was filled with the flavor of Chinese style, and every detail was carefully designed and selected to show elegant taste and connotation. The general manager of Du Yuan restaurant stopped at the entrance and made an invitation gesture to Chen Mo and Du Zishi. and only after they entered did he follow them into it, showing Chen Mo the seat. This seat was located directly west of the room, sitting west to east, the guest's upper seat. Only noble guests would be placed in this position. As Chen Mo took his seat, Du Zishi looked at the general manager of Du Yuan restaurant and said, "Manager Feng, you can order the kitchen to start serving the food." If it were usual, Feng Ping would definitely wonder how the food could start to be served when Du Runyuan hadn't even come. But today, he had already received a letter from Du Runyuan in advance. Everything was focused on entertaining comfortable Chen Mo. Chen Mo had not eaten lunch yet and must be starving at this point, so there was no need to wait for him and Du Zihong to arrive, so he could just start serving the food. Feng Ping also immediately nodded his head and said, "Good, I will go and order the kitchen." With Feng Ping leaving not a moment later, Du Runyuan and Du Zihong also arrived, and after them, a man also came in. "Divine Dr. Chen, first time meeting, let me introduce myself. My name is Du Zitong. I am my father's second child. I heard that your wonderful hands removed all of my father's persistent illnesses, and I am not very good at speaking. I don't have much in the way of thank you speeches to say, so I'll just do it here first." After saying that, Du Ziting poured a glass of Mao Tai and drank it all in one go. Chen Mo swept a glance at Du Ziting's appearance, and had to say that each of this Du Renyuan's adopted children were not bad looking. Du Zihong was quite handsome, a rather decent kind of handsome, and the whole person revealed an aura of a reliable man who could be completely trusted. Du Zitong, on the other hand, was different. His handsomeness was a kind of gangly handsomeness. From the way he spoke and behaved just now, it was also possible to see some of his gangly personality, which was quite in line with his appearance. "Zi Tang, what do you look like? Father hasn't even made a toast to say thank you, and Divine Dr. Chen hasn't even taken a sip of his wine, but you drank it first?" Du Zihong scolded Du Zitong. "What Big Brother said is right. It's me being abrupt. Please don't be offended by Divine Dr. Chen. It's nothing. I appreciate Brother Ziting's character," Chen Mo said with a smile. Chen Mo swept the label on Du Ziting's head as he spoke. Another alien? Not much gain to swipe. He couldn't help but be slightly disappointed. Seeing that Chen Mo was not angry, Du Zihong was sort of relieved. As the three of them took their seats, he explained, "I'm sorry, our family is just the four of us here in Magic City. There are also two siblings outside so they couldn't make it. They are also very grateful for your rescue of our father. No harm. I don't care about these false gifts. Just be casual everyone. No need to treat me as some kind of honored guest. I'm a person who is more accustomed to being a bit more spontaneous. Just eat and drink just like the state of your own family members when they get along." The moment Chen Mo said this, the three people in the room immediately looked at Du Zishi. They could all be used to speaking beyond words. Chen Mo's words seemed to mean that he wanted to be a family, and the others naturally turned their gaze towards Du Zishi. If Du Zishi gave it a go, then Chen Mo could be their Du family's virtuous son-in-law. Of course they didn't really want to sacrifice Du Zishi just because of family interests. Du Runyuan had said a long time ago that his children were free to fall in love, and he wouldn't let them marry anyone for profit. But the character of the person they freely chose still had to be confirmed by him first. Chen Mo's caliber is naturally appreciated and satisfied by Du Runyuan, and seeing that Du Zishi is not at all repulsed by Chen Mo, then Du Runyuan is naturally interested in accomplishing good things. In this way, Du Zishi has found a good home, and the Du family has gained a great help. Where can we find such a good thing? So the three members of the family all felt that Du Zishi could seize the opportunity this time. Seeing the expressions of the three, Du Zishi smiled helplessly and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Get ready to eat." As soon as these words came out, the trio realized that Chen Mo's words had nothing to say. It was just that he really wasn't used to them being too polite. The three of them fell back on Chen Mo's behavior next and were quite calm. In this way, the meal was a happy one. After lunch, Du Renyuan's family entertained Chen Mo with afternoon tea and chatting, and as time passed, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chen Mo was ready to say goodbye. This time he went out and brushed Du Zishi's favorability, and accidentally harvested an SSS grade gift package, so it wasn't a wasted trip. During the meal, Chen Mo tasted the good fruits provided by the restaurant and thought that they tasted good. Thinking of the fruits he needed for his daily tasks, he directly said to Feng Ping before leaving, "Manager Feng, do you still have these fruits here? I want to get 2 pounds to take away." Hearing this request from Chen Mo, Manager Feng was first stunned, but as Du Renyuan's gaze swept by, he immediately piled on the smiles and said, "That's naturally what there is. Not to mention 2 pounds, 20 pounds are there. No need for so many. I only need 2 pounds. Okay, I will immediately order someone to wash it for you and load it up." After white-horing fruits from Du Yuan restaurant, Chen Mo didn't need to go outside to buy again. The restaurant usually has fresh and good fruits, Chen Mo let them pack 2 pounds of good fruits, and directly carry it home on the line. There is still a Mu Shuriwa at home. She hasn't eaten much of the good things in her life. Chen Mo thought of bringing these luxurious fruits home to give her a taste. Since you love to eat these, look for me anytime in the future. I'll take you to eat them every day, Du Zishi said with a smile. With a treat from a beautiful woman, that fruit should become sweeter. Chen Mo smiled back, seeing that the two were chatting a little bit ambiguously. Du Runyuan, Du Zihong, and Du Ziting on the side all revealed smiles of looking at the Du family's son-in-law as they looked at Chen Mo. If the conversation continues like this, there will definitely be a show. After Fong Ping ordered someone to get 2 pounds of clean fruits, Chen Mo was driven home by Du Zishi. It was only after Chen Mo left that Du Runyuan reverted to his overlord stance from his good old boy look just now. I heard that there were quite a few people giving you guys a hard time during the time I was lying down, right? He looked at Du Zihong and Du Ziting by his side and said, it's that some uncles did things a bit more cautiously and repeatedly tested some more steps. But how it is said that it's also for the purpose of each program functioning more in line with the rules. It's not anything too much of an obstruction. My child thinks that this matter should be settled. Du Zihong opened his mouth and said, Humph. How dare they try something more excessive? It's impossible to forget about it. It's just that my father couldn't stand up in front of the stage. Since my father stood up, then any slightest grievance you guys suffer, I'll get it back for you. Children are so filial to their fathers, and fathers naturally love their children. Du Renyuan's posture of not being angry and authoritative was still quite a superior's aura. That night, there was a windy situation within the Green Gang, and Chen Mo's side, but there is a hidden trend of opening the cultivation ground. At this time, there were 2 girls present in his home, and in Zhao Yu's yard in the Mingyuan neighborhood. Lu Qinlan was also waiting for him to come back. All of a sudden, all 5 women were crammed into one pile. After Du Zishi sent Chen Mo back, he was going to stop by to see Chen Mo's house, so he said that he was thirsty and wanted to go to his house to drink a cup of water. Chen Mo didn't refuse. After all, he thought there was only one Mu Shiryu at home. Both of them had met at noon, so it didn't matter if they met again. As a result, he had just brought Du Zishi towards his home when he saw Zhao Yu and Lu Qinlan talking about something in Zhao Yu's yard. When they saw Chen Mo returning, before they had time to greet Chen Mo, they saw a great beauty walking over behind Chen Mo. This great beauty Zhao Yu must have known her for a long time, and with Lu Qinlan's status, she naturally wouldn't be unaware of Du Zishi. Seeing Chen Mo walking back with Du Zishi, both of them froze for a moment. Good UMOMO, really good ability, going out for a trip, and really directly abducted the pearl of the Du family back to me. Zhao Yu was the eldest sister after all. She was qualified to speak first when facing anyone. She immediately stepped forward and pinched Chen Mo's cheek. After all, she had only finished saying in the morning that Chen Mo's going to treat Du Renyuan might induce this great beauty daughter of the others to return the favor with her body. And it turned out to be fulfilled at night. But she was just saying it for fun. How could she ever imagine that one dared to follow the other and bring it? Chen Mo explained with a bitter smile. Miss Du sent me back. Just thirsty for a glass of water. Nothing else. Hello big sister Zhao. Seeing Zhao Yu, Du Zishi was still a bit shorter in seniority. Just call me sister Yu. Calling me big sister makes me old. So you are thirsty. Sister's house has good mountain spring water. Come to sister's house to drink. Zhao Yu let go of Chen Mo and said with a smile. Seeing that he met Zhao Yu as soon as he entered the door, Du Zishi felt that it was not a good idea to stay here today, so he immediately said, I suddenly remembered that I seem to have a bottle of mineral water in my car, so I won't bother sister Yu, so I'll leave first. By the way, my father told me in advance when I came over, before our 2 families have a lot of cooperation projects have been put on hold. In the future, I hope to re-talk about these aspects. I hope that sister Yu will be able to bring this to the uncles and uncles of the Yellow Robe Club. Du Renyuan was not a fool, and with Zhao Yu protecting Chen Mo in such a way, he knew that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. And some of the things that happened between the two were easy to investigate. He found out that Chen Mo was very low-key when he first came to the Magic City, and did not show the elegance of a miracle doctor at all. Instead, he worked odd jobs all over the place, and was even bullied to withhold his wages because he was a foreigner. It was Zhao Yu who gave him a head start, gave him a cheap house to live in, and took care of him. Knowing that Chen Mo hadn't shown any ability at that time, Du Renyuan couldn't help but admire Zhao Yu's ability to read people. If he had made good relations with this divine Dr. Chen that early, wouldn't it be easy to be deeply bound to him now? But obviously, it was too late for anyone to come now. Right now, in the entire Magic City, Zhao Yu was the only one who was deeply bound to him. Getting on well with Zhao Yu would be the same as getting on well with Chen Mo. Zhao Yu took care of Chen Mo because she used to have a younger brother, who later died of a serious illness, and Chen Mo and her younger brother had some resemblance. so she took special care of Chen Mo from the moment she saw him. However, during the care process, she found that Chen Mo would be more shy when faced with a situation where she accidentally leaked a bit of spring, and she, being a mischievous person with a heavy heart, began to develop a routine of teasing Chen Mo. From a knowing big sister, she turned into a knowing big sister who was good at teasing. Chen Mo was mainly out of respect for Zhao Yu's mentality, and didn't dare to treat her as a woman whose brain could be YY at will, which is why he didn't take advantage of her when he had a bargain like he did with ordinary beauties, but instead tried his best to control himself to avoid her every time he had a bargain to take. As a result, one is getting more and more fond of teasing, and one is getting more and more avoided like a tiger and wolf. Hearing Du Zixi words of goodwill, Zhao Yu naturally immediately understood. She immediately smiled and said, "Good. I will talk to my uncles and uncles about this matter tonight. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. I hope that our two families will have the opportunity to cooperate deeply in the future." After Du Zixi finished speaking, she waved her hand at Chen Mo then left with a generous gesture. Seeing Du Zixi walking away, Zhao Yu then smiled and walked to Chen Mo's side and said, Mo, you did pull back a good client for your sister." Chen Mo recalled Du Runyuan talking about the internal situation of the Yellow Robe Society. It seemed that Zhao Yu didn't have a lot of say within the society. He immediately said, "I don't know what those people in your society think about this. Sister Yu, if you have any trouble in the society, feel free to tell me. I can help with it." Good brother out of breath. No to take care of sister. Finally sister did not hurt you for nothing. Have you this sentence is enough? Zhao Yu said with a smile on her face. It doesn't matter. I can handle things in the meeting. I don't need you to use up the favors and connections you just accumulated so quickly. In Zhao Yu's perspective, the fact that Chen Mo was able to say such words was obviously because he had just gained the favors of Elder Wei and Du Runyuan, and had the capital to help her. But what Chen Mo actually meant was that as long as Zhao Yu had the need, he could take it upon himself to help her resolve some of the unstable factors within the meeting. Seeing Zhao Yu saying that she didn't need to help, Chen Mo didn't say much. Although he usually saw this beautiful sister acting in a big way, Chen Mo was always able to see an unusual calmness in her body. This kind of calmness would make people feel at ease at her side. Since Zhao Yu was able to say that she did not need help, Chen Mo felt that Zhao Yu should have her own measurements. After happily caressing Chen Mo's back, Zhao Yu looked at Lu Qinlan and said, "You left in a hurry yesterday. Elder Lu was ready to thank you after entertaining the guests, only to find out that you had already left," and he chastised Qinlan for a while. "Xinyan came here with a thank you gift, and incidentally asked when you are free. The Lu family would like to set up a thank you banquet, and prepare to thank you properly." Zhao Yu finished. Lu Qinlan immediately handed over a check written with a 5 million denomination and said, "Chen Mo, this check is Grandpa said to thank you for the medical expenses. Recently we have a situation in the Lu family. My second uncle will be Yang Liuxin made 1,000 holes. Yesterday Grandpa has taught him a lesson, but the home industry side of the problem is very big, need quite a lot of time to repair, so cannot get too much money. I hope you don't mind. 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 When we, Yang Lu Xin, have slowed down from this bout, we will thank you separately." Du Renyuan's check. Chen Mo was unconcerned and accepted it as he said, but Lu Qinlan's check he pushed back. It was not that he disliked $5 million too little. In his living environment for so many years, not to mention $5 million, $1 million is an incomparably huge amount of money. He would never be too little, but this time to save Lu Yuanzong is out of friendship. Collect money can be tasteless. So Chen Mo pushed the check back and said, "Xinlan, yesterday I went with you to treat Elder Lu as a friend, not as a healer, so thank you gifts and whatnot should be waived." When Chen Mo said this, it made Lu Qinlan extraordinarily touched. "But you still need to accept this money. My grandfather has instructed me to hand it over to you. You lost a lot of energy yesterday. You are exhausted like that. Obviously this healing process is not good for you either. How can I not let you work hard for nothing?" Lu Qinlan recalled Chen Mo's weak and powerless appearance yesterday, and felt that even toiling him, he obviously could not take back the check. Just said, but out of friendship out of hand. To help friends this can talk about what hard not hard. You if you have to give me this check, that means you think we do not know long enough to count friends. Still raw. Chen Mo this out. Lu Qinlan is not good to continue to hand out the check. However, she was also more and more grateful for the friendship Chen Mo showed. Yesterday, after Lu Yuanzong came back, he mentioned that Chen Mo had given him a life extension pill, which helped him extend his life as an old man who had half of his body in the ground. This is something that Lu Qinlan didn't know before, and with this hindsight, his gratitude to Chen Mo has deepened. Today, after hearing Chen Mo's words of affection, her heart's gratitude and love for Chen Mo also went one step further. Immediately afterward, a system prompt sounded in Chen Mo's ears. System alert, detected that the host has successfully conquered the fifth order demon with his invincible charisma, causing his favorability towards you to increase to 100 points, and his current favorability is supreme love. Devils are special alienated bodies that are bursting with negative energy, and you were able to raise a devil's favorability to 100 points, which is an incredible act of creation. But the devil is of a lower rank and has a shallower demonic nature, and does not have the best representation, so it is not possible to issue a special reward for you. Therefore, instead, 100,000 survival points will be issued as a reward. Subsequent hosts who raise the favorability of any demon below the 9th rank to 100 points will no longer be able to receive the special reward. If the host is able to make a 9th order demonic person reach 100 points of favorability afterwards, the host will still have the chance to trigger the special reward, pulling the 5th order demon's favorability up to 100,000 survival points is actually a reward. This is too powerful? However, this kind of goodwill reward can usually only be swiped from the first unit, and subsequently swiping a similar unit. This kind of reward will not be issued repeatedly by looking at the system's introduction. Therefore, Chen Mo didn't feel too surprised that the system rewarded more survival points. It was still cool to have hoard out 100,000 survival points in just a few words. Since you say so, then fine. Then when are you free? Tell me about it so I can go back and arrange for the appreciation banquet. This is something you can't refuse again. Oh, Lu Qinlan pursed her lips. Chen Mo smiled and said, "There's a big meal for me to eat. It's not worth eating. How can I refuse? Tomorrow I might still have some things. This Wednesday at noon and at night." "That's good. I'll go back and talk to my grandpa to see what time it's scheduled for. I'll let you know as soon as I have news." "Good." Chen Mo smiled and nodded. At this time, Zhao Yu said, "All right, everything that should be said has been said. It's time for dinner after some more time. Originally I was only going to cook for two. Since Qinlan is also here, let's stay and eat together," said Zhao Yu, seeing the 2 pounds of fruits in Chen Mo's hand. "Are you buying this fruit to send me back to eat?" Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "Of course not. I'm taking it home to prepare myself to eat. You usually eat so well, but you still want to whore me out this fruit to eat. You little heartless, my sister can't afford to eat your fruits. Then you go home first and wait for me to make a good meal and call you." Zhao Yu poked Chen Mo and said, "Right sister, you cook more. My house should still have a friend who is helping me take care of the puppy. Since I'm making dinner, by the way." "Oh, boyfriend or girlfriend?" Zhao Yu's expression teased as she came closer to Chen Mo. "Just an ordinary female friend. She recently encountered some things, some difficulties. I want to help her. But you guys don't mention these things in a while." Once she heard Chen Mo say this, Zhao Yu's expression was a bit more serious. "That's fine. I'll cook more. Anyway, a few people eat the same. More people are lively." Zhao Yu just smiled at Chen Mo's female friend's arrival at the house, but Lu Qinlan, who was on the side, couldn't help but look towards Chen Mo's house a little more. "What are you looking at, little ninny? Afraid that someone will steal your boyfriend?" Zhao Yu deliberately teased Lu Qinlan. "Sister Zhao Yu, what are you talking about? Before was pretending. Things are over. Where is the boyfriend?" Lu Qinlan blushed and said, "Our family Momo is still a little bit of a beauty. I see that you want to pretend to be a real man." Zhao Yu laughed. "That also depends on whether people are willing or not," Lu Qinlan said with a blushing face. "That's not simple. Sister will help you ask." Zhao Yu said with a smiling face. "Don't. Sometimes knowing the answer might be better than not knowing it." Lu Qinlan refused. After that she immediately said, "Don't talk about this. Hurry up and start cooking. I'm starving." After saying that, she pulled Zhao Yu and ran towards the house, not giving her a chance to continue talking. Zhao Yu guffawed and didn't tease Lu Qinlan anymore. Not to mention that Chen Mo was not his own brother. Even if he was his own brother, Zhao Yu would not interfere in his emotional problems. So this matter might really be as Lu Qinlan said. Asking for an answer might be better than not knowing the answer. After all, at the moment, she still didn't know how Chen Mo thought, and she could still have a little bit of an idea. Just now, he was still carrying Du Zishi, a great beauty, towards his home. Then the appearance, figure, family history, temperament, Du Zishi that is not inferior to Lu Qinlan at all. Even in the family history and temperament even higher than Lu Qinlan. In Zhao Yu's opinion, if Du Zishi is determined to compete, Lu Qinlan's chances of winning are really not high. In this regard, Zhao Yu was not in a position to interfere too much. When Zhao Yu brought Lu Qinlan home to cook, at this time, Chen Mo was already carrying 2 pounds of fruits to the house, and at this time, the two girls at home stayed relatively speechless for quite some time. If it wasn't for Xiao Huang maneuvering between the two, so that the two could tease the dog from time to time, I'm afraid that the atmosphere in the room would have to be awkwardly frozen. Just after arriving at the door of the house, Chen Mo's keen sense of smell had already smelled that the odor in the room was not right. There were the odors of 3 creatures in the room. Besides Xiao Huang and Xiao Yu, there's also Xiao Ru? Chen Mo was a bit surprised as to how Xiao Ru was free to run over today. He immediately opened the door and walked in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 2 girls in the room who were originally sitting opposite each other immediately stood up and looked at the door. Brother Mo, you're back. Seeing Chen Mo come back, Lin Xinru immediately jumped over with joy and wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck. System alert, warning, warning, detected that a 9th order corpse king is attacking you. Please evade immediately. System alert, warning, you have been strangled by a 9th order corpse king. Please break free immediately. And be careful not to be bitten or scratched by the other party, or else you will be immediately infected with corpse poison and assimilated into a corpse monster by it. Listening to the system's warning, Chen Mo was speechless for a while and directly muted the system. Looking at Lin Xinru could be so naturally close to Chen Mo. It was Mu Shiryu on the side who was a bit envious and at a loss for words, but at the moment, she didn't know what exactly was the relationship between Chen Mo and Lin Xinru. After all, Lin Xinru had called Chen Mo her brother, and they had briefly exchanged words before. Lin Xinru was 1 year younger than her, and was considered a schoolmate. In Mu Shiryu's opinion, Lin Xinru might just be Chen Mo's cousin or something. Inside she also wanted to have the possibility of doing this with Lin Xinru, but the reality was that she could only stand in place and squeeze out a smile by grabbing the lapels of her coat and saying, Chen Mo, you're back. Well, it's been hard on you, Xiao Yu. I brought you back some fruits. Saying that, Chen Mo looked at Lin Xinru and said, Xiao Ru, how come you are free to run over today? If I didn't come I wouldn't be able to see that you've hidden a beautiful sister like this in your golden house. Lin Xinru looked at Mu Shiryu and said with a smile, what golden house is hiding a beautiful girl? Xiao Yu is my friend. I recently bought a puppy, no one to take care of it. I asked her to help me take care of it for an afternoon. Don't talk nonsense in front of others. Chen Mo was coy with Xiao Yu, but he was heavy-handed with Lin Xinru, and immediately subtly patted her but lightly to prevent her from talking nonsense. As Chen Mo placed the fruits on the table, he immediately said with a smile, these fruits are all already cleaned. You guys can eat them directly. They are all pretty good and expensive fruits. You don't see them much normally. Chen Mo called the 2 of them to his side to sit down and eat the fruits. At the same time, he swept the system prompt. System tip, congratulations. You have successfully completed the daily mission, 4, and brought back an extra pound of fruit. You have over-completed the daily mission. This reward is doubled. You have gained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. System prompt, detecting the host's divine might, he broke free from the attack of the 9th Order Corpse King with a single blow, and after startling the 9th Order Corpse King back, he easily deterred the 9th Order Corpse King with a single backhanded blow, causing it to obediently retreat to the side and not dare to make any more rash moves. This performance is no less than the host fighting the 9th Order Corpse King to the point of exhaustion. For the host's extraordinary performance of deterring the 9th Order Corpse King, the host is hereby rewarded with 5,000 survival points, and a grade A gift pack. A pat on the ass is considered a shocking blow? You're really good. But the 9th Order Tree Emperor that I deterred before by not moving a muscle was an SSS rank reward. So deterring the 9th Order Corpse King by giving it an S rank is also deserved, right? System tip, the 9th Order Tree King was evaluated with a half-step 10th Order combat power, and it was the first time that the host completed the exceptional behavior of deterring a strong person with a low level of cultivation, so it was rewarded with an SSS level prize package. This time, the host is only facing a 9th Order Corpse King, and it is not the first time of exceptional behavior, so the reward is only 5,000 survival points as well as an A-ranked gift pack. Looks like you still have a clear distinction. Chen Mo realized that this system really does count especially carefully when it comes to settling accounts, when it usually gave rewards. Instead, it would sometimes give them again rather randomly for some unexpected reason. Chen Mo's side sat down and was still checking the system prompts. Little Yellow had already jumped directly onto his legs and rubbed up intimately. Chen Mo smiled and touched Little Yellow's little head, looked to Mu Shiryu and said, Little Moon, this little guy didn't fail to pry, did he? Mu Shiryu smiled and looked at Little Yellow and said, no, it is well behaved, and you trained it well. It will find its own sandbox to go to the toilet. Well taken care of. Chen Mo smiled. Of course it was well trained. He was able to communicate directly with Little Yellow's mind. It could instantly understand whatever it wanted to teach it. After eating a few bites of fruit, Mu Shiryu got up and said, since you're back and it's getting late, I won't bother you guys anymore. I'll leave first. After she finished her words, she was just about to leave, but was pulled by Chen Mo who said, what are you talking about? Didn't I say I would help you rent a house? How can you leave in a hurry? And Sister Yu's side, I've just told her in advance to cook your meal, and stay for dinner together at night. your sister is the landlord of this area. She is very good to talk to. I will talk to her at night about you renting a house, rent and so on. I will help you get it done." When he was talking, Chen Mo remembered that he had left out Lin Xinru. He immediately looked at Lin Xinru and said, "Xiaoru, will you stay here to play tonight? If you stay here, I'll ask Sister Yu to cook one for you as well." "No la. I came over because I wanted to say that I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow afternoon." "Why did you suddenly think of inviting me to dinner? Didn't you say last weekend that I wouldn't treat you to dinner?" "I went with my friends to pick wind on the weekend when I painted a pair of paintings by a boss. The boss spent $10,000 to buy away. The boss said that the follow-up also want me to help him order a pair of paintings. I'm not making money on the first thought to share with you," Lin Xinru said cheerfully. It could be seen that she was very happy that her paintings were recognized. However, Chen Mo felt a bit strange listening to it. Lin Xinru's paintings, he has seen, indeed is still good, but also is the level of normal art students. Obviously not to be able to take out a loan to sell $10,000 a pair of level. This boss bought a pair of not count. Actually also intends to order a pair of paintings? Chen Mo naturally felt strange no matter how he thought about it. He immediately asked, "Did this boss say when he would ask you to make a second painting?" "He said that his family has a rare flower that he got from the western region, and he wants to ask me to paint the scene of the flower opening. He is still waiting for the flower to open, and he will call me to ask me to come over to do the painting on the day the flower opens," Lin Xinru said with a smile. "Really? Then when will he call you? Why don't you also take me along to see this rare flower? I also want to see it." "Yeah, I'll talk to him about it then." "Aha." Chen Mo nodded. He hoped that he was just overthinking it. After all, he was happy for Lin Xinru when he saw her talent being recognized, but if the other party was holding any bad intentions, then he wouldn't sit idly by. "Well, let's just say yes. I'll treat you to a good meal tomorrow afternoon. Then I'll leave first." "Well, be careful on the road." "Got it." Lin Xinru finished speaking to Chen Mo, got up and waved her hand at Mu Shiryu again and said with a smile, "Sister Xiao Yu, then I'll leave first." Mu Shiryu gave a curt smile in response. After Lin Xinru left, Mu Shiryu tried to say, "Is this your sister? It's quite pretty." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Sort of, but she is a bit defenseless and is easily deceived." When these words came out, Mu Shiryu remembered what Lin Xinru had just said, and she also felt that this matter was slightly odd. However, she wasn't aware of Lin Xinru's painting skills, so naturally she wouldn't casually think that Lin Xinru's paintings would be more than $10,000. "By the way, Xiao Yu, you said at noon that Auntie had fallen ill. How is she now?" "She is just too tired. The body is too fatigue triggered. The doctor said, as long as good recuperation, conditioning a few months will be fine. Just this nutritional fee, medical fees and whatnot. These months need to pay continuously. That's why I said I don't have the money to pay the rent. When my mother's illness is well conditioned, you can help me rent an apartment again." Mu Shiryu said this, not trying to cry poor to Chen Mo, but was plainly expressing that she was not intentionally stroking his good intentions, but that her family's situation really did not allow it, so she could only wait a little longer. Chen Mo nodded his head understandingly and said, "Look at Auntie's body if it is convenient. You tell her to come directly to Mordor. I will be a medical practitioner. I can help her to quickly regulate her body. And the money for the fare for her to come to Mordor is definitely a lot cheaper than a long period of time of nutritional expenses, medical expenses and whatnot." "Ah, you know medical arts?" Mu Shiryu gave Chen Mo a rather unexpected look. "You don't believe me? I can help you heal right now. Look at you. You've been working for years. Your body bones are a bit not so good anymore. Do you often get sore shoulders and neck?" When these words came out, Mu Shiryu immediately nodded her head and said, "Indeed, that's right then. If you don't believe that I can heal, I'll help you with massage therapy right now, and soon you'll feel comfortable with your neck." Chen Mo's words came out as if he was trying to trick a girl into intentionally making physical contact. Mu Shiryu looked at the empty room. With only the two of them alone in a room together, she couldn't help but her small face reddened slightly. But still, she didn't refuse and said in a voice like a mosquito, "Then please." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Then I am offended." As he spoke, Chen Mo's hands had gently landed on Mu Shiryu's shoulders. Originally, Mu Shiryu thought that a boy's kneading motion would be heavier, but after really feeling Chen Mo's force, she realized that Chen Mo's technique was very gentle, and it was even particularly comfortable when pressed on the sore spots of her shoulders and neck. However, this was just Chen Mo's regular massage technique. In the past when he was at home he often gave his mother and father massages, so he practiced this hand and was naturally skilled. If it wasn't for the fact that all of his parents had gone out fishing with the boat and couldn't be contacted for a while, Chen Mo would have long ago received them to Magic City to enjoy their happiness after awakening his abilities. According to the explanation given by his parents after the last phone call, There was still at least a month left for them to go home, out on the fishing boat. Naturally, it was impossible to say that they would come back immediately. Chen Mo was unable to contact them for the time being, and could only wait for them to come back and call to notify him, before he could talk about what he was doing right now. Chen Mo used to give his parents a massage, but it made them feel a lot looser. Just that this hand only treats the symptoms but not the root cause, and just presses a meaning, slightly letting people loose. After slightly pressing for a while, making Mu Shiryu mistakenly think that he was really pushing and taking, Chen Mo then suddenly launched his skills. As the healing light and sacred purification skills were launched together, Mu Shiryu could only feel a stream of warmth coming from Chen Mo's hands on her shoulders, entering her body and flowing through her entire body. In the next instant, she felt that her entire body suddenly became incomparably relaxed, and all the uncomfortable feelings unexpectedly disappeared without a trace in an instant. How about it? Loosened up a bit yet? Chen Mo asked with a smile. Mu Shiryu looked at Chen Mo with a surprised expression and said, more than just loosened up a bit. It simply feels like the entire person is brand new. How about it? Now that you believe in my medical skills, you can rest assured and ask Auntie to come over. With me treating her, I guarantee that her body will recover as well as yours. With the personal experience she just had, Mu Shiryu naturally wouldn't be skeptical anymore. It was just that she was very curious as to what kind of treatment Chen Mo was doing that was actually so magical. She pulled out her cell phone and dialed her mother over. Hey mom, are you feeling better now? Oh, I meant to say, if your body recovers a bit, you'll come directly to Magic City. I have a friend who is studying medicine and has a very high level of medical skills. He said that he can quickly cure you of this disease. No, not a big hospital. He is my friend. Is his own private help treatment? No very expensive charges. You rest assured. Not a liar. Right, you just buy a ticket to come over on the line to the Magic City directly after the call me. I go to pick you up. Okay, everything is fine on my side. Don't worry. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Mu Shiryu looked at Chen Mo and said gratefully, Chen Mo, thank you. My mom's body has always made me incredibly worried. If you can really cure her, I really don't know how to thank you. There is no need to say this between good friends. It seems too raw. Well, your mom's matter has settled. Now you can rest assured that you can rent a house, right? Well, but the houses here are so upscale. The rent should not be very cheap, right? It's okay, don't worry. The landlord is a very good sister. She gave us college students to open the house. Price is not very expensive. Just the general people she does not rent. She only rents to the people who look at the eye. She only rents to people who look at her favorably. She doesn't care much about how much the rent is. It doesn't matter even if she offers you a high price. I've recently helped a tycoon cure his illness and made a large sum of money, so I can help you pay for some of it. How can that be? How can I use your money? Mu Shiryu hastily shook her head and refused. What's not to like? You are a senior student of Magic City University. You will definitely have a great future in the future. I'll consider this as an investment first. In the future, when you get out of the society and have better earning power, won't you return it back to me in the same way? At that time, I can still charge you some more interest. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Mu Shiryu was fine with it. As the two of them spoke, Chen Mo suddenly had a system prompt ringing in his ears. System tip, due to your words and actions, 9th Order Demon Mu Shiryu's favorability towards you has increased. Currently her favorability towards you is 95 points, and that favorability has reached the adoration level. I didn't say anything either? How come Xiaoyu's favorability towards me jumped to 95 points all of a sudden? The system just increased Mu Shiryu's favorability towards me by a few points? Just now Mu Shiryu's favorability towards you has increased by 5 points. Originally Mu Shiryu's favorability towards you was 90 points, which belongs to the favorite level. System prompt, detecting that the host was actually able to raise the favorability of the negative energy bursting 9th rank demon from favorite to adoration. The host's amazing charisma is truly the best in the world. The host is hereby rewarded with 10,000 survival points, an S-ranked gift package, and 10 points of charm. Good lord, this 9th rank demon is worthy of being a walking reward bank. This is just raising favorability to 95 points, and it's already giving 10,000 survival points and an S-ranked gift package. This is already a reward comparable to killing a strong 9th rank enemy. It seems that in the system's judgment, the difficulty of obtaining the affection of a 9th rank demon is no less difficult than killing a 9th rank strong enemy across the ranks. Chen Mo looked at the rewards given by the system and only felt that Mu Shiryu was truly a great treasure. However, what surprised him a little was that Mu Shiryu's favorability towards him originally was already as high as 90 points of love, but he didn't see it at all. When did Little Moon fall in love with me? I don't seem to have much contact with her. Just after the last time we worked together, we didn't contact each other anymore. and I only ran into her once again at Sister Suya's tea house. Chun Mo hadn't really figured out how he made Mushiryu like him. However, although the system's detection had a disclaimer saying that it wasn't completely accurate, it shouldn't have detected it indiscriminately. Chun Mo didn't think any more about it, but instead looked at Mushiryu and said, "Let me first take you to a few empty houses in the neighborhood to look around, so you can see which one you like first." As soon as Chun Mo finished saying this, Mushiryu asked, "Do you have any empty houses nearby?" "I don't have any empty ones near this house, but there is an empty one building away." "Then choose this one. It's also a bit more reassuring to have acquaintances living nearby," Mushiryu said with a smile. "Okay, anyway, Sister Yu's side of the house decoration is basically not bad, so let's choose that one, and ask Sister Yu about the rent in a while." After the two of them rested and chatted for a while, Zhao Yu's phone call urging for dinner came over. Chun Mo immediately brought Mushiryu to Zhao Yu's home. As soon as they opened the door, a pungent aroma of dishes wafted over. "Wow, it smells so good. Sister Yu's craftsmanship is still this good." Chun Mo was immediately happy, running over, ready to steal a piece of meat first. Eating Zhao Yu's cooking was a much more appetizing experience for Chun Mo than eating those so-called expensive mountain delicacies, but before he could steal food, he was slapped off by Zhao Yu. "Brat, have you washed your hands yet and you're stealing food?" Chun Mo immediately obediently ran to wash his hands. At this time Mushiryu walked in with a formal face. "I'm sorry. Hello Sister Yu. I'm Chun Mo's friend Mushiryu. Just call me Xiao Yu. I'm really disturbed." "Where are the words? If you are Mo's friend, you are all family. No need to be formal when you are here with me. There are never any rules in our house. Come, no need to be polite. Go wash your hands and sit down to eat." Zhao Yu smiled as she welcomed Mushiryu into her home. As the four of them took their seats and began to eat, Lu Qinlan's gaze fell constantly sweeping over Mushiryu. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, asked about the relationship between the two as an aside. After learning that the two had originally known each other as workmates, Zhao Yu also understood why Chun Mo had taken such good care of Mushiryu. After all, the former Chun Mo had also experienced how difficult it was for this kind of work-study child to work as a temporary laborer everywhere. After tasting Zhao Yu's handiwork, Mushiryu immediately sighed. "Sister Yu's dishes are really delicious." Zhao Yu smiled after giving Mushiryu a few more dishes and said, "When you come to Sister's home, it's just like your own home, so eat as much as you feel is delicious." During dinner, Chun Mo also asked about the rent. Zhao Yu was naturally very generous and gave a super low price. Such a good house, rented out to a person, only $300 a month, which was almost as good as living for free. This led to Mushiryu being grateful for a while. After eating dinner, Chun Mo looked at Zhao Yu and said, "Sister Yu, I'll go home first and still have to get some things done. You also digest first. After 2 hours, I'll come back to help you heal." During the day, Zhao Yu had said something about wanting Chun Mo to help her heal. Chun Mo naturally kept it in mind. He still had a daily quest strength training that he hadn't finished today, so he needed to go home and finish it first, and in the meantime, he could take the time to open the A rank, S rank, SSS rank, and daily gift packs that he had gotten earlier, and see what goodies he could find. Returning home, Chun Mo immediately started his strength training after fixing Little Yellow's dinner. Although his current attributes didn't necessitate much training to improve, it wouldn't hurt to move his muscles and bones to give himself a higher degree of control over his body. After spending a full hour, Chun Mo finally heard the system prompt. "System tip, it was detected that you have already performed an hour of strength training, and have exceeded your daily tasks, doubling this reward. You have gained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs." Finally having gotten all of his daily tasks done, Chun Mo immediately went to take a shower, and then directly didn't even bother to put on his clothes, and put on the S-ranked infinite combat suit that he had previously opened to his body with a single click. With the combat suit on his body, Chun Mo unexpectedly found that this seemingly gel coat-like combat suit did not have the kind of tight feeling that he had imagined at all. After putting it on, it was as if he had directly coated a layer of skin over his body. There was absolutely no feeling of wearing any clothing at all. This made it incomparably easy for him to move. At the same time, he also tried to unleash the combat suit's power-boosting effect. As he moved his mind, the combat suit immediately lit up with a faint bright light, and Chun Mo only felt that his muscles all over his body became even thicker under the driving force of the combat suit. As he arrived in front of the fist strength testing machine that he had previously purchased through the system, in the case of not using foreign energy, he just swung a punch with the current strength plus the increase of the combat suit, only to hear a very fast sound of breaking air. Chun Mo's fist speed is so fast that the naked eye is already difficult to capture. From Chun Mo's fist to hit the target, only feel a fist shadow flashed, then heard the target on the bang sound of a dull thud. Fortunately, it was something sold by the system. but it was still very resistant to punching. If this was a marketable fist strength test machine, I'm afraid that it would have been directly scrapped by Chenmo's punch. This fist strength testing machine, on the other hand, gave a good feedback of Chenmo's right fist strength. Previously, Chenmo, whose strength attribute was only 2 points, had a fist strength of 800 kilograms in his right fist. And now, with Chenmo with 4 points of strength, theoretically his fist power should be around 1600 kilograms. However, the speed of the punch would affect the impact force of the final punch when it hit the target. So Chenmo, whose agility had also increased by 2 points, would definitely not have a punch force of only 1600 kilograms this time, as his fist heavily bombarded the target, making a loud noise like a giant object colliding. The fist power testing machine immediately began to scroll up Chenmo's fist power. The final result of the fist power test stopped at 100 tons. 100 tons of fist power was equal to 100,000 kilograms. This was such a terrifying power. It was no longer something that a living creature could do. If Chenmo didn't have this combat suit, and he relied on his own strength to punch with this level of force, then with his current physical quality, I'm afraid that his entire arm would have to be shaken off by the reaction force. This force is simply comparable to the force of a high-speed car that does not step on the brakes and crashes over its speed. The impact surface of the car and the impact surface of Chenmo's fist is obviously different. Chenmo's fist is more focused point. By his 100 tons of fist force of the fist full force hit, even if the other party is wearing a steel helmet, will be smashed directly out of a hole along with the person's head together with a smashed burst. This was the terrifying increase of this combat suit. After Chenmo cancelled the increase effect of the combat suit, he swung his fist again and struck a blow, and this time the fist power was only 2,000 kilograms or 2 tons. Such power was still possible for creatures. For example, elephants, rhinoceroses, these terrifying power characters. But 100 tons of this kind of perverted power, even behemoths like elephants and rhinoceroses would have a hard time doing it. It could be seen how strong the S-Class Infinite Battlesuit really was. After wearing it, not only can it provide extremely strong defense, even the attacking ability also has a significant increase. 2 tons to 100 tons, which is a 50 times increase in power strength. After putting on the clothes and using the appearance change ball to change his appearance into his daily wear, Chenmo sat on the sofa and clicked on the system warehouse interface to check out today's harvest. He first clicked on the 4 daily gift packs that hadn't been opened yet. With the 4 daily gift packs opened, Chenmo obtained 3 living supplies, as well as a small scout plane. Silent small scouting machine. This scouting machine can fly silently in the outside world to help you scout your surroundings to see if they are safe, making it an extremely reliable companion in a post-apocalyptic survival environment. This thing seems to be somewhat useful. Chenmo glanced at the description of this silent small scout and was quite satisfied. At least it was better than the useless living supplies. Putting away the scouting machine, Chenmo immediately tapped on the Grade A gift pack again. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a Grade Points gift pack. What is this? Chenmo immediately checked the gift pack description. Grade A Points gift pack. Opening this gift pack has a chance of obtaining 1 to 500,000 survival points. Or you can directly obtain 100,000 survival points. You are free to choose. Good lord, there's this kind of points gift pack. If you look at the expected value, it seems like random is better. After all, 1 to 100,000 only accounts for 20% of the chance, but any opening of any of the other 80% of the chance is earned. Although the odds were calculated clearly in his mind, Chenmo still had to figure out this odds distribution issue, lest he be pitched. System: your chances of opening points for this gift pack. Will the more survival points you open, the lower the chances of opening it? System tip: that's right. Opening this gift pack, the chance of getting 400,000 to 500,000 survival points is 1%. The chance of getting 300,000 to 400,000 survival points is 4%. The chance of getting 200,000 to 300,000 survival points is 10%. The chance of getting 100,000 to 200,000 survival points is 20%. And the chance of getting less than 100,000 survival points is 65%. Good lord, there really is a pit. 65% chance of opening up to less than 100,000. That's only a 1/3 chance of possibly earning. Chenmo considered it for a while and thought it would be better not to gamble. A steady harvest of 100,000 survival points was already considered a good gain. There was no need to gamble on it, and if this were to go to 1 survival point, where would one go to cry? Directly open 100,000 survival points. Not randomized. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully opening 100,000 000 survival points from the A-rated points gift pack. The current host's survival points are 249,904 points. The A-grade gift pack opened 100,000 survival points, which was considered moderate. After all, according to the value of the gift pack, the SS grade gift pack system had clearly said that it was worth 100 million survival points. So the SS grade gift pack was estimated to be worth 10 million survival points. The S grade gift pack was estimated to be worth 1 million survival points, and the A grade gift pack was worth 100,000 survival points. It's still relatively reasonable. As long as you don't lose money, everything is fine. After opening the A grade gift pack, Chen Mo immediately took out the S grade gift pack. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the additional bloodline blood race. Oh, finally. I've drawn a bloodline. It seems like I've had good luck opening the pack this time. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. The blood clan is also considered to be a not bad kind of bloodline. Of course, the premise is to remove those messy weaknesses of the blood clan, and the system's output of the bloodline just happened to be thoughtful enough to help deal with these weaknesses. Attachment of the bloodline. System prompt: attachment complete. You have obtained the 4 bloodline abilities of Super Healing, Immortal Body, Super Night Vision, and Blood Cult. Super Healing: as long as you are not fatally wounded, you can heal at an extremely fast speed, but the healing speed depends on the quality and quantity of blood in your body. The lower the quality and quantity of blood, the slower the healing speed. Immortal Body: you have a nearly unlimited lifespan, and as long as your head isn't destroyed or cut off, any other fatal injuries you suffer won't result in death. However, this ability can't block the effects of some drizzling attacks, and at the same time, if you lose a serious amount of your blood, your lifespan will still go back to the normal level, but when your blood is restored to the normal value, your body will also return to normal. Super Night Vision: you can still see everything around you even in pitch black. Blood Cult: you possess extremely strong blood perception. You can track and sense the scent of any drop of blood within 100 miles. At the same time, if you drink blood, it will temporarily increase your combat power and recovery ability depending on the quality of the blood you drink. System note: due to your fusion of a new bloodline, your full attribute limit has been increased. Currently your full attribute limit has been increased to 10 points. Due to your fusion of the bloodline, you have additionally boosted your base ectoplasmic energy by 20 points. Finally, after a long time, Chen Mo managed to extract a bloodline again. Chen Mo was still relatively happy. The key was still the fact that all the bloodlines produced by the system had had their side effects removed, and that was what made it so powerful. Originally, it was impossible to rank the regular bloodlines of the lichens and bloods to S rank, but the system had removed all of their fatal side effects, so it was possible to rank them. The ones that were retained were quite powerful effects. However, one of the 4 major abilities of the Blood Clan was duplicated with the Werewolf's ability, which was equivalent to gaining 1 less ability or a bit of a pity. The last of the 4 major abilities of the blood race was a bit of a problem for Chen Mo. He needs to drink blood to be able to utilize the strength of this ability, but blood is usually very fishy, so normal humans definitely can't drink it. However, when it really came to the moment of crisis, he still had to drink it, and combat power enhancement was everything. With the bloodline fusion completed, Chen Mo only felt an indescribable youthful vigor all over his body. It was as if the aging of the body's cells had directly stopped. Is this the feeling of immortality? It's even clearer than the effect of me taking the resident skin pill. Chen Mo suddenly realized that he seemed to have eaten a bit too hastily before and wasted a resident skin pill. After fusing the blood race bloodline, it had perfectly balanced the effect of having an everlasting face and eternal youth. At this moment, Chen Mo checked his attributes. Host: Chen Mo. Age: 20, Immortality: Eternal Youthfulness. Bloodline: S-Class Werewolf, 20 points of foreign energy, plus S-Class Blood, 20 points of foreign energy. Superpower: SSS Grade Temporal Confinement plus S Grade Sentinel plus S Grade Gravity Manipulation. Skills: 6/6, Healing Light Grade A, Shadow Steps Grade A, Sacred Purification Grade S, Super Speed Recovery Grade S, Perfect Reproduction Grade SSS Passive, Mind Reading Secret Art Grade SSS. Basic Attributes: Physique 4/10 equals 30 points of Supernatural Energy. Strength 4 out of 10 equals 30 points of Supernatural Energy. Agility 4 out of 10 equals 30 points of Supernatural Energy. Mental Strength 5 out of 10 equals 50 points of Supernatural Energy. Host's current alien energy level, first level. Host's current elemental energy, 180 plus 180 plus 180 points, 540 points close to the third level. Survival points, 249,904 points. Sure enough, with the fusion of the bloodline, Chen Mo realized that the introduction of the suffix in the column of his age had changed to immortality and everlasting looks. Although it was originally said that an alien's constantly rising level of rank didn't really need to worry about longevity, it was still more painful to do so once and for all. However, this immortality is a prerequisite. That is, blood. Since it is called the blood race, then naturally everything has to do with blood. You can see that the 4 abilities of the blood race, in addition to night vision, the other 3 abilities all have a lot to do with blood. This S-Class gift pack is still more satisfactory to Chun Mo. After opening the S-Class gift pack and feeling the state of his body at this time, only then did Chen Mo look towards the SSS grade gift pack. He was thinking about whether or not to open it now. After all, keeping the SSS grade gift pack was something that could be utilized depending on the situation to designate the special reward extraction opportunity to redeem what he wanted. After considering his current battle power, Chen Mo decided that it was better to keep the SSS grade gift pack for now and then look at it later depending on the situation. After finishing organizing all of his earnings, Chen Mo opened the door with a refreshed look and headed towards Zhao Yu's home. At the same time, inside a certain unknown underground area of bird country, a blonde woman with a very hot body looked at the man beside her who was seriously checking a large amount of information in front of him and said, "Director, we have investigated clearly. Recently none of the personnel in the research institute has left. Not to mention that there are people who would have contacted the Chinese nation, so it's impossible for the special biological samples to be leaked. Moreover, we haven't detected any unknown meteorites descending into the territory of China recently, so there must be no possibility of a second meteorite carrying special biological samples landing in China to provide special biological samples to China. Is that so? Then it seems that Kiwis has been overly concerned. But in this case I am a bit curious. The case of the person called Lu Yuanzong that Kiwis sent over. This person is obviously already terminally ill when the world's technology can't be saved. How in the world did that young man bring him back? Our Eastern District's experiment No. 7 doesn't have this kind of healing ability. That was before. Recently, after adding a copy of the new Group B drug to Experiment No. 7, her healing ability has been drastically improved. In the morning she was given a rabbit that had just been shot down to go in, and although she seemed to have lost quite a bit of her physical strength, she managed to bring back to life the rabbit that had its head smashed to pieces. Impossible. Right. How did her ability improve so tremendously? Even dead things can be revived? That's not exactly true. We did a comparison. She couldn't save rabbits that died for more than 1 minute. Those that died within 1 minute, she was able to save. It's just that with her current stamina she fainted after saving up to 3 rabbits in a row. Interesting. It seems that the research of this Group B's new drug is kind of a bit seedy, the director said with satisfaction. Not exactly. The side effects of the new Group B drug are still relatively large. So many experimental subjects died from their heads exploding not long after taking it. Those who can adapt only occupy a very small number. The blonde beauty shook her head and said with a look of pity, Group B new drug was originally more difficult to handle. After all, it involves the aspect of supernatural ability. Continue to study and observe. Do not be anxious. The key is how effective the Group A new drug is now. If the Group A new drug is well researched, we can directly take it and peddle it to the rich and powerful around the world, making it convenient for us to gather a large amount of money as well as funding. The director took out an experimental report of the Group A new drug and flipped through it for a bit and asked, "Speaking of the Group A new drug," the blonde beauty hesitated for a moment and finally opened her mouth. The Group A new drug still has some side effects that have not been clarified, and the current strength of the drug has not yet reached its peak. Although it has already been able to solve the vast majority of illnesses, it is still unable to take full effect on all illnesses, and a certain side effect of this medicine. There is a big problem. We secretly found some seriously ill patients to test the medicine. As a result, one of the seriously ill patients after taking the medicine, suddenly all the veins of the body, eyes red, mad as if turned into a wild beast. See, people will bite. How could there be such a thing? How is that patient now? Can it be captured back? No, he was killed on the spot. Asshole, how can such an abnormal drug taker be directly shot dead? This is such an important research material. How did the people under the hand do things? The director said angrily. I've already criticized them, but at that time, that guy's frenzy was just too powerful, and the people around him subconsciously feared that they could only resort to striking down. What about the body? The corpse we brought back, and it was also studied, but I don't know if it was due to the reason that he was shot down. The cells in his entire body somehow decayed, and no useful information could be detected, so we can only look forward to the emergence of the next abnormal drug taker. The new drug of Group A is supposedly a good drug of healing grade. How could it trigger the human body to go crazy? What kind of problem is there in the middle? Can you have someone carefully study it? Already ordered them to grasp the research. As soon as there is news I will immediately inform. Very good. Right. No. 17 Group B new drug experiment after taking the drug has been very stable. Can be found that he awakened what supernatural ability? Not yet. I don't know if it's something he's deliberately concealing. Anyway, when asked, he only said he didn't know. Just as the two were talking, suddenly the red lights on the four corners of the office suddenly flashed, and an urgent alarm sounded immediately afterward. Warning, warning, Experiment 17 has been detected to have disappeared from the lab room for unknown reasons. Please conduct a search of the entire institute area immediately. Warning, warning, detection of Subject 17. What's going on? Subject 17, I just went to see him. He's still well in the lab room, the blonde said unexpectedly. The director heard her say so, immediately looked stable and smiled. Notify down. All people shall not easily open the door of the experiment room, and also order someone to bring a thermal imager device over. At this time, the experiment room of Experiment Body 17 had long been empty, and many researchers and administrators were gathered in front of the experiment room, waiting for the director's arrival. When did you realize he was missing? Before the director could speak, the blonde beside him immediately asked the person in charge of looking after this area. Miss Louise, just 3 minutes ago, I saw him, only to just scan the surveillance and realize that his room was empty, the person in charge said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Where could someone go in just 3 minutes? Some of the surrounding people were puzzled. You idiots, use your brains and think about it. This is a person who has taken the new Group B drug. Don't think with the logic of normal human behavior. The director snorted coldly and had the officers behind him push the thermal imaging instrument over. As the thermal imaging instrument shone towards the room, the crowd soon saw a special heat group resembling a human figure appear in the display screen of the thermal imaging instrument appearing in Experiment Room 17. Brat, mastering a stealth ability and you want to tease us? After the director knocked on the special glass of the experiment room, a tender little boy silhouette immediately reappeared inside the experiment room. At this moment, he was giggling, as if he was happy that he had tricked everyone. This stealth ability of Tommy's may be of significant use in the future. Pay more attention to tuning and observation, no? The director smiled and looked at Tommy before saying to the blonde beauty Louise beside him. Louise immediately nodded her head and said, understood. Alright, these are all trivial matters. The uncertainty of the Group B new drug is too great and requires too long a research cycle. Remember that the Group A new drug is our top priority. Yes, I will urge them to tighten the development of drug A. By the way, that mysterious kid from China, if you have the chance, go and investigate. With the information that Kiwi's sent back, it's too unbelievable that the disease of that person called Lu Yuanzong can be cured. Go and explore the means of that mysterious kid. Understood. I will ask Kiwi's to arrange for manpower. Well, in extraordinary times, nothing unusual can be spared. Chen Mo was still thinking of raising his reputation step by step to attract the attention of the mysterious biotechnology company, and then he could hoard special biochemical drugs from them for research. As a result, he didn't expect that people had already set their eyes on him first. At this moment, Zhao Yu's home. Zhao Yu had already cleaned the dishes with the help of Lu Qinlan and Mu Shiyu, and was leisurely watching the TV. Sister Yu, are you upstairs? Chen Mo came to Zhao Yu's house and saw that Lu Qinlan and Mu Shiyu were no longer downstairs, so it could be seen that they should have already gone back. Well, I'm watching TV in my room upstairs. Come up. Zhao Yu's soft, delicate and gentle voice came from upstairs. Although Chen Mo had been to Zhao Yu's home quite a few times, Chen Mo really hadn't entered Zhao Yu's room even once. Hearing Zhao Yu say this, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, but still walked upstairs. In his heart, he recalled the fear of being teased by Zhao Yu for 3 days, and wondered if she would dress too casually in her room. By the time Chen Mo arrived at Zhao Yu's bedroom on the 2nd floor, he only saw that Zhao Yu was currently wearing a tight black veil dress, sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at herself with a smile. Sister Yu, what are you doing frozen at the door? Come in. Zhao Yu's body slightly tilted back, exhaling her breath like an orchid and said, looking at the seductive posture of the other party's natural charming bones, Chen Mo directly felt a burst of inexplicable dryness in his body. He slowly entered the room, carefully keeping a distance from Zhao Yu, looking at him as if he was a little lamb entering the wolf's den. Zhao Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brat, what are you doing? My sister is not a big bad wolf. Why are you hiding so far from me? Afraid that I will eat you? The sky is still bright. To eat you I have to be dark. Not to give sister treatment, well, hurry over. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, it's not going to be dark soon. You lie down first and then I will go over. Sister can still suddenly attack you. Zhao Yu helplessly spoiled a smile, and then lay down on the bed with a seductive face and turned her head to Chen Mo. Start the treatment. Zhao Yu was not really seducing Chen Mo sometimes, but she was born with a charming body, and her every move had the ability to seduce people. Seeing Zhao Yu obediently lying down, she shouldn't molest herself anymore. Chen Mo then slowly came to her side. I don't blame my brother for being too careful, I only blame my sister for being too gripping. After coming to Zhao Yu's side, Chen Mo once again carefully checked Zhao Yu's physical condition. Zhao Yu basically did not have any major problems on her body, but she did have some minor problems, but that was something that every human would have. After all, she was active every day, and there were always changes in some of her joints. Generally speaking, as long as there is no further deepening of the damage, it will not affect the normal life, not even discomfort. But since it had come, let's heal it all together. Sister Yu, then I'm going to start. After Chen Mo finished speaking, his hands gently landed on Zhao Yu's back, and gently massaged on her back and shoulders, which in turn brought a sense of shoulder and back relief to Zhao Yu. Bastard, it's a bit of maneuver. Zhao Yu squinted her eyes in enjoyment, her thin lips slightly raised as she said with a smile, "This is just a warm-up. I'm going to send out my power next," Chen Mo said with a smile. After saying that, he began to activate his healing skills, preparing to treat Zhao Yu's discomfort caused by her impending physiological period. Just now, his massage only slightly alleviated the superficial discomfort caused by Zhao Yu's daily habits. Just at the moment Chen Mo activated his skill, a system prompt suddenly rang out. System prompt detected that the other party's current discomfort is partially caused by the normal physiological factors of being a female human creature. If that part of the treatment is to be carried out, it would be possible to bring about some physiological effects to the other party. Is it mandatory to carry out treatment on the relevant aspects? Hearing the system prompt, Chen Mo became somewhat curious. He asked the system in his mind, what aspects will be brought about? System tip: a woman's normal physiological activity occurs normally for the purpose of conception. If it is forcibly interfered with, it will likely result in the woman being unable to conceive an heir. So serious? Permanently? System tip: because the host's treatment is not a conventional treatment act, it is not a permanent effect, but a stage effect. Each stage will cause the other party's physiological behavior to stop for a month, which means that it will cause the other party to be unable to conceive an heir for a month. I'll go. There's such a good thing? Chen Mo immediately froze after hearing this. This was tantamount to saying that the other party could be exempted from physiological troubles for a month without any harm. This was an excellent treatment program. Moreover, after this hand treatment, if there was any need for in-depth communication with a certain target, there was no need to worry about some unexpected events. Are you sure there aren't any other bad effects? And that it won't adversely affect the body's normal physiological activities in the future? System prompt: please don't worry host, it won't. The neutralization of the special treatment is a very healthy active treatment. The only bad thing is that the woman will be unable to conceive an heir during the period when the effect is in effect. That's good. Although the system promised that there were no dangers or bad effects, the object of use at the moment was Zhao Yu. So Chen Mo did not dare to trespass. Even though he hadn't heard that Zhao Yu had a boyfriend or anything, let alone heard that she had a pregnancy plan recently, he still had to ask for the other party's opinion first. But it was kinda hard to ask this. It felt like he would get beaten up. Chen Mo said after organizing his words, "Sister Yu, what's wrong? It's just that there might be some things I need to ask about this healing process. Is sister suffering from some very difficult disease?" Hearing Chen Mo say this, Zhao Yu, who had just been squinting her eyes in enjoyment, couldn't help but turn her head towards him in shock. After all, Chen Mo was someone who could even cure an incurable disease like Lu Yuanzong, and this suddenly gave her a casual treatment and actually had something to ask. Zhao Yu was naturally scared. Chen Mo quickly comforted, "Don't worry, it's not a big problem. It's just a little question to ask. Don't hit me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu was interested. She looked at Chen Mo with a smile and said, "What kind of question?" "It's whether you have any plans to get pregnant in the next month?" Chen Mo organized his language for a bit, but in the end, he still didn't organize it, and directly hit the straight ball and asked, Hearing Chen Mo's question, Zhao Yu instantly her small white hand had already pinched Chen Mo's cheek. "Brat, what kind of question are you asking?" "Sister, I'm a yellow flower girl and I don't have a boyfriend. So how could I have a plan to get pregnant?" After saying that, she looked at Chen Mo with a derisive expression, and then teased with a smiling face, "You kid won't suddenly crave for your sister's body. If you beg me, my sister can reluctantly accept it." Chen Mo laughed bitterly. I just need it for the sake of treatment. I can let you not have physiological period-triggered troubles for the next month, but the price is that you won't be able to get pregnant in a month. So I have to ask you first. So it's like this, then is there any effect on the future? Zhao Yu was more concerned about the follow-up questions. "No, it will only affect 1 month at a time." "Then what's the point of hesitating? Hurry up and cure it. There's actually this kind of good thing. Then I'll take your rent as a monthly fee for this treatment business of yours in the future." Zhao Yu said happily. A woman would not feel good about her physiological period. hoping that it would be better if it didn't come, but afraid that it would not come all of a sudden. Now that Chen Mo had the means to avoid the troubles for a month, Zhao Yu was simply looking forward to it. Seeing that Zhao Yu had said so, Chen Mo did not say anything more and directly activated his skill to start the mandatory healing effect. Soon, Zhao Yu felt 2 streams of warmth pouring into her back from Chen Mo's hands behind her, and finally flowing through her entire body, causing her entire body to become incomparably comfortable in an instant. While treating Zhao Yu, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of Lin Xinru, not realizing that his healing ability also had benefits in this aspect, so in the future, he could do his work without any obstacles. While Chen Mo was treating Zhao Yu, he took the opportunity to inquire, "Sister Yu, what do you think would happen if the top forces in Magic City suddenly experienced a major internal chaos right now? Why do you suddenly have this thought?" Zhao Yu gave Chen Mo a strange look. In her impression, Chen Mo was not very fond of the so-called upper class. Just asking, if that's the case, would the yellow robe be capable of profiting from it? It's hard to say. The various forces influence various industries, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. If it's really a big mess, I'm afraid that it will be a shock to the entire Magic City economy. It's not something that a single force can easily profit from, Zhao Yu said seriously. Chen Mo thought carefully. There were still half a year left in the end of the world. There were only 2 most important things for him to do right now. The first one was to figure out the situation of the mysterious technology company. If he could master their biotechnology technology, then perhaps he could make all his friends and family mass-produced metamorphose into high-level aberrations. Don't look at them now as some kind of demon, corpse king, or weirdo. Chen Mo didn't want them to still be in this identity when the end times really came. He had the intention of upgrading everyone to proper altered beings instead of turning them into monsters. Now that this mysterious technology company that might exist couldn't be found anywhere, he needed to increase his fame to lure the other party to come to him. However, he couldn't show too much, otherwise he would scare them, and he was afraid that they would hide very deeply. The second thing, on the other hand, was that Chen Mo wanted to create a solid fortress that could provide a not-so-uncommon survival environment even under the end times. If he wanted to do these 2 things, then he would have to constantly raise his explicit status. Otherwise, how could one gather a large amount of resources to build a survival fortress? How to get that mysterious biotech company to take the initiative to contact him? In this way, he was prepared to participate in the melee of the various forces in Magic City, stirring up the storm to profit from it. I think if we can all make a bigger alliance, integrate together, and eat this piece of fat meat together, Chen Mo said after thinking for a while. Zhao Yu smiled and said, "It's rare that my MO has such an idea, but this alliance can't be made just by saying so. The top 10 forces in Magic City are all disobedient, so who will listen to who at that time is not necessarily difficult to deal with. This is a problem. We need a character who can hold everyone down to go out and set up a match. We need to think again." "Right. Sister Yu, don't blame me for talking too much. I heard Du Renyuan talk about the situation of your Yellow Robe Club today. The internal seems to be not too harmonious. This thing you still have to pay more attention to." Listening to Chen Mo's words of concern, Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes flowed. She gave him a serious look, moved her red lips, but in the end she didn't say anything. She just got up and smiled, patted Chen Mo's shoulder and said, "I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry about me. Just pay attention to yourself. Old Sun and the others are saying that they were driven back by you. I'm really not too used to being followed. Sorry for wasting your thoughts," Chen Mo said in embarrassment. Zhao Yu smiled and touched Chen Mo's cheeks. "Silly boy. What kind of thoughts are wasted on your sister? The main thing is that your own safety is the most important thing. I didn't tell you because I was afraid that you wouldn't feel comfortable knowing that someone was following behind you. Listening to them say that your kid seems to be very capable. Sister knows that you are a measured person and won't take risks at will. But are you sure that you really don't need someone to follow and protect you? Even if there are people from the military department secretly protecting you, it doesn't prevent you from having another bit of protection behind you." It could be seen that Zhao Yu was still very concerned about this cheap brother's safety. After all, she was the one who started the matter. So naturally, she did not want Chen Mo to be in danger because of it. Originally, she was prepared for defense, but it turned out that all the people under her hand were inexplicably discovered by Chen Mo and driven away, which she could not accept if Chen Mo was in danger. "It's fine. Sister Yu, I purposely told Old Sun and the others not to follow. I already have special arrangements in the dark. I'm not afraid of the Tang family making a move. I'm only afraid of the Tang family not making a move." Chen Mo smiled and grabbed Zhao Yu's hand that was gently caressing her cheek and said, "Just relax." "Well, that's good. About your recent ventures. Lately you need to learn the truth of the strange goods. You must not randomly strike out to save the lives of celebrities and nobles anymore. Otherwise it will make them feel that you are too cheap. You need to learn to build yourself up. Understood. I also have this intention recently. That's why Du Runyuan wanted to hold a banquet for me, which I directly refused. Grandpa Qinlan's thank you banquet shouldn't have any socializing attributes. That's why I agreed to it. It seems like you've analyzed everything clearly, but it's sister who's been overly concerned. Zhao Yu smiled and said, Sister Yu, you don't need to worry too much about my matters. Instead, if you have anything you need help with, feel free to tell me. I'll definitely do my best. Brat, when I initially met you, I didn't see you so capable of doing things. This is halfway to suddenly encountering what worldly masters made you realize the way? Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and did not say much. He got up and excused himself. Then I will leave first. Sister Yu, you rest early. Watching Chen Mo leave, Zhao Yu lazily stretched her body like a cat before she got up and came to the window. Only after seeing Chen Mo walk towards her home did she go downstairs, lock the door to her room, and then return upstairs to enter a secret apartment. In today's video council, she had mentioned to the uncles and uncles of the Yellow Robe Society the news that the Green Society was interested in cooperating. This caused the Yellow Robe Society's crowd to be somewhat surprised. Du Runyuan had disappeared for so long, and it was widely rumored that he was seriously ill, something that most of the upper echelons of Magic City knew. But today, he suddenly stood up, and suddenly had the intention to cooperate with the Yellow Robe Society? Soon the crowd was reminded of the person Zhao Yu had nominated the day before to be protected by the Yellow Cloak Society. Chen Mo's name was already resounding in the upper echelons of Magic City. Little Yu. Although many people were rumoring that Du Runyuan was seriously ill before, some were also rumoring that he was pretending to be sick and hiding. Even the Green Society's own gang didn't dare to act rashly, but today he suddenly started to come forward and do things. And also unprecedentedly, he actually took the initiative to talk about cooperation with us. Is that kid called Chen Mo playing a role in the middle of this? Yes, I reckon that Du Runyuan should really be sick. I did receive news yesterday that Du Zihang traveled to Lu Yuanzong's house, supposedly to ask Chen Mo to cure his father. But some people also say that he's taking advantage of this incident to put on a show. But no matter what, judging from Du Runyuan's reaction to his sudden appearance today, it's more than likely that he was really sick before and has now been cured by Chen Mo. Didn't old Sun come back to report today that Chen Mo was taken away by Du Zishi? It's difficult for him to follow him to the Du family's residential area even if his means are heavily on the side of the youth society, so he could only come back to report in advance. So I think this matter is already very clear. Listening to the content of the uncles and uncles conversation, Zhao Yu immediately smiled and said, That's right, Du Runyuan was indeed seriously ill previously, but after being saved by Chen Mo, he is now alive and well. So recently, the Qing Society will surely be shuffled partially due to some previous events. He was already good at centralizing power, and the Qing Society in the future will only become more condensed. He now has the intention to release a signal of friendship with us, wanting to reach a multifaceted cooperation with us. Do you all think that we should hang him first, or directly agree to cooperate with him? He's obviously trying to be close to Chen Mo by cooperating with us. There's nothing wrong with win-win cooperation. I think we can just agree to it. Don't care what his original purpose was, just cooperate for a long time. Everyone will gain something from each. Then naturally there will be more cooperation and better relations in the future. It won't matter what their original purpose was. Well, I agree with old Zhang. I don't have a problem with it either. Our current development is considered to have hit a bottleneck. Expanding a strong ally will only benefit us and do no harm. I also agree. As the group of uncles and uncles voted, Zhao Yu nodded and clapped his hands. Since the uncles and uncles all have no opinions, then let's proceed with the cooperation. Tomorrow, you guys can just release a signal to the Green Society. I won't be making an appearance. This time is interesting. The Green Society suddenly with us to cooperate. This is not to accelerate the feeling of our internal division. We can show that we are scrambling to pull the cooperation of the big head of the posture off, and then take advantage of this cooperation directly to create the illusion of the internal basically divided. By the time the Hong family as well as the Emperor's capital of the family planted in the Magic City of the forces will want to respectively pull together your forces. Now we can see clearly. The Imperial capital side in the end inserted a few hands in. It's also a good time to mix some people into the Hong family's circle of influence to see what the Tang family has been up to with the Bird Kingdom's company. Hearing Zhao Yu say this, the several uncles and uncles immediately praised her for her quick thinking. They had only thought that cooperating with the Green Society would strengthen the Yellow Robe Society, but it turned out that Zhao Yu's mind had taken this cooperation as an opportunity for the Yellow Robe Society to accelerate its split. If it wasn't for the people who deeply remembered what they were acting out, they definitely wouldn't be able to reverse their thoughts for a moment. The crowd cannot help but admire the old president gave birth to a good daughter. Actually have such a heart and calculating. In fact, Zhao Yu didn't particularly care about the Tang family or the Hong family. It was mainly the fact that the forces from the imperial capital were meddling in Magic City too much, and had already stirred up a great deal of instability amongst the various forces in Magic City. If they don't find their hands and feet in advance and pull them out, when they make all the preparations and start shuffling the cards in the original circle in Mordor, by then, the forces that are not deeply bound with the forces on the imperial capital side will definitely be greatly affected. Obviously, their yellow robes will not have anything to do with any of the family plutocrats over there in the imperial capital. When the time comes, they are bound to suffer a huge impact. This matter, however, had to be resolved urgently. The Tang family's actions against the Lu family always made Zhao Yu feel that the Tang family had a not-so-small connection with a certain family power over in the imperial capital. Zhao Yu had previously heard that there were 3 big families in the imperial capital that had deep cooperation with some big companies in the bird country. The Tang family also had deep cooperation with large companies in Birdland, so it wasn't strange that they would hook up at some point when there was an intermediary. Zhao Yu intentionally dragged the Tang family into this, but she also had the idea of finding out the clues that the imperial capital's forces had implicated the magic capital. Originally, the Tang family against the Lu family is bound to be the need for external help. But who had thought that the Lu family out of a 250 willow penis Lu Chongfeng? The Tang family do not need to rely on any external forces. Only by virtue of their own, will be the Lu family is full of holes. This Lu Chongfeng by the Tang family fool do not know the east and west and north and south. Also thought the Tang family really support him and the Lu family on the throne. He was called to the Tang family that obedient, and as a result, was signed I do not know how many with the pit of the contract. Now even if Lu Yuanzong got back on his feet, dealing with it is quite troublesome. Originally, with the help of the Tang family's attempts to appropriate the Lu family, as long as they created more trouble for the Tang family, they might use some of their relationships with the imperial capital's family forces to induce some of the magic capital's hidden hands to give themselves a little help and help them take down the Lu family. In this way, Zhao Yu would be able to easily discover the hidden threads. At that time, while pulling off the hidden threads, she would directly step in to save the Lu family. However, right now, the Tang family was swimming with ease, and wanting to see the dark line behind it through them was out of the question for the time being. One could only wait for Elder Lu to bring the Lu family back to life wonderfully and pull some time with the Tang family before seeing. Originally, if Lu Yuanzong really collapsed yesterday, then Zhao Yu's side of the Yellow Robe Society was afraid that they would have to step in early to help the Lu family stabilize the basic plate. But not only did Lu Yuanzong not fall, he was also pulled up. After he cleverly pulled together to Su's group's help, he already did not need the Yellow Robe Club's help to temporarily stabilize, making Zhao Yu's side can continue to hibernate and not move, which still made Zhao Yu feel more comfortable. At the same time, she also had to sigh. This time Chen Mo had made a great achievement. His rescue of Lu Yuanzong and Du Runyuan both played a key role in her layout. Saving up Lu Yuanzong allowed her to expose less means to go out without having to save the Lu family in advance. Rescuing Du Runyuan directly allowed her to accelerate the Yellow Robe Society's apparent split, drawing in more people with ulterior motives to absorb them. This was tantamount to accelerating the molding of her plan. Although I said that I don't need your help, this indirect behavior of yours is a great help to sister. Closing the conference video, Zhao Yu carried her coffee cup and came to the window, looking towards Chen Mo's residential area. Zhao Yu, who had only favored Chen Mo because he looked like her deceased brother, thought back carefully and realized that she had unconsciously and subconsciously treated Chen Mo as her own family. This family member was indeed not in vain. Although Zhao Yu was good to Chen Mo at the beginning, she did not have the slightest idea that he would reciprocate. She simply liked him and was good to him, but she had never thought that good karma breeds good fruits, and now the fruits had ushered in an unexpected bumper harvest. This was really beyond Zhao Yu's expectation. Despite this, Zhao Yu still looked at Chen Mo with the same mindset as before. After pulling down the curtains and taking a comfortable bath, Zhao Yu couldn't help but sigh and laugh. Mo's treatment is really something. I usually feel a little bit of blood flow, but today I can't feel it at all. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, recalling Chen Mo's massage scene on this side not long ago, Zhao Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's really strange. Recently I don't know how. The more I look at this kid, the more I am upset, and I always can't help but take down this kid's impulse. In fact, it's no wonder. After all, Chen Mo has already experienced several rounds of charisma value enhancement. Those who already had a good feeling about Chen Mo would only look at Chen Mo more and more smoothly, the more they want to get close to him, especially those of the opposite sex, and the more difficult it is to resist the enhancement of his charisma. This could only be blamed on the damn charm. Zhao Yu, although more to the identity of the sister, has been carrying Chen Mo, but the two are after all mature and without any blood relationship between young men and women, which between each other would have been very good to each other is very caring. This mutual attraction is still very big. Two people are just by their respective usually established identity forcibly bound. Do not dare really to other relationships in-depth thought. Back home. Today is also busy all day. Chen Mo, although still full of energy, there is no need to sleep, but developed the habit of sleep. He has nothing to do at night. He is still directly wash up and go to bed. Of course, he didn't forget to turn off the system's midnight reward harvest beep first. He even directly asked the system to permanently mute this time. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day that he was called up from his sleep by the system's daily mission broadcast. The Harmony Beast has descended upon this world, and by the blessing of the beast the three major powers may be renamed the Du Yuan Group, the Zhao Group, and the Hong Yun Group. Yesterday night, Chen Mo slept peacefully, but Mordor was not too peaceful last night. Early in the morning, angry roars came from within the Tang family. Tang San was furious as he looked at the report his men had sent back. Originally thought that delaying him for a day and letting him live for one more day was no big deal, but it turned out to be good, giving me such a big trouble. Tang San was regretting at this moment that he hadn't immediately sent out the foreign aid he had found to finish Chen Mo off yesterday. After Du Renyuan's bizarre retreat to the background, their Tang family and Hong family had been infiltrating the Qing society by all means. It was not easy for them to get a little bit of success, but Du Renyuan suddenly came to the front of the stage, making all of their efforts go to waste. How could he not be angry? Unlike other groups, Du Renyuan had already centralized power within his own group, and as long as he could stand up, he could easily sweep away all the troubles within the group with a thunderous force, and hold on to power. And that was the case last night. The first thing Du Renyuan did after he stood up was to carry out a major cleansing within the Green Society. In just one night, the Green Society has once again become Du Renyuan's Hall of Fame. This was the benefit of the prestige he had previously piled up from his extreme centralization of power. Previously, the Tang family actually didn't know if Du Renyuan was really dying or faking illness, so their encroachment on the Qing society was still relatively cautious and slow. However, after yesterday's incident where Chen Mo traveled to Du residence and immediately Du Renyuan stood up, it was 100% clear that Du Renyuan had fallen ill before. If Tang San had gotten rid of Chen Mo in advance, then Du Renyuan wouldn't have been able to get back on his feet, and then the Tang and Hong families would have been able to swallow at least a quarter of the Qing society's industry. Although Du Renyuan has 5 righteous children, but just because they are righteous children, plus their generation and the uncles and uncles of the youth society are too different. Once Du Renyuan collapsed, it would be very difficult for the 5 of them to control the power of speech in the Green Society. After all, Du Renyuan's power relied on his own prestige, and if he fell, his children would not have any prestige to hold down the scene. As long as he doesn't fall, even if he just retires to the background, he can easily suppress the scene with his residual prestige. Because Du Zihong, although they have no prestige, but as long as they act before adding a sentence, this is the father's account, this is the father's idea, this is the father's arrangement, this just a few words, will already be enough to raise the weight of every word they say in front of their uncles and uncles. After all, as long as Du Renyuan didn't die, if they said this to raise their heads, it would mean that their status was just a sounding board for Du Renyuan. Every word that followed was the meaning of Du Renyuan himself. Everyone naturally did not dare to disobey. Even if someone was skeptical, Du Zihong and the others could directly video call Du Renyuan on the spot to verify. Although it was said that Du Renyuan had retreated to the background and blocked the news because he was seriously ill and had a bad temperament. That is, he did not want to be known to be true or false, but video calls he still didn't need to hide. Even every time the video call, he is not even a little makeup to make the color better. Directly in the most real sick state to pick up the video call. What kind of person is Du Renyuan? The people of the youth society were clear as day. Such a human-like character would actually take the initiative to expose himself as weak to the point of being unable to do so? Anyone who was not a fool would suspect that Du Renyuan was putting on a show. After all, he had been playing this trick for a day or two. He had already played the act of pretending to be sick once before. This time is more direct. On the surface hiding, do not let anyone probe clearly whether he is sick of the truth. While video call, that is not even a little bit to cover up their own sick. This is what the purpose of everyone cannot see to understand. Therefore, the more sick he was, the less people believed that he was really sick. Relying on this hand of falsehood, Du Renyuan can easily continue to control the youth club behind the scenes. This is Du Renyuan's tactics, but it is limited to his own tactics. He only needs to fall down. The death news is clear. Then his deterrent power will be gone. Du Zihong's 5 siblings cannot inherit their father's prestige. So don't look at Du Renyuan's illness. Du Zihong and his siblings were able to continue to operate the youth society as the head of the organization. But in fact, ultimately, they still relied on the existence of Du Renyuan's symbol. As long as Du Renyuan himself died of illness, then the youth society is bound to be immediately leaderless. Then want to take advantage of the opportunity to get benefits from the youth society is also simple. But now, the original good plan, only waiting for the news of Du Ringyuan's death to spread out can harvest a large amount of revenue of some of the hard work of the arrangement. Was Chun Mo casually a shot to completely destroyed? Tang San naturally regretted it. At this moment, his heart to kill Chun Mo became even heavier. This kind of divine doctor who didn't use for himself, but only for his enemies, the level of threat was higher than imaginable. If he didn't get rid of it earlier, the consequences would be endless. Come on people, tell that group of people that they can start doing things, and do it to the extreme. Thinking of Chun Mo spoiling his family's plans, Tang San couldn't help but hate his teeth. The first time this guy saved Lu Yuanzhong's life, causing their Tang family's plan to annex the Lu family to be greatly hindered. The second time he saved Du Ringyuan's life, it directly led to the complete bankruptcy of his plan to get a piece of the Green Society. Moreover, he had also received news that the Green Society and the Yellow Robe Society suddenly had intentions to cooperate. This made him even more furious. If these two guys suddenly got together, what would happen in the future? Wouldn't they be in charge of 70% of the things in the Magic City underground world? He immediately ran over to his father Tang Tianhao and said, "Father, last night, the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society seem to have deeper contact. This thing is in trouble. Zhao Yu doesn't know where to get a little white boy. His ability is so big. After him, now the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society are all connected. With that boy's influence, Zhao Yu wants to take back control of the Yellow Robe Society. I'm afraid that it's just a matter of days. We need to hurry and take advantage of the current Yellow Robe Society to take advantage of this situation. We have to hurry up and take advantage of the Yellow Robe Society's internal instability right now to accelerate their split." Tang Tianhao, who was drinking a glass of milk, smiled and glanced at Tang San. "I've already ordered people to do it. The Green Society and Yellow Robe Society deepen contact. It's not a good thing for the Yellow Robe Society. This group of people had already been separated, fighting for their own interests, and now cooperating with the Green Society is such a big piece of fat meat. Who all want to eat? I heard that this group of people had already fought last night. I've heard that they were already fighting last night. Do you think they are combining to stabilize the Yellow Robe Society? I think this cooperation with the Green Society is an opportunity to accelerate their split. How long has Zhao Yu been decentralized? Those Yellow Robe Society members are so self-interested that they're willing to give her power back? If they want to eat the Green Society's meat, they have to be close to Zhao Yu. But if they are close to Zhao Yu, they can't let go of their power, so they won't be able to be close to her. And the result of these two contradictions will inevitably lead to even more chaos within the Yellow Robe Society. Let's join forces with the Imperial Capital side to add more fire to the arrangement. The Yellow Robe Society splitting up is already just around the corner." Hearing his father's analysis, Tang San couldn't help but brighten up and laugh. Originally can also look at it this way. Not ashamed to be a father, is farther than the child to see. Your kids still have to learn it. But I also did not expect. Du Runyuan actually stood up? I previously suspected that he was mostly really not able to do this time. Also thought that we can first swallow a part of the Qing Society. The result did not think to wait for the opportunity to split the Yellow Robe Society first. That kid called Chen Mo is a bit of something. Just 2 days, even out to save two seriously ill, but also are immediately can be alive to jump to the front of the stage of the state. This person is really, as you say, cannot be pulled together? Tang Tianhao looked at Tang San and asked. Absolutely. Although it's only a small matter to say that previously he came over with Lu Qinlan to ruin the date and stroke my face, but how is it also considered a grudge? Plus we're now attacking the Lu family in a big way. He has a great relationship with Lu Qinlan. We're only going to become mortal enemies. There's absolutely no chance of pulling it together. Isn't it just a woman? Although that Lu Qinlan's looks aren't bad. It's not like our Tang family doesn't have beautiful women. Tell Tang Xin to go ahead and make contact and take a look. Tang Tianhao was still thinking that being able to pull in Chun Mo would be the best outcome. After all, who could guarantee that they wouldn't get sick for the rest of their lives? It's hard. Although cousin Tang Xin is also considered extremely good, but she still can't be compared to Zhao Yu. That woman was born with a charming bone. A man can't move when he sees her. Wanting to fish away that boy from Lu Qinlan's side is quite easy, but wanting to fish away that boy from Zhao Yu's side, I can't think of any woman who can do it. I heard that Du Runyuan intentionally let Du Zishi get closer to that kid, but it seems that it didn't have any significant effect, and the beauty of Du Zishi's caliber couldn't sway him. I think but any man who has gotten close to Zhao Yu, looking at other women, even if they can move him temporarily, I'm only afraid that it will be hard to sway him. Tang San felt that things could not be done. Since that's the case, then do as you say. It's just that it's really a pity to have such a talent. Tang Tianhao sighed and shook his head. A supreme talent that can't be obtained is a supreme scourge. I've already ordered people to take action. I think there will be results in a matter of days. Killing intent filled Tang San's eyes. You shouldn't underestimate his influence nowadays. The Yellow Robe Society, the Youth Society, and the Ministry of the Army. Triple group protection. Wanting to make a move on him isn't so simple. Tang Tianhao reminded. Understood. That's why I've added a set of insurance. I've already found a terminally ill person and gave him a settlement. An ordinary person posting a suicide attack. I don't believe that there's any defense force that can save him without posting him. Tang San sneered. I still trust you to do your job. It's just that afterward, we have to do a good job of aftermath. After all, after pissing off this group of people, the anger that we have to endure is afraid that it's not small. Tang Tianhao took a sip of milk and said, the imperial capital side has already let us rest assured out. They will speed up the arrangement on this side. Plus you said the yellow robe will now has long been divided. In fact, there is nothing to be afraid of. The military department is the country's. It's not exclusive to certain people. Even if we piss off certain existences inside, it's not so much that we can take us. Tang San analyzed. Well, slightly still need to make some preparations, but you don't need to care about these things, for father will deal with it himself. On the other side, Du family. Du Zihang somewhat with surprise reported to his father, Father, we seem to have done a bad thing with good intentions, because the cooperation deal we proposed caused the Yellow Robe Society gang to want to take the big lead themselves. Last night there was a long quarrel, and in the end, it seems to have broken up unhappily. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid that the Yellow Robe Society's interior is going to be cracked open. Looking at the report Du Zihang had sent back, Du Runyuan mused for a moment. Although Zhao Yu has decentralized, it's not possible that she doesn't have any heritage at all. How can I say that the Yellow Robe Society started out with loyalty and righteousness? Try contacting to see which of them are closer to the Zhao family and let them regulate. Our cooperation channels can also be developed evenly. Understood. My son will go and do it now. As Du Zihang left, Du Runyuan could not help but ponder. Combined with the recent changes in the various groups in Mordor, he always felt that the clouds over Mordor were a bit disorganized. Inside the Magic City University, with the appearance of Chu Mangyao who had gone crazy all night before finally returning to her dorm room, the two girls who had already been apprehensive about not being able to sleep all night immediately pulled her in to anxiously talk about what they had encountered yesterday at noon. What? How could Mushiri know a boy who can cross paths with Du Zishi? You guys wouldn't have recognized the wrong person. How can it be? Du Zishi looks so recognizable. It's impossible for us to recognize the wrong person. If you don't believe me, you can go and adjust the surveillance of the school entrance later. It's really not wrong. That's right. And that boy looks like his status is not ordinary. Du Zishi is very respectful to him. Once the two girls said this, Chu Mengyao suddenly had a possibility flash through her mind. She hurriedly asked, what is that boy's name, do you guys know? The two girls immediately recalled and immediately said, it seems to be called Chen Mo. Once this name came out, Chu Mengyao immediately believed what the two said. After all, their Chu family was also mixed in the upper echelons of the Magic City. So how could they not know about the matter of Chen Mo saving Lu Yuanzong and later healing Elder Wei? They had even heard that Du Zihang had gone to beg him. Then yesterday, Du Zishi thought that it was for the same thing. She immediately took out her phone and searched, and sure enough, she quickly found a message that the chairman of Du Yuan Group, Du Runyuan, who hadn't shown up for many days and was rumored to have been seriously ill in bed, had miraculously recovered yesterday, and was back on the stage again. Now Chu Mengyao was completely convinced. At this time, the two girls around her again grasped the words that Chen Mo had said that he wanted to liquidate. This made Chu Mengyao's brain suddenly buzzed and exploded. Really damn, where in the world did this Mushiri get the ability to hook up with such a character? Seeing Chu Mengyao's shocked look, the two girls beside her that were even more scared, they hurriedly cried, Mengyao, what do you think we should do now? We were so mean to Xiaoyu before. If it's all settled, we'll be finished. What should we do? Cold mix, don't cry. People haven't done anything yet. You're afraid of yourself first. Wait for me to find a Hong to discuss and see how to deal with it. The Ahong in Chu Mengyao's mouth was Kong Hong. That is to say the Kong Xiao that the two girls had talked about before. Things changed to this extent. Is Chu Mengyao never expected? This thought is just a poor family, no power, no status, no one network can bully the countryside girl. The result did not think. Actually give her to not on such a difficult guy. At this time, Chu Mengyao's own heart was also scared. However, at the moment, he was still unclear about the relationship between Mu Shiryu and Chen Mo, so he didn't know to what extent Chen Mo would retaliate for Mu Shiryu, and she felt that there might still be room for maneuver in the middle. The big deal was to compensate Mu Shiryu with some money. This girl's family was so poor that she went out to work temporary jobs every day. As long as she was willing to give her money, she should be able to gain her understanding. Any problem that money could solve was not a big problem for Chu Mengyao. Soon Kong Xiao's phone was connected. He had just gone home and was ready to wash up and go to sleep when he received a call from his girlfriend, and immediately said with a smile, "What's wrong, baby? Didn't I feed you enough last night? How come you only separated for a while and called me again?" "Ah Hong. Something happened. I accidentally offended a person who can't afford to be offended, and now I don't know what to do," Chu Mengyao said with a crying voice. Having just finished saying that the two women around her loved to cry, she came to the drama on her own. Hearing Chu Mengyao say such words, Kam Hong also had a shocked look on his face. What was Chu Mengyao's status? The Miss of Chu's group, which was in the top 20 of the top 100 groups in Magic City. And there was someone she couldn't even offend? Wouldn't that be only the top few ones? He quickly asked. How could that be? Which of those people up there do you not recognize? How could you have offended them? How in the world? Tell me properly. Soon Chu Mengyao talked about what happened before. Of course the bridge in which she bullied Mu Shuriwei had already been added to buy her, as Mu Shuriwei was not right. After hearing what Chu Mengyao said, Kam Hong pondered for a while and said, although this Chun Mo saved Du Renyuan's life and has a debt of favor to the Du family, but a favor is just a favor. The Du family isn't going to be crazy enough to directly go out of their way to exterminate your entire Chu family for him. Although your Chu family is not as good as their Du family, to defeat you is definitely not something that can be done easily. And the Du family themselves are only afraid that they will have to bear no small losses. That's true, but after all, he saved Du Renyuan. This favor can be too big. It's still possible to talk the Du family into returning this favor at all costs. I'm really scared, Chu Mengyao cried and said. Since it's like this, then we can only go and ask for a favor. According to what you said, that girl's family doesn't have much money either. Compensate for some money. Don't worry, I still have a few million change on my side. If you don't have enough money on your side, I'll help you make up for it. Find a time to make an appointment with the one you mentioned. Mu Shuriyu, let's give her an attitude and not be done with it. Anyway, Chen Mo only wants to deal with us because of her. We just need to appease her. Then Chen Mo will not have a reason to go out. If we can't handle Chen Mo, we can't handle a country girl like Mu Shuriyu. If we still can't handle the words, then we'll use our actions to make this Chen Mo disappear first, Kang Hong immediately said with some analysis. Hearing his words, Chu Mengyao immediately felt much better. Hanging up the phone, looking at Mu Shiryu's bed empty, she immediately asked, where did Mu Shiryu go? Listening to that handsome guy called Chen Mo who said that he was going to rent a house for her outside, it's estimated that she's directly already moved into a house outside. After all, the things she had within the dormitory were basically brought with her. The quilts and everything were water. It was useless for her to take them back, and there was nothing she had to come back for. Find a way to contact her. Find an opportunity to apologize to her and give her some compensation. After Chu Mengyao finished speaking, the two girls immediately said, we have her phone number. Yesterday at noon they followed Mu Shiryu to her part-time job place and helped her along with her work. And they also gained a little bit of Mu Shiryu's goodwill by the way, and took the opportunity to ask for Mu Shiryu's phone number. Mu Shiryu was actually a girl who didn't hold grudges, and after the two girls showed a clear intention to repent, Mu Shiryu didn't hold a grudge against them anymore. After obtaining Mu Shiryu's phone number, Chu Mengyao immediately called over. At this time in the morning, although there were no classes, Mu Shiryu still woke up very early, went out and bought some vegetables, and just went home to cook a small porridge, thinking that when Chen Mo got up, she could invite him to come over to the house to drink porridge and eat breakfast. Suddenly she received a call from a stranger, and she picked it up out of curiosity. Hello, Xiao Yu? Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Mu Shiryu curiously asked, you are? I'm Mengyao Xiao Yu. It's all because I was unintelligent before. That's why I treated you that way. I want to find a chance to apologize to you. Can you give me a chance like that? Hearing Chu Mengyao's words, Mu Shiryu's mind immediately flashed through Chu Mengyao's previous behavior. She didn't understand what Chu Mengyao's intention was when she made this phone call. It sounded more like a mockery. She directly hung up the phone. This time is to Chu Mengyao whole will not. It's over. She hung up on me. Chu Mengyao's heart was panicked at this time. But where Chen Mo's group was slightly weaker, she wasn't so flustered. Even if the group that he had tied up with wasn't weak, as long as it wasn't the kind of group that had a single word, not because of one person's words, the whole group would all listen to the orders. And she wasn't afraid of charging regardless of the situation. After all, there is no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. Many groups within the group will be because of the issue of interests. Opinions are varied. Therefore, to do everything possible to destroy the Chu family, which is not a weak group, basically there will not be any large group that will do so without hesitation. But Du Renyuan is different. This guy is purely a representative of the Hall of One Voice. The entire Du Yuan group up and down who would not dare to disobey him, who he said to do. that even if he poured out the strength of the entire group, he would also take out that group. This was the reason why Chu Mengyao was really scared. Chen Mo, the one who saved this, could be too fierce. She had to be afraid. Seeing that apologizing was hopeless, she immediately said to the two girls beside her, "You said that you guys helped her yesterday. She didn't kick you out and gave you her cell phone number. So it seems that she doesn't hate you guys too much. You find an opportunity to help me ask her out today. I'll apologize to her face to face." Chu Mengyao is now ironclad, asking for forgiveness, or else the whole family might follow her to the end. She is scared, but scared as she was, she still had a more ruthless plan in her mind. If Mu Shiryu always refused to forgive, then she could only think of a way to make that surname Chen just disappear, as Kong Hong said. His threat was only because he was holding a huge favor that Du Runyuan had to pay back. If he was gone, then Du Runyuan's favor wouldn't have to be paid back, and then the source of her fear would be gone. Chen Mo can't think of himself to save a Du Runyuan, but the Iron 2 to kill his heart. At this time, he had just gotten up, and after washing up, he was checking his daily rewards. Tapping on the system interface, the first thing Chen Mo saw was the daily task settlement report from last night's 0 hour. System tip: as you have successfully completed all of today's daily tasks, the completion of daily tasks has reached 100%. You can receive an additional 10,000 points of survival points rewards, and you can receive one special reward drawing opportunity. System alert: it has been detected that you have completed all of today's daily tasks to 100%. You can obtain an additional 10,000 points of survival points, and you can obtain an additional special reward extraction opportunity. System tip: detected that you have been 3 consecutive days have been over-completed daily tasks. Today's daily tasks you will be able to raise the difficulty of the task on your own. The current number of tasks that can be raised the difficulty of the number of 1. Chen Mo glanced at the midnight system prompt before immediately looking at today's daily tasks again. System prompt, 8 a.m., daily mission released. Daily mission, 2-star difficulty mission, being a man of blood. It's not a good idea to hide every day. Find a unit with a realm higher than your own by 1 rank, and kill it. Can also be accomplished by repelling. When repelling, it will be considered as a 1-star difficulty mission. Daily task, 2, 1-star difficulty task, a man style. Even if it is the end of the world, you have to find a member of the opposite sex. Species is not limited, to enjoy the primitive pleasure. If you really can't find one, you can also release it in the open environment, and the reward will be regarded as a normal task reward. Daily tasks, 3, you can't go out every day without a means of transportation. So go out and find a means of transportation, which needs to be able to reach a speed of at least 100 kilometers per hour. If you are able to complete all the daily tasks, you will be able to obtain additional rewards. Against all odds, after reading today's daily tasks, Chen Mo could no longer find any other words other than using the word counter heaven, especially the second daily task. Could the system be any more heaven-defying? Unlimited species? If you really receive this task in the end times, and you still can't find the opposite sex, and you can't accept the condition of unlimited species, won't you have to release yourself in an open environment? Motherlander's mooning sky rushes right. Chen Mo was deeply speechless to the system's daily task. This 1-star difficulty task was actually mainly difficult to find a female companion in the post-apocalyptic world, but after all, it also gave himself the opportunity to complete it solo. The system is actually quite conscientious. It's just that this opportunity to complete it is really a bit of a dud, due to the second task being too counterintuitive. Chen Mo didn't dare to strengthen the difficulty of this task. God knows what it would strengthen. Waiting to become to carry out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8p can be pitiful. Chen Mo looked at the first and third missions and decided to enhance the difficulty of the first mission. Estimating the difficulty of raising the difficulty by 1 star was to kill an enemy that was 2 orders higher than himself. And with the current system's brainwave of miscalculating the time, he could casually kill a rat that was several orders higher than his rank, making it a low difficulty to complete. So Chen Mo chose to boost daily task 1. System, I'm going to apply today's mission difficulty elevation privilege to daily mission. System tip, the current mission difficulty is already 2-star difficulty. If you continue to raise the difficulty, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to complete. Please consider the host clearly. No need to think about it. Just raise it directly. If you can raise it to 5 stars for me. System prompt, currently the host only has the authority to increase the difficulty by 1 star. If the host is able to continue to overcomplete all the tasks today, it will open up multi-day betting privileges for the host for daily tasks. Betting privilege? What kind of new feature is this? System tip, after opening the daily task multi-day betting permission, the host will be able to make multi-day bets in advance before the second day's task is released. For example, the host can bet on the subsequent 7 days daily tasks, when 3 daily tasks with full star difficulty will be released directly on the next day. If the host completes all of them, the host will be deemed to have completed all 3 full star difficulty daily tasks for 7 consecutive days. If the host is unable to complete any of them, all the rewards for that day's quests will not be issued, and the host's daily quests for the next 6 days will not be released again, nor will there be any relevant rewards. Oh, interesting. That is to say, if I gamble that I can complete all of tomorrow's quests, and I fail to complete one of them at the end, I will have lost 7 days of daily quest earnings. If I can complete all of them, I only need to complete 1 day of tomorrow's daily tasks and I'll have gained 7 days worth of daily tasks, including tomorrow. This permission is good. Once and for all. Can the system only be on for 7 days? Can I bet on a longer period? System tip: the previous introduction was just an analogy for the host. If the host wants to open the betting contract for more days, they need to overcomplete the daily tasks as much as possible. At that time, they will keep opening the betting contract for more days for the host. The first time the betting contract is opened, the maximum betting time is only for 3 days, not 7 days. Good guy. It turns out that it's not even 7 days. Really stingy. But 3 days is not bad. At least do 1 day of white whoring for 2 days of earnings. Earn it. After inquiring clearly about the issue of betting privileges, Shenmo then proceeded to confirm the difficulty of raising task 1. System tip: the difficulty of daily task, I, has been raised. And the current difficulty is a 3-star difficulty task, so please pay attention to revisit it. Daily mission, I, 3-star difficulty mission, being a bloodthirsty man. It's not a good idea to hide every day. Find a unit whose realm is higher than your own by 2 orders and kill it. It can also be accomplished by way of repelling, and when repelling, it will be considered as a 1-star difficulty mission. Sure enough, it turned out to be 2 ranks above me. Seeing that it was the same as what he had guessed, Shenmo did not care about the daily quests for the time being. These 3 daily quests were all relatively easy to complete. The first daily quest to kill a rat that was 2 orders above him could be easily accomplished by relying on the perspective glasses and finding a random high-level rat. The second daily task is also not difficult. Today was originally with Xiao Ru have an appointment, which shall not be a good night to fight. Coupled with yesterday also mastered the need for security measures can also be safe and secure secret skills. It is even more assured. The task requirements is to enjoy a pleasure. Then enjoy a few times more is not overfulfilled. The third daily task is even less difficult. 100 km/h. Doubling the 200 km/h. Basically a car can run to. Go out and casually buy a luxury car on the finish. Do run yuan but gave 100 million yuan check. But Shenmo thought about his capsule motorcycle and asked the system. System, my capsule motorcycle can be used to complete daily task 3? System tip: nothing produced by the system can be considered as material for submitting a mission, and it is not possible to count them. Seeing this answer from the system, Shenmo was also enlightened. He had casually asked, but he had basically expected this. Originally, the system daily routine to give so many living materials, sometimes have to go out to find what fruits and vegetables meals and so on. This if you take the daily gift package of things to make up the number. Is not the cycle up? Visible system on this point or have restrictions? After understanding today's mission clearly, Shenmo was ready to get up and eat. However, he swept his muted cell phone and saw that there was a message from Mu Shiryu, so he immediately tapped it to check it. Xiaoyu, Shenmo, have you gotten up to eat yet? I sent you a message when I saw that your phone couldn't be reached. I cooked some porridge and some breakfast. If you haven't eaten breakfast, come over and eat together. Seeing Mu Shiryu's message, Shenmo immediately smiled and called back. I'm sorry, I'm used to muting my cell phone when I sleep. I'll come over right away. Good. I did send you the message in advance. Now the things have just been cooked not a while ago. Come over soon. Shenmo smiled and hung up the phone. After getting some food for Xiao Huang, he went out and walked towards Mu Shiryu's house. As soon as he left the house, he saw Zhao Yu had also left the house at this time. It's little Yu who told you to go have breakfast, Zhao Yu said with a smile. Well, it seems like she also called you Sister Yu. Shenmo smiled. This girl is not bad. Just arrived and she can think of cooking breakfast for sister, Zhao Yu said cheerfully. As the two of them arrived at Mu Shiryu's house, the three of them were quite like a family of 3, sitting down together to eat a hot breakfast. Xiao Yu in the future you won't need to go out to work as a temp. Your craftsmanship is good. My sister has wrapped you up to make breakfast for my sister. If you're free at noon and in the evening, it's best if all 3 meals are given to you. And of course, I'll be free to do it together as well. How about it? Willing? Zhao Yu said with a smile. Hearing Zhao Yu taking such good care of herself, Mu Shiryu was still very grateful. Of course I'm willing. As long as Sister Yu is willing to eat. Good then. How about I settle the bill for you at $100 a day? Good. Just watch and pay. Mu Shiryu smiled happily. Being able to have a stable job, without having to find the next one after the last one, was much more reassuring. Moreover, Zhao Yu was nice, and Chen Mo lives nearby, so she thought that if she cooked her own meals, he would have the chance to come and eat often, and when she thought about this, Mu Shiryu felt that this job was quite good. She was naturally happy. After enjoying his breakfast, Chen Mo was just about to leave the house to go to school when he sensed that something wasn't right in the neighborhood. However, that feeling of hostility was still relatively far away from him. Chen Mo suspected that it was because there were Zhao Yu's dozen or so expert bodyguards guarding the vicinity of the famous garden neighborhood at all times, so those people didn't dare to get too close. In that case, these people could be unlikely to be people sent by a certain power to protect him. He had dissuaded the Yellow Robe Society's people. He had dissuaded the military department's people. And the only people that could still be sent to protect him would be the Green Society. However, when Du Runyuan proposed earlier, he had already clearly rejected it, so he thought that he shouldn't take it upon himself to send someone over. Ruling everything out, then there was no one else left, except for the Tang family, I guess. I'm still preparing to go out and find a high-ranked rat to kill, but it turns out that I ran into you big rats first. I'd like to see what kind of battle has been sent over to me. Chen Mo directly pretended that he hadn't sensed anything, and as usual, he went out and walked towards the school. However, in terms of route selection, he chose the same remote residential area alleyway that no one walked on as he did last time. As soon as he came this way, Chen Mo's perception became clearer. 5 people. There are quite a few of them. They are actually already approaching towards my side. This early in the morning in broad daylight and you want to take direct action? Can't even wait until night? Chen Mo immediately laughed, not caring about the 5 people he sensed, and continued to go deeper into the alleyways of the residential area. It wasn't that they couldn't wait for the night, but Chen Mo was either in some big shot sphere of influence or directly back to the famous garden neighborhood every night. No matter which place, it was protected by experts, and it wasn't easy for them to move Chen Mo. After investigating clearly that Chen Mo didn't have the habit of living outside at night, they had to adopt the strategy of striking as soon as they encountered an opportunity. These 5 people were not just messing around, they were all professionals. Before they came to deal with Chen Mo, although they had not been called by Tang-san to do something immediately yesterday, but they had already received a good order, they naturally stepped on all the surrounding areas in advance, to confirm the possible changes around them, and they also asked the Tang family for the general situation of the crowd's activities in the neighborhood. After being informed of the vast majority of the situation, it was only after being instructed to do something by the Tang family early this morning that they were able to get into position immediately and carry out their work. In fact, there was one place they were a little curious about after they began their actions. Why the Tang family said that Chen Mo probably had at least 3 defense forces around him. They had indeed found a not bad defense force when they were in the famous garden district at the beginning. But ever since Chen Mo left the famous garden neighborhood, there was no defense force around at all. This was extremely strange. Captain, what should we do? There is an old saying in the Chinese country that there must be a demon when things go wrong. This thing is more or less a bit strange. This person is obviously an extremely important person, but there is not a single defense force around him. This is a bit hard for me to figure out. Shouldn't there be some kind of a trap? Indeed, and there is obviously a normal main road he can take to go to Magic City University. Why is he deliberately drilling this kind of remote path? It doesn't make sense. How? Hearing in the headset, the 2 teammates said so. The white man who was addressed as the captain pondered for a while and said, "Then Lauren, you go over and make contact first to take a look." Just casually walk past him, in order to test whether there are really any hidden hand ambushes in the surroundings. Understood. As Chen Mo gradually went deeper into the alleyways of the residential area, he accidentally realized that those 5 people had obviously been following him, but suddenly 4 of them pressed on, only sending one of them to quickly approach him. How many meanings? Are you planning to finish me off with just one person, or are you planning to send one of them to test me first? Not quite sure what the other party was thinking. Chen Mo was currently wearing an S-rank infinite combat suit and an A-rank omnipotent shield around his neck. The passive defense power was simply strong. Even if someone came that sniper rifle to sneak attack, he didn't care. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. As Chen Mo walked along, he saw a dark-haired Latina-faced woman with a few good looks appear in front of him. This woman simply glanced at Chen Mo, and then pretended not to care as she walked over this way. It looked like a passerby who just happened to be everyone walking down an alleyway. Mordor was also considered an international metropolis, and it was very normal for any race to appear in Mordor, so Lauren's appearance wasn't anything to be suspicious of, provided that Chen Mo was an ordinary person. But it was obvious that Chen Mo wasn't an ordinary person. However, the other party wasn't too sure about Chen Mo's specifics. They only knew that he was a very powerful doctor, And the Tang family didn't give any useful information in other aspects. They just presumed that it was at the level of an ordinary person. So Lauren didn't care too much when she walked towards Chen Mo. The moment he saw Lauren, Chen Mo immediately scanned the markings on her head. 6th Order Elite Zombie. System prompt, warning, warning, a 6th Order Elite Zombie has been detected in the alley. The host has a huge level gap with the other party and the surroundings are relatively closed. Once a head-on collision occurs, the host's mortality rate will be as high as 99%. So please flee immediately. System, what the hell is an elite zombie? System tip, elite zombies have stronger bodies than regular zombies, belonging to zombies that have undergone special evolution. And the difficulty of killing them is higher than regular zombies. So that's how it is. Is there a higher reward than the regular 6th rank then? System prompt, after estimating the battle strength, it is possible to settle the host according to the reward for killing a 7th order monster. You're quite on board. Not bad. Having received the system's answer, Chen Mo did not care and pretended not to see Lauren as he continued to walk forward on his own. Just as the two were about to brush past each other, Lauren suddenly made an attack-like movement towards Chen Mo. Her right hand was like a finger sword stabbing straight out, with a sharp middle finger that seemed to be ready to pierce through Chen Mo's throat with a single strike. The speed was so fast, but anyone who was around to observe would think that she was about to strike. The system thought so as well, and the system warning was almost shouting. System alert, warning, warning, 6th Order Elite Zombies have come to your side and are attacking you. Please flee quickly, please flee quickly. But unfortunately there wasn't anyone lurking around, so no one was watching her performance. And Chen Mo was also a person with extremely sharp senses. He didn't feel any killing aura from this strike, so he knew that the other party was merely testing. Sure enough, it looked like Lauren struck extremely fast, but just before she was about to reach Chen Mo's throat, she suddenly changed her action directly into a shoulder tap, and then spoke in a mouthful of broken Chinese. Excuse me, I would like to ask you for directions. The navigation doesn't show up. I don't know if is convenient. As she spoke, her fingers were already tapping Morse code on the intercom, trying to get relevant information from the captain's side. She wanted to know if there were any strange movements appearing in the surroundings after her fake strike just now. Chen Mo laughed at the other party's broken pronunciation. Where do you want to go? Wait for me. A moment. I want to think for a moment how that place, party, should be pronounced. With that, Lauren then immediately faked fiddling with her phone to rummage through the names of places on her notepad. It was actually stalling for time. By now her captain had gotten the words of her Morse code query. You guys, have you noticed any unusual movements around you? This captain had already dispersed the rest of her men to the other 3 directions around in order to check if there was anything unusual around. After receiving the return from his 3 men that there really wasn't a single abnormality around, he immediately replied to Lauren. Lauren, if you have already struck out just now and it was enough to draw the attention of others, then I think that there really isn't any vigilance force present around, because from the time you struck out just now until now, nothing unusual has appeared around us. Really? Lauren typed the Morse code over again. Really? I can't sense a single abnormal situation at all. Although I also feel that this situation is very strange. A person who is so important. But whether it's the Yellow Robe Society or the Youth Society or the military ministry, none of the forces have sent anyone to protect him. This matter itself is indeed extremely strange. But the fact of the matter is that there isn't any strange movement in the surroundings, or that the posture you just made isn't enough for people to judge it as you having the intention to attack. Impossible. I was just a hair's breadth away from directly piercing his throat and directly killing him. If there were really someone around him secretly protecting him, it's impossible that he wouldn't be able to judge it, unless those secretly protecting him are too much of a mealworm. Lauren knocked back a long string of Morse code in excitement, finding the matter rather unbelievable. Although she had already had a chance to score just now, they were here to make money, not to die with someone. If Chen Mo had a strong defense force hiding in the shadows beside him, it would be impossible for her to run away if she dared to strike Chen Mo. So even though she had a chance to get her hands on him in that moment just now, she just continued to remain tentative. There's no need to be skeptical. Just make a move to kill him. We'll just call it a day after completing our mission. Seeing that the captain had said so, Lauren also let go of her doubts. 1 second she was flipping through the name of the non-existent place on her cell phone, and the next second, just as Chen Mo was looking towards her cell phone, seemingly distracted for a split second, her direct right hand suddenly stabbed straight towards Chen Mo. This time she was risking a full murderous intent. Chen Mo perceived it as clear as day. He immediately smiled and directly grabbed her right hand, and at the same time, he casually extended his right hand, and the ring blade on his right hand immediately popped out with a half-meter long blade. As the ring blade pierced into Lauren's right leg pants pocket, It directly broke the walkie-talkie within her pants pocket. At the same time, Chen Mo immediately took out the super signal shield from the system. The moment the super signal shield was turned on, the other Seagull team's walkie-talkies were immediately unable to communicate with each other. Chen Mo's complete set of actions. Lauren was dumbfounded. She had never thought that an ordinary person who looked so ordinary would actually have such heaven-defying skills. Just now, this guy was clearly broken all over his body, and he was still probing at his cell phone screen. There was absolutely not a single point of defense and defensive actions. They are in the sudden sneak attack. How in the world did he do in such a short time to react to? And also accurate and extremely fast speed of a grabbed his right hand. This lightning-like reaction speed and action speed is really shocked to the perennial in the mouth of the knife-licking blood Lauren. She couldn't imagine where a young man who was still in school had honed such a stance. What was even more surprising was that he had actually destroyed the walkie-talkie in his pants pocket with unparalleled accuracy, which meant that the other party had obviously already understood his identity and the fact that he had just been communicating. This guy turned out to have just been hiding his clumsiness all along. Having comprehended Chen Mo's amazing speed and keen insight, Lauren had wanted to draw back and flee in a hurry, only to realize that Chen Mo's left hand was actually as firm as a vice. After his own right hand was pinched by his left hand, there was no chance at all to get rid of it. However, this guy was also a ruthless character. Seeing that she couldn't defeat Chen Mo, she didn't even have the idea of continuing to attack Chen Mo. She touched her left hand behind her back and suddenly came up with an extremely sharp short knife, and was ready to chop down at her right wrist. Thanks to Chen Mo's quick reaction, just after activating the super signal shield, he immediately stretched out his right hand and pinched Lauren's left hand that was holding the knife, stopping her from trying to learn the gecko's idea of breaking her tail and escaping. Quite a beauty. Why are you so hard on yourself? The hand is a non-renewable part. If this knife goes down, your right hand will be gone in the future. Listening to Chen Mo's words, Lauren's originally crappy accent suddenly became incomparably fluent. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Chen Mo and said, "Since there's nothing to say when it comes to your hands, what do you want? Yo, how come you can suddenly speak fluently? What do you want?" "I don't want to do anything. I just want to get some information out of your mouth." Looking at Chen Mo's teasing expression, Lauren's mind was racing at this time, thinking of a strategy to escape. But after thinking about it, in the end, there was only one possibility for his Captain 4 to come to his rescue. But the premise is that this kid's surroundings really do not hide the power of covert protection. Otherwise she is today. But it is difficult to escape. And her Captain 4 people are only afraid that because of the discovery of the surrounding defense force and abandoned her to run away. Just in her mind thousands of thoughts drifted through. Suddenly felt a pain in her right hand. It turned out that her own right hand was being pinched by the other party's left hand flattened to a degree. The pain caused cold sweat to break out on her forehead immediately. Finally coming back to your senses. "I'm talking to you. You can't think about other things. What the hell are you? You're not a student at all. How could a student have such a stance? Are you a legendary Dragon Group agent secretly trained by China?" It was at this point in time. The other party still dared to ask himself a question in return. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. "Humph. A bit interesting. Still dares to ask me back. The Tang family didn't look for you people in vain. You seem to have some balls. Say, what are your origins? Kill or die as you please. Trying to set me up with information is impossible," Lauren said with a cold snort. "Is that so? Then let me try to see if it's impossible." Chen Mo's left hand once again exerted a fierce force, and Lauren's right hand, which was still in his grasp at this time, had already been pinched to the point where the bones were shattered. After Chen Mo's power had been raised to this level nowadays, coupled with the increase in his battlesuit, the force was so terrifying that even human bones could be easily pinched until they were crushed. Looking at her right hand being pinched to the point where the entirety of it changed shape, the bones in it were even pinched and crushed, the intense pain hurt Lauren straight away and she was sweating coldly. But she still froze and didn't want to say a word. Unfortunately, it was useless for her to refuse to say anything. Chen Mo had already unleashed the secret art of mind reading. He had given Lauren the pain just to make her focus her mind and not have the time to think about other things, so that when Chen Mo asked something, the corresponding answer would easily pop up in her mind. Otherwise, like just now, her thoughts were flying around and the mind-reading secret art was tired of reading them. Through the mind-reading secret technique, Chen Mo learned the origins of this group of people. "I can't believe there are a total of 20 people here. You 5 seem to be just an appetizer." Hearing Chen Mo ask himself a question, Lauren looked directly at Chen Mo with the expression of a ghost. "Say, what is the purpose of you guys running to Magic City from somewhere else?" Chen Mo asked while Lauren kept her mouth shut. But even if she kept her mouth shut, Chen Mo still asked himself, "Wow, the Tang family is really ruthless. They want to play dirty when they fail to achieve in a business battle?" Chen Mo utilized the secret art of mind reading to learn that this group of people came over to help the Tang family in order to secretly get rid of some tricky characters when the Tang family needed them. The reason why the Tang family didn't use the Hong family, who were the best in the Magic City, was because they themselves knew that some things were too dishonorable to do, so they were too embarrassed to use their own people, and could only find some people from the outside to help. Even if something happens, can quickly shirk the responsibility. After all, they are not looking for people, but they contacted the forces of the imperial capital side, by the forces of the imperial capital side of the intermediary to find. So even if something really happened, they can quickly clear the relationship. When the time came to follow the vine and find the melon, they couldn't be touched in any way. Don't look at the Tang family's gluttony, but before they got greedy, the Tang family knew how to preserve themselves, realizing that even if she didn't answer, the correct answer would immediately pop up if the other party asked a question. Lauren couldn't help but panic, because she could no longer figure out what was going on right now. Why was the other party as if she had mastered the art of mind reading? The look in her eyes towards Chen Mo had changed from doubt and caution at the beginning to fear now. This person was too abnormal. Do you guys know about the various plans laid out by the Tang family? As Chen Mo asked this question, the only answer he finally received was that Lauren's captain might know the relevant information. He immediately lost interest in Lauren. The information this woman knew was still rather limited. Since there was no more utilization value, Chen Mo was also too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. He directly moved his mind and used gravity manipulation to gravity reduce Lauren to rise into the air, then launched gravity boost again, causing Lauren to fall down towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. During this process, Lauren's expression finally changed from fear to shock. She could not imagine what situation she was experiencing. Before she could figure it out, she had already flown into mid-air, and at that moment, she only had time to yell out "run," and then she had already plummeted down rapidly. Chen Mo, who had already walked towards the front, did not look back. He only heard a dull bang behind the heavyweight landing loud noise. His ear system prompts have been followed by ringing up. System tip: the host has successfully killed a 6th order elite zombie with the strength of a 1st order. And since the monster's combat strength is comparable to that of a 7th order, the host's trip is equivalent to a single kill of a 7th order enemy. And the host's bravery is beyond imagination. The host is hereby rewarded with 5,000 survival points and an A-grade gift pack. This all comes with a grade A gift pack and 5,000 points? It seems true that as long as one crosses enough ranks, killing the 7th and 9th ranks is incredible to the system. Except that only the 9th rank has the chance to touch the S rank rewards. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully completed the daily mission, 3-star difficulty mission. Even crossing the 6th order to kill the enemy. Over completing the daily mission, this reward is doubled. You have gained 10,000 survival points and 2 3-star super daily gift packs. Listening to the system prompt ringing in his ears, Chen Mo also smelled a sweet smell of blood at the same time. He soon realized that something was wrong. Why did the blood smell become sweet to his own nose? Instantly he thought of his bloodline. System, didn't you say that fusing bloodlines has no side effects? Why would I feel that the blood flavor smells so sweet? System tip: feeling sweet to the taste is not a side effect. True blood clan will have a pathological thirst for blood. Once they haven't eaten blood for a long period of time, the subsequent smell of blood will inhibit the impulse to eat. The host's fused blood clan blood lineage already doesn't have this side effect. It will simply feel sweet to the taste of blood, and won't trigger an addiction and the urge to have to eat it. Hearing the system say this, Chen Mo had nothing to complain about. Indeed, although smelling blood smells sweet, but that's all, he is just equivalent to the feeling of smelling a pretty good food, and he doesn't have the urge to eat it or anything. In that case, it was rather a good thing, not a side effect. Originally, after he fused his bloodline, his 4th ability, Blood Cult, required him to eat blood to further enhance his combat power. If the blood tasted fishy, drinking it would definitely be burdensome. However, if the flavor of the blood changed from fishy to sweet, then drinking it could be much less burdensome. However, at this moment, Chen Mo didn't care about the matter of the fishy smell of blood. Instead, based on his senses, he began to head towards the direction of those 4 people. Those 4 people from the Seagull Squad. Although they had lost communication, they were all well-trained professionals. According to the previously established program of assembling in a set direction if an abnormal communication situation occurred, they had already begun to assemble in one direction. At this point it had become obvious to them that something was not right. Why did our walkie-talkies suddenly malfunction? There's something odd going on. To be able to make our military-grade performance walkie-talkies malfunction, this Chen Mo really has someone secretly protecting him by his side. We might have already been discovered. Where's Lauren? How come we haven't seen her? The teammates immediately looked around. Looks like something has happened to her. The white man who was the captain immediately realized that something was wrong. Retreat. Since they had already realized that something was wrong, this place definitely could not stay for long. However, just as they were about to leave, the short sword originally held by Lauren suddenly flew towards them with a swoosh out of nowhere and at a very high speed. What the hell? Before the four of them could react, they saw something flying past. As for that seagull squad leader, he only felt a terrifying strong wind coming towards him, and in the next instant, a strong and powerful palm cupped his jaw. As this palm violently exerted force, his lower jaw immediately shattered, and his entire mouth was broken in half as a result. It was already difficult to speak easily. At the same time, he only felt himself being lifted by a huge force towards the nearby alleyway. It was only at this time that he finally saw what kind of person had made the move. This familiar young man in front of him. Who else was there if not Chen Mo? He relied on his shadow steps to stealthily approach, and utilized his sentient ability to quickly kill the other three members of the Seagull Squad with his flying daggers. In the end, he captured this captain alive and directly pulled him into the nearby alleyway, in order to be able to properly interrogate this captain. Seeing that he was so easily handled by a young boy, this Seagull Squad's captain clearly felt a wave of incredulity. He immediately did the same as Lauren, reaching behind his back and fished out a sharp short sword identical to the one Lauren carried with her, and was about to slash down at Chen Mo in front of him. However, before he could raise the knife and launch it, he suddenly felt a pain in his left hand. When he turned his head, he saw that his left hand was actually crushed by the right hand of the white boy in front of him. Even the hilt of the knife held by the hand was pinched and severely deformed. At this moment, the Seagull Squad leader, whose jaw was shattered and unable to speak, couldn't even let out an agonizing cry other than gasping madly in pain. If you were a bit better behaved, you could still suffer less, but unfortunately you're not. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he had already reached out and crushed Captain Seagull's right hand once again. This time, all of Captain Seagull's hands were completely ruined by Chen Mo. Although it was Chen Mo's first time doing something like this today, he did not feel any fear or discomfort at all. This was due to the fact that he himself wasn't a big fan of these things. But the bigger reason why he was able to deal with his enemies with such a smooth mindset and ruthlessness with thunderous means was definitely due to the support of his high level of spiritual attributes. A person with a strong spirit would not be easily affected by all sorts of uncomfortable feelings. Adding to the fact that Chen Mo had fused the bloodline and gained the blood worship ability, he even possessed a favorable feeling towards blood. So naturally he would feel even less discomfort. That was why his handling at this moment looked extremely mature and sophisticated. It was as if he was a smooth-minded veteran who often mingled in this line of work. This was also what made the Seagull Squad leader feel marveled. He was surprised that a young student would actually have such a heart and ruthless unblinking means. Alright, there shouldn't be many people passing by on this side either. Now, I'll ask you to answer. Chen Mo looked at the Seagull Squad leader and said with a smile. Looking at Chen Mo's smile, it was as if the Seagull Squad leader saw the devil laughing. You ask me to answer? You pinched my mouth. And you pinched my hands. You can't say it. You can't write it. What do you want me to take out and give you an answer? Seeing the other party looking at himself with an expression of "Are you crazy?" Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "Just listen to my questions. As for how you are going to answer, no need for you to worry about it." Chen Mo, who had already turned on his mind-reading technique, naturally read the thoughts in the other party's mind. Soon Chen Mo began to ask about more of the Tang Clan's plans, as well as the general direction of their cooperation with the Tang Clan. As expected, as a squad leader, one knew just a little bit more than the squad members. However, this Seagull Squad leader called Gould was not the chief leader of the 20 people who came to Magic City this time. This time's chief captain, called Lance, was a guy whose strength was quite uncommon. According to Gould's concept, this Lance was very good at assassination techniques, so this time the Tang family was looking for them to specifically carry out assassinations on certain key members of the forces. And of these forces, Chen Mo had already been informed of a small portion of them. Among them, there were at least 3 of the top 10 groups and the top 100 groups in Mordor within the sniping range of the Tang family. However, their assassination plan was not without reason. They first enlisted one of the factions, and then promised to help them rise to the top to take control of the group and help them get rid of the other faction. In the middle of this, we'll let the people of that faction to follow also do some dirty work. After mastering their evidence, we can be regarded as formally stepped into the same boat. In the future, also not easy to betray each other. General large group. In addition to the creation of the head of the world, once passed down, will not be able to control the emergence of a variety of factions. Only a very few successors like Du Runyuan, who have exceptional abilities, have the ability to hold the foundations passed down from their ancestors in their own hands, and are also able to centralize their control to the extreme, and even change the group to their own name. The Tang family and some of the forces of the imperial capital is to see the magic city side of the internal factional strife of many groups, only to have the opportunity to intervene in the intervention. And where there is a particularly difficult to gnaw on hardcore rivals, then you need to take some dishonorable means to deal with it. The Seagull Squad was used for such things, but the specific target Tang family also did not tell the Seagull Squad all at once, just a few targets listed to them first. Let them prepare in advance. Just like Chen Mo, this target, Tang San, is in advance to the Seagull Squad, but in advance to them just give them first to step on the point, so that for the future can be quickly perform the task to prepare, and didn't directly let them do things. As a result, yesterday's incident of Chen Mo saving Du Runyuan happened, which was what pissed Tang San off enough to activate them in advance. Originally, they would have had to at least step on the spot again to do more adequate and perfect planning before acting. Since there wasn't much revealed about the Tang family's goal, there wasn't much information Chen Mo was able to learn from Gould. Seeing that Gould had no more value to utilize, Chen Mo was no longer interested. Handling it the same way as Lauren, he directly utilized gravity manipulation to lift him up into the air, and then in a split second, he madly raised the gravity to make him fall to the ground at an extremely fast speed. In this way, any shattered places on his body could be explained. Suffering such a perverted falling damage, the moment the entire person fell down, he would inevitably be covered in shattered bones and fall into mud. Gould, who felt himself suddenly flying up into the sky, was shocked with a direct pupil earthquake, and he simply found it hard to imagine that superpowers actually did exist in the world. How could this happen? This Tang family is actually trying to kill this kind of monster. Where is this something that human power can deal with? Damn it! Fark, Shet, Fakor. With a face of fear, Gould rose into the air in the heart of cursing crazily Soref language and S language. He suddenly felt an incomparable horror of gravity pressed on his body. The next moment they will be extremely fast speed fell down, only to hear bang, a loud bang. He has been 2 eyes black and fell heavily to the ground, without any consciousness. At this time, the original good ground has been smashed out a big pit by his terrible falling speed. At this point, the entire Seagull Squad was wiped out. Lauren and Gould were all killed by the rapid fall. There was naturally nothing to do with Chen Mo. The other 3 were killed by Lauren's short blade. Chen Mo was even less in direct contact. That had even less to do with Chen Mo. How could it not be traced to his head? After killing these 5 killers, Chen Mo's killing game this time was still quite good. Lauren was a 6th order elite zombie, while the other 4 had 3 3rd order psychics and 1 5th order zombie. The reward for killing a 3rd order psychic was 3,000 survival points, but because Chen Mo was killing by crossing the ranks, he was given an extra 1,000 survival points for each rank crossed. So he was given 5,000 survival points. But of course this algorithm was for when the system didn't give out gift packs. In the end, the combined benefit of killing 3 3rd order zombies was 15,000 survival points, and the reward for killing a 5th order zombie was 2,500 survival points and 80 great gift pack reward. Killing 5 killers in a row, Chen Mo had reaped a total of 22,500 survival points, a B-ranked gift bag, and an A-ranked gift bag this time. At the same time, he had incidentally overcompleted the 3-star difficulty daily mission, earning 10,000 survival points and 2 3-star super daily gift packs. In total, he earned 23,500 survival points, plus 4 gift packs, which is considered to be earning beauty. At this time, Chen Mo's survival points had reached 293,404 points. If it wasn't for the fact that keeping his rank low would allow him to better brush the rewards, with this many points, Chen Mo would have to properly upgrade his attributes. While walking towards the school, Chen Mo opened the gift pack he had just obtained. System: the previous super daily gift packs were bound to open a prop plus a life supply. So is the 3-star super daily gift pack any different? System tip: higher star daily gift packs will also have a higher chance of opening a reward of good things, as well as opening a greater number of daily items. I see. Then let me open it and see what comes out. With the 3-star super daily gift pack opened, Chen Mo obtained 6 living supplies. Not much use, he directly threw them into the system warehouse. While the physical rewards that were opened out were 2 pretty good things. System tip: opening the 3-star super daily gift pack has been successful. You have obtained the prop super recovery pill. System alert: opening the 3-star super daily gift pack has been successful. System prompt: open the 3-star super daily gift package successfully. You have obtained the props damage resistance charm. System alert: opening of the 3-star super daily pack was successful. Super recovery elixir: after taking this elixir, you can immediately recover all your injuries and energy, all types of energy. Good stuff. This is equivalent to an extra life. Immortal Beans right. Seeing the effects of this super recovery pill, Chen Mo immediately thought of something called immortal beans. One of these goes down. Injuries and energy can all be directly restored to their prime. Eating it when one is on the verge of death. There is almost no difference between it and directly getting a life back. It's definitely an excellent supply. Damage resistance talisman, resists damage of any strength once. Invincible once strong. Putting away the super recovery pill and the damage resistance talisman, Chen Mo immediately looked at the grade D gift pack again. System alert, opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the B grade item, Nano Ring. Nano Ring has a 100 cubic meter inner space ring that can take in any object, except living things. Oh, there's also a space ring. Seeing the introduction of the Nano Ring, Chen Mo couldn't help but think of a brilliant use for it. Previously, in order to let those killers die without any connection to himself, he was still a bit wary of striking out, but with the nascent ring, it would be much more convenient. In the future, if there are still killers who come to find their own trouble, then directly kill the killers and enter the nascent sacred ring, and then it's done, and also saves causing all kinds of subsequent trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Mo immediately and happily put the ring on his finger. Although Chen Mo has a system warehouse, but the system warehouse can only receive items produced by the system, cannot receive items from the outside world. The Nano Ring was different, and its utility was obviously much better. If this thing was given to a thief, it would simply be the best theft prop. Chen Mo finished opening the B-grade gift pack and was about to open the A-grade gift pack. Then he saw some noisy noises coming from the Soya tea house, and he immediately looked over towards that side. As Chen Mo departed from the residential area, the corpses of the 5 killers of that seagull squad were quickly discovered one after another. Now, the relevant news also spread out quickly. As the location of the accident was too close to the Mingyuan district, it was a place where Zhao Yu and Chen Mo lived. This was the area where Zhao Yu and Chen Mo lived, coupled with the fact that the deaths of these 5 people were all extremely bizarre. Whether it was the Yellow Robe Society, the Green Society or Wei Lao's side, they all received the news one after another. The Tang family's side also received the message in time. After all, Tang San had been waiting for their good news. All forces were now investigating their identities, as well as the motives for their actions. Only a small number of people who originally knew what their identities were felt a million shocks in their hearts at this time. Elder Wei and the Tang clan were the ones who knew the identities of these 5 people. After Wei Lao received the news, he immediately asked his men to get the detailed cause of death and death report of these 5 people over. These 5 people are not ordinary people. All of them are experts who have been through hundreds of battles. How could they have been killed in the alleyway of the residential area near the famous garden district for no reason, without attracting anyone's attention? Even if he had sent someone out to deal with these 5 people, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to take them down that easily. There were hardly any traces of fighting at the scene. According to the preliminary report so far, 2 of them fell to their deaths, while 3 others were beheaded with a knife. That's bizarre. And the murder weapon was at the scene. A short knife. It would be understandable if a sharp machete was used to behead a person, but to be able to behead a person with a knife like this is not that easy at all. Not to mention the fact that all 3 people were beheaded in this way. The most bizarre thing is that the scene where the 3 people were beheaded didn't have any traces of fighting. The old case officer can quickly identify this scene as the first crime scene. After all, 3 adults is not able to casually carry to this side without traces. Since there are no traces of transportation here, it is obvious that this is the first crime scene. But the more so, the truth on the contrary, the more people are shocked and unimaginable. The first line of personnel who came out of the scene, after investigating the surrounding area carefully, all of them were in a state of confusion. They really can't imagine. Over there 2 people who seemed to jump from the airplane without parachute and smashed to the concrete floor and fell into mush, as well as this side of the 3 men who couldn't even find a trace of the fight and were beheaded. In the end, how did they die? The Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society all felt a hint of shock because of this matter. On the contrary, it was the Tang family's side, who thought that it was because Elder Wei, the Yellow Robe Society, and the Green Society had jointly sent people to secretly guard them. Tang San exasperatedly looked at Lance in front of him and said, Mr. Lance, I don't know how those 5 people under your command are doing their job. I've already warned them in advance that there might be people from the 3 major forces secretly guarding Chen Mo's side, and they just made a move without even checking it out first? Now it's good. They were all killed by others, burying 5 men for nothing. Impossible. Gould is a professional. There's no way he would make this kind of mistake. There must be something wrong in the middle. Lance trusted his men. He had no doubts at all about Gould's professional abilities. If they didn't venture out, how could they be so easily taken care of directly all together? Tang San coldly grunted. Lance shook his head. Mr. Tang San, think carefully. If it was really done by those forces you said were secretly protecting Chen Mo, Why would they leave the bodies behind? With their abilities, they could easily clean up the scene extremely clean, right? Perhaps it was because someone just happened to be passing by, and it was inconvenient for them to expose it, so they had to do so. Tang San was also skeptical at first when he got the news, but thinking that it was possible that a passerby happened to walk by and found it, it wasn't impossible, so he didn't think about it any further. There is a little bit of this possibility, but I still think that Gould, he's definitely very steady in leading the team. He usually carries out a wave of testing first, and only after determining that there's no mistake, he'll let the people make their move, and he definitely won't take any chances. It had to be said that Lance still knew his men very well. Gould, however, had conducted a trial run first, and only after he had sent Lauren to do a close-range trial run and determined that there really wasn't any defense force around, did he feel relieved to tell Lauren to make a move. But in the end, there was still an accident. Now say what have been late. This time did not do it. The next time can be more difficult to do it. Can only hope that I buried into the crowd of killing moves can work. Even if they have 1,000 defenses, they definitely can't defend against an ordinary person who already looks at death as if it's his own. Tang San snorted coldly and said no more. After all, their Tang family still had a need to rely on Lance's Seagull squad, and it wouldn't be good to fall out. As for the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society, they all thought of Chen Mo in the first place. Zhao Yu was surrounded by a full protection force, an iron barrel, plus in the eyes of outsiders, she was no longer in power in the Yellow Robe Society, so there was no benefit to killing her. So naturally, there was no one who wanted to deal with her. The only reason for the 5 killers to appear in the neighborhood was because they had come for Chen Mo. If these 5 people were in the Tang family and the Hong family intentionally sheltered and concealed, the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society did not have Wei Lao's great ability, and could not control their specific movements for the time being. It would be just a matter of time. But they died outside. They still investigated quickly. After all, who has not been in the various forces within a bit of personnel? Want to get the news is not an easy thing. Knowing that the 5 killers were all killed, and still the kind of death without any traces of combat, anyone else would be surprised. However, since everyone didn't know that Wei Lao's side had also been persuaded by Chen Mo, so at this time, not being able to figure out how these 5 people died, both the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society all attributed the reason to the fact that Wei Lao had sent professionals to protect Chen Mo. In the end, the only one who felt incredulous about this matter was Wei Lao's side. He had his eye on the sky and naturally knew that neither the Yellow Robe Society nor the Green Society's protection force was following Chen Mo. Then these 5 people would have died too bizarrely, and he was now just waiting for the people below to get a detailed report to come back and see why. On Chen Mo's side, when he heard the commotion within the Suya tea house, he immediately walked over. He only saw that a yellow-haired man in his 20s with a tiger tattooed on his body was leading a few people and causing trouble inside the store. Sister Suya, this street is all watched by my tiger brother. I have nothing to do but ask my brother to come and sit in your store. I'm afraid your business is only bad. With my tiger brother to socialize or directly hand over money. You always have to choose one. In the future you are likely to become my sister-in-law's people. There is no need to make everyone so ugly. Well, I said, money I have already paid once. Said to help me look after the scene for a month. The result is that Ahai changed somewhere else to go. This month has not yet passed. You have changed Ahu over, and come to ask for once again. Told you it is impossible. Want money? Let him find Ahai to ask to go. Suya coldly grunted. You also said, Hai changed to another place to go. His manpower also all bring other places to go. It is he did not leave people to help you to watch the venue. He reneged on his words to you. It is he did not keep his word. How much you gave him to pay the labor fee, that is also you and him to clear the matter. Now here is our tiger brother to watch the field. Then naturally to our tiger brother to pay off. My tiger brother with so many brothers to come over to work hard to ensure that we stabilize the operation. Do not want a hard work fee? It is very sensible and reasonable for us to charge labor fees. It's useless to talk about it. Anyway, in my case, one size does not fit all. Ahai and Ahu are both from the Hong family. The money I pay is the labor fee that is given to the Hong family. It's not given to them personally, and since I've paid the money, it's said that once a month is once a month. Suya didn't care to reason with the rogues. Sister Suya, you do this, will make us very difficult to do or you just promise us tiger forget it. This way everyone is a family. This labor fee will not have to pay. In the future, our brothers are not only free to help you look after the scene, but also often come to you here to drive consumption. This is not Two Winds and Rain Literature Road. Difficult to do? Then I see you don't do it. The yellow-haired kid just finished his words, then heard a voice from behind, only to see a handsome-looking young man is slowly walking over. With the killing of the 5 assassins and the opening of a killing spree, The moral restrictor in Chen Mo's body was loosened along with it. After all, only a few days had passed since Chen Mo obtained the system and learned that the end times were coming. Even if he gradually grasped superhuman strength, Chen Mo was still adhering to his habits, character, and moral concepts of doing things from the first 20 years of his life. Before, in his moral concepts, he basically adhered to the attitude that people don't offend me and I don't offend them. But now, with the limiter gradually open, Chen Mo think, sometime, cannot be passive counterattack, should also learn to take the initiative is, just killed 5 killers, all the way over. He has been thinking rather than waiting for the Tang family to send people to deal with themselves, as well as their own initiative to deal with the Tang family. He had already moved to kill the Tang family, and this Hong family and the Tang family itself is wearing the same pants. Since you want to destroy one of them, then the other one also do not want to run. I didn't expect that he hadn't even made a move on their leader yet, but he had first encountered an ungrateful minion. As Chen Mo stepped into the tea house with an indifferent look and a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, the yellow-haired kid as well as the 5 minions around him were all a bit shocked by Chen Mo's aura for a while, and did not dare to answer. This kind of a old man invincible aura, they only saw in their own boss body similar feeling. So subconsciously, they were somewhat suppressed. On the contrary, Suya was not within Chen Mo's range of claiming enemies and didn't feel his pressure. Instead, after seeing Chen Mo suddenly coming in and also provoking these street skaters with her words, she, who had just been very calm, immediately stood up in a panic, ran out of the counter with quick steps and came to Chen Mo's body, shielded him and said, "Little children don't know better than to talk nonsense. You guys don't mind." After saying that, she immediately tried to pull Chen Mo away, and whispered, "Silly boy, what are you doing? These guys are Hong family Ahu's man. If you offend them, you won't be able to avoid a beating. Hurry up and go." With Suya's relief, it made the punks who had just been shocked by Chen Mo's aura suddenly come back to their senses, especially the yellow-haired brat in the lead. Once he thought that he was actually shocked by the aura of a little white boy just now, he was ashamed and paralyzed, and was suddenly furious. He immediately stopped Suya and said, "Wait, go, where do you want to tell him to go?" After saying that, the yellow-haired kid looked at Chen Mo and said, "It's really a living hell in the morning. Kid is watching too many superhero movies, isn't it?" In front of the old man to pretend what 2.5 million. "Brothers, take him to the next alley to solve." The yellow-haired kid this out. Suya immediately blocked. "Wait a minute, Hosey, this money I pay still not good. You do not make it difficult for him." "Sister Suya, I'm sorry, now it's not a matter of whether you pay the money or not. Now it's our personal grudge with this kid. You don't have to care." Hosey swept a glance at the money that Suya took out. At this time, he was quite a juggler and didn't take it directly. Instead, he led Chen Mo and was ready to walk outside. As a result, just when his hand was about to rest on Chen Mo's shoulder, he suddenly screamed "Agu Agu," only to see Chen Mo casually his hand reverse to break. As long as a little more force, his hand is only afraid to break. The pain was so severe that Hao Zi was screaming. After all, it is in the commercial street range. Chen Mo was not to lay down a particularly cruel hand, just smiled faintly and said, "To go to the alley is it? Well then, let's go inside the alley and have a good chat. Come on." Saying that, Chen Mo slightly exerted a force. Hao Zi, painful tears are emerging, said, Don't break, and then break on the brake. "I go, immediately go. Brothers, follow me into the alley." The pain of grimacing Hao Zi. At this time the hand was Chen Mo counter control in the hands, that is not dare to move around a bit. Around the little brothers see their own big brother were controlled by others. Naturally also do not dare to move freely. All followed obediently into the nearby alleys. Suya on the other hand was worried about Chen Mo's safety and was ready to chase out, but was persuaded back by Chen Mo. "Sister Suya, you don't need to come over. I'm just exchanging a few words with this Hao Zi brother. You keep an eye on the store. It's fine. Can't you see that brother Hao Zi is very polite now? Isn't that right, brother Hao Zi? We should be able to have a good chat." "Agu, don't break it, brother. You're my own brother. What you say is what you say. Chat properly. Must chat properly." At this moment, Hao Zi only felt that his hands were already almost not his own. He was skeptical if his hand had been broken by now. Seeing that Chen Mo had really cured Hao Zi, Suya, in order to avoid causing chaos around him, immediately turned around and dispersed the people who were about to come over to watch, returned to the store and watched over the entrance of this alley. At this time inside the alley, Chen Mo let go of Hao Zi's hand and said, "Give your big brother a call. Tell him that in the future, I will have the final say on this street and don't need him to manage it." As soon as these words came out, Hao Zi couldn't help but freeze. "Brother, you are truly not afraid of death. I respect you as a man." Hao Zi rubbed his hand that had almost lost consciousness. feeling slightly recovered before he took out his cell phone and called his boss. If it was just this number of his people, the most he could do just now would be to beat up this kid in front of him, but if he messed with his boss then this kid is afraid to go into the river tomorrow as a floating bottle. As soon as Haozi phone call, after listening to him this relay, who immediately gasped and laughed, good. There is this kind of courageous guy, directly bring him to see me. I would like to see if he has any 3 heads and 6 arms cannot. After Haozi finished the phone call, he immediately looked at Chun Mo and cautiously tried to say, this brother, our tiger brother has an invitation. What do you say, should we go over to meet? From the moment Chun Mo broke his hand just now, he had already realized that Chun Mo was not to be messed with, because he didn't even see Chun Mo make a move. He was already restrained. He didn't dare to mess with Chun Mo again. Anyway, he has his own boss tiger clean up his own anger by the time surely can be recovered with interest. Right now or honest good. This Haozi visible is also a slippery person. Otherwise it would not be so young to mix into the side of this gang of street skaters big brother. Chun Mo thought about this place is crowded and not convenient to do as you wish. Go to the other side of the territory is better to play. He immediately nodded and laughed. Good that Haozi brother. The front lead the way. Seeing that Chun Mo actually really dared to go, this yellow hair called Haozi was also shocked. He didn't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to throw themselves to their death. With this young man in front of him, actually having such an emboldened attitude when he heard that he was going to head to his tiger's territory, Haozi had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong with the situation. He, who had just thought about how he would get his debt back from Chun Mo with interest in a while, immediately became well-behaved and said, please follow me. Seeing this guy's change in attitude, Chun Mo couldn't help but laugh. Scared off by breaking a hand? Is this little punk so untalented? At this moment, Suya had been watching the entrance of the alley over here, and at the same time put up her ears to listen. But whenever she heard a little bit of fighting movement, she was ready to come over and stop it immediately. But after listening for a while, she didn't hear the sound of a fight. Instead, when she turned her head, she saw Haozi respectfully leading the way for Chun Mo. At this instant, directly looking at Suya, she was a bit confused. What's the situation? While she was fuming, Chun Mo had already walked over towards her and said, Sister Suya, the matter has been resolved brother Haozi and I still have some things to take care of so we'll leave first. Things have been resolved. How was it resolved? Suya was puzzled. Naturally it was resolved by talking. Chun Mo laughed. We can all be civilized people. Haozi on the side also immediately chimed in. Yes, we can all be civilized people. So of course it was solved in a civilized way. Hearing him say that, Suya couldn't help but blankly glance at him, with an expression of I believe in you, 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 and I believe in you. See what you're saying? I've already said that the conversation has been resolved, so what labor fee is there to collect? Haozi immediately picked up the conversation. Sister Suya, it's fine. You continue to open the store. We'll leave first. Chun Mo immediately kicked Haozi after he finished speaking. Haozi hurriedly turned around to currently lead the way. Looking at Chun Mo who seemed to have really cured Haozi, Suya was relieved, just a little curious about where they were going. She even saw that as they walked, Chun Mo put his arm around Haozi's shoulder, making it seem as if the two of them were originally very familiar with each other. Crap, brother, the original you are that legendary Chen Divine Dr. Ah. You see I really have eyes not recognize Taishan. Come brother smoke a root Huazi. After carefully inquiring about Chen Mo's name, Haozi also couldn't help but get scared. He hurriedly pulled out a Huazi and handed it to Chun Mo in front of hing. This is a legend that saved Du Rengyuan's heavenly guy. The entire Qing society now owes him a huge favor. No wonder this master is so emboldened. The reason for this is the fact that the entire company owes him a huge favor. So it's no wonder that he is so confident. Not to mention that it is just a small regional management under the Hong family. Chen Mo pushed Huazi back and said, never learned, won't. Good habit. The good youth of the new century shouldn't learn this. Tomorrow, I'll quit it. This Haozi's kung fu of seeing the wind is as pure as fire. That is what people say. He can immediately pick up what? Chen Mo couldn't help but be amused when he looked at this guy's oily mouth. He smiled and patted Haozi's shoulder and said, you kid is a bit interesting. Seeing that Chen Mo's attitude towards himself had gotten a lot better, Haozi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The next thing was between him and his boss tiger. He couldn't control it and didn't dare to. Soon Chen Mo followed Haozi to a nearby KTV called Lovesea. This place was originally under Ahai's control, but Ahai was transferred, so naturally it was now in Tiger's hands. Brother Mo. This is the place. Now as the morning has not yet opened for business, but there are not many people around. Are you sure you want to go in alone? Hao Zi kindly reminded. He felt that although Chen Mo possessed the identity of Du Rengyuan's life-saving benefactor, but if he really annoyed Brother Tiger and caused the other party to act impulsively, it would be a big deal. At that time, if Du Renyuan retaliated for this, he also had to follow the disaster. After all, the person was brought by him. Of course he was afraid. At this moment, he was the only one who was most afraid that something would happen to Chen Mo over here. Civilized people speaking. Why do you need so many people? Let's go inside. Chen Mo put his arm around Hao Zi's shoulder and directly brought Hao Zi, whose legs were a bit soft at this moment, inside. This momentary image was more or less comical, as if the two people's identities were suddenly swapped. It was as if Chen Mo was Tiger's henchman, with a relaxed attitude like he had gone home, and Hao Zi was the one who had been brought here, with a resistant attitude of not wanting to go in at all. As the two men went inside, Chen Mo soon encountered two bare-chested men stopping him. Wait, you can't go in until you've been searched. After the two men finished speaking, they were ready to search Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately patted Hao Zi, who hurriedly said, "No need to search. There's nothing I can't trust about the person I brought with me." With Hao Zi saying this, the two juniors did not dare to say anything and immediately stepped aside. "Brother Mo, inside please." Seeing that he still displayed a little bit of power of speech in front of his little brother, Hao Zi immediately looked at Chen Mo with an expression like he was inviting credit and said with a smile. Chen Mo smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Very up to speed." Soon the two came to a super large private room in the KTV that was not open to the public. This entire private room was as big as if they had entered a basketball court. At this time, they only saw a man in his 30s with a face of horizontal meat, arms full of tattoos, wearing a black tank top and black pants, was hugging two women and was drinking. Generally Tiger was playing from the early morning until noon, then sleeping in the afternoon before getting up at night. At this time, he was still cozy, playing with the women, karaoke and drinking at the same time. Seeing the door of the room suddenly opened, his singing movements also stopped immediately. "Brother Tiger, the one I just called about is here." Under the deafening music accompaniment, Hao Zi shouted to Brother Tiger at the top of his voice. Seeing that Hao Zi had brought the person, Brother Tiger reached out and gestured to his nearby henchmen. The henchmen were very understanding and immediately turned off the sound of the music as well as the ballroom lighting effects in the private room, and turned on the lighting. At this moment, this private room was quiet, with only white light shining down, displaying everything clearly. "I thought there was some three-headed character. Kid, do you know what you said before?" Tiger leaned back, rubbing his hands on the thighs of the two beauties he was cradling by his side. He looked at Chen Mo and said, "I don't like to repeat what I said over and over again. I came over here for one purpose only. In the future, around the Magic City University, I'll have the final say. You, as well as your people, stay away from this side, or else suffer the consequences." Chen Mo nonchalantly directly wrapped his arm around Hao Zi to find a sofa and sat up, but Hao Zi at this time appears to be quite constrained. With a little girl like, afraid of not, these two he cannot afford to offend. Among them, Chen Mo is even more cannot be in this inside accident. Who called the person is he brought? But all people are not he brought. He is not so nervous. I heard that this Chen Mo has a relationship with Zhao Yu, the young lady of the Yellow Robe Club. If something happened to this guy because he brought him here, then he simply didn't dare to think what would happen to him. So he was too afraid that Chen Mo would provoke Brother Tiger and cause him to do something irrational. The reason why Brother Tiger was called Brother Tiger was because this guy was sometimes too tigerish, not a normal person. As a result, Chen Mo came in and was unceremonious, coming up with a sentence that had no room for maneuvering. Hao Zi couldn't help but turn his head to look at Chen Mo with a grudging glance, and couldn't help but say in his heart, "Brother, he's not a tiger. You're the tiger. You're a real tiger. Who can be a tiger over your old man in the vicinity of the University of Magic City?" Hearing Chen Mo's nonchalant words, and such a calm and easygoing attitude, even if he had been acting very tigerishly, he could not help but say, "Brother, he's not Tiger." Even Tiger, who had always acted very tigerishly, did not quite understand Chen Mo's dependence at this time. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Dare I ask what is the brother's origin?" "This is Chen Mo, Brother Mo. That is to say, the Chen Divine Doctor that the upper echelons of Magic City have been rumoring recently." Hao Zi was deeply afraid that Chen Mo would continue to not report his identity and madly provoke Brother Tiger, causing this guy to make a messy move. So he hurriedly helped Chen Mo report his identity first. When he said this, Tiger also couldn't help but have his pupils shaken, a little shocked. This person can now be called the Magic City's popular fried chicken. He had heard of so many people wanting to tie the knot, but he also heard one thing, that is, the Hong family and the Tang family don't have much goodwill towards this person. It seems that they feel that he can't be pulled in. But even so, after all, there was still Zhao Yu and Du Runyuan explicitly protecting this guy's head, so he didn't dare to mess around too much. So it's Brother Chen. Everything has to be about rules, doesn't it? Although you are now getting the shelter of the Yellow Robe Society and the Green Society, but this labor work near the Magic City University has always been done by our Hong family. There's no reason for us to withdraw at your word, right? Since the other party's identity was complicated, Tiger could only reply calmly for now. At this moment, Chen Mo laughed. Hong family? The Hong family will be gone soon. It doesn't matter if you underlings are still doing it or not. The moment these words came out, it was as if a bomb had been thrown directly into the entire room. And with a bang, it blew everyone's brains into a daze. What did it mean? The Hong family was going to be gone soon? What is the deep meaning of this sentence? Hao Zi was the first to think of the possibility that the Yellow Robe Society and the Qing Society might have directly joined forces as one because of this divine Dr. Chen. Otherwise, why would they talk about the words that the Hong family would be gone soon? If the two of them united and dealt with the Hong family with all their might, the Hong family would indeed not feel good. But then, once these three top forces were twisted together, it would be a chance for the guys behind them to get a piece of the pie, which wouldn't be good for anyone, would it? Looking at these people's shocked expressions, Chen Mo knew that they had thought wrongly. He immediately smiled lightly and said, "There is no need to understand my words. You only need to give me an attitude. I'll give you 5 counts. If I still can't see your attitude after these 5 counts, then I can only deal with it according to my way." Right. The little girls will go out first. After Chen Mo finished speaking, the few women in the private room immediately glanced at Brother Tiger, and after seeing him nod, they all immediately exited the room. At this time, Chen Mo immediately kicked Hao Zi and said, "Start counting." Hao Zi couldn't help but be stunned. Crap, brother, you're not counting yourself. Let me count. Ah, you where is let me count? You this isn't want my life. Ah, this really need a high-end bureau. Simply cannot play a little. I knew that today is guilty of the year will sleep a lazy do not go out. Although I feel outrageous, but Hao Zi also dare not disobey. Ah, no matter which one of these two cannot afford to offend themselves, can only be counted. Just he tried to make himself count slower. 1, 2, 3. Chen Mo didn't care that he was deliberately delaying and let him have free rein. As Hao Zi counted slowly, Tiger's mind was racing with thoughts. Chen Mo's words just now that the Hong family was going to be gone almost dried up his CPU. Suddenly, he was given 5 seconds to answer. Where could he answer? Wait, Brother Chen, can you allow me to make a call? Hao Zi, who told you to stop? Chen Mo ignored Brother Tiger and instead patted Hao Zi and said. Hao Zi glanced at Tiger with the same expression as if he was constipated and stifled a 4. Chen brother, I give you face, but you should not force me. Even if you stand behind Miss Zhao and do big president. But this time it is you yourself who entered our Hong family territory to provoke. Even if you do it, it is you who is at a disadvantage. Hearing Tiger's words, Hao Zi was on the verge of crying. He couldn't help but turn his head to Chen Mo. At this moment, his expression was more ugly than even if he had died his own mother. Go on. As soon as these words came out, Hao Zi's eyes closed and he shouted out the last count. 5. I'm sorry, I gave you a chance. As soon as Chen Mo finished saying this, Tiger's heart immediately tightened. Because a person who had just looked harmless and spoke in a gentle and easygoing manner suddenly changed his aura, becoming murderous and oppressive. He was always licking blood from the tip of the knife, but he was most aware of this killing intent. He couldn't help but take a step back directly in fear. Chen Mo came on this side before, has opened the system in advance of the super signal shield, the whole Love CKTV around all the monitoring regardless of wired wireless. All cannot transmit the picture, so he could safely do whatever he wanted over here. Brother Mo. Don't be impulsive. Have something to say. Hao Zi saw that Chen Mo didn't give Tiger a single chance, but also madly pushed him to death. He felt that with Tiger's Tiger Force, once he initiated the wind madness, Chen Mo was afraid that he would die. He hurriedly spoke out to stop a sentence. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, the chance to talk has passed. He doesn't have a chance anymore. The moment the words fell, Hao Zi only felt a silver light fly out with a swoosh in front of his eyes. He didn't even see what this silver light was. Then he heard a bang sound. Followed the sound to see, is already a horrible picture. At this time, Tiger's head directly by a KTV to provide them with a fruit used to peel the fruit of the mediocre fruit knife from the forehead hole. The force of the big, even directly to the tiger's body are nailed to the wall of the booth. From Brother Tiger's shocked and incomparable eyes, he was also able to see what he was feeling in his heart at the moment before he died. System advance, the host has successfully killed a third-order zombie, hereby rewarding the host with 3,000 survival points. Tiger was only a third-order zombie, not a high gain, and Hao Zi by Chen Mo's side was even a dead zombie, completely unable to swipe the reward points. This was also the reason why Chen Mo was too lazy to take action against Hao Zi. This kid killed for nothing. Keeping it instead was still somewhat useful. This kid can use his brain and talk, so it's good to cultivate him. As Chen Mo killed Tiger with a single blow that was invisible. For a time, the entire private room was silenced. Hao Zi, you should have seen it. I gave him a chance just now. Chen Mo patted Hao Zi and laughed. At this moment, Hao Zi was already dumbfounded. Not to mention him, in the entire private room, there wasn't a single person who saw how that knife was thrown out by Chen Mo just now, and how Ahu was actually stabbed to death. Hao Zi at this time were dare to answer he has long been too scared to move. Tiger's bodyguards and fighters in the private room at this time is also a time a little afraid to move. Such a piece of area will not be his one-person two-bit. He does not have some other competent helpers? After casually seconding Tiger, Chen Mo asked Hao Zi who was beside him. There are 2 other people under Tiger. The second and third in command over here. Really? Go get this brother Tiger's cell phone and call those 2 people over. Brother Mo. Hao Zi, just all the way over. I see you kid quite smooth, have brains, also quite good at talking. I am ready to give you a chance to climb up the ladder. If you don't know how to cherish, then I can give this opportunity to someone else. Once Chen Mo said this, Hao Zi's already flexible brain immediately turned around. It turned out that brother Mo was trying to integrate himself. Then this job can be done. What kind of lame character was he under brother Tiger? Simply insignificant. Management so a few people. Although also can be called big brother. But that's it. But when you're on brother Mock's boat, it's a different story. This master is a person who has full power in the Yellow Robe Association and the Youth Federation. He has just said that the Hong family is finished. Then these original Hong family to do labor in the area are not all under the Yellow Robe Association and the Youth Society. If brother Mo was willing to promote himself, then he could even climb directly to brother Tiger's original position. As soon as he thought of the future path of ascension, Hao Zi's fear was also alleviated a lot. He immediately went forward and grabbed Tiger's cell phone, tremblingly reached out and pinched Tiger's finger, which had just died and still had some residual warmth, and pressed it on the cell phone screen. After unlocking the fingerprint lock, he immediately sent a message over to the second and third in command under Tiger's hand, ordering them to come to the exclusive private room of the Sea of Love KTV to discuss things. Brother Mo doesn't seem to have a signal, Hao Zi said as he glanced at his cell phone. Chen Mo thought about his super signal shield. When this thing was on within the surrounding area, only himself with a communication device had a signal. He immediately said, "Bring the cell phone over." Yes. When Hao Zi finished speaking, he immediately assiduously sent the phone to Chen Mo's hands. Sure enough, as soon as the cell phone reached Chen Mo's hands, the signal was immediately restored, and the message that Hao Zi had just edited was immediately transmitted. At this time, the other people around them also slowed down and couldn't help but look at Chen Mo in unison. The people you are trying to protect have all hung up. If you have to put up a show in order to demonstrate your loyalty, you are welcome to perform. Chen Mo lay back and leaned against the sofa with a calm demeanor, with an incomparably cozy look on his face. All of you learn to be smarter. This is Brother Mo, the person that both the Yellow Robe Society's Miss Zhao and the Green Society's Grand President do want to protect. Which one of you dares to make a move? When Hao Zi said this, it made the several people who were originally foolishly moving not dare to move again for a while. If Tiger was still alive, if Chen Mo made a move, they would have to intervene to protect him. But Tiger people have already hung. They are now fighting with others. Obviously unwise. Only $10,000 a month. Follow play what life As the people in the room fell silent, Hao Zi immediately jumped to Chen Mo's side. A face of pandering to him pinched his shoulders and said, "Brother Mo, if you will Tiger all 3 of them done. This side of the hand, but there are a lot of people have to deal with the control of. Otherwise the bottom of the chaotic. Have you ever thought about how to get it?" Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "Looks like you kids said that. What good idea do you have? I know a few buddies who are in the same position as me. They are also considered to be good friends who usually play together. I will unite with them, and for the time being, I am sure that I will be able to stabilize the situation over here. However, there are quite a few people in this position, and my buddies and I only make up a small portion of them. So if you establish your authority at the beginning, they may be afraid for a while, but if no one comes to take care of it for a long period of time, they're going to jump up again. So you need to get someone to take over this side of the manpower earlier, or else we can't hold them down for a long time. After all, as the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to get through, but the little ghosts are difficult to deal with. The head is easy to solve, the people underneath the hands can be difficult to be properly placed. Hao Zi's words had spoken to Chen Mo's heart. The reason why he didn't directly kill the Tang and Hong families indiscriminately was because he took this into consideration. When he had exchanged words with Zhao Yu before, He had asked about what would happen if something went wrong with the top-ranked groups in Magic City, and Zhao Yu had said that it would lead to a huge upheaval in Magic City's economy directly. These business empires, which had a slight influence on the whole body, any bit of bad news coming out, could be a big shock to the stock market, and all of a sudden it could affect a large number of innocent stockholders, causing civil unrest. Therefore, it's not that you can easily get rid of whoever you want to get rid of, but you also have to consider the impact of getting rid of that person, as well as how you can benefit from it afterwards, and how the situation can be controlled. This is also the imperial capital side of the group. Why need step by step? Slowly set up the operation to penetrate the magic capital side of the 100 group. They are not psychotic. Come to the laborious and unappealing painstakingly to do damage, leaving a mess on the run. They are here to eat their share and grab more benefits. So it wasn't like just getting the leader of a certain group killed would easily solve everything. Even if the Tang family had found a seagull squad to deal with an important figure of a certain group, they would have to make good relations with another faction on the other side in advance, make all the preparations to take over, and make sure that after the target was in an accident, they themselves could obtain a large enough benefit through the previous painstaking arrangement before they would start their covert tactics. Chen Mo had also considered all of this, so he first came to Tiger's side to test the waters and find experience, facilitating a better follow-up to take on all hostile targets. Otherwise, after killing the target, he didn't get any benefits, and caused himself a lot of trouble for nothing, and also gave someone else the opportunity to do the graft, and would even cause unnecessary chaos and turmoil, so it wouldn't be purely for nothing. During the wait, Hao Zi asked, "Brother Mo, have you eaten breakfast yet? I'll have the kitchen make you something to eat." The cook here is a former chef from a 5-star hotel. Still very good. No need. I've eaten. You kid wouldn't be hungry yourself. Chen Mo laughed and looked at Hao Zi and said, Where? I'm just worried that you're hungry." Hao Zi glanced at Tiger, whose eyes were closed at this time. In his heart he said, "Tiger's body is still nailed to the wall. I'm just hungry and I don't have the appetite to eat here." After waiting for a few minutes, soon the door of the room was opened. The person who came was a 1 meter 8 tall man with a very majestic figure. This man had a bearded face and looked quite fierce. He just came in and looked for Tiger's figure. Seeing that Brother Tiger was standing by the wall, he immediately said to Brother Tiger, "Brother Tiger, what is it that you're looking for me all of a sudden? I just picked up 2 strong enough bitches and haven't had time to enjoy them yet." Looking at him with this big grin that wasn't afraid of Brother Tiger at all, it was evident that he was indeed second in command with a high enough status. As he finished speaking to Tiger, he took a closer look and realized that something was wrong. Tiger's forehead seems to be plugged with something, and the atmosphere inside the entire room is even more bizarre. A group of people stood and did not dare to move. Only 2 young people sitting on the sofa with a calm look. "Hao Zi, who is this?" Chen Mo asked to Hao Zi, who was beside him. "Brother Mo, this is the second in command of our Tiger group, nicknamed Big Beard, a very strong fighter within our group. If we can subdue him, it will be very helpful for us to take over the entire Tiger group faster." Hao Zi hurriedly introduced. After seeing Chen Mo's means of killing people invisibly, Hao Zi was now afraid of no one except Chen Mo. With this great master around, whoever came would die. And right now, they were only talking about subjugation. "Big Beard, is it? From today onwards, your Tiger group will be under Hao Zi's control. He will take over Tiger's position. You will still keep your original position." The moment Chen Mo's words fell, Big Beard immediately asked curiously, "Who are you? What's wrong with Tiger?" It was only after he got closer to Brother Tiger that he confirmed that Brother Tiger had been killed, and it was a stabbing death, directly right in the center of his eyebrow being thrust to death. This is Brother Mo, the big celebrity in Magic City recently, the same Chen Divine Doctor who saved the life of the Green Society's Grand President Du, and also the person that the Yellow Robe Society had greeted before, Miss Xiao, with strict orders to protect. Hao Zi lightly introduced Chen Mo's identity for him. Upon hearing this identity, the bearded man was a bit shocked for a moment. The Green Society, Yellow Robe Society and our Hong family have always been on their own, not caring about other families' matters. Your Excellency, this sudden coming to my Hong family and killing my Hong family's Tiger team boss, what is the meaning of this? The bearded man frowned and asked. Now it's me asking you, not you asking me. Last chance, do you recognize or deny what I just said? Chen Mo lay on the sofa with a flat expression and looked at Big Beard with a faint smile. Big Beard, Brother Tiger has just been seconded by our Brother Mo in a single move. You'd better think clearly about what you're saying. The Tiger group is the Hong family's, but the life is your own, Hao Zi hastily reminded. If he could take in the bearded man, it would help him tremendously in his subsequent takeover of the Tiger group, so he wanted to persuade the other party to put their heads together. Upon hearing that Chen Mo had secured Tiger in a single move, Big Beard couldn't help but be a bit shocked. It was really hard for him to imagine that a young student-looking youth had the ability to take Tiger, who was extremely experienced in combat, down in one move. He had to know that when Tiger used to fight in the underground black boxing, he was a ranked boxer. It really wasn't something that just any cat or dog could provoke. Don't look at the big bearded man's big head. He was also beaten by the Tiger brother before subordinate to the Tiger brother. As a result, now Hao Zi told him that Tiger had been beaten in a single move, or by a kid whose hair hadn't even grown. How could he believe it? But after he swept a glance at the surrounding fighters, he believed it. If things were not true, why were these fighters waiting so obediently over here, instead of swarming to subdue that kid? Just as the bearded man was surprised and indecisive in his mind, the door of the private room was pushed open again. This time the one who came in was a slim man with a weak-looking body. The flesh on his face was skinny and wrapped around his bones. Seeing his arrival, Hao Zi learned to take the initiative this time. Not even needing Chen Mo to open his mouth to ask him, he immediately introduced, Brother Mo. This skinny man is nicknamed Skeleton Ghost, the third in command of our Tiger group. Don't look at him as skinny, but he's a ruthless character. When he fights, he is extremely ruthless. His movements are very flexible, and this guy often carries a weapon on his body, which is quite difficult to deal with. Once he is deceived by his appearance and is careless, the consequences are very serious. As the Skeleton Ghost entered the private room, his sharp intuition instantly detected the unusual atmosphere within the private room. Soon he saw Tiger, who was nailed to the wall, as well as the bearded man who was standing near Tiger, and Chen Mo, who was sitting comfortably on the sofa, as well as Hao Zi. The moment he saw Chen Mo, he didn't even need to be introduced by Hao Zi. He recognized Chen Mo at a glance. He was different from the others. He was well aware of who Chen Mo was, because in addition to being the third in command of the Tiger team, he was also a psychopathic assassin, looking for some work on the darknet from time to time. Not so much for the money, but for the thrill of it. And Chen Mo is already a character that has been put into the darknet. When the Tang family does something, they make sure that many parties work together to achieve it. Putting Chen Mo on the darknet is to attract more people to do it, and to mess up the defense force around him, so that the professionals they arranged can do it better. The moment this skinny man nicknamed Skeleton Ghost entered the private room, Chen Mo immediately sensed that this person was extraordinary. This was because he sensed a complex blood aura mixed with this person's body. Although these bloody auras were already too faint to be faded, Chen Mo, who had fused his blood abilities, was still able to easily sniff them out. This guy definitely had a lot of human lives on his hands. Chen Mo directly opened the secret art of mind reading and probed into the Skeleton Ghost's heart. He soon learned that this guy turned out to be a darknet killer. I'm actually on the darknet assassination list. Did the Tang family do this, giving me face so much? It's just because of Lu Qinlan's words. It's not such a big reaction. Is it because I saved Lu Yuanzhong's life and spoiled their good deed? Chen Mo didn't realize is that what made the Tang family the most angry wasn't the two things he guessed, but the fact that he had saved the life of Du Renyuan. That was what made the Tang family the most angry. He had spent so much effort to set up, only waiting for Du Renyuan's accident to wrap up, but as a result, Du Renyuan was directly fished out by Chen Mo, and this matter was the main reason that made them iron out their murderous heart that could not be killed. Incidentally, Chen Mo swept a glance at the rank on the Skull Ghost's head. This guy was not simple. Similar to Ding Xiaoyu from before, both were rare high-ranked alien. 7th order alien. So strong? Is there something in the outside world that can accelerate absorption to raise the rank of an alien? Half a year out of the 7th rank. How fast must this be to ascend? System prompt: after the heavenly demon star descended on Earth, a large number of heavenly demon particles spread into the world, and it was detected that the host was one of the first creatures on Earth to absorb the heavenly demon particles, and the host had already absorbed the heavenly demon particles before accumulating enough points to turn on the system. Only that on the day of the system's turn on, the host's realm had suddenly dropped back to the 0-order alien level for some unknown reason, and heavenly demon particles on his body could not be detected anymore. As long as one absorbs the heavenly demon particles, one can accelerate the breakthrough of the realm. But the unit that absorbs the heavenly demon particles to break through the realm can only continue to absorb the heavenly demon particles in order to continue to break through. Most of the high-level units that the host has encountered are units that have absorbed heavenly demon particles, except for some units that have taken the alienation substance to accelerate their monstrous breakthroughs, and some of the remaining units are units that have absorbed heavenly demon particles, and some of them are caused by the biochemical virus that has undergone a special alienation. Good lord! It turns out that in the normal timeline, I first absorbed the heavenly demon particles and gained an increase in strength before I could brush monsters for half a year and accumulate enough points to open the system. Hearing the system questioning himself about the matter of the heavenly demon particles being missing, Chen Mo couldn't help but want to laugh. You're running at the wrong point in time. so of course you can't detect the heavenly demon particles on me. I don't know how this system got to this point in time half a year before the end of the world opened. Wouldn't it be that after the system was opened, he had mastered some kind of time-changing supernatural ability to send the system back in advance? Chen Mo made a wild guess. P.S. Some students have doubts about the emergence of too many high-level units in this regard. To explain some of the reasons in advance. After being informed of some of the reasons for the emergence of high-ranked powerhouses after the end of the world, Chen Mo did not care about the identity of the other party's 7th-rank alien anymore. The guy himself was a ruthless person. And there was nothing strange about the fact that such a person was more and more likely to mix well after the end times descended. While Chen Mo was gaining insight into Skeleton Ghost's information, Skeleton Ghost had pretty much figured out the situation inside the private room. But how Tiger died, he hadn't figured out yet. Who killed Tiger? Seeing Tiger who was nailed to the wall, Skeleton Ghost asked curiously. It was Brother Mo who killed him. Skull Ghost. In the future, the Tiger group will all be under Brother Mo's command. If you are still obedient, Brother Mo is interested in being able to let you sit back in your original position. Howzy just finished speaking. Chen Mo was raising his hand to stop him from continuing to speak. The big beard can be received. As for the Skeleton Ghost, you well, for the trouble too much, or follow Brother Tiger on the road together. The moment these words came out, the bearded man was also immediately energized. Just now, he heard Hao Zi say that Chen Mo will Tiger Brother one move second, but after all, he did not see Chen Mo with his own eyes. Listening to people relay more or less let him a little hard to believe, but now if Chen Mo can win with this Skeleton Ghost, it can prove that Chen Mo is not ordinary. Don't look at this Skeleton Ghost skinny. Bearded man is strong, but every time he saw the skeleton monster are unconsciously a little fear in the heart. This person bearded man even if he did not play with him, but also very clear, this guy is absolutely not to be messed with, is a master. The bearded man himself can't win. Naturally it is just the right time to take a look at Chen Mo's strength. At this time, the Skeleton Ghost in recognizing Chen Mo's identity, had already been stupid. As soon as he heard that Chen Mo killed Tiger, but also to subdue the entire Tiger group, he has already moved to kill. Not to mention Chen Mo's words in the latter part of his sentence asking him to accompany Tiger on his way. Kid, even if you have some extraordinary martial arts, no matter how fast a person is, he can't be as fast as a firearm. The moment Skeleton Ghost's words fell, he had already pulled out a blackened weapon from his arms, and the black hole with its infinite deterrent power was directly aimed at Chen Mo. At this instant, all the people in the room could not help but be shocked. This thing was expressly forbidden to be used again by Tiger before, as it was prone to cause some unnecessary trouble, but he did not expect that the Skeleton Ghost would still carry it with him. Interesting, you still have this thing. Chen Mo looked towards the skeletal ghost with a faint smile. As soon as he saw Skeleton Ghost take out this kind of thing, Hao Zi was also startled. He quickly said, Skeleton Ghost, you must not be impulsive. Brother Mo's status is honorable. Behind him are two major forces, the Green Society and the Yellow Robe Society. To protect him, if you move him, you are afraid that you won't even be able to walk out of the devil's house. Humph. Anyway, he's not prepared to give me a way out. Even if I can't walk out, I'll still pull him along with me first. The Skeleton Ghost was immediately ready to pull the trigger when he finished speaking. In this instant, whether it was Hao Zi beside Chen Mo, or the bearded man, or the crowd of minions surrounding the onlookers, none of them saw clearly how Chen Mo got up from the sofa. They only felt that Chen Mo's figure suddenly shifted, and in the next instant, he had appeared beside the Skeleton Ghost and had grabbed the Skeleton Ghost's hand that was holding the guy with one hand. A person can't be faster than a firearm? Chen Mo smiled evilly and just casually pinched his hand. The Skeleton Ghost's entire hand along with his weapon was directly pinched and completely deformed and glued together, becoming an irregular sphere of meat and iron mixed in Chen Mo's hand. Due to Chen Mo's action was too fast, so the Skeleton Ghost didn't even react to it, until the afterthought of pain at the severed hand came. He suddenly realized that his right hand had already disappeared with his wrist, and the break was also extremely irregular, obviously not chopped off by anything, but purely pinched off alive by a strange force. Hiss. However, this guy was also a ruthless person. His right hand was pinched off at the wrist. The Skeleton Ghost didn't even scream a bit, but only emitted some huffing sounds of enduring the pain. He immediately gripped his right wrist with his left hand, trying to stop the bleeding, and at the same time looked at Chen Mo with a tense expression on his face. He never expected that someone's speed could be so fast to such a perverted degree. Just now, he did not see how Chen Mo killed himself from the sofa at all. It just felt like there was a sudden flash in front of his eyes and the person was already there. Just this? Chen Mo casually threw the irregular lumpy chunks of meat and iron mixed in his hand and looked at the Skeleton Ghost teasingly with a smile. At this moment, the Skeleton Ghost suddenly seemed to see himself. Before he killed his target as a perverted killer, He would always tease the other party with such an expression. And only after driving the other party to complete despair and collapse would he finally end up with the other party under the satisfaction of his heart. Only in this way would he be able to get that kind of supreme pleasure that he could not achieve in any way on a normal day. But now, he and Chen Mo suddenly switched positions. The one who was teasing and mocking had become the other party. It was only at this moment that he realized what kind of mentality the person he had previously killed had when facing himself. The moment this concept flashed through his mind, his eyes were ruthless and he shouted to himself, "I'm not one of those weaklings who can only be slaughtered." As he was ruthless, he suddenly stomped on the ground with his right foot, and a short blade popped out of the tip of his right shoe, and in the next instant, he threw the short blade of his right toe at Chen Mo's temple with an extremely fast sidekick. The speed was so fast that even when an expert like Big Beard saw it, he sighed that if he were to be sneak attacked by a skeleton ghost with such a speedy sidekick at such a close distance, it would be very difficult to react. "Brother Mo, be careful." Hao Zi was even more alarmed as he watched from nearby. However, faster than his shouting was Chen Mo's action. The skeleton ghost's kick speed was already extremely fast, simply like a lightning whip thrown out. But even with this speed it was still grabbed by Chen Mo's ankle, with Chen Mo's right hand violently exerting force, only to hear a poof sound. The skeleton ghost's right foot immediately with the same as the tofu made, was Chen Mo directly from the ankle pinched to broken. Ah! Sha! This time the skeleton ghost finally couldn't help but scream in pain. With one unsteady foot, he directly staggered and couldn't stop moving twice before falling on his butt to the ground with a bang. At this moment, his one hand and one foot had all been abolished by Chen Mo. Even if he had any more means, he would not be able to continue to play hard to get. Chen Mo's two seemingly light strokes had caused a pain in the hands and feet of everyone present, especially the surrounding group of juniors. In their hearts, they were very fortunate that they and others did not go up to find this person's trouble before. Otherwise, what happened to Skeleton Ghost now might be what happened to them. Thinking about it made people fearful for a while. The bearded man on the side was even more shocked. He is now incomparably grateful for the arrival of the Skeleton Ghost, to know that he is the one who came in first. Just now, although Hao Zi said some words to scare him, but he is not so easy to submit to. If he had just been a little bit more tough, maybe, the one who got beaten up would be himself. Once he thought of this, he naturally felt a burst of joy after the robbery. The level of a perverted killer isn't that good either. Chen Mo smiled and looked at the skeleton ghost. He was doing this on purpose, so that this skeletal ghost could also taste the fear that others had endured in their hearts when he had scourged them in the past. System tip: it was detected that 7th Order alien Shinsho was severely injured by the host's overstep and caused a strong psychological shadow and fear. While the host overstepped and defeated the 7th Order expert, he also gave the other party a heavy psychological blow at the same time. This strike effect is highly effective, and is hereby awarded with a reward that is comparable to the reward for killing a 7th Order unit. This reward can only be triggered once. Reward the host with 5,000 survival points and an A-ranked gift package. This is fine? Chen Mo immediately smiled. So if he killed the skeleton ghost again, wouldn't he be able to receive another kill reward? Since the system had already given out extra rewards, Chen Mo was too lazy to waste time with this skeleton ghost. Originally, he was prepared to properly restrain this guy again, so that he could taste what fear really tasted like. At this time, the skeleton ghost, where just came in when the aura, has long been scared with a wooden man like sitting in place, looking at him this lost soul appearance. Chen Mo is also lazy to give a damn him again. Directly a palm shot down, the skeleton ghost on the spot blasted to death. System tip: the host has managed to kill a 7th Order alien with a 1st Order realm. The host's combat power is hard to fathom. The host is hereby rewarded with 5,000 survival points and an A-grade gift pack. Comfortable. This skeleton ghost alone contributed 10,000 survival points and 2 grade A gift packs. How nice. As Chen Mo finished killing the skeleton ghost, he immediately swept the surrounding crowd and said, "Does anyone know what just happened in the private room?" As soon as these words came out, whoever his gaze swept over, his head immediately lowered, not daring to meet Chen Mo's eyes at all. Even the original Tiger Group's second-in-command, Big Beard, was stunned. The only one who ran up was Hao Zi, who said, "Brother Mo, I saw it." The skeleton ghost suddenly ran to attack our tiger for some reason, and as a result, the two of them fought, and after the skeleton ghost was crippled by Tiger, when he was mentioned by Tiger to the wall, the hand he had left, he suddenly took out a knife and stabbed it directly into Tiger's brow, killing Tiger. But before Tiger died, he also gave him a fierce blow to the sky, and the two of them died together. Chen Mo smiled and glanced at Hao Zi and said, "It's still you kid who has the brightest eyes to see the most clearly. You guys come over and clean up these two people." After saying that, Chen Mo looked at Big Beard and said, "Big Beard, do you want to go on the road with Ahu and Skull Ghost as well?" At this moment, Where did the bearded man dare to have any hesitation? He immediately fell on his knees in front of Chen Mo. Brother Mo, I, Su Dequan, will listen to you from now on. What you want me to do is what you want me to do. System prompt. Fifth order monster Su Dequan was attracted by the host's powerful personality charm. Voluntarily attached to the host's command, the host successfully oversteps to accept the fifth order monster as his own henchman. Acceptance rewards are higher than the kill rewards, hereby rewarding the host with 10,000 points of survival. Chen Mo realized that as long as there were no gift packs, the system was still relatively generous in giving survival points. Moreover, the subjugation reward was better than the kill reward, so wouldn't he be earning a fortune by subjugating a whole bunch of his own henchmen? Chen Mo immediately swept the surrounding crowd. What about you? We also all listen to Brother Mo. From now on, Brother Mo is our head. As the crowd took a stance, the system prompts in Chen Mo's ears were also madly ringing. Half of the group of minions around them were dead, but the remaining half were all with around the third rank. As they subsumed, Chen Mo directly harvested 30,000 survival points. In this instant, Chen Mo suddenly discovered the right path to becoming rich. As long as he took in as many henchmen as possible, he would be able to maximize his earnings. It seemed that in the future, he would have to focus on making a name for himself and taking on more subordinates. Sweeping a glance at the 406 survival points in the system interface, Chen Mo's heart was very happy. Chen Mo looked at the bearded Su Dequan and said, "Very well, in the future, you and Hao Zi will manage the entertainment industry around here well. By the way, you can keep an eye on the venues near Mordor University. Don't let anyone mess up here. As for the labor fees collected in the past, you won't be allowed to collect them in the future. And don't go out to me later to do treacherous things, otherwise I want you to look good. On these entertainment industry revenue, enough for you to dash. You are now in accordance with the previous business project to do first. I will have a relatively large building program. Need a lot of manpower. Then you will be used. By the way, take all the people under your hands and centralize them at that time, so that they are clear about who will be their boss in the future." Chen Mo couldn't help but think, when all the people in the Tiger Group were subordinate to him, how many rewards should he receive at that time? This Tiger Group thing, Chen Mo also because he saw Suya's side in trouble before he temporarily took it in his mind. But it was an accident that gave him the idea to get through to him and pointed out the direction of the future. However, the Tiger Group is not a single solution to a tiger will be enough. A tiger is only in the Hong family under the hand to do things. This side of the region of the various industries is also the Hong family. Want to receive over the whole, but also need to get the Hong family to the line. Just want to get rid of the Hong family. Can no longer be as simple as dealing with Ahu. The Hong family is the existence of the top 10 of the top 100 groups in Magic City. They control a large number of industries in Magic City, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. Stirring up the Hong family, then attracted a group of robbing the cake. Chen Mo ventured to do it. I'm afraid that it is a waste of time for others to do the dowry. To deal with the Hong family, then we must first find good allies, and discuss with them how to swallow the collapsed Hong family with the advantage of information difference. Chen Mo considered for a while and prepared to find Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu to discuss. Although Zhao Yu didn't have much say in the Yellow Robe Society, with Du Runyuan's connections, Chen Mo felt that Zhao Yu should be able to persuade the Yellow Robe Society. Thinking of this, he decided to directly look for Du Runyuan to talk to him in the famous garden district. However, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to add Du Runyuan's contact information. He only had Du Zihong and Du Zishi's contact information in his hand. Chen Mo thought about how girls might sleep late in the morning, so he called Du Zihong. At this time, Du Zihong was leisurely looking at his book. With his father back on his feet, he wasn't as busy as he used to be, and he could finally cozy up to the days of the second generation. As the phone rang, Du Zihong immediately picked it up and checked. An incoming call from Divine Dr. Chen. Could it be that father still has something that needs secondary treatment? He immediately picked up the phone. Hello, good morning Divine Dr. Chen. Du Gongzi, I have something I want to talk to your father about. I don't have his contact information. Give it to me. With these words, Du Zihong was a bit curious. What exactly was it that Divine Dr. Chen needed to personally talk to his father about? Soon he remembered what he had just heard about the bizarre murder case near the famous garden neighborhood. However, he didn't ask too many questions and directly gave Chen Mo the phone number. With that, he quickly walked to his father's study. At this moment, Du Runyuan was organizing the reports of some people under his hand. When he saw Du Zihong come in, he immediately smiled and said, "Didn't you say yesterday that things can be thrown back to me to do, so you can relax for a day? How come you're coming to help daddy without relaxing for a day?" Du Zihong smiled and said, "No, it's because just now Divine Dr. Chen called over and said that he wants to find you, and I don't know what's going on. so I'll tell you in advance first. I guess maybe it has something to do with the murder case near the famous garden neighborhood. Oh, hearing that Chen Mo was looking for him, the expression on Du Renyuan's face immediately took on a lot of importance. Sure enough, as soon as Du Zihong finished speaking, Chen Mo's phone call came over. Hey, Divine Dr. Chen, why are you in a hurry to find me so early in the morning? Is there something wrong? Du Renyuan immediately asked with concern. If it was a need for protection, he would definitely be able to immediately send Chen Mo an expert to protect him without saying a word. It's a bit of a matter to discuss with you. I don't know if Grand President Du is free. When will he come to the famous garden neighborhood for an interview? Oh, need an interview. Is it urgent? If it's important, I'll go over now. It's kinda tight. Chen Mo smiled back. Alright then, I'll go over right away. Although Chen Mo didn't say what the matter was, hearing that he invited himself to the Mingyuan neighborhood, Du Renyuan also felt that the matter might be related to the murder case near the Mingyuan neighborhood. But did he need to invite himself over personally? Du Renyuan felt that Chen Mo should have some other deep meaning. He immediately packed up and said, I'm going to go to the Mingyuan neighborhood, so you can handle things here first. Ah, going to the famous garden community? Du Zihong was obviously a bit surprised. At this moment, Du Zishi walked over and said, Dad, why are you going to Mingyuan neighborhood? Divine Dr. Chen called for me to go over. I think he has something to talk to me about, so I'm going over to take a look. So that's how it is. Then I'll send you over. Du Renyuan glanced at Du Zishi and smiled. Alright, then Zihong will work hard for you to continue handling your affairs for another day. After contacting Du Renyuan, Chen Mo left Love CKTV, and he directly handed over the rest of the matters to Haozi and Su Dequan to handle. Su Dequan was the second in command of the Tiger Group, and after Tiger and Skull Ghost hung up, he was the highest-ranking person in the Tiger Group. Plus there was a flexible Haozi following him, so it was easy to deal with the subsequent matters. Just they can only stabilize a moment. If Shin Mo's side of the action is not fast enough, the Hong family found out that Ahu accident, then the back of the trouble again. There was nothing important in the morning class. Chen Mo was just going by his mood. Now that he had something important to do, he directly turned back to the famous garden neighborhood. On the way back, he also saw a lot of people gathered here in the residential building discussing, just as if they were discussing the matter of the 5 killers. Chen Mo ignored it and directly returned to the Mingyuan neighborhood, arriving at Zhao Yu's home. Ding dong. Not long after Chen Mo pressed the doorbell, Zhao Yu opened the door. Mo, didn't you go to school? Seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Yu unexpectedly said, something came up in the middle of the day, so I came back again. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yu immediately pulled Chen Mo in front of her and looked up and down carefully. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Chen Mo asked curiously. I'm looking to see if your kid is injured. The 5 corpses found in the alleyway of the residential area nearby are the Seagull Squad's people, and they are connoisseurs. To actually die in the vicinity of my famous garden neighborhood for no apparent reason. If you want to say that there is nothing about you in this, I can't believe it for 10,000 times. Zhao Yu looked at Chen Mo with an expression of you don't want to lie to me. When she got the relevant news just now, she was terrified, and only when her subordinate said that someone saw Chen Mo appearing safe and sound in the commercial street near the Magic City University, did she feel relieved. Seeing Zhao Yu say this, Chen Mo could only smile and say, alright, nothing can escape your eyes. It does have something to do with me, but let's leave some details aside. I've arranged for Grand President Du to come over here. Let's discuss something more important. You called Du Renyuan to come to us? Zhao Yu gave Chen Mo an unexpected look. What kind of important matter that requires inviting him to be present? We'll know when he comes. Chen Mo smiled mysteriously and entered Zhao Yu's home. Sister Yu is making flower tea again. It smells so good. Zhao Yu was used to brewing a pot of flower tea in the morning. Chen Mo immediately poured a cup for himself in a like manner, and then said, how come sister you didn't prepare nuts? How can you drink flower tea without melon seeds and peanuts to go with it? Bastard. Like going back to your own home, but also ordered on. This pot of flower tea can be very expensive. You save me a bit to drink. Zhao Yu took out a bag of melon seeds and scolded with a smile. But it's not just your own home. After Chen Mo drank 2 mouthfuls of tea, he smiled and pulled Zhao Yu to sit down, pressed her shoulders and said, a good brother to help you massage twice. It's worth the money for a cup of flower tea. It's barely enough for a yearly package. Zhao Yu laughed. Between the two of them talking and laughing, quite a bit of time soon passed. The melon seeds had just gotten half a bag high when Du Zishi's phone call came over. Hey, Chen Mo. We're here. Which building are you in? I'm at Sister Yu's house. You guys just come directly to Sister Yu's house. You came here yesterday. Chen Mo smiled back. You guys? You called Du Renyuan and Du Zishi? Zhao Yu glanced at Chen Mo and said, your kid isn't trying to ask me to matchmake for you. What are you talking about? I only called Du Renyuan. Zishi should have come over on her own. I didn't call her. Yo, even called Zishi. Your kid is really interested in that girl from the Du family. Chen Mao helplessly laughed. Fair lady, gentleman, good marshalty. Zishi long and beautiful. Family conditions and good. To her interesting is nothing. You are admitting generosity. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Zhao Yu kicked Chen Mo and said, "Why don't you go open the door for your little lady? Sister you, why are you acting like you're jealous? I haven't seen you like this with other girls." Chen Mo laughed. "Because other girls won't abduct you, silly boy, from your sister." Zhao Yu laughed and scolded. "Then don't worry, no one will be able to abduct your silly brother away from your good sister." Chen Mo patted Zhao Yu's shoulder and finished with a smile, then went to open the door. Hearing his words, Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes moved differently, not knowing what she was thinking. "Mr. Du, Zishi, it's been hard for you to make the trip. Please come inside." Chen Mo finished and stepped aside. Although Chen Mo was told to open the door, Zhao Yu also walked over. It was just that she could not come to greet Du Zishi when he came over, but now that it was Du Renyuan personally coming over, she was Du Renyuan's junior anyhow, and she naturally did not have the reason to sit down when other people's elders came to her home as guests. "Uncle Du is good. Little you since your father left, we haven't seen each other for some years. Come, please come inside first before we talk," Zhao Yu said with a generous smile. Du Renyuan nodded his head and followed Du Zishi into Zhao Yu's home. At this moment, there were dozens of defense forces converging around the famous garden community. One side was protecting Zhao Yu, and the other side was protecting Du Renyuan. The two sides were not too sure what was going on inside, but basically they were clear that they were still considered friends, so they were not too nervous, and just quietly guarded the surroundings. As Du Renyuan and Du Zishi arrived, Chen Mo poured a cup of flower tea for each of them before saying, "Have a cup of tea first." After saying that, he sat back down next to Zhao Yu. At this moment, Du Renyuan was the first to speak. "Divine Dr. Chen, did you call me over this time in relation to the murder incident near the famous garden district? I have basically investigated the identities of these 5 people clearly. They are all from the Seagull Squad. They are considered to be insiders among insiders. They are also quite famous in the industry. Their strength is still not bad. They were able to be exterminated so silently. I think it was Elder Wei's people who did it in the dark." When these words came out, Zhao Yu immediately looked at Chen Mo, who was also quite curious about this matter, but in the end, she could only think that it was Elder Wei's people who had made the move, just as Du Renyuan had guessed. "It's not for this matter. This is something you guys can just treat as if nothing has happened." When Chen Mo said this, the subtext seemed to be admitting that the matter was related to Elder Wei. Therefore, Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu were both very sensible and did not dwell on this matter anymore. "Then I don't know what kind of matter you're looking for me to come over for this time?" Du Renyuan couldn't help but be a little curious. If it wasn't for the matter of these 5 killers, then what else would make Chen Mo have to find himself over early in the morning? If it wasn't something important, he wouldn't be like this. Du Zishi and Zhao Yu also looked at Chen Mo curiously. Chen Mo glanced at Zhao Yu and Du Renyuan and said, "I'm looking for Mr. Du to come over to discuss the matter of combining the power of the Qing Society and the Yellow Robe Society to swallow the Hong family." When these words came out, the other 3 all looked at Chen Mo as if they had seen a ghost. The Hong family is not a simple commodity. They are the oldest of the old groups, with the history of the Green Society and the Yellow Cloak Society is almost as long, and even on the strength of the group, he is only one step weaker than the Green Society. Then the Yellow Cloak Society are stronger. Such a group could not be swallowed just by saying so. If it was really that easy, they would have done it long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't do it that they delayed until the current situation where the Hong family was unusually entrenched in Magic City. It wasn't easy to swallow the Hong family back then, but now it was even harder. Especially the Hong family with the Tang family and the imperial capital side of some of the group unity collusion help each other, is even more difficult to easily eliminate. Therefore, the moment Chen Mo said this, Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu both felt that there was no feasibility. She had been disguising the Yellow Robe Society split for so many years, and at most, her idea was just to find out and cut off the secret hands of the group over the imperial capital. She had never thought about the possibility of destroying the Hong family. Chen Mo was even bolder and more direct than what she had planned, which naturally caused her to be surprised. She was curious as to why Chen Mo would suddenly come up with such bold and impractical ideas. Du Renyuan glanced at Zhao Yu and spoke, "Divine Dr. Chen, I know that this assassin incident has caused you to feel a huge crisis, but you don't know how deep the Hong family's roots are in the Magic City. The Hong family today is by no means something that can be easily swallowed by a Green Society plus a Yellow Robe Society, not to mention a seemingly united Yellow Robe Society." When she heard Du Renyuan say that her yellow robe would appear to be in harmony, Zhao Yu's expression did not change in any way. She just looked curiously at Chen Mo and said, Mo, why would you suddenly come up with such a bold idea? Obviously, Chen Mo was quite normal when he ate breakfast with her at Mu Shiyu's house in the morning. How did he turn around and come back, and suddenly become so extremely bold? He actually dared to come up with a plan to appropriate the Hong family. This plan was something that even she and Du Runyuan had never envisioned. She also guessed the same as Du Runyuan, thinking that Chen Mo had gone out in the morning and suffered an assassination by 5 killers. And although he was saved by Wei Lao's people who were secretly protecting him, he was obviously a bit overly shocked, and only then did such a crazy and impractical idea popped into his head. Chen Mo smiled and said, under normal circumstances, naturally, you can't swallow them easily, but what if I tell you that something will suddenly happen to some important people among them? The moment Chen Mo said this, no matter if it was Du Runyuan, Du Zishi or Zhao Yu, all three of them looked at Chen Mo with astonished expressions. An important person suddenly having an accident? What does Divine Dr. Chen mean? Du Runyuan came with a hint of interest. It's just like those 5 people in the alleyway of the nearby residential area today, Chen Mo said with a faint smile with a mysterious look on his face. The same as those 5 people. Zhao Yu was incredulous even after hearing this. Impossible. It's okay for Elder Wei and his men to protect you out of the way, but to have his men take the initiative to deal with the Hong family, this is clearly out of order. Once it's discovered and reported to the police, it would be a big trouble for Elder Wei. Du Runyuan also immediately said, indeed, if Divine Dr. Chen's reliance on you is Elder Wei's shelter, then what you said doesn't have much feasibility. That's not true. I have another reliance. If I tell you that those 5 people were killed by me, and it wasn't done by Elder Wei sending someone to protect me, do you still think that the Hong family's people are untouchable? As the saying goes, if you don't shock me. Chen Mo's words could be said to have completely shocked Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu. They had investigated very clearly what level these 5 people were at, and it was definitely not something that a young man who was still in school could deal with alone. What's more, all 5 of them were killed in one go. 3 of them were killed with a single slash, and 2 of them fell into 2 piles of mud. To do all of these things without drawing the attention of the surrounding people because it took too long. It seemed a bit of a stretch to rely on more than one person to do it together. Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu both looked at Chen Mo with an alien expression. If things were really as Chen Mo had said, it would be too unbelievable. There is no need to doubt all of this. You guys just tell me. To abolish the Hong family and can enable you to quickly take over and swallow the Hong family's share in its entirety. Which people from the Hong family need to be resolved and at what point in time to do it? I have my own way to solve the people who need to be solved. You only need to set up a good bureau that can quickly take over and swallow the Hong family's share. Don't let the people be solved at that time, but the benefits will be swallowed by someone else who is taking advantage of the situation. Chen Mo said seriously. Even if Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu found it hard to believe, they would not think that Chen Mo was joking or being whimsical at this time. Although they were curious in their hearts about how exactly Chen Mo should do it, with this confidence of Chen Mo, they were willing to accompany Chen Mo to give it a try. Anyway, Chen Mo had also said that the person he wanted to get rid of, he did it instead of asking the Green Society and Yellow Robe Society to do it. The 2 of them only needed to do a good job of having a way to receive the divisible benefits when the key person was out of the picture because of the vacancy of the benefit controller. In that case, the big deal was that they had to make some extra arrangements, and even if those arrangements were ultimately useless, it wouldn't be much of a loss. The key was that if Chen Mo really did what he said, then this would be fun. Little you, what do you think? Since Divine Dr. Chen said so, I do have the intention to give it a try. Du Runyuan looked at Zhao Yu with a smile. Zhao Yu was also interested at this time. Since Mo has such confidence, plus Uncle Du are also willing to accompany him in his madness, then I will naturally drag my uncles and uncles to participate and see. But nowadays, the Yellow Robe Society has only been infiltrated by the Hong family quite a bit. Right. Can you still tell who's human and who's a ghost? This is equivalent to a direct declaration of war. We can't conveniently leak out such news. Du Runyuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zhao Yu. From the past, he felt that Zhao Yu's performance was too mediocre. How to say that she was also the only daughter of Zhao Tianhao, who used to be famous in Magic City, so she wouldn't be so incapable. For so many years, the Yellow Robe Club seems to be getting more and more divorced internally, but the momentum of development has not been hindered at all. Instead, it is also getting bigger and bigger. Of course, this is not inexplicable. After all, on the surface it seems as if these uncles and uncles are in order to their respective interests, and only then continue to desperately grow their respective shares, and only then will be so courageous to expand. But the key was that they were actually able to grow their respective shares with almost no attrition despite frequent infighting. The whole state is a bit strange, but strange to strange. A careful investigation but also did not find that they have any special joint place. Many times under the quarrel are because of the temporary interests of each other. With nowadays people say, yellow robe will 10 uncles and uncles can develop out of the private chat group. Separate combinations simply do not know how many different people involved in the private chat group. It was also possible for them to infight with each other and cooperate with each other. So although everyone felt it was a bit strange, they didn't have too much suspicion. It's just that Zhao Yu is directly as a shirker, too rash and too direct. No matter what, it's an industry left by her ancestors, so she has to try her ability first, right? It was no wonder that Du Runyuan always felt that he couldn't see through this niece every time he thought of Zhao Yu. He now said this in front of Zhao Yu, just to test the internal situation of the Yellow Robe Society. Zhao Yu just smiled lightly and said, please don't worry, Uncle Du. Even though I haven't been in charge of the Yellow Robe Society for a long time, there are still a few of my father's loyal subordinates who recognize me as a great lady. Since we are working together with Uncle Du, I don't think we need to raise the Yellow Robe Society to do so. With a few of them, working together with the Green Society, it should be enough to easily take some share. In that case, it's true. Du Runyuan still couldn't see through Zhao Yu's depths, and just nodded. Then let's try it. If something happens to an important person at the top, it would actually be difficult for us to take over the shares that flow out in a short period of time. After all, there are several mouths open below the head position just waiting to eat it. After all, there are several mouths below the head position waiting to eat. We can start with the median part first, the east part of the Magic City as well as the south part of the city. There are two important Hong family control areas, bordering the industrial belt of our Green Society and Yellow Robe Society. Get rid of these few important managers, they are bound to be in chaos, and we can quickly take over while the chaos is going on. Du Runyuan said, using his cell phone to show Chen Mo the pictures of a few people out. Hearing Du Runyuan talk about the area, Zhao Yu nodded and said, over there is the area controlled by the Hong family's sideline, and there are some areas away from the main family's power control, so it is indeed suitable to be the target to start with. Uncle Du really does have a unique vision. It seems that he had a plan earlier, so let's pick this place to first disrupt their arrangement at the edges, so that their center's influence to radiate outward is cut off, and then gradually nibble away at their center's area. Du Runyuan looked up at Zhao Yu with a wry smile and said, little Yu, your strategic vision isn't bad either. Once I said the place, you know why this region can be the first choice. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yu froze for a moment, and then laughed. It's mainly because Uncle Du mentioned it well. You guys don't need to commercially blow each other up. You've chosen it right? The main characters are these three, right? No problem. Wait for my good news. How long do you guys need to make preparations before you can quickly swallow the share over there after these three people go wrong? Chen Mo said as he memorized the picture Du Runyuan displayed. He had the perfect reproduction passive skill. This passive skill came with an unforgettable memory. Chen Mo swept a glance and remembered everything. Over there, our two families already have some forces in place. If our two families can work together, it basically won't take much time to set up. Half a day. You can do it at night. Du Runyuan said. Okay, then do it at night. But once we start doing it, that Hong family is bound to react very quickly, right? At that time, how are we going to further encroach on the other regions? Won't they be more and more on the defensive? Chen Mo immediately asked the important question. It's to deliberately knock the mountain and scare the snakes. The Hong family's internal is not an ironclad block. Many of the Hong family's collateral lineages in the Hong family don't even drink a few mouthfuls of soup, not to mention eating meat, and have long since been complaining quite a bit. Taking advantage of this time to draw them in. These people usually look not very useful, but once all together, in the Hong family occupies a share of the Hong family is also able to close to half of the time. At that time can definitely restrain the main family of the Hong family's hands and feet. That's not right. If we start attacking the areas controlled by the Hong family side families, won't we offend the Hong family side families more and more? On the surface, but in reality after doing so, the Hong family's main family will have a legitimate excuse to send people into the areas controlled by the side families and participate in the management. Euphemistically called protection. The Hong family's main family has long been tired of these sideline on the basis of a little blood relations on the white-whoring Hong family share. Has long wanted to take back those who should belong to the Hong family's share. And the Hong family side of the family has been to prevent this kind of thing. Guess what these side families will think when the time comes? What Mr. Du means is that this way, all of a sudden, their internal suspicions of each other will accelerate the division and turmoil? That's right. At that time, the Hong family thinks that we want to seize the external resources. But in reality, we are targeting their central resources. When the Hong family sends a large number of their own family's manpower to the external regions of influence, and fights with their own subfamilies, we can easily take the center straight. and we don't need to do so much setup around the periphery. Du Runyuan took a sip of flower tea and laughed. If you don't want to say that ginger is still old and hot. Chen Mo thought that Du Runyuan's ploy was to take the center from the outside in a slow and steady manner. As it turned out, he only used to attack the forces of an external region, deliberately spooking the snakes and luring the Hong family into internal chaos. And his target had already set his sights on the middle region of the Hong family. These people who played with business wars and power all day long, their brains really spun fast. Said they did not plan ahead of time. There really is not, but really want to plan the time. That brain inside the previous reserve good, the future, but where there is a relevant plan to be used in the strategy. Then immediately clattered on the emergence. After listening to what Du Runyuan said, Zhao Yu also nodded her head. This Uncle Du was worthy of being able to turn the Qing society into his one-word man. He was indeed far-sighted. She had also thought of this step just now. It was just that the look in Du Runyuan's eyes when he had just talked about her level not being bad made Zhao Yu subconsciously choose to hide it. So she did not say anything further. As long as we directly seize the control of these areas in the center, the line of control between the Hong family's headquarters and the periphery will be cut off. At that time, when we occupy an important position, we can strike out against the periphery or besiege their center. Then everything will be fine. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to get rid of these important managers of the Hong family that we need to get rid of in this plan. These three on the periphery are just the beginning. They are originally from the Hong family's side branch, and don't have much protection around them, so as long as we want to, we can strike at any time. But the key is that the middle part is not well handled. As long as there is no problem with the management of this middle part, then it doesn't make too much sense for us to just grab a little bit of the external share. They can quickly operate back. Du Runyuan showed a few more people to Chen Mo. These few people were the real heavy hitters. When are these few people going to be taken out? Chen Mo asked after memorizing a few key people in the middle area. After we swallow that external region we just talked about, let the bullets fly will. And the Hong family's own family sends people into each branch family's territory to carry out actions that are called protection, but are actually an opportunity to collect power. Then we'll carry out this second step. By the time the family and the family feud has arisen, the family in the middle of the region and then a chaotic, they really do not want much to manage. We then put a little bit of good information to the outside of the family, regardless of their willingness to stand by and watch. In fact, the impact is not particularly large, because suspicions have risen. The Hong family is already in chaos, Du Runyuan said with a smile. Then, at night, the two of you will wait for my good news. Chen Mo said with a smile. Then I will wait and see what divine Dr. Chen's methods will be, Du Runyuan said with a smile. Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes moved slightly as she glanced at Chen Mo. Although she didn't know how this brat was going to do it, but if he was really able to take care of all the characters that he had planned to get rid of as he said, then the Hong family would really be in chaos. She had to arrange for the Yellow Robe Society to make preparations as early as possible, or else by then this meat would be all chewed away by the Green Society. Although they were said to be allies, after all, they were each working on their own, and the two of them still cared more about their own interests. They were able to sit together and talk and laugh simply because Chen Mo was the middleman. If it wasn't because Chen Mo was the key pivot, Zhao Yu would even have to suspect that when Du Runyuan, the old fox, made his plans, there wasn't any other plan to take a bite out of their Yellow Robe Society in the meantime. After discussing about the plan, Chen Mo looked at the two and opened his mouth. Mr. Du, Sister Yu, since we are discussing the plan to annex the Hong family together, naturally, there are some things that I still have to say up front. This swallowed share, I want to account for 1/3 of it. Once Chen Mo said this, Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu couldn't help but look at each other. Zhao Yu curiously said, Mo, are you preparing to start your own business? Chen Mo nodded. I have some plans that require me to take control of a party myself and get hold of a group of people. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Du Runyuan immediately smiled and said, why bother? Divine Dr. Chen, you also know about my Du family. Whether it's Zishi or Zihang, they are all adopted by me, and are not related to me by blood. But the future of the Du family is something that I will ultimately have to hand over to them. Although it is said that they have no intention of taking over the Du family, there will always be a time for me to leave. And in the future I will definitely need to find someone to inherit. Our Zishi has not yet married. In my opinion, if you can become my Du family son-in-law, this Du family foundation is entrusted to you. There is no problem at all. I just hope that in the future, you can have a child with the surname Du. Inheriting this family name of mine, I will be satisfied. What Du Runyuan said at this time was naturally not some kind of scene. What he said is the truth. Originally he adopted 5 children are not blood relatives. That the family business is always to be handed over to one of them. No matter who is handed over to the Du family is not the orthodox bloodline, just inherited the Du family name inheritance of a family lineage. If Chen Mo is willing to be the Du family's son-in-law, then there is no psychological burden to give the Qing society to Chen Mo. As soon as he said this, Du Zishi blushed slightly and glanced at Chen Mo without saying anything. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, looked at Chen Mo playfully. Looking at Zhao Yu's expression, she seemed to be saying, I told you that today is going to be a matchmaking. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, Thank you Mr. Du for your love. It's just that I still hope to do it step by step through my own abilities. It's also more at ease this way. With divine Dr. Chen's ability, there is naturally no problem in wanting to start a business from nothing. And Mr. Du only has the intention of choosing a son-in-law out of admiration. But there is something, I don't know if I should ask or not. Chen Mo looked at Du Runyuan and said, Divine Dr. Chen, please speak. For a person of Mr. Du's stature to not have an heir of his own nowadays, is it because of the death of someone he loved dearly that he sealed his heart and locked up his love? Or is it because of his body? If a normal person were to mention this kind of thing in front of Du Runyuan, it would obviously be revealing someone's scars and looking for death. But Chen Mo said this. Du Runyuan was not offended. He opened his mouth and said, It's just a bodily reason, a problem that he was born with. Although just a few simple words, spit out is accompanied by half a lifetime of resentment and lamentation. Chen Mo immediately smiled when he heard this and said, Then Mr. Du, it's not a problem for you to have blood relatives in the future. Ha! When these words came out, both Du Runyuan and Du Zishi looked at Chen Mo with quite a surprise. I forgot to mention before that this Tai divine needle technique of mine doesn't only target your terminal illnesses. As long as the technique comes together properly, it will stimulate your entire body's cellular self-healing potential, and all of your illnesses will be cured by me. So even ailments that were present at birth can be cured just the same. After Chen Mo said this, Du Runyuan's entire being froze there. No matter how powerful and unrivaled he was, not having a blood relative heir of his own was the pain of his entire life. Now, he did not expect that this pain could actually be cured by Chen Mo with the side benefits of treating a terminal illness. The pain that this disease had brought to Du Runyuan was completely no less than the terminal illness that had killed him before. Is what divine Dr. Chen said true? Even Du Runyuan, who was able to keep his joy and anger at bay, could not help but excitedly hold Chen Mo's hand and asked hopefully, Yes, Mr. Du, just rest assured. So for the Du family's estate, Mr. Du can completely leave it to his own blood relatives to inherit. Saying so, but Chen Mo still had half a sentence left unsaid. Half a year later would be the end of the world. He was to immediately find a wife now and let her get pregnant. All of them would not be able to catch up with the ones born in the end of the world. There would be no way to talk about whether or not he would inherit the family business. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Du Runyuan was too happy to be happy. He immediately said, Your great kindness, I, Du Runyuan, have no teeth to forget. Not to mention 1/3 of the Hong family's proceeds. I'll give you that 1/3 of my Green Society's proceeds in full. This time, my Green Society is considered to be a gratuitous participant, and we're willing to do all we can to help you, Dr. Chen, to swallow the Hong family, in order to express my gratitude. When Du Runyuan said this, Zhao Yu also smiled and said, Then sister's share is also for you. Zhao Yu had asked for a share before. She was just afraid that the Qing Society would grow bigger on its own. Originally, their Yellow Robe Society was inferior to the Qing Society. And now that they had swallowed the Hong family, with one person taking half, the Yellow Robe Society was still far inferior to the Qing Society. Naturally, it was impossible for her to cede the proceeds, but now that the Green Society was actually willing to take the initiative to abandon the proceeds and give them to Chen Mo, it would be nothing to her. At least Chen Mo could be considered half of her own people. Plus Chen Mo had just refused to be the Du family's son-in-law, and judging from Chen Mo's attitude, he basically had no intention of favoring the Du family. Zhao Yu naturally didn't care about this cheap brother of hers squeezing into this Magic City's dining table and enjoying the food on the table with her. Sister you don't need this one for you. After all, your current voice in the Yellow Robe Society is too low. If this matter comes to fruition, it will help you to raise your weight within the Yellow Robe Society and increase your chances of taking over the Yellow Robe Society again. Chen Mo's plan this time was not just for himself. After hearing what Du Runyuan had to say about the internal situation of the Yellow Robe Society, Chen Mo had been thinking about helping this good sister of his regain her power. This time was a wonderful opportunity, so he naturally could not let it go. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Zhao Yu was naturally touched, but with Du Runyuan present, she couldn't say anything more. Her beautiful eyes were glowing as she grabbed Chen Mo's hand and patted it with a smile. Having a good brother is sweet. The plan had already been discussed. Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu also needed to gather their men immediately and get ready so that they could react quickly after Chen Mo got his hands on them at night. So they didn't gather together to chat some more gossip. Seeing that they were all ready to do something, Chen Mo also took his leave and went home. He had a date with Lin Shinru in the afternoon, and she had promised to treat him. Chen Mo was still early. Chen Mo was ready to go home to open the reward, and then go to the car dealership to look at the car. Daily mission 3: need to buy a car. Du Runyuan gave 100 million he has not spent, just in time to go and mention a car. This morning, Chen Mo had obtained a full 3 grade A gift packs. After returning home, Chen Mo immediately took out one of the grade A gift packs and prepared to open it. Just then the system prompt rang out. System tip: detecting that the host owns 3 A-grade gift packs and has 3 special reward extraction opportunities, the system opens the gift pack synthesis privilege for the host, allowing him to synthesize a high-level gift pack using 3 low-level gift packs, plus 3 special reward extraction opportunities. Does it proceed to synthesize? Suddenly receiving the system prompt, Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little surprised, not realizing that gift packs could still be synthesized from low-level to high-level. Previously, he had already calculated that if the SSS grade gift packs were worth 100 million, the S grade gift packs should be 1 million, and the A grade was 100,000. 3 A-class gift packs were almost equal to 300,000 survival points. As for the ordinary special reward extraction opportunity, it was not easy to estimate. The ones that drew trash were very trashy, and the ones that drew good ones were estimated to be able to be at the level of S-class gift packs, but the chances were so low that they could be ignored. Super special reward extraction opportunity to draw S-class rewards of the possibility is slightly higher. For the time being, the expected value of the ordinary special reward extraction opportunity is calculated according to the higher A-class gift packs, which means that 3 A-class gift packs plus 3 special reward extraction opportunities are equal to 6 A-class gift packs, which means that the value of 600,000 survival points will be synthesized into 1 million survival points. It's a profit any way you count it. Chen Mo naturally did not hesitate and immediately chose to synthesize. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successful synthesis. You have obtained an S-grade gift pack. With this gift pack obtained, Chen Mo suddenly had a bold idea pop up in his head. If he put together 3 SSS ranked gift packs, plus 3 special reward extraction opportunities, would he be able to synthesize a SSS ranked or higher gift pack? Once he thought about it, he was really interested in trying it out. Unfortunately, SSS ranked gift packs were unattainable, and currently he was left with 1 SSS ranked gift pack that he had yet to open. He would only have the chance to experiment when he got 2 more. With the successful synthesis of the S-grade gift pack, Chen Mo immediately chose to open it. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the S-rank item Regeneration Pill. Regeneration Pill, as long as it is placed into the target's mouth, even if the other party is already dead, it can be resurrected directly. If the other party is crushed to the point where they can't even find their mouth anymore, then it doesn't matter. Find a random piece of the other party's corpse tissue and press this magical pill into it, and you'll see that the other party will be able to rely on the piece of the corpse tissue, remake their body, and be resurrected once again. It will just take a little longer to remake their body, but don't worry about finding the other person's brain. The other person's memory will be lost. The other person's genes will help the other person remember everything. Seeing this pill, Chen Mo thought of a game in a post-apocalyptic setting. The name and efficacy of this regeneration pill was somewhat similar to this game that Chen Mo understood. Previously, he was quite curious. The protagonist of this game will be sent back to the village by his father to find a doctor to resurrect him after every death in battle. As a child he was thinking, this world of guns and bullets, the protagonist was killed by gunfire. The body is afraid that this body is already broken. The body is destroyed. How can it be resurrected properly? After seeing the introduction of the function of this regeneration pill, Chen Mo realized that he seemed to understand the reason a little bit. This thing can actually directly resurrect an individual as long as it finds a little bit of tissue, and it can also not lose any of its memories, which is also too bullish. It was also the first time Chen Mo had heard of genes that would help people remember everything. It didn't sound too scientific. However, Chen Mo then shook his head. The world was already abnormal. The system had come out, looking for science in this abnormal world. He was afraid that this brain of his was a bit faulty. As a divine medicine that could revive a dead person, or even blow up, as long as one could find a random part of the other person's body tissue, one could revive the target. To achieve S-level evaluation that is not excessive at all, Chen Mo think even SSS level is not a problem. After all, this is not a game. The real world, if a person is dead, that can be dead. Resurrection of this word sounds really to let a person feel unreal. Such an ability is absolutely surreal. If you bring the regeneration pill on your body, swallow it before you die. Even if your body is blown to pieces, the regeneration pill in your belly, I'm afraid that you can let people directly regenerate the broken body and resurrect it. This was a top-notch means of preserving one's life. System, Is this pill something that can take effect no matter how long a person has been dead? System tip: please preferably use it within 24 hours of the target's death. Otherwise there will be some after effects after resurrection. And if the target has been dead for more than 72 hours, even with the regeneration pill, it will not be possible to revive the other person again. That is to say, it is best to revive the target within 24 hours, and at worst, it must be revived within 72 hours. Chen Mo nodded and then put the regeneration pill into his nano ring. This way if he wanted to eat the regeneration pill, he would directly put the nascent sphere into his mouth and would be able to instantly take out the regeneration pill in it and eat it, which was a bit faster than putting it in the system warehouse. When Chen Mo put away the regeneration pills, the system prompts in his ears were again ringing chaotically. It turned out to be a reward for him having taken in a bunch of his men. It could be seen that the two men, Hosey and Su Dequan, were still very reliable in their work, and so quickly collected another group of people for them to recognize themselves as their bosses. This wave of people allowed Chen Mo to directly increase his survival points by 100,000, and he also harvested a grade B gift pack, as well as a grade A gift pack. Even if they were just ordinary minion cannon fodder, amongst them, they were still occasionally able to emerge a little bit of high-level talent. Although more than half of the people Chen Mo saw when he went out were dead bodies, but as long as they survived, and survived to the era when the system was opened, then there were basically no ordinary people left. Most of them were still at the level of the first or second rank, and the strength of the third rank was also quite common. It can be seen that this half a year of the world's mutation, very good to provide everyone with the stage of evolution. Feeling the joy of people sitting at home and rewards coming from the sky, Chen Mo became more and more certain about the development route afterward. It was to directly become the boss and gather more subordinates. This way it didn't take much effort at all to earn the rewards to the fullest. It was simply beautiful. The two gift packs that he just obtained. Chen Mo also immediately chose to open them. System tip: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining a B-grade item, Simulation Mannequin. Simulation Dummy. It can morph into the likeness of any target, and the holder can transmit sound via remote control of the vocalizer, allowing your voice to be emitted via the dummy, and the sound emitted by the dummy will be consistent with the morphing target. However, the doll is unable to perform any actions. Please also note that it is best to use it so that it is in a sitting or sleeping position to minimize the possibility of being discovered as a doll. What the hell? This is worth a B grade? After reading the introduction of the simulated mannequin, Chen Mo didn't even think of what it could be used for a while. It's not like he's a high school detective with a body that has become smaller and needs this thing. However, after spitting, Chen Mo carefully studied it. This thing might actually be of some use. At the end of the world, it could be used to attract the attention of monsters and give himself a chance to get away. It can also be used as a means of baiting the enemy, luring others to strike while his own body ambushes them in secret. Can even kill a certain leader, impersonate the identity of the other party, while the other hand under the people did not react before the body to take control. And in the Shangshi, there are also similar uses. Just for example, posing as an important figure of one of the Hong family's main family and then making some unfavorable remarks about the split. This could definitely accelerate the split of the Hong family. Thinking about this, Chen Mo felt that he had just blamed this thing a little bit. It's not a bad thing, and he could still come up with a lot of uses for it by using his brain carefully. Thinking of this, Chen Mo first put the simulation doll away, and then took it out again when he needed to use it in the future. He then opened the A-grade gift pack that he had just obtained. System prompt: opening the gift pack was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the A-grade item Jinjin Flying Dagger 1 set. Jinjin Flying Daggers 1 set, a total of 10 flying daggers. These flying daggers are all made of special Jinjin. Light, tough, not bad cutting power, and can better absorb foreign energy to enhance the power of the flying daggers compared to ordinary metals. Jinjin Flying Daggers? Chen Mo curiously took out a set of flying daggers from the system warehouse. The length of the flying daggers was 3 inches and 7 minutes long, as thin as a cicada's wing, and the weight was also very light, with one flying dagger weighing only about 1 or 2. As Chen Mo's mind moved to unleash his Nianli to fling out the flying knives, only to see the flying knife almost in a silent way directly flew out. The next moment the whole flying knife was directly into the thick desktop. Chen Mo immediately experimented with the effects of the other blades in the room. As a result, with the same amount of foreign energy in play, the piercing effect and flying speed of the other blades were simply not on the same level as the Jinjin flying knife. Is this a grade A weapon? It's really bullish. This thing is manipulated with alien energy, making it harder to react than even a pistol. After all, guns still had sound. This thing flew out almost silently, and with the thin, cicada-like shooting, it was even more difficult to notice with the naked eye, not to mention a sneak attack. Even in a head-on confrontation, it would be very difficult for the enemy to dodge it. This made Chen Mo think of a fictional character who played with flying daggers and never faced the enemy head-on, but had no false starts. If this character's flying daggers were also of this caliber, then it would really be impossible to counter such an enemy head-on. This set of flying daggers Chen Mo very much like. He went online to find some flying dagger bloggers video to watch. Easily learned to throw flying daggers after some skills. He purely relying on the physical body to experiment with the effect of flying daggers. With his powerful physical body to throw flying daggers. In fact, the effect is not much worse than the use of supernormal ability. However, the benefit of the supernormal ability was that it was equivalent to having more hands and feet to do things, and it was also able to quickly retrieve the flying daggers that had already been thrown out, which could be recycled and utilized to produce the effect of a machine gun. Satisfied, he put away the flying dagger. Chen Mo then downloaded various videos on jiu-jitsu, fighting, grappling, martial arts and other combat techniques to watch. Through this, he quickly upgraded his combat skills in all aspects. However, brushing up on professional videos was still quite time-consuming, and without realizing it, it had already reached the afternoon. It wasn't until Lin Xinru's phone call that Chen Mo closed the video he was studying with great interest. After brushing through so many videos, Chen Mo felt that the effect of this perfectly replicated SSS class passive skill could be too strong. Just brushing through the videos made him feel like he had practiced a divine skill. How to move the body tissues all over his body to be able to send out the most efficient and explosive effect. All of these were basically mastered by him. Of course, 1 power to 10. In fact, with Chen Mo's current strength, against an ordinary person, there was no need for skill at all. One punch would be able to destroy the opponent, but everything he did now was to prepare for the future. So naturally, he could not just take the ordinary person in front of him as his target. The more he learned, the more certain he was about his strength. Just after picking up Lin Xinru's phone, Chen Mo heard her excited voice saying, "Brother Mo, that big boss said that there is a new good thing arriving today. He wants to ask me to go and help him paint this one painting first. This time the bidding price is $50,000. I'll go over and help him paint first. After I make some money, I'll upgrade the level of the big meal for you today." Hearing Lin Xinru say this, Chen Mo immediately said, "Can I go over to take a look together? That will have to be asked of this boss. Brother Mo, wait for me." After Lin Xinru finished speaking, there was no sound for a while, and soon her voice came again. She said with pity, "No, that boss said that the things are in his family's private storeroom, which stores a lot of valuable things as well as cultivating some valuable flowers, and some of them are not convenient for outsiders to enter." "Really? Then don't make things difficult for people. Where is the big boss's home? I'll send you over." "No need. It's in the 3rd courtyard of Qingzhou Baiyan near the Magic City University. It's still relatively close. He said he's nearby and can drive to pick me up right away." "Brother Mo, wait for my good news about making money, and feed you well at night." "Oh," Lin Xinru said happily, but Chen Mo felt more and more that this boss was not very reliable. A high price of $50,000 to an art student who hadn't even debuted yet. Chen Mo felt odd in his heart, and immediately left the famous garden neighborhood and quickly rushed to the green bamboo courtyard. As he used the shadow steps and entered a state of invisibility, he directly darted over at super high speed and no one was able to see him. As Chen Mo arrived at the target location and waited for a while, only then did he finally see Lin Xinru arrive in front of the courtyard in the car of a big-bellied boss in a fitted suit. "Mr. Wang, the scenery of your courtyard is really good. At a glance, the garden is carefully pruned." For Lin Xinru, who had a strong artistic cell, everything artistic around her, she would quickly capture. "Ha ha, it's all made by my humble self. Let Ms. Lin laugh. Where? It's very standard. I've seen some display drawings of gardening techniques before. It's not easy to get a garden like this." Lin Xinru said with a smile. "Come inside please." Wang Million opened the door to the room and invited Lin Xinru inside. Since it was broad daylight and there were still a few servants around waiting, Lin Xinru didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this place and directly followed her inside. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly heard the servants talking privately. "The boss tricked another girl back. This time this one is so pretty. Her body is also very good. Rich people are good. Spend some money and you can cheat people back. It's not enough to be rich. You have to have some connections. I heard that last time that girl was very intense, almost caused an accident. But in the end, the boss used some connections and spent some money to get it done." Listening to the conversation between the two servants, Chen Mo counted on confirming his suspicions that this big boss really had problems. He directly stealthily followed the two men inside. Soon Wang Millionaire brought Lin Xinru inside a special room. This room was huge and held a lot of artwork, as well as some flowers. By the wall, there were two large sofas in the shape of right angles. As soon as Lin Xinru entered, She was attracted by the various artworks and flowers that were usually hard to see in the room. Seeing that Lin Shinru couldn't help but walk towards those things, Wang Millionaire immediately walked over to the sofa and said, "Miss Lin, sit over here. Sorry, seeing these artworks, I couldn't help but want to take a closer look." Lin Shinru realized that her behavior wasn't very good. She smiled apologetically and sat down on the sofa. At this time, Wang Wanlian lifted the teapot on the coffee table beside the sofa, poured a cup of tea for Lin Shinru, and pushed it in front of her without moving and said with a smile, "My environment here is not bad, right?" Lin Shinru swept a glance at the teacup, did not pick up to drink, but followed the words of Wang Million said, "Indeed, these works of art, looks like the artistic component are quite high. There are these flowers placed in different glass enclosures, with different light, air holes. It seems that there are also different cultivation conditions. Boss Wang is really an expert in this line of work." "You're welcome. I usually have no other hobbies, just interested in this one. The tea ceremony I am also a little bit familiar with. Miss Lin, taste how about this pot of tea?" Seeing that Lin Shinru did not drink tea, Wang Million immediately poured himself a cup, and after drinking it, he turned the cup upside down and said, seeing Wang Million poured out the same pot of tea and drank it all. Only then did Lin Shinru pick up the teacup in front of her. It can be seen that she is not really completely without defense. Seeing her reaction, Chen Mo smiled bitterly. This girl was a little guarded, but unfortunately not much. Chen Mo's see-through glasses were activated and he could easily see that this Boss Wang's teapot was a tampered with yin yang teapot. This guy just drank a cup with Lin Shinru. Drink this cup is not the same pot of tea. It looks like a teapot pours out water, but in fact it is two kinds of tea. It had to be said that this Wang Millionaire's design was also extremely natural. As soon as he started inviting people in, he poured water for them very naturally. He was not the kind of person who first put the cup in front of others to pour water, but he poured the water first and then pushed it in front of them. Although in the whole process, he was just introducing himself to this treasure room as if he was chattering, and did not say a word about letting the other person drink the tea. His action of pushing the tea in front of the guest would give a subconscious meaning that the master was inviting me to drink this cup of tea. This kind of action that induces the subconscious reaction of others is more likely to make people relax their guard and induce them to drink the cup of tea in front of them than saying explicitly that they should let others drink the tea. Regardless of whether the other party was thirsty or not, out of politeness, how would they pick up and take a sip? But Lin Shinru, obviously quite a few guarded heart, did not fall for it. For this kind of person, Wang Million is also early design. At this time he will enter the second step. This time it is explicitly invited the other party to drink tea. Of course, doing so will certainly deepen the other party's doubts. After all, the other party in the first set of design are still not drink. Obviously a guarded psychology is not bad to deal with this kind of person, but also explicitly let the other party drink. This is rather more difficult to succeed. So before this behavior, as long as the design of the front action that is to let the other side first see themselves drink the same pot of teacups poured out of the tea, to dispel the other side's concerns, that is much simpler. Since I've already drunk it to you in advance to prove that there's nothing wrong with the stuff, then you don't have anything to be skeptical about, do you? Plus the first time the host family pushed the tea to you and asked you to drink it, you didn't drink it. Although the other party did not open his mouth to ask you to drink, but push the teacup action implied meaning is to ask you to drink. You did not drink his whisked the other side of the face once. This time, the other party personally drink to you first. You if you do not drink, then such a guest, more or less a little bit of ill-advised. The vast majority of people will drink. Even if the guests still do not drink, Wang Million also has a follow-up plan. However, he has not yet met anyone who has come this far and is able to not drink. After all, the second step he said is to invite others to help him taste the tea in front of him. Not the other party is thirsty or not. There is no need to drink water. Even if you bring your own tea, this tea must be drunk. Moreover, after Wang Wanliang finished drinking the tea, he also turned the teacup upside down, signaling that he drank not a drop left. Generally speaking, the host family toasted. Then there is no reason for the guest not to toast. The more knowledgeable the guest, the more they would follow the toast. This Wang Millionaire, looking for the target or often some fine art pursuit of the girl, so that to trick into this environment. These girls are often more understand the etiquette. So Wang Million this seemingly random action, but also designed a layer of subtext meaning. As the host family I have toasted, you as a guest should also understand what to do to comply with etiquette. Looking at the other side of such a sophisticated set, do not need the words of the maid at the door to prompt. Chen Mo will be able to understand that this person is definitely a veteran in this. At this time, Lin Shinru saw Wang Million will drink the cup of tea, and flipped the teacup. Although she did not have thirst, but still slowly pick up the teacup. See, Wang Million did not have a thing she did not hesitate to drink the tea in the teacup in front of her directly. Tea is good tea. Tea flavor aftertaste. Lin Shinru sighed in admiration. This tea is better than any kind of tea I've tasted before. Boss Wang really knows tea. Wang Millionaire laughed. Miss Lin overpraised. If you like it, drink another cup. Saying this, he poured another cup for Lin Shinru and then poured another cup for himself. This time he didn't even look at Lin Shinru, but began to introduce the collection he had here, while picking up the cup of tea in front of him and drinking it once again. He did this to further dispel Lin Shinru's concerns, and to entice the other party to drink another cup. Although a cup of medicine is already enough, but the play is a bit slow. 2 cups down, the effect is better. Sure enough, after the first cup of nothing uncomfortable, this second cup, Lin Shinru defense mentality is more shallow. She directly picked up the cup of tea to drink the second cup of tea. But soon, she felt something was wrong. Wang Millionaire's voice suddenly sounded hollow and fluttering, and the image in front of her eyes began to blur. Miss Lin, are you alright? Wang Millionaire saw Lin Shinru start to shake up. Immediately his face was happy, pretending to be concerned and asked, what's wrong with me? I am. Lin Shinru had already realized that something was wrong, but at this time, her brain was already spinning, and the whole person was blurred. M.O. Brother M.O. She braced her last ounce of strength to call Chen M.O., but in the end the phone was jerked away before she could press it. Brother M.O., looks like this girl has a boyfriend. That's better. It's more fun to play like this. Wang Millionaire had an excited look on his face, but just as he was about to make a move on Lin Shinru, he suddenly felt what seemed to be behind him. When he turned his head, he saw a handsome-looking young man standing behind him. Brother M.O. Before Lin Shinru fell unconscious, she felt as if she saw Chen M.O., but in the end, she was completely drugged by the ecstasy, and at this moment, she didn't know if what she saw before she fell unconscious was an illusion or what. Chen Mo's sudden appearance really scared Wang Million. He was as scared as if he had seen a ghost, and he fell on the sofa behind him. Who are you? How did you get in? Wang Million asked in horror. It's too cheap to get you killed. Chen Mo swept a glance at Wang Million with a cold expression. Then the ring blade in his hand came out of his body and slashed the slash. With great speed, he cut off the guy's 5 limbs. Because Chen Mo's speed was too fast, Wang Million didn't even have time to feel the pain before he realized that his arms and legs were not at his disposal. And when he took a closer look, he realized that his arms and legs had already been chopped off. Even the third leg had been cut off with it. Soon, the pain came as an afterthought, and his adrenaline began to surge. The strong adrenaline temporarily paralyzed part of his perception of pain, but even so, he still roared out in pain. Ah, you! What have you done to me? What have you done? His eyes were red as he looked towards Chen Mo, trying hard to move his body, but at this point, the only part of his body that he could control was the part above his neck. Seeing that his body was starting to ooze blood from everywhere, the terror of death instead enveloped Wang Wanlian even further than the mutilation of his body. Don't kill me. Who the hell are you and what do you want? I can give you money if you want it, and I can give you double for whoever found you. Seeing that Chen Mo's strikes were so sharp and he was also such a ruthless person, Wang Million directly took him as an assassin hired by an unknown person to deal with him. Noisy, for the rest of your life, survive like a bugbear. Remember, Earth is the hell I give you. Living is the punishment I give you. Chen Mo sneered coldly and clipped Wang Millionaire's tongue, making him unable to speak anymore. Afterwards, Chen Mo reached out and covered the top of his head, unleashing his healing ability, but controlling the extent of the healing, it only stopped the bleeding from all of Wang Millionaire's cuts and healed the cuts straight away. But the part that was cut away was impossible to grow back. At this moment, Wang Millionaire, who was like a vase girl in the legend, looked at Chen Mo with a great deal of horror. At this moment, when he saw Chen Mo, it was simply more terrifying to him than seeing the devil. Enjoy the wonderful rest of your life that I'm giving you. Bugbear, you should be very happy in these half a year. Although turning the other party into this state was supposed to make the other party suffer for the rest of his life, once the end times came in half a year, this guy would surely die in this state, so he would only be alive for half a year. But just this half a year was enough to make the buggy Wang Millionaire's days feel like years. After doing all this, Chen Mo launched the teleportation card previously opened in the daily gift pack at Lin Shinru, teleporting her back to his home. And in the next moment, he himself utilized gravity manipulation to crush Wang Million's 5 limbs that could still be utilized for waste purposes, and then disappeared directly into the room in a stealthy manner. Only Wang Million, who could not move or speak, was left behind, babbling and roaring like a madman. His physical injuries had been stopped by Chen Mo, but his mind had suffered an unhealable trauma. At this moment, he was in a mixture of bitterness, anger, and sadness. He did not understand what had just happened. Why two big living people could disappear from his room out of thin air. What's more, he didn't understand what that young man had just done to himself. His mind was almost down. Under a burst of grief and panic, he directly fainted because the mental shock was too great. It wasn't until a servant came to call him for dinner that he finally discovered Wang Million, who had turned into a bugbear. At this moment, the entire Wang family was all terrified. No one knows what happened. The crowd can only send Wang Million to the hospital, but after the hospital received the diagnosis, they only felt a burst of inexplicable. This Wang boss's limb excision surface, very neat, and healing is also very good. Obviously a long time ago has been excised. The trauma are not sure how long to heal. Why send him to the people said he was injured only today? The hospital did not understand. Wang Million's family did not understand. Only has fallen into madness. Wang Million understand what is going on. But at this time his hands cannot write. The mouth cannot speak. The life is even more lost hope. Eyes out of focus. With the madness of the same Wang Million. Others no matter how to ask, but also cannot ask a reason. The Wang family can only first take him home to talk about it. After all, the hospital said he is healthy. No disease or injury. There is no reason to live in the hospital. It is his spirit seems to have some problems, suggesting that he be transferred to a psychiatric hospital to take a look. But the Wang family obviously do not want to let outsiders know that the pillar of the family suddenly limbless, but also become mentally ill. At this time the Wang Million almost become the representative of the family scandal. Family scandal cannot be publicized. Naturally, they are also hidden down. And for Wang Million wife, he became this look, is not a bad thing. This way, her adopted white boy can be legitimate to the home with her. Even if Wang Millionaire saw him, such an invalid would not be able to do anything. Rather, instead, it would be more exciting to put him on the side and watch. Thus, Wang Million finally understood the words Chen Mo had left for him. Earth is the hell I gave you. Living is the punishment I gave you. At this moment, the earth to him was the same as hell. Living at this moment was no different from the death penalty to him. Even if he wanted to ask for death, he could not say it or do it. He had truly experienced what it meant to be unable to live and unable to die. Until this moment, he had not been able to figure out what the young man who had put him in such a situation was, why he had to treat himself like this. This person's ability was simply like a ghost or a god. He had completely failed to connect him with such a simple identity as Lin Xinru's boyfriend. At Chen Mo's home. At this time, Lin Xinru was drifting off to sleep, with Chen Mo applying his healing ability to her and dispelling the effects of the drugs in her body. She only woke up with a jolt. She immediately looked left and right and realized that she was at Chen Mo's home at the moment. Chen Mo was sitting beside her, smiling as she looked at herself. She immediately jumped into Chen Mo's arms and cried, "It's over, brother Mo. I've been caught in a trap. Whoops. It's alright, it's already safe." Chen Mo gently stroked her back and comforted her. After hugging Chen Mo and crying for a while, Lin Xinru suddenly pinched her face. "No, I have to wake up in a hurry." Saying that, she immediately looked around and found a small knife. "I heard that when dreaming, if you kill yourself in the dream, you will wake up." Hearing Lin Xinru's words, Chen Mo realized that she thought she was dreaming at this moment. He immediately pulled her back and hugged her in his arms and said, "Fool, you didn't dream. I've already solved that boss Wang for you. Don't worry, he won't be able to harm anyone anymore in the future." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lin Xinru couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then, immediately got up and checked herself up and down. "Brother Mo, you saved me? How did you know that I was in danger? What time did you save me? Did I?" For a moment Lin Xinru's mind was in a state of confusion. Chen Mo once again embraced her into his arms. Gently holding her soft little hand said, "No need to be nervous. I saved you when he was too late to do anything to you. I heard this man before to give you the price of 50,000 a painting. Think a bit of a problem. So follow the past to look at it, and found that this guy's behavior is not good. You will save you back." Although Chen Mo said it lightly, but Lin Xinru was not a fool. To be able to go to the Green Bamboo Special Courtyard to save someone is not a simple thing. That place ordinary people can't even enter. "Brother Mo, how did you save me?" Lin Xinru backhandedly wrapped her arms around Chen Mo in his embrace. Feeling the warm and security-filled breath of his body, her heart also settled down and asked curiously, "Your brother Mo, I'm not the same person I was before. I have plenty of means to save you. Have you ever heard of the Green Society or the Yellow Robe Society? In Magic City, who could not have heard of it? These are two forces that ordinary people cannot afford to mess with at all." Lin Xinru nodded. Then she asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly talking about them?" "Because I'm working with them to do things together right now. Just think about it, with them doing things together with me, there is still someone in this Magic City that I can't see in the light," Chen Mo said with a smile. After saying this, Lin Xinru couldn't help but freeze. Then what is your identity? Brother Mo? Lin Shinru had previously thought that Chun Mo was just an ordinary student. She had gotten to know Chen Mo after she lost something once and was picked up by Chen Mo, and learned that we were all from the same school, and that Chen Mo was also her senior. Handsome and hardworking. Lin Shinru still quite liked this sunny senior. Plus she wasn't the kind of person who had traditional ideas. It is rare to see the right person. The two also quickly rolled on the bedsheets. Just Lin Shinru, although is not the traditional concept of people, but also does not mean that she is very casual people. There is a specific partner in the case. She is not east to pull more goals, but that specific partner didn't need to be a mutually restrictive relationship like boyfriend/girlfriend for her. When neither party had an actual partner, they comforted each other. And after one party had an actual partner, they could easily wave goodbye. Even Chen Mo was a bit surprised that it was actually her first time when the two of them rolled in bed in the beginning, but it was all the same when it came down to it. He was also a first-timer at that time. Rather, it was nothing to swap. Just because Lin Shinru had a specialized temperament for a specific period of time, so when she encountered the matter of almost being violated, her reaction was still very intense. At that time, she was really afraid that because of this, her relationship with Chen Mo would be broken so early. She had never imagined that Chen Mo would be so handy that he would be able to save himself in a place like the Green Bamboo Courtyard. Chen Mo smiled and didn't answer Lin Shinru's question. He just said, "It doesn't matter what identity. What's important is that I'm able to guarantee your safety at all times. And that's enough." Hearing these words and feeling Chen Mo's warm embrace, Lin Shinru did feel an incomparable sense of security. Soon, she moved to kiss Chen Mo's lips. System alert, warning warning. It has been detected that a Ninth Order Corpse King is launching an attack on you. Please quickly flee from the host. Along with the system's warning, Lin Shinru made a quick unwinding motion to Chun Mo, and soon after, she shifted the location of the kiss. Just then the system prompt also screamed frantically. System alert, serious warning, serious warning. Ninth Order Corpse King detected sucking the host's essence. Please host quickly escape. Listening to the system's noisy voice was very emotionally disturbing. Chen Mo directly turned the system into mute mode. However, the system prompts were still frantically appearing in the form of pop-up windows. Brother Mo, did you secretly practice and now you've become powerful? After half an hour, Lin Shinru then wiped her mouth with satisfaction and said, "There are even more powerful ones." Chen Mo smiled smugly and directly launched a counterattack. System tip, detected that the host successfully suppressed the Ninth Order Corpse King. In the face of the host's fierce attack, the Ninth Order Corpse King had no way to fight. The host's godly might is overpowering. His battle prowess is super godly. The rewards regarding the suppression of this Ninth Order Corpse King have been released previously, and this time around, he is unable to continue triggering the special rewards. The host is hereby rewarded with 3,000 survival points as a sign of encouragement. 1 hour later, system prompt detected that the host successfully fought the Ninth Order Corpse King to unconsciousness, during which it even made the Ninth Order Corpse King appear 10 times violent mental fluctuations. The host's courage and martial arts is frightening, hereby rewarding the host with 3,000 survival points as a reward. System prompt, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the daily task, 2, 1-star difficulty task, and reaching the multiple task requirements. Over completing the daily task, this reward is doubled. You have gained 6,000 survival points and 2 1-star super daily gift packs. With the system prompts ticking wildly, Chen Mo picked up Lin Shinru, who already didn't have an ounce of strength, and entered the bathroom. After rinsing and soaking in a warm water bath, he changed all the thoroughly wet sheets into a different set before holding Lin Shinru back to the couch to sleep. At night, he still had a mission. Right now, he was just accompanying Lin Shinru to rest. With Chen Mo's company, Lin Shinru had already fallen into a deep sleep, but from the fact that after she fell asleep, she was still hugging her body tightly, Chen Mo understood that she was really frightened today, and that this kind of fear crept into her subconscious mind, and could not be quickly erased as quickly as it appeared on the surface. From 14 o'clock in the afternoon, she slept until 18 o'clock before Lin Shinru turned awake. Still, the moment she woke up, her body subconsciously tensed up and she immediately looked around. It wasn't until she saw Chen Mo by her side that she relaxed. Brother Mo, what time is it now? Looking at the darkening sky outside, Lin Shinru rubbed her eyes and asked, "It's 6 o'clock. It's time to get up and go out for dinner. I want to go out and buy a car. Let's buy a car and go for dinner." Hearing Chen Mo say this, Lin Shinru was a bit curious. "What kind of car do you want to buy? What kind of car do you like? I usually don't drive, so I'll buy it for you to drive." Chen Mo smiled. "Believe you a ghost." Lin Shinru shook her head and said, "People took the driver's license but have not actually driven a car. You are not afraid that I will give you a new car scratched? It's not important that the car is spent. Just don't scratch your person. Chen Mo smiled and directly got up. A hand will Lin Shinru carried to the bathroom. Two people in this battlefield once again. Wash some. Then ready to go out. Just at this moment, a message came on Chen Mo's cell phone. It was from Mu Shiryu. She asked Chen Mo if he had any arrangements for the evening. She was at Zhao Yu's house, helping Zhao Yu make dinner, thinking that if Chen Mo came, she would do more. Chen Mo thought about going out anyway, and would eat outside later, so he sent a message back saying he wouldn't go. Lin Shinru on the side saw Mu Shiryu's message. She immediately said with her beautiful eyes flowing, "Brother Mo, is this the schoolmate from yesterday? Aha, Brother Mo is still really popular." Although Lin Shinru said this on her lips, her heart was still a bit lost for no reason. Although it was said that she had made an appointment with Chen Mo before that each of them would be free to make friends. After experiencing this incident, she didn't know if it was because the crisis she experienced this time had triggered the drawbridge effect. It made Lin Shinru feel more heartfelt and dependent on Chen Mo, to the point that she became a bit afraid of losing Chen Mo. Jealous? Chen Mo listened to the change in Lin Shinru's tone and smiled as he patted her butt. What if I say yes? Lin Shinru wrapped her arms around Chen Mo and laughed. Then I would say it's okay, there will be several bowls of vinegar for you to eat later. Chen Mo laughed. Roar. I didn't even realize before. Brother Mo, you are so philandering. Lin Shinru pinched Chen Mo's arm and said, that depends on what kind of world one is in. Chen Mo said with a faint smile. The world was about to end. When the time came, the world didn't know how many people would have to die. All of a sudden, there might be 2/3 less people. By then, the population would be insufficient, and the concept of future reproduction would be different from the present for the sake of human continuity. The end of the world. Chen Mo does not have any confidence in that great faith to protect the world. According to the system, the biochemical crisis outbreak coupled with the descent of the heavenly devil star, the crisis of mankind is the crisis of the environment. Cannot change, also cannot change. He can shelter destined to only a few people. Lin Shinru didn't hear Chen Mo's meaning. She just thought that the different world he was talking about was just that he was in a different position nowadays, and had already crossed paths with the Yellow Robe Society and the Youth Society, and belonged to the upper class world. But she didn't have any feelings about this. Anyway, at least so far, Brother Mo still belonged to her. Zhao Yu's house. Seeing Mu Shiryu's slightly lost expression after glancing at the cell phone message, Zhao Yu laughed. That kid isn't coming over here to eat tonight? Well, he said he was going to go outside with his friends to buy something, so he ate outside. That's because he doesn't have a mouthful. Zhao Yu laughed. You can't stop concentrating on cooking just because that kid isn't coming. How could I sister you? Mu Shiryu immediately smiled and said, alas, brat, in just a few short days why do you suddenly feel like you've got peach blossom debts pestering you? It's Qin Lan again. Xiao Yu again. Du Zishi again and now this elementary school girl beside you? Zhao Yu looked out the window as Chen Mo and Lin Shinru walked by, and laughed in a low voice with a playful expression. Leaving the famous garden neighborhood, Chen Mo took Lin Shinru and waited at the entrance of the neighborhood. Because he didn't know how to drive, he had already contacted Du Zishi in advance, calling on people of Du Zishi's caliber, so that he wouldn't be able to easily step on potholes. Just as he took Lin Shinru and waited at the entrance of the famous garden neighborhood, there were still quite a few vehicles and pedestrians coming and going in the vicinity, and one of them, a man wearing a mask whose body looked very weak, was slowly walking towards this side from the opposite side of the road. At first glance, he was an ordinary passerby, nothing to cause concern. When Lin Shinru saw him, she didn't think there was anything unusual about him. Chen Mo, on the other hand, could tell at a glance that the other party was definitely very sick in this state, but only said that he had just encountered a random passerby who was very sick. However, his sense of smell caught a hint of something wrong. As that passerby drew closer, that smell of something wrong became stronger and stronger. If it were an ordinary person, separated by half a road, he definitely wouldn't be able to smell that almost imperceptible odor on the other person. But Chen Mo was different. After fusing the werewolf bloodline, his perception ability had increased substantially. He still easily smelled it out. This patient seemed to be carrying some sort of gunpowder product on his body. Why would a seriously ill patient carry gunpowder products on his body? Chen Mo felt that it was very odd, and he immediately activated his perspective glasses and looked through the person. This time, he immediately realized that this guy was actually carrying a clay explosive packet on his body. Anyone who was a normal person would know that this person had a big problem. How would a decent person carry a clay explosive bag on their body, let alone a person who was seriously ill? Chen Mo immediately sensed the danger. It wasn't him who was in danger, but Lin Shinru. If the other party detonated the clay explosive packet beside him, Chen Mo would definitely be unharmed, but Lin Shinru would probably be killed by the explosion. But the neighborhood people come and go crowded eyes. He is not good directly shot to kill this person. If he turned around and left, that guy may directly crazy rush to early detonation. At that time, the surrounding people will inevitably follow the disaster. This around a lot of people come and go are the residents of the famous garden neighborhood, also can be regarded as familiar with Chen Mo. Everyone's relationship is not bad. Chen Mo does not want to see them blown up because of his own reasons. He immediately took out the damage resistance talisman obtained from opening the 3-star daily gift pack earlier directly from the system warehouse and shoved it into Lin Shinru's hands. Brother Mo. What is this? Lin Shinru glanced curiously at the strange talisman paper in her hand and looked towards Chen Mo to ask. Amulet. I begged for it earlier and forgot to give it to you. Chen Mo said with a faint smile. You still believe in this? Although Lin Shinru felt strange, but after all, it was Brother Mo who cared about what he had begged for. Her heart was still warm, and she immediately received it on the back of her cell phone cover. After giving the damage-resisting talisman, Chen Mo said to Lin Shinru again, wait for me over here. I'll go over and take a look. He had just finished speaking when suddenly a luxury car drove over, and it was none other than Du Zishi. And at that moment the person wearing a mask was also already approaching. Chen Mo, how did you think of buying a car? Du Zishi, who still didn't know what was going on, greeted Chen Mo normally, and then only saw that there was a pretty girl by his side. Zishi, you're here. Seeing Du Zishi, Chen Mo pretended to greet her and walked towards her, but in reality, he was calculating the distance between himself and this masked man, not knowing what distance this guy would choose to detonate the bomb. Chen Mo immediately removed the Class A Omnishield necklace he was wearing around his neck and handed it to Du Zishi. I've recently gotten a pendant. Take a look and see if it's pretty. Receiving the pendant-like omnipotent shield that Chen Mo had removed, Du Zishi, although she felt a bit puzzled as to why Chen Mo had suddenly talked to her about the pendant, she still observed it seriously and carefully. And in that instant, she only felt a sudden gust of wind flash before her. Chen Mo's figure had then appeared a few meters away. At that moment, Chen Mo's hand, which was wearing a nascent soul ring, had already pressed onto that sickly person's explosive packet. In the instant Chen Mo's mind moved, the earthen explosive pack was then directly collected by him within the nascent sphere. And it was at this moment that the sickly person reacted violently and looked at Chen Mo, who was already close at hand. In horror, who sent you? The moment Chen Mo's words were asked, he had already turned on the secret art of mind reading, learning that it was the Tang family that had paid him to assassinate him with his life. Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the Tang family really did have the means to come up with such a vicious trick that would make people unable to defend themselves, finding a terminally ill person and fighting with his life. But where one's own ability was a little worse and one didn't discover the person's abnormality ahead of time, then the chances of this person's assassination being successful were still extremely high. And even if one's ability was not bad and one was not afraid of bombing, once one had someone following him around, then he would still be affected by the bomb and end up in a miserable death. Chen Mo obviously couldn't possibly accept such a thing. At that time, even though the Tang family's main purpose had not been achieved, it was still a way to make Chen Mo feel pain and take a small revenge. Fortunately, Chen Mo now possessed many life-preserving objects, as well as regeneration pills that could revive the dead, so he wasn't so afraid of the people around him being in danger. However, the occurrence of this matter still made him feel very dangerous. It seems that in the future, I have to pay more attention to the seemingly ordinary people around me. Offending these guys, even if it's just one more ordinary person, I have to pay more attention to it. Is the Tang family as far as laying down such a large amount of money to deal with me? In fact, the original indeed not to, alone just interfere with a blind date thing. Tang-san at most is to find someone to teach him a lesson. There is Jiaoyu this actual behind completely controlled the Yellow Robe Association of the Big Misprotection. Tang-san does not tear his face with Jiaoyu case, is not dare to lay down a deadly hand. But Chen Mo later saved Lu Yuanzong and Du Runyuan, which had caused great trouble for the Tang family, who hated to put him to death, and naturally greeted him with whatever means they had. Being seriously ill is your misfortune, but it's not an excuse for you to harm others. I know you're trying to make money to leave for your family to enjoy, but you're going to recklessly bury countless other innocent families for the sake of your own family. Then I'll let you know how much of a failure your plan is. If the next time I see you in my neighborhood with that kind of thinking, I'll have your whole family buried with you. Get the hell out of here before I change my mind and send your entire family to ascend to heaven with me. This person was truly a pure dead person, and under the system's label, was also a dead person, with no reward for killing. Chen Mo didn't even have the interest to kill him. This kind of seriously ill person waiting to die. Living is the biggest pain. These words Chen Mo was also just scaring him. After hearing these threatening words from Chen Mo, and realizing that the clay explosive packet on his body was missing, this person had already been scared silly. and immediately staggered and fled at a fast pace. Chen Mo didn't pay any more attention to him and let him flee, while he himself returned to Du Zishi and Lin Xinru's side. Sorry, I saw an acquaintance and chatted a bit. Hearing Chen Mo say that, both women looked at the other person who was bracing himself to escape quickly. Both curiously asked, "What is he running for?" "Just remembered that I forgot to turn off the gas at home." Chen Mo turned his head to look at the man and smiled back. Hearing Chen Mo say that, the two women couldn't help but feel a bit speechless, and didn't care about that passerby anymore. "What is this pendant made of? I actually can't tell its texture at all." Du Zishi was instead more curious about the pendant that Chen Mo had just put into her hands at this time. Chen Mo recovered his omnipotent shield and laughed. "After saving a boss, he gave it to me. It looks quite pretty. I was going to ask you to appraise it, but I didn't expect you to not be able to see the texture either. It's very rare. It should be something good. It's definitely not bad if you can use it as a life-saving gift as a thank you." Du Zishi laughed. After saying that, she looked at Lin Xinru beside Chen Mo and asked, "Who is this?" "This is my schoolmate Lin Xinru. Just call her Xiaoru." "Hello Sister Xiaoru. My name is Du Zishi. I'm also a student of Magic City University. I'm considered your schoolmate." Du Zishi? Hearing this surname, Lin Xinru always felt a bit familiar. This is the daughter of the Youth Society's Grand President Du's daughter, Ru. "You have to be careful with her," Chen Mo joked. It was only after these words came out that Lin Xinru snapped to the realization that Du Zishi was the daughter of Du Renyuan. She immediately didn't dare to offend and bowed. "Good day senior Sister Zishi. Sister Xiaoru don't need to be so polite. Don't listen to his nonsense. You don't need to have any scruples because of my identity," Du Zishi said with a gracious smile. Seeing that this pearl of the Du Yuan group, who was rumored to reign over the Magic City, was actually so nice to talk to, Lin Xinru was also a bit surprised. However, she still preferred to get along with people like this, and immediately nodded with a smile. "It's getting late. We'd better leave early. Zishi, you see if there's any place that sells luxury cars suitable for a girl like Xiaoru to drive. Just go there." Hearing Chen Mo say this, Lin Xinru, who was sitting in the back seat of Du Zishi's car, couldn't help but stare blankly at Chen Mo in the passenger seat. Just now at home, Chen Mo said to buy a car suitable for her to drive. She originally just thought that Chen Mo was joking. Who would have thought that he was actually serious? Du Zishi looked at Chen Mo with a smile and said, "Dr. Chen is really willing to spend a lot of money in order to cheat a girl." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Because I usually don't drive much and am more used to riding in a car. You are good at enjoying yourself. Quite the potential to be a boss." Du Zishi laughed. "Is this the first time Sister Ru is driving?" Du Zishi turned his head and asked Lin Xinru. "Well, I haven't driven a car since I finished my driver's license." "Brother Mo, don't joke. You bought a new car for me to drive. What if I break it later?" Lin Xinru still felt bad. "As long as you don't step on the gas and hit someone else, it's all fine. Just drive however you want." Chen Mo laughed. "Then let's get a Ferrari to drive." "Ha, this kind of car is so expensive, right? It's not good for me to drive this kind of car for the first time." As soon as she heard the word Ferrari, Lin Xinru felt that the price of this kind of car was not ordinary. She had just said that it was her first time to drive it, so why did she pick it to be expensive instead? Du Zishi laughed. "A convertible sports car is only suitable for newcomers like you are. You can easily observe all sides. It's easier to observe the surrounding situation clearly." Hearing Du Zishi say this, it was quite reasonable, so Lin Xinru didn't say anything else. Chen Mo laughed. "Then buy this one. I haven't properly spent the $100 million given by Grand President Du." $100 million. Lin Xinru almost thought she had heard wrong. "Then go ahead and cash the check for you," Du Zishi said with a smile. Soon Du Zishi drove Chen Mo and Lin Xinru to the bank and cashed the 100 million check into 100 million funds directly into Chen Mo's card. Looking at the information received on Chen Mo's cell phone, and the long string of numbers on it, Lin Xinru had never seen so much money in her long life. Her own brother Mo, who originally needed to work and study hard, had transformed into a billionaire. This was something she had never expected. As Chen Mo's money arrived, he smiled at Lin Xinru and said, "It's better to let brother treat you to something delicious." Lin Xinru laughed and said, "It was clearly agreed that I would treat you today. It's all the same." Looking at how close the two were, Du Zishi said without moving, "You two young lovers are really sweet." As soon as these words came out, Lin Xinru was the first to shake her head and said, "Sister Zishi misunderstood. Brother Mo and I are not a couple." This statement made Du Zishi a bit surprised. Seeing Lin Xinru's natural movements of hugging Chen Mo, she thought that the two were a couple. If they weren't a couple, then the two were so close and Chen Mo had to give her a car. Could it be that they were just cousins? Du Zishi didn't ask any further about this. She actually didn't really want to hear answers that she didn't want to hear. She would rather keep her current speculations. Let's go. Go check out the car. After learning that Lin Shinru and Chen Mo were not a couple, Du Zixi emotions were all significantly higher than earlier, both being girls. Lin Shinru naturally saw it as well. Sure enough, Brother Mo is getting more and more popular. She swept a glance at Chen Mo and Du Zixi who were sitting in the front seat. From the surface, the two of them looked more like a suitable pair instead. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Du Zixi was beautiful in appearance, had a good temperament, a gentle personality, and a strong family background, so Lin Shinru felt that she wasn't really quite comparable. However, although seeing Chen Mo and Du Zixi sitting together was a bit of a challenge, but when she thought of Chen Mo paying for his own car, Lin Shinru could feel that she still had some weight in Chen Mo's heart. Thinking of this, she felt a little better again. At this time, the two girls, both had different thoughts, but Chen Mo was leisurely calculating his follow-up actions at this time. For the mainline survival quest, 10 friends and family members of the 5th rank or above were required, of which there should also be 5 with more than 90 points of goodwill. Currently, Lu Qinlan and Mu Shiyu had already helped Chen Mo fulfill 2 targets. Du Zixi was still 10 points short, leaving 2 more people to pull to 90 points. Suya and Yu were good targets. As long as you can pull 5 people to 90 points of goodwill, the remaining 5 just need to become friends and family. That's still very simple. Chen Mo casually find 5 people above the 5th order to befriend on the line. If the 9th order Corpse King counted, Chen Mo could still fulfill 1 less target. Unfortunately, Lin Shinru's full favor with this 9th order Corpse King didn't count. After tapping on the main quest progress and scanning it, Chen Mo returned his gaze to the matter of annexing the Hong family. The matter of that terminally ill person almost coming over and blowing up his sidekick just now had already caused Chen Mo's patience with the Tang family to be almost at its limit. However, the Tang family's plan to deal with himself, casually kill some Tang family executives is no way to stop. After all, the Hong family must also be involved. Want to buy their own lives can be not a few. In that case, the Hong family could only be completely crushed first. Without the Hong family, the Tang family in the Magic City is also so much. At that time is not randomly needed. Killing the Tang family's top management may be useless, but threatening the Tang family's top management will definitely be more useful than killing them. Chen Mo was prepared to follow the plan to resolve the Hong family's peripheral forces tonight, then go to the Tang family to give them a threat. Let them know that they are not to be messed with. To deter them a bit, at least to let them stabilize for some time, saving them from having to frequently plant this kind of human bomb tactic to disgust themselves. After finishing his thoughts, seeing the unusual silence in the car, Chen Mo unexpectedly swept a glance at Du Zixi and Lin Shinru, and immediately adjusted the atmosphere with a smile. With him joining in the conversation, the two girls were able to chat about one thing or another. Just now, they could have all gotten caught up in their own random thoughts. After chatting for a while, the 3 of them arrived at the Ferrari 4S store. Since Chen Mo had already said in the car that Du Zixi, a professional, would be the one to pick, Du Zixi directly helped Lin Shinru pick a red sports car after they entered the dealership. Lin Shinru how dare to say what like or not like. This place casually a car price is already expensive as hell. Du Zixi pick what car she is dumb nodded that good. Seeing this, Du Zixi could only pick the one he felt most suitable. As soon as Du Zixi picked a good, Chen Mo directly and quickly pay money. However, knowing that the car will have to wait for some time, Chen Mo and directly turned to the next door to pick up the car does not need to wait for days of the car dealership. Casually swiped the card and purchased a stock can immediately drive over to directly pick up the sedan. This car buying speed and perfunctory attitude. See Du Zixi and Lin Shinru are a little confused. You're buying a car faster than buying groceries. Du Zixi laughed helplessly. The car is bought back to drive. Broken and replaced is. Picking and choosing is not much fun. Chen Mo said with a faint smile. Then directly give you a good license plate by the way. At this point, the DMV is off duty. It's okay, I have some relationship with them, so you can drive the car directly to the license plate with me. Du Zixi looked at Chen Mo and smiled. Soon the car dealership drove Chen Mo's car over, and originally said to get a temporary license plate or something, but Du Zixi directly told them that there was no need. It's convenient to have connections, so please lead the way. Miss Du. Chen Mo sat on the driver's side of the new car when he finished speaking. Are you any good? Du Zixi looked at Chen Mo and said, although I haven't driven much since I took the driver's license test, I've learned from watching others drive. Chen Mo said confidently, this is not something to joke about. Stop it. Du Zixi said seriously. Don't worry, really will. Chen Mo smiled back. Seeing Chen Mo's confident attitude, Du Zixi was still not assured and let him drive around for a while before reassuring him to drive along. Xiaoru, this guy is driving for the first time. You'd better take my car first. Let him get on the road alone and drive for a while first, lest something pits you. Hearing Du Zixi say that, Lin Shinru immediately smiled and said, "Okay, senior sister." Along the way, Du Zishi drove in front, but her eyes were always watching Chen Mo behind her through the rearview mirror. Seeing that the other party drove steadily all the way over, he was also a bit relieved. Lin Shinru was also watching Chen Mo's driving behind her all the way. Seeing Chen Mo driving in a calm and steady manner, her heart couldn't help but feel a little more certain about her first time driving. After all, Chen Mo was also driving for the first time. Driving straight is usually not a problem even for newcomers. When it comes to narrow roads, backing up can be difficult. After Du Zishi finished, she said mischievously, "I have to drive a narrow road to test him." "Ah, brother Mo just got on the road. Wouldn't it be a bit too much of a test for him?" Lin Shinru immediately said, "It's fine. It's not that kind of narrow road. It's just the kind of road where you have to pay attention to your left and right a little bit. It's mainly to test whether he's stable or not." Du Zishi smiled. Soon after, she deliberately drove the car into a narrow road between residential buildings. Who knows? Chen Mo followed it in and remained steady as a batch. It even stayed almost in perfect alignment with the distance between the left and right barriers. This really surprised Du Zishi. It seems like Chen Mo is very talented, being able to drive for the first time and being able to be stable to this extent. After testing Chen Mo, Du Zishi didn't take Chen Mo around in circles. He directly brought him to the DMV. After easily parking into a parking space with a beautiful drift, she was just about to get out of the car to see how Chen Mo, a newcomer, was going to park when she saw that Chen Mo had also managed to get into the parking space with a perfect drift flung over just like her. She couldn't help but freeze a little. At this time, Chen Mo got out of the car and said with a smile, "How about Miss Du? My car skills are still eye-catching, right? Chen Mo, are you lying to me? Are you a novice at this?" Du Zishi looked at Chen Mo with a look of disbelief. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Indeed a novice. It's just that I've watched a lot of videos of expert drag racing and learned a few tricks." "You're teasing me. This is the first time I've heard of watching videos of expert drag racing to learn tricks." Du Zishi felt a bit numb. At this time, Lin Shinru, who was on the side, was praising the party. Starry-eyed praising Chen Mo for parking and floating and dumping quite handsomely just now. Chen Mo smiled and rubbed her head. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you next time." "Alright, let's do the license plate first." With Du Zishi's connections, Chen Mo's new car quickly finished all the formalities for the license plate. "I'm kind of done for, so I'll leave first." Du Zishi was ready to leave after helping. Chen Mo immediately said, "That's not good. You've worked hard for half a day. Won't you let me treat you to a meal?" Du Zishi immediately smiled and said, "Dr. Chen, as far as your kindness to our Du family is concerned, I can't even pay you back with my body. If I come out to help you with a small favor and still need you to thank me, I won't go back to be scolded by my dad." Hearing this, Chen Mo laughed. "That doesn't count as a thank you. When a friend invites you." Du Zishi swept a glance at Lin Shinru and said, "Next time, I still have some things to do today." "That's fine. Then you should remember this meal first, and look for me anytime you're free." Chen Mo smiled. "It's not easy to let divine Dr. Chen a meal. I really can't afford to eat it casually, so I'll keep it for now." Du Zishi finished with a smile and drove off. "The car is bought. It's time to eat. Walk up to the car and treat you to a good meal." Lin Shinru looked at Chen Mo after she got in the car and said, "Brother Mo, just now that senior sister Zishi seems to be quite fond of you. What's wrong? Jealous again?" Chen Mo joked. "You said that I still have several bowls to eat. I don't need to eat instead." Lin Shinru said with a helpless smile. "I saved her father before, so she is a bit more grateful to me." Chen Mo briefly explained. "So that's how it is. School sister Zishi has a good appearance, good figure, good temperament, and good family background, so it's quite suitable to develop into a target." Lin Shinru commented. "Then I will strive to develop her." Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "Flamboyant carrot." Lin Shinru instantly blanked Chen Mo. "Isn't this what you said about people being nice? Fat water doesn't flow into outsiders' fields, so I'm an insider?" Lin Shinru laughed. Chen Mo immediately picked up her chin and covered her red lips and said, "What do you think?" Lin Shinru laughed and didn't answer, but just said in a happy mood, "Let's go, eat a big meal." Chen Mo, who had mastered notable car skills through the perfect replica skill, drove the car fast and steady. In no time, the two of them arrived at the Red Edge Plaza, which was the mecca of dating for couples. There were a lot of couples restaurants here. Chen Mo remembered that there was a Michelin 3-star couples restaurant called Maple Forest Evening, so he was going to bring Lin Shinru here to enjoy a good meal. After quickly parking the car with extremely skillful driving skills, Chen Mo took Lin Shinru and started walking towards the Maple Forest Evening restaurant. As the saying goes, parking XX Maple Forest Evening. The name of this restaurant still had some meaning. This restaurant was not just a restaurant. It also provided hotel-like accommodation services. and there were many special devices in the room that could provide guests with a large number of different erotic services. After Chen Mo and Lin Xinru parked the car, they had just stepped out of the garage not long before they heard a tender and cute childish voice. "Big brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for pretty sister." Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Mo immediately turned his head. Lin Xinru, on the other hand, landed her gaze on the very watery flowers in the little girl's hands. "Ha, Tong Tong?" Chen Mo had just made a surprise sound when the little girl suddenly pounced towards Chen Mo, happily shouting, "Brother Mo." Chen Mo immediately squatted down and embraced her in his arms. You guys know each other?" Lin Xinru said unexpectedly. Chen Mo hugged Tong Tong and said with a smile, "Her name is Yi Tong. I knew her and her mother, Sister Cheng, when I worked part-time before, and Sister Cheng took care of me quite a bit at that time." After saying this, Chen Mo smiled and touched Yi Tong's head and asked, "Tong Tong, where is your mom? Why are you selling roses over here at night when it's dark?" At the same time Chen Mo swept a glance at the label on Yi Tong's head and couldn't help but be a little surprised that such a small girl not only survived the end of the world, but even lived quite well. At this moment, Yi Tong's head was displaying the label of a sixth-order freak. It was evident that this little guy had been alienated into a freak in the end times, and was still a sixth-order freak with notable strength. This was really something that Chen Mo hadn't expected. Originally, when the end of the world came, the old, weak, sick and disabled were the most prone to accidents. Being able to survive was considered lucky, not to mention mixing up to such a high level, so it was evident that Yi Tong had really good luck. "Mom is a bit uncomfortable and is resting at home," Yi Tong said with a smile as she wrapped her arms around Chen Mo. Since Chen Mo was squatting on the ground, and Yi Tong was on his side with her arm around his neck. At this time Chen Mo didn't pay too much attention to Yi Tong's expression when she spoke. However, Lin Xinru who was on the side noticed that just now when Yi Tong talked about her mom being a bit uncomfortable, her smile was a bit forced. Lin Xinru, who often drew characters' expressions, still had some experience in interpreting these changes in expressions, especially for this kind of child who was not deeply involved in the world and wasn't very good at camouflage. She wondered what kind of experience it took to make a child who was only so young learn to respond to others with such a forced smile. Hearing that Sister Cheng was just resting at home, Chen Mo didn't ask too many questions, but looked at the roses in Yi Tong's hand and smiled. "Tong Tong is really a good girl. She's learned to sell flowers to fill her family's needs. How many more flowers do you have in this basket? Brother bought them all for you. Go home early to accompany mom." "Ah, Brother Mo, you want to buy all the flowers here? It would cost a lot of money to buy all these flowers. If you need so many roses, go to the store over there and buy them. My flowers were given to me by the owner of that store, so if you buy them directly from the owner, it will be a lot cheaper." Rarely having the honor of meeting her super favorite big brother by chance, Yi Tong did not want to take advantage of the opportunity to earn a large sum of money from him at all, but instead honestly pointed out the most money-saving method to Chen Mo. And also very cute to his ear whispered, "The purchase price over there is only $2 a piece. Oh, Brother Mo, I only tell you, you cannot tell others, or the boss will be angry." Seeing this face of innocence, small face round, big eyes pure and flawless, lips red and teeth white cute little girl, Chen Mo inexplicably touched for her innocence. This child's cute honesty made Chen Mo very loving. He smiled and said, "It's okay, money is not important. Brother just likes to buy Tong Tong's flowers. Then only sell you one. The boss stipulates that I must sell $10 a flower. Otherwise it will destroy her market price or something." Yi Tong took out a rose plausibly said. Looking at Yi Tong still saving money for herself, Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "I've looked at your basket of flowers. There are about 20 of them. I'll take them all. This is $200. Chen Mo smiled and took out $200 and handed it to Yi Tong. Seeing Chen Mo spending so much money on useless roses, Yi Tong quickly looked at Lin Xinru who was beside her and said, "Sister, this kind of flower will be fine if you buy one flower to wear on your hair. If you buy more than one it will wither soon, so it's useless. You should quickly persuade Brother Mo not to spend money indiscriminately." She thought that Chen Mo bought so many flowers because he wanted to please this pretty sister. That's why she wanted to ask Lin Xinru to help her persuade him along. She had lived with her mother since she was a child and had seen how hard her mother worked to make money. In the past, she had stayed and played with Chen Mo at the place where her mother and Chen Mo did their work, and it was clear that Chen Mo was also a person who worked hard to earn money. $100 was a lot of hard work to earn money, let alone $200. She didn't want Chen Mo to spend money in meaningless places. Hearing this well-behaved and understanding little girl say this, Lin Xinru couldn't help but have her eyes slightly moist. What a well-behaved and understanding good child. This cute little sister who understood simply made her want to cry a little. Lin Xinru immediately turned her head to look at Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately laughed. "Tong Tong good boy. Brother is not the same as before. Brother is now rich. There is a lot of money. You can rest assured that your flowers will be sold to brother. Ah, could it be that brother Mo? Did you win the jackpot by buying a lottery ticket? In Yitong's worldview, the only people who could instantly become so rich were basically those who had won the jackpot by buying a lottery ticket. Chen Mo smiled and touched Yitong's little head and said, yes, so you don't have to worry about brother's money. Although Chen Mo said this, Yitong was unexpectedly understanding. She stretched out her little hand and held Chen Mo's cheeks tightly so that he could look at himself, and then said with the same admonishment as a small adult, Brother Mo, I heard that many people who win the lottery spend money indiscriminately, and then end up becoming poor again. Even if you win the lottery, you can't just spend money randomly, or else you'll easily spend all your money. After saying that, Yitong even touched Chen Mo's forehead with her forehead and turned it around, as if she was instilling her belief in Chen Mo so that he wouldn't spend money recklessly, causing Chen Mo and Lin Xinru to be in tears and laughter. I know, but this time, the exception is that Tong Tong promised to sell the flowers to her brother before her brother could promise Tong Tong not to spend money recklessly in the future. Chen Mo directly made a deal with Tong Tong's most important concern of not spending money indiscriminately, which now left Tong Tong with nothing to say for a while. That's fine. Only this time in the future brother can't spend money recklessly, but the boss said to earn me $5 apiece. I'll count it as $5 apiece and sell it to brother Mo to you. That way I don't want the boss's payment. The boss shouldn't blame me for selling it low. Although Tong Tong compromised, she still wanted to help Chen Mo save $100. This silly child. Chen Mo's heart was really both helpless and compassionate towards this understanding and well-behaved child. If you sell it like this, aren't you not earning a single penny? My brother bought Tong Tong's flowers because he wanted Tong Tong to make money, not because he wanted to make money for the boss. Come on, $200, be a good boy and take it. I'll take the flowers. Chen Mo forcibly stuffed Yitong Tong with $300 and took all her flowers. Brother, there's an extra $100. Yitong immediately realized that the number was wrong. The extra $100 was bought together with your little flower basket, Chen Mo said with a smile. After saying that, Chen Mo immediately gave the roses he bought to Lin Xinru. Haven't sent you any flowers yet. Come this time to send you 20 at once. Lin Xinru smiled and kissed Chen Mo. Thank you, brother Mo. Why does sister call brother Mo as brother Mo too? Tong Tong was very understanding in some things and dull in others. Looking at her dumbfounded appearance, Lin Xinru laughed, because sister wants to be a little girl to be loved by brother Mo. When Lin Xinru said this, Yitong nodded with a bit of half understanding. Right. Have you eaten dinner yet, Tong Tong? Chen Mo touched her little head and asked. Not yet. I'm going home for dinner after selling flowers, Yitong said obediently. Then there's no need to go home first. What's your mom's phone number? I'll give your mom a word. You'll go eat with me for dinner. Go home again after eating. How can that be? Yitong hastily shook her head and refused. Hearing her say this, Chen Mo intentionally sunk his face and said, Brother Mo is treating Tong Tong as his own sister. What's wrong with a blood brother taking his own sister to dinner? Do you think it's not okay if you think brother Mo is an outsider and doesn't like brother Mo? Then brother will be very sad. Chen Mo's words came out. Yitong was so anxious that she quickly shook her little head like a rattle drum. She still likes Chen Mo very much, and treats Chen Mo as her own brother. She just said no, naturally can't be, because she thinks Chen Mo is an outsider or doesn't trust him. She is just afraid that Chen Mo and Lin Xinru are on a date right now, and she will be a light bulb if she goes over. Don't look at her age. But she was still clear about this point. However, in order to avoid brother Mo from misunderstanding that she didn't like him and treated him as an outsider, Yitong didn't know what to say for a while, so she could only nod her head in agreement. That's good. Chen Mo smiled and touched her little head. What's your mom's phone number? With that, Yitong reported a number to Chen Mo. Chen Mo immediately called it. The first call went unanswered, and the second call rang for more than 10 seconds before it was finally picked up. Hey! Just as soon as he heard the voice on the other side of the phone, Chen Mo felt that something wasn't quite right. The voice on the other side of the phone was breathless. However, remembering that Yitong had just said that her mom was not feeling well at home and probably had a cold, Chen Mo did not care too much. Hello, is this Sister Ching? I'm Mo. Remember me? Originally the other party hadn't heard who was calling, but with the familiar voice and familiar name coming at the same time, Yu Yuqing immediately smiled and said, cough cough cough. So it's Momo. Of course Sister Ching remembers you. How did you get my phone number? It is Tong Tong gave me. I am outside is preparing to eat dinner. It just happened to meet Tong Tong and selling flowers. I want to take her together to eat dinner, so I told you in advance. The family will not have to prepare her dinner. How is that a good thing to do? This child is really. I have said let her not go out. Have to go out and say that she wants to make money. Cough cough. Yu Yuqing had to cough a few times when she said a sentence. thinking that she was indeed holding a sickness. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I used to take Tong Tong as a younger sister to take her to play. She can like me to take me as my own brother. I'm quite happy. After all, I'm an only child. That's really too much trouble for you, Momo. Yu Yuqing still trusted Chen Mo, so she didn't worry about what would happen to her daughter if she followed Chen Mo. What is Sister Cheng saying? That's it then. By the way, I see that your body seems to be a bit uncomfortable. Did you get some kind of disease? It's just some wind chill. It's fine. It will be fine soon. Where does your family live now? I'll stop by to see you when I send Tong Tong home later. No. 158, Mincheng Road. Okay, I'll make a note of it. See you later then. Chen Mo hung up the phone on his side. Yi Tong immediately said, Brother Mo, I have to give the money from the sale to the boss for a bit first. Wait for me. Well, go ahead. Chen Mo smiled and touched her little head. What a well-behaved and understanding little doll that causes people to love her. I really don't know if being so understanding at this age is a good thing or not. Lin Xinru sighed as she looked at Yi Tong's general maturity as a young adult that she sometimes displayed. Sister Qing's husband isn't a good thing. Even if he doesn't make money, he often owes a bunch of gambling debts back home, which is what caused their family to be like this now, forcing Tong Tong to be so precocious. Ah, this is not even a divorce? Don't dare to divorce. That husband of hers said that if he dares to divorce, he will take the lives of both of them. For the sake of Tong Tong, Sister Qing can only tolerate her anger. Speaking of this, Chen Mo's heart has already thought of what to do. Before he was even know these things also have no ability to help Yu Yuqing solve her husband. Not to mention the previous Chen Mo, is to go the official way. This kind of dogskin plaster once sticking in Yu Yuqing's body, also cannot be easily uncovered down. To deal with this kind of person, one had to resort to means that were even more bottomless than the other party. That's really tragic. Getting involved with this kind of person is simply a lifelong nightmare. Lin Xinru listened horribly, and even tightened her arms around some Chen Mo. At this time inside the flower store, the store owner saw Yi Tong come back early, and immediately asked with a smile, Ha, Tong Tong, how come you came back so soon today? The owner of this flower store was actually a very nice person. Usually people who came to her to take flowers out to sell had to pay a deposit first, but when Yi Tong came over, she didn't charge her a deposit every time. Moreover, every time Yi Tong took the flowers out and sold them for a long time, she didn't pay attention to the watering, which made the flowers wilt, and she never cared about it. Today, when she saw Yi Tong come back so quickly, and even the flower basket was gone, she was naturally a little curious. There's a brother who's always been good to me, and just happened to meet me, so he bought all my flowers, and also bought away the flower basket. Saying that, Yi Tong handed $300 to the boss's wife. I don't know how much that flower basket of yours costs, boss. See if $300 is enough. Yi Tong said dully. After hearing this, the boss's wife only took back $100 and gave the remaining $200 to Yi Tong. That flower basket isn't worth much. Since he bought it, then this money is considered good for you to earn. The boss lady touched Yi Tong's head and said with a smile, 2 red tickets. It was the first time Yi Tong had earned so much money in one day. She couldn't help but breathe heavily in her excitement. She didn't come over here every day, but every other day. The rest of the time she had to stay home to take care of her mom. Her father liked to drink and gamble, and once he finished drinking, he was like a different person. He would beat and scold the two of them if he wasn't pleased, and he was idle all day long, hardly going out to make money. The whole family basically relied on Yi Tong's mother to support them. This makes Yi Tong's mother bear the immense pressure. On the one hand, she has to work hard, and on the other hand, she has to bear her husband's scolding for no reason. In order to earn a lot of money to pay off her debts and prevent debt collectors from coming to her door and bullying her children, she has already exhausted her body by working hard and intensely, but she also has to endure her husband's scolding from time to time for no reason. In this kind of work pressure, life pressure, physical and mental fatigue under the pressure of high-intensity life, she is naturally inevitable illness. But the more she did, Yi Tong's father on the contrary, the more angry and cold-eyed towards her. Home is to ask for money, completely regardless of Yu Yuqing's physical condition. Once he could not get the money, he had to beat people. Yu Yuqing was already sick, but she had to be beaten. Her health got better even slower. The slower the body, well, the more difficult to go out to make money. The more difficult to go out to make money, the more to suffer scolding, directly into a vicious circle. But in the face of this kind of once pushed to the end of the road will be crazy to kill themselves and their daughters of the devil. Yu Yuqing is also unable to resist. She wasn't afraid that something would happen to her. She was only afraid that something would happen to her daughter. No matter how much pain, for the sake of this well-behaved daughter, she endured. But now it is not a matter of whether she endures or not. And then this vicious cycle continues. She has no doubt that she may be the first to be killed by her own demon husband. Yitong is also because she saw such a scene. Afraid of her mother to give no money, father will be crazy beat her. She can only be forced to go out to make money for her mother, to reduce the possibility of her mother to be beaten. Today is considered to be the biggest harvest. Yitong went out to make money, but she also knows that this kind of harvest is usually impossible to have. That is the silent brother to take care of their own to have such a big harvest. However, she was still prepared to return the $100 proceeds from selling the flower basket to Chen Mo. When Yitong left, Chen Mo scanned the system alerts, even if it was just a child. But after all, it was a 6th-ranked freak, and her close contact with Chen Mo just now still caused the system to sound an alarm for quite a while. However, the system also broadcasted that Yitong had a rather high favorability towards Chen Mo. Her current favorability had already reached 90 points, clearly reaching the level of favoritism. Being able to reach this level of favoritism, it would be easier to be recognized as a close relative, best friend, beloved, and so on. Yitong's feelings towards Chen Mo were naturally included in the category of closest relative. To her, Chen Mo was as good as her own blood brother. Chen Mo also reaped a reward of 20,000 survival points from the little one as a result. Holding the 2 red tickets, Yitong quickly and happily ran back to Chen Mo's side, pulling out one of the red tickets and said in a good manner, "Brother Mo, the boss said that the flower basket doesn't cost any money, so I'll return this $100 to you." Chen Mo smiled and touched her head and said, "This is considered to be brother's buy away from you. This money is naturally counted as yours." Chen Mo took the $100 and stuffed it inside Yitong's coat pocket again. "Alright, let's not talk about the money. Let's go eat." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he picked up Yitong in his arms. The little girl hadn't been hugged by Chen Mo for some days. She immediately happily reached out and wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck, leaning her little head against his body. "What are we going to eat?" the little girl asked curiously. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Eat a big meal." At this time Yitong came to Chen Mo's ear and timidly whispered, "Brother Mo is not on a date with a pretty sister. Mom said that when others are dating you cannot come together next to others. It will become a light bulb to disturb them. You take Tong together, pretty sister will not be angry, right?" Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "It won't. What are you two whispering about?" Lin Shinru said with a smile. Tong asked if you would mind her eating together. Chen Mo said with a smile, "How could I? Tong come, sister hug." Lin Shinru could love this well-behaved and understanding cute little girl too much, and immediately snatched her away from Chen Mo's arms. Although Yitong preferred to stay in Chen Mo's arms, but as soon as she thought that she couldn't make her pretty sister angry, she immediately and obediently wrapped her arms around Lin Shinru's neck and said, "Pretty sister's body smells so good. It has the same scent as brother Mo's body." Yitong's childish words couldn't help but make Lin Shinru recall the scene of the two of them fighting in the bathroom before she left the house, and she couldn't help but blush and say, "That's because brother Mo learns from people and sprays the same perfume as them." Chen Mo laughed and didn't say much. Soon the three of them arrived in front of the Maple Forest evening restaurant. Seeing two young couples with a 12-year-old or so little sister dressed in some shabby clothes that looked like ground floor goods come together to dine at the couple's restaurant, the welcoming lady at the door couldn't help but feel a hint of strangeness. He hadn't heard of anyone making a reservation for a 3-person table today. "Hello sir, we have a membership system here. May I ask if you have a reservation in advance?" Chen Mo took out a solid gold card from his pocket and handed it over. "You are a restaurant under the name of Du Yuan Group, right? So is it possible to use this card without a reservation? 2. The Supreme Gold Card? I'll inform the store manager to come and receive you." After receiving Chen Mo's Supreme Gold Card and swiping the card to verify it, the welcoming lady immediately served with scared respect. During their entry training, they were emphasized on how to serve when they encountered this card. After all, it was clearly stated that the status of the guests who came to consume with this kind of card was comparable to the arrival of Du Runyuan in person. To do Runyuan disrespect, then even if people do not remember the small man under his hand also have to give those who do not have the eyes to offend their own boss a good lesson of good men. No need. There's no need. I'm just casually having a meal with my girlfriend. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Chen Mo immediately waved his hand. "Yes, then sir please follow me this way." As the trio entered, the welcoming lady pointed to a few of the better private rooms and said, "Look, which private room do you need? Because you are a Supreme Gold Card customer. Even the private rooms that have been booked by someone in advance can be used by you first. Just choose whichever one hasn't been booked. Don't break the rules. That mister. The good private rooms on our side are basically all booked out. Only the lowest grade private rooms are left. The lowest grade private rooms only have dining tables within them. There are no other more convenient facilities, but the soundproofing is all done as well as it is, so it won't be disturbed." The welcoming lady respectfully said, "It's okay, we're just here to eat. simply having a meal. Chen Mo did not care about the luxury of the private room. Then sir, please take a look at private room 75. If you are satisfied, I will call the waitress lady to come and order for you. Under the guidance of the welcoming lady, Chen Mo's trio entered an ordinary private room. The private room was not big, but it was still quite moody, mainly red in color, with some rose petals scattered inside, 2 bunches of flowers on the table, and the desktop was in the shape of a love heart. Yi Tong saw this room and said happily, "What a beautiful room. So many flowers." Chen Mo saw that she liked it and immediately smiled. "This is the room then. Okay, please wait a moment." Soon a waitress lady came over with the menu. Just now the welcoming lady told her that this private room was for a VIP guest and must be served well. The waitress lady, although a little surprised that the VIP guest was using the most common private room, still served with great enthusiasm. "Hello sir, may I ask if you would like to order a set menu or order on your own?" The waitress enthusiastically got a raised chair so that Yi Tong could also get on the table before coming to Chen Mo's side and asking, "Just serve whatever signature delicious food you have here." "Okay, please also wait for a moment. I will ask the kitchen to serve your meal quickly. By the way sir, are there any requirements for alcoholic beverages? I heard that the special drinks on your side are good. Just serve the drinks. I don't need to serve alcohol if I drove here." "Okay." Before serving the food, the waiter brought in some cold dishes, as well as some special drinks. After Chen Mo poured a cup for Yi Tong, probably because this little girl didn't drink much water outside selling flowers. She was thirsty. Chen Mo just poured a cup for her. After she finished saying a thank you to Brother Mo, she gulped and picked up the cup, and finished the cup in one gulp. "Is it good?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. "Sweet and delicious," Yi Tong said happily. "But you can't drink it so fast even if it's good. Be careful if you drink too much later that you won't be able to eat the other good food." Hearing Chen Mo say this, Yi Tong immediately put the cup away from herself a bit, afraid that she couldn't control the temptation. This dumb look caused Chen Mo and Lin Xinru to smile. Although Chen Mo said that there was no need to notify the manager still learned that there was an honored guest coming over. He himself happened to be busy. He wanted to put down the work at hand to come over, but heard that Chen Mo didn't want to be disturbed, so it was just as well that he didn't have to come over. But he still instructed the kitchen to speed up the speed of serving food to this private room. Although he didn't know what kind of person was coming, he thought that it must be a high-status couple, so he also specially instructed to give a few extra dishes that showed some more love. Due to being given special care, naturally the serving speed was also very fast. The waitress was a little surprised at the speed of serving in this private room. She only reported over not long ago. The dishes were served one after another. Visible is really a guest. But look at each other, 2 young people in their 20s and a child wearing a very shabby, but also cannot see where the expensive. As the dishes were just brought into the room, Yi Tong's little nose was mesmerized by the aroma of the dishes. Differently shrugging her little agaric nose, Chen Mo laughed as he helped her with the dishes and then said with a smile, "Tong Tong, if you think you can't clip it you can stand on the chair and eat it." "Ah, wouldn't that be rude?" Don't look at Yi Tong's family's lack of money. But her mother, Yu Yuqing, had taught her very well. Whatever Yu Yuqing had said to Yi Tong that she couldn't and shouldn't do, Yi Tong had memorized it all in her mind. For example, standing on a chair to eat was a rude behavior, and one should not do so when eating out. Tong Tong is so good, a good boy who knows how to be polite. But you're eating with your brother now, so it's okay. You have to be polite when you're eating with outsiders, but when you're eating with your brother, you just have to eat happily, Chen Mo said as he touched Yi Tong's little head. As the dishes were served, the 3 of them started eating. After a few bites, Yi Tong suddenly stopped. Chen Mo asked unexpectedly, "What's wrong Tong Tong? Is it some dish that's not to your liking? I was thinking that I eat good food over here. I don't know what mom eats at home." "Silly child. Later I'll ask the waiter to make some new dishes and pack some delicious ones to bring back for your mom to try as well. Then the $200 that Tong Tong just earned will be given to brother as grocery money," Yi Tong said as she took out 2 red tickets from inside her coat pocket. Chen Mo immediately laughed and stuffed it back for her saying, "Silly girl, I haven't seen Sister Ching for some time. Me bringing something over to see her is a courtesy of meeting. How can I ask you to spend money on it?" As she didn't quite understand the world of adults, Yi Tong didn't say anything else. The waiter on the side saw how innocent this little girl was, and couldn't help but feel that this little doll was a bit dorky and cute. $200 was not enough to buy the bottle of the restaurant's homemade juice in front of her, not to mention any of the dishes ordered in this private room. No matter which dish it was already more than $200. Seeing that her mom would also have something delicious to eat in a while, Yi Tong ate her meal next with a lot less guilt in her heart. Otherwise, when she thought of her mom suffering at home by herself while she was eating delicious food here, Yi Tong couldn't even eat well. After eating and drinking for a while, Yi Tong suddenly squirmed a bit. Chen Mo felt keenly and immediately asked, "What's wrong with Tong Tong? Where is it uncomfortable?" It was only at this time that Yi Tong blushed her little face and lowered her head. "I want to pee." Come to think of it, she had just sold flowers outside for quite a while, and came in cooling and drinking drinks. It was normal that she wanted to pee. Generally speaking, high-end private rooms have toilets inside, but Chen Mo's room was the most inferior private room, and apart from the dining table and some moody atmosphere decorations, there were no extra facilities. Lin Xinru immediately put down her chopsticks and smiled. "I'll accompany you." Yi Tong hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoru. But Mom said that walking around while eating is not good for the stomach. I'll just go by myself. I'm not a kid anymore. Going to the toilet and still needing someone to accompany me? I feel super shy." Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room couldn't help but laugh. When Yi Tong, who was obviously still at a young age, said this, everyone naturally felt that it was very cute. However, she had already said this. Children also have their own face. Chen Mo still took better care of Yi Tong's feelings and let her go in order not to refute her face. But he still said to the attendant beside him, "Please explain the location of the restroom to her. Then little sister, please follow me." After hearing Yi Tong's cute words, the waiter was also quite fond of her and greeted her with a smile. After Yi Tong followed the waitress out the door, Chen Mo smiled apologetically at Lin Xinru and said, "I accidentally ran into Tong Tong, so I took her to dinner on the way. Next time I will compensate you with a candlelight dinner alone." Tong Tong is quite an appealing child. I think she didn't disturb any atmosphere even when she was around. Instead, she was quite happy. When she just saw us talking, she all purposely ate in silence and tried not to make any noise, just for fear of disturbing us. Lin Xinru said with a smile, "A good child indeed." While the two were eating and chatting about Yi Tong in the private room, at this time Yi Tong had already found the restroom under the guidance of the waiter, because the waitress knew that she was embarrassed to be treated like a child by others. Those who can work as a waitress here are more or less a bit eye-catching, so she smiled and said, "The toilet is in front. I'll wait for you outside." "Trouble, sister. I remember the room number. I'll just go back by myself in a while." Yi Tong smiled and gave a thank you, then hurriedly ran into the toilet. Looking at Yi Tong's well-behaved appearance, the attendant smiled, before turning to leave. After Yi Tong finished going to the toilet in a hurry and came out to wash her hands, she had just climbed onto the sink when she suddenly realized that there was something shiny on the side of the sink. When she picked it up and took a look, she realized that the original bright crystal thing was a ring with an oversized diamond, which Yi Tong still knew was of high value. "I don't know whose ring fell off. This thing is so expensive. The person who fell off must be very anxious. I have to hurry to tell the waitress sister. Let her look for the owner." Tong Tong washed her hands and then drew down the nearby hand towel to wrap the ring carefully and then tucked it into her coat pocket, before she jumped down from the washstand, ready to hand it over to the waitress sister in a while when she went out. As a result, Yi Tong just walked out of the door of the restroom. Then suddenly was a woman who hurriedly came to directly knock down on the ground. Agu, Yi Tong's body was too small, and she was knocked off her feet, crying out in pain. "What's going on? Why is there such a dirty girl inside Maple Forest Evening? Don't you know how to look at the road when walking?" Seeing that Yi Tong was dressed in ground floor goods, even ground floor goods that were still a bit worn out, this woman obviously wouldn't think that Yi Tong was some kind of family's child who came over here to spend money. Thinking that it was a child brought in by the service staff, she immediately scolded the nearby waiter who happened to come over. "Waiter, I say, what's going on in your restaurant? It's okay for the staff to bring in a child, but how can you let such a dirty child run around? My calf is raw from bumping into it. I now seriously suspect that there is something wrong with your staff management and hygiene conditions here. You call your store manager to come out." As soon as he saw that the guest was fuming, that waiter was just a small service staff and had no way to respond. Plus he didn't know how in the world this poor family's child got in, and immediately took out his phone to contact the manager. His opinion at this time and this woman is also similar. Both feel that Yi Tong seems to be should not appear here. After all, this is a Michelin 3-star high-end restaurant. The consumption is not the average person can afford to come here even if the guests are not rich. How can someone bring this kind of poor child in? Obviously it was some employee who brought in the child. Now she bumped into the guest, then naturally have to find her family to apologize to people. Seeing that she seemed to have made this gorgeously dressed aunt angry, Yi Tong, who had clearly been knocked over, forced herself to hold back the raw pain in her bottom from her fall, and knowingly said to the woman beside her, "I'm sorry. Auntie, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to bump into you. Did I bump into your calf? I'll rub it for you and it won't hurt anymore. This is how my mom helped me when I fell and hurt before." Saying that, Yi Tong then behaved herself and wanted to go and help this auntie rub the place she bumped into, to help her reduce the pain. As a result, unforeseen, before she even touched this woman, she was directly lifted by the woman in front of her and kicked out. Yi Tong, who fell heavily to the ground, only felt her chest hurting, and she looked at this auntie who kicked her with a bewildered expression. She didn't know why auntie kicked herself. She had obviously listened to her mother and apologized to the other person, and was even going to help her rub her sore spot. So why did she kick her? Even if the young Yi Tong knew better, she still couldn't understand the current situation. Tong Tong family. This line of plot composition has been set up not good to change. Can only ensure that this plot to go through. The follow-up no longer appear such episodes. The follow-up will enter the protagonist GAGA mess kill mode. After kicking off Yi Tong, the woman also disgustedly grabbed the silk scarf worn by the waiter next to her, wiped her shoes and then threw it back to the male waiter and said, "Hurry up and take this dirty thing away. Ungrateful thing. My skirt is more than 100,000 yuan customized, and it was almost touched by her to be dirty. Originally the body is very thin and weak, and now was viciously kicked." At this time Yi Tong even stand up feel very difficult, but the person beside her simply can't allow her to slow down on the ground for a while. Seeing this, I don't know which staff brought in a dead child annoyed the honored guests. This waiter hurriedly lifted her to the woman beside him and said, "I'm really sorry, it's our restaurant's negligence, only to give you such a bad experience. I intentionally this little girl is supposed to take advantage of our guards did not notice. Sneak in, and I'm very sorry. Didn't notice and sneaked in. I'm immediately kicking her out." This waiter said so, also because he received a text message from the manager, out of the countermeasure. That was for him to try his best to clear all relations between this little girl and their restaurant personnel. As for which employee she was specifically brought in by, it wouldn't be too late to slowly investigate after this matter had passed. Right now is to try to first appease the guests' emotions, and try to this girl and their restaurant relationship to completely clear, not let the guests feel that their restaurant is so unprofessional. So there was this speech, said the moment. In order not to further cause the guest upset, he immediately carried Yi Tong is ready to throw her out of the restaurant. Yi Tong is only 8 years old, by the male waiter a lift. She is not any resistance, can only hurry to explain that, "Big brother, I am not sneak in, I am with my brother together. Not sneak in, you do not throw me." At this time, she regretted that she had just let the waitress sister not to wait for herself. If that waitress sister was there just now, she could have helped explain herself. Hearing Yi Tong's words, the male waiter couldn't help but stop his movements. He just said that Yi Tong slipped in the words. He made up his own words. This little girl, since it can appear in the restaurant, there must be a reason. There are several people at the door to welcome plus guards to watch it. It is not possible to really let a little girl directly slipped in, so the waiter was still willing to listen to Yi Tong's words. Of course, he did not think that Yi Tong was with which guest to eat. He just thought that Yi Tong's brother was a staff member in the restaurant. After all, we were all looking up and down. So it wasn't good for him to handle the other person's sister too much, so he immediately prepared to ask for clarification. Seeing that the other party finally threw himself back on the ground, Yi Tong was relieved and was about to say which private room he had just been in, next to the woman, but suddenly rushed over towards this side. It turned out to be Yi Tong was just lifted up. Some movement struggle, resulting in the coat pocket that wrapped the ring hand towel fell out. With the hand towel fell to the ground by the vibration unfolding. Wrapped inside the diamond ring is also bright out. Naturally all of a sudden by the nearby woman to see. This woman just hurriedly ran over. In fact, came to look for her own ring. Due to the external hand sanitizer do not know what material is made of. In order not to corrode the ring, she habitually removed before washing her hands. The results of washing hands just wiped clean. Came a phone call, so she subconsciously followed the phone to leave, completely forgetting about this one ring. Later, after the phone call, she reacted to the ring did not take, and only then rushed back to find the ring. As a result, before she could find it, she bumped into a little girl, and now she even saw her own precious ring wrapped in a ball of paper that fell out of the pocket of the little girl's clothes. She immediately rushed over quickly, raised his hand and then snap sound heavily thrown a slap in Yi Tong's tender little face. Yi Tong's small age body is already weak. This suddenly by an adult angry slap, straight hit her is a dizzy, ear is buzzing tinnitus burst. Feeling the hot pain on her face, as well as the constant buzzing in her ears, Yi Tong looked at the ant beside her with a bewildered and at a loss. She did not understand why this ant had just kicked herself somehow, and why she had now slapped herself in the face. But Yi Tong was very strong and didn't cry out. She just asked the woman beside her, "Auntie, did Tong Tong make you angry? If Tong Tong did something wrong you can just tell Tong Tong. Tong Tong will definitely change. You don't have to hit Tong Tong anymore." In Yi Tong's opinion, if a stranger was angry enough to hit her, it was very likely that she had done something wrong. But at this moment, she really hadn't figured out what she had done wrong, so she could only make herself realize her mistake by asking. Hear her say so. The side of the male waiter is also a bit unable to look down. They have carried this little sister away. This guest how so ferocious, still want to chase over, throw a little girl a slap, how to say are too much a little bit right, guest, after all, she is still just a child, we will educate her, there is no need for you to be so angry chasing after her, I will immediately take her away, he said with a forced smile, walk away, walk what away, at this moment, the woman stopped the male waiter who was ready to take Yitong away, coldly swept a glance at the aggrieved and unknowing Yitong, and coldly snorted, stinky girl, what kind of innocence are you pretending to be here for me, and asking me what I've done wrong? A mother born without a mother to teach things, a small age does not learn to be good, but first learn to act to deceive people? Speaking, the woman immediately squatted down, picked up the ring and the paper ball on the ground, said, stole my ring, but also dare to play innocent. I just saw my ring from your pocket fell out. Around there is also a surveillance. You still want a sophistry is not? You thief! I am not a thief, Yitong quickly retorted. Humph, not a thief? If you're not a thief, then why did my ring fall out of your coat pocket? Do you know how expensive this thing is? You really dare to steal it? For the price of this ring, even selling your entire family would not be able to pay for it, the woman said coldly. I picked it up on the sink. Yitong didn't finish her sentence and ate another slap from this woman. Nonsense. This ring of mine was dropped on the washstand. It's not your stuff. You picked it up and put it in your own pocket, and you dare to say it's not called stealing? Yitong originally wanted to say that she picked it up and was ready to come out to the waitress sister and let the other party find the owner. But unfortunately, this aunt simply didn't even give her a chance to speak. Straight smacked her brain buzzing. What? Stealing a diamond ring? Seeing the diamond ring that the woman had just picked up, the male waiter also took a glance to see that this thing was worth a lot of money. He couldn't help but be a bit speechless. This child actually stole something? Then this is a serious problem. No matter which co-worker's sister she is, she can't protect her herself. I didn't steal. This is what I picked up. Seeing that the auntie couldn't make sense, and the big brother of the male waiter beside her followed the misunderstanding, Yitong quickly turned her head to prepare to explain to the male waiter, but the result was that her words hadn't been finished, and with the sound of a pass, her body received another kick. She was directly kicked to the ground by the woman beside her. Auntie, don't hit Tong Tong. Tong Tong really didn't steal anything. It hurts so much. Oh. The leather shoes on the woman's feet were hard and unrivaled, landing on this delicate body of Yitong, kicking straight to the point where she was already black and blue on her body, making her feel the pain so bad that she couldn't even breathe anymore from the pain. She hurriedly used her small hand to tightly cover the place that was kicked and hurt, only barely able to let herself breathe without involving the pain. Yitong has been until now are strong to endure. Yitong, at this time also finally is unable to endure the pain of the tears. Of course, because of the pain of crying accounted for a small part of the reason. More of the majority is because she was wronged and feel aggrieved by the tears fell. He did not steal anything. Why the aunt did not listen to his own explanation, but also beat himself. Yitong feel a burst of aggrieved heart, so want to find the silent brother to cry. At this time, the woman did not care about how heavy hand on a child, but instead saw her crying, but also a condescending sneer attitude scolded, you found it so what? You found something can take away by yourself? You found things can be put into their own pockets to hide? Then what's the difference between you and stealing from someone else's side? I didn't hide. Yitong forced herself to endure the pain in her body and tried to get up trying to defend herself. She was obviously worried that the owner of the lost valuable things will be anxious, and things continue to be placed in the same place will be lost for various reasons. She was the first on behalf of the first put away in careful custody, ready to come out after handing over to the waitress sister. Let the waitress sister to look for the owner of the lost. Simply did not hide. Still want to talk tough. Seeing this little girl stolen and still unrepentant, the woman again rushed up and gave her 2 loud slaps. At this time, Yitong's originally pink and tender face was already swollen with blood. Seeing the customer is angry. The hand is not light or heavy. How to say that this girl may also be their own colleague's sister. The side of the male waiter also do not want her to be hit too bad, so hastily squeezed into the middle of the two, trying to pacify guests. I'm really sorry. Appeared to make you unpleasant things. You see, she is after all just a little girl. You just gave her a lesson. Has also been enough. She will definitely remember that she won't do it again in the future. You first calm down. Your body is your own now. Don't get angry and spoil your body. Worthy of being a waitress in Maple Forest evening, but can talk. On your face, I will let her off this time. The woman snorted coldly, put on the ring and looked at Yitong once again. Dead girl, remember, don't let me see you stealing again in the future, or else I'll break your legs. I really didn't steal anything. You've wronged me. Even if she was beaten up one after another, not stealing was not stealing. Don't look at Yitong's young age, but she had her own stubbornness and dignity. She resolutely refused to accept such unwarranted wrongdoing. Even if she was beaten to death today, she wouldn't admit to something she didn't do. Her mother had always taught her not to do anything bad, and she had always listened to her mother. It was impossible for her to do anything bad. Why did this aunt wrongly accuse herself? She really couldn't figure it out. Obviously mom had said to find other people's things to try to keep it safe. Hand it over to the police uncle or the management of the store. When the time comes, you can hand it back to someone else. And you did the same thing. Why auntie want to wrongly accuse themselves? Yi Tong at this time, the heart incomparable, aggrieved. Even if she was beaten even more venomously, she could hold back her tears, but the words that called her a thief were comparable to a sharp sword, stabbing her soft and stubborn heart, bringing her great pain. Even if the injury again pain, will not cry strong little girl, but was wrongly accused of feeling throat was something blocked as difficult. She really want to hold a person who can be trusted bawling a cry. Thief girl, old lady has already spared you. Still here mouth hard. Good. Today's things you do not want to be good. This ring is worth $1 million. Stealing such a valuable thing. I spare you this time. You still do not know enough. Then I today non-peel a layer of skin of your family cannot. It's no fun to argue with a brat like you. Hurry up and call your parents over. I'll settle the score with them today, the woman said with a cold snort. Oh, Mayor brother. Seeing that the woman has been wrongly accused of murdering herself, Yi Tong finally could not help but let out a loud cry. This cry immediately attracted the attention of many people around. The waitress who brought Yi Tong over before didn't leave too far. After all, even if Yi Tong said she remembered the number of the private room, she was worried that Yi Tong didn't remember at all, so she was waiting in the neighborhood. It's just that while she was waiting, she was temporarily called away by the foreman to do something. When she came back, she heard this crying sound and she hurriedly ran over quickly. At first, she thought that Yi Tong had come out after going to the toilet and couldn't find the private room number before she cried in a hurry. As soon as she came back, she saw Yi Tong's face was covered with clear red palm prints, and her face was much swollen than the Yi Tong she had seen before. She was shocked. For a moment she didn't figure out what happened. She quickly rushed over and picked up Yi Tong. While gently caressing her back to comfort her, she asked the male waiter beside her, "What's going on here? Do you know whose sister this is?" The male waiter said unexpectedly. He then told all about what happened and asked this waitress to hurry up and apologize instead of Yi Tong, so that the guest would calm down. And at this time, the surrounding had already surrounded quite a few people over. After listening to the male waiter's description of the cause and effect of the incident, many people in the surrounding area were also pointing their fingers at Yi Tong and the female waitress. The family is poor, but also cannot be like this. How can teach children to steal things? That's right, or millions of diamonds. This is replaced by an adult. The bottom of the jail for you to sit through. Alas, poor mountains and bad water produce unruly people. Some people are poor is not unreasonable. But didn't that little girl keep saying she didn't steal it? Look at this little girl crying like this. Could it be that she really didn't steal it? In the crowd of accusing voices, there were still some voices that trusted Yi Tong that rang out, listening to the surrounding people's comments. At this time Yi Tong also put away the voice of crying, and hurriedly explained to the waitress, "Sister, I didn't steal that auntie's things. I was in the wash basin and saw her lost things, ready to bring it out to hand over to you to find the owner of the lost things." Whoop whoop. Listening to Yi Tong's sincere voice, coupled with the behavior of just seeing her innocently take out 200 yuan in the private room and give it to Chun Mo to say as grocery money, she believed that this girl was a virtuous girl, not the kind of person who would steal. She was sure that Yi Tong was telling the truth. And seeing Yi Tong in this state because she had been wrongly accused, she really felt sorry for the child. She immediately shouted angrily to the woman, "Are you too much? The child has said. Your ring is just she picked up, ready to take out to find the owner. There is no intention of stealing. You do not have things clear before? What is the right to so severely beat a small child of only 10 years old?" Seeing the Maple Forest evening restaurant within an inconspicuous little waitress actually dared to contradict themselves, a woman in a gorgeous dress was immediately furious. Flinging his hand, he snapped a slap in the face of the waitress. "You, what right do you have to hit me? This waitress is not Yi Tong, such a small child. She is bloody. Even if she is just a worker, there is no reason to be bullied and randomly fling slaps." Suddenly being severely slapped by someone for no reason, she was immediately furious and raised her hand to hit back, but the male waiter beside her was quick and hurried to stop it. He hurriedly said, "Xiao Ku, you calm down. The vast majority of guests here we cannot afford to mess with. If you have an accident, your brother after what to do. We are all old employees who have been working here for quite a while, and we know a little bit about their respective situations. This waitress is called Lin Yike, is a very serious and responsible work. People bold and good people. In the workers between the reputation is still very good. Because of this, the male waiter will desperately go forward to stop her. Fear of her offending people out of things. Although he knew that at this time Lin Yike inexplicably received a slap must be very aggrieved in his heart. But from just now, he could see that this woman who hit people without mercy was able to be so emboldened to strike out at others, and obviously had her own backing behind her. This kind of guy who was obviously not to be messed with at a glance. In case there was some kind of heavenly big background behind her, then Lin Yike making a move on her was simply looking for death. If you try to show off for a while, you will not only harm yourself, but you may also harm her brother. In order to avoid this kind of thing, the male waiter tried his best to stop it. Being stopped by the waiter, Lin Yike is also considered to be from the state of hot blood on the head. A little calmed down. Although she still had a lot of anger in her heart at this time, she still clearly knew that there were a lot of people in the Magic City that she couldn't afford to offend such a ruthless person. She also had a hospitalized brother to take care of. She couldn't just fall down. Otherwise, once she fell down, it would be the same as killing two people at the same time. Precisely because he also has a sibling. So she saw Yi Tong, this understanding lovely little sister, was so beaten, and is completely based on self-assumption of the reasons, wrongly accused her case, beating her. Lin Yike is naturally angry but at this time, although Lin Yike was stopped by the male waiter from throwing her own slap down, the behavior of her just raising her hand was as if she had stepped on the tail of the woman in front of her. At this moment, it was as if she had really been slapped by Lin Yike's backhand, and she roared with fury on the spot. Asshole! You're a small waitress who has eaten a bear's heart and eaten a leopard's guts, and you dare to hit me? What a thing you are! Hearing this woman's angry hissing, Lin Yi only felt can be puzzled to look at her annoyed. You still speak not reasonable. Not you first hit me for no reason? I hit you. That's because you don't know how to hit. You don't weigh yourself a few kilograms. You dare to speak out to educate me? What kind of status do you think you are? Since you dare to contradict me, then I can beat you. That's because you deserve it. As she spoke, she raised her hand towards Lin Yike to slap him again, but this time Lin Yike was prepared. She grabbed this woman's hand and didn't give her a chance to slap her down. You bitch. Hurry up and let go of your dirty hands. Seeing that her hand was firmly pinched and immobilized by Lin Yike, this woman immediately cursed in rage. Spoiled she then strength is naturally not compared to the daily work Lin Yike. Lin Yike angrily stared at the crazy woman in front of her, froze and refused to let go of his hand. You are good. Very good. Very ballsy. Where is the store manager? Quickly go and call your store manager for me. This woman with an angry face finally struggled to draw back her hand and said to the male waiter beside her, at this time do not need this male waiter to call. After all, this side to see things have made a big deal. Immediately there will be a waiter to ask the store manager to come out. Not a moment later, a middle-aged man with a big back head ran over quickly. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he instantly recognized this screaming woman. This woman was Du Yuan Group's Magic City East supervisor, Tang Yuanshan's own sister, Tang Jiajiao. In addition to this relationship, she was also the girlfriend of the general manager of the Yellow Robe Society's Magic City East Group, being in a close relationship with the top people of the two top Magic City groups, Du Yuan Group and Zhao Group. This identity was just as noble as it could be. The Maple Forest Evening Restaurant was just a restaurant under the Du Yuan Group, and all the restaurants over here were under the control of Tang Yuanshan, the head of the eastern part of the Du Yuan Group. So how could this store manager dare to offend her? Because of this unusual identity, it was no wonder that this woman dared to be so arrogant, hitting whoever she wanted. After all, in her opinion, as long as it was someone she couldn't afford to mess with, then she must know them all. If one does not know, then it must be someone that one can afford to mess with, and it's okay to hit them. Her arrogance was also not brainless towards anyone, but where the person standing in front of her was someone like Du Zishi or Zhao Yu, she was definitely respectful. But when faced with this little girl wearing ground floor goods and a tiny waitress in front of her, she was absolutely condescending without a trace of fear. This kind of person, it didn't matter if you offended 100 of them. With one's own status, it wasn't like one could do whatever one wanted. In any environment, there were good and bad people, and with two groups as big as the Du Yuan Group and the Yellow Robe Society, there would always be some characters under their hands that didn't know any better. Although they were often cleaning up such people internally, whether it was a small group or a large empire, there were some bad things that could never be dealt with even if they were dealt with again. After recognizing Tang Jiajiao, Maple Forest Evening Store Manager even took 3 steps to run closer. Miss Tang, Tai. Before even catching his breath, the store manager first addressed Tang Jiajiao respectfully. Store Manager Liao, I see that this Maple Forest evening of yours is ready to open to the end. What kind of quality waiters are recruited? Actually dare to hit the guests? Tang Jiajiao said with a cold snort. Once these words came out, Liao Shuesen hurriedly said, I'm really sorry Ms. Tang, I don't know which waitress was ungrateful and rushed you. That's her. Tang Jiajia immediately pointed to Lin Yike and said, let her hurry up and pack up and leave. This kind of employee doesn't deserve to stay here and continue to work, and also she was dismissed because she assaulted a guest, violating the regulations. There's no need to open the 1 month's salary that she pressed. Hearing Tang Jiajia this, Lin Yike immediately angry. Brother lying in the hospital, rely on their own money to cure the disease, and now clearly this woman's own fault. By wanting her to lose a month's salary was fired for nothing? Store manager, obviously the fault is her. Has always been her on this side of the indiscriminate beating? I simply did not hit her. Lin Yike hurriedly looked at the store manager and explained. Hearing Lin Yike say this, Liao Shueson was convinced, because Lin Yike has always been a very good, very dedicated and very qualified waitress. She has been working over here for quite a few days now, and everyone has witnessed her character for all to see. But now as Tang Jiajiao open-mouthed said to fire her, then even if he is no longer how, there is no way to keep her. Liao Shueson also knew that Lin Yike had a younger brother in the hospital and needed someone to pay for a substantial amount of treatment every week. If you fire her like this, when she refinds a job, and then the salary is pressed for a month or something, then her brother will only be sent out of the hospital room by force. The hospital does not engage in charitable activities. The hospital does not engage in charitable activities. If you really dismiss Lin Yike, it is like harming her family, 2 people at once. How much is a bit cruel? Liao Shueson hesitated for a moment. Seeing that he hesitated without saying anything, Tang Jiajiao coldly grunted. Store manager Liao, if she doesn't leave, you'll have to leave. And if you leave, she'll still have to leave in the end. So you have to think clearly. Hearing this, Liao Shueson was helpless. Whoever called Tang Jiajiao was a person he simply did not have the strength to offend. He could only bow down to her, only to see him look at Lin Yike with an apologetic face and say, from today onwards you are dismissed. Although he said this, he was actually making a gesture to Lin Yike, wanting her to temporarily retire first. As for the subsequent deduction of wages, it was not something that he privately wanted to give. Tang Jiajiao could still not find out about this. No, this is not fair. Nihao Lin Yike is also stubborn. She didn't read the store manager's meaning and protested on the spot. Liao Shueson only had to take a step closer to her and whispered, stop saying that, I'll pay the wages as they are. You go first, we'll talk about other things later. Lin Yike is not a fool. Liao Shueson made it so clear. She also understood the store manager's good intentions. She forcefully endured the breath, no longer seething, ready to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, Tang Jiajiao's ears are quite sharp. She smiled coldly and opened her mouth to say, why pay wages? This kind of employee bumping into the guests is at fault first, should be fired directly and unconditionally, and also pay her salary. Beauty of her, Liao store manager. But I will always send people to watch you. If you dare to pay her salary, don't blame me for being merciless. Miss Fuji is right. It's me who's confused. Liao Shueson right now can only deal with Tang Jiajiao first. When the time comes, he himself entrusted someone else to transfer to Lin Yike's salary. He doesn't believe that Tang Jiajiao really has a good hand to find out. Lin Yike, as a service staff, you violated the rules of the store to bump into the guests in the first. You are now because of the fault of the reasons for the dismissal. Wages and other things are not possible to give you. Hurry up and get out. Although Liao Shueson's mouth said ferocious, but has been giving Lin Yike to squeeze eyebrows. Lin Yike also understand that at this time Liao store manager cannot help it, so she did not make a scene again. Just her heart is very unconvincing. She felt that the world is really too unfair. Why she did things diligently, conscientious, hard-working, never lazy, and did not make a mistake. They rely on their own bodies to labor hard to earn hard-earned money, but because of an unreasonable woman and was dismissed. The injustice of fate filled her with a sense of powerlessness, but it was too early for her to think it was over. Disgruntled, indignant, aggrieved and sad, seeing Lin Yike's mood, Tang Jiajiao's heart that was instantly feeling incomparably happy. But the immediate mockery of a few sentences was just the beginning. This ungrateful woman dared to contradict her, and even prepared to hit her? Where to let this woman off so simply? Store manager Liao, let her properly know what my status is. Let her know what she has offended today. Tang Jiajiao said with a cold smile. After Liao Shueson solemnly introduced Tang Jiajiao's identity to Lin Yike, Lin Yike had already stayed in place in fear. She did not expect that the person she had offended actually had the status of a friend or family member of 2 of the top groups in Magic City. Tang Jiajiao then called a group of her own bodyguards to come in. Looking at the 6 tall black-clothed men entering the place, Liao Shueson hurriedly said, Ms. Tang, there are still quite a few guests dining in the store right now, and within the people who come here, there are occasionally people of higher status, so it's better not to cause a commotion here. He always remembered that there was a valued guest in the store who had displayed his supreme gold card to come in for a meal. Although he was currently in a private room that was a bit far away from this side of the store, and would not disturb that side in general, Liao Shuesan was still afraid that the commotion would be too big and lead to the news being spread over there. After all, he hadn't seen who that person really was. In case he was a bad-tempered one, it would be harder to deal with than Tang Jiaojiao. Tang Jiaojiao laughed. Liao store manager, don't be afraid. How to say is also our own people's store. I naturally can't do anything unwise in your store, tarnish their own reputation. I just want to let her know a little bit how serious the consequences of offending me. It's fine in the store now, but what about after you leave? It can be quite possible for people to walk outside and encounter any random dangers. The family is poor. Also cannot be like this. How can teach children to steal? That's right, or millions of diamonds. This is replaced by an adult. The bottom of the jail for you to sit through. Alas, poor mountains and bad water produce unruly people. Some people are poor is not without reason. But didn't that little girl keep saying she didn't steal it? Look at this little girl crying like this. Could it be that she really didn't steal it? In the crowd of accusing voices, there were still some voices that trusted Yitong that rang out, listening to the surrounding people's comments. At this time Yitong also put away the voice of crying, and hurriedly explained to the waitress, "Sister, I didn't steal that auntie's things. I was in the wash basin and saw her lost things, ready to bring it out to hand over to you to find the owner of the lost things." Whoop whoop. Listening to Yitong's sincere voice, coupled with the behavior of just seeing her innocently take out 200 yuan in the private room and give it to Chun Mo to say as grocery money, she believed that this girl was a virtuous girl, not the kind of person who would steal. She was sure that Yitong was telling the truth. And seeing Yitong in this state because she had been wrongly accused, she really felt sorry for the child. She immediately shouted angrily to the woman, "Are you too much? The child has said. Your ring is just she picked up, ready to take out to find the owner. There is no intention of stealing. You do not have things clear before? What is the right to so severely beat a small child of only 10 years old?" Seeing the Maple Forest evening restaurant within an inconspicuous little waitress actually dared to contradict themselves, a woman in a gorgeous dress was immediately furious. Flinging his hand, he snapped a slap in the face of the waitress. "You, what right do you have to hit me?" This waitress is not Yitong, such a small child. She is bloody. Even if she is just a worker, there is no reason to be bullied and randomly fling slaps. Suddenly being severely slapped by someone for no reason, she was immediately furious and raised her hand to hit back, but the male waiter beside her was quick and hurried to stop it. He hurriedly said, "Xiao Ku, you calm down. The vast majority of guests here we cannot afford to mess with. If you have an accident, your brother after what to do. We are all old employees who have been working here for quite a while, and we know a little bit about their respective situations. This waitress is called Lin Yike. Is a very serious and responsible work. People bold and good people. In the workers between the reputation is still very good. Because of this, the male waiter will desperately go forward to stop her. Fear of her offending people out of things. Although he knew that at this time Lin Yike inexplicably received a slap must be very aggrieved in his heart. But from just now, he could see that this woman who hit people without mercy was able to be so emboldened to strike out at others, and obviously had her own backing behind her. This kind of guy who was obviously not to be messed with at a glance. In case there was some kind of heavenly big background behind her, then Lin Yike making a move on her would simply be looking for death. If she tried to show off her anger, she would not only harm herself, but might also harm her brother along with her. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening, the male waiter just tried his best to stop it. Being stopped by the waiter, Lin Yike is also considered to be from the state of hot blood on the head, slightly calmer down. Although she still had a lot of anger in her heart at this time, she still clearly knew that there were a lot of people in the Magic City that she couldn't afford to offend such a ruthless person. She also had a hospitalized brother to take care of. She couldn't just fall down. Otherwise, once she fell down, it would be the same as killing two people at the same time. Precisely because he also has a sibling. So she saw Yitong, this understanding lovely little sister, was so beaten, and is completely based on self-assumption of the reasons, wrongly accused her case, beating her. Lin Yike is naturally angry but at this time, although Lin Yike was stopped by the male waiter from throwing her own slap down, the behavior of her just raising her hand was as if she had stepped on the tail of the woman in front of her. At this moment, it was as if she had really been slapped by Lin Yike's backhand, and she roared with fury on the spot, "Asshole! You're a small waitress who has eaten a bear's heart and eaten a leopard's guts, and you dare to hit me? What a thing you are!" Hearing this woman's angry hissing, Lin Yi only felt can be puzzled to look at her annoyed. "You still speak not reasonable. Not you first hit me for no reason? I hit you. That's because you don't know how to hit. You don't weigh yourself a few kilograms. You dare to speak out to educate me? What kind of status do you think you are? Since you dare to contradict me, then I can beat you. That's because you deserve it." As she spoke, She raised her hand towards Lin Yike and threw another slap over. But this time Lin Yike was prepared. She grabbed this woman's hand and didn't give her a chance to slap her down. "You bitch. Hurry up and let go of your dirty hands." Seeing that her hand was firmly pinched and immobilized by Lin Yike, this woman immediately cursed in rage. Spoiled she then strength is naturally not compared to the daily work Lin Yike. Lin Yike angrily looked at the crazy woman in front of her, froze and refused to let go of his hand. "You are good. Very good. Very ballsy. Where is the store manager? Quickly go and call your store manager for me." This woman with an angry face finally struggled to draw back her hand and said to the male waiter beside her, "At this time do not need this male waiter to call. After all, this side to see things have made a big deal. Immediately there will be a waiter to ask the store manager to come out." Not a moment later, a middle-aged man with a big back head ran over quickly. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he instantly recognized this screaming woman. This woman was Du Yuan Group's Magic City East supervisor, Tang Yuanshan's own sister, Tang Jiajiao. In addition to this relationship, she was also the girlfriend of the general manager of the Yellow Robe Society's Magic City East Group, being in a close relationship with the top people of the two top Magic City groups, Du Yuan Group and Zhao Group. This identity was just as noble as it could be. The Maple Forest Evening Restaurant was just a restaurant under the Du Yuan Group, and the restaurants over here were all under the control of Tang Yuanshan, the Eastern director of the Du Yuan Group. So how could this store manager dare to offend her? Precisely because of this unusual identity, it was no wonder that this woman dared to be so arrogant, hitting whoever she wanted. After all, in her opinion, as long as it was someone she couldn't afford to mess with, then she must know them all. If one does not know, then it must be someone that one can afford to mess with, and it's okay to hit them. Her arrogance was also not brainless towards anyone, but where the person standing in front of her was someone like Du Zishi or Zhao Yu, she was definitely respectful. But when faced with this little girl wearing ground floor goods and a tiny waitress in front of her, she was absolutely condescending without a trace of fear. This kind of person, it didn't matter if you offended 100 of them. With one's own status, it wasn't like one could do whatever one wanted. In any environment, there were good and bad people, and with two groups as big as the Du Yuan Group and the Yellow Robe Society, there would always be some characters under their hands that didn't know any better. Although they were often cleaning up such people internally, whether it was a small group or a large empire, there were some bad things that could never be dealt with even if they were dealt with again. After recognizing Tang Jiajiao, Maple Forest Evening Store manager even took 3 steps to run closer. "Miss Tang, Tai." Before even catching his breath, the store manager first addressed Tang Jiajiao respectfully. "Liao store manager, I see that this Maple Forest evening of yours is ready to open to the end. What kind of quality waiters are recruited? Actually dare to hit the guests?" Tang Jiajiao said with a cold snort. Once these words came out, Liao Shuesen hurriedly said, "I'm really sorry Ms. Tang. I don't know which waitress was ungrateful and rushed you." "That's her." Tang Jiajia immediately pointed to Lin Yike and said, "Let her hurry up and pack up and leave. This kind of employee doesn't deserve to stay here and continue to work." And also she was dismissed because she assaulted a guest, violating the regulations. There's no need to open the 1 month's salary that she pressed. Hearing Tang Jiajia this, Lin Yike immediately angry. Brother lying in the hospital, rely on their own money to cure the disease, and now clearly this woman's own fault. By wanting her to lose a month's salary was fired for nothing? Store manager, obviously the fault is her. Has always been her on this side of the indiscriminate beating? I simply did not hit her. Lin Yike hurriedly looked at the store manager and explained. Hearing Lin Yike say this, Liao Shuesen was convinced, because Lin Yike has always been a very good, very dedicated and very qualified waitress. She has been working over here for quite a few days now, and everyone has witnessed her character for all to see. But now as Tang Jiajiao open-mouthed said to fire her, then even if he is no longer how, there is no way to keep her. Liao Shuesen was also aware that Lin Yike had a younger brother in the hospital who needed someone to pay for a substantial amount of treatment every week. If you fire her like this, when she refinds a job, and then the salary is pressed for a month or something, then her brother will only be sent out of the hospital room by force. The hospital does not engage in charitable activities. The hospital does not engage in charitable activities. If you really dismiss Lin Yike, it is like harming her family, 2 people at once. How much is a bit cruel? Liao Shuesen hesitated for a moment. Seeing that he hesitated without saying anything, Tang Jiajiao coldly grunted. Store manager Liao, if she doesn't leave, you have to leave. And if you leave, she'll still end up leaving. You have to think clearly. Hearing this, Liao Shuesen could do nothing else. Who called Tang Jiajiao a person he simply did not have the strength to offend? He could only bow down to her, only to see him look at Lin Yike with an apologetic face and say, from today onwards you are dismissed. Although he said this, he was actually making a gesture to Lin Yike. wanting her to temporarily retire first. As for the subsequent deduction of wages, it was not something that he privately wanted to give. Tang Jiajiao could still not find out about this. No, this is not fair. Nihao Lin Yike is also stubborn. She didn't read the store manager's meaning and protested on the spot. Liao Shuesen only had to take a step closer to her and whispered, "Stop saying that, I'll pay the wages as they are. You go first, we'll talk about other things later." Lin Yike is not a fool. Liao Shuesen made it so clear. She also understood the store manager's good intentions. She forcefully endured the breath, no longer seething, ready to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, Tang Jiajiao's ears are quite sharp. She smiled coldly and opened her mouth to say, "Why pay wages? This kind of employee bumping into the guests is at fault first. Should be fired directly and unconditionally, and also pay her salary." Beauty of her, Liao store manager. "But I will always send people to watch you. If you dare to pay her salary, don't blame me for being merciless." Miss Fuji is right. It's me who's confused. Liao Shuesen right now can only deal with Tang Jiajiao first. When the time comes, he himself entrusted someone else to transfer to Lin Yike's salary. He doesn't believe that Tang Jiajiao really has a good hand to find out. Lin Yike, as a service staff, you violated the rules of the store to bump into the guests in the first. You are now because of the fault of the reasons for the dismissal. Wages and other things are not possible to give you. Hurry up and get out. Although Liao Shuesen's mouth said ferocious, but has been giving Lin Yike to squeeze eyebrows. Lin Yike also understand that at this time Liao store manager cannot help it, so she did not make a scene again. Just her heart is very unconvincing. She felt that the world is really too unfair. Why she did things diligently, conscientious, hard-working, never lazy, and did not make a mistake. They rely on their own bodies to labor hard to earn hard-earned money, but because of an unreasonable woman and was dismissed. The injustice of fate filled her with a sense of powerlessness, but it was too early for her to think it was over. Disgruntled, indignant, aggrieved and sad, seeing Lin Yike's mood, Tang Jiajiao's heart that was instantly feeling incomparably happy. But the immediate mockery of a few sentences was just the beginning. This ungrateful woman dared to contradict her, and even prepared to hit her. Where to let this woman off so simply? Store manager Liao, let her properly know what my status is. Let her know what she has offended today. Tang Jiajiao said with a cold smile. After Liao Shuesen solemnly introduced Tang Jiajiao's identity to Lin Yike, Lin Yike had already stayed in place in fear. She did not expect that the person she had offended actually had the status of a friend or family member of two of the top groups in Magic City. Tang Jiajiao then called a group of her own bodyguards to come in. Looking at the 6 tall black-clothed men entering the place, Liao Shuesen hurriedly said, "Ms. Tung, there are still quite a few guests dining in the store right now, and within the people who come here, there are occasionally people of higher status, so it's better not to cause a commotion here." He always remembered that there was a valued guest in the store who had displayed his supreme gold card to come in for a meal, although he was currently in a private room that was a bit far away from this side of the store, and would not disturb that side in general. Liao Shuesen was still afraid that the commotion would be too big and lead to the news being spread over there. After all, he hadn't seen who that person really was. In case he was a bad-tempered one, it would be harder to deal with than Tang Jiajiao. Tang Jiajiao laughed. "Liao store manager, don't be afraid. How to say is also our own people's store. I naturally can't do anything unwise in your store, tarnish their own reputation. I just want to let her know a little bit how serious the consequences of offending me. It's fine in the store now, but what about after you leave? It can be quite possible for people to walk outside and encounter any random dangers." Looking at Yitong's and Lin Yike's red and swollen faces, Chen Mo helped Lin Yike up and took Yitong into his arms, coldly sweeping his eyes to store manager Liao, who was on the side. He said, "Who did this?" Chen Mo. Liao store manager was acquainted with Chen Mo. Chen Mo's supreme gold card was tied to his identity. The moment he entered the store and swiped his card, store manager Liao knew. It's just that when Chen Mo entered the private room, he told them not to pay too much attention to this private room of theirs, treating it as a usual customer, and store manager Liao didn't dare to come and disturb them. Chen Mo's intention was that he didn't want them to cause them to jump the queue for other people's outgoing meals because they were giving special services, making other people wait more. But they still secretly instructed the kitchen to speed up the meals for Chen Mo's private room. It was just that store manager Liao himself didn't dare to go forward and make contact. Just now, he purposely reminded Tang Jiajiao not to make trouble here just because he knew of Chen Mo's presence. But what kind of person Chen Mo had brought with him? Storekeeper Liao didn't know. He only knew that when Chen Mo came here to eat, he must have brought a female companion. Otherwise who would have no time to go into a couple's restaurant to eat alone. At the same time, he would not have thought that Chen Mo had actually brought a child into the couple's restaurant to eat. At this moment, seeing this little girl being taken into Chen Mo's arms and hugging him and crying, Liao Shuesen felt like his brain was about to go down. What is the situation? Why would this little girl be with this master? This was something he never expected. This was also blamed on the fact that after he swiped Chen Mo in the card machine, he only said that he would take care of this man as well as give them the best private room service. And he didn't know anything else in particular clearly. Seeing Chen Mo appear, Liao Shuesen hurriedly pointed to Tang Jiajiu with a trembling voice and said, "It's Miss Tang and your sister who have a bit of a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Slap. With 2 loud slaps, they were thrown onto Tang Jiajiu's face. Tang Jiajiu only felt that her eyes were starry, and in the next moment, she felt a fiery pain in her cheeks. This was still Chen Mo controlling the force. Otherwise a slap could whip her head into a broken watermelon. Alright, now let me sit down and listen to see exactly what the misunderstanding is. After Chen Mo said this, when Tang Jiajiu's 6 bodyguards saw their master being beaten, they immediately had to step forward to defend her. Which one of you 6 wants to die can take one more step forward? Chen Mo coldly swept a glance over the 6 people. The killing intent that was like substance directly shocked the 6 people completely. Giving you the chance to speak. You'd better hurry up and say it. Don't wait until you can't say anything and then regret it. Chen Mo's cold and indifferent words were heard in Tang Jiajiu's heart, causing a chill to run through her body. You? Who are you? You actually dare to? Pa, as the saying goes, the wind and water took turns. Before, every time Yi Tong was about to speak, Tang Jiajiu would jerk off her words. Now that she was ready to speak, it was Chen Mo's turn to give her a slap to eat. Noisy, answer whatever I ask you. This is the last time I'm giving you a warning. I've already lost my patience with you. After saying that, Chen Mo handed Ji Tong over to Lin Xinru, who had just come over, and said, "Xiao Ru, take Tong Tong back first. I have something to deal with on my side." Good. Lin Xinru could see that Chen Mo was very angry at this time. She hugged Yi Tong away without saying a word. "Brother Mo, the bad auntie is so fierce. Quickly go." Before Yi Tong was carried away, she was afraid that Chen Mo would suffer and reminded him worriedly. Seeing that Lin Xinru took away Yi Tong, Chen Mo swept a glance at the surrounding people and said, "Don't watch the hilarity that you shouldn't, or don't be unaware of how you've offended people when the time comes." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people immediately scattered in fear. Just now, they had heard clearly what Tang Jiajiu's status was. As a result, now that this master came over, Liao Shuesen immediately fell back. Everyone could see that Chen Mo's identity was not ordinary. The crowd naturally did not dare to stay any longer. Store manager Liao, are these surveillance monitors broken? Chen Mo pointed to the nearby surveillance and said, "It's not broken. It's still fine." Liao Shuesen froze for a moment and said, "I think they should be broken." Chen Mo squinted his eyes and said again. When these words came out, Liao Shuesen immediately understood. He hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Broken. They are broken." Saying this, he immediately took out his phone and called the monitoring room. "Turn off all cameras 75, 76, and 77. Soon Liao Shuesen said to Chen Mo, "Mr. Chen, it's been confirmed. These 3 cameras are all broken." Very well. The moment Chen Mo's words fell, he suddenly blasted his fist towards the bodyguard next to him for taking an extra step. And instantly this bodyguard's head exploded like a bomb was installed inside. A pile of filth spilled all over the surrounding area. The headless body, too, fell to the ground with a bang. On the side, whether it was the male waiter, Lin Yike, Liu Shuesen or Tang Jiajiu, as well as the other 5 bodyguards, all of them felt horrified and trembled at this scene. They didn't expect that a boy who looked so polite and refined would actually be so ruthless and terrifying. The bodyguard just now wasn't a small man, but he was actually directly killed by his punch. As I said, you 6, whoever wants to die should take another step forward. It seems that this friend very much doesn't want to live. Chen Mo ignored the one who fell to the ground as well as the other 5 bodyguards whose legs and stomachs were already trembling a little bit in fear, but instead turned his head towards Tang Jiajiu and said, "Tell me the original story. Where did my sister offend you that you need to punish her like this?" At this moment, Tang Jiajiu had no pride in her identity. She immediately trembled with fear and said, She stole my diamond ring." "Oh, she stole it?" Chen Mo turned his head to look at the others around him. The male waiter bravely said, "The thing did fall out of the little sister's pocket, but the little sister said that she picked it up and was going to give it to Yike to find the owner, so I don't think she should count it as stealing." But after she explained, this lady still didn't believe it, so she hit her. As soon as he finished saying this, Tang Jiajia immediately glared at him, but at this instant, she suddenly felt a pain in her left eye, and then she felt her field of vision blacken in half. "If you don't watch your right eye either, you can continue to glare." The moment Chen Mo's words fell, he looked at the male waiter and said with a smile, "I see. Ah, what did you do? My eyes, my eyes." Tang Jiajia covered her left eye and cried out in pain and fear. This scene, once again, shocked everyone present. The group of people watching only felt a phantom pain in their eyes. Just now none of them saw what happened to Tang Jiajiao's left eye. They only saw her suddenly cover her eye and start wailing. It was the first time they had seen a person who could strike so ruthlessly and decisively. Right. Which hand did she hit my sister with? Chen Mo continued to ask the male waiter. Looking at Chen Mo's oozing eyes, the male waiter didn't dare to be ambiguous, and said with a frightened trembling voice, "Well, it seems like it was the right hand. Mr. Chen, I know that your status is honored, but this person's status isn't simple either. This woman is the head of Du Yuan Group's Magic City East, Tang Yuanshan's own sister, Tang Jiajiao. In addition to this relationship, she is also the girlfriend of Zhao Jinzhong, the general manager of the Yellow Robe Society's Magic City East Group. If you start like this, I'm afraid you'll only." Liao Shuesan couldn't help but speak out and remind Chen Mo. "Thanks to you, shopkeeper Liao, you let me get good information. Tang Yuanshan and Zhao Jinzhong, right? They are really blessed to be able to spread their hands on this kind of precious sister and girlfriend." The moment Chen Mo's words fell, the crowd saw something suddenly thrown up. The next moment they looked again. They saw an arm fall to the ground. As for how it left its owner, no one knew or saw it. The speed was too fast. So fast that the naked eye couldn't even catch it. Ah, hand. My right hand. At this time, Tang Jiajiao only felt that her left hand was not enough, and she had to cover her left eye, and then cover her right shoulder. "Tell me, how did this waitress called Lin Yike get beaten up again?" Chen Mo turned his head to look at Lin Yike. She was beaten up by this MS. Time after she came over to fight for the little sister just now. The male waiter had already said his piece anyway, so he went out on a limb. "So that's how it is, MS. Yike. This time, in order to speak up for my sister, even you were dragged along to suffer. I'll thank you properly later." The Chen Mo who spoke to Lin Yike, and the Chen Mo who spoke to Tang Jiajia, were simply like two people. The people around him couldn't help but feel a trance. One was a courteous young man. One was a cold and ruthless character. The sense of contrast was still quite strong. "Mr. Chen is polite. I'm just speaking according to my heart. It's precisely because of this that it's rare." Chen Mo laughed. After saying that, Chen Mo looked at Tang Jiajiao and said, "You're in this state. I guess there's no need for you to live." "Necessary. Very necessary. Don. Kill me," Tang Jiajiao said in a hurry. "Really? Then good. Just now how you let Ms. Lin do it, how you do it now. After doing it, do it to my satisfaction. Then I can let you go. Start your performance." Chen Mo pretended to seal her acupuncture points with a silver needle, casually stabbing Tang Jiajiao's right arm, utilizing her healing ability to temporarily close the wound on her right arm, and said with a cold smile, "This was just simply not wanting to see her pass out due to excessive blood loss." Then this account would not be easy to understand. Seeing that the bleeding from her right arm suddenly stopped, and then seeing Chen Mo applying the needles, she suddenly remembered a person who had been rumored to be a big name in Magic City recently. That legendary person who claimed to have cured Du Runyuan by relying on some Tai divine needle art. "You are divine Dr. Chen," she said in awe. As soon as these words came out, the 5 bodyguards around them were immediately shocked in their hearts, and they were instantly thankful that the 5 of them didn't move around before, not to mention whether or not this person had the ability to kill them back, even if he didn't. Just now, if they went up and offended this master, then turning back, under the wrath of Grand President Du, they wouldn't want to have a good time either. As soon as she learned Chen Mo's identity and realized his position in Du Renyuan and Zhao Yu's hearts, Tang Jiajiao no longer had any luck. In terms of status, her status and Chen Mo's status in the Youth Society and the Yellow Robe Society were simply one heaven and one earth. This master is socializing with 2 group boss level characters, while her relationship, only to the middle level only. How can she compare with others? Not to mention it was her own brother and good boyfriend that she relied on. Together, also could not afford to offend this one. In this instant, Tang Jiajiao knew that she couldn't get her revenge back, and that her life was in danger. She immediately trembled in fear and said, "I do. Please divine Dr. Chen, be generous and spare me. A guy who has eyes but doesn't recognize Tai. You're wrong. Not wrong in offending what adults. You're wrong in that you're too arrogant and domineering. This Magic City is not something that you can bully." "Nonsense. Start your atonement show. Just now called Miss Lin to do things. You must do her more than 10 times before I may let you go." 10 times 10 times? Tang Jiajiao's brain was confused, but not doing it was death, and she didn't want to die. Even without her left eye and right hand, she still felt that it was better to die than to live. She immediately kowtowed to Chen Mo. Just now, she told Lin Yike to kowtow to her 1 time. Now Chen Mo wanted her to pay back 10 times. Then she naturally needed to kowtow 10 times. "No need to point it at me. pointed at Ms. Lin. Yes, 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 Miss Lin. I, Tang Jiajiu, am just a bitch who doesn't know what's good for her. Please just let me go like a fart and spare me this time. I'll kowtow to you and apologize. As she bangs her head to the ground, Lin Yiku was still a soft-hearted person, although at first she was very angry with Tang Jiajiao, but now seeing this miserable state of her, she couldn't help but lament in her heart. Poor people will be hateful. After all, she deserved it. After she got high 10 times, Lin Yike said, "Alright, I forgive you." Receiving these words, Tang Jiajiao immediately kowtowed once again as if she was greatly pardoned, and then used her only remaining right eye to look at Chen Mo, praying for his affirmation. It's more than that, isn't there still the self-slapping part? Ms. Lin is still too soft-hearted. So this time, you can slap as many times as Ms. Lin slapped just now. Chen Mo was a mind reader. Even if he didn't ask the people around him, he could easily understand what happened before. Seeing this, Tang Jiajiao could only suffer at her own peril. Everything she was suffering now was the result of everything she had planted before. In addition to the extra punishment she received for daring to be aggressive and glaring at the waiter, all the other punishments Chen Mo gave her were in accordance with her previous offenses, and none of them wronged her more than one. At this moment, Tang Jiajiao also realized this point, and she really regretted herself to death inwardly. If she could, she really wanted to travel back to a few minutes ago and kick that unbeatable arrogant and domineering self out of the restaurant, saving her from offending people indiscriminately without a long eye and causing herself to be in such a miserable situation now. But her remorse and repentance at this moment was actually no different from a criminal sitting on the chair of regret. Both belonged to the kind that would not shed a tear until they saw the coffin. Sitting on the chair of regret before realizing regret, it would be too late for everything. As she viciously, with her only remaining left hand snapping wildly, slapped herself dozens of times, Chen Mo only coldly smiled and said, "Okay, enough." By saying this, Chen Mo was giving Tang Jiajiao the hope that it seemed like she could really obtain forgiveness by accepting all the punishments. At this moment, Chen Mo swept a glance at Lin Yike's shoes and asked to Liao Shuesen, "Did you change the shoes here?" This sudden question made the people around them stare in disbelief, and Liao Shuesen immediately said, "Yes." "Well then, Miss Lin Yike, since Miss Tang likes to watch others lick the soles of their shoes, she must have the same hobby herself. Take off your shoes and let her have a good licking." After Chen Mo said this, Lin Yike couldn't help but freeze. It was Liao Shuesen who was quick. He immediately went to fetch a new pair of shoes and then had Lin Yike's shoes changed. Chen Mo threw Lin Yike's shoes that he had just changed down to Tang Jiajiao, who was sitting on the ground in a squatting position, having just finished slapping herself, her face swollen high, her ears ringing, her brain buzzing and feeling a bit concussed. Tang Jiajiao glanced at the dirty soles in front of her. She physiologically felt repulsed by this kind of thing in range, but in front of her, she had gotten high and slapped. She had already practiced herself to this extent. If she gave up at this point, then all her previous efforts would be in vain. Chen Mo knew that this step was the most difficult for this kind of high and mighty person to do, and in order for her to do it, Chen Mo made her do so many things in front of her. This was called sunk costs. If she had been told to do this kind of thing in the beginning, Tang Jiajiao was afraid that it would be very difficult to force herself to do it even if she died. But now, with so many sunk costs in front of her, she suddenly realized that if she didn't do it, she would lose too much, and she had to do it. With her forced nausea, she licked up the dirty soles of her shoes as she dry-heaved. The male waiter was in a chipper frame of mind watching a self-made man deserve his comeuppance, while Liao Shuesen had mixed emotions wondering if he could keep this store after something like this. Lin Yike, although there is also the pleasure of revenge, but also some pity, emotions are still more complicated. Chen Mo, on the other hand, looked towards the translucent floating window in front of him. He had just made a move to kill a fifth-order zombie bodyguard, and injured, destroying the fourth-order freak Tang Jiajiao's psychological defenses, causing her to be traumatized immensely. And at the same time, his actions had shocked the other high-ranking powerhouses in the surroundings. Chen Mo had directly harvested an A-ranked gift bag, a B-ranked gift bag, and 50,000 survival points rewards from this wave. Among the 6 bodyguards, 2 of them were dead, making the rewards a bit less, but when the others were added up, the rewards were actually quite good. Lin Yike was even a 7th-order alien, enough to see that she had also desperately grown during the end times. Chen Mo had hardly ever seen such a high-ranked alter egoist. When Chen Mo read his mind, he was informed that she had a younger brother, and he estimated that it was probably because of her endless belief in protecting her younger brother that prompted her to grow up so quickly as a 7th-order alien. However, no matter what, the 7th-order psychic Chen Mo also encountered in the morning, the Tiger Group third-handed perverted killer skull ghost was able to reach. Linny was the second 7th order alien Chen Mo had encountered after meeting so many people. This caused Chen Mo to look at Lin Yike with a little more appreciation. Such a person, even if he were to retrace his steps through the timeline, as long as he was properly cultivated, he thought that his future accomplishments would definitely not be that bad. What's more, in this life, there was still him, the leader, and he felt that this Lin Yike could be considered for acceptance. After being carried back to the private room by Lin Xinru, Yitong dully touched her little face and said, "Strange, how come my face doesn't hurt anymore? It seems like my body doesn't hurt anymore either." At the same time, she realized that she seemed to have no pain all over her body all of a sudden. At this moment, Lin Xinru looked at Yitong curiously and said, "What just happened over there?" Yitong immediately and obediently told Lin Xinru what had just happened. Hearing that such a cute little girl had someone's hands on her, Lin Xinru was also quite surprised and heartbroken. She immediately looked around at Yitong's little face, only to see that her face at this time was still quite normal. She suddenly remembered that just now when Chen Mo handed Yitong over to himself, Yitong's little face seemed to still be swollen. How come she was fine after she brought her back? Actually, when Chen Mo handed Yitong over to Lin Xinru's arms, he had already directly treated her. It was just that everyone's attention was on Chen Mo at that time, so no one paid attention to the changes in Yitong's injuries. Why isn't Brother Mo back yet? That bad auntie is so mean. Brother Mo seems to have just hit her in anger because of me. Brother Mo won't be in trouble. Seeing that this little girl just suffered from that kind of treatment, and at this time she was still full of concern for others, Lin Xianru heartbreakingly touched her little head and said, "It's okay, Brother Mo is not someone who can be bullied by ordinary people." After learning about Chen Mo's relationship with Du Zishi, Lin Xinru felt that with Chen Mo's social circle, it shouldn't be so bad that something would happen. At this time inside another private room, seeing that his lover said that he went to look for the ring and never returned, Zhao Jinzhong immediately said curiously, "How can you find a ring and call 6 bodyguards to go over there and still not find it?" He immediately opened the door and curiously walked towards the direction of the toilet, ready to go and see how it is. He had just approached towards that side and was stopped by the store's attendant before he could walk past the turn. "I'm sorry, sir. The store manager has just issued a rule that the front area is temporarily closed." Temporarily closed? Could it be that it's sealed off to find the ring? Zhao Jinzhong immediately realized. Idle people can't go over there. "I'm not." "You tell the store manager." "Then you wait a moment." As the waiter opened the intercom, Liao Shuesen's voice immediately rang out. "What is it?" "There's a gentleman over here who says he wants to go over. Please confirm his identity." "Mister?" Liao Shuesen had just curiously asked a question when Zhao Jinzhong's voice rang out. "It's me, Zhao Jinzhong. Store manager Liao. Is your side closed to find the ring?" When these words came out, Liao Shuesen immediately glanced at Chen Mo. Tang Jiajiu, who had licked half of the soles of her shoes on the side and was too disgusted to lick them, heard Zhao Jinzhong come over, and she immediately couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Although it was said that she was self-inflicted, but she didn't think so. Her heart was naturally aggrieved. It was just as well that there was no one she could rely on to cry to. But when someone like this appeared, she instantly couldn't hold back her emotions. This was the same as the moment Yitong heard Chen Mo's voice and broke down and cried. No matter how Yitong was bullied, she wouldn't cry, and when she was wronged, she would only shed tears of frustration. But the moment she cried and shouted and completely exploded emotionally was only at the moment she heard Chen Mo's voice. That was the reassurance of finally seeing a loved one and backbone when one was most helpless in the heart. This infinite sense of peace of mind hedged against the previous state of helplessness, making it extremely easy for one's spirit to collapse over it. At this moment, when Tang Jiaojiao heard her lover's voice, she had a similar feeling, but her backbone could not protect her. Seeing Liao Shuesen looking towards him, Chen Mo smiled faintly and said, "Haven't even gone to look for him yet, but he's coming over by himself. Let him come over." "Yes." Liao Shuesen nodded and immediately said through the walkie-talkie, "Ask Mr. Zhao to come over." Getting these words from Liao Shuesen, Zhao Jinzhong was still more than receptive. He directly spared the clerk's obstruction and walked around the corner. As a result, when he had just walked around the corner, he saw a scene that shocked him. There were 8 people standing around, and his date Tang Jiaojiu was currently sitting on her knees crying with her left eye closed, her right hand behind her back, and a shoe in her left hand. He didn't even understand what the current situation was. He dazedly approached and realized that Tang Jiajiao's left eye was closed and her right hand was behind her back. This was clearly a left eye and right hand that were both traumatized. Store manager Liao. "What is going on here?" He looked at Liao Shuesen incredulously. "Miss Tang offended this Mr. Chen, and now she's atoning for her sins," Tang Jiajiu said as she looked at Zhao Jinzhong. "Mr. Chen." Zhao Jinzhong glanced at Chen Mo. Immediately, he froze for a moment. What a familiar face. What a familiar surname. Almost instantly, he understood who this person in front of him was. After all, the Yellow Robe Society was notified group-wide to go down for everyone to grow eyes after Zhao Yu had stated that she wanted to protect Chen Mo when she purposely attended the meeting earlier. Naturally, Chen Mo's image. Those with a little bit of status within the Yellow Robe Society were aware of it. And later on, they were even informed that the person that their own Missy wanted to protect was actually Chen Mo, who was famous in the Magic City. So everyone felt that Zhao Yu's order was even better. Such a worldly divine doctor was actually an old acquaintance of his own Missy. So in the future, if anyone had any incurable diseases, wouldn't they all be in good hands? Therefore, they were very impressed with Chen Mo's appearance. In comparison, Chen Mo's image on the side of the youth society was not that popular. It was simply his popularity that was popularized. You are Zhao Jinzhong, aren't you? I'm quite curious as to whether this Ms. Tang, such an arrogant and domineering character, was raised by you, or her brother, or if she was born that way. Mr. Chen, I know that you have a relationship with our Missy, and even more so, you have the saving grace of Grand President Du at hand. Your identity is not something we can touch, but even if Zhao Jiu had rushed you anymore, it wouldn't be so bad as to injure someone to this extent. Zhao Jinzhong looked at Tang Jiajiao's half-crippled appearance and said with forced anger, it seems that Mr. Zhao is also a man of nature. So let's hear what this girlfriend of yours has done first. After Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhao Jinzhong immediately looked at the nearby Liao Shuesen. Liao Shuesen immediately told Zhao Jinzhong what had just happened one by one. When he learned that Tang Jiajiao had smacked and beaten Chen Mo's younger sister, who was only 12 years old, he immediately froze. Because in his impression, Tang Jiajiao was a very delicate person. In front of him was always a little birdie, completely unable to see that she had such a poisonous woman's side. He shook his head in disbelief. At this time, Liao Shuesen will be the security camera before the closure of Tang Jiajiao beat the screen through the hands of the flat panel showed to Zhao Jinzhong see. At this moment, Zhao Jinzhong's brain was buzzing with confusion. He looked at Tang Jiajiao in anger, unable to speak. At this moment, Chen Mo also realized through his mind reading that this Zhao Jinzhong actually really didn't know Tang Jiajiao's true nature. Although Zhao Jinzhong's position in the Yellow Robe Society was quite good, but after Zhao Yu secretly manipulated the Yellow Robe Society, the trades that they did were more formalized, and there were quite a number of explicit orders to punish henchmen who messed up and picked fights. After all, the Yellow Robe Society was initially founded on loyalty and righteousness. More or less there are still some loyal people in it. Want to enforce a better family style is also relatively easy. It's just that it's always hard to eradicate the black sheep, so we can only say that we try to investigate one and do one. Tang Jiajiao is arrogant and domineering, but her good friend Zhao Jinzhong is not such a person, because of the clear Zhao Jinzhong's character. So Tang Jiajiao in front of him that is completely a body weak, easy to push down the posture. There is no bit of shrew-like. As a result, after watching the video, it is natural to give Zhao Jinzhong a whole confused, although it is clear that Tang Jiajiao's two sides, but after all, one day husband and wife, although not a husband and wife, but also is considered to be good. Zhao Jinzhong, even though he noticed that he was cheated, but looked at the other side, is now so miserable, or read about the old feelings. Mr. Chen, this time things are indeed Jiajiao overdoing it. All the lessons you give her are she deserved to suffer, but now she has this appearance. I'm not sure what to do, is already in this state. I think she's been punished enough. Can you be a little lenient? Chen Mo smiled and patted Zhao Jinzhong's shoulder and said, Zhao Jinzhong, don't you think that you are actually in trouble yourself? You still dare to help her plead for mercy? Only after these words came out did Zhao Jinzhong react violently. He knew that there was nothing wrong with his own style of behavior, but what this Mr. Chen didn't know, he was only afraid that he would still be angry at himself. He quickly said, I think Mr. Chen should be the kind of grudges will not involve innocent people. Zhao Jinzhong life behavior. Mr. Chen can be investigated, even if it is to the Council of Elders or Miss Side. I also dare to say that I have never broken the rules of the club. I plead for her is not to protect her. Just remember the old love. Cannot bear to see her on the road to the end. She now has her eyes and arms injured and gone, so I think she's been disciplined enough. Hearing Zhao Jinzhong say this, Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Mr. Zhao actually dares to say such words. Then I naturally believe in Mr. Zhao's innocence. It's just that you'll have to polish your eyes a bit more in terms of recognizing people in the future. Alright, I'll give you this face to let you take her today. As soon as Chen Mo's words came out, Tang Jiajiao's only remaining solitary eye immediately sprouted a post-hijacking luster. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will immediately arrange for someone to send compensation for your sister's matter, as well as this Ms. Lin's injuries. Jinzhong, thank you. At this moment, Tang Jiajiao on the side was moved to tears and said, Don't say it. After today, you and I are done with this. Zhao Jinzhong is not a fool. Tang Jiaojiao, this kind of woman, sooner or later will harm the people around him. He protect this time, purely because of so many years of old love. Otherwise, he would have already shrugged it off and left. Just as Tang Jiaojiao's bodyguard picked up Tang Jiaojiao and prepared to leave, only to hear a click. Tang Jiaojiao suddenly screamed miserably once again. When the crowd looked towards her, they found that her right foot had been broken into 2 sections directly from the knee, and the stump was barely sticking to Tang Jiaojiao's right leg because of the stockings. This scene saw the side of the crowd once again sucked in a breath of cold air, but also see Zhao Jinzhong pupils could not help but for a shrinkage. He was also a practitioner, but he hadn't even seen how Chen Mo had struck just now. He only saw Chen Mo's body sway slightly, and the next moment, he heard Tang Jiajiao's miserable scream. This kick is to return the one you kicked my sister with. You don't think I'll miscount, do you? Chen Mo said with a cold face. He didn't clear the kick she kicked Tong Tong with just now, simply because doing so before would be inconvenient for this woman to kneel and be punished. Now that she was up, it was time to take it back. Many thanks to Mr. Chen for being magnanimous and sparing her life. Zhao Jinzhong also had nothing to say and instead even thanked Chen Mo. At this moment, Tang Jiaojiao had mixed feelings within her heart. The only thing she didn't dare to even have the slightest thought of was hating Chen Mo. Tung, even though your matter is over, but the matter of your brother teaching his sister inappropriately, I will still take the time to go and talk to him, so you'd better tell him to get ready. Seeing that Chen Mo was finally putting in a word that it was over, Zhao Jinzhong hurriedly told the 5 bodyguards to hurry up and drag the person away, lest Chen Mo backtrack later and couldn't even walk away. The 5 bodyguards hurriedly grabbed Tang Jiaojiao's right arm and dragged Tang Jiaojiao, whose right leg was crippled, and then prepared to leave through the back door next to the restroom. But Chen Mo pointed to the headless bodyguard lying on the ground and said, "Did you guys forget that there's still one more brother that you haven't taken away?" Upon hearing this, 2 of the 5 hurriedly ran back, endured their fear and nausea, and dragged the headless bodyguard away as well. By the time they went out through the back door, Tang Jiaojiao had already passed out from the pain. Zhao Jinzhong coldly glanced at the 5 people and said, "Send her to the hospital. The other one will be sent directly to the incineration plant, and then notify Tung Yuanshan to inform him of his sister's matter. And in the future, I, Zhao Jinzhong, will have no relationship with their Tang family." Watching the bodyguards take Tang Jiaojiao away, Zhao Jinzhong lamented in his heart. A person who is so delicate and gentle on the surface, why is she such a vicious person in private? Store manager Liao, I'll leave a phone number for you. If anyone comes to trouble you because of what happened in your store today, you call me directly. Although Liao Shuesan had been cooperative from the very beginning, Chen Mo still read the worries in his heart. He was just a small person. Whether it was Chen Mo or Zhao Jinzhong or Tang Yuanshan, none of them were something he could offend. He had righteously sided with Chen Mo today because of Chen Mo's identity, as well as the good and evil of the matter, and had ironically offended Zhao Jinzhong, as well as the Tang family to death. Zhao Jinzhong might not retaliate because of what happened today, but Tung Yuanshan might not. Chen Mo giving him the number was also considered to give Liao Shuesan a shot in the arm. After settling Liao Shuesan's heart for a bit, Chen Mo said to Lin Yike, Lin, please follow me back to the private room. Mr. Chen, Yike's face is injured like this. Can you allow her to go and ice compress it first? Liao Shuesan was still more concerned about the good employees under his hand. It was mainly because he saw that although Chen Mo was ruthless in his outbursts, but acting as a human being, he was actually still relatively polite, and his viciousness was only towards the wicked, so he dared to interject and speak. Chen Mo swept a glance at Lin Yike's high-swollen cheeks and said, "Have you forgotten what I made a name for myself in Magic City?" As soon as these words came out, Liao Shuesan hastily slapped his own mouth and said, "Knock me for being talkative. With divine Dr. Chen, he naturally knows how to heal injuries better than us little people. Alright, you guys get busy with your own things, and take care of this ground properly." After Chen Mo brought Lin Yike back to the private room, Tong Tong also immediately pounced over. "Brother Mo, are you alright?" Chen Mo smiled and picked her up. What could be wrong with brother? At this time, Yi Tong had already been dried up by Lin Xinru with a wet towel to wipe away the tear stains, but all had stopped crying as she wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck, and after seeing Lin Yike on the side, again instantly tears flowed out. It's all because of Tong Tong, causing her sister to be beaten up. Her sister is sorry. Woohoo. Silly child. Sister is not because you were beaten, because the bad guys were already bad. Chen Mo immediately took a tissue to the little girl, wiped her tears and said, Tong Tong, do not cry. Sister's injuries will soon be good. You see, brother give you a magic trick. With the moment Chen Mo reached out and touched Lin Yike, the injuries on Lin Yike's face immediately faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It quickly returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Yi Tong and Lin Shinru couldn't help but look a little stunned. Although Lin Yike herself couldn't see the changes on her face, she could feel that the fiery pain on her face had disappeared in an instant. Not only that, but even her back pain caused by overworking on weekdays was all gone. Great! Sister's face is healed, yeah. Brother Mo is so great. After Yi Tong froze for a moment, she immediately happily kissed Chen Mo on the cheek, and then happily clapped her little hands. Okay? Lin Yike incredulously took out her cell phone and turned it on before looking at herself. It turned out that her face now had no injuries whatsoever, only a little dried blood mark left at the corner of her mouth. Lin Shinru immediately handed over a wet wipe and said, "Wipe it off." After Lin Yike wiped her face, she then looked at her current state, which was that there was no injury to be found at all. She looked at Chen Mo in shock and said, "You did this? Otherwise, why do you think they called me a divine doctor before?" When these words came out, Lin Yike first froze, and then immediately fell on her knees in front of Chen Mo with a bang. "Miss Lin, what is this for?" Chen Mo immediately put down Tong Tong and prepared to help her up, but she insisted on kneeling and kowtowing. Although Linny didn't know how Chen Mo had saved her, Chen Mo's name of Chen Divine Doctor had indeed been confirmed by Tang Jiaojia and Liao Shuesan just now, coupled with the fact that he had just divinely and casually cured his own face injuries. She naturally felt that her brother's strange illness was saved. "Mr. Chen, please forgive me for my self-talking attitude, but my brother has been suffering from a strange disease since he was a child and his body is paralyzed and living in the hospital. I really can't bear the thought of him being like this for the rest of his life, so if it's possible, can I please ask you to help me go and take a look? I know you such medical skills. I just dumped my family's money is also impossible to afford. You as long as you can cure my younger brother, you just let me to you as a cow as a horse, or other you I do anything you can. The rest of my life at your command. Just beg you to be able to help my younger brother." Rarely encountered a life-saving straw, Lin Yike that is desperately want to grasp. She was willing to sell everything she had, just for the sake of her brother's peace and happiness. Looking at the other party's appearance, Lin Shinru and Yi Tong on the side couldn't help but look at Chen Mo. Don't look at Yi Tong's young age, but she also knew that there were some things that were not to be interfered with. It was true that she wanted to help the sister and let Brother Mo help her, but whether Brother Mo wanted to help others or not had to be determined by Brother Mo's own thoughts, and she was not allowed to interrupt. Chen Mo looked at Yi Tong's small hand grasping his big hand looking at him with a pitiful look. He smiled and picked her up again and said, "Is there something Tong Tong wants to say to brother?" Tong Tong hesitated for a moment and said, "Just now big sister helped Tong Tong. Tong Tong also wants to help big sister." "Little girl, at a young age you still learn to talk in a roundabout way." Chen Mo gently hooked Tong Tong's little nose and said, "Do you also want me to make a move?" Chen Mo looked at Lin Shinru with another smile and said. Lin Shinru smiled and said a lame excuse. "After all, Ms. Lin and I are from the same family. Of course I want to help her." Chen Mo laughed as he reached out and stopped Lin Shinru's willow waist. "Since you two, my big and small treasures, both want me to make a move, can I not listen to you?" As soon as Chen Mo said this, 3 smiling faces instantly appeared in the room. Lin Shinru, Yi Tong, and Lin Yike all revealed delighted smiles. "Thank you Brother Mo." A childish, delicate voice said these words at the same time. Accompanying these words, there were 2 tender lips that simultaneously printed on Chen Mo's left and right cheeks. Yi Tong kissed the left side of Chen Mo's face, while Lin Shinru kissed the right side of his face. "If I don't agree with you guys, is there no face kissing reward?" Chen Mo smiled and looked at the 2 big and small babies on his left and right and said. The 2 immediately giggled. At this time, Lin Yike was instantly banging her head 3 times to Chen Mo and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I might not be available today, but I should be free during the day tomorrow. And for your brother's illness, I'll go see him tomorrow." Chen Mo said with a smile, "It's fine, it's fine. You see, when you are free, you can just find me again. Let me copy you a phone number." Lin Yike said excitedly after being helped up by Lin Shinru. "You use it, just report it directly to me. I have the ability to overhear." "Okay." After saying that, Lin Yike reported his phone number to Chen Mo. After Lin Yike left, Lin Shinru looked at Chen Mo with a smile and said, "Brother Mo, you tricked a good girl again." "What?" Chen Mo froze for a moment and said, "Humph." She said that as long as you cure her brother, she will be a cow and do whatever you want. So it's not like you can just do whatever you want. Are you still pretending that you didn't hear me? Lin Shinru gently twisted Chen Mo's waist. It turned out to be this. Chen Mo immediately laughed and said, "This kind of talk is usually just talk. Just you this girl seriously. I don't think Ms. Lin is like this kind of person. She looks like the kind of person who is very serious and has a more serious character. I do think what she said should be true." Lin Shinru commented. "That would be best. A talent that could hopefully be quickly cultivated to a 7th order alien." If it was someone who was willing to listen to her wholeheartedly, then whether it was to take her in now to brush up on her rewards, or to keep her for future cultivation into a reliable comrade in arms, it was all a good thing. After Chen Mo agreed to help Lin Yike's favorability towards Chen Mo instantly soared to 80 points. Chen Mo realized that this increase in her favorability was almost equivalent to her favorability for having saved someone else's family. If he really cured her brother, he was afraid that her favorability would soar to even better. Wouldn't that be equivalent to Lin Yike being able to help himself fulfill the condition of reaching 90 points of goodwill for a unit of the 5th rank or higher? As for Yi Tong, who had accidentally encountered her favorability towards Chen Mo was also very high, directly 90 points. The little girl was equal to also directly helping Chen Mo fulfill a target. Then Chen Mo actually now basically only needed to pull Du Zixu's favorability to 90 points or more, and didn't even need to deliberately raise Suya and Yu Siyu's favorability of them to complete the 5 important indicators. Once he thought of this, Chen Mo felt that his mainline survival mission, too, would only be completed immediately. After finishing his dinner, Chen Mo helped Yi Tong pack some delicacies to take back to her mother, Yu Yuqing, to try. No. 158, Minsheng Road. Yu Yuqing learned that Chen Mo might come to the house, and she forced her uncomfortable body to get up and clean up the house, lest the house be too messy to make people laugh. Just as she finished tidying up the house hygiene, she could finally sit down and rest for a while. Her gambler husband, Yi Shixin, also returned home. The moment she saw him come back, Yu Yuqing now couldn't stop trembling when she heard his voice. What she was most afraid of was Yi Shixin coming back drunk, because a drunken Yi Shixin would always come back and beat people up. Not to mention that he didn't get the money. Even if he did get the money, he could still reward her with 2 mouths if he was upset. However, this time when Yi Shixin came home, Yu Yuqing didn't smell the familiar smell of alcohol, and she was relieved. Although Yi Shixin was domestically violent, but without being drunk he wasn't so unreasonable and randomly beat people. Wife. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Shixin shouted to the inner room. Listening to his voice seemed to be quite happy. Seeing that her husband's mood seemed to be quite good, Yu Yuqing forced her uncomfortable body to walk out from the bedroom and said, "What's wrong? It feels like you are quite happy? Ha ha, look." As he spoke, Yi Shixin suddenly snapped and knocked a dozen of thick money onto the table. Seeing the idle Yi Shixin suddenly take out so much money, Yu Yuqing froze for a moment, then nervously said, "You won't go and steal money, right?" Yi Shixin, who didn't drink, was still considered to be relatively communicative, so Yu Yuqing didn't have any fear when she spoke to him. "How can it be? Your husband, I am mixed up. This is my buy lottery one. This is only 10,000. My bank card there are still 90,000 it," said Yi Shixin will be his own bank card within the balance to Yu Yuqing to see a glance. Seeing that her husband really had so much money in his bank book, Yu Yuqing was also quite surprised. "What about your gambling debt? Fool, I won $500,000. The other 400,000 had already been taken to pay off the debt. This 100,000 is what's left." Yi Shixin immediately embraced Yu Yuqing over and said with a smile, "Then what are you going to do with this money?" Yu Yuqing immediately asked. Although she was happy that her husband was able to have this kind of luck to win the lottery and pay off his debts, if he didn't change his idleness and alcoholism and gambling, then even more money would still be lost to him. "I plan to use this money to get us a small store to open. We will open a store to make money in the future." Yi Shixin smiled and caressed Yu Yuqing's arm and said. At this time Yi Shixin gave Yu Yuqing a kind of win. Just with Yi Shixin dating that kind of reliable feeling, Yu Yuqing wasn't a masochist. If she knew from the beginning that Yi Shixin had this kind of stinky problem, it was definitely impossible to get married with him. The reason why she can be chased by Yi Shixin, naturally, because at the beginning of Yi Shixin chasing her, that is called a hardworking, attentive and honey. It can be said that all aspects have done Yu Yuqing's heart, only finally is to move her. The two came together, just come together. In fact, Yi Shixin still maintains the kind of enthusiasm when chasing her, all to her main attentive attitude. But with Yu Yuqing pregnant, Yi Tong was born. Yi Shixin's true colors are gradually revealed. He became more and more idle, more and more alcoholism and gambling, and whenever he gets drunk, he turns into a devil. But when he wakes up, he recognizes his mistakes quickly. This kind of Yi Shixin is like a spermatic state, really make Yu Yuqing very painful. After all, once also felt Yi Shixin tender, plus have children, as well as did not drink. Yi Shixin himself said he would listen to a few sentences. Yu Yuqing also endured. But after drinking and drunk, Yi Shixin is really heartless. After a crazy beating Yu Yuqing filed for divorce. He directly rushed to the kitchen to find a knife on the neck of the daughter, clearly threatening Yu Yuqing, but if he dared to say one more word about divorce, he would take his daughter to hell with her. At that moment, Yi Tong's neck was cut through the skin. It was really scaring Yu Yuqing. resulting in Yu Yuqing no longer daring to mention this topic. One could only hope to persuade Yi Shixin to get better during the stage when he wasn't drinking. But drinking doesn't make one refined. Drinking only further unlocks one's self-limitation. The drunk Yi Shixin was actually still the same person as the sober Yi Shixin, just a Yi Shixin who had completely unlocked his self-limitations. However, Yu Yuqing still preferred to give herself a possible hope in this desperate situation, hoping that the sober state Yi Shixin could one day listen to her advice to stop drinking, and stop releasing that demon Yi Shixin. Seeing that she is happy today, Yu Yuqing held Yi Shixin's hand and said, "Shixin, this time you won the lottery. It's God who gave us the opportunity. Can we keep our feet on the ground and stop drinking and gambling in the future? Wife, I was wrong in the past. I have already reformed myself. After winning the lottery, I have already understood. This is God giving me another chance. I promise you, I will not gamble and drink again. If I break my oath, let me be struck by heaven and not die." Yi Shixin stretched out 3 fingers and swore to the sky. Seeing her husband swearing so seriously, Yu Yuqing believed him. In her heart, she felt an immense sense of relief. At this time, Yi Shixin smiled and held her hand and said, "Wife, in order to celebrate, I'll take you out for a good meal. I haven't repaid you properly for making you work so hard all this time." After saying that, he looked at the room and said, "Where's Tong Tong?" "Tong Tong went out for dinner with a young man I met when I was working before." "Young man?" Yi Shixin frowned slightly, then squeezed out a smile and said, "How can you let your daughter go out to dinner with a boy she doesn't know the bottom line? There are a lot of perverts nowadays. Momo is a good kid. This is something I can still judge." Hearing her say this, Yi Shixin couldn't help but think to himself for a moment and said, "Knowing the person knows the face of the person. But never mind. Since you believe him, it should be fine. It just so happens that Tong Tong is not here. Let's enjoy a dinner for 2 after a long time." Ahem. Originally, Yu Yuqing was not too comfortable. Plus just now, she also forcefully propped up her body to clean the room, and did not really want to move. But could it be that her husband was willing to change his ways? And this dinner, it was really not good for her to refuse. Where to eat? Just go to the nearby Hongyun Hotel. Okay, but in a while, Momo might send Tong Tong back, so I'll talk to him first and ask him to send Tong Tong directly to the Hongyun Hotel. When Yi Shixin heard Yu Yuqing say this, his face sank slightly, but he didn't say anything. "Well, it's windy at night. You're not in good shape lately. Put on a jacket before you go out." At this time, Yi Shixin, as when chasing Yu Yuqing, is gentle and careful. This kind of long-lost feeling of being carefully cared for, let Yu Yuqing instantly have a kind of husband's prodigal son's return to the touching. At this time, Chen Mo had already brought Lin Xinru and Yi Tong out of the Maple Forest evening, and just after coming out, he received a text message from Yu Yuqing. "Sister Qing, Momo, I went with Shixin to have dinner at the Hongyun Hotel near Minqing Road. If you send Tong back, just send her directly to this side of the Hongyun Hotel." Silent. "Okay, Sister Cheng, aren't you not feeling well? You're still eating at the hotel?" Chen Mo was a bit surprised. Having heard her state from the phone before, she was still quite breathless. "Sister Qing, it's already fine. After all, it was a family matter." Yu Yuqing was not in a good position to explain too much about Yi Shixin to Chen Mo. Silent. "Then you'll send me the private room number in a while. I'll send Tong Tong over." "Sister Qing, okay." Sitting in the car, Chen Mo smiled and said to Yi Tong, who was sitting obediently on the back seat, "Tong Tong, you still say that mom doesn't have any good food to eat? Your mom is going to a hotel to eat a big meal now." "Oh." "Ah." Yi Tong felt strange. The family was clearly broke. Why would mom have the money to go to a hotel to eat a big meal? Inside the Hongyun Hotel, Yi Shixin extremely pampered his arm around Yu Yuqing and brought him to private room 333. "Sir, may I ask what meal to order?" The waiter immediately enthusiastically came over to serve the number 1 set meal that I had previously booked. "Okay, may I ask if there's anything I need for drinks and beverages?" "Just put on a pot of tea. My lover's health is not too good. Other drinks and liquor can't be drunk." "Okay, please wait a moment." Soon, the waiter walked in with a pot of tea. After making a pot of tea for the two respectively, he turned around and went out. "Honey, it's been a long time since we've eaten at a hotel, right?" Yi Shixin said with a smile. Yu Yuqing nodded nostalgically and said, "Ever since Tong Tong was born, it seems like we haven't eaten at a hotel." As she spoke, she had already sipped a cup of tea. "Why does this tea taste weird?" Yu Yuqing said curiously after drinking it. Just as the words fell, Yu Yuqing felt a wave of dizziness. She thought that her physical ailment had kicked in. She immediately said breathlessly, "Hubby, I'm a little dizzy." Wife. As Yu Yuqing listened to her husband's voice ringing more and more hollow and farther away in her ears, she had already fallen into a coma. After shaking his wife and realizing that Yu Yuqing had completely fallen into a coma, Yi Shixin immediately pulled out his cell phone and made a call out. Brother Tian, it's already done. Well, it's in your hotel. Private room 333. Confirmed. Definitely passed out. Good. I'll wait for you. As Yi Shixin hung up the phone, his complexion flashed through a trace of complicated emotions. He then secretly got a lighter-shaped camera and quietly placed it on the position where he could point it at the large sofa in the private room. After he did this, soon a middle-aged man with a fairly cleaned-up and slightly blonde figure opened the door of private room 333 and walked in. Brother Tian. Seeing him enter, Yi Shixin immediately gave a respectful salute. Yi Shixin, you're really an animal. Such a beautiful wife is willing to contribute to others to play. You guy won't have the legendary cuckold fetish, then you'll stay in the private room and spectate. This Brother Tian's face flashed a lewd smile and said, No need. Yi Shixin quickly shook his head and said, he didn't have a cuckold fetish. Seeing his wife being toyed with by another man, he actually couldn't stand it, but he just refused. But Tian was sneering. I told you to watch from the side. You watch from the side. With you watching from the side, Laozi will be more excited. Hearing this, Yi Shixin's eyes reddened. His right hand clenched his fist tightly, but still took a few deep breaths and said, everything is listening to Brother Tian. Laozi, this 100,000 can't be spent in vain. 100,000. Do you know how many women you can play with? If it wasn't for the fact that your wife's quality is high enough, and there's also your status as a green turtle husband to add to it, I would have offered this price? This video camera, take it with me. Give me a good shot. Don't shoot my face. Shoot your wife clearly. After saying that, Tian retrieved the video camera again and said, I almost forgot. Let's shoot the beginning first. Saying that, he aimed the camera at Yi Shixin and introduced him while sneering. Comrades, this is the turtle man who betrayed his wife. Look how lowly he looks, ha ha ha. Hearing him say that, Yi Shixin's face couldn't help but look ugly. Seeing his face, Tian turned off the camera and directly grabbed him in front of him. A top knee hit his stomach hard and said, is your mom dead? You think $100,000 is the money to play with your wife? This is for you to shoot the movie pay. You fucking give me a little more professional. How to play a good turtle man. What expression to show. Don't need me to teach you. This collision. The pain. Yi Shixin immediately reddened his face with veins, covered his stomach and sat down on his knees, only to feel his stomach flopping and twitching in pain. He struggled to take a few deep breaths before he finally was able to relieve some of the pain. Brother Tian, I know I'm wrong. I will definitely shoot properly. After taking a few breaths, he strongly braced himself and stood up again. His nails were almost pinched into his flesh as he clenched his fists. Even though he was incredibly angry inside, his face could only pile up a smile. One evil to the other. Yi Shixin, who struck out with a heavy fist at home, could only be coy in front of an even more evil person. Come on, kneel down over here and watch the camera properly. Brother Tian sneered and called Yi Shixin and said, even though Yi Shixin's heart was overwhelmed with shame and anger, he could only do as he was told. After all, he had already received money from Brother Tian. Plus Brother Tian himself was powerful. He couldn't afford to offend. Very well, come and say your words. Introduce yourself. Brother Tian turned on the camera and shot Yi Shixin with a sneer. Yi Shixin forced his shame and anger, squeezed a smile and said, my name is Yi Shixin, a turtle man. Continue. I am a million times more grateful that Brother Tian is willing to play with my wife. Well said. Brother Tian listened pleasantly and said, move your wife over. Yes. Yi Shixin obediently ran to move Yu Yuqing, who had already fallen into a coma, to the large sofa in the private room. Looking at his wife who was still so florid even in her sick state, Yi Shixin's heart was mixed for a while. He somewhat regretted taking this $100,000, but after all, it is 100,000. Anyway, his wife is unconscious state. Finished, she will not know anything, as long as they shrink their necks to live. Then how to live before, how to live after. After some thought struggle in his heart, he turned to look at Brother Tian and said, Brother Tian, what to do next? Next, of course you'll take the camera. Hearing Brother Tian say that, Yi Shixin immediately nodded and slowly walked over, but the closer he got to Brother Tian, the less he felt in his heart. After all, he wasn't really a green slave. Quite the contrary, he was also a possessive person. That was why he had all the unpleasant expressions when he heard Yu Yuqing talking about Chen Mo earlier. The younger the lad, the less he wanted his wife to come into contact with him. The MOMO in this wife's mouth, he had seen before. He looked like a man with a dog's face, and he looked like a white boy who ate soft food. If his wife contacted this person for a long time, he might not know what would happen. In normal times, Just hearing Yu Yuqing talk about Chun Mo, he was afraid that he would have to jump on his feet. But today he had already collected money in advance and was ready to sell out his wife. Where else would he have the nerve to talk about his wife chatting about other men? Watching Tian step by step approaching his wife, ready to make a move on her. Yi Shixin's hand holding the video recorder couldn't stop trembling. Tian. As brother Tian's hand reached out to Yu Yuqing, he suddenly shouted. What for? Brother Tian turned his head and coldly looked at Yi Shixin. I was thinking, would it be better for you to slap me to undress my wife and then kneel down to offer her to you? Begging you to fuck her. Yi Shixin said as he forced his heart to hold back the unbearable feeling. Yi Shixin, you can really be an animal. Such a cheap bridge can be thought of. Well, you come. Funny. After hearing this, Tian was very happy, and immediately walked over quickly, took the camera, and kicked Yi Shixin over. At this time, downstairs of the Hongyun Hotel, Chen Mo's car had already driven up. After all, Yi Tong was such a small child coming out to work. It was naturally impossible to leave home for too long a distance, so Hongyuan Plaza was still relatively close to Minqing Road. Chen Mo casually turned out of the plaza and drove a little bit of road to reach the Hongyun Hotel on this side of Minqing Road. After arriving at the hotel, Chen Mo took out his cell phone and glanced at the message on it. After Yu Yuqing entered the private room, she sent Chen Mo the private room number. No. 333. Well. Chen Mo immediately smiled and picked up Yitong and entered the Hongyun Hotel with Lin Xinru. As they entered the hotel and took the elevator to the third floor, Chen Mo was surprised to see that the doorway of the private room number 333 was actually guarded by two people who didn't look much like waiters. These two people looked like they were practicing. This made Chen Mo feel a trace of weirdness in his heart. At this time, the waiter at the elevator door immediately came over and said, Hello 3, may I ask which private room you want to go to? Chen Mo frowned and said, Private room 333. As soon as these words came out, the waiter's face immediately changed. I'm really sorry, sir, have you remembered the wrong room number? Private room number 333. Our boss is using it. He said that he will not receive any guests while he is using it. Inside the private room 333, since Yi Shixin's proposed plot bridge was very satisfying to Tian. At this moment, he was holding a video camera and waiting with interest for Yi Shixin to perform. Make haste for the old man. Seeing that Yi Shixin had walked to his own wife and was still not moving, brother Tian immediately urged him. Yi Shixin didn't want to see Tian untying Yu Yuqing step by step in front of him. That feeling was really too torturous for him. He would rather have a long pain than a short one. So after he came to Yu Yuqing's side, he ruthlessly gritted his teeth and then removed all the restraints from Yu Yuqing's body with great speed. Looking at the naked Yu Yuqing's flawless and well-built body, brother Tian's eyes immediately glistened and gulped up saliva. After listening to the waiter, Chen Mo was immediately convinced that things were not right. He immediately opened the see-through glasses, directly through the wall, looked into the situation inside the private room No. 333. Seeing Yu Yuqing's naked appearance, lying unconscious on the sofa, her husband was kneeling next to her, saying something to a man. Chen Mo immediately flashed a cold aura in his eyes, handed Yi Tong over to Lin Xinru who was on the side and whispered in her ear, Take Tong and wait for me over here. Don't let her come over. The moment he said his words, Chen Mo had already rushed to the front of the private room of No. 333. Before the two bodyguards at the door could say anything, Chen Mo directly knocked them down with a hand slash. Then, with a bang, he kicked open the door of the room. At this moment, Yi Shixin fell down on his knees in front of brother Tian and said, Bastard dog Yi Shixin, I am ready to invite brother Tian to enjoy my wife. Hearing these words, Chen Mo directly only felt a wave of incredulity, instead of anger. What was more in his heart was shock that a person could be lowly to such an extent. You beast, what are you talking about? Entering the room, Chen Mo closed the door to the room and had rushed to Yu Yuqing's side, kicked off Yi Shixin who was next to him, and directly spent 1 out of the 40 points that he had been unable to spend from the system, exchanged it for a long dark-colored cloth, and wrapped Yu Yuqing's body in a direct cover. He pondered whether he should wake Yu Yuqing up at this point in time. Considering that waking Yu Yuqing up at this time would be a bigger blow to her, Chen Mo decided to let her remain asleep for the time being. It was only at this time that he had the time to look at the two people beside him, and Tian only reacted angrily. Who are you and how did you get in? What are the two idiots at the door doing? Brother Tian gave a displeased glance at the already closed doorway. Yi Shixin, you are really bitchy. Originally, on account of you being Tong's father, I was thinking if I should give you a chance to reform, but I really didn't think that you would actually do this kind of underhanded thing. Chen Mo was furious at this moment, but Yi Shixin was after all Yi Tong's father. If he killed him, wouldn't this be the same as becoming Yi Tong's father killer? Once he thought of this, He could only think of other ways to punish this guy. Brat, my family matters. None of your business. She is my wife. I can use her how I want. It's not your turn to care if you use rotten and stinky. Yi Shixin was already dissatisfied with Yu Yuqing's mention of Chun Mo just now. Now when he saw that he actually rushed in as a hero to save his wife and angrily scolded him, the more he thought about it, the angrier and more jealous he became. At this point, the two of them didn't even pay attention to the fact that Chen Mo had just conjured up a long piece of cloth out of thin air. Brother Tian was also in a rage. Throwing the camera in his hand to the side, he looked at Chun Mo and said viciously, "Brat, you learn to meddle in other people's business even before your hair grows. Do you know what this place is?" After saying that, he directly rushed up and was ready to give Chun Mo a punch. However, the moment his punch came out with a whoosh, it was easily grabbed by Chen Mo's wrist. Ah! In the next instant, he screamed out in pain, because at that moment, his wrist had already been pinched raw. "Brat, do you know who is behind our Hung Luck Hotel? Are you really not afraid of death? I'm a member of the Hong family." "Good. One more reason to clean up the Hong family." Chen Mo finished coldly and directly exited his right hand with his ring blade and slashed at the front. In the next moment, that brother Tian who had just been there, his entire body disappeared into the room out of thin air. Before he disappeared, Yi Shixin clearly saw that brother Tian's head seemed to show signs of falling off. After all, it was within someone else's territory. So Chen Mo directly resolved the enemy before storing the person inside his nascent sacred ring, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. "Yi Shixin, not only are you a rotten person, your mouth also stinks." The moment Chen Mo's words fell, he had already thrown a big mouth onto his face, and in an instant, Yi Shixin's face was smashed in half. The painful Yi Shixin didn't dare to scream even if he wanted to, because his face was already rotten. His mouth casually moving hurt like hell. How could he dare to scream? At this moment, he couldn't even say anything. He could only look at Chun Mo and back away in fear, but it was useless for him to retreat. Chen Mo grabbed him and broke both his hands and feet from the joints. In a moment, Yi Shixin's hands and feet directly turned into the shape of a swastika attached to his body. At this time, Chen Mo suddenly reached out to Yi Shixin's head, and as his healing ability was unleashed, Yi Shixin's mouth recovered again. He coldly said, "Does it hurt?" Feeling a burst of warmth in his mouth and then no pain, Yi Shixin looked at Chun Mo in horror and said, "What have you done?" At this time, his limbs were broken and he couldn't move a bit at all. His heart was incomparably terrified. From the moment just now when Tian inexplicably disappeared from the room, Yi Shixin had been a bit dumbfounded as a whole. He was completely unable to comprehend what was happening right now. However, the pain was something that could not be fooled. Feeling the incomparable pain in his hands and feet, Yi Shixin's heart was aching, anxious and helpless. In front of this young man in front of him, he could simply only be like a doll, letting others pinch him round and rub him flat. "I'm asking you if you're in pain, and you're here to tell me otherwise." The moment Chen Mo's words fell, he stomped on Yi Shixin's heirloom three-piece set. At this instant, the pain caused Yi Shixin to directly faint, but right after he fainted, the next instant, he woke up again, and at this time, all the injuries on his body had already healed. It was as if he had just had a dream, but the pain he had just experienced was lingering. With the moment Yi Shixin woke up, Chen Mo once again stomped on his heirloom three-piece set. This time Yi Shixin didn't pass out, but rather his forehead was in cold sweat from the pain. "I was wrong. Don. Step on it, please. I was wrong." "What are you wrong?" "I am wrong everywhere." "You say where I am wrong." "I am wrong. Please don't torture me." Yi Shixin cried out in pain. "For a brute like you, shouldn't you just tear it down where you don't need it?" "Ooh-hoo. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Big brother, dad, grandpa, ancestor, please spare me, please." Under Chen Mo's repeated cycle of recovery and stomping torture, Yi Shixin finally collapsed beyond belief as he continuously kowtowed and begged for mercy. He had never felt so much pain in his life. This kind of pain that seemed to involve his soul. He actually had to bear it continuously. And for a moment, he really wished that his three-piece suit could just rot to the point where it wouldn't transmit pain to him. Looking at Yi Shixin's appearance of pain to the point of trembling insanity, Chen Mo coldly said, "You are able to live because you are Tong Tong's father. I don't want her to be saddened because of your death. She is a kind and understanding child, even though you, the father, is no longer. After all, it is her father. Her heart doesn't want you to die. She only wants to see you reform. But having a death-free gold medal isn't necessarily a good thing. There are means in this world to make people suffer. Do you feel it clearly now?" "Clear, 10,000 times clear. Please don't step on it anymore." Yi Shixin said with a sniffle and a tear, "I will arrange for you to have to submit to a labor environment. Just go and reform yourself properly for me. But before that, you have to go and divorce this marriage first." You have no other identity from now on other than Tong Tong's father, which cannot be changed. Chen Mo said coldly. Divorce. Immediately. What you say, I will do. My wife to you whatever. Yi Shixin cried and said. Deadly unrepentant, is she all you have? Damn thing. Chen Mo ruthlessly stomped on Yi Shixin's heirloom three-piece set dozens of times more until it hurt so much that he wailed madly to the point where his throat was hoarse and nearly mentally collapsed. And only then did he completely cure Yi Shixin. But at this time, Yi Shixin had already been tortured by the pain in a trance and frozen place without moving. Even though all the injuries on his body had been cured, the pain that had just occurred countless times still seemed to be recurring in his mind. So much so that, up until this moment, he was still twitching at the corners of his mouth in pain. Chen Mo didn't care about him, and directly destroyed the video camera in the room, as well as the lighter-shaped miniature video camera that Yi Shixin had secretly put in the room, before he turned around and picked up Yu Yuqing, who was wrapped in a long dark-colored cloth, and directly left the room. System prompt, the host has killed a 5th-order zombie, and is hereby rewarded with 500 survival points and a B-grade gift package. System alert, the host has crossed the threshold to torture a 5th-order demon, causing his mind to suffer a severe trauma that is comparable to a kill, hereby rewarding the host with 500 survival points and a Class B gift pack reward. With Chen Mo killing Brother Tian and ruthlessly punishing Yi Shixin, Chen Mo also reaped a wave of rewards that were not bad. Closing the system prompts interface. Chen Mo held the unconscious Yu Yuqing when he came out to test her physical condition before realizing that Yu Yuqing wasn't completely in a state of unconsciousness. She was only in a state where she was dazed, but was still able to hear and feel the situation around her. As he walked out the door, at this moment, Yi Tong was being held in Lin Xinru's arms, looking over curiously. Brother just now seemed like he was acting like a TV show, knocking those two people out yay. Yi Tong hugged Lin Xinru's neck and said. Lin Xinru smiled and said, it might just be acting like a TV. After waiting for a while, she saw Chen Mo walk out holding a person. Mom! Yi Tong saw that her mom was wrapped up like a dumpling. She curiously said, how did mom turn into a caterpillar? Chen Mo could only smile helplessly at her. Mommy is just acting like a caterpillar. Chen Mo immediately brought Lin Xinru and Yi Tong down the stairs in the elevator after he finished speaking. At this time, the waiter on the side didn't dare to speak. After all, Chen Mo had just easily put down the two thugs at the door with 2 hand slashes. After taking Yu Yuqing to the car, Chen Mo let Yi Tong sit in the front seat while Lin Xinru watched Yu Yuqing in the back seat. He quickly sent her back to the door of her home. After carrying her back to her home, Chen Mo then released his healing skill to prepare to remove the ecstasy and all the diseases from Yu Yuqing's body. Just as he was casting his healing skill, the system prompt also started beeping. System alert, it was detected that the host was performing a meaningless rescue on a dead body. Please stop such behavior immediately. System alert, warning warning, detection of an anomaly has occurred. Detected that the dead body has been resurrected. Data error, character data is being repaired. The repair is complete. The target information has been corrected to 9th Order Demon Man. What? A 9th Order Demon? It seems that this incident has caused Sister Qing to accumulate quite a notable amount of negative energy in her heart, casually saving a 9th Order demonic person. Chen Mo also froze, thinking back to what happened to Yu Yuqing today, coupled with everything she had suffered previously. It was predictable that her heart was bursting with negative energy. System tip, summarizing data error character information. Character information summarized. Detected that the demonic human unit was able to come back to life because of the host performing miraculous means. The host once again demonstrated the unbelievable ability to bring the dead back to life. The host's godly power, for the second time, has amazed the world. Since this is not the first time you have triggered a special achievement, you will not be able to receive any more special rewards. However, after all, the one who was revived was a 9th-ranked demon. The system hereby releases a consolation prize for you, and you have been awarded 100,000 survival points as a reward. After a beeping reminder from the system, Yu Yuqing also opened her eyes, but at this moment, she was filled with an expression as if her heart was dead. It was unknown how much bitterness and grief was buried in her heart on her face, which looked like an ancient well. No wonder she was able to advance to a 9th Order demon. Xiaoru, you accompany Sister Qing. Seeing Yu Yuqing awakening, Chen Mo immediately said to Lin Xinru, then pretended to forget to take the food that Maple Forest Evening had just brought back and turned to Yi Tong. I forgot to take the dishes from the restaurant. Tong, you go with your brother to fetch them. Good. The little girl didn't know what was happening and happily went out with Chen Mo to fetch the delicious food, only leaving Lin Xinru to accompany Yu Yuqing. Looking at the state of Yu Yuqing's body wrapped in a long cloth with both shoulders exposed, Lin Xinru had already sensed that something was wrong. Sister Chang, are you alright? Previously at the restaurant, Chun Mo had introduced Yi Tong's mother to Lin Xinru, so she still knew something about Yu Yuqing. Yu Yuqing's eyes slid down a tear trail. Then she shook her head and said, I'm fine. I should have deserved to die long ago. I shouldn't have had empty fantasies, and this time it's considered to be a self-inflicted disaster. After saying that, Yu Yuqing slowly tore away the long cloth wrapped around her body, and appeared in front of Lin Xinru with a naked posture. This made Lin Xinru more and more certain that something might have happened just now within that hotel. Soon Yu Yuqing got dressed, washed his face, changed his demeanor, and looked at Lin Xinru with a gentle smile on his face. Are you Mo's girlfriend? It can be considered. Lin Xinru smiled and said, you guys are really a good match. Yu Yuqing said with a smile, it's not easy to find a good man. Lin Xinru guessed that Yu Yuqing was victimized by her bad husband, and comforted. There is good in the world. There must be bad. Half and half. We'll always need a good one. That's true. Yu Yuqing revealed a bitter smile. In her heart, she was already ashen. Just focusing on talking to you. I forgot to pour you a cup of tea. Wait for me. Yu Yuqing immediately prepared to get up after she finished speaking, but when she subconsciously thought that she was still as frail as before, and that she needed to support the table in front of her to lend her strength when she got up, it was only then that she suddenly realized that her body actually did not know when, and was completely free of the feeling of sickness. Looking at Yu Yuqing suddenly froze in place, Lin Xinru curiously asked, Sister Chang, what's wrong with you? Is there anything uncomfortable? No. Yu Yuqing only thought that it was her own misperception and hurriedly shook her head. If you have any discomfort you must say. Brother Mo is a very powerful Dr. O. He can cure any disease. Once Lin Xinru said this, Yu Yuqing immediately reacted. She was just unable to open her eyes all the way, but she was feeling and conscious of her surroundings. The time when she was betrayed by her beast husband. The time when she was stripped naked by him and exhibited to the wicked. The time when Chen Mo rushed into the room and wrapped her body at the first time to preserve her dignity. She all had clear feelings, including being carried all the way back by Chen Mo, as well as just now when Chen Mo's hand touched her body. A warm current surged into her body, and then her own drowsy feeling disappeared and her eyes were able to open. She remembered all of these feelings. It was just that there was some drowsiness before, causing her to subconsciously ignore it. But now that she remembered all of them, she realized that she had just woken up from a coma, seemingly because of the warmth from Chen Mo's palms surging into her body. Xiaoru, the door seems to be locked. Come open it. Along with the knocking on the door, Chen Mo's voice sounded outside the door. Actually, the door was not locked. Lin Xinru and Yu Yuqing both knew that. Chen Mo knocking on the door was just confirming if Yu Yuqing had already put on her clothes. Regarding this tenderness of his, the two women smiled at each other. Yu Yuqing pressed down on Lin Xinru and got up herself to walk over and open the door to the room. Mo, thank you for this time. Yu Yuqing swept a glance at Tong Tong to look at Chun Mo and said, System alert, detected that a ninth order demon's favoritism towards you has reached 90 points, belonging to the favorite level. System alert, detected that the host was actually able to make the negative energy bursting ninth order demonic person's favoritism towards you reach the favorite level. The host's amazing charm is extraordinary. The host is hereby rewarded with 5,000 survival points, a grade A gift package, and 5 points of charisma. Hearing the system prompt, Chen Mo thought about the previous system prompt when Mu Shiryu's favorability increased to 95 points. Mu Shiryu was also a ninth order demon, and when her favorability reached the adoration level at that time, Chen Mo was rewarded with an S-ranked gift pack. It could be seen that the difference in favorability of a 9th ranked demon was a little bit, but the rewards were able to differ by 1 rank. Yu Yuqing's favorability towards Chen Mo's favorite level wasn't just raised, but was originally. It could be seen that she had quite liked this hardworking and reliable big boy since before. This liking was not the kind of liking of a male-female relationship. Just like how Yi Tong also had the same 90 points of favoritism towards Chen Mo, it was a personal emotional fondness. Yi Tong loved Chen Mo as if he was her own brother. Lin Xinru loved Chen Mo as if he was her lover. Yu Yuqing loved Chen Mo as a close junior. Chen Mo naturally had no misunderstandings, so he didn't care about the system's favorability rating. However, this way, it was an indicator that Chen Mo had unexpectedly accomplished. Now, Yi Tong, Yu Yuqing, Lu Qinlan, and Mu Shiryu made up a total of 4. Chen Mo only needed to cure Lin Yike's brother tomorrow, and with her willingness to be an ox and a horse, Chen Mo felt that her favoritism rating could definitely still be pulled upwards. By that time, it could just be filled up. Temporarily putting the favorability thing aside, Chen Mo held Tong Tong and looked at Yu Yuqing and said with a smile, "It's nothing, Tong Tong I'll take as my own sister. Taking her for a meal isn't worth thanking. You know what I thank." Yu Yuqing's good-looking eyes flowed with a trace of gratitude. held Yi Tong from Chen Mo's arms and said, "How old is she? Still keeps letting her brother hold her. Shy face." After saying that, Yu Yuqing let go of her body and said, "Come in quickly." Hearing her mom say this, Yi Tong's little face flushed and said, "I like to let my brother hold me." Chen Mo smiled and closed the door to the room and walked into the house, raising the dishes brought back from the restaurant specially made for the kitchen, and said, "I haven't seen you for a long time. It's not good to come to see you empty-handed. I've brought some dishes for you. This is even eaten and packed. It's really troublesome for you, Momo," Yu Yuqing said with embarrassment. After saying that, she immediately went to get the plates out. "No way. When I was on the job in the past, Sister Chang, you took care of me so well. I won't forget it." Chen Mo smiled and said, "These dishes are all new dishes that I had the kitchen just cook. If you haven't eaten dinner, try them." After saying this, Chen Mo suddenly paused. It felt like he had said the wrong thing. Yu Yuqing, however, smiled and walked to his side, gently patted his back and said, "It's okay, everything is in the past. The previous Yu Yuqing already died before you entered the door. You're hugging out the door with a brand new Yu Yuqing." Hearing her words, Chen Mo was quite touched in his heart and said, "Sister Chang, the future will get better and better. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just contact me." "Thank you, Momo. It's only been a month or so since I saw you. I didn't expect you to grow into such a reliable man now." Looking at Chen Mo, Yu Yuqing seemed to see the Yi Shixin from back then. The Yi Shixin from back then was just like the current Chen Mo, making people feel incomparably reliable. But just for a moment, she shook this thought out of her mind. She wanted to live again for herself. That Yu Yuqing, who was nostalgic for the former Yi Shixin in her mind, was already dead. Chen Mo laughed and said, "When a soldier parted for 3 days, we've been here for more than 30 days. This shall not be shaved and shaved again." "But you are still so amusing," Yu Yuqing said with a smile. After getting all the dishes ready on the dining table, Yu Yuqing said, "Look how embarrassed I am. You came to my house. Instead of me not having anything to cook for you to eat, I also had to have you bring so many things over. It's all the same. Since Tong Tong treats me as her brother, then my sister's house, I'll treat it as my own home. Alright, then you come often from now on, so you can taste Sister Ching's handiwork." You guys are really talking about each other. Lin Xin Ru laughed. Tong Tong calls Brother Mo as her brother. Brother Mo calls Sister Ching as his elder sister. Here and there are almost the same generation. When this was said, Yu Yuqing also couldn't help but smile. Each to their own is quite good. Otherwise, a 20-year-old young man calling me Auntie Ching, and I'm only 32 years old. Wouldn't that be calling me old? Seeing that Yu Yuqing was now able to talk and laugh and was in a good mood, Chen Mo was also finally relieved. Just as they were talking, the door of the room was suddenly opened. It was none other than Yi Shixin, who had already changed his clothes. He walked in trembling, and with a flutter, he knelt down to Yu Yuqing, and after being silent for a while, he said, "I know it's useless to say anything. I'm here now to talk to you, and to go for the divorce formalities tomorrow." Hearing his words, Yi Tong couldn't help but be stunned. She wanted a reformed and good father to come back. She didn't think of becoming a child of a single-parent family, but thinking that dad always beat mom, and that a divorce would be good for mom, she didn't interject a word more, but it could be seen that her mood was not high. "Tong Tong, daddy used to be too bad a person. He will change his ways in the future. You wait for daddy." "Really? You'll turn into a good daddy?" Yi Tong's eyes instantly lit up when she heard the words she wanted to hear the most. "Yes, daddy was sorry to you and mom before. When daddy feels he can be a good father, he will come back to you," Yi Shixin cried and said. "Then pull the hook." Yi Tong immediately went forward to pull the hook with her dad. Looking at his innocent daughter, who was still willing to accept herself even at this time, Yi Shixin was completely taut. He immediately took Yi Tong into his arms and wailed and cried bitterly. Just how sincere he was now. None of the people present dared to guarantee it. Even Chen Mo, who could read minds, could only ensure that what he said at this moment was sincere, but whether he could carry it out to the end, he couldn't guarantee it either. Anyway, he had already arranged for Yi Shixin to be remodeled. Yu Yuqing had even died to him a long time ago. If not for Tong Tong being over here, she would have directly kicked Yi Shixin out the door. This time, she wouldn't be weak anymore. If he dared to continue to use Tong Tong as blackmail, she would immediately kill this man. At this moment, an unfillable black hole had appeared in the bottom of her heart, making her fearless. "When you're done, get the hell out of here," she said in a cold tone. "Okay, I'll roll. Don't be angry." Yi Shixin put down Tong Tong and rolled away. Looking at her father in this state, the tiny Tong Tong was also in a complicated mood. Sensing the sadness in her heart, Chen Mo immediately went forward to pick her up, and Yi Tong immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck, burying her little head into his shoulder and sobbing. Can daddy really change? Although Yitong was young, she knew that an evil man could not change that easily. It was just that at her young age, she could only harbor seeds of hope. I hope he better will, Chen Mo said in his heart, but was saying to Yitong, he will. After pacifying Yitong, Chen Mo looked at Yu Yuqing and said, Sister Cheng, do you want to change your place of residence? After all, those debt collectors of his might still come. Chen Mo read about Yi Shixin's gambling debt, but had no intention of helping him pay it back. Instead he was ready to take Yu Yuqing's mother and daughter to move. It was just the right time to send a brain to the famous garden community. And when the time came, they would directly use that place as the center to start building a barrier of doom. Do you have any good recommendations? Yu Yuqing asked with a smile. Yes, I live in a place called Mingyuan neighborhood. The landlord there is very nice, and the neighborhood control is also better. It won't just let bad people in. How's the rent? Yu Yuqing asked curiously. It shouldn't be too expensive. A single suite, around 3,000 a month. So cheap? Yu Yuqing was a little surprised. That's why I said the landlord is very nice. She doesn't rely on this to make money. That's quite good. If you think it's suitable, you can first stay at the hotel tonight. I'll get someone to come over tomorrow to help you move. That would be too much trouble for you. Sister Ching, you're still so polite as usual. It's settled then. You haven't eaten dinner yet. Have some first. Looking at the way Yu Yuqing wasn't eating without an appetite, Chen Mo felt that maybe she did put it down. Of course he could rely on his mind-reading technique to peer into Yu Yuqing's heart, but after thinking about it he still didn't do so. After Yu Yuqing finished her dinner, Chen Mo brought the two to a hotel near the famous garden neighborhood to check in. Only after bidding farewell to the two did he take Lin Xinru back to the famous garden neighborhood. At 10 p.m., Chen Mo received a message from Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu that everything was ready, just waiting for his good news to act. At this time, Lin Xinru was preparing to find Chen Mo to play some games that lone men and women should play. Chen Mo read the message and helplessly laughed. Xiaoru, I have some things to deal with in the evening. You sleep first. Going out so late to deal with something? Lin Xinru said unexpectedly. Important things. You be good at home. I'll try to deal with it as fast as I can and come back to accompany you. Seeing Lin Xinru's loss, Chen Mo smiled and kissed Lin Xinru's forehead and said, after experiencing what happened before, Lin Xinru was now a bit afraid of being alone. Seeing Chen Mo leaving, she immediately called Little Yellow over and hugged him to her side before she felt that she gained some sense of security. Hong Xingyu, Hong Xingyuan, Hong Xingsheng, these three brothers are interesting. Yellow gambling and drugs were put together by them. The dark moon and windy killing night. I don't know when. The dark clouds in the sky above Mordor began to slowly gather, and as the drizzle fell, the pedestrians on the road gradually thinned out. The time at this point was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Mo was still able to see many people on the road when he came out from the center area of Magic City, but as he gradually walked towards the peripheral area, the pedestrians also became less and less, until he came to the eastern part of the Magic City. Although there were not many pedestrians on this side of the street, some entertainment industries were still operating. There were quite a few customers consuming. According to Chen Mo's understanding, the entertainment industry here was organized by three companies. The entertainment industry here was controlled by a total of three groups. They were the Du Yuan group of the Qing Society, the Zhao group of the Yellow Robe Society, and the Hong Luk group of the Hong family. The three groups almost monopolized the entertainment industry in the entire area. In order to seize the clientele, they had also engaged in many business competitions. In addition to that, the three families also had some cooperation in construction projects over here, and as long as a certain party had some problems, the other two parties would immediately come to take over. Sort of competition is more intense, but after all, it is the peripheral area of the Magic City. The top is not too concerned about the ability of the people under the hand are still okay. We deal with the back and forth. There is nothing to worry about. If a group of upper mobilized forces to intervene, break the balance, but not good. Wait for a small fight, may become a big trouble. So everyone just rested on their laurels. But after tonight, it would be different. Inside a bar owner's room in the Eastern District, there was a man with a cigar in his mouth, a disheveled woman sitting in his arms, and while his hands were constantly moving, he looked at the young girl kneeling on the ground in front of him, with a face full of tears, and said, "Little girl, as the saying goes, debt repayment is the right thing in heaven and earth, and since you can't pay the money back, so if you don't take your body to cover the debt, how do you think you can let me recoup my losses? I will return, but your interest is too high. I just borrowed you 10,000. This is only a month past. It becomes to pay back more than 20,000. I'm not easy to put together 10,000 out, which also, but also have to pay back 10,000 too. I borrowed in the first place, did not borrow so much. I beg you to give me some more time to grace. Grace? Can according to the old contract, interest counting chant, but must pay back once a month. Each repayment shall not be less than 10,000 yuan, and so you again a month. You next month you interest plus 12,000 yuan principal will be turned over to more than 20,000. You can afford it? The man said with a cold smile. At this time the woman in his arms sorted out the clothes, got up and said, Xiao Yao, we are all classmates. I can still harm you? What's the use of you keeping that layer? What kind of era is this? And you're still so pure. If you are willing to sell your first night, you can pay off your debt in a flash. And in the future, our boss can continue to introduce you to this line of work, and you will be able to earn more. And you don't have to take out a loan to buy things in the future. Buy whatever you want. Rely on yourself to earn money and use it yourself. What a pain in the ass. Listening to the words of the woman in front of her, this young girl called Xiao Yao obviously still couldn't accept it. She always felt that if she took this first step she would not be able to come back. It doesn't matter. We won't force you to become a prostitute. Everything depends on your own choice. You take your time to consider. Anyway, every day that passes, your interest rate is going to go up by an extra $400. We can wait. We are afraid that you can't afford to wait. If you promise now, you will be able to eliminate all the debts directly after today. After a few days, even if you are willing to sell, there is no boss who will buy it. Then it is also not possible to sell it for this price. The boss put down the cigar. Pick up the side of the bubble full of wolfberry teacup. Light Sip said with a light smile. But I have a boyfriend. I can't do that. Xiao Yao hesitated and struggled, or shook her head. You silly girl. A boyfriend who can't even help you pay back $12,000. What kind of waste thing is it? Just this kind of thing. You still treat it as a treasure? Men like Mr. Hong are the reliable men you should really be looking for. Even if it's just to be a lover for characters like them, we can live 100 times more nourishing than those loser guys' girlfriends. Hurry up and wake up. No, he's already very helpful to me. This $10,000, 80% of it is from him trying to get it. But he's also just a student. He can't get that much money. He's very good to me. I don't want to hurt him. Xiao Yao cried and shook her head. Hearing her say this, Hong Xingyuan immediately revealed a smile. I didn't expect that there are still such dedicated girls in this era. It's a bit interesting. At this time, the woman beside Xiao Yao immediately laughed. You are so devoted to your boyfriend. But do you know if he is also so devoted to you? Silly girl, you are just young and unintelligent. And you look too much at the so-called love. And when you have eaten enough of the bitterness of life, you will know that when you fall in love with your boyfriend who is so wonderful, and you can't let you nourish your life, the future days will still be incomparably painful. No, I can't apologize to him. Xiao Yao bit her lip and insisted. Xiao Hong, since she is so devoted, you should stop pushing her. Hong Xingyuan smiled and said to the woman called Xiao Hong, that's fine. Since you're so affectionate, then we won't force you. Pay back the money. All you have to do is pay back the money and we'll be clear. Xiao Hong said as she looked condescendingly at Xiao Yao who was sitting on his knees on the ground. Speaking of paying back the money, Xiao Yao was speechless again. It wasn't that she didn't want to pay it back, but she simply couldn't pay it back. $12,000 was a huge amount of money for students like them. At this time, she hated herself for not knowing people well, actually treating the woman in front of her as a good person. And after being led by her to enjoy high consumption, she was gradually filled with vanity and became unable to turn back. But not to say that this woman called Xiaohong beside Hong Xingyuan was still very capable. She intentionally contacted some girls who had good looks and posture, but were not from very good families, with the act of making friends, and they get close. After becoming friends, began to frequent money to take them for some high consumption, gradually cultivate their vanity, and so they have been coaxed in front of the classmates into a princess-level characters, and then pretended to say that the temporary encountered some difficulties, looking for these girls to get back to the luxury goods that were previously purchased, said that the temporary take against the money, and so on this period of time the funds turnover is good, can continue to take them to the high consumption. They can continue to take them for high consumption. In order to make a long-term investment, these girls naturally handed the things back to Xiaohong without the slightest hesitation. On one hand, there were no more luxuries to adorn themselves, and on the other hand, there was no more enjoyable life of high spending on weekdays. This makes those gradually accustomed to the high consumption and classmates envy and worship the eyes of the girls, suddenly fell into a kind of extremely empty mediocre life, and at the same time have to suffer around the classmates talk about how they suddenly began to wear back to the previous stall goods, how no luxury goods, and so on the speech, feeling the students from envy and worship of the eyes into contempt and skeptical eyes. They naturally can't afford it. So Xiaohong once again appeared in the identity of conscience consumer loans, inducing them to loan consumption. In this way, one by one, the young and beautiful girls were easily ensnared by Xiaohong, pulled into their Hong Lutian dance hall, acting as high-quality princesses, to enhance the quality of their own dance hall, driving consumption. This is just the tip of the iceberg of their behavior. Originally still very persistent, refused to apologize to her boyfriend, Yao. In a sound interest and money attack, psychological defenses are also gradually began to collapse. When she learned that they would find her boyfriend to ask for debts, she finally cried and said through clenched teeth, "You do not go to find him trouble. As long as you promise me this side of things will not let him know. I promise that is it." While these young girls were not easy to lure into the pit, each one lured in would become a long-term star princess, bringing great profit returns to the ballroom. That amount of downward cycle and time spent on lip service was still an investment. Seeing another girl with a good look and body entering the set, Hong Xingyuan was obviously satisfied. "Before you give the guests consumption, just play with me for one night. I'll help you develop it properly. That way you can let the guests have fun. Don't worry, the boss will keep that layer of yours. After all, it's worth a lot of money. As for the rest of the place, well, let the boss help you develop it properly." Xiao Hong laughed. "Well, Xiao Hong, you first take her to my room. Remember to wash her side a little cleaner. You are the same. There is also some time not to love you. At night you also stay. Then boss, we'll go back to our room and wait for you." Oh. After Xiao Hong finished speaking, she even threw a flying kiss at Hong Xingyuan. Only Xiao Yao with a dull face full of tears like a zombie was let out of the room by Xiao Hong. "We have to get some raw eggs to make up for it. Just drinking goji berries is still not quite enough." Looking at Xiao Yao's marvelous buttocks as she left, Hong Xingyuan was already getting restless. But lately, he felt that he seemed to have overplayed his hand a bit, and the split was a bit less intense than its peak state. Just as he took another sip of goji berry water, preparing to make up for it, suddenly, a silhouette steeply emerged from the originally empty room. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold light suddenly flashed by. In the next instant the silhouette disappeared once again, and the door of the room was also weirdly automatically switched on and off for a moment. As the door of the room closed, the head that had just been attached to Hong Xingyuan's neck suddenly tilted, and then it rolled down to the ground in a dripping manner. On the ground, Hong Xingyuan's rounded eyes were still filled with an incredulous look. As the head fell to the ground, a blood-colored fountain sprayed out from the incision right after it, spilling the entire room with bright red everywhere. The wolfberry water on the side table was also completely changed into a cup of red tea. After going out, Chen Mo glanced towards Xiao Yao and Xiao Hong, who had not yet left. People have their own destiny. He didn't care much, and directly turned around and left in a stealthy state. Anyway, Hong Xingyuan had already hung up, and the industries on his side would soon be swallowed up by the Qing Society and the Yellow Robe Society group, and the people they had originally lent money to cheat would naturally be dispersed. As for where they should go after getting used to high spending, this is not something Chen Mo wants to care about. Leaving the Hong Le Tian Opera House, Chen Mo immediately turned his head and headed to the next location. There were a total of 3 Hong family branch heads in this area. Solving one wasn't enough. As Chen Mo arrived at the next area, this place was located in the basement of a billiard room. After entering the basement, one could see that there was a huge underground gaming arena underneath this. This kind of black production that was not allowed by law. Currently in Magic City, only the Hong family was still secretly engaging in it. It wasn't that the Green Society Du Yuan Group and the Yellow Robe Society Zhao Group were once the second of the 3 giants of the underground of Mordor, how much of a white lotus flower they were. Rather, their development targets are different, and their internal policies are different. The Hong family is as close to the Tang family as a family. The Hong family is basically the industry that can get money they are engaged in, do not care at all about the impact, because they as a facade is the Tang family. Although the Tang family's last name was Tang, it was actually the Hong family's orthodox bloodline. Just like the Chao family and the Xiahou family during the 3 Kingdoms period, because a certain side of the bloodline changed their surnames midway through, they became the 2 surnames they have now. In a nutshell, their ancestors were actually both surnamed Tang, and then, for some reason, a part of them came under the Hong family lintel, changed their surname to Hong, and managed to carry on the Hong family. Ever since then the Tang and Hong families have been developing one bright line and one dark line. Bright line development everywhere to abide by the rules, subject to constraints. Natural development is not so fast, but the Tang family still developed into the magic city of the top 10 industries, and the Hong family has been in the dark side of the development. Do not need to talk about so many rules, how favorable how to come, that the group scale development natural expansion very fast. However, the Green Society than the Hong family earlier in the magic city foothold. Firmly rooted, more tree roots. The Hong family, even if the crazy development is not dry him. The Hong family because of this reason. So do some black industry that is less scruples. but the Green Society because it became Du Yuan's one word. Du Yuan ambition is not small. Do not want to do UN group just in the Magic City this acre of 3 do what top group. His goal is to go global, to the international. Naturally it will be to gradually move all the projects of the group in a formal direction, so as to avoid the emergence of negative business news, affecting the group's plan to make a name for itself externally. As for the Yellow Robe Society, since Zhao Tianhao passed away, it was taken over by Zhao Yu. This was also the case. Don't look at Zhao Yu retreating to the background, but she was actually controlling the direction of the Yellow Robe Society's development throughout the entire process. She was similar to Du Yuan. Both had big ambitions. She also wanted to make Zhao's group bigger and stronger. Considering the related impacts, many black properties were also shut down at her behest. But although this head of theirs had such ambitions, but after all, money-making projects, there would always be people who couldn't help but dabble in them. But as long as the group manager was ruthless enough, the people under his hand would gradually not dare to do it. Nowadays, the industries within Du Yuan Group and Zhao Group are basically relatively clean. Only sporadically, Du Yuan and Zhao Yu turned a blind eye for the time being, because these not-so-clean places had some very good leads, implicating some of the imperial capital's forces reaching out, leading them to be able to follow the trail. Entering the Hong family's hidden underground gaming arena, Chen Mo directly and quickly walked to the boss room. This Hong branch family manager was quite the purist. Chen Mo's perspective glasses opened and saw him actually knocking on a wooden fish and reciting scripture. It really numbed Chen Mo's nerves. Boss, Luan mean this kid already owes us $5 million. He still wants to borrow back his capital. Are we still lending money? Hong Xingyu placed in front of the Buddha's shrine intercom suddenly rang a voice asked. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Since young Lu wants us to give him a chance to get relief, how can we see death and save him? Let's release another million to him. Yes, boss, the 2 million that Ms. Yang just withdrew has already been lost. What should we do? Buddha said that everything has a cause and effect, and karma must be paid. Since she is in debt, then send her to my big brother's side. Let her pay off her debt by taking clients. When she pays enough, then let her go. Understood. Because of the loud Brahma sounds playing around him and the fact that he was talking to his hands, even though the door to the room he was in had already opened and closed once, he was completely oblivious to it. When he finished speaking, he began to recite his own sutra again, opening a gaming arena outside and knocking on a wooden fish inside. Your Excellency's Buddha recitation is really quite creative. Having seen Hong Xingyu's behavior just now with a mouthful of Buddha's words and a stem that was not a piece of personnel, it was really amusing to both Chen Mo. He had seen strange people, but this was the first time he had seen this kind of strange people. Hong Xingyu, who was immersed in chanting sutras, heard this bizarrely loud voice behind him, and he immediately turned his head in surprise. Who are you? I'm the person who sent me to fetch you to meet him in the Western Heaven since Buddha saw that you revered him so much and couldn't say half a word without him, Chen Mo said with a cold smile. As Chen Mo's words fell, Hong Xingyu immediately realized that something was wrong. He suddenly threw the wooden stick in his hand and reached into his pocket, seemingly wanting to pull something out. But unfortunately, he was destined to not be able to take out this hand. Chen Mo was too much faster than him. With a cold flash, Chen Mo's figure then disappeared from the room. After the door of the room opened and closed again, the headless Hong Xingyu's corpse suddenly sprayed a bright red color, spilling onto the nearby futon, the nearby wooden fish, the Buddhist niche, and the statue of Buddha, making the entire room, which was already lit by only the dim red light of the candles, accentuate a touch of weirdness. However, it was still a little less interesting than the weirdness of him just now, who was full of Buddha's words but not doing anything with his words. As Chen Mo left Hong Xingyu's room, he came out and saw a young woman, being held up by a few big men leading through the special elevator passage. It was thought that this girl was the so-called Ms. Yang from the intercom just now. Looking at her struggling appearance at this moment, as well as some people nearby who had lost to numbness and stagnation, and some people who had won to the point of ecstasy, just like a madman, Chen Mo also sort of understood the saying that a gambling dog shall not die a good death. Ignoring this group of people, Chen Mo directly rushed to the last place to go. The industry operated by this Hong Xingsheng can be said to be the most fierce line among the three brothers. However, his business, unlike his two brothers, did not have a fixed place of business. His line caught is the death penalty. Each is divided into more open. It was much easier to deal with him than with his two brothers, because he rarely stayed in the industry he controlled, so he didn't have that much security. Just need to go directly to his home to find him on the line. Hong Xing's home. While he sells things that make people decadent, he himself is absolutely untouchable. He even lived a disciplined life and exercised regularly. It was just after 10 o'clock, and he was actually ready to go to sleep. because he goes to sleep at 11 p.m. And gets up at 6 a.m. Every day. He's a guy whose regularity is comparable to that of a robot, probably because he had such excellent self-control. He was also the most capable one within the three brothers. After washing up and lying on his bed, Hong Xingsheng, who was holding a book and flipping through it, suddenly heard the sound of a door opening that seemed to come from his home. Although there were no bodyguards in his house, the doors were locked several times. This late at night, the sound of a room door snapping open was still relatively loud. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and clicked on the surveillance, somewhat curious as to why the door to his own house was open. There was no one else who could have the key to his own house, except for his elder brother and second brother. But big brother and second brother know their own work and rest time. It is not possible to come to find themselves at this point in time. Even if they did, they should have called first. How is it possible to directly open the door and break in without a message at 10 o'clock in the middle of the night? With a click on the playback of the surveillance, Hong Xingsheng was somewhat surprised to see that the door was like haunted. Actually automatically in the case of no one, directly removed all the locks, and turned the door handle. Then the door of the room opened, and the next moment the door immediately closed again. He had never seen anything so bizarre in his life. He instantly took down from the bed in terror the open long sword that hung to ward off evil spirits, and clutched it tightly in his hand. If you don't do anything wrong during the day, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door at night. Now you know you're afraid? Suddenly a young voice rang out from outside the bedroom door. But Hong Xingsheng was unable to see a single silhouette no matter how much he looked at the surveillance screen in his cell phone. Who the hell are you? There's a head for grievances. There's a head for debts. If there's anything you want to do, just say it. Sparing Hong Xingsheng, who did all the bad things every day. In the face of this bizarre situation, he was also scared and sweating, holding his long sword, fearfully shouting in the direction of the bedroom door in fear. Boom! As the door of the room steeply exploded, Hong Xingsheng was even more frightened and almost peed his pants. His own bedroom door was a specially customized super-strength room door, actually directly burst open. That in addition to haunted, really cannot think of the second possibility. He immediately raised his sword in fear and began to slash randomly at the surrounding area. Quickly come out. What do you want to do, you say? What grievances you directly say? To give you burn money, super way things, do anything? You come out to talk. Hong Xingsheng looked left and right in fear and shouted into the air. Seeing the other party scared like this, Chen Mo immediately revealed his figure with a smile. Looking at Chen Mo's appearance at such a young age, Hong Xingsheng looked at him in horror and said, "Why are you looking for me? To take your life? You, don't come over. Let me tell you, right now I'm a human being. You're a ghost. I'll still be afraid of you. But when I wait for me to become a ghost too, then I won't be afraid of you. You let me go. I can burn you whatever you want." Hong Xingsheng had already completely treated Chen Mo as a ghost, but it was no wonder. After all, this is the middle of the night. For no reason at home locked door automatically open and closed, and then their bedroom door inexplicably exploded after an unknown young man appeared out of thin air in front of them. Is a person will take him as a ghost? Looking at the other side scared like this, Chen Mo smiled and said, "I still like to use things in the young world, so I don't need to bother you to burn it." After saying that, the ring blade on Chen Mo's right middle finger instantly popped out. Having never really seen a ghost that had to use a weapon to kill someone, Hong Xingsheng was at a loss as to how to respond. He bravely picked up his own sword that had been sharpened to ward off evil spirits and slashed at Chen Mo. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Chen Mo simply twisted his footsteps and sidestepped. He easily avoided Hong Xingsheng's attack, as he swung his right hand. With a wave of his right hand, the body of Hong Xingsheng, who was charging forward, was already divided into two pieces. Until his death, Hong Xingsheng had not been able to figure out whether Chen Mo was a human or a ghost. After solving Hong Xingsheng, Chen Mo eliminated the cloud records from the surveillance app in his cell phone and closed the surveillance, then directly left. After walking out of Hong Xingsheng's house for some distance, Chen Mo then propped up an umbrella that he had casually taken from the ballroom earlier and took out his cell phone to send a message over to Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu. Message: the target has been resolved and is ready for action. A few simple words really shocked both Du Runyuan and Zhao Yu. So fast? Du Runyuan was a bit surprised to see Chen Mo's recovered message. "Dad, is it that divine Dr. Chen's side has been taken care of?" Du Zihang brought over a cup of warm milk before bedtime. "Well, we haven't even received a bit of news from our side. It is evident that even the Hong family's own people should not have realized that these three brothers have been taken care of yet." Du Runyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, deeply feeling the terror of Chen Mo. Impossible. Right. Solving these three is easy, but wanting to continuously solve these three and then retreat in one piece without being noticed is almost impossible. right? Du Zihong was also deeply incredulous. I also think it's very strange. According to the return of the people under our hands, these three people, Hong Xingyuan entered his Hong Lutian ballroom and never came out. It is reasonable to say that he should be within the ballroom owner's area. That side of the security is tightly guarded. It is very difficult for outsiders to go in. The only ones who can get in should be the girls who were tricked into going in. Hong Xingyu as well. The situation passed on by the people under our hands. He has always stayed inside his own casino boss room. That casino has countless fighters. The defense force is extremely strong. And in order to prevent the media from exposing it, the strictness of detecting outsiders is also extremely high. And it is also a place that is very difficult for outsiders to blend in. The only ones who can get in are basically those who have been introduced by familiar customers inside. It seems that Divine Dr. Chen knows quite a few capable people. There is a way to mix into these two places? Since Du Runyuan and Du Zihong hadn't seen Chen Mo strike with their own eyes, they didn't know much about Chen Mo's strength. Du Runyuan had also only heard Chen Mo recount to himself that he had taken out those 5 Seagull Squad killers. However, it was unknown if Chen Mo did it by himself, or if he had some other expert guarding him. After all, with Chen Mo possessing such extraordinary medical skills, it was not impossible that his master might be some kind of super expert, teaching disciples out of various different fields of caliber. It's really a bit unseen. According to Divine Dr. Chen's previous life trajectory and reports, he is just a child of an ordinary family, and I don't know when he met his master. This is truly a great master of the world. Casually teaching a child of an ordinary family is able to teach out this level. Du Zihong couldn't help but sigh. Then you're wrong. The more this kind of character, the more carefully he chooses his disciples. For Divine Dr. Chen to be recognized, then he must first have an extraordinary trait that ordinary people don't have. This overpowering trait that regular people can't notice was seen by this great powerhouse before he selectively taught him. Du Runyuan analyzed. After saying this, he said to Du Zihong, forget about the information from the previous investigation, and tell the people under your hands not to continue investigating Divine Dr. Chen's matter in the future, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, and cause the other party to be disgusted, which would be more than worth the loss. After all, even if we investigate to his master, this kind of character is not the world of mundane things can be moved. I think that whether it is gold and silver money, or fame and fortune status, the other side will not care. If he cared, with his ability he would have been famous in the world long ago. Father is right. I will order it down. Well, it's also very late. You go to sleep. In the future this kind of thing call the maid to do on the line. Your dad I'm already good and sharp. You don't need to worry about the maid will not take good care of me these days but hard bad you. Du Runyuan looked at Du Zihong and smiled gratefully. If you can recover, everything else is nothing. Du Zihong said with a smile. Good boy. All of you are good boys. Du Runyuan watched as Du Zihong helped him close the door to his room. His mind was a bit complicated. Actually, Du Zihong was the most suitable heir he felt. Both his temperament and ability are good. It's just that he's not intoxicated with this aspect, and he was only forced to take over on his behalf before because he was sick. Du Runyuan was able to see that Du Zihong did not like all this, but he really wanted Du Zihong to be able to take over the Du Yuan group, which he had taken over from his predecessor and grown, and further take over to enhance it. Although Chen Mo said that his body had recovered and he could have his own child. However, compared to his own bloodline, these 5 children Du Runyuan had actually treated them as his own children long ago. There was absolutely no intention of wanting to cut them down to power and kick them far away from the Du Runyuan group just because after he could have the ability to have his own bloodline. On the contrary, the 5 children do not have this mind. Only let him feel anxious. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Alas, it's better to let them be. Du Runyuan opened his cell phone and flipped out a number that had been placed inside his cell phone but had not been contacted for a long time. Looking at this number, he couldn't help but see a scene from his youth in front of his eyes. It was a dance, and he was invited to dance by a girl with an extremely sunny smile and cheerful personality. Although the girl was not the very pretty type, the confident, calm and spontaneous smile was exceptionally charming. Du Runyuan still remembered the look of her 2 dimples when she smiled. At this moment Du Runyuan actually unconsciously surfaced on the face of a young man to see the beloved person's color. A hand that reigned over the Magic City, controlling the top group of the Magic City, Du Runyuan group, actually still had such a tender and affectionate side, which could be really unbelievable to people. Ha, really? I'm stupid something. So many years have passed. Rose thought that it would be long ago to become a family. Even if my body is better, everyone has already been this age. The flow of years is like water, has long gone and not returned. Du Runyuan sighed, and in the end did not have the courage to dial this number. Nor did he have the courage to send over a hello message. While Chen Mo quickly resolved the 3 brothers of the Hong family, The Yellow Robe Society's side was also incredulous after receiving Zhao Yu's message. On the video conference, several uncles and uncles were immediately in awe after hearing what Zhao Yu had said. This kid is a bit too terrifying, right? I'm not so surprised when you say that he simply resolved these 3 guys. But the speed at which he resolved these 3 people was also too fast. Yes, not even a bit of news has been spread out. Until this moment, their own people still don't know that their boss has hung up. What kind of assassination ability is this? Little you, where on earth did you dig up this Chen Mo? How can he be so capable? We can barely find out a single thing about him. All we can find out is just his mediocre experiences in his life. The uncles and uncles looked at Zhao Yu with incomparable marvel in their hearts. They couldn't help but think differently. If there was a person who came to assassinate himself with this kind of stance, would he be able to dodge it? Although it was said that these 3 people were only Hong family subfamilies, and that the security force around them wasn't exactly top-notch. But how could they not be finished off without revealing any information at all? Of course, there was another possibility that Chen Mo had lied, but this possibility was naturally equal to none, because there was no point in him spreading this panic. As soon as they acted, the truth would be known immediately, so it would be wrong for him to make himself look bad by spreading a panic. Looking at the shocked looks of her uncles and uncles, Zhao Yu was still relatively satisfied. She was also in awe when she had just received the information that Chen Mo had solved the target, but the more threatening Chen Mo's existence was. By letting these uncles and uncles know that they still had this kind of ace expert existing beside them, the uncles and uncles within the Yellow Robe Society would only become more attached. Alright, Chen Mo's business is done. Next it's up to all of you. The share that you should eat. Try to eat it as much as you can. But there's no need to fight with the Green Society. Du Runyuan has already said that this time against the Hong family, the portion that the Green Society eats will all go under Chen Mo's name. Since the Green Society is giving up the chance to grow, there's no need for us to be impatient. What? Why would Du Runyuan say that? The Hong family's share is not a small amount. He was able to indulge us Yellow Robe Society to follow and eat 1/3 of it, and give all the remaining 2/3 to Chen Mo. Are you sure that his words aren't paralyzing your use? It should be unlikely. Chen Mo has saved his life to Du Runyuan. Du Runyuan is a person I still know a little bit, although he is unbeatable and quite domineering, but always do things that are clear between grudges and enmities. Chen Mo has this kind of great kindness to him. Even if he is swindling Zhao Yu, he shouldn't be so bad as to swindle Chen Mo. After all, Chen Mo can save him for the first time, then he can save him for the second time. 1/3 of the industry of the Hong family, compared to his own future life safety. I think Du Runyuan still knows how to choose. He really wants this share. Then start to eat this 1/3. His relationship with Chen Mo remains stable. There is no need to be redundant and say that he will give up this 1/3 to Chen Mo, and then take it back later on. Wouldn't that be no different from throwing his own life-saving card right away? That's true, but since Du Runyuan has been in power, he has continued to centralize power and grow Du Yuan Group. Isn't it just to make the industry pass down from his ancestors bigger and stronger in his own hands? This time when he was able to swallow such a small share of the Hong family's industry, he was actually willing to work for nothing, contributing manpower and material resources for nothing, and as a result, he didn't reap any benefits at all, even with Chen Mo's life-saving favor. Looking at the puzzled looks of his uncles and uncles, Zhao Yu said, Du Runyuan has never had a bloodline heir of his own? I think everyone basically knows what's going on. It seems to be rumored that his body has had problems since he was a child. Well, that's what I've heard as well. Zhao Yu nodded and said, the rumors are correct. But after Chen Mo stepped in to save him this time, not only did he remove his terminal illness, he even removed the illness that you all said had accompanied Du Runyuan since he was a child. This is tantamount to giving the Du family the ability to continue the flame once again. This favor, think about it, how does it compare to the favor of saving a life? When these words came out, the crowd immediately realized. Saving Du Runyuan was only saving his life, but saving the Du family's fragrance was saving his lineage. This favor was absolutely transcendent. The crowd could also finally understand why Du Runyuan was like this. Saving his life and continuing the flame. 2 great heavenly favors. That is really not a Hong family. 1/3 of the industry can be returned. He so carelessly threw the assistance. Give this 1/3 of the proceeds, but is completely reasonable. The uncles and uncles did not question anything, and since they did not need to worry about the Qing society, they could immediately contact their men to quickly begin their work. At the end of the meeting, Zhao Yu stretched lazily as if her body was soft and boneless. She got up and looked towards Chen Mo's rented room. She had a feeling that Chen Mo seemed to be planning some big action, but she still didn't quite understand what Chen Mo wanted to do. After sending the message, Chen Mo didn't bother about the situation over here. He just needed to wait for Du Runyuan, Zhao Yu and their men to take this side down. and when the time came to gather the personnel and put them under his name, he would wait to receive the rewards issued by the system for taking in a large number of subordinates. On the way back, Chen Mo clicked on the system interface to check it out. The three brothers of this branch of the Hong family, all of their future development were still, each able to reach the 5th rank level. Chen Mo killed the 3 of them and directly harvested 7,500 survival point rewards, as well as 3 B-grade gift packs, a small gain. However, after knowing that the gift packs could be synthesized into higher level gift packs, Chen Mo was in no hurry to open the trash gift packs for the time being. On a rainy night, it was a time when the streets were quiet and there were few pedestrians on the road. However, this night's eastern district was bustling with activity. Returning to the famous garden neighborhood, after Chen Mo parked his car in the garage, the 3rd daily task settlement reward of the day also rang out. System tip: congratulations on successfully completing daily task 3, and bringing back a mobility tool that can reach a speed of 200 km per hour. You have over-delivered on your daily task, and this reward has been doubled. You have gained 2,000 survival points and 2 daily gift packs. Chen Mo casually opened the 2 daily gift packs. This time, the 2 daily gift packs were quite alright, giving 2 beneficial beast pills that could be eaten by pets to boost their strength. Plus Chen Mo also had a fierce beast advancement Dan. If all of them were fed to Xiao Huang, Chen Mo estimated that he could raise Xiao Huang to the strength of a mid-first stage Fey beast. Getting a reliable Fey bodyguard to guard the person he wanted to guard in his absence was still quite good. Chen Mo left the door at 10 or so, and it was only 10:30 when he returned home. It can be said that it is really going to go and come back. At this time, Lin Xinru was still awake, holding Xiao Huang and playing with her cell phone. The sound of Chen Mo opening the door to his room had only just sounded, when he heard the sound of the bedroom tada ringing out, and the next moment a soft and warm body pounced over. What's going on? How did you become so clingy? Chen Mo laughed and picked her up, holding her buttocks and said, I just came back from outside. My clothes are stained with rainwater. And when it comes to me, you had a bath for nothing before. That's just right. Wash with you again. Lin Xinru said with a smile without any concern, looking at the 2 kissing and honeying. At this time, Little Yellow barked at his feet, seemingly wanting to cuddle as well. Chen Mo, however, had already allowed Little Yellow to recognize its owner and completely understood what it meant, and it was indeed barking for Chen Mo to touch it as well. Chen Mo helplessly smiled and put Lin Xinru on the sofa, turned his head and squatted to the side of the Little Yellow, touched its little head and said, You're still fighting for favor. Saying that, Chen Mo took out the 2 beneficial beast pills that he had just opened from the system storage and fed them to Little Yellow. Although Little Yellow didn't know what these 2 things were, when he saw that Chen Mo had fed them, he was happy to eat them. In a flash, he stuck out his little tongue and swallowed all of the 2 beneficial beast pills. With the beneficial beast Dan in its belly, Little Yellow's body suddenly grew a bit bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was because all the flesh and blood in its body had become stronger. Lin Xinru unexpectedly said, Why do I feel that after you gave it something to eat, it seems like its body has gotten a bit bigger? I'm building you a bodyguard, so that you don't have to be afraid of being alone in the future when I'm not around. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he took out the Fey Beast Advancement Dan again and fed it to Little Yellow. With the Fey Beast Advancement Dan in his stomach, the effect was now far too powerful than the beneficial Beast Dan. Little Yellow's size began to change rapidly, and immediately grew to a meter in size, and had turned into a large dog-like figure. Its eyes were crimson, and its entire image became more imposing. Woof woof! As Little Yellow's realm increased, Chen Mo also received a system prompt. System tip: it was detected that your 9th order alien beast pet, after being fed the advancement Dan by you, had actually reversed its advancement to a 1st order alien beast. The host's amazing maneuver was extremely creative, and a special reward is hereby issued for the host. You have obtained the SS grade gift pack, Against the Heavens. This can even trigger a special case reward. Chen Mo had also never thought that his raising the rank for Little Yellow would cause the system's rank determination for it to return to normal, thus triggering the special case reward. It's really a bit interesting. That is to say, before I intervened in the equal rank of a certain unit in the current world, the system was recording it according to the wrong timeline, but if I somehow intervened in this target's strength equal rank, it would suddenly detect it as normal. Although it wasn't expected that giving Little Yellow an elevated equivalent order would cause the system's evaluation of Little Yellow to return to its normal level, but whoring out an SSS-ranked gift package for nothing was simply not too comfortable. With Little Yellow's advancement complete, Chen Mo immediately checked Little Yellow's attributes. System tip: to view the attributes of other units, you need to turn on the attribute query function, which is divided into 2 gears. One can only view targets that have a goodwill of 50 points or more with yourself, and you need to pay 1,000 survival points. The other gear can view the attributes of any unit and requires the payment of 10,000 survival points. I'll open the 10,000 that gear, Chen Mo said in his heart. System prompt, deduction of survival points was successful. The attribute query function has been opened. The current remaining survival points are 637,903 points. With the query attribute system function opened, Chen Mo immediately checked Little Yellow's attributes. Name, Little Yellow. Race, Fey. Rank, First Order. Pedigree, Tsunami Wolf, randomly evolved from consuming Fey Beast advancement pills. 20 points of Fey energy. Ability, Flicker, can perform spatial flickering at will within 50 meters of itself. Basic attributes, Physique, 3 is equal to 15 points of Energon. Strength, 5 is equal to 50 points of Energon. Agility, 5 is equal to 50 points of Energon. Mental strength, 3 is equal to 15 points of Energon. Ectoplasmic energy, 150 points. It's true that if you want to grow fast, you have to rely on drugs. Chen Mo also sort of understood more and more why so many high-level units had appeared in just half a year of the end times. With the advent of the end times and the explosive appearance of heavenly materials, it would be difficult to ascend quickly. But before reading the system introduction, relying on the absorption of foreign objects to grow quickly, it seems to be a bit of a drawback, such as the absorption of heavenly devil particles, although the rapid growth, but must continue to absorb in order to continue to grow. However, the good thing about the beneficial beast Dan and the exotic beast advancement Dan produced by the system was that there was no such situation. After simply taking them, they could rapidly increase the attributes of the person taking them. Chen Mo couldn't help but secretly say that it was a pity that this thing was only effective on Fey beasts, or else he would have to get high or low. At this point in time, although Xiao Huang's foreign energy was not as good as Chen Mo's, but just in terms of physical quality, his strength and agility even exceeded Chen Mo's by 1 point. Of course Chen Mo's current attribute limit is 10 points. It's just that he didn't use survival points to increase it, and was deliberately pressing the level to brush up on rewards. If he really boosted it, Little Yellow, who had grown up purely by getting high and exploding, that wouldn't be Chen Mo's opponent at all. System, are the abilities of foreign beasts also randomly awakened? Can it be changed? System prompt, host can purchase a foreign beast detailed explanation from the system store to view the relevant introduction. Convinced, Chen Mo directly spent 10 points to buy a copy of Fey Beast detailed explanation, preparing to read it when he was free in the evening. For the time being, he didn't bother with this. Instead, he put Lin Shinru, who was scared because of Little Yellow's steep mutation, in his arms and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Little Yellow is very obedient. Don't look at it as a bit fierce now, but it's a very strong bodyguard." Chen Mo immediately said to Little Yellow, "Little Yellow, come here. Let your sister Xiaoru touch it." Hearing Chen Mo's order, Little Yellow immediately changed from the majestic stance he had just taken to a good doggy look, pouncing to Lin Shinru's feet and rubbing against her. Seeing that Little Yellow was still as good as before, Lin Shinru immediately boldly reached out and touched it. At this time, although Little Yellow was not as cute as before when it was small in size, it was more handsome at this time, and its fur was still fluffy when touched. Seeing that Little Yellow was still so well behaved, Lin Shinru was relieved. Brother Mo, why did Little Yellow suddenly become this shape? Do you believe me when I say that I practiced some strange medicine that can make animals mutate? If you say it, I'll believe it, Lin Shinru said with a smile. Anyway, there will be more and more strange things in the future. Just prepare yourself mentally first. Soon you'll see it all. Chen Mo lightly smiled and patted her butt, then picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. It's getting late. Time to take a shower and go to bed. After saying that, Chen Mo turned his head to Little Yellow. You should also go back to the house and sleep. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Little Yellow suddenly flashed and went back to his little nest. Little Yellow, who had just returned to the nook and was about to get down to sleep, soon heard a sound of exchanging blows coming from the direction of the bathroom, followed by the sound of begging for mercy resounding from its mistress. At this time it did not know what the two were doing. It only felt that it sounded strange, like the two were fighting. It got up and wandered to Chen Mo's bedroom door, thinking about whether or not to go in and persuade a fight. After its advancement, its brain was much more capable of thinking things through than it had been in its previous Little Earth Dog days. However, after sniffing carefully and finding a burst of hormonal scent coming out, it again seemed to understand what the two were doing. It then returned to its own little nest, dropping its doggy ears not listening for clean. With Lin Shinru having frantically and soundly fought with Chen Mo twice, the two of them then cleaned themselves up, took a nice warm bath, and returned to the bedroom. Due to Chen Mo's behavior of grabbing a Ninth Order Corpse King and wool gathering, the system perfunctorily rewarded Chen Mo with 1,000 survival points, and then there was no sound. After Lin Shinru hugged Chen Mo and fell asleep with a sense of security, Chen Mo took out the Fey Beast detailed explanation and checked it out. He was also able to understand some knowledge related to Fey Beasts, although it was said that people were originally animals. For some reason, the evolutionary direction of Fey Beasts and humans was very different. The beasts were more inclined to eat each other and devour each other to obtain flesh and blood, heavenly materials and treasures to enhance themselves, while Chen Mo had read the introduction books of alien ability before. Humans' alien ability enhancement was more dependent on self-exercise, self-breakthrough, as well as spiritual mutation to enhance. Because of the differences in the evolutionary conditions of alien beasts and humans, the results of their growth after advancing were also different. Every time a Fey beast advanced, it would undergo a mutation, meaning that in one stage this Fey beast might be fire-breathing, and in the next stage it might start controlling ice. This depended on what it had actually eaten during this progression. If it ate pretty much the same thing during this advancement as it did during the last one, then there wouldn't be too much differentiation from the last one after this advancement. It would just make the alien abilities mastered in the previous stage even more powerful. Seeing this convenient advancement condition of the Fey beast, Chen Mo was still envious. However, seeing that every time a Fey beast advanced, it would undergo a random change in its bloodline and appearance, Chen Mo still couldn't quite accept it. The identity of a human was still more important to him. If the progression changes of the Fey beasts were the same as when he absorbed the bloodline and just used it as a plug-in to enhance his abilities and wouldn't change himself, then he would have been really red-eyed. After reading the introduction of the Fey beast, Chen Mo gently stroked Lin Shinru's bare back and turned off the light to sleep. On the second day, at 8 in the morning, the system prompt rang on time. Originally, Chen Mo, whose whole body attributes were very powerful, only needed a little bit of sleep time to restore his abundant essence. So naturally he didn't need to stay in bed, and he woke up as soon as the system rang the alarm clock. At this time, Lin Shinru was like an octopus, hugging him tightly. If it is not to see this girl yesterday tossed more, also fell asleep. He had to early in the morning to do her a few times not. Without caring about Lin Shinru, Chen Mo directly clicked on the system interface to check out last night's settlement rewards. System tip: since you have successfully completed all of today's daily tasks, and the completion rate of daily tasks has reached 100%, you can obtain an additional 10,000 points of survival points, and you can obtain a special reward extraction opportunity. Due to the existence of difficult tasks in today's daily tasks, being able to complete the difficult tasks as well as an outstanding performance, and you have been awarded an additional 10,000 survival points reward. System alert: it has been detected that all of your daily tasks today have been completed in excess of the required amount, so you can earn an additional 10,000 points of survival points. And you have been given an additional chance to draw a special reward. Due to the existence of difficult tasks in today's daily tasks, being able to overcomplete the difficult tasks is an outstanding performance, and you have been awarded an additional 10,000 survival points, as well as a super special reward extraction opportunity. With the rewards from yesterday's daily tasks all being overcompleted in hand, Chen Mo's survival points had risen another full 40,000 points. After scanning the daily mission settlement rewards, Chen Mo looked towards today's daily mission again. System alert: it has been detected that you have overcompleted the daily tasks for 3 consecutive days. You will be able to raise the difficulty of the task on your own for today's daily task, and you can currently raise the difficulty of the task by 1. System tip: you have been detected to have overcompleted your daily tasks for 4 consecutive days, and you have been given the privilege to open daily task betting. System prompt: daily task betting privilege has been opened. You currently have the privilege to bet on daily tasks for up to 3 days. If you choose to bet, you will bet on today's, tomorrow's, and the day after tomorrow's daily tasks. Today will simulate the release of 3 days of daily tasks, synthesize the difficulty of all tasks, and release 3 tasks for you today that incorporate the star difficulty of 3 days of tasks. If you are able to complete all of the fused difficulty missions released today, you will be able to win 3 times the reward for the day's missions and the 3-day mission settlement reward. If you are able to complete all of today's fusion difficulty quests, you will be able to win a one-time triple same-day quest excess reward, as well as a 3-day quest settlement excess reward. And the number of daily quest days you can bet on will be increased to 7. If you fail to complete any of the fusion difficulty missions today, all of your mission rewards for today will not be issued. After betting on daily tasks, no matter if you successfully complete or fail a task, no more daily tasks will be released for you for the next 2 days. There are risks involved in betting, so please choose carefully. Host: he himself was now taking on daily quests at a completely transcendent intensity. Chen Mo didn't bring any worries at all. He directly chose to bet against it. System prompt: stern reminder. According to the current host's rank, the highest fusion task difficulty will likely be a 5-star difficulty task, And 5-star difficulty tasks are extremely difficult, and there is a great probability that a task will be released that is difficult for the host to complete. So please consider the host carefully. Although the current maximum number of daily task betting days is 3 days, the host can choose to bet with 2 days of daily tasks in order to lower the calculation of the total difficulty star level of the fusion task. No need. Just pull the full 3 days and start counting directly. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't listen to the advice, the system was also too lazy to continue to persuade him. The obligation to remind him had already been fulfilled. And even if you can't finish it, at most you will lose a few days of daily mission rewards. But it's not some kind of punishment. It doesn't move to fail to erase the host or something messy like that. Failure is failure. It's not a big deal. System prompt, simulation of daily tasks is in progress for the host. The simulation is complete. Today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. The total difficulty of daily task star simulation for 11 stars. Detected that you have the authority to raise the number of task difficulty. You can use this authority once a day. You will be able to in the fusion of the difficulty of the task difficulty to raise a total of 3 stars. Whether to carry out the promotion? Warning, although raising the mission difficulty will allow you to obtain higher daily mission rewards, you have already turned on the mission betting mode. Once the mission difficulty is too high, it will possibly result in you being unable to complete a certain daily mission, and make the day's daily mission efforts go to waste. Please choose carefully. Directly add. Chen Mo did not hesitate at all. System tip, task difficulty upgrade is complete. The simulation result is a total of 14 stars for the 3-day task difficulty. Now releasing the fusion difficulty task for you. Bet on the challenge. The fixed number of tasks released is 3. The task difficulty of the 3 tasks is completely randomized, but it will definitely be the sum difficulty star level of 14 stars. System prompt, 8 a.m. Daily tasks are released. Daily mission, 5-star difficulty mission, battle it out. Kill at least 5 strong enemies of the 4th order or above today. Due to the difficulty of the mission is too high, special tips to exceed the mission to achieve the conditions. Kill 6 4th order or more, or kill the 4 4th order or more and 1 5th order or more strong enemy. Let the 1st order kill the 4th order, but also to kill 5. Chen Mo spat. His current stage of the mission was good to complete, but put it in the real end times, it would be too difficult. This was the gold content of a 5-star mission? To know, even if Chen Mo had already taken 2 super energy god fruits and had the 3 major source cores of foreign energy together, at this time, the first stage of his foreign energy was only close to the 3rd stage, and the first stage could only be considered an even match when he fought the 3rd stage, and the daily task let him kill the 4th order, or kill 5 in one day. This difficulty was absolutely off the charts. No wonder the system was frantically reminding him of the high difficulty of the mission. He immediately looked towards the second daily quest. Daily mission, 2, 5-star difficulty mission, stay within the sphere of influence of a 9th-ranked powerhouse for half an hour, or return in one piece after disturbing a 9th-ranked powerhouse. Due to the high difficulty of the task, it is suggested that the conditions for overcompletion of the task are, staying in the sphere of influence of a 9th-ranked powerhouse for 45 minutes, or making an attack on a 9th-ranked powerhouse and then retreating in one piece. The behavior can be a sneak attack behavior, can be the other party's consciousness outside of the attack behavior, such as throwing stones to the other party, and so on. Behavior can also be judged as an attack behavior. How ruthless. 5-star difficulty is full of deadly quests. If these quests were really received in the end times, it would be better to just not do them. Spitting after spitting. Right now this mission release was simply a score delivery mission for Chen Mo. There was a 9th order powerhouse right beside him. Not only could he attack her and then retreat, he could even shoot like a dragon and kill her 7 times, fighting until she passed out. Daily mission, 3, 4-star difficulty mission, steal the survival materials or treasures within the area of influence of a 7th order or above powerhouse and bring them back home. Due to the high difficulty of the mission, special tips to overcomplete the mission conditions, take it in person. If you are able to complete all the daily tasks, you will be able to obtain additional rewards. It can be, even the 4-star quests are just as ferocious, but whenever you want to overcomplete, you have to fight for each quest. But if you don't think about overcompletion, the next 2 quests, on the contrary, there is still a bit of a chance that you can take a huge risk and still complete them in one piece. Sweeping through the 3 fusion difficulty missions, Chen Mo didn't care too much about them and was ready to start completing the second mission right away.